Chapter 1: Triggering the Love System. It was on the hospital bed that Han Lingfeng, who had been in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights, finally woke up. When I opened my eyes, I saw a beautiful young lady sitting in front of the bed. "Are you awake?" The beautiful young lady looked at Su Hao with concern, and her voice was as sweet as a silver bell. "Yi Kunlun." Han Lingfeng recognized the beauty in front of him at a glance. She is the beautiful CEO of the #1 group in South City, and the goddess in Han Lingfeng's mind. 3 days ago, the stepmother wrongly accused Han Lingfeng of stealing her gold necklace, and the father beat him up without asking any questions. Han Lingfeng ran out of the house, and when he was running on the street, he happened to collide with Yi Kunlun's car. He was then admitted to the hospital. Looking at the woman in front of him, Han Lingfeng wondered if he was dreaming. Is this woman in front of me really the goddess Yi Kunlun? I could only see it on TV and in my dreams before. Han Lingfeng pinched his arm hard and it clearly hurt, so it seemed he was not dreaming. My driver accidentally hit you while driving, and you were in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights. Yi Kunlun continued in her incredibly pleasant voice. Your phone has a password, so I can't notify your family. Now you can call your family and ask them to come over to discuss compensation. I will try my best to compensate you. Han Lingfeng continued to stare at Yi Kunlun. He was completely fascinated by her. The goddess in front of me is so beautiful, even more beautiful than the one on TV. A broad forehead, a high nose bridge, deep eyes, and smooth black hair. Ahem. The secretary behind Yi Kunlun coughed dryly and reminded, "Our CEO Yi is talking to you." The secretary's words brought Han Lingfeng back to his senses. He looked up at the secretary and asked, "Who?" He had heard nothing just now. The secretary replied in an unhappy tone, "Our CEO Yi asked you to call your family members to come over to discuss compensation." Family members? Han Lingfeng's heart was instantly overshadowed. All those scenes of abuse appeared in my mind all at once. His tone suddenly became heavy and he shook his head. "I don't have any family." No family? The female CEO and the secretary looked at each other, with a hint of surprise in their expressions. "Then just tell me a number, and I will try my best to satisfy you." The female president looked at Han Lingfeng with deep eyes. "No need." Han Ling smiled and shook his head. "No need for compensation." No need for compensation? Yi Kunlun seemed a little surprised. "Yes, no compensation is required," Han Lingfeng said firmly. "Why? Don't you want money?" Yi Kunlun asked. Who doesn't like money? Besides, he was so short of money, but he didn't want Yi Kunlun's money. "How about this? I'll give you 500,000. Yi Kunlun said immediately. "Really, that's not necessary," Han Lingfeng said with a smile. The smile on his face looked very bright. He doesn't even want 500,000 yuan. Is he stupid? The female secretary looked at Han Lingfeng in surprise. "You don't like money?" Yi Kunlun asked doubtfully. "Who doesn't want money?" "But, it's because you were the one who bumped into me." "Do you know? I have admired you since junior high school. Every time I see you on TV, I am happy for the whole day. You are the goddess in my mind. How can I take money from a goddess?" Han Lingfeng's eyes were shining like stars when he spoke. This is why he doesn't want money, she is his goddess. Yi Kunlun lowered his head somewhat unnaturally. The secretary behind him flashed an awkward smile across his face. "Okay then. Since you don't want it, forget it." Yi Kunlun raised his head again and motioned to the secretary to take the business card from the bag. The secretary quickly handed over the business card and Yi Kunlun took it. She handed the business card to Han Lingfeng. "This is my business card. If you change your mind, you can call this number. This is her personal cell phone number." Han Lingfeng took the business card and his heart jumped like a happy little bird. "Let's go." Yi Kunlun turned around and instructed the secretary. Then he left surrounded by bodyguards. Looking at the goddesses departing back, Han Lingfeng suddenly felt a sense of loss. My heart also hurts inexplicably. He was 20 years old and had never felt this way about anyone. Why did he feel heartbroken towards Yi Kunlun? She is obviously just an idol, as unrealistic as a fictional character. Looking at the business card in his hand, he felt that he shouldn't have too many fantasies. He will keep this business card just like he keeps her photos on the internet. He put the photo in his pocket and prepared to get out of bed. He felt that there was nothing serious wrong with him and he could be discharged from the hospital. But just as I turned over and got up, my head suddenly felt dizzy and at the same time a sharp sound rang in my ears. Then, a female voice from the system was heard in my ears. Congratulations on triggering the love system. You have completed the system-designated task and the system will give you a reward. Now dispatching tasks. Task content: confess your love to the goddess, reward 1 billion. Han Lingfeng, who often reads online novels, knows what this means. I triggered the system. Han Lingfeng was so happy that he almost danced on the hospital bed. Thank you, heaven. Thank you, God. Thank you, Guanyin Bodhisattva. Thank you, Buddha Tathagata. With the system, he will be able to fulfill many wishes. With the system, he will be able to completely escape from this rotten life. What he lacks most now is money. He is penniless because his father and stepmother hardly give him pocket money. He now urgently needs to collect the 1 billion reward. Therefore, he now has to complete the task and confess his love to his goddess. Goddess? Yi Kunlun, yes, it's Yi Kunlun. Go and confess to Yi Kunlun now. Han Lingfeng said excitedly. He got out of bed, without even having time to put on his shoes, and ran out of the ward. Chapter 2: Confessing to the older female CEO. Outside the hospital, Yi Kunlun, his driver, secretary and bodyguards were about to leave. Just as she was about to get into the car, someone behind her called her in an excited voice. Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun, the driver, secretary and bodyguard all looked back. Han Lingfeng was seen running out of the medical hall in a hurry. He looked excited, walked briskly, and was barefoot. Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng rushed to Yi Kunlun happily. His heart was pounding with excitement. What are you doing? Yi Kunlun frowned. Perhaps she thought that his behavior was very inappropriate, as he was shouting her name loudly in public, wearing a hospital gown and barefoot. You know, she is the president of the first group in South City. Others only dare to call her President Yi or Miss Yi, but he actually calls her by her name. You want compensation, right? She asked coldly after Han Lingfeng ran up to her. No, no, no. You misunderstood. Han Lingfeng shook his head frantically. What is that? Yi Kunlun still frowned, looking unhappy. Han Lingfeng calmed himself down, took a deep breath, and finally shouted, I've got enough courage. I like you. Congratulations on completing the task, the system immediately announced in my ears. 1 billion yuan has been transferred to your account. The phone vibrated in my pocket, obviously a text message indicating that money had arrived. But Han Lingfeng's thoughts at this moment were not on this sudden wealth, but he was completely immersed in the confession just now. I actually confessed to her like this. The driver, bodyguard, and secretary all looked at him in shock. What did this boy mean? Yi Kunlun's face was as pale as frost. There was anger in her eyes. Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Han Lingfeng looked at the goddess in front of him with eager eyes. He meant it, very seriously. Yi Kunlun's face darkened. He glared at Han Lingfeng with an unfriendly look and was about to bend down to get in the car. He was obviously too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Confession Task 2, let the goddess be your girlfriend. At this moment, the voice of the system came to my ears. Han Lingfeng rushed forward, held the car door with his hand, and shouted at her, don't you believe it? I really like you. Yi Kunlun's ruthless eyes slid across Han Lingfeng's face and ordered the bodyguard, drag him away. The bodyguard came over, grabbed Han Lingfeng's hand and pulled him aside. Han Lingfeng suddenly shouted, you hurt me, you have to be responsible for me. Yi Kunlun, who had already stepped one foot into the car, retracted his foot, turned around and looked at Han Lingfeng with a very gloomy look. He. Han Lingfeng immediately grinned at her. Secretary Chen, give him compensation. Yi Kunlun instructed the secretary. I don't want money. Han Lingfeng grinned. Then what do you want? Yi Kunlun's eyes flashed with fire. Can you be my girlfriend? Han Lingfeng asked happily. The second confession mission is completed, and the system will reward you another 1 billion. I heard the system announcement. Great, another 10 billion earned. Han Lingfeng was secretly happy. But what he was looking forward to more at this moment was the goddess's reaction. He turned his head and looked around. The driver, bodyguard, and secretary were obviously shocked by what he had just said. This boy actually asked Mr. Yi to be his girlfriend? Is he crazy? Yi Kunlun's expression was extremely ugly. Nonsense. Am I kidding? Han Lingfeng scratched his head. He was not kidding at all. He was clearly speaking the truth. I'm very busy and don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Yi Kunlun glared at him coldly. Then he turned around and told Secretary Chen, give him 500,000. Secretary Chen stuffed a bank card into Han Lingfeng's hand and said, take it. Han Lingfeng pushed Secretary Chen's hand away and shouted at Yi Kunlun, I said I don't want money. Do you think I'm a greedy person? Is the president of the Yi Group so narrow-minded? Yi Kunlun had just stepped into the car door, but then stepped back out. She was already irritated. She turned her head angrily and glared at Han Lingfeng, what do you want? I want you to be my girlfriend. Han Lingfeng immediately showed a bright smile on his face again. Yi Kunlun put on a proud attitude, how old are you? I'm 20. Han Lingfeng replied with a smile. You are 10 years younger than me. Yi Kunlun said. So what? Love can transcend age, and you look only in your 20s. Han Lingfeng said. Okay. Yi Kunlun nodded, and then said sharply, but are you worthy of me? I may not be worthy of you now, but sooner or later I will be worthy of you, I promise. Han Lingfeng shouted. The bodyguards, secretaries, and drivers all laughed at the side. This little boy is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. How dare he say such big words? Yi Kunlun looked at Han Lingfeng silently for a few seconds, said nothing, then turned and got into the car. Watching the car leave, Han Lingfeng felt lost. At this moment, the system's voice came to my ears again. Give up, the system rewards 100 million. Keep chasing, the system rewards 1 billion. Please choose to continue chasing or give up. Keep chasing, of course keep chasing, only a fool would give up. Han Lingfeng said. You chose to continue chasing, the system rewards you 1 billion. The next task is to continue to confess to the goddess. Han Lingfeng thought for a moment and took out the business card that Yi Kunlun left for him. After calming down, he dialed the mobile number on the business card. The phone rang a few times and was connected. Yi Kunlun's voice came from the other end, who is it? It's me. Han Lingfeng shouted hurriedly, Han Lingfeng, I'm the 20-year-old man who just confessed to you. What I just said to you is true, Yi Kunlun, I like you. I like you very much. Chapter 3 Buying a Big Villa. Mission completed, system reward 1 billion, the system's voice immediately came to my ears. The other party was silent for a few seconds and hung up the phone. The goddess ignored him, and he had expected this result. The most important thing is that now he has completed another mission and earned another billion. In just a short while, he had earned 3 billion. You have completed all 3 tasks today. New tasks will be assigned tomorrow. Tip, please be mentally prepared for tomorrow's love offensive. Today's mission has been completed, and the pursuit of Yi Kunlun can come to a temporary end. Tomorrow, I wonder what kind of love mission the system will assign him. Whatever, let's talk about it tomorrow. Anyway, he is determined to pursue Yi Kunlun. If he doesn't get her in this life, he will die with regrets. But the most important thing now is that he has to prepare a place for himself to live. After escaping from home, he had nowhere to go, so he decided to buy a house now. Anyway, the 3 billion reward from the system is enough for him to buy a big villa. It is now 12 o'clock in the afternoon and he still has half a day to do this. Take a taxi to the real estate sales center now. Longtan Villa is the best villa area in Nanshur City. It is backed by mountains and forests and is in front of a lake. The air is fresh and the scenery is pleasant. Living here is absolutely comfortable. Of course, the housing prices here are also the highest in South City, so those who can buy a house here are either rich or noble. Miss, which one is the most luxurious villa here? Han Lingfeng walked up to the sales lady. The sales lady glanced at him, did not agree to his request, and went to greet other customers. Maybe she felt that he was not mature enough, did not dress elegantly, and did not look like a financially capable person, so she did not want to waste her time on him. Miss. Han Lingfeng then walked towards the sales lady who had a gentle smile on her face. The sales lady looked at Han Lingfeng with a gentle face. I want to buy the most luxurious villa here. Can you sell it to me? Han Lingfeng said. The sales lady looked at Han Lingfeng with surprise for 2 seconds, then burst out laughing. Don't joke with me, little brother, she said with a smile. What? Don't I look like someone who can afford a big villa? Han Lingfeng asked. I think you are not yet an adult. The sales lady said with a smile. Who said I'm not an adult? I'm already 20 years old, do I look that young? Han Lingfeng said. 20 years old? Why do you look like 16, with such a baby face and so thin? The sales lady looked Han Lingfeng up and down. I am small because. That was because of malnutrition when I was a child. My mother died very early and my father married a stepmother. People say that if there is a stepmother, there will be a stepfather. It is true. His stepmother had never treated him well. She reserved all the delicious food for her biological children and sometimes even refused to give Han Lingfeng food as a punishment. Han Lingfeng often suffered from malnutrition due to hunger, so he was smaller than other boys of the same age. But now, why should he say so much to the salesboy? I'm too lazy to tell you, but I do want to buy a house, the most luxurious and expensive one, said Han Lingfeng. Well, even if you are 20 years old, you are too young. Do you have so much money? Said the sales lady seriously. Of course I have. I have 3 billion. Han Lingfeng said proudly. Ah, this is so funny. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard in the world. A shrill voice came from the side. Han Lingfeng felt that this sarcasm was clearly directed at him, and the voice sounded very familiar. He turned his head and looked to the side, only to see two classmates from high school, a boy and a girl. The male classmate is Zhang Junjie and the female classmate is Li Yujiao. Han Lingfeng dropped out of school before graduating from high school. The two old classmates in front of him are now college students. Zhang Junjie and Li Yujiao were in love in high school, but I didn't expect that they are still together now. At this moment, Li Yujiao was holding Zhang Junjie's arm and walking towards Han Lingfeng. Both of them had a superior smile on their faces. Han Lingfeng felt unhappy when he saw them, because he was often bullied by them in high school. Han Lingfeng, can you say what you just said again? Zhang Junjie looked amused. What's there to be afraid of? Han Lingfeng was no longer as timid as he was in high school. He straightened his chest and said calmly, I just told the sales lady that I want to buy the most luxurious villa here. I have 3 billion yuan, which is enough to buy a villa. I can't spend it all. Han Lingfeng, you are such a boaster. Li Yujiao said sarcastically, everyone knows that you were the poorest in our class back then. You couldn't even afford a cup of $8 milk tea. What Li Yujiao said was true. He was indeed very poor when he was in school because his stepmother hardly gave him pocket money. That's right. You actually dare to brag here, saying that you have 3 billion yuan and want to buy a big villa. I think you are deliberately making fun of the sales lady. Zhang Junjie said. Little brother, I didn't take what you just said seriously. I think you'd better leave. You'll be a hindrance to my work if you stay here, said the sales lady, her tone still gentle. It doesn't matter if they don't believe me, but you have to believe me, because I will become your biggest client today, and you will get a large commission because of it. Han Lingfeng said to the sales lady. Come on, for a poor bastard like you, let alone taking out 3 billion, I'll admire you even if you can take out 300 yuan from your pocket right now, said Zhang Junjie. That's right. Li Yujiao echoed. Han Lingfeng didn't bother to pay attention to them. Instead, he took out his bank card and put it in the sales lady's hand, swiped the card. Chapter 4 Being chased also has rewards. Han Lingfeng didn't bother to pay attention to them. Instead, he took out his bank card and put it in the sales lady's hand, swiped the card. The sales lady looked at him doubtfully, but finally walked to the card machine with the bank card. If she can swipe the money, I'll take your surname. Zhang Junjie reached out and knocked on Han Lingfeng's chest. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a voice from the card machine, the balance is 3 billion yuan. The sales lady checked the balance first, and was surprised that there was actually 3 billion in the card. Yes. It's true. There are really 3 billion. The sales lady's excited scream echoed throughout the hall. This attracted many house viewers and sales staff to turn their attention here. How is this possible? Zhang Junjie and Li Yujiao couldn't believe it. Han Lingfeng has always been poor, where did he get 3 billion? I guess he is a rich second generation. The onlookers talked about it. Li Yujiao's eyes suddenly became ambiguous when she looked at him, while Zhang Junjie's face was full of jealousy. Little brother, here is your key. The villa is fully furnished and you can move in now. The sales lady with a gentle smile handed a key to Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng took the key and said, "Please don't call me little brother next time. I'm not little. I'm very big." The sales lady lowered her head and her face turned red. I guess she must have thought of something wrong. Holding the key, Han Lingfeng walked out of the sales hall in a cool manner amid the amazed discussions of the crowd. Bah! Looking at his back, Zhang Junjie spat on the ground to express his dissatisfaction. Li Yujiao stared at Han Lingfeng's back intently, like a wild animal staring at its prey. Han Lingfeng came to the big villa. The villa was finely decorated and very luxurious. The house was surrounded by greenery and there was a small garden behind the house. It's worthy of being a 50 million villa, it's really great. The most important thing is that I have a place to live, which is great. I don't have to go back to that terrible place of Han's. Come to think of it, he disappeared for 3 days, but no one from the Han family called to ask about him. It seemed that in their hearts, whether he was dead or alive, they didn't care at all. Forget it, from now on, the bridge is the bridge, the road is the road, let us just consider it as severed relationship. Don't think too much about it. Just take a good look at the room now, and then ask the property management to arrange a few nannies for you. Han Lingfeng looked around and suddenly a figure appeared at the door. Han Lingfeng. Li Yujiao walked in from outside with a smile on her face. Why are you here? Han Lingfeng looked at Li Yujiao expressionlessly. Li Yujiao looked around the luxurious villa and looked at Han Lingfeng with enthusiasm. I didn't expect you to be so rich. It turns out you are an invisible rich second generation. Invisible rich second generation? She actually thought so, but Han Lingfeng was too lazy to explain. What do you need? Han Lingfeng asked. Actually, that's what I want to tell you. Li Yujiao hesitated. Can I be your girlfriend? What? Han Lingfeng was surprised. Actually, I know, Lingfeng, I know you liked me when we were in high school. Actually, I like you too. Li Yujiao reached out and grabbed Han Lingfeng's arm. Wait a minute. Han Lingfeng interrupted her and pushed away her hand that was hugging his arm. I liked you in high school? Who said I liked you in high school? Li Yujiao immediately hugged his arm and acted coquettishly. Don't deny it. I know you have a crush on me. You even stuffed a love letter in my drawer. Have you forgotten? Han Lingfeng had not forgotten the incident of stuffing the love letter, but Li Yujiao misunderstood and thought that he had stuffed the love letter for someone else. Actually, I wanted to agree to you at that time, but Zhang Junjie threatened me to be his girlfriend, so I had to agree to him. Li Yujiao continued. I don't think it's like that. Han Lingfeng pushed away Li Yujiao's hand that was holding his arm again. I remember you were very enthusiastic about Zhang Junjie. That's all pretend. Actually, I don't like Zhang Junjie at all. The person I really like is you. Li Yujiao said, reaching out to hug Han Lingfeng's arm. Han Lingfeng hurriedly took 2 steps back and kept his distance from her. Stop it. If you like me, you wouldn't have bullied me so much in high school. I said, it was because Zhang Junjie threatened me. If I didn't join them in bullying you, he would torture you even more. He even said he would break your legs. So for you, I had to bear the heartache and join them in bullying you. Li Yujiao said, looking very sad. So, you are bullying me, or you are thinking about me? Han Lingfeng found it ridiculous. Lingfeng, actually the person I like is really you, you have to believe me. Li Yujiao continued to reach out and hold Han Lingfeng's arm. Han Lingfeng pushed her away and said, I don't want to talk about the past, but you are Zhang Junjie's girlfriend now. Do you know that you come to me and say such things? I have broken up with Zhang Junjie. Just now, I told him that the person I like is you. Li Yujiao said. In fact, she didn't break up with Zhang Junjie at all. She just found an excuse to send Zhang Junjie away, and then she came to find Han Lingfeng. She wanted to win Han Lingfeng first before she dared to break up with Zhang Junjie. You like me? If you didn't know I have 3 billion, would you like me? Han Lingfeng looked at Li Yujiao with a sneer. Yes, of course I will like you. Li Yujiao nodded vigorously and looked very sincere. But I don't like you. Han Lingfeng refused directly. What? How could this be? Li Yujiao couldn't believe it. When I was in high school, I stuffed a love letter into your drawer. However, it was for someone else, Li Datu, do you remember him? He was the tall guy in our class. Han Lingfeng said. What? Li Yujiao screamed, with a look of disgust on her face. How could you have stuffed the love letter for him? Yes, I delivered it for him. Han Lingfeng said, so, now you understand that I am not secretly in love with you. The hand holding Han Lingfeng's arm slipped away. Li Yujiao looked very disappointed. This man with 3 billion yuan had no interest in her at all. She originally thought she had a sure win. But soon, Li Yujiao raised her head again and enthusiastically grabbed Han Lingfeng's arm. Then can I pursue you? Are you willing to be my boyfriend? I don't want to. Han Lingfeng pushed her hand away without hesitation. Why? Am I not beautiful? Li Yuji shouted. To be honest, Li Yujiao is very pretty and has a great figure. When she was in high school, she was recognized as the school belle. It was for this reason that Zhang Junjie, the rich second generation, chose her to be his girlfriend. But Han Lingfeng felt that Li Yujiao was a bad woman and a gold digger. He didn't like her before and he disliked her even more now. Tell me, am I not beautiful? Li Yujiao continued to ask. No, you are very beautiful, but you are not my type. Han Lingfeng said bluntly. Then what type do you like? Li Yujiao asked. He likes Yi Kunlun, and he has decided that he will only love Yi Kunlun in this life. He is determined to make Yi Kunlun his wife. I already have someone I like. Han Lingfeng said seriously. Who do you like? Li Yujiao asked hurriedly. I think there is no need for you to know, and there is no need for me to tell you. Han Lingfeng said. Li Yujiao wanted to say something else. Han Lingfeng drove him away. If you have nothing else, please leave. I don't like others to disturb me. Li Yujiao looked at Han Lingfeng disappointedly, then turned and left. But she doesn't intend to give up. Every time you are pursued by someone, the system will reward you 1 billion. As soon as Li Yujiao left, Han Lingfeng heard the voice of the system in his ears. I didn't expect that there would be a reward for being chased by someone. Han Lingfeng was really surprised. Now, he hoped that Li Yujiao would continue to pursue him. Chapter 5 Make dessert for the goddess and get 1 billion in rewards. At night, Han Lingfeng lay alone on the big bed in the villa, not feeling sleepy at all. The scene in the hospital during the day kept appearing in his mind, and Yi Kunlun's face kept appearing in front of him. He liked her from the first moment he saw her. She used to be just his idol, but now, she was the woman he liked. Even if the system doesn't assign him any tasks, he will still pursue her. A sleepless night. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the system sent a task message. Go to the company to give flowers to the goddess, and get a reward of 1 billion. Han Lingfeng got up immediately, washed quickly, and went to the flower shop to buy a bouquet of roses. Then he went to Yi Kunlun's company. The first group company in Nanshur, Yi Group, is located on Guangming Road in the city center. Everyone in the city knows this. Of course Han Lingfeng would go to find her there. He walked to the company gate holding a bouquet of roses. When he was about to step in, the security guard at the gate stopped him. Stop! The security guard shouted, no outsiders are allowed in. Who said I was a stranger? I'm here to give flowers to your general manager Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng said. Are you from the flower shop? The security guard looked Han Lingfeng up and down. There were so many people who sent flowers to Mr. Yi. The security guard pointed to a desk near the window of the security room and said, just put the flowers there. No, I have to give it to her myself. Han Lingfeng shouted. Give it to her personally? Do you know how many people send flowers to our President Yi every day? President Yi doesn't have the time to accept these gifts. The security guard snorted coldly. Hey, security brother, please be kind and take me upstairs. Han Lingfeng smiled awkwardly and stuffed a few $100 bills into the security brother's hand. The security guard looked down but was not moved. He sternly scolded, don't try to play tricks on me. I've seen people like you many times. Do you think I'll let you in if you bribe me? Let me tell you, President Yi hates people who flatter her for no reason. If I let you go and cause trouble for her, she will find trouble with me. Being scolded is a small matter, but if you get fired, will you be responsible? He was just an employee, and Han Lingfeng didn't want to make things difficult for him. Since he can't go up, he'll just wait here. Yi Kunlun will eventually get off work. She will eventually come out of the company. Then when she comes out, he will personally present flowers to her. After waiting for several hours, Yi Kunlun finally came out. She was carrying a handbag and wearing a black professional suit, but she still looked so charismatic, so elegant, and so beautiful. Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng ran towards her happily, holding a rose. Why are you here? Yi Kunlun frowned immediately. Why can't it be me? The smile on Han Lingfeng's face was as bright as the weather in June. What are you doing? Yi Kunlun looked unhappy. Han Lingfeng hurriedly handed over the rose in his hand. Of course I'm here to give you flowers. Yi Kunlun glanced at Han Lingfeng, probably thinking that he was speechless. She did not reach out to take the flowers, nor did she bother to talk any more nonsense with him. She just walked forward. Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng hurriedly chased after him. What exactly do you want to do? Yi Kunlun turned around and stared at Han Lingfeng with a fierce look. Hee, of course I'm pursuing you. Han Lingfeng grinned. Yi Kunlun closed his eyes helplessly and said unhappily, Can you not be so childish? Is pursuing you childish? Han Lingfeng didn't understand. Yi Kunlun seemed helpless, even a little tired. Hey, here you go. I bought this specially for you at the flower shop. Han Lingfeng handed the rose in his hand to Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun glanced at the flowers in his hand and felt even more helpless. She did not reach out to take it, but looked at Han Lingfeng seriously. Han Lingfeng. You remember my name? Han Lingfeng was immediately overjoyed. Yi Kunlun closed his eyes helplessly, and then continued, Please don't disturb me. Do you think I'm annoying? Han Lingfeng felt disappointed. Yi Kunlun looked at him in silence for a few seconds, then continued seriously, Do you think we have a chance? Of course it's possible. Han Lingfeng immediately smiled again. Do you think we are suitable? Yi Kunlun continued to ask. Why is it inappropriate? Han Lingfeng's eyes still had light. I am 30 years old, and you are 20. You are so much younger than me. Han Lingfeng interrupted her, I said it yesterday, when it comes to love, age is not a problem at all. Yi Kunlun took a deep breath, and then said fiercely, Okay. I am the president of Yi Group, but what are you? Are you worthy of me? I will be worthy of you, just give me some time. Han Lingfeng looked determined. Yi Kunlun was extremely helpless. She really had no way of communicating with this child. She could only say nothing, then sighed deeply and walked towards her luxury car. In front of the luxury car, the driver was already waiting there. Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng chased after him. Yi Kunlun turned around and gave him a sharp look. That look made him stop. Watching the luxury car leave, Han Lingfeng felt very disappointed. Flower delivery mission failed, the system does not give rewards, the system's voice came to my ears. Han Lingfeng glanced at the rose in his hand and felt indescribably sad. You can choose to give up, the system prompts. No. I will never give up. Han Lingfeng was determined. Okay, the system will continue to assign tasks to you. The next task is to give the goddess a loving dessert made by yourself. Making loving desserts with his own hands did not stop him. When he was in the Han family, his stepmother treated him like a servant, so he knew how to cook and do housework, including making desserts. He decided to make a durian millefeuille for Yi Kunlun. After returning to the villa, Han Lingfeng began to operate. First prepare the durian flesh, eggs, flour, butter, milk and sugar. Then stir them together to make a batter. Then pour it into a frying pan and fry it into thin pancakes. Then spread the durian flesh on the pancake, roll it up, and put it in the refrigerator for a while. A delicious durian cake is ready. Now, let us go and give Yi Kunlun a loving dessert. The next second, in front of the Yi family mansion. Yi Kunlun pushed open the door and got out of the luxury car. Han Lingfeng, carrying a lunchbox, continued to run over with a smile on his face. Why are you here? Yi Kunlun frowned. Of course I'm waiting for you here. Han Lingfeng's smile always seems so sunny and bright. How do you know my home is here? Yi Kunlun still frowned. I just know it. Don't forget, you are my idol, and I pay attention to all your information. Han Lingfeng said proudly. Yi Kunlun felt more and more annoyed, and even felt a little dangerous. This boy actually came to where she lived. Are you so shameless? Yi Kunlun's face darkened and he looked fierce. What's wrong? Are you angry? Han Lingfeng's eyes suddenly dimmed, and he even looked a little pitiful. Alas! Yi Kunlun sighed deeply, put away her fierce expression, and tried to appear gentle. Then she asked, "What do you want from me?" Chapter 6 Successfully rejected the suitor, the system rewards 1 billion. Han Lingfeng's dim eyes immediately brightened up again, and he hurriedly handed over the bag in his hand. "I made you a loving dessert." Yi Kunlin looked at him silently for a few seconds, then reached out to take the dessert. He. Han Lingfeng looked at her and smiled foolishly. "Do you have anything else to say?" Yi Kunlin asked coldly. "No more." Han Lingfeng shook his head stupidly. "Why don't you leave?" Yi Kunlin frowned and drove him away. Han Lingfeng was reluctant to leave and continued to stand there, staring at her with a silly smile. Yi Kunlin rolled his eyes at him, too lazy to pay attention to him, and walked towards the gate of the mansion. "Yi Kunlin!" Han Lingfeng hurriedly chased after him. "What are you doing?" Yi Kunlin turned around and glared at him. "Won't you invite me to your house?" Han Lingfeng said. "Why should I invite you to my house?" Yi Kunlin asked. "Since I want to go, please let me go." "Okay?" Han Lingfeng begged. "Don't push your luck." Yi Kunlin said this coldly, gave him a warning look, and then turned and walked through the gate. Han Lingfeng stood at the gate, watching her leave, feeling very lost. He really wanted to visit her home and stay with her for a while. But it was obvious that Yi Kunlin disliked him. Han Lingfeng felt lost and sad when he thought about how much she disliked him. He stood there with his head down, like a little child who had been wronged, his toes digging the ground anxiously. I don't know how long it took. Ding dong, the system voice suddenly came into my ears. "The other person is enjoying your loving dessert. The love dessert mission has been completed, the system rewards 1 billion. At the same time, a voice came from the phone, "Bank card received, 1 billion yuan. She ate the dessert I made?" Han Lingfeng raised his head suddenly, his face full of joy. He himself had no idea that he was living such a humble life. He was so ecstatic when the person he loved ate the dessert he made. She was willing to eat what he cooked, which meant she didn't hate him. Han Lingfeng seemed to see hope again, and his eyes lit up again. The confidence to pursue the goddess is back. "Just wait, I will definitely catch you." Han Lingfeng shouted towards the gate, and then left happily. The system did not assign any new tasks for the time being, so Han Lingfeng returned to Longtan Villa. The Han family still didn't look for him. It had been 4 days since he ran away from home. It seemed that they really didn't care about him at all. Instead, it was Li Yujiao who ran to the villa. Lingfeng. Seeing Han Lingfeng coming back, Li Yujiao, who was standing at the door of the villa, hurriedly came forward to greet him enthusiastically. Coincidentally, she was also holding a lunchbox in her hand. "What are you doing?" Han Lingfeng was very cold, just like Yi Kunlin treated him. "I brought you some food." Li Yujiao enthusiastically shook the bag in her hand. He seemed to have just experienced this scene. Han Lingfeng looked at Li Yujiao as if he was looking at himself. "What to eat?" Han Lingfeng was still cold. "I made the dumplings myself," Li Yujiao said enthusiastically. "I don't like dumplings." Han Lingfeng said, then took the key to open the door of the villa and went in. Li Yujiao was stunned for a moment, then chased into the house. "How could that be? I remember you loved eating dumplings when you were in school." Han Lingfeng didn't want to pay attention to her and sat down on the sofa. Li Yujiao hurriedly opened the lunchbox and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. "It's still hot, eat it while it's hot, it won't taste good if it gets cold." Han Lingfeng looked up and stared at her. Wasn't it because this woman saw that he was rich now that she was being so attentive to him? "Li Yujiao, there will be no result between you and me. Your enthusiasm is misplaced." Han Lingfeng said. Lingfeng. A layer of sadness appeared on Li Yujiao's face. "I really like you now, not because of money." Who would believe it? Han Lingfeng thought it was funny. If she didn't know that she had 3 billion in her card, oh no, it was already 5 billion now. If she didn't know that she was a billionaire, would she still say that she liked him? "But I don't like you, I've told you that." Han Lingfeng had a sarcastic smile on his face. "It doesn't matter if you don't like me now, but I believe you will like me sooner or later." "I am willing to wait," said Li Yujiao. Speechless, Han Lingfeng looked at Li Yujiao in silence. This woman would do anything for money. "I'll give you 1 million, and you don't bother me anymore," Han Lingfeng said. Lingfeng. Li Yujiao suddenly looked at Han Lingfeng with a pair of sad eyes. "I said, I'm not doing this for money, I understand talking about money with poor people and talking about feelings with rich people, said Han Lingfeng. These words seemed to hurt Li Yujiao. She sighed sadly and forced herself to swallow the tears in her eyes. Then he forced a wry smile and said, I know you won't believe me, but it doesn't matter. I will make you believe me sooner or later. Li Yujiao said, picked up her bag from the coffee table, and looked at Han Ling with a lost look. Eat the dumplings while they're hot, I'm leaving first. After saying that, Li Yujiao walked away. Successfully reject the suitor, the system rewards 1 billion, the system then sounded in Han Lingfeng's ears. It's so cool to reject a suitor you don't like and still make money. Judging from Li Yujiao's attitude, she will not give up easily. After all, the balance in Han Lingfeng's card is too tempting. Gold diggers usually look at the balance in other people's cards and then fall into their trap step by step. Han Lingfeng didn't mind at all that Li Yujiao would continue to pursue him, and he would continue to reject her and hurt her completely until she began to doubt her life and then gave up on her own initiative. Chapter 7, Cruel Woman. In the morning, the system assigned a task to Han Lingfeng again. Invite the goddess to have breakfast, the system rewards 1 billion. The next second, Han Lingfeng appeared in front of the Yi family mansion with a smile on his face. When Yi Kunlun came out of the gate of the mansion, he looked up and saw Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng's face was as bright as a flower, and he hurriedly went to greet Yi Kunlun. Hey, Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun frowned instantly. Why is it you again? I'm here to treat you to breakfast. Han Lingfeng said with a smile on his face. Are you done yet? Yi Kunlun stared at him seriously. What's wrong? Han Lingfeng still had a smile on his face. Do you think it's fun to pester me like this? Yi Kunlun said. It's fun because I like you. Han Lingfeng said. Don't be so frivolous with me. I told you, we are not suitable for each other. Yi Kunlun was very serious. No, I think it's quite appropriate. Han Lingfeng didn't think there was anything inappropriate at all. Yi Kunlun was completely speechless by this little man. How could he, at such a young age, have such thoughts about her? This made her laugh and cry. Yi Kunlun looked at him for a few seconds and said, You are just a fan's infatuation with me, this is not love. This is love, I know. Han Lingfeng said seriously, I know my heart, because the first time I saw you, I wanted to marry you. Yi Kunlun simply wanted to bang his head against another's head and die. But I don't want to find a husband who is 10 years younger than me, said Yi Kunlun. Why? Han Lingfeng asked disappointedly. Because you are too childish, I like mature people. Yi Kunlun said. I can slowly mature for you, as long as you give me time. Han Lingfeng said. Yi Kunlun was going crazy. Why was this little man so stubborn? It seemed that no matter how she refused, it was useless. There is no other way. It seems that I can only use cruel words to make him give up. Are you worthy? Ha? Are you worthy? Yi Kunlun asked repeatedly. I've said it before, sooner or later I will be worthy of you. Han Lingfeng said seriously, still very stubborn. Then wait until you are worthy of it. Yi Kunlun said, and walked towards his luxury car. Han Lingfeng shouted at her back, What can I do to be worthy of you? Yi Kunlun turned around and glared at him without saying anything. In her heart, there was no man in this world who could match her. As for the little man in front of her, he will never be worthy of her in his life. Because she is the president of the #1 group in South City, she is so beautiful, and she is multi-talented. For a woman as perfect as her, the man who is worthy of her is probably not born yet. He has no self-awareness at all, just like a toad wanting to eat swan flesh, which will only bring trouble to himself. Are you so cruel? Just as Yi Kunlun was about to put her feet into the car, Han Lingfeng shouted at her. How can you bear to hurt someone who is sincere to you? Are you so cruel? Han Lingfeng shouted at her. Yi Kunlun turned around and said mercilessly, You asked for it. Okay. It's my fault. Han Lingfeng said resentfully. Yi Kunlun glanced at her coldly and got into the car. Watching the car leave, Han Lingfeng felt sad. She was such a cruel woman. It would be great if she could have even a little mercy on him. Do you want to continue chasing? If you don't want to chase anymore, you can choose to give up, and the system will reward you 100 million. The system sounded a prompt in my ear. If you continue to chase, the system will double the reward to 2 billion. Will the system double the reward? Of course we have to keep chasing. Even though Yi Kunlun's words were hurtful, he had to shamelessly continue pursuing her even if it was just for the 2 billion. Yi Kunlun, don't think that I will give up if you hit me like this. I won't give up easily. I'm an indestructible cockroach. Han Lingfeng encouraged himself. The system continues to prompt, since you have chosen to continue pursuing her, then ask the goddess out for dinner. This system is really interesting. He failed to invite her to breakfast, and now he wants her to invite her to dinner. This requires him to desperately ram himself into Yi Kunlun's gun. But for 2 billion, let us fight. At 6 o'clock in the evening, when Yi Kunlun was getting off work, Han Lingfeng, who had been waiting outside the company's gate, once again appeared in front of Yi Kunlun with a smile on his face. Why are you here again? Yi Kunlun was extremely annoyed. You said such harsh words to me this morning, don't think I will give up. Han Lingfeng said smugly, I won't give up easily. You are the first woman I fell in love with. I hope that in this life, I will only fall in love with you. Yi Kunlun was going crazy. This little man, she simply couldn't do anything with him. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Yi Kunlun left him and was about to leave. Han Lingfeng hurriedly chased after him, let me treat you to dinner. You're treating me? Yi Kunlun turned around and glanced at him with disdain, do you have money? Of course I do. Han Lingfeng puffed out his chest. You should keep the little pocket money you have for yourself. Yi Kunlun rolled her eyes at him and was about to get into the car. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you no matter what you want to eat. Han Lingfeng shouted hurriedly. Yi Kunlun bent down, then straightened up again, turned around, and attacked with words, do you know how much a meal costs me? You can't even afford to treat me. Damn. This woman is so arrogant. Could it be that she eats diamonds? Even if she ate diamonds, he could afford it. He has billions of dollars in assets now. Who said I can't afford it? I have money. Just tell me where you want to eat, no matter how expensive it is, I can afford it. Han Lingfeng said, patting his chest. Yi Kunlun glanced at him, this little man was really just pretending to be rich. But she couldn't bear to let this little man who didn't look wealthy treat her to a meal. I said that just now just to make him give up, but he is still so stubborn. Forget it, I don't want to bother with him. Yi Kunlun bent down and prepared to get into the car again. Kunlun. At this time, a well-dressed and mature man came over with the car keys. The mature man had a smile on his face and his eyes were fixed on Yi Kunlun. He was walking towards Yi Kunlun quickly. Yi Kunlun's eyes clearly flashed with displeasure. Feng Bo, why are you here? I'd like to invite you to have dinner with me, said the mature man named Feng Bo. Han Lingfeng felt unhappy because it was obvious that this man was Yi Kunlun's suitor. Yi Kunlun glanced at Han Lingfeng, then said to Feng Bo, okay, where shall we eat? Seeing that he actually accepted the invitation of this mature man, Han Lingfeng felt as if his heart was pricked by a needle. No. Han Lingfeng rushed forward immediately. Chapter 8, that's his fiancée. Who is this? Feng Bo pointed at Han Lingfeng and asked Yi Kunlun, is he your relative? Yi Kunlun glanced at Han Lingfeng and said, don't pay attention to him. Aren't you going to treat me to a meal? Let's go. Yi Kunlun said this and followed Feng Bo without looking back. Han Lingfeng experienced jealousy for the first time in his 20 years of life. Give up, the system will reward you 300 million, at this time, the system reminded me again. Continue to chase, the system rewards 3 billion. 3 billion? Then we must continue to pursue. The system gave out more and more rewards, and it was clearly guiding him and not wanting him to give up. What's more, he really liked Yi Kunlun and didn't want to give up so easily. Han Lingfeng hurriedly stopped a car and followed Yi Kunlun and Feng Bo's car. Yi Kunlun and Feng Bo went to have dinner, and he was afraid that Feng Bo would take advantage of Yi Kunlun, so he had to follow them to see what was going on, so that he could rush out to stop it at the critical moment. When Han Lingfeng followed them to the restaurant, Feng Bo and Yi Kunlun had already sat down at a window seat. They had already ordered the dishes, but they had not yet been served. Han Lingfeng hid behind the screen, spying on Feng Bo and Yi Kunlun's every move. He wanted to find out what the relationship between that man and Yi Kunlun was. Then, he heard Feng Bo say to Yi Kunlun, your grandma came to see me today. What did she say? Yi Kunlun asked. She hopes we get married as soon as possible. Feng Bo said while observing Yi Kunlun's expression. Yi Kunlun looked unhappy. The old lady seemed to be afraid that no one would want her, so she was eager to marry her off. Kunlun, you know I have liked you since high school, Fang Bo said, trying to reach out to hold Yi Kunlun's hand. However, he was stopped by Yi Kunlun's sharp look. My parents also hope that you can become the daughter-in-law of our Fang family. Fang Bo continued. Yi Kunlun is very conflicted now. This marriage is not what she wants and she doesn't like Fang Bo. But it was difficult for her to disobey her grandmother's orders. Her grandmother had disciplined her very well since she was a child. As the eldest daughter of the Yi family, her orders seemed to have been arranged since she was born. But facing the important matter of marriage, there was a force of resistance stirring in her heart. Kunlun, will you marry me? At this time, Fang Bo took out a ring from his arms and handed it to Yi Kunlun. The ring is made of diamond and looks quite heavy, obviously worth a lot of money. Han Lingfeng, who was hiding behind the screen, was very nervous when he saw Fang Bo proposing to Yi Kunlun. He was afraid that Yi Kunlun would agree. Fortunately, after a few seconds of silence, Yi Kunlun said to Fang Bo, "Please give me some time to think about it." "But you've been thinking about it for 3 years." Fang Bo shouted with a frown. "You know, I don't like others forcing me," Yi Kunlun said coldly. Fang Bo's face was filled with disappointment, but he knew Yi Kunlun's temper too well. If she disagreed, no one could force her. However, she had already delayed it for 3 years, and they were both not young anymore, so was there any need for her to continue delaying it? He had already begun to feel unbalanced. Yi Kunlun knew that Fang Bo was about to lose his patience, and she should indeed give him a clear answer as soon as possible. She looked at Fang Bo's face and said, "I will give you an answer as soon as possible, no more than a month." "Okay then." Fang Bo felt better. A month was nothing to him. He had been waiting for her for many years. Seeing that Yi Kunlun did not immediately agree to marry Fang Bo, Han Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He still had at least 1 month to pursue Yi Kunlun. He wanted to use this month to snatch Yi Kunlun from Fang Bo. Yi Kunlun could only be his woman. As soon as the dishes were served, Fang Bo received a phone call and said that he had to leave first due to urgent matters and could not have dinner with Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun was eager for him to leave, so he nodded and agreed to let him leave. As soon as Fang Bo left the restaurant, Han Lingfeng walked out from behind the screen. With a smile on his face, he walked towards Yi Kunlun's dining table. Yi Kunlun looked up and saw him. She was stunned for a moment, but she quickly realized that this guy had followed them here. Han Lingfeng sat down in the seat where Fang Bo had just sat, looking at Yi Kunlun with a playful smile. Yi Kunlun secretly wondered in her heart, is this little man made of the sun? Why does he always have a smile on his face? Will he never be sad? Just now, I saw that man propose to you. Han Lingfeng looked meaningful. So what? You were right not to agree to him. He is not worthy of you at all. Are you worthy of it? Yi Kunlun asked back. I'm not worthy of you either. Han Lingfeng shook his head, but I will work hard. I'm only 20 years old. Sooner or later, I will be worthy of you. Yi Kunlun was speechless. Han Lingfeng continued, and I can see that you don't like him at all. I really don't like him, but I dislike you even more. Yi Kunlun said, at least he is not like you, with a face thicker than a city wall. Haven't you heard the saying? A thick-skinned person gets what he wants. If you're too thin-skinned to pursue a woman like you, you won't succeed, said Han Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun didn't want to pay any more attention to him. Let me treat you to a meal. Han Lingfeng suddenly pointed at the dishes in front of him with great interest. Yi Kunlun couldn't believe it. You're treating? These dishes were ordered by Fang Bo, and Fang Bo has already paid for the meal. It's not like he didn't have dinner with you, so just consider it as me treating you back by borrowing your flour to offer you a meal. Han Lingfeng said. Yi Kunlun was speechless. How could there be such people in the world? However, she didn't seem to hate the little man that much. To be honest, he was quite interesting. Are you peeking at me? Han Lingfeng grabbed a piece of cold beef slice from the plate and put it in his mouth, then suddenly raised his head and looked at Yi Kunlun, his face full of pride. Ahem. Yi Kunlun coughed dryly, how could I peek at you? Do you like me? Han Lingfeng's face was full of joy. You are too narcissistic. Yi Kunlun said coldly. At least, you don't dislike me. Han Lingfeng said as if to comfort himself. Yi Kunlun didn't want to talk to him anymore. He was really a letdown. Just now, she thought he was quite interesting, but now, she felt that he was a letdown. Give him a little spring breeze and he will shine. Don't think too much. I'm not interested in you. Not now and not in the future. Yi Kunlun returned to his previous coldness. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe you will love me tomorrow. Han Lingfeng said. Yi Kunlun was going crazy. This man was just daydreaming. He was just dreaming. She, Yi Kunlun, had never fallen in love with anyone, neither before nor in the future. You're just dreaming. Yi Kunlun said coldly, stood up and left. Aren't you going to eat? Han Lingfeng shouted. But the woman left without looking back. The task of inviting the goddess to dinner failed, and the system does not give rewards. However, in order to make up for your injured heart, the system will give you a consolation reward of 1,000 yuan. Damn it! Han Lingfeng cursed. Was the system trying to stab him in the heart? A consolation reward of 1,000 yuan is really not very harmful but is extremely insulting. You can use this 1,000 yuan consolation prize to go to the bar for a drink and relax, the system prompts. Han Lingfeng nodded. Alright, let's go to the bar and relax. We have nothing to do anyway, and it's still early to go home and sleep. Then, Han Lingfeng stood up and left the restaurant. At the same time, the Yi family. After returning home, Yi Kunlun had an argument with her grandmother for the first time. She opposed her grandmother's search for Fang Bo and her haste to marry her off. She also said that she did not want to marry Fang Bo and hoped that her grandmother could reconsider the marriage. This made old lady Yi very angry, because she felt that there was nothing wrong with this marriage. The two families were well matched and the marriage between them would benefit both sides. Finally, the quarrel ended due to Yi Kunlun's silence, but the grandmother and grandson could not reach a consensus and the quarrel did not produce a result. Yi Kunlun, who was in a depressed mood, came to the bar to drink, which happened to be the bar where Han Lingfeng was. Han Lingfeng turned his head and saw the familiar woman sitting in front of the bar drinking alone. She seemed to be in a bad mood. Han Lingfeng stood up and walked towards the woman. Chapter 9, I will protect her at all costs. Just as Han Lingfeng walked towards Yi Kunlun, 3 gangsters suddenly came up to Yi Kunlun with beer. Beauty, would you like a drink? Said the man wearing a black vest and with tattoos on his arms, with a malicious smile on his face. The other 2 men also had malicious smiles on their faces. It's easy to tell what they are planning. I don't drink with strangers. Yi Kunlun replied. Won't we become familiar with each other if we get to know each other? As the man in the vest spoke, he put one hand on Yi Kunlun's shoulder. Yi Kunlun's eyes suddenly became sharp. No man had ever dared to touch her, let alone this little thug. He was so bold. She clenched the cup in her hand and smashed it hard on the hand on her shoulder. Ouch! The man in the vest cried out and instinctively pulled his hand back. When he raised his hand, he saw that his fingers were swollen. The vest man's eyes suddenly filled with anger. You stinky bitch, how dare you? Puff! A glass of red wine was splashed on the vest man's face. Yi Kunlun stared at the vest man with a pair of cold eyes. This was the first time in her life that she had encountered such a person and such a thing. She had never thought that one day she would be teased by someone. She was inviolable. The man in the vest, who had wine splashed in his face, had cruelty and hatred in his eyes. He wiped the wine off his face and said to Yi Kunlun viciously, If I don't rape you tonight, I won't be considered a human being. Come here. The man in the vest grabbed Yi Kunlun's arm, obviously trying to drag her to some unknown place. Bang! At this moment, a wine bottle hit the vest man on the head. The man in the vest turned around and saw a little boy who looked to be only in his teens appearing behind him. Han Lingfeng glared at the man in the vest with an unhappy look on his face. Yi Kunlun was the goddess in his heart, his beloved woman, and no one was allowed to touch her. The man in the vest had no chance to attack yet. Han Lingfeng raised his foot and kicked the man in the stomach again. The man in the vest fell backwards to the ground, like a dead body with 4 legs facing the sky, looking very embarrassed. Seeing this, the other 2 thugs immediately pounced on Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng was quick to grab a chair and waved over. Bang! The chair hit one of the gangsters. Seeing this, the other gangster hurriedly stepped back. After all, the other party had a chair in his hand. Come on! Come on! Han Lingfeng roared at them like a mad beast, and as he roared, the chair in his hand was eager to try. At this moment, his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. In order to protect the goddess in his heart, he could do anything and hurt anyone. He would fight them to the death. The three thugs looked at each other. They had already seen the fearless ruthlessness in his eyes. They thought that this teenage boy must be crazy as his eyes looked so scary. They dared not fight with such a desperate person again. Go, go, go. The three gangsters just left. Han Lingfeng threw down the chair in his hand and hurried to Yi Kunlun. Are you okay? Ha? I didn't scare you? Don't be afraid, I'm here. He asked Yi Kunlun anxiously, fearing that she had been hurt in any way. At this moment, he doesn't look like a little man, but more like a mature man. Yi Kunlun's heart suddenly warmed up, and he had a feeling of being protected. But that feeling was fleeting, because her mind told her that the little man in front of her was only 20 years old, and he was just a big boy. In any case, she would not regard him as a man. She suppressed the warmth in her heart and her expression returned to being cold. Why are you here? Without waiting for Han Lingfeng to answer, she came to her own conclusion. Are you following me again? Han Lingfeng wanted to explain that he did not follow her here, and their meeting in the bar was purely accidental. But my brain didn't listen to me and I instinctively replied, yes. I followed you again. When he said this, he looked playful and his eyes were full of love. Looking into his eyes, Yi Kunlun couldn't get angry, even though she was being followed by him. She really didn't know what to say to him. So she picked up the bag on the table, turned around and left. Yi Kunlun, wait for me. Han Lingfeng hurriedly chased after him. After arriving outside the bar, Yi Kunlun was about to go home, but Han Lingfeng followed closely behind her. She stopped and turned to look at Han Lingfeng. Aren't you going home? I want it back. Han Lingfeng said with a silly smile. Then why don't you go back quickly? Why are you still following me? Yi Kunlun said. How about I take you home? Han Lingfeng suddenly had an idea. She has a car, does she need him to take her home? Yi Kunlun was speechless. No need. Yi Kunlun said. Let me take you there, okay? Han Lingfeng said, and actively opened Yi Kunlun's car door without permission. Yi Kunlun sighed helplessly. Without saying anything more, he walked to the driver's seat and drove. Han Lingfeng was very happy sitting in the same car with Yi Kunlun. While driving, Yi Kunlun asked, do you really have no family? I don't know why she suddenly asked him this. Yes. Han Lingfeng suddenly became sad. I have a father, a stepmother, and 2 half-brothers and sisters. Yi Kunlun was a little surprised, and at the same time seemed to feel Han Lingfeng's sadness. My mom died when I was 5, so I barely have any memory of what she looked like. Later, my father married a stepmother, who gave birth to a younger brother and a younger sister for me, but we are not born from the same mother. My stepmother seems to hate me. I don't know what I did wrong, but she always dislikes me. She would often beat and scold me for trivial matters, and sometimes she would even punish me by not giving me food. She would also save all the delicious food for my younger brothers and sisters and never give it to me. Even on my birthday, she would give the fruit on the cake to my younger brothers and sisters. Listening to Han Lingfeng talking about his original family, Yi Kunlun couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart. It turned out that this child grew up in such a family and suffered so much. But these are not the most important. The most important thing is that my stepmother wronged me and framed me. When something was missing from home, she said I stole it. At first they said I stole cakes and fruits, then gradually they started to say I stole pocket money, and they even found evidence in my room drawer. I didn't do anything, but somehow I became a thief in the eyes of others. My father would not believe me at all. He only believed my stepmother. Moreover, after seeing evidence again and again, he was convinced that I had a bad habit of stealing. In order to change my bad habits, he beat me, scolded me, and punished me, but these bad habits still existed in me. Until that day, the day you hit me with your car, my stepmother said I stole her gold necklace. I was wrongly accused once again. My father beat me again without asking any questions. This time, because the thing lost was a valuable item like a gold necklace, my father was very angry and insisted that I hand over the gold necklace. But I already had it, so how could I hand it over? My stepmother took the opportunity to mislead me, saying that I must have stolen the gold necklace and sold it, and that I must have spent all the money. In my father's eyes, I had already become a little hooligan, so my stepmother's words made sense to my father, who thought I must have stolen the gold necklace and sold it, and then spent all the money. My father was so angry that he beat me to death. Maybe he was too angry. That's why he hit me so hard. I felt like he was going to strangle me to death. When he grabbed my neck, I felt like I was suffocating, and his eyes were scary, as if he wanted to kill me. At that moment, I decided that I wanted to escape from this family. So I ran away from home, and then I was hit by your car. Han Lingfeng said this, raised his head and looked at Yi Kunlun happily. He reached out and grabbed Yi Kunlun's hand, and said excitedly, "Thank you for bumping into me. If you hadn't bumped into me, I wouldn't have known you." At that moment, Yi Kunlun's heart seemed to be hit by something. Chapter 10. Is she starting to feel moved? At that moment, Yi Kunlun's heart seemed to be hit by something. If she was out of sympathy and pity before, then at this moment, she was shocked. He actually said thank you for bumping into him. What on earth are you talking about? Yi Kunlun couldn't help but reach out and pat Han Lingfeng's head gently. Did he really like her so much? He didn't even bother to joke with his own life. Do you feel sorry for me? Han Lingfeng smiled at her happily and put his arm around her waist. Get out of my way. Yi Kunlun immediately pushed him away. She was a little angry. She felt a little sorry for him just now and treated him with a kind face, but he immediately did something that disgusted her. Okay, don't be angry, I was the one who didn't follow the rules. Han Lingfeng surrendered immediately. I swear, I will never do anything to you again, even though I really want to be close to you. Yi Kunlun was silent for a few seconds, and his eyes and face suddenly became very cold. Han Lingfeng, there is really no possibility for you and me. You should just give up. I'm serious. Han Lingfeng's eyes suddenly dimmed. I don't want you to continue wasting your time on me. Just break the fantasy. Don't force something that will never be possible. Why? Why is it never possible? Han Lingfeng shouted. The gap between you and me is too big. In addition to the age gap, there is also family background. And, as you know, I already have a fiancé. Having said that, Yi Kunlun simply stopped the car and looked at Han Lingfeng with a proud face. I said you are not worthy of me, and my fiancé is much better than you. He is the son of the #1 family in southern province, rich and powerful. What can you compare with him? That's enough. Han Lingfeng was about to cry. Didn't you say you don't like him? Yi Kunlun continued to provoke. What does it matter whether you like him or not? For an upper-class family like ours, what matters is maximizing benefits. Fang Bo can bring great benefits to our Yi family, and he is more mature than you and has a greater sense of security than you. Bang! Han Lingfeng finally couldn't stand the stimulation anymore and pushed open the car door and got out. I'm sorry. Only by saying this can you give up. Yi Kunlun drove away with a sense of loss. Tears fell uncontrollably, and this time, Han Lingfeng was really hurt. His self-confidence took a big hit because she said that the guy named Fang was better than him. Yi Kunlun really didn't like him, not even a little bit. Maybe he really had the wrong person. Yi Kunlun was simply not from the same world as him. He couldn't catch her, never could. Give up, reward 1 yuan. Continue to chase, reward 5 billion. The system prompts in your ear. I won't chase you anymore, I won't chase you anymore. Even if the reward is 1 trillion, I won't chase you anymore. At this moment, Han Lingfeng no longer cared whether the system would give him more rewards. What's the point of having so much money if you can't pursue the woman you love? Now he just wanted to lock himself in the room and sleep soundly, but of course, he couldn't sleep at all. But he was depressed and felt that the whole world had lost its light. He now seemed to be trapped in a dark mental hell, causing him great pain but unable to extricate himself. He lay in bed for 3 days without eating or drinking. During this period, Li Yujiao came to see him 3 times, but he did not open the door for her, so she returned disappointed 3 times. Li Yujiao also called him, but he didn't answer. Li Yujiao probably thought he was missing. During these 3 days, no one from the Han family looked for him. Meanwhile, Yi Kunlun began to feel uneasy. For 3 days, Han Lingfeng neither came to see her nor called her. She thought that she might have provoked him too much that day. She should have been thankful that he had stopped harassing her, but for some reason, she felt a little empty inside. But never mind, she wasn't going to worry about that little boy. There are still many things waiting for her to do in the company. Besides, she has to find a way to deal with the marriage arranged for her by her grandmother. She doesn't know how to extricate herself from it now. She is already annoyed enough. But now she couldn't concentrate on anything she did, as she was always worried about the little boy. Han Lingfeng's face, like a little sun, flashed before her eyes unknowingly. And the sadness he showed when he talked about his original family. Thinking about how he grew up in such an environment, suffered so much, and was so pitiful, pity rose in Yi Kunlun's heart again. She wondered if she had been too harsh on him. She finally couldn't control herself anymore and picked up her phone to call Han Lingfeng. She dialed Han Lingfeng's cell phone number. Han Lingfeng, who was lying on the bed, heard the phone ringing, but he lay there motionless, like a dead person. It was not until the phone rang for the second time that Han Lingfeng reached out for the phone and answered it. Yi Kunlun's voice came from the other end. "It's me, Yi Kunlun." When Han Lingfeng heard Yi Kunlun's voice, he sat up from the bed as if he had been injected with chicken blood. But when he thought of what she said to him that day, his eyes dimmed again. "Are you okay these days?" Yi Kunlun asked. "He's not good, he's terrible." But she wouldn't care anyway. "Why don't you speak?" Yi Kunlun asked. The boy, who was always talkative and lively, unexpectedly became so silent. Yi Kunlun was almost suffocated, which made her very uncomfortable. Of course, it was more of annoyance. Yi Kunlun took a deep breath and tried to keep herself calm. Losing her temper was not in line with her upbringing. "Speak." "Oh, I'm fine," Han Lingfeng said. "Okay. That's it. I feel relieved knowing that you are still alive," Yi Kunlun said. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Yi Kunlun was about to hang up the phone, but suddenly she heard sobbing on the other end of the line. "He cried?" Yi Kunlun felt nervous. "Are you crying?" Yi Kunlun asked. "Why did you call me? Don't you think I was hurt enough? You called me just to see if I was dead or not. Am I not worthy of your concern in your heart?" Han Lingfeng cried so hard. "I miss you so much, Yi Kunlun." When he said what was in his heart, his emotions burst out instantly, like a child who couldn't get candy, crying until he was almost exhausted. Hearing him crying so miserably, Yi Kunlun panicked. It was the first time she faced such a situation and she didn't know what to do. She didn't know how to comfort the child. She held the phone awkwardly, and finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Don't cry. Stop crying, okay?" she said again. "Stop crying." She had never spoken to anyone in such a gentle tone. Perhaps it was because Yi Kunlun's tone was too gentle. Han Lingfeng felt much better all of a sudden. He stopped crying, took 2 breaths, and then asked, "Are you caring about me?" "Huh? I'm worried about you. You haven't looked for me or called me for 3 days. I just want to know how you are doing." Yi Kunlun's tone was still very gentle. "Can I come to see you? Right now?" Han Lingfeng asked. He missed her so much that he wanted to see her right now. Yi Kunlun hesitated. Han Lingfeng was afraid that she would not agree, so he said hurriedly, "I have been living a miserable life these past 3 days, just like living in hell. Just think that you pity me and let me see you, okay?" "Okay? I miss you so much, I miss you so much." "Then, wait for me in the underground parking lot near the company," Yi Kunlun said. "Okay, I'll go right away." Han Lingfeng immediately regained his energy. In the office, Yi Kunlun slowly put down his phone. At this moment, her heart was beating wildly. Was she crazy to agree to meet the little boy? Did she want to date him? But since she had already promised him, she would meet him. She would go to the underground parking lot in a while. Chapter 11: Throwing her arms. Underground parking lot. Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng threw himself into Yi Kunlun's arms madly. Yi Kunlun was extremely nervous. She was afraid of being seen by colleagues or acquaintances. She wanted to push Han Lingfeng away, but Han Lingfeng held her tightly. Han Lingfeng closed his eyes, completely intoxicated. Yi Kunlun's arms were so warm and smelled so good. For the first time in his 20 years of life, he experienced what it meant to be intoxicated. This was the taste of love. Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun pushed him. She was really scared. But Han Lingfeng was intoxicated by it and didn't want to let go of her while holding her. Yi Kunlun was so panicked that she pushed Han Lingfeng away with force. "Come with me." Then she grabbed Han Lingfeng's arm and dragged him into her luxury car. "Kunlun." Han Lingfeng opened his arms and wanted to hug her again. "Stop it." Yi Kunlun reached out and pushed him away, then hurriedly closed the car windows and doors, fearing that someone would see them. He. Han Lingfeng looked at her and smiled at her foolishly. Don't do this again. Yi Kunlun admonished seriously. What? Han Lingfeng pretended to be stupid. Just hug me like you did just now. Yi Kunlun said awkwardly. Don't you like me hugging you? Han Lingfeng asked curiously. Nonsense, Yi Kunlun glanced at him. But I like hugging you. Han Lingfeng said sweetly, I feel so comfortable hugging you. It's like I've fallen into a jar of honey. If you allow me, I can hug you for the rest of my life, the next life, forever. Yi Kunlun couldn't listen any longer and quickly reached out to stop him. In fact, she was also a little confused, and she was afraid that if Han Lingfeng continued to talk, she would completely lose her mind. Kunlun. At this time, Han Lingfeng suddenly took her hand and looked at her affectionately. You like me too, right? No, I don't like you. Yi Kunlun suddenly pulled her hand back from him. You are lying. You can't fool my eyes. In fact, you like me too, right? Han Lingfeng looked at her with shining eyes. If you keep talking nonsense, get out of the car, Yi Kunlun shouted. She really couldn't let him continue talking, she was so flustered. How could this little man be so good at flirting? Okay, I won't say anything. He was afraid that she would really kick him out of the car. But you have to remember that I like you and I will love you forever, Kunlun, I love you. Han Lingfeng spoke very sincerely, which made Yi Kunlun a little stunned. For a lifetime? Does he like her so much? Will he like her for a lifetime? No, you won't like me forever. Yi Kunlun shook his head. Don't you believe it? I will love you forever. Han Lingfeng shouted. You are only 20 years old now. You will have many opportunities in your life. In the future, you will meet many good girls. No! Han Lingfeng shouted firmly, I know my own heart. I only love you and no one else. I will love you forever. Yi Kunlun's heart felt as if it had been injected with an anesthetic. She felt numb and tingling. She also longed for love, longed to be loved, and longed for a lifetime of love. But can this little man beside her really give her a lifetime of love? No, what on earth am I thinking? He is only 20 years old, 10 years younger than me, he is still a child, how can I fall in love with a little boy? No! This is not what I want, I don't want to have a relationship with a man who is older than me. It's not suitable, we are not suitable. Yi Kunlun suddenly became cold again. He reached out and opened the car door, get out of the car. Why? Han Lingfeng's wound, which had just been healed, opened again. Because I don't want to be laughed at by others. As the president of the Yi Group, I actually went to find a younger brother who was 10 years younger than me. Yi Kunlun said. Do you care so much about other people's opinions? Han Lingfeng asked. Well, even if we don't care about what others think, we are not suitable for each other, said Yi Kunlun. Why? Han Lingfeng frowned. Haven't I made it clear to you? I have a fiancé. Yi Kunlun said. You obviously don't like that guy named Fong, why don't you break up with him? Han Lingfeng shouted. Break up? It's so easy for you to say it. Yi Kunlun sneered. Is it so difficult to break up? Han Lingfeng didn't understand. A marriage between rich families is no joke. It involves two families. When Grandma proposed the marriage to me, I couldn't object. Now that I want to cancel the marriage, Grandma strongly opposes it. At this point, Yi Kunlun sighed deeply, I think I can only accept my fate. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng held Yi Kunlun's hand and looked at her heartbrokenly. What do you think I should do? As long as you don't marry that guy named Fong, I can do anything. Yi Kunlun shook his head. What can you do? You can't do anything. I will compete fairly with that guy named Fong, and I will go and propose to your grandmother, is that okay? Han Lingfeng said. Yi Kunlun was shocked by this and asked, don't do anything stupid. Why is it so nonsense? Han Lingfeng didn't understand. In Yi Kunlun's heart, Han Lingfeng was much older than her, and not only that, their status and position were not compatible. It would be a joke for him to propose to the Yi family. It would be strange if his grandmother didn't have his legs broken and thrown out of the house. In short, don't do anything stupid. Besides, I didn't say I wanted to marry you, so why are you proposing to me? Yi Kunlun said coldly. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng was very disappointed. Okay, that's all for today. You leave first, there are still many things waiting for me to deal with in my company. Yi Kunlun urged. Okay. Han Lingfeng got out of the car reluctantly. Yi Kunlun sat alone in the car and sighed. Thinking of that marriage, she felt really bad. Fang Bo asked her to answer within a month whether she wanted to marry him. Of course she didn't want to get married, but her grandmother was determined not to let her cancel the engagement, and she really didn't know what to do. If the engagement is forcibly cancelled, it will hurt the friendship between the grandmother and grandson, and also hurt the decades-old friendship with the Fang family. She planned to have a talk with Fang Bo. It would be best if Fang Bo could take the initiative to give up this marriage. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Yi Kunlun made an appointment with Fang Bo to meet at the restaurant that day. After eating and drinking, Yi Kunlun finally said, Fang Bo, I think we should have a talk. What do you want to talk about? Fang Bo looked at her. Do you love me? Seriously? Yi Kunlun stared into Fang Bo's eyes. Of course I love you. I have regarded you as my goddess since high school, said Fang Bo. Yi Kunlun nodded. She did not deny Fang Bo's feelings for her. Thank you for liking me so much, Fang Bo, but, after thinking about it, I feel that we should not get married. The smile on Fang Bo's face gradually faded away. Chapter 12. She asked him to wait for her at the hotel. Why, Kunlun, am I not worthy of you? Fang Bo asked with a frown. It's not a question of whether or not you're worthy of her, said Yi Kunlun. What is that? Fang Bo asked. Because I can't find the feeling of loving you. Yi Kunlun stared at Fang Bo. Ha! Fang Bo was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly sneered and looked at Yi Kunlun with an extremely ridiculous look. How old are you? You are already 30 years old. I don't care that you don't love me, but, Yi Kunlun, you are no longer a little girl. Yi Kunlun looked at Fang Bo and was speechless for a moment. Fang Bo continued to rage. Besides, can love and marriage be the same? We are people who are going to enter into married life, and we have to face the daily necessities of life, not to tell some romantic love story under the moonlight. That's the problem. We have different perceptions. Yi Kunlun folded his arms and said coldly. Fang Bo looked at her and shook his head in disbelief. You weren't like this before, Kunlun. I think you've changed. It's not that I've changed, but that you've never really known me, said Yi Kunlun. You've never opened your heart to me, how can I get to know you? Fang Bo yelled, you don't even have time to talk to me, how can I open my heart to you? Because I think we are not the same kind of people, there is no need to communicate too much, said Yi Kunlun. How do you know we are not the same kind of people? Fang Bo asked. For example, you like ineffective socializing, hanging out in bars and KTVs, eating, drinking, and having fun with your bad friends. Also, you can cuddle and even sleep with other women while being married to me. Yi Kunlun answered in one breath. That was just a casual act. Because you ignored me, I felt lonely, so I. Fang Bo felt that nothing was a big deal. Enough. Yi Kunlun interrupted him, these may be commonplace to you. You think there is nothing wrong with this lifestyle because you are the young master of the #1 family in southern province and you have the capital to have fun like this. But I don't like it, and I don't understand it. Fang Bo saw Yi Kunlun's disappointment, contempt and disgust towards him in her eyes. Yi Kunlun was indeed disappointed, despised and disgusted with him. She felt that his lifestyle was vulgar, and it was not just vulgar that could describe it, it was also related to his character. For someone of my status, I go out for some entertainment. What's wrong with me? Fang Bo pointed at his chest and said, aren't all men like this? Yi Kunlun felt that he was hopeless and she didn't want to say anything more to him. I have nothing to say to you. Yi Kunlun stood up, reached out to pick up the bag on the table, turned around and left. Stop! Fang Bo shouted. Yi Kunlun stopped, turned around and looked at Fang Bo. Even if you don't like me and hate my lifestyle, we must get married. Fang Bo's face was full of strength. Must? Yi Kunlun hated being forced. Marriage is not a joke, and it's not up to us two to decide. This is decided by our two families. Fang Bo gritted his teeth. What if I insist on breaking off the engagement? Yi Kunlun had already made up her mind that she would not be with a man like Fang Bo. Then go and tell your grandmother and my parents in person. Fang Bo said, then stood up, picked up the white suit jacket on the back of the chair, and left angrily. Yi Kunlun sat back at the dining table. She felt heavy all over and as if a huge rock was pressing on her heart. Fang Bo threw all the problems to her and asked her to solve them by herself. But the Fang family and the Yi family were both extremely face-conscious families, and they valued face and family honor more than anything else. The breaking off of an engagement had never happened in their family before, and it was something that was criticized. Breaking off an engagement would bring bad luck to both families. Everyone in the upper-class circles of southern province knew about the marriage between the young master of the Fang family and the eldest daughter of the Yi family. If the engagement is cancelled, it will inevitably cause a shock in the entire upper-class circle, because the chain of interests involved between the two families is so huge. Thinking of the pressure of breaking off the engagement, Yi Kunlun felt a chill in his back. The powerful feeling of oppression made her feel scared. She felt that maybe she really shouldn't have delusions, but should accept her fate, get married, and become a victim of a marriage of convenience. This was her destiny from birth. But when she thought about spending her whole life with someone like Fang Bo, she felt that her life became dull and her life fell into an endless abyss. She really needed a life-saving straw at this moment to rescue her from the pain of this contradiction. Ding ding ding. The cell phone in the bag rang. She pulled herself away from her complicated thoughts. She took out her cell phone from her bag and Han Lingfeng's name appeared on the screen. She didn't know why, but seeing this name made her uneasy heart suddenly feel at peace. She hesitated and picked up the phone. Han Lingfeng's cheerful voice came from the other side immediately. Yi Kunlun, I missed you after just being apart for a while. What should I do? The suppressed mood seemed to urgently need to find a breakthrough. Han Lingfeng was the one who helped her find a breakthrough. Suddenly, Yi Kunlun's eyes became somewhat malicious. Do you really miss me that much? She asked. Of course, how could it be fake? Han Lingfeng said happily. Okay. Go to Presidential Suite 808 of the Imperial Hotel and wait for me right now. I want to see you right away. Yi Kunlun said in a commanding and strong tone. Han Lingfeng's heart trembled. Yi Kunlun suddenly took the initiative to ask him out, and asked him to meet at the hotel. This is so sudden, why? However, he had no time to think about why. For Han Lingfeng, as long as Yi Kunlun needed anything at any time, he would run to her without hesitation and let her command him. Okay. I'll go right away. Han Lingfeng nodded vigorously, then hung up the phone and ran away. The system gives you a pair of invisible Hot Wheels to help you reach your destination quickly. The system reminds you in your ear. Suddenly, a pair of invisible feng shui wheels made of air appeared under Han Lingfeng's feet. Han Lingfeng instantly felt that his legs were lifted up by two wheels, and the two wheels supported him as he ran forward madly. When he was running madly on the road, passers-by certainly couldn't see the Hot Wheels under his feet. The passers-by just saw a figure flash by and thought they were seeing things. Han Lingfeng was sent to the entrance of Dihao Hotel by the Hot Wheels while shouting all the way. Under the influence of inertia, he leaned forward and almost fell down. Then he was sent into the hotel lobby. The girl at the front desk in the hotel lobby looked at Han Lingfeng with strange eyes, as if this man had fallen from the sky. Han Lingfeng swallowed hard, calmed down, and asked the front desk lady with a smile on his face, Miss, I want to go to the Presidential Suite 808. How can I get there? Hello, please take the elevator this way. A special waiter will take you up. The lady at the front desk made an inviting gesture. Han Lingfeng walked into the elevator and the elevator attendant led him all the way to the door of hotel room 808 and opened the room for him with a spare key because that was what Mr. Yi had instructed. Han Lingfeng pushed the door open and walked into the room. Chapter 13 Don't move, let me hold you for a while. This is a very elegant presidential suite, and the layout seems to be designed according to personal preferences. It doesn't look like a presidential suite in a hotel, but rather like a private apartment. Han Lingfeng seemed to smell a boudoir fragrance in the room, which was not the case in a man's room. He saw a black business suit, a black handbag, and a gauze scarf hanging on the hanger. He could tell at a glance that it was Yi Kunlun's clothes, because he had seen Yi Kunlun wearing that black business suit. And that was her unique style and temperament, and it would not suit anyone else. Seeing that dress is like seeing her as a person. Han Lingfeng walked towards the dress with a happy look on his face. The room was empty, obviously, Yi Kunlun hadn't come yet. He would wait for her here. Bang! Just as he reached the clothes rack, the door to the presidential suite opened. Han Lingfeng looked back and saw Yi Kunlun standing at the door. Her face was a little pale and her pupils looked very deep. Kuan. Han Lingfeng hadn't even called out the word Kunlun. Yi Kunlun rushed over quickly and threw the bag in her hand onto the sofa beside her. Then, she hugged Han Lingfeng tightly with her hands. Han Lingfeng was completely stunned. The tingling sensation spread throughout my body, just like being struck by lightning. He suspected he must be dreaming. Kunlun! Han Lingfeng called out in a daze. Don't move! Yi Kunlun said in a commanding tone, Don't move, let me hold you for a while. Yi Kunlun's voice was trembling as she spoke and she hugged Han Lingfeng very tightly. Han Lingfeng felt that something was wrong with Yi Kunlun, but he didn't want to ask more questions now. Yi Kunlun's embrace was so comfortable that he just wanted to feel the warmth in her arms. Han Lingfeng closed his eyes and greedily inhaled the faint fragrance coming from Yi Kunlun, which intoxicated him. After a while, he felt Yi Kunlun crying, and tears fell on his neck. Han Lingfeng's heart tightened and a feeling of pain spread throughout his heart. Kunlun, what's wrong with you? Han Lingfeng asked cautiously. He wanted to look up at her, but Yi Kunlun controlled him with her arms, signaling him not to move. Maybe she didn't want him to see her crying. Han Lingfeng was very obedient and stood still, but his heart was surging. What happened to Yi Kunlun? She must have encountered something very sad, otherwise, with a woman of her strength, how could she shed tears so easily? After hugging for a long time, Yi Kunlun wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and let go of Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng looked at her anxiously. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Yi Kunlun shook her head. The fragile look she had just had disappeared, returning to her usual coldness and toughness. Han Lingfeng was both confused and disappointed. Yi Kunlun glanced at him with a seemingly easygoing look and said, It's really nothing. Han Lingfeng became even more confused. I asked you to come here. Actually, there's nothing to do. Yi Kunlun looked at him twice, then said, You can leave now. What? Han Lingfeng couldn't believe it. Yi Kunlun paused and said in a relatively gentle tone, Thank you for giving me a hug when I needed it. Yi Kunlun looked at her in amazement. But I'm fine now, so? Was she sending him away? Kunlun. Han Lingfeng reached out and held Yi Kunlun's hand. I don't know what happened to you. If you don't tell me, I won't ask any more questions. But I want you to know that no matter what happened to you, no matter what you need, no matter what you want me to do, I will do it. I can do anything for you. Yi Kunlun looked at his sincere yet hesitant eyes, not knowing what to say for a moment. She just called Han Lingfeng over on impulse. She just had some ill intentions towards this little man. She felt very upset, and this little man could bring a little comfort to her sad heart. She thought she could indulge herself without any scruples for once and let him become her tool to temporarily relieve her pain. But when she hugged Han Lingfeng, she suddenly felt very pitiful and ridiculous. She was the beautiful CEO of the Yi Group, but she had to find comfort in a little boy. Was she so lowly? No, absolutely not. She was the CEO of the #1 group company in South City, and she was the eldest daughter of the Yi family, a wealthy family. Now, she suddenly felt annoyed when she saw Han Lingfeng, even though he was innocent. Go away! Yi Kunlun suddenly became very cold. No, Kunlun. Did I do something wrong? Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlun with an innocent face. I told you to leave, couldn't you hear me? Yi Kunlun yelled at him. Why? Han Lingfeng pulled Yi Kunlun's hand and shook his head vigorously. He really didn't understand why Yi Kunlun treated him like this, calling him over and then wanting to drive him away, making him so happy and then pouring a box of cold water on him. Let go. Yi Kunlun roughly pulled Han Lingfeng's hand away and said to him fiercely, I told you to leave, so just leave. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Han Lingfeng's eyes instantly turned red. Am I your tool? Am I your servant? You can order me around like this. If you tell me to come, I'll come. If you tell me to leave, I'll leave. Yi Kunlun raised his chin. Yes, that's right, I just treat you as a tool. If you don't like it, you can leave. Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng roared. Yi Kunlun raised his chin high, his face full of pride and arrogance. Han Lingfeng was so angry that he was shaking all over. He gritted his teeth and left in anger. He would probably never love her again. For some unknown reason, after Han Lingfeng left, Yi Kunlun felt as if a hole suddenly appeared in her heart. She sat down on the bed exhausted, tears falling uncontrollably. She didn't know what she was doing. It seemed like she needed him, but also like she didn't. She was completely confused. But it's fine this way. She comforted herself in her heart that it was impossible to be with Han Lingfeng in the first place, so why bother going back and forth more often? Anyway, she has never loved before, and she doesn't need love. It's the same as it was before. Let that little man go away. Let him completely disappear from her life. And she has to face her own life. She decided that she would face it bravely and resist. She wants to live for herself, she wants to break off the engagement. Even if she has to bear terrible consequences, she will accept it. Chapter 14, Embrace the Goddess, Reward 5 billion. Han Lingfeng was drunk in the bar. This is already the third day, and he has come to the bar every day for these 3 days. The pain that Yi Kunlun brought him was too severe for him to bear, and he could only relieve his pain by getting drunk. During these 3 days, Li Yujiao called him many times, but he didn't answer any of them. The Han family still hadn't looked for him. His great father, who had been away from home for so many days, hadn't even called him. It seemed that he didn't care whether Han Lingfeng was dead or alive. Whatever. It doesn't matter. After taking a sip of the old wine, Han Lingfeng just wanted to get drunk and die. Look, there's a big news. Yi Kunling unilaterally announced the cancellation of the engagement with the Fong family. At this moment, someone at the next table suddenly exclaimed. Several beautiful girls were sitting at the table, looking at the messages on their phones, as if they had discovered big news. What was she talking about? She said Yi Kunlun announced the end of her engagement with the Fong family? The 3 words Yi Kunlun were like a sobering agent, and Han Lingfeng woke up as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He quickly took out his cell phone to check. On a certain Weibo hot search, there appeared a video of Yi Kunlun unilaterally announcing the cancellation of her engagement with Fong Bo. In the video, Yi Kunlun stood in front of the camera and announced that she and Mr. Fong Bo had broken off their engagement. She did not give a specific reason for breaking off the engagement, but just said that it was her unilateral decision, so the video was very short. Han Lingfeng finished watching it quickly. She broke off the engagement? Now, Han Lingfeng has regained his spirit, and Yi Kunlun's announcement of the cancellation of the engagement has given him hope again. This is a big deal. At the moment, Yi Kunlun. I don't know how she is doing. He hurriedly picked up his phone and dialed Yi Kunlun's number, but no one answered the phone. Kunlun. He was going to find her now. Han Lingfeng stood up and rushed out of the bar. Yi family. Pa. Yi Kunlun's grandmother slapped Yi Kunlun hard on the face. Yi Kunlun released a video announcing the unilateral cancellation of the engagement, which made her extremely angry. I'm sorry, Grandma. Yi Kunlun knelt on the ground and explained to the old lady calmly, I have always listened to you since I was a child, but this time, please allow me to believe you. Are you crazy? Old Madame Yi was so angry that she almost fainted. You are the eldest daughter of the Yi family. The entire Yi family has high hopes for you. You are the best successor to the Yi family in the future. I know, Grandma. You have spent half your life raising me, and I have failed you. Yi Kunlun still had a calm expression. You are confused. You are really confused. Old Mrs. Yi slammed the cane in her hand heavily on the floor and stomped her feet in anger. Yes. Yi Kunlun did not object to her grandmother saying that she was confused, but she knew in her heart that she was more sober than ever before. Looking at her determined granddaughter, the old lady couldn't believe it. You weren't such an ignorant person before. How could you make such a decision? Yes, in order to maintain the dignity of the Yi family, as the eldest daughter of the Yi family, my words and deeds must match my status. I made everyone very satisfied, but I forgot to be myself. Yi Kunlun said, looking up at Mrs. Yi, this time, I want to live for myself. Her deep gaze really shocked Mrs. Yi. She felt as if she was struck by lightning and her body trembled violently. The nanny hurriedly reached out to support her, fearing that she would fall. Old Madame Yi took 2 deep breaths before she came to her senses. She was the head of the Yi family, and she would never allow anyone to disobey her orders. She stared at Yi Kunlun with a pair of strong eyes and shouted, No. I may agree with you in other matters, but you have no choice in this matter. Patriarch Fong called me just now and told me to discipline you. Patriarch Fong will be transferred to Kyoto soon and he doesn't want this incident to affect his promotion. You know that the reason why our Yi family can achieve great things in Nanshire is that the Fong family protects us. Don't anger the head of the Fong family. Old Mrs. Yi issued a serious warning to Yi Kunlun. Then he sighed thankfully. Fortunately, the public opinion has been completely suppressed, and the videos have all been deleted. It was handled in a timely manner, so not many people know about it. As she spoke, she lowered her head and looked at Yi Kunlun with a lukewarm gaze. Now, just pretend that nothing has happened. You are still the future daughter-in-law of the Fong family. Yi Kunlun almost collapsed to the ground. The force pressing down on her head was so strong that she had almost no room to resist. The Fong family was able to completely delete the video she had sent out, as well as the video that had been reposted, within just 3 minutes. This was enough to show how powerful the Fong family was in Nanshur. Should she accept her fate? Yi Kunlun felt that she was about to be suffocated. Now she just wanted to find a quiet place to calm down and let her tense nerves rest temporarily. So she went to the Imperial Hotel. The presidential suite was her refuge. She would come here whenever she felt depressed. When Yi Kunlun walked to the door of the presidential suite, he saw Han Lingfeng squatting at the door of the suite. When he saw Yi Kunlun, he slowly stood up and looked at her deeply with his eyes. Yi Kunlun didn't expect that he would appear again. She hurt him so much 3 days ago that she thought he would never appear again. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng hurriedly walked in front of Yi Kunlun. Let's go inside and talk. Yi Kunlun quickly took the door card to open the door. She was afraid that someone would see them. Kunlun. I saw the video. You announced that you were breaking off the engagement. After entering the room, Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlun eagerly. He came to see her because he saw the video, right? Yi Kunlun was stunned. So? Since you have announced the cancellation of the engagement, does it mean that I have a chance? Han Lingfeng looked at her with joy. You're overthinking it. The divorce was not successfully annulled. Didn't you notice? The video is no longer available online. Yi Kunlun said. Han Lingfeng's hot heart seemed to be poured with a bucket of cold water in an instant. Yi Kunlun folded his arms and continued with a proud look on his face. Even if the marriage is successfully cancelled, what does it have to do with you? Of course it does matter. If you cancel the engagement, I can marry you. Han Lingfeng's eyes lit up again. Yi Kunlun looked at him. I'm really curious, you won't be sad at all? I hurt you so much the last 2 times, don't you hate me at all? Why should I hate you? Han Lingfeng said with an open mind, I love you voluntarily, and I deserve to be hurt. At such a young age, you always talk about love. Don't you feel embarrassed? Yi Kunlun said. What's there to be embarrassed about? If you are in love, you should say it out loud. Han Lingfeng felt very calm. Then, what do you love about me? Yi Kunlun stared at Han Lingfeng closely. Han Lingfeng blurted out, shouting, I love everything about you. Not only because you are so beautiful, but also because of the temperament you exude, and... Oh, no matter what, in short, I like everything about you. Every time I see you, my heart will beat wildly. It's as if my breathing has stopped. Yi Kunlun blushed when she heard his confession. Then, haven't you done this to others? Yi Kunlun asked. No. Han Lingfeng shook his head vigorously, never, only to you. Yi Kunlun stared at him for a few seconds. You are still young, and you will meet many girls in the future. No. Han Lingfeng shouted, I only love you, and I will only love you in this life. I know my own heart, and I will never have this feeling towards anyone else. Yi Kunlun smiled and shook his head. No, he is still so young and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Han Lingfeng took her hand and said sincerely, Kunlun, you have to believe me. What I said is true, I know my heart. Yi Kunlun looked into his sincere eyes and her heart trembled. Hug the goddess and get a reward of 5 billion. At this time, the system suddenly rang in Han Lingfeng's ears. The system had been down for several days, but I didn't expect it to be restored at this time. Chapter 15. Hey. Hey. Don't hug me. Hug the goddess and get a reward of 5 billion. At this time, the system suddenly rang in Han Lingfeng's ears. The system had been down for several days, but unexpectedly it was restored at this time. It seems that this love system is based on his heart. As long as there is love in the heart, the system will be effective. If the heart is dead, the system will not work. Hug the goddess? And also reward 50 billion. Han Lingfeng's eyes suddenly became extremely eager, then he opened his arms and hugged Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun's body trembled, and he felt inexplicably flustered and hesitant in his heart. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Yi Kunlun reached out and gently pushed Han Lingfeng. Hey, don't hug me. Not only did Han Lingfeng not let her go, but he hugged her even tighter. So comfortable. The familiar light fragrance entered Han Lingfeng's nostrils again. Every hug with Yi Kunlun can make him intoxicated. This is the taste of love. Yi Kunlun's heart began to beat fast. Why didn't she want to push this little man away? Not only did she not push him away, one of her hands even involuntarily stroked Han Lingfeng's back. Successfully embraced the goddess, the system issued a reward of 5 billion. At this moment, the system sounded in my ears again. But Han Lingfeng didn't pay any attention to what the system said, but was completely immersed in this intoxication. After hugging for a while, Yi Kunlun gently patted Han Lingfeng on the back. Okay. Han Lingfeng raised his head and looked at her with satisfaction, grinning happily at her, but his arms did not let go of her. You. Yi Kunlun reached out and tapped Han Lingfeng on the forehead. She really had no way to deal with this willful child. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng called out, as if the voice was squeezed out from his throat. His eyes became blurred, and then his mouth moved towards Yi Kunlun's mouth. Yi Kunlun quickly stretched out his hand to block. Hey, what are you doing? Kiss. Han Lingfeng kept moving his face closer. Yi Kunlun kept blocking him with her hands. Stop it, I'll be angry if you do this again. She and Han Lingfeng were not close enough to kiss, and if he forced himself on her, it would only disgust her. Seeing that she became serious, Han Lingfeng had to let her go, fearing that he had really made her angry. Okay. Han Lingfeng licked his lips and looked at her with shining eyes. Silly. The way Yi Kunlun looked at him had changed, becoming gentler than before. Do you like me a little now? Han Lingfeng looked at her happily. Who likes you? Don't be so conceited. Yi Kunlun raised her chin with a proud look, but her tone was clearly not as cold as before. It doesn't matter. Sooner or later, I will make you like me from the bottom of your heart. Han Lingfeng continued to look at her enthusiastically. Okay, I'm hungry, let's order something to eat. Yi Kunlun changed the subject. What do you want to eat? Han Lingfeng hurriedly picked up his phone to order takeout. No need to order takeout, there is food in the hotel. Yi Kunlun said, picked up the landline phone, and asked the hotel kitchen to send food over. This hotel is owned by the Yi family and is under the name of Yi Kunlun. Therefore, she is equivalent to the boss here and can get any service here. Do we need some drinks? Han Lingfeng looked at her happily. Yi Kunlun knocked him on the forehead and said, You are just a little kid, why are you drinking? Boss Yi, please don't call me a child. Han Lingfeng was a little unhappy. I am already an adult, I am a man. Yi Kunlun looked up at him. No matter how he looked at him, he looked like an underage boy. It was strange. He was obviously 20 years old, but he looked so young. Could it be because he had a baby face? Why are you so thin? You look even thinner than other kids of the same age. Yi Kunlun asked. Because I was malnourished since I was a child, my stepmother was not nice to me and often didn't give me food, so I grew up like this. Han Lingfeng suddenly felt a little sad. Yi Kunlun couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. His stepmother was too cruel, and his father was not worthy of being a father. But Han Lingfeng immediately became cheerful again. He could always get rid of the sadness. He smiled sweetly at Yi Kunlun. Although I look a little small, my mind is more mature than people of the same age. I am sure that I am a mature man, not a little boy, so you can't treat me as a child. Yi Kunlun didn't want to discuss this topic anymore. Just then, the hotel waiter came to the restaurant and Yi Kunlun turned around to get the food. The food was quickly served and the two sat down to enjoy the meal. Kunlun, you really don't want to marry that guy named Fong, right? Han Lingfeng asked while eating a piece of fruit before the meal. Isn't this nonsense? Otherwise, I wouldn't have posted a video unilaterally announcing the cancellation of the engagement. Yi Kunlun said. But they deleted your video and opposed your breaking off the engagement. Do you still plan to break off the engagement? Han Lingfeng asked tentatively. Yi Kunlun herself doesn't know what to do now, she is very confused. She suddenly became very irritable and didn't want to think about this problem for the time being. Let's take it one step at a time. Don't marry that guy named Fong, okay? Han Lingfeng suddenly grabbed Yi Kunlun's hand. Even if you don't want to be with me, don't marry a man you don't like. I don't want you to live in pain every day after marrying him. I just want to see you happy. Yi Kunlun stared at Han Lingfeng in a daze. Sometimes Han Lingfeng really spoke like a mature man. How could she not understand this truth? But she was unable to resist the pressure brought to her by the two families now. Okay, let's not discuss this topic for now. Are you full? If you are, you can go back first. I still have some company matters to deal with. Yi Kunlin said. Well, I don't want to keep you. Han Lingfeng had to stand up reluctantly. Can I come see you again tomorrow? Let's talk about it tomorrow. Kunlin, you must remember, no matter when, as long as you need me, I will be by your side. Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlin deeply. Yi Kunlin was touched and gave him a bitter smile. Go back quickly and be careful on the road. I'm leaving. Han Lingfeng looked back every few steps and left the presidential suite. When Han Lingfeng returned to Longtan Villa, he saw Li Yujiao squatting alone at the door of the villa. Seeing Han Lingfeng coming back, Li Yujiao hurriedly stood up and ran towards Han Lingfeng. Lingfeng, where have you been these days? I couldn't find you and you didn't answer my calls. Li Yujiao looked very anxious. She threw herself directly into Han Lingfeng's arms. Chapter 16, Gold Digger is Awakened. What are you doing? Han Lingfeng pushed Li Yujiao away from his arms rudely, his eyes filled with anger. Lingfeng. Li Yujiao was completely frightened. I don't think we are that familiar with each other. Han Lingfeng said coldly. Lingfeng, do you hate me so much? Li Yujiao's face was full of disbelief. No, I don't hate you. Han Lingfeng shook his head. It's just that your behavior disgusts me. You actually threw yourself into a man's arms so easily. You are too casual. Li Yujiao's heart sank, and her eyes were filled with pain. I just like you. Is it wrong for me to like you? Do you like me, or do you like the balance on my card? Han Lingfeng bluntly exposed Li Yujiao. If you didn't know how rich I am now, would you still like me? Li Yujiao frowned. Lingfeng, in your eyes, am I such a materialist? Don't you worship money? Han Lingfeng asked back. Yes, at first I was after money. Li Yujiao admitted frankly, when I was at the real estate sales center, I heard that you had 3 billion in your account, so I was attracted to you, and that's why I pursued you. But now, I really like you, Lingfeng, you have to believe me. Li Yujiao said, reaching out and holding Han Lingfeng's arm. Han Lingfeng shook off Li Yujiao's hand without hesitation and snorted, Li Yujiao, don't lie to me anymore, and don't lie to yourself anymore, you are such a bad actor. After Han Lingfeng finished speaking, he walked towards the door of his villa. What do you want me to do to make you believe that I like you? Li Yujiao shouted at Han Lingfeng's back. Han Lingfeng turned around and looked at Li Yujiao seriously. It doesn't matter whether you really like me or not. What matters is that I don't like you. Then what should I do to make you like me? Li Yuji shouted. No matter what you do, I won't like it. Han Lingfeng said cruelly. Han Lingfeng, are you so heartless? Li Yuji shouted. Han Lingfeng was stunned. He seemed to see his own shadow in Li Yujiao. I have also shouted this at Yi Kunlin before. Han Lingfeng stood there in a daze. Could it be that this woman was really attracted to him? Ding ding ding. Just then, Li Yujiao's cell phone rang. Li Yujiao took out her cell phone from her bag and looked at the caller ID. She looked very unnatural because it was Zhang Junjie calling. I'll go answer the phone first. Li Yujiao looked at Han Lingfeng with an unnatural look, then moved away to answer the phone. Ha! Han Lingfeng sneered in his heart. This woman was exposed so quickly. Han Lingfeng entered the house. After Li Yujiao finished the call, she calmed herself down and then chased into the villa. Lingfeng. Li Yujiao walked in front of Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng was drinking water from the cup and had no time to pay attention to her. The phone call just now was from my college classmate. Li Yujiao explained awkwardly. Really? Han Lingfeng put down the cup in his hand, looked up at Li Yujiao with a sarcastic smile. She actually lied to him. He was not stupid. Just when Li Yujiao's cell phone rang, her expression had already said it all. But he didn't care at all. Han Lingfeng folded his arms. Actually, you don't need to explain to me who called you, because it has nothing to do with me. Li Yujiao frowned. Lingfeng, what do you want me to do? Han Lingfeng shrugged, indicating that she didn't have to do anything. Do you want me to take it off for you? I can take it off for you. Li Yujiao shouted, threw away the bag in her hand and took off her coat. Han Lingfeng stopped her. Don't. I didn't ask you to take it off for me, and I don't need you to take it off for me. Are you a man? Li Yujiao asked. Of course I am a man, is there any doubt about that? Han Lingfeng was surprised. Don't all men like this? Li Yujiao said, walking forward, putting her arms around Han Lingfeng's neck, and about to kiss Han Lingfeng on the mouth. Han Lingfeng stretched out his hand to block Li Yujiao. Not all men are the same. Some men may not want to let go of any woman, but I am not like that. Then what are you? Li Yujiao asked. Only love can make people unable to stop. Love without true heart is not love. Intimate contact without love is nothing more than being like an animal, just to vent the body's desires. Do you think such intimate contact is meaningful? Han Lingfeng had a deep face, as deep as an old man. Li Yujiao looked at Han Lingfeng in a daze. Han Lingfeng's words just now shocked her soul, but she didn't believe it. She didn't believe that there was such a man in the world. Li Yujiao hugged Han Lingfeng and kissed him excitedly. She didn't believe that Han Lingfeng didn't have such animal desires. After being affectionate for a while, she found that Han Lingfeng was indifferent. He stood there motionless, looking at her with a complicated look. Li Yujiao felt ashamed of herself when she saw that look. She hurriedly let go of Han Lingfeng, feeling ashamed and like a lowly, dirty, and low-level animal. I'm sorry. Li Yujiao said shamefully, then picked up her bag from the ground and ran away quickly. Han Lingfeng turned around and looked at Li Yujiao, who ran out of the villa, and said secretly in his heart that this woman could still be saved. In the garden of Nanjing University campus, Li Yujiao asked Zhang Junjie out. Junjie, let's break up. Li Yujiao said what was in her heart. Why? Zhang Junjie's face changed. Li Yujiao looked up into the distance, her eyes full of longing as she said, because I fell in love with someone. Bitch! How dare you fall in love with another man? Zhang Junjie was instantly furious. He grabbed Li Yujiao's neck and pressed her to the grass. I spent so much money on you, and you dared to fall in love with another man? You are so brave. Zhang Junjie grabbed Li Yujiao's neck tightly, looking as if he was going to strangle her to death. But Li Yujiao was not afraid at all. She was so calm that Zhang Junjie even wondered if he was having an illusion. The woman he held down did not look like Li Yujiao at all. Her eyes were surprisingly peaceful, as if even if Zhang Junjie strangled her to death right now, she would not resist at all. Zhang Junjie didn't understand what kind of power made Li Yujiao suddenly become like a different person. Zhang Junjie let go of Li Yujiao, sat on the grass, and asked with a dark face, "Are you really in love with someone else?" Yes. Li Yujiao turned over and sat up. Who is that person? Zhang Junjie asked. It doesn't matter who he is. What matters is that I have to break up with you, said Li Yujiao. Zhang Junjie got excited again, grabbed Li Yujiao's collar with both hands, and roared, Li Yujiao. You're fucking playing with me, right? You eat my food, wear my clothes, and use my things, and now you're tired of playing with me, so you want to kick me out, right? Tell me, have you found a richer sponsor outside? Whatever you say, I have to break up with you. Li Yujiao said with a firm face. Zhang Junjie's eyes were cold. We can break up. Then pay me back. Return all the money I spent on you. Li Yujiao looked at Zhang Junjie with disdain for 2 seconds, then nodded and said, okay, make a list, and I'll pay you back in full. After Li Yujiao finished speaking, she pushed Zhang Junjie's hand away, turned around and left. Zhang Junjie stood there in a daze. He simply couldn't believe that this was true. A gold digger like Li Yujiao would actually agree to pay him back. Who was the man she fell in love with? How could a woman like her who valued money so much give up money? No. No way. Zhang Junjie shook his head. She must have found a richer sponsor, so she doesn't care about my little stuff. I want to see who the big boss is. He decided to follow Li Yujiao to find out. Chapter 17. Is she jealous? Ling Feng, Zhang Junjie and I broke up. Please allow me to approach you in the name of love. I don't ask for anything else. I just want to do what I should do. The next day at noon, when Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlin were having lunch in the restaurant, Han Lingfeng received a WeChat message from Li Yujiao. Han Lingfeng's heart trembled when he saw the content of WeChat. Yi Kunlin glanced at the expression on his face. What are you looking at? Who sent you the message? Han Lingfeng put down his phone and looked up. It was a female classmate from high school. A hint of displeasure flashed unconsciously in Yi Kunlin's eyes. Then she suddenly became very silent. Han Lingfeng looked at her with a pair of eyes, and a sweet smile gradually appeared on his face. Is boss Yi jealous? No way. Yi Kunlin suddenly raised her head, a little angry. Why should I be jealous of you? You and I have nothing to do with each other. Then, he glanced down and used his chopsticks to pick up food. Besides, if a girl likes you, wouldn't that be great? She hid her inner feelings very well. That way, you won't have to bother me anymore, and I won't have to take time out to deal with you. Damn! This woman! Han Lingfeng felt like he was poured with a bucket of cold water. Aren't you jealous if I spend more time with other girls? Han Lingfeng looked at her and shouted. That's your own business. What right do I have to control you? I'm not related to you. There was a nameless anger in Yi Kunlin's eyes. Han Lingfeng looked at her for a few seconds, and suddenly a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Then I will be your boyfriend. No need. Yi Kunlin replied coldly. Han Lingfeng looked at her with disappointment in his eyes and suddenly became silent. Looking up at him, Yi Kunlin urged, hurry up and finish your meal and go home. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with in my company. The two finished their meal in silence, and when they came out of the restaurant, Yi Kunlin was about to go back to the company. She carried her bag and walked towards her luxury car without looking back. Kunlin. Han Lingfeng chased her back, feeling sad. What's the matter? Yi Kunlin turned around and looked fierce and cold. Are you angry with me? Han Lingfeng asked. Yi Kunlin sighed and said nothing. Don't be angry with me, okay? Han Lingfeng walked up and grabbed Yi Kunlin's arm. I know I was wrong. Yi Kunlin took a breath and asked, where did you go wrong? The person who sent me the message is indeed my high school classmate. However, I don't spend much time with her. I don't like her. I only love you in my heart. Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlin with pitiful eyes. Yi Kunlin folded her arms and ignored him. I'm serious. Han Lingfeng continued to pull her arm and explained, I admit that she was pursuing me, but I clearly rejected her. I don't like her, and it's useless no matter what she does to me. You have to believe me, Kunlin. I can control my own heart. You are the only one I love in my heart. Looking at Han Lingfeng's extremely sincere eyes, the nameless anger in Yi Kunlin's heart seemed to disappear. Yi Kunlin felt so ridiculous. Was she jealous of this little man just now? I am the beautiful president of the #1 group in Southern Province. This is totally inconsistent with my personality. No, I am Yi Kunlin, I will not be jealous of someone like him. It's up to you. Yi Kunlin suddenly shook off Han Lingfeng's hand. Whoever you want to date is your own freedom. I can't control it. After Yi Kunlin finished speaking, he opened the car door, got in, and drove away in a cool manner. Han Lingfeng stood there in a daze, his whole body in disarray in the wind. Ding ding. Han Lingfeng's cell phone rang as he was walking on the road in a daze. Han Lingfeng took out his cell phone and the caller ID showed it was from his father Han Jiangwo. This father finally called him when he had been away from home for almost half a month. Han Lingfeng hesitated for a few seconds and answered the phone, Dad. It's been so many days, it's time for you to come back. Father Han Jiangwo's usual voice came from the other end. Han Lingfeng was silent for 2 seconds, then replied, I won't go back. What did you say? The other end seemed not to hear clearly. I said, I will never go back to that home again. Han Lingfeng raised his voice. There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, and then he asked, What do you mean? What I mean is, from now on, I will have nothing to do with the Han family or you, said Han Lingfeng. You want to break off relations with us? The person on the other end of the phone sounded shocked. No matter how you understand it, we don't have to have any contact with each other anymore, said Han Lingfeng. There was silence for several seconds on the other end of the phone, and then the person shouted angrily, I think your wings have grown hard. Han Lingfeng interrupted the other party, I am talking to you properly now, and I am talking to you in an adult way. Okay, since you want to talk to me as an adult, great, then we'll communicate as adults. You must return to this house today, before 6 o'clock in the evening. Why? Han Lingfeng asked. With your mother's belongings. If you don't come back, I will destroy all your mother's belongings. Han Jiangwo threatened. You? Han Lingfeng was shocked, you won't do this. After all, she is your first wife. I'll do it. Han Jiangwo shouted. Are you so despicable? Han Lingfeng was so angry that he was shaking all over. The means are not important, the result is important. This is the only way I can force you to come back. Han Jiangwo's tone was very calm. Of course, you can also challenge my style of doing things. I will let you know that I am a man of my word. Han Lingfeng took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. Then he asked, can you tell me why you must force me to go home? Of course it's something important. You'll know when you come back. Han Jiangmo said and hung up the phone. Han Lingfeng didn't know what important matter it was that made Han Jiangmo force him to go home. But no matter what, he had to go back. He couldn't really let Han Jiangmo destroy his mother's belongings. That was Han Lingfeng's only thought about his mother. He couldn't wait and wanted to go home right now so that he could finish the matter as soon as possible and leave with his mother's belongings. Han Lingfeng hurried back to the Han family. As he walked through the living room, his stepmother and his younger brothers and sisters glared at him. Han Lingfeng ignored them and went directly to the study to look for his father Han Jiangwo. Han Jiangwo opened a medium-sized building materials company and was also the boss of a company. But he has little education and is a typical nouveau riche. However, he admired culture very much, so he set up a study for himself. Of course, he didn't read much, and most of the time, he was calculating. He has always been good at calculations and independent thinking. He spends most of his time at home in his study. So Han Lingfeng went to the study with a clear goal. He pushed open the door of the study and saw his father Han Jiangwo standing in front of the window holding a glass of white wine, thinking alone. He wondered what he was calculating in his mind. Dad! Han Lingfeng called out very reluctantly. Han Jiangwo turned around and looked at Han Lingfeng with a pair of extremely deep eyes. Chapter 18, Battle Between Father and Son. You're back. Father Han Jiangwo looked at Han Lingfeng with deep eyes and walked slowly towards the window step by step. You've used my mother's belongings to threaten me, how dare I not come back? Han Lingfeng walked over from the door. He. Han Jiangwo sneered twice with pride, little bastard, can't I deal with you? Tell me, what is the reason that forced me to come back? Han Lingfeng was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and got straight to the point. Han Jiangwo looked at Han Lingfeng for a few seconds and said, the eldest lady of the Zheng family wants to recruit you as her son-in-law. Han Lingfeng was stunned. The eldest daughter of the Zheng family? The Zheng family is a wealthy family in southern province, backed by the Yi group. If you marry into the Zheng family, it will be of great benefit to us. Backed by the Yi group? Isn't that the Yi group backed by Yi Kunlin's family? However, this is not important. What is important is that Han Jiangwo hopes that he will be Miss Zheng's son-in-law. Ha! Han Lingfeng sneered, is this why you are willing to use my mother's relics to threaten me? Your father has run into trouble in business. Han Jiangmo shouted unhappily, the Zheng family can help me through this difficult time. They can give me a big order. If I get that big order, all my problems will be solved. Just for a big order, you want to sell me out? Han Lingfeng looked at his father in astonishment. What do you mean sold you out? Han Jiangmo seemed very angry. You think what I said is unpleasant? Han Lingfeng exposed him nakedly, isn't this selling? This will be good for you too. Han Jiangmo roared. So you are doing this for my own good? Han Lingfeng thought it was ridiculous. You are doing this for yourself, so why bother to be so pretentious and say that you are doing this for my own good? You want to sell me out for your own benefit. Why don't you be more direct? That way you will appear more upright. Han Jiangwo was stripped naked by his own son. He was shocked and angry. How come his son suddenly seemed like a different person and became much more mature? He seemed not so easy to deal with. The most important thing is that he didn't even give his father the slightest bit of face and insisted on exposing his selfish heart. Evil son. The muscles on Han Jiangwo's face twitched a few times. Then, he raised his chin, stared at Han Lingfeng with a gloomy and cold gaze, and said, I raised you, now it's time for you to repay me. Han Lingfeng wanted to laugh, he wanted to laugh so sadly. It turned out that there was a debt between father and son. It turned out that our parents gave birth to us and raised us, it was a gift to us, and when we grow up, we have to repay them. Han Lingfeng looked at Han Jiangwo with a sad smile for a few seconds, then murmured, my mother died when I was 5 years old, so I don't know what maternal love is. At that time, the only relative around me was you, my father. It was less than half a year after my mother passed away that you married as stepmother for me. You and my stepmother have a deep relationship because she is your white moonlight. You have never loved my mother, but you love me, your stepmother, deeply. You and your stepmother have a deep relationship, which is understandable. I never said that you can't marry her. But do you know? My father, you are too partial. You give all your love to my stepmother and my two half-brothers and sisters. Have you ever had me in your eyes? I have never felt fatherly love from you. Han Jiangwo was stunned, his face turned red and white, his whole face was almost distorted, and his breathing almost stopped. Han Lingfeng continued bluntly, you said you raised me. Yes, I was indeed raised by you, but how did you raise me? You left me to my stepmother and never cared about me. But my stepmother is not my real mother. Do you know how my stepmother treated me? Have you ever asked me if I have enough to eat, if I have enough clothes to wear, if I have been abused, if I have been wronged or framed? You didn't, you never. That's enough. Han Jiangwo didn't want to listen to him anymore. Stop talking nonsense here. Don't even think about saying bad things about your stepmother in front of me. Ha ha. Han Lingfeng laughed. I knew that as long as I said something bad about my stepmother, you would break through your defense and yell at me. In your eyes, no one can compare to her. In her eyes, you are really a man of deep affection and kindness. Han Jiangwo's face turned pale. He took a step forward, facing Han Lingfeng's face, and said viciously, you are an ungrateful wolf. You were raised by your stepmother. Han Lingfeng nodded and did not deny that it was his stepmother who raised him. I was indeed raised by her. Although I was abused by her since I was a child, fortunately I was not abused to death. I grew up in the abuse, but this favor was not given by her, but God let me survive. Pa! Han Jiangwo could no longer control his anger and slapped Han Lingfeng hard in the face. You evil son! You have such bad character. You don't know how to be grateful or filial. You even steal things like a gangster. Your character is really rotten. Han Lingfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled sadly at Han Jiangwo. In your eyes, I am just like this, because you never believe me, you only believe what she says. I only believe my own eyes, said Han Jiangwo. Then you really don't know how blind you are. Han Lingfeng sneered. I know whether I am blind or not, and there is no need for you to confuse me. Han Jiangwo has always been confident in his judgment, because he is a smart man in the business world, and he firmly believes in what he sees and hears. In his heart, Han Lingfeng is just a little hooligan with bad behavior. Han Lingfeng fell silent, not wanting to say anything more to him, because you can never wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. That's enough. Han Jiangwo sorted out his emotions and calmed himself down. He waved his hand and said, I don't want to argue with you anymore. The most important thing now is this marriage. You must agree to it. What if I don't agree? Han Lingfeng looked at his father expressionlessly. You. Han Jiangwo was a little helpless, just think of it as helping me. There has to be a bottom line when helping others. You are going to sell me out. How can I help you? Han Lingfeng said. You. Han Jiangwo clenched his fists in anger. The Zheng family is rich and powerful. After you marry into the family, you can enjoy delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Didn't you say that your stepmother abused you? You can just go to the Zheng family to improve your life. Ha ha. Han Lingfeng couldn't help laughing. Are you admitting that she abused me? Han Jiangwo clenched his fists and his face felt hot, but he was a thick-skinned person and didn't feel embarrassed at all. It doesn't matter what Han Lingfeng thinks now. The most important thing now is to coax him into agreeing to marry into the Zheng family. If you marry into the Zheng family, we will be able to get along well in the future, your stepmother will be able to accept you better, and your brothers and sisters will be able to get along with you better, and we can become a warm family. Accept? Han Lingfeng was surprised. So, this is your gift to me. As long as I do what you say, you can accept me and treat me as a family member, as one of your own? But I have to tell you, I don't need to beg anyone to accept me. I'm not that humble. In my view of life, I will continue to get along with those I can get along with, and I will not get along with those I can't get along with, even if we are blood relatives. You? Han Jiangwo was furious. This evil boy didn't give him any chance at all. It seems that he was really underestimated. Okay. Han Jiangwo lowered his attitude. If you agree to be the son-in-law of the Zheng family, I can give you 3% of my company's shares. 3% of the shares? He's really stingy. Will the remaining 97% be left to his other two children? Han Lingfeng had long known that his father was partial, but he never expected him to be so partial. A mocking smile appeared on his lips, and he was about to say something. At this time, I heard my stepmother Zhang Shuichen shouting downstairs, Jiangwo, Miss Zheng is here. When Han Jiangwo heard the words Miss Zhang, he immediately became excited and his eyes lit up. While adjusting his clothes, fearing that they would not look appropriate, he excitedly shouted to Han Lingfeng, come on, follow me downstairs to meet Miss Zhang. Han Lingfeng thought, why not meet her? He could just dispel Miss Zhang's fantasy of having him as a live-in son-in-law in person. Chapter 19. Miss Zhang wants him to be the scapegoat. Han Lingfeng and Han Jiangwo came down from upstairs. When they reached the stairs, Han Lingfeng had already seen Miss Zhang. Miss Zhang was dressed elegantly, and had the arrogance typical of a rich girl. Han Jiangwo rushed over quickly. Han Lingfeng's stepmother Zhong Shuoqin was enthusiastically serving tea and water to Miss Zhang. Her face was as smiling as a flower. Miss Zhang, come and have a glass of water. No need to bother. Miss Zhang said with a hint of disdain, I'm just coming to take a look and will leave soon. I'm very busy. The smile on Zhong Shuoqin's face froze in embarrassment. Miss Zhang is the daughter of a wealthy family, so she is naturally very busy. Han Jiangwo had already rushed to Miss Zhang, then turned around and pointed at Han Lingfeng, this is my son. Miss Zhang's gaze immediately fell on Han Lingfeng, and Han Lingfeng was also looking at her. Han Lingfeng discovered that Miss Zhang's appearance was somewhat similar to Yi Kunlun in some aspects, except that her features were not as delicate as Yi Kunlun's, but her eyes and nose were somewhat similar. Han Lingfeng couldn't help but wonder in his heart, could this Miss Zhang be related to Yi Kunlun by blood? Lingfeng, come over and say hello to Miss Zhang. Han Jiangwo greeted enthusiastically. Han Lingfeng walked over. Miss Zhang looked at Han Lingfeng almost 360 degrees. Then she said unsatisfactorily, she looks okay, but she's a little skinny. Han Jiangwo was afraid that she would look down on his son, and his face was full of nervousness at the moment. But it's okay. Miss Zhang continued. Hearing her say it was okay, Han Jiangwo's tense face relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. Let's choose him. I hope to hold the wedding as soon as possible, let's set the date for next week. Miss Zhang said in a tone as if she was instructing a servant, and turned to leave. Han Jiangwo nodded vigorously, like a servant obeying his master. I haven't agreed yet. Han Lingfeng suddenly spoke. Miss Zhang, who had already turned around again and looked at Han Lingfeng with surprised eyes. Miss Zhang is going a bit too far by wanting me to be her savior. Han Lingfeng stared at Miss Zhang closely. Miss Zhang's face changed and she instinctively looked down at her belly. Although she was wearing a loose coat, she didn't expect that Han Lingfeng could still see through her. But she was very unhappy that Han Lingfeng exposed her so bluntly. She raised her head and looked at Han Lingfeng with sharp eyes. Han Jiangwo was afraid that this would affect his business, so he rushed over and grabbed Han Lingfeng. Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng raised his head and stared at Han Jiangwo. You knew she was pregnant, but you still wanted me to marry her? Han Jiangwo certainly knew that Miss Zhang had already told him the truth when she negotiated with him. If I wasn't pregnant with someone else's child, why would I accept someone like you as my son-in-law? Miss Zhang clasped her hands to her chest and glanced at Han Lingfeng with pride. Han Lingfeng raised his head and looked at Miss Zhang. Miss Zhang, you were so shameless to say such things. Is it glorious to get pregnant before marriage? You. Miss Zhang was angry. Lingfeng. Han Jiangwo blared at Han Lingfeng with a warning look, signaling him to be careful with his words. That's right, I got pregnant before marriage. Miss Zhang suddenly became calm. You are lucky to be the one who took over. Otherwise, I wouldn't even look at someone of your status. Then I have to thank Miss Zhang. Han Lingfeng suppressed the anger in his heart. However, I don't have the habit of being a father to others. Lingfeng. Han Jiangwo blared at him, his eyes filled with threats, warnings, and anger. You really want to make me angry, don't you? Isn't it just a business? Han Lingfeng looked at Han Jiangwo. For a business, you actually let your son take over for others. As a father, aren't you ashamed? Pa! Han Jiangwo was completely enraged, and he waved his hand and slapped Han Lingfeng hard. Han Lingfeng, how can you talk like that? Look how angry you have made your father. Stepmother Zhong Shuoqin also jumped up. Pa! Han Lingfeng waved his hand and slapped Zhong Shuoqin. Ouch! Zhong Shuoqin screamed. You! Han Jiangwo was furious. His own son actually dared to hit his stepmother, and in front of him. If you slap me, I will slap her. Han Lingfeng pointed at Zhong Shuoqin. Evil son! You evil son! Han Jiangwo was furious, but he could not use violence against Han Lingfeng anymore. His roar echoed throughout the living room. Rebellion. The mark of occupation on Zhong Shuaqin's face had not yet disappeared, but she jumped up again. Pa! Han Lingfeng slapped Zhong Shuaqin again with his backhand. Shut up! Oh my god! Zhong Shuaqin screamed loudly, covering her face from the beating, and looked at Han Lingfeng in shock. How could he suddenly become so lawless? Evil son! Han Jiangluo's face turned pale, his fist was clenched so hard that it made a crackling sound, and his eyes stared at Han Lingfeng with eerie and terrifying eyes. I don't agree to this marriage. Han Lingfeng glanced coldly at everyone present. I'm afraid you have no choice but to agree. Miss Zheng looked at Han Lingfeng with a threatening look. Your father's company is in trouble now, and I am the only one willing to help him, but the premise is that you must marry into my family. If you don't agree, your father's company will face bankruptcy. Really? Han Lingfeng snorted. He already had more than 10 billion yuan in his card balance. If necessary, he could save Han Jiangluo. After all, he was his father. But Han Lingfeng didn't know that Han Lingfeng was rich. At this moment, he regarded Miss Zheng as his only life-saving straw, so he had to let Han Lingfeng marry into the Zheng family. Lingfeng. Han Jiangluo hurriedly grabbed Han Lingfeng's hand. Lingfeng, just think of it as helping Dad, okay? Think of it as Dad begging you. Han Lingfeng looked at Han Jiangluo with disappointment, thinking that this was his father, a father who could sell his own son for business. He was not worthy of being a father at all. Han Lingfeng mercilessly shook off Han Jiangluo's hand and said, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Han Lingfeng. Han Jiangluo was furious. I raised you, and this is how you repay me? Ha! My company is about to go bankrupt, and you are not willing to help. Are you so ungrateful? Han Lingfeng stared at him for a few seconds and replied, You keep saying favor, but you don't know that giving birth to me was just your own selfish desire. You brought a life into this world just for the sake of momentary pleasure. Han Jiangluo's face turned pale instantly. Han Lingfeng continued, Perhaps you don't want to be a father, and you don't want this life to come into this world, but because of your momentary greed, he came like this. You created him and raised him to adulthood. It should be your responsibility, but you keep saying that this is a gift. Yes. If you are indebted, you must repay the favor. Because you have been indebted to me, and the kindness of parents is higher than the sky and deeper than the sea, so I have a debt that I cannot repay. Even though you raised me carelessly, I still owe you a lot. This debt can never be repaid. The air in the room was very silent. Han Jiangluo stood there in a daze, his eyes wide open. He had been shocked by Han Lingfeng's words and couldn't recover. Chapter 20 Do What You Should Do. After an unknown amount of time, Han Jiangluo came back to his senses. His eyes suddenly became very empty, and then he raised the corners of his mouth with a rogue smile and said, Isn't it right? I raised you, and it's reasonable for you to repay me now. Han Lingfeng looked at Han Jiangluo in silence for a few seconds, then said, Then don't talk about how great the relationship between father and son is. We are just in a debt relationship. He calmed himself down and continued, I will pay this debt. Just name the amount. We'll settle it all at once, and then we'll have nothing to do with each other anymore. Repay? What are you going to give me? Zhong Shuaqin questioned. Now I'm asking you to marry me and you won't even agree. I've never seen such an ungrateful person like you. I don't need to tell you. Han Lingfeng glanced at Zhong Shuaqin, then turned to Han Jiangluo and said, Just tell me a number. No matter how much you want, I will accept it without any objection. Bastard! You bastard! Han Jiangluo roared. Blood is thicker than water, and this kinship cannot be severed no matter what. How can this debt be repaid? How can it be calculated? There is no way to calculate it. Han Jiangluo has always been good at calculations, but at this moment, he is powerless. He waved his hands feebly, Go away. I have raised a thing like you that is worse than an animal in vain, go away. He gave up completely. Han Lingfeng looked at him and said, I want to take my mother's belongings away. Han Jiangluo did not respond, but walked exhaustedly towards the nearby sofa. Han Lingfeng packed up his mother's belongings, looked around the bedroom he had lived in, and then went downstairs carrying his things. He walked to the living room, looked around the living room, looked at the people in the room, and then left without looking back. Wow! Han Jiangluo sobbed while sitting on the sofa. For the first time, he experienced failure as a parent. It was the biggest failure in his life. Zhong Shuochen sat beside him and stroked his chest with her hand, saying resentfully, "This Han Lingfeng is simply heartless and worse than an animal. This Han Lingfeng is really unruly. I am really interested in him now." Zhang Wanyue's eyes showed a desire to conquer. She wanted to tame Han Lingfeng, this wild horse. She ordered the bodyguard, "Go. Find out where Han Lingfeng lives now. Also, prepare some cash and valuables for me. I want to use money to beat him." "Yes, Mississippi." The bodyguard obeyed the order. Han Lingfeng returned to Longtan Villa and saw Li Yujiao standing there with a mop and some vegetables. Seeing Han Lingfeng coming, Li Yujiao had a sweet smile on her face. "Why are you here?" Han Lingfeng glanced at her, took out the key from his pocket and opened the door. "Last time I came, I saw your room was dirty, and you didn't even have a mop in your room, so I wanted to clean it for you," Li Yujiao said, shaking the plastic bag in her hand. "Also, I want to cook for you." Han Lingfeng pushed the door open and walked in, saying, "Actually, you don't have to do this for me. Whether I do it or not is my business, and whether I accept it or not is your business." Li Yujiao followed him into the house. Han Lingfeng turned around and looked at her. "You'll make me feel guilty. I do what I should do, and you suffer what you should suffer. It's all voluntary and no one owes anyone anything, and no one can bother anyone else," Li Yujiao said with a smile, and went to the kitchen with the vegetables and mop. Han Lingfeng stood there in a daze. This woman had gained enlightenment. Then, with a smile on his face, he walked across the living room and upstairs to do what he had to do. Han Lingfeng went to the bedroom and called Yi Kunlun. "Have you eaten?" he asked. "I didn't eat." "What's wrong?" Yi Kunlun's lukewarm voice came from the other end of the phone. "What are you still busy with? It's so late and you haven't eaten yet. It must be past 6 o'clock. What else can I be busy with?" "Of course, it's company matters." Han Lingfeng asked, "Then, shall I order takeout for you?" Yi Kunlun was stunned for 2 seconds and replied, "I never eat takeout." "Maybe you will eat what I ordered." Han Lingfeng grinned. Yi Kunlun, holding the phone, unconsciously smiled. Then she said, "Okay. But I don't eat fried food. How about Yunnan-style stir-fry?" Han Lingfeng asked for opinions. "Okay." Yi Kunlun replied, paused for a moment and then ordered, "Order less and keep it simple." She was afraid that Han Lingfeng would order too much and waste money. After all, he was just a child, how much money could he have? Han Lingfeng hung up the phone, then found the ordering number for the most luxurious Yunnan restaurant in Nanchur on the internet and called it. "Please make a few dishes and send them to the president's office of Yi Group." Han Lingfeng instructed the staff on the other end of the phone. "Hello, sir, what would you like to order?" came the voice of a female staff member on the other end. Han Lingfeng thought for a moment and read out, "Chicken in purple pottery steamer, preserved winter melon, stir-fried dried mushrooms with green peppers, stir-fried beef with sour bamboo shoots, and bitter vegetable soup. Just send these over." After a pause, he ordered, "Don't forget to get a bowl of rice." "Yes, sir," the staff replied. The next second, in the office of the president of Yi Group, one dish after another was placed on the coffee table in Yi Kunlun's office. Yi Kunlun glared at this idiot. Didn't she tell him to order less and keep it simple? He actually ordered so much, and even ordered dried mushrooms. "Mr. Yi, who is so thoughtful to deliver meals to the office, and they are all your favorite dishes?" Secretary Chan asked with a smile. Yi Kunlun glared at Secretary Chan. Secretary Chan quickly shut up, retreated obediently, and closed the office door. Yi Kunlun picked up the phone and dialed Han Lingfeng's number. Han Lingfeng was having dinner with Li Yujiao when his cell phone rang. Han Lingfeng picked up the food with one hand and answered the phone with the other. "Hello. How much did the dishes cost?" Yi Kunlun's voice came from the other end of the phone. "What's wrong?" Han Lingfeng asked. "Didn't I tell you to order something simpler?" Yi Kunlun asked. "What's wrong? Don't you like eating?" Han Lingfeng asked back. "It's not that I don't like it, but how much does this meal cost? So this is what you care about. You don't need to worry about this. Just eat comfortably. Nothing is more important than comfort." Yi Kunlun suddenly fell silent, an annoying smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he said, "I received your kindness. I'll transfer the meal money to you." "Why?" Han Lingfeng was surprised. Because I'm afraid that after you eat this meal, you won't have anything to eat next time, said Ji Kunlun. Han Lingfeng waved his hands and laughed, not really, not really. I'm not so poor that I can't afford to eat my next meal. Yi Kunlun was silent for a few seconds. That's good. Just don't let you starve. Otherwise, I will be guilty of a great sin. Don't worry, it doesn't exist. Han Lingfeng hung up the phone. Li Yujiao glanced at him and asked curiously, who are you talking to? I saw your eyes were shining when you were on the phone. You have your voluntary feelings, and I have mine. Han Lingfeng couldn't suppress the sweetness on his face. A hint of disappointment flashed across Li Yujiao's eyes, but she immediately nodded in understanding. I understand, she is so happy. Lingfeng, we have the same understanding of love. Li Yujiao looked at Han Lingfeng with deep eyes. Han Lingfeng replied as he poured soup into his bowl, love is a thing. It is the same no matter who you are with. Its essence is a true heart. Then can you feel my sincerity? Li Yujiao reached out and grabbed the back of Han Lingfeng's hand. Han Lingfeng's heart trembled, he looked up at Li Yujiao in a daze, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Great! I finally understand. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door, breaking the ambiguous and silent atmosphere. Li Yujiao retracted her hand, and turned to look at the door at the same time as Han Lingfeng. Zhang Junjie walked over from the door, his face looked very ugly. Chapter 21 Conflict. Li Yujiao, I was wondering what big boss you hooked up with that made you want to break up with me. Turns out it was him. Zhang Junjie stood in front of Han Lingfeng and Li Yujiao, glaring at them angrily. Let's talk outside. Li Yujiao wanted to pull Zhang Junjie away. Just say it here, why do you have to say it outside? Zhang Junjie pushed Li Yujiao away. Han Lingfeng waved his hand calmly, no need to worry, just let him talk here. Han Lingfeng, you're so fucking brave. You dare to snatch a woman from me, huh? Zhang Junjie waved his hand angrily and knocked over the food on the table. The food fell to the ground and the plate broke into pieces. Zhang Junjie, what are you doing? Li Yujiao yelled. Han Lingfeng waved his hand to interrupt Li Yujiao and signaled him not to speak. Then he stood up from the chair in the dining room and said to Zhang Junjie calmly, you are in a bad mood now. Let's talk when you are more stable. I'm talking about your mother. Zhang Junjie was full of anger. He reached out and grabbed Han Lingfeng's collar and said viciously, how dare you steal my woman? You are so brave. Zhang Junjie. Li Yujiao rushed over and pushed Zhang Junjie away, are you crazy? We've already broken up. Break up? Zhang Junjie sneered, you said break up? This matter is not your decision. I won't break up. Li Yujiao looked at him in disbelief for a few seconds and said, I have already paid you back for the money you spend on me. What else do you want? Breaking up is not a one-sided thing. If I say you can't break up, then you can't. Zhang Junjie roared harshly. Why are you so childish? Li Yujiao also yelled, we are all adults, why do you have to keep pestering me like this? I don't love you. The words I don't love you completely broke Zhang Junjie's defense. Zhang Junjie was furious and grabbed Li Yujiao's neck, bitch. A few days ago you said you loved me. But in the blink of an eye you said you don't love me anymore. You fell in love with Han Lingfeng just because he was richer than me, didn't you? You are really a heartless bitch and an indifferent actor. Zhang Junjie roared and slammed Li Yujiao down hard. Li Yujiao staggered and almost fell over with the dining room chair. Han Lingfeng, who had been expressionless all the time, had a flash of surprise in his eyes, and then he looked at Zhang Junjie with a frown. When he was in high school, he knew that Zhang Junjie was a bad person, but he didn't expect that he could be so bad. Yes. I am a heartless whore and an indifferent actor. Li Yujiao was so angry that her chest rose and fell. She gasped and yelled at Zhang Junjie, and you are at best just a client who has sex without paying. We are both rotten people, and neither of us is more elegant than the other. Zhang Junjie was shocked and stunned. Li Yujiao was still breathing heavily and it was difficult for her to calm down. I need to clarify something. Han Lingfeng interrupted, he turned his head and looked at Zhang Junjie, Yujiao and I are not what you think, I didn't steal her from you. In fact, there is no question of whether to snatch her or not. If she loves you, no one can snatch her away. If she doesn't love you, you can't keep her even if no one fights with you. What is love? It's called love when two people are in love with each other. As the saying goes, a forced melon is not sweet. Why do you force a woman who doesn't have you in her heart? Stop lecturing me. Zhang Junjie yelled at Han Lingfeng angrily. Then he sneered in an extremely unbalanced manner, hee hee, you are really amazing. You got the advantage but you still act cute. Li Yujiao loves you. Do you feel like a winner in front of me and have a sense of accomplishment? But let me tell you. Li Yujiao doesn't love you at all. She loves your money because she sees that you have 3 billion in your card. When saying this, Zhang Junjie actually showed a hint of gloating on his face. Han Lingfeng replied calmly, Yujiao and I have already discussed this topic. I think I know better than you whether she loves me as a person or as a money. Zhang Junjie felt like he had punched cotton. Li Yujiao lowered her head with satisfaction. Then, Zhang Junjie sneered with a sneer on his face, Yujiao, you're being so affectionate. You two have already gotten into bed, right? Li Yujiao raised her head and looked at Zhang Junjie in shock. Ha ha. Zhang Junjie laughed strangely, but let me tell you, Han Lingfeng, she is just a woman that I played with so hard. I left over some food, and you picked it up and continued playing with it. You are not a picky eater. How does it taste to eat other people's leftovers? Looking at Zhang Junjie with a distorted face, Han Lingfeng was speechless. Li Yujiao was completely furious and rushed towards Zhang Junjie with a roar, you beast, I will fight you. Pa! Zhang Junjie slapped Li Yujiao in the face. Li Yujiao staggered 2 steps and almost fell down. A red slap mark was left on her pretty face. Han Lingfeng narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Junjie with contempt, it's inappropriate to hit a woman, right? Okay. Zhang Junjie nodded, since hitting a woman is inappropriate, then I'll hit you. As Zhang Junjie spoke, he grabbed a dining chair and was about to throw it at Han Lingfeng. No! Li Yujiao covered her face and screamed. At the same time, a loud shout came from the door, stop. Then, several people rushed over and snatched the dining chair from Zhang Junjie's hand. Before Zhang Junjie could come to his senses, a slap landed on his face. Zhang Junjie shook his head and came to his senses, only to see a young woman in noble attire standing in front of him. At this moment, the young woman was staring at him with sharp and majestic eyes. The powerful aura in her eyes frightened Zhang Junjie so much that he was stunned for a moment. Zhang Wanyue glared at Zhang Junjie for a few seconds before she opened her pearly layer and said, how dare you lay hands on my fiancé? Fiancé? Li Yujiao looked at the wealthy woman in front of her, then looked at Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng? How could he have such a noble fiancé? Zhang Junjie was puzzled. Ms. Zhang, when did I become your fiancé? Han Lingfeng looked up at Zhang Wanyue, I didn't agree to the deal you made with my father. Hearing Han Lingfeng say this, Li Yujiao breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Wanyue turned to face Han Lingfeng with a confident smile on her face, you didn't agree before, but you will agree soon. Zhang Wanyue said, waving to the bodyguard behind her, bring the things to me. The bodyguards came over carrying things. Chapter 22 Miss Zhang, it's really. As long as you agree to marry into my family's family, these things will be yours. Zhang Wanyue pointed to the things the bodyguards were holding. A box of red cash, a pair of car keys, an apartment property certificate, a pair of designer suits, and a pair of designer leather shoes. Han Lingfeng glanced at those things and said, Ms. Zhang, are you going to use money to hit me? Is it not possible? Zhang Wanyue said proudly, I am the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. The Zhang family owns 10% of the shares in the Yi Group, so we have plenty of money. As long as you marry into my family, I promise that you will have no worries about food and clothing from now on. Han Lingfeng stared at Zhang Wanyue for a few seconds and said, can I ask you a question? What is your relationship with Yi Kunlun, the president of Yi Group? Why are you asking this? Zhang Wanyue suddenly became a little unhappy. Nothing, just asking casually. Han Lingfeng said. I'm asking you now, do you agree or not? Zhang Wanyue continued to ask. Han Lingfeng replied without even thinking twice, I'm sorry, Miss Zhang, I can't agree to your request. You don't like money? Zhang Wanyue looked puzzled. She looked around the villa and thought of something. Could it be that you are being kept by someone? Han Lingfeng frowned, keeping a sponsor? Why does Miss Zhang say that? You live in such a big villa, and you are not tempted by my things. There is only one reason to explain it, that is, you found a woman who is richer than me, and you can get more from her than from me. Han Wanyue said. So that's it. Zhang Junjie suddenly screamed as if he had discovered a new world. Han Lingfeng, I was wondering why you suddenly became rich, and I couldn't figure it out. Thanks to Miss Zhang for reminding me, it turns out you're just a gigolo. A disdainful smile appeared on Zhang Junjie's face. Li Yujiao looked at Han Lingfeng with a questioning look. Han Lingfeng looked at Zhang Huanyue calmly. So this is what Miss Zhang thinks of me, isn't it? Zhang Huanyue asked. Ha! Han Lingfeng sneered. In fact, it doesn't matter what Miss Zhang thinks of me. I don't care about other people's evaluation of me at all. Han Lingfeng, what the hell are you pretending to be? Zhang Junjie shouted, I thought you were really some invisible rich second generation, but it turns out you're just a gigolo. You even pretended to be so elegant and preached to me, saying that love comes from the heart and so on. It turns out you're just a gigolo who sells your body for material things. Zhang Huanyue turned her head and looked at Zhang Junjie. Who the hell are you? How dare you make such a noise in front of me? Zhang Junjie hurriedly put on a flattering smile and reached out to shake hands with Zhang Huanyue. Hello, Miss Zhang, my name is Zhang Junjie, and Tengfei Group is owned by my family. Tengfei Group? I haven't heard of it. Zhang Huanyue had indeed never heard of it, because Tengfei Group was just a small group company, not enough to be known to someone like Zhang Huanyue. Zhang Junjie retracted his hand and an awkward smile froze on his face. Zhang Huanyue glanced at him and said, I don't care who you are, and I don't care what grudges you have with Han Lingfeng, but I have to warn you, just because I can despise Han Lingfeng doesn't mean others can despise him. Also, you actually wanted to hit Han Lingfeng with a chair just now. You knew that if you hit him with that chair, someone might die. Although a cheap life is nothing to a rich person, the person you hit was Han Lingfeng, which makes me very unhappy. So, I decided to teach you a lesson. Zhang Junjie's pupils shrank. Zhang Huanyue waved her hand and ordered the bodyguard, drag him out and beat him up so he will remember this lesson. Don't, Miss Zhang. Zhang Junjie begged. However, he was still taken away by several of Zhang Huanyue's bodyguards. After a while, the sound of beating and Zhang Junjie's screams were heard outside. Li Yujiao sighed. This Miss Zhang's style of doing things was a bit too much. Han Lingfeng was very calm, because he knew one thing in his heart, for these wealthy people, using violence was just a small means. Miss, it has been handled. The bodyguard came in and reported to Zhang Huanyue. Zhang Huanyue nodded with satisfaction, turned her head to look at Han Lingfeng, and continued, I don't care whether you are really kept by someone or why you live in this big villa, but I want you. Why? Han Lingfeng frowned. You want to find someone to take over. There are many men in the world. I believe that as long as you give some money, there will be a lot of men willing to marry into your Zhang family. Zhang Huanyue said proudly, indeed, as long as I give some money, there will be a lot of men willing to take over, but not everyone is qualified to be my Zhang Huanyue's takeover. As she spoke, she glanced at Han Lingfeng. Don't you think that being my Zhang Huanyue's successor is also a blessing? Han Lingfeng sneered, thank you Miss Zhang for looking up to me, but I can't afford this blessing, so I beg Miss Zhang to let me go. I'm afraid this is not up to you. Zhang Huanyue looked at Han Lingfeng with a strong gaze. I have already invested a sum of money in your father's company, unless you want to see your father's company go bankrupt. Han Lingfeng straightened his chest and said, I think you are already aware of the conflict between my father and I. He and I have nothing to do with each other anymore, so whether his company goes bankrupt or not has nothing to do with me. Really? Zhang Huanyue stared at him. I don't believe you can give up this blood relationship. Han Lingfeng had a solemn expression and remained silent. If you don't believe me, we can verify it. Zhang Huanyue said, picking up her phone and making a call, cancel the cooperation with Han Zhangwo and withdraw the funds that were invested. Han Lingfeng's eyes flashed with surprise. This Zhang Huanyue's style of doing things was really. Ms. Zhang, do you treat business as a joke? Han Lingfeng frowned unhappily. What? Are you feeling sorry for your father so soon? Zhang Huanyue showed a teasing expression. To me, a small figure like your father is just like a grasshopper in my poem. I can play with him to death. What good will this do for you? Han Lingfeng growled angrily, you should know that if you cancel the cooperation, you will have to pay liquidated damages, which is also a loss for you. I don't care about that little loss at all. Zhang Huanyue crossed her arms, I will get what I want at any cost, so what does losing a little money mean to me? Han Lingfeng growled, but a forced melon is not sweet. Zhang Huanyue sneered, it doesn't matter whether it's sweet or not, as long as I'm interested in that melon, I will pick it. Why? Why does it have to be me? Ha? Han Lingfeng was so angry that he couldn't control himself and shouted out. Chapter 23. He is very mature. Why? Why does it have to be me? Ha! Han Lingfeng was so angry that he couldn't control himself and shouted out. I don't know why. Even I can't explain it clearly. Maybe it's because you are a little different. Anyway, you have aroused my interest. Han Lingfeng stared at Zhang Wanyue in a daze, not knowing what words he could use to deal with her. You will soon come to me and beg me for help. Zhang Wanyue glanced at Han Lingfeng with a confident look, then turned and left. She thought everything was under her control, but Han Lingfeng didn't think so. This woman thinks too highly of herself. Lingfeng, she. Li Yujiao seemed to have many questions in her mind. Han Lingfeng smiled calmly. Nothing, as you can see, a rich girl who got pregnant before marriage wants me to be her scapegoat. Li Yujiao looked embarrassed. This Miss Zhang, really? Do you have any other questions in your mind? Han Lingfeng stared at Li Yujiao's face. Li Yujiao calmed down, raised her head, and said with an awkward expression, that's it. You want to ask, where did the balance in your card come from, and whether I'm being kept by someone? Li Yujiao lowered her head in shame. Han Lingfeng looked at Li Yujiao for a few seconds and answered honestly, I am not being kept by anyone. The money is my own and it is clean. Li Yujiao breathed a sigh of relief and said that Lingfeng was not that kind of person. But then, another question lingered in her mind, that is, where did Han Lingfeng get his money? How could he earn so much with his own ability? But she couldn't ask any more questions for fear of offending Han Lingfeng. The atmosphere fell silent, and Li Yujiao felt that she should leave. She looked up at Han Lingfeng and said, Lingfeng, I'm going to go back first. I'll come to see you another day. By the way, just leave your dirty clothes here. Don't take them to the laundry. I'll come and help you wash them. Why? Before Han Lingfeng could say anything more, Li Yujiao turned and left. When Li Yujiao walked out of the villa and passed through the green area of the villa community, a figure suddenly emerged from the green bushes. Zhang Junjie's bloody face appeared in front of Li Yujiao. His face looked extremely hideous and distorted due to excessive excitement and anger. Then, Li Yujiao's entire neck was clamped by a strong arm. At the same time, a knife was placed on her neck. A devil-like voice rang in my ears, don't make a sound. Follow me. In the morning, the system assigned a task to Han Lingfeng. Further maintain emotional connection with the goddess and receive a reward of 5 billion. Han Lingfeng smiled. Even if the system did not reward him, he would continue to maintain an emotional connection with Yi Kunlun. At noon, Han Lingfeng asked Yi Kunlun to have lunch with him, and Yi Kunlun did not refuse. Han Lingfeng was waiting for Yi Kunlun to get off work downstairs of her company. Seeing Yi Kunlun walking out of the company lobby with her bag, Han Lingfeng's face immediately lit up with a smile as big as a flower. Yi Kunlun is no longer so afraid of others seeing her being close to Han Lingfeng. Let's go. She walked away and shouted to Han Lingfeng in a lukewarm tone. What do you want to eat? Han Lingfeng asked. Let's go eat at a roadside stall. Yi Kunlun said. Han Lingfeng looked at her in surprise. People of your status also eat at roadside stalls? Who said that people of my status can't eat at street stalls? Yi Kunlun was puzzled. I thought. Han Lingfeng remembered that she was not like this before. Do you think I've changed? Yi Kunlun said as he opened the car door. It's not that I've changed, it's just that I've always been like this. Han Lingfeng said hurriedly, before, you deliberately acted arrogant and delicate in front of me, but that was not the real you. Now we are familiar with each other. Yi Kunlun looked at Han Lingfeng with gentle eyes. He understood her. She got in the car and Han Lingfeng hurriedly followed. While eating hot and sour noodles at a roadside stall, Han Lingfeng took out a painting from his pocket and gave it to Yi Kunlun. Here. Yi Kunlun took the painting, unfolded it, and saw that it was a sketch. The person in the painting was Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun was stunned. You can draw? I learned a little bit when I was in school, but I'm not good at drawing. I'm sorry to show you my poor drawing skills. Han Lingfeng said a little embarrassedly. I think the painting is good. Yi Kunlun said, rolled up the painting and put it in his bag. Han Lingfeng smiled sweetly. I know that you are proficient in calligraphy and painting, Qinchi. I am very satisfied to receive such an evaluation from you. Yi Kunlun glanced at him and asked, what other specialties do you have? Han Lingfeng thought for a moment and said, is cooking considered a specialty? You can cook? Yi Kunlun was a little surprised. Boys your age usually have everything handed to them, but you can actually cook. Children without mothers have to grow up early. My stepmother forced me to do housework when I was 6 years old, and I could cook when I was 8. I have cooked a lot over the years, and I think I am a pretty good cook. Han Lingfeng said with a smile. Yi Kunlun looked at him with pity. Why can you still laugh when you talk about your unfortunate childhood? If I don't laugh, should I cry bitterly? Han Lingfeng joked, oh, if I cry, President Yi, you will feel sympathy and pity for me, and therefore, you will treat me better. Oh, by the way, I should take every opportunity to show you my inner trauma and make you feel so bad for me. Yi Kunlun rolled his eyes at him and said, stop it. Then he looked at Han Lingfeng twice. Lingfeng, I think you are very mature sometimes, too mature to be like a 20-year-old boy. Don't you like mature ones? With my current appearance, will you treat me as a man? Will you like me more? Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlun with expectant eyes. Well. Yi Kunlun didn't know how to answer. Treat me as a man. Han Lingfeng pleaded, slowly, I will let you feel the taste of a mature man coming from me. I have all the qualities that a mature man should have. Yi Kunlun looked at Han Lingfeng with uncertainty. I'm not in a hurry. I'll leave everything to time. Han Lingfeng has enough patience. Sooner or later you will feel that I can give you the same feelings that a mature man can give you. Han Lingfeng smiled and added playfully, at the same time, I can also bring you the innocence and romance that a mature man cannot. Yi Kunlun showed a knowing smile and rolled her eyes at him. Han Lingfeng smiled sweetly, after dinner, I will take you back to the company. After lunch, Han Lingfeng sent Yi Kunlun to the downstairs of Yi Group Company. The two had just gotten out of the car when they saw Fong Bo getting out of a luxury car holding a bouquet of roses. Seeing Yi Kunlun, Fong Bo quickly ran towards Yi Kunlun. Kunlun. Chapter 24 The Angry Beast. Kunlun. Fong Bo ran over quickly holding a bunch of roses. Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng looked at Fong Bo at the same time. Ever since Yi Kunlun unilaterally announced the cancellation of the engagement, Fong Bo seemed to be more enthusiastic towards Yi Kunlun than before. Because his father didn't want any accidents to happen in his marriage. The public opinion was suppressed last time, so it was a close call. Therefore, the head of the Fong family ordered him to spend less time drinking and partying, and to spend more time on Yi Kunlun. In the past few days, he frequently sent flowers to Yi Kunlun's office, 1 bouquet a day. Today, he even came over in person. Kunlun. Fong Bo ran to Yi Kunlun and looked at her with warm eyes. The flowers in his arms were very bright. Why are you here? Yi Kunlun's unhappy expression instinctively appeared on his face. Fong Bo laughed dryly, glanced at Han Lingfeng beside Yi Kunlun, and asked in confusion, who is he? Last time, I saw him with you. He looked up and down at Han Lingfeng's clothes and asked, do you have such a relative? How come I have never seen one before? He shouldn't be an employee. I don't think he's even an adult yet. Oh, of course, everyone has poor relatives. He concluded based on his own judgment that the boy in front of him was a poor relative of Yi Kunlun's family. Yi Kunlun felt disgusted and frowned and asked, what's wrong with you? Can't I come to see you if everything is fine? Fong Bo still had a smile on his face. Sorry, I'm busy. Yi Kunlun said, and was about to walk towards the company gate. Kunlun. Fong Bo grabbed her, the smile on his face replaced by displeasure. Can't you be a little gentler to me? Why do you always treat me with such indifference? Yi Kunlun looked at him coldly. I've always been like this, don't you know? That's why I asked you to be more enthusiastic towards me. Fong Bo gritted his teeth. Yi Kunlun looked at Fong Bo for a few seconds. I'm sorry. I can't be enthusiastic about you. After saying that, Yi Kunlun was about to step into the company's gate. Yi Kunlun. Fong Bo became angry and dropped the rose in his hand. What do you want me to do? Yi Kunlun glanced at the employees who were gossiping. She suppressed her temper and reminded Fong Bo, please pay attention to your words and actions, Mr. Fong. Fong Bo took a deep breath and controlled his temper. Then he said distressfully, Kunlun, please don't treat me like this. I didn't ask you to accept my attitude. You can cancel the engagement, right? Yi Kunlun said. Yi Kunlun. Fong Bo's temper flared up again. You know very well that the elders of our two families would not allow us to cancel the engagement. Why can't we retreat? As long as you and I agree, no one is forcing us. They can't tie us together with a rope. Yi Kunlun said. All right. Fong Bo took a deep breath. It's me who doesn't want to cancel the engagement. It's okay that I don't want to cancel the engagement, right? Kunlun, I love you, and I want to marry you. Fong Bo excitedly put his hand on Yi Kunlun's shoulder. Yi Kunlun pushed his hand away. But I don't want to marry you. Fong Bo immediately became irritable again, patting his chest and saying, What's wrong with me, huh? What's wrong with me that you don't like, huh? Yi Kunlun looked at him, speechless. Fong Bo continued, You said I went out to eat, drink and have fun with my friends, and you said I went to pick up girls, and you didn't like it. I have changed now, what else are you not satisfied with? Yes, what was she dissatisfied with? Fong Bo was excellent in terms of family background, status, body shape and appearance, and his bad habits were gradually changing. Many beautiful young ladies were vying to marry him. But Yi Kunlun just couldn't like him. Why was that? Yi Kunlun wanted to find the answer herself. Kunlun, will you marry me? Fong Bo grabbed her shoulders again and looked at her pleadingly, Well? Will you promise to marry me? Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlun. Will she agree to Fong Bo? Excuse me, Mr. Fong. Yi Kunlun suddenly and roughly pulled the hand off his shoulder. I don't like you. A smile appeared on Han Lingfeng's lips, and he knew that Kunlun would have the courage to face her heart. Fong Bo's face turned gloomy. Then he raised his chin high, put on a proud attitude and said, Yi Kunlun, don't be shameless. After all, you are just a businessman, and my Fong family is a powerful family. There are many rich ladies like you in Nanshur. As long as I, Fong Bo, wave my hand, there will be many women throwing themselves at me. Don't be ungrateful. Fong Bo's finger was almost pointing at Yi Kunlun's face. Only at this moment did Yi Kunlun look at Fong Bo's face. So this is your character. Yi Kunlun glared at Fong Bo with disgust and was about to leave. At this moment, Fong Bo suddenly grabbed her arm and dragged her back. Immediately afterwards, Fong Bo's mouth was about to forcefully kiss her on the mouth. Swish. At this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed Fong Bo's hair, and Fong Bo's head was pulled back instinctively. Han Lingfeng's eyes were filled with anger. He grabbed Fong Bo's hair tightly with one hand and punched Fong Bo in the face with the other fist. Fong Bo groaned, leaned to one side, staggered a few steps, and almost fell to the ground. Han Lingfeng continued to move forward to kick and hit Fong Bo, but a delicate hand grabbed his arm. Yi Kunlun really didn't expect such a conflict to happen. Fong Bo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised his head and stared at Han Lingfeng, his eyes full of bloodshot. You little bastard, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Fong Bo yelled at Han Lingfeng. Of course I know. You are the young master of the Fong family, the #1 family in southern province. Han Lingfeng said coldly. Since you know my identity, you still dare to attack me. Where do you get the courage? Fong Bo gritted his teeth. Who asked you to kiss her forcibly? Are you a hooligan? Han Lingfeng asked. Little bottoms, you actually dare to scold me. Fong Bo was furious. I must teach you a lesson. Fong Bo said this and rushed towards Han Lingfeng in anger. Fong Bo. Yi Kunlun pulled Fong Bo but failed to hold him. Fong Bo rushed to Han Lingfeng and punched him. Han Lingfeng grabbed Fong Bo's arm with his left hand and hit Fong Bo's left waist with his right elbow. Thump, thump, thump. Fong Bo took 2 or 3 steps back, feeling severe pain in his left waist. However, the man's face prevented him from retreating. He endured the pain in his waist and immediately pounced on Han Lingfeng again. Bang! Han Lingfeng raised his leg and kicked Fong Bo in the stomach. Thump, thump, thump. Fong Bo staggered back a few steps. But he became even angrier, his eyes were as red as a beast that had lost its mind. I just don't believe that I can't even beat a little jerk like you. Fong Bo roared and pounced towards Han Lingfeng like a wild beast. Chapter 25 Mr. Yi's face is so soft. Pa! As soon as Fong Bo pounced in front of Han Lingfeng, he was slapped hard by Han Lingfeng. Fong Bo felt extremely humiliated. He was completely enraged and said, Boy, if I don't call someone to break your legs, I'm not the young master of the #1 family in southern province. Fong Bo said this and took out his cell phone to make a call. Yi Kunlun stopped him. Fong Bo. Don't let me look down on you. Fong Bo stopped dialing the phone and nodded. Okay, I'll let him go this time for your sake, but it's better not to happen again next time. After Fong Bo finished speaking, he glared at Han Lingfeng with resentment and then left. Yi Kunlun brought Han Lingfeng to her office, poured him a glass of water and placed it in front of him, then she sat down opposite him and looked at Han Lingfeng with curious eyes. Why, are you looking at me like that? Looking at Yi Kunlun's stunningly beautiful face, Han Lingfeng felt his blood boiling. Tell me, why are you so good at fighting? Yi Kunlun's beautiful eyes seemed to be exploring something. When I was in high school, I was often bullied by my classmates, so I went to a boxing gym to learn Sanda. Han Lingfeng had a bright smile on his face. I learned for free because my father didn't give me tuition, so I cleaned the gym. The teacher was very good. He could see that I really wanted to learn, so he took me in. What a sensible child he is, and he has suffered so much. Yi Kunlun's eyes were full of pity, and she suddenly wanted to hug this little man. But when she thought of the difference between men and women, her slightly raised arm fell down again. Bo! At this moment, Han Lingfeng suddenly kissed her on the face. Yi Kunlun shuddered, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to scold him or encourage him. Han Lingfeng's face was filled with a smug smile. Bossia's face is so soft. Yi Kunlun's heart was beating wildly, and finally she turned into anger. Lingfeng, don't do this again in the future. Don't do that again? Han Lingfeng asked playfully. Yi Kunlun's heart began to beat wildly again. Just like you did just now, kiss me. But I really like to kiss Mr. Yi. Han Lingfeng teased her. Mr. Yi's face is really soft and fragrant, especially his neck. As Han Lingfeng spoke, his entire face slowly moved towards Yi Kunlun's neck. Oh my! Yi Kunlun quickly held up his face with her hands. Stop it, we're in the office, be careful not to be seen. Han Lingfeng's eyes lit up. Then after you get off work, let's go to your presidential suite. You little brat, don't push your luck. Yi Kunlun stood up in a panic and urged, I'm busy with work, leave now. But I still want to stay with you for a while. Han Lingfeng said disappointedly. Stop messing around and leave quickly. Yi Kunlun waved his hands nervously. Okay, I'm leaving now. As Han Lingfeng spoke, he suddenly kissed Yi Kunlun on the face when she wasn't paying attention, then ran away laughing. This little brat. Yi Kunlun cursed, her heart pounding, and one of her delicate hands involuntarily touched the place that Han Lingfeng had just kissed. This little man made her feel uneasy, a feeling she had never experienced before. Could it be that I have fallen in love with him? She shook her head vigorously. Impossible. How could she possibly like a little man who was 10 years younger than her? But why does the heart beat so fast? Yi Kunlun was completely confused. At the same time, Han Lingfeng, full of joy, was walking happily on the street after leaving Yi Kunlun's company. At this time, he received a strange call. Hello, is this Han Lingfeng? The caller was a girl. Yes, I am. Who are you? I'm Li Yujiao's roommate and best friend. Yujiao didn't return to the dormitory last night. Is she with you? What? She didn't return to the dormitory the whole night? Han Lingfeng was surprised. Because I couldn't get through to her cell phone, I was worried that something had happened to her, so I called to ask you. Do you really not know where Yujiao went? Zhang Junjie. It must be Zhang Junjie. Han Lingfeng suddenly shouted excitedly. Zhang Junjie? What does this have to do with Zhang Junjie? She and Zhang Junjie have already broken up. Did something happen? Before the other party could continue asking, Han Lingfeng interrupted her. Do you know where Zhang Junjie lives? The other party hurriedly said, I only know that Zhang Junjie has a school district house near Nanjing University. Take me there. Han Lingfeng shouted and ran away. School district housing near Nanda University, Sunshine Garden. Zhang Junjie had locked Li Yujiao in his school district apartment for a whole night and a morning. Yesterday evening, after he kidnapped Li Yujiao from Han Lingfeng's Longtan Villa community, he forcibly brought her here. He tied Li Yujiao up with tape and tied her to a chair. He tortured Li Yujiao for the whole night. Li Yujiao was already exhausted and fell asleep sitting on the chair. Zhang Junjie has been drinking non-stop, starting from last night and continuing till now. There were bruises on his face and a bandage on his forehead. It was yesterday evening at Longtan Villa, when Zhang Wanyua's bodyguards beat him up like that at her behest. He was covered in bruises, but he was numb now and couldn't feel the pain anymore. Only the fire of hatred in my heart is still burning fiercely. As a rich second generation, he had never suffered such humiliation. He was actually dumped by a gold digger, and the person that gold digger liked happened to be the person he once despised the most. And because of that person, he was beaten by that inexplicable rich girl. Zhang Junjie's heart was now filled with hatred. He hated Li Yujiao, Han Lingfeng, that rich girl, and everything. But what she hated most was that Li Yujiao took back her love for him. He was a very possessive person, and things that belonged to him could no longer belong to others. How could Li Yujiao love Han Lingfeng and not love him? He would never allow this. He wants Li Yujiao to love him and only him forever. Zhang Junjie took a big gulp of the white wine, then stood up and rushed to Li Yujiao. Li Yujiao was still sleeping at this moment because she was too tired. Zhang Junjie looked at her beautiful, familiar, yet unfamiliar face, the fire of anger in his chest burning fiercely. He poured the half-full bottle of liquor in the bottle onto Li Yujiao's face. Pour the water to wake Li Yujiao up. Li Yujiao opened her tired eyes and glanced at Zhang Junjie's gloomy and angry face. She had been facing this face for the entire night and had long since become immune to it. She really didn't expect that Zhang Junjie would be so extreme and crazy that he would tie her up here and torture her hysterically for an entire night. "You still won't let me go?" she asked weakly. "Let you go? Humph." Zhang Junjie snorted coldly, raised her chin with his hand and asked, "Why should I let you go?" Chapter 26. This man is deviled. "Zhang Junjie, why are you like this?" Li Yujiao really didn't understand why Zhang Junjie was like this. "Why? Don't you know why?" Zhang Junjie grabbed Li Yujiao's neck. "Because I don't allow you to love others, and I don't allow you to leave me. As long as I don't abandon you, you can't abandon me." "But why? You obviously don't love me. You have always looked down on me because I worship money." "I will do anything for money," Li Yujiao questioned. Zhang Junjie snorted coldly. "Yes, I look down on you and I don't love you, but I also don't allow you to fall in love with others. Especially Han Lingfeng." Thinking that the person she loved was Han Lingfeng, Zhang Junjie became even more crazy. "Why? Why did you fall in love with Han Lingfeng?" Zhang Junjie excitedly grabbed Li Yujiao's neck, as if he wanted to strangle her to death. Li Yujiao was choked to the point of suffocation. She kept slapping Zhang Junjie's arm with her hands. Let me go, let me go." Seeing that she was about to be crushed to death by him, Zhang Junjie let go of Li Yujiao's neck. Li Yujiao coughed desperately and gasped for breath. Before she could recover, Zhang Junjie grabbed her hair again and said viciously, "You belong to me, do you understand? You can only belong to me forever, do you understand? Unless one day I get tired of you and don't want you anymore, then you will be qualified to love someone else." Zhang Junjie. Li Yujiao burst into tears. "Why did you do this to me? Why? You don't love me, you don't care about me, and you don't allow me to love others. Why? Why?" Because. Zhang Junjie himself didn't know why. "In short, before I abandon you, you must not abandon me. You belong to me, do you understand? So before I forbid you to leave, you must not leave me. More." Zhang Junjie shook her head. "You have to do whatever I tell you to do. You'd better obey me. Do you hear me? You lunatic. You lunatic." Li Yujiao cried loudly. "Now." Zhang Junjie licked his cracked lips, his eyes turned lustful. "I want you." As Zhang Junjie spoke, he greedily kissed Li Yujiao's neck, kissed her forcefully, and bit her. Li Yujiao struggled and screamed frantically. But Zhang Junjie ignored it and aggressively attacked Li Yujiao's neck, face, and even mouth. Suddenly, Li Yujiao bit Zhang Junjie's lips fiercely. The excruciating pain made Zhang Junjie let go of Li Yujiao. But then, Zhang Junjie got angry. He was furious and slapped Li Yujiao in the face. "Pa!" Li Yujiao's face tilted to one side as she was slapped. Her messy hair covered half of her face. The exposed half was still as pure and beautiful as ever, but now it looked a little more miserable. Zhang Junjie then grabbed her hair and continued to kiss her. Each kiss he gave was so forceful and fierce, as if he wanted to bite off Li Yujiao's entire lips. Li Yujiao opened her eyes numbly, leaning her head on the back of the chair, letting Zhang Junjie forcefully kiss her. She was already heartbroken. A moment later, Zhang Junjie felt like he was kissing a piece of wood. He stopped and looked up at Li Yujiao's numb face. That face had already told him that she had no feelings at all. This made Zhang Junjie even angrier. "Go!" Zhang Junjie tore off the tape on her hands, grabbed her hair and dragged her to the bed. Li Yujiao still looked numb. Zhang Junjie pushed Li Yujiao roughly onto the bed and tore off her clothes roughly. He wanted to possess her hard. Bang! At this moment, the door of the room was kicked open. Han Lingfeng and Li Yujiao's best friend appeared at the door. Lingfeng, save me! The moment she saw Han Lingfeng, Li Yujiao, who had lost her soul, suddenly came back to life. She suddenly pushed Zhang Junjie away and pounced on Han Lingfeng. Li Yujiao threw herself into Han Lingfeng's arms and burst into tears. She felt so wrong that at this moment, she burst out like a dam breaking. When Han Lingfeng saw Li Yujiao's miserable appearance, she was as shocked as her best friend. Her clothes were torn, leaving her naked like a beggar, her hair was disheveled like a madman, and tears and sweat mixed together, making her look both miserable and disheveled. Zhang Junjie, how could he do this to her? Han Lingfeng hurriedly took off his coat and put it on Li Yujiao. Then hand her over to her best friend. Then, Han Lingfeng roared and rushed towards Zhang Junjie. The two men immediately started fighting. Zhang Junjie is no match for Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng was riding on him, punching him in the face madly. Han Lingfeng beat Zhang Junjie half to death before letting him go. Zhang Junjie's face, which was already covered in bruises, was now even bluer, and both of his eyes were swollen as if they had been bitten by bees. Let's go! After beating Zhang Junjie, Han Lingfeng took Li Yujiao and her best friend away. Zhang Junjie lay on the bed like a living dead, motionless, only tears were flowing slowly from his eyes. Han Lingfeng took Li Yujiao and her best friend back to Longtan Villa. Lingfeng, thank you. Li Yujiao threw herself into Han Lingfeng's arms again. You're welcome. I'll go upstairs to find some clothes for you to change. Han Lingfeng hurriedly pushed the woman in his arms away. Then he fled to the bedroom upstairs. Han Lingfeng was rummaging through his clothes in the bedroom closet. I don't know when Li Yujiao followed in. She hugged Han Lingfeng from behind. Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng looked back nervously. Li Yujiao, who was hugging him, looked happy and intoxicated. Yujiao. Han Lingfeng pushed Li Yujiao with some resistance. Just let me hold you. Li Yujiao not only did not let him go, but hugged him even tighter. Han Lingfeng was torn. He didn't love Li Yujiao, but he couldn't push her away rudely at this moment. He was afraid of hurting the woman's self-esteem. Lingfeng, thank you. Thank you for coming to save me when I was in danger. Li Yujiao gently placed her head on Han Lingfeng's chest. You're welcome. Han Lingfeng laughed dryly, his whole body looking very stiff. Lingfeng. Li Yujiao pushed her body into his arms, murmured. Han Lingfeng's body became even stiffer, and his heart was beating fast. He was extremely panicked. Yi Kunlin's face suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 27 Finally kissed. Okay. Thinking of Yi Kunlin, Han Lingfeng pushed Li Yujiao away. Well, I'll take you to buy clothes. Han Lingfeng found a t-shirt of his own for Li Yujiao to change into, and then took Li Yujiao and her best friend to buy clothes. Yi Kunlin, Secretary Chen, and a group of staff were inspecting the mall and happened to see Han Lingfeng and two girls shopping in the mall. One of the girls even reached out to hold Han Lingfeng's arm affectionately. The expression on Yi Kunlin's face turned unhappy. Yi Kunlin seemed worried the whole afternoon. Secretary Chen had never seen her like this before. Mr. Yi, are you worried about something? Secretary Chen asked with concern. It's nothing, just a little irritated. Yi Kunlin said. Is it because of that little brat? Secretary Chen joked. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Kunlin rolled his eyes at Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen curled her lips. It was obvious that Ms. Yi became like this after she saw Han Lingfeng with two students in the mall, and she still said it was not because of Han Lingfeng. At night, Yi Kunlin tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. The scene of Han Lingfeng shopping with two girls during the day kept appearing in her mind. Especially the scene where Li Yujiao reached out to hold Han Lingfeng's arm. This was the real source of her annoyance. In fact, Han Lingfeng quickly pushed Li Yujiao's hand away, but Yi Kunlin did not see this. How could this happen? Why did I feel so unhappy when I saw another woman holding his arm? Am I jealous? No. How could I be jealous of a little boy like that? This is not my personality at all. Yi Kunlin thought so in her heart, but the picture still popped up uncontrollably, affecting her mood. She thought of what Han Lingfeng had said to her, I only like you. I only like you. I only love you in this life. I understand my heart. I will only love you in this life. Ha! Yi Kunlun couldn't help but sneer. The words of young people really couldn't be trusted. I actually still have a little fantasy. It's ridiculous. I'm already 30 years old and still dreaming about love. Ruthless and loveless, that's the real Yi Kunlun. Ding ding ding. At this time, the mobile phone placed on the bedside table rang. Yi Kunlun picked up the phone and saw Han Lingfeng on the screen. Yi Kunlun hung up the phone angrily. Ding ding ding. The phone rang again. It was Han Lingfeng who called again. Yi Kunlun hung up the phone ruthlessly again. Ding ding ding. The cell phone rang again. Yi Kunlun answered the phone and yelled angrily, "Don't call me anymore, and don't come to see me anymore, that's it." After Yi Kunlun finished yelling, he quickly hung up the phone, feeling a lot better. Not long after, there was a knock on the door of the presidential suite. Yi Kunlun opened the door and saw Han Lingfeng standing at the door with a sad face, looking at Yi Kunlun with a pair of puzzled and innocent eyes. Yi Kunlun didn't want to pay attention to him and turned around with her back to him. "Why?" Han Lingfeng shouted at her, "Why did you hang up on me so suddenly? Why did you say that to me? You told me not to come to see you anymore, what do you mean?" Yi Kunlun turned around and glared at Han Lingfeng, I want you to stop bothering me. I just want to live a quiet life." "Why?" Han Lingfeng's eyes turned red. "Am I so annoying? Are you so annoyed with me?" "Yes. I'm annoyed with you, absolutely annoyed." Yi Kunlun yelled at him. "What did I do wrong?" Han Lingfeng was extremely sad. "You hate me so much. Do you just hate me? Do I disgust you so much?" "Yi Kunlun, what do you hate about me? Didn't we get along quite well this morning?" Yi Kunlun stared into his eyes, "Because I found that you are a guy who talks nonsense all the time." "Talking nonsense? What does that mean? When did I talk nonsense?" Han Lingfeng was confused and surprised. Yi Kunlun continued to stare at him. "Just one moment you said how much you loved me, and that you would only love me for the rest of your life, and the next second, you were walking hand in hand with another girl in the mall. It turns out that your love is so fickle." "Got it." Han Lingfeng understood everything at this moment. A smile slowly appeared on his face, happier than ever before. "So Mr. Yi is jealous." Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlun with shining eyes, and the smile on his face was so sweet. "Who is jealous? Don't be so self-indulgent." Yi Kunlun was very angry. "Boss Yi." Han Lingfeng reached out and hugged her. "You look so beautiful even when you're angry. I'm so fascinated by you." "Let go." Yi Kunlun shook his arms. "No. Never let go." Han Lingfeng hugged her tightly. "I want to explain to you." Yi Kunlun calmed down and wanted to see how he would explain. "Here's what happened." Han Lingfeng told Yi Kunlun the whole story of why he took Li Yujia and her best friend to buy clothes, starting from when Zhang Junjie kidnapped Li Yujia. The knot in Yi Kunlun's heart was finally untied. It turned out that he had been wrongly blamed. "Kunlun." Han Lingfeng held Yi Kunlun's hand, his face full of sincerity. "You have to believe me. I said I only love you, then I only love you, no matter how time changes, I only love you." Han Lingfeng placed Yi Kunlun's hand on his chest and said, "There is no room for anyone else here. You have already filled my space completely." Yi Kunlun looked at Han Lingfeng's sincere eyes, and the heart that had been gradually drifting away was now slowly pulled back. "Kunlun." Han Lingfeng continued, "How can I make you understand? You don't know how much I love you. I am willing to do anything for you. Anything is fine. Anything is possible? How do you prove it?" Yi Kunlun asked. Han Lingfeng was silent for 2 seconds, then said seriously, "If you want me to stay away from you, if you really find me annoying, then I will obey you, I will stay away from you, and I will never appear in front of you again in my life. I mean what I say." "No." Yi Kunlun suddenly hugged Han Lingfeng and shook her head desperately. "Lingfeng, don't leave me, don't leave me." Han Lingfeng immediately hugged her tightly. "I won't leave. I won't go anywhere, I will stay here with you, forever. Don't go. Lingfeng, don't go." Tears rolled down from Yi Kunlun's beautiful eyes. "I won't go. I won't go. I won't go." Han Lingfeng hugged her tightly and kept stroking her back with his hands. Then, the two mouths slowly came together. Chapter 28. I'll wait for you. This was Han Lingfeng's first kiss and also Yi Kunlin's first kiss. It turns out that kissing is such a wonderful thing. Han Lingfeng lived to be 20 years old and Yi Kunlin lived to be 30 years old. They both experienced the beauty of love for the first time. It turns out that love is like this. It is probably the most beautiful thing in the world. They kissed for a long time, and their hearts were filled. You little brat, I am conquered by you. Yi Kunlin touched Han Lingfeng's nose with her nose. Her heart was full of sweetness. Han Lingfeng kissed her gently on the cheek. I was conquered by you a long time ago, before I met you, on TV. Are you so obsessed with me? Ha? Yi Kunlin rubbed his face with her nose again. Yes, you really fascinate me. Han Lingfeng held her in his arms and kissed her hair. My whole soul belongs to you. I dare not think about whether I can live without you. Silly boy. Yi Kunlin scratched Han Lingfeng's nose with his hand. Even without me, you have to live well. Han Lingfeng suddenly grabbed her hand and asked, will you be with me? Ha? Will you be with me? Yi Kunlin suddenly fell silent. She didn't dare to look into his eyes again. Really? Han Lingfeng shook her with his hand. Yi Kunlin said weakly. She didn't know how to answer. Right now, everything was still uncertain, and she needed to be more certain of her heart before she could give him this answer. It's okay, I'll wait for you. Han Lingfeng said optimistically, I'll give you time. Yi Kunlin was full of gratitude. Thank you, Lingfeng, thank you for understanding me. Han Lingfeng shook his head, indicating that this was what he should do. Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlin stayed in the presidential suite of the hotel for the entire night. They chatted all night long, as if they had endless things to say. They kissed countless times, as if no matter how much they kissed, they were never enough and were tireless the entire night. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Yi Kunlin had to go to the company, so Han Lingfeng parted with her. At 8:30, he returned to Longtan Villa and received a call from his father Han Jiangwo. Han Jiangwo cried and begged on the phone, Lingfeng, please help me. Okay? Consider it as my beg. Ms. Zheng cancelled her cooperation with me, and I really have no other choice. Lingfeng, the company cannot go bankrupt. This is the family's livelihood. If the company goes bankrupt, not only will the family have no place to live in the future, but they will also have to bear huge debts. Lingfeng, please help Dad, okay? Dad really has no other choice but to let you marry into the Zheng family. Please save Dad, please, Lingfeng. Han Jiangwo burst into tears on the phone. Han Lingfeng had no choice but to accept his fate. Zheng Wanyue was right. Blood ties could not be severed. Han Lingfeng sighed, okay. I have some money here. I'll send it to you later. I think it can solve your crisis. As for marrying into Zheng Wanyue's family, don't mention it anymore. Han Lingfeng finished speaking and hung up the phone. At lunchtime, Han Lingfeng went to the Han family. He originally went there to give money. As soon as he entered the door, his stepmother Zhang Shuoqin gave him a bad look. Han Lingfeng, why are you here? How dare you come here? Do you know that you pissed off your dad that day and his high blood pressure relapsed? Han Lingfeng glanced at Zhang Shuoqin, ignored her, and planned to go upstairs to find Han Jiangwo. Stop. Zhang Shuoqin called him, are you going to ask your father for money again? Han Lingfeng stopped and turned back to glare at Zhang Shuoqin. Dad asked me to come. Zhang Shuoqin took 2 steps forward and said, your father's business is in such a mess now, and not only do you not help, you are also thinking about deducting money from him. Do you still have any conscience? Why are you always so stupid and self-righteous? Han Lingfeng was disgusted. I can't believe that I have lived under the same roof with someone like you for more than 10 years. What? How dare you scold me? Zhang Shuoqin rushed to Han Lingfeng and raised her hand to slap Han Lingfeng's ear. What are you doing? You're making so much noise and there's no peace all day long. Han Jiangwo's voice rang out on the stairs at this time. Under Han Jiangwo's dignified gaze, Zhang Shuoqin finally restrained herself. Lingfeng, what did you mean by what you said to me on the phone before? You said you have money? Han Jiangwo walked down the stairs step by step. Yes, I think 100 million should be enough to solve your company's difficulties. Han Lingfeng said. 100 million? Han Jiangwo couldn't believe it. Zhang Shuoqin was stunned for a moment and said, Han Lingfeng, what nonsense are you talking about? You have money? 100 million? Ha! This is really hilarious. Han Jiangwo also thought it was impossible. I think you are joking with me, your father. Or are you serious? Is there something wrong with your brain and you are not clear-headed? Han Jiangwo looked Han Lingfeng up and down with a questioning look, as if he was wondering if he was really crazy. Han Lingfeng naturally couldn't explain to them that he had a love system. He was even too lazy to explain. If there is really something wrong with your brain, then I will ask a doctor to treat you, said Han Jiangwo. What treatment do you need? Zhong Shuoqin cried out, I think he's gone crazy, it's good. Han Lingfeng nodded, okay. Since you treat me like a lunatic, there's nothing I can do to make you angry. After Han Lingfeng finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. Stop. Han Jiangwo shouted in an imperative tone, is this a place where you can come and go as you please? Han Lingfeng turned around, what do you mean? Someone come here. Han Jiangwo waved his hand, and several security guards appeared in the living room. These security guards were from Han Jiangwo's company, and they had been hiding in the kitchen just now. I understand. You coaxed me here just to force yourself on me. Han Lingfeng couldn't believe it. That's right. Han Jiangwo was too lazy to deny it. You must agree to Miss Shang's marriage. If you don't agree, I will tie you up and take you to the Zheng family. Han Lingfeng stared at Han Jiangwo for a few seconds, then smiled, a very sad smile. For your business, to sell me for a good price, you actually treated me like this. I am your own son. I'm still your biological father. He also took it for granted, as the saying goes, parents decide and matchmakers decide. I have the right to treat you, an unfilial son, in this way. Very good. Han Lingfeng nodded, I originally wanted to help you, but now it seems that there is no need. Han Lingfeng finished speaking and turned around. Tie him up for me. Han Jiangwo gave the order. Stop. At this time, a delicate shout came from the door. Zhang Wanyue walked in from outside. Chapter 29 I'm jealous. Ms. Zhang, why are you here? Han Jiangwo hurriedly went to greet Zhang Wanyue. I was thinking of tying up this evil boy and sending him to you. Pa. As soon as Han Jiangwo finished speaking, he was slapped by Zhang Wanyue. Ms. Zhang, you. Han Jiangwo was stunned. Husband. Zhong Shuoqin shouted, wanting to say something to Zhang Wanyue. Zhang Wanyue's look shocked her. Zhang Wanyue was always very dignified. Han Lingfeng looked at Zhang Wanyue with a puzzled look. Why was she here? Zhang Wanyue glanced at Han Lingfeng, then said to Han Jiangwo, I came here to deliver your order. I have figured it out. As the saying goes, a forced melon is not sweet. Han Lingfeng doesn't want to marry into my family, so it would be meaningless even if I kidnap him. But this doesn't mean I will give up. I just want to pursue him in a different way. Judging from her tone, she was still unwilling to give up, and Han Lingfeng was a little distressed. While Zhang Wanyue was speaking, she had already taken the document from the bodyguard, handed it to Han Jiangwo, and then continued, this is a 30 million order. I think this can temporarily help you solve the company's difficulties. Thank you, Miss Shang. Thank you, Miss Shang. Han Jiangwo took the documents and expressed his gratitude. You shouldn't thank me. I decided to help you because of Han Lingfeng's sake. Zhang Wanyue said. Han Jiangwo looked at Han Lingfeng, Lingfeng, Dad. Han Lingfeng interrupted him, I think I should no longer owe you anything, right? From now on, I will have nothing to do with this family. Zhong Shuoqin glanced at Han Lingfeng, as if to say, if there is no connection, then there is no connection. Han Jiangwo lowered his head in shame and remained silent. Ms. Zhang. Han Lingfeng looked at Zhang Wanyue, thank you for helping him, but I have to tell you the truth, there is no possibility for you and me. I know you mind being the scapegoat, so I will abort the child. Zhang Wanyue said. Han Lingfeng raised his voice, you don't have to. Whether you are pregnant or not, it is impossible for you and me. Why? Because I have someone I like. In his life, he will only love Yi Kunlun. A cold light flashed in Zhang Wanyue's eyes, is that the one who supports you? Keeping a sponsor? What does that mean? Is Han Lingfeng being kept by someone? Zhong Shuoqin screamed immediately. Then, the corners of her mouth curled up with deep contempt. Han Lingfeng, I was wondering why you were so bossy just now. You said you had money to help your father, but it turns out you were just being a gigolo. Then he shouted at Han Jiangwo mockingly, Jiangwo, your son has really grown up. He even knows how to make money by hanging out with rich women. Lingfeng, is this true? Han Jiangwo looked at Han Lingfeng in astonishment. Han Lingfeng didn't care at all. I'm too lazy to explain, whatever you think. Zhang Wanyue continued, I'm really curious, who is the person who lets you live in the big villa? She was certain that he was being kept by someone. Han Lingfeng was full of anger. I don't think I need to explain anything to you, because we have no relationship. After saying that, Han Lingfeng turned and left. Ms. Zhang, is it true that Han Lingfeng lives in a big villa? Zhong Shuochen hurriedly pulled Zhang Wanyue and asked. Yes, Longtan Villa. Zhang Wanyue said with a gloomy face. Zhong Shuochen was overjoyed. So, Han Lingfeng is actually hooking up with a super rich woman? Zhang Wanyue glanced at Zhong Shuochen with disgust and didn't want to say anything more to her. She is very upset now because she feels that the rich woman who supports Han Lingfeng is definitely more powerful than her, the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. For the first time, she felt a sense of frustration of not getting what she wanted, as well as a strong sense of competitiveness. But she, Zhang Wanyue, is the kind of person who refuses to give up easily. Han Lingfeng. Don't think I will give up just like that. If I, Zhang Wanyue, set my eyes on something, I must get it. She suddenly remembered that there was another woman in Han Lingfeng's villa that day. Could it be her? Zhang Wanyue's mind flashed through Li Yujiao's image, but she clearly looks so simple in her clothes, she doesn't look like a rich girl at all. It was because Li Yujiao didn't look like a person of status that she didn't attract her attention that day. But now, Zhang Wanyue had to pay attention to her. Go check it out. Zhang Wanyue turned around and ordered the bodyguard, go and find out who the woman was at Han Lingfeng's villa that day. Find out who she is and report to me. Also, please help me contact the director of the obstetrics and gynecology department of the first hospital and tell her that I want to have an abortion and ask her to prepare for the surgery in advance. Miss. The bodyguard was shocked, you really want to abort the child? Zhang Wanyue sighed, this child was born out of the right place in the first place. He shouldn't have been allowed to come into this world and be criticized. The bodyguard lowered his head, yes. After leaving the Han family, Han Lingfeng returned to Longtan Villa. He prepared the ingredients and made lunch for Yi Kunlun. He wanted his beloved to taste his cooking. The scene of being with Yi Kunlun last night kept appearing in his mind. Those scenes made him feel dizzy. Sweetness and happiness filled his entire mind. Yi Kunlun, he called her name in his heart. At noon, Han Lingfeng took the loving lunch he had made and went to Yi Group to find Yi Kunlun. Fang Bo arrived at Yi Kunlun's office earlier than Han Lingfeng. He also came to have lunch with Yi Kunlun. When Han Lingfeng walked to Yi Kunlun's door with the lunchbox, he happened to see Fang Bo standing in front of Yi Kunlun's desk, coaxing her to have dinner with him. Han Lingfeng felt very uncomfortable. Why are you here again? Fang Bo turned to ask Yi Kunlun with hostility, Kunlun, why does this little brat always come to you? Could he be your family's new servant? Go away. Yi Kunlun said coldly to Fang Bo. Since someone has already brought you food, I'll treat you to a meal another day. Fang Bo said with a gentle expression on his face. When Fang Bo left, he glared at Han Lingfeng with resentment again. This little brat always ruined his plans. If it wasn't for Yi Kunlun's sake, he would have broken his legs long ago. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng rushed to Yi Kunlun, feeling very unhappy. What's wrong? Yi Kunlun looked up at him. She was also very annoyed at the moment. I hate that person coming to you. Han Lingfeng said angrily. Yi Kunlun looked up at Han Lingfeng, so? I'm jealous. Han Lingfeng said with his belly inflated. Yi Kunlun looked at him for a few seconds, a smile slowly appeared on the corner of her mouth, then she put her hands on Han Lingfeng's shoulders and looked at Han Lingfeng with warm eyes. Han Lingfeng felt flustered when he saw her. Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun called softly. Han Lingfeng's body gradually became weak. Yi Kunlun slowly moved his face closer. Chapter 30, Love is Impossible. Yi Kunlun slowly moved his face closer. Han Lingfeng's heart was beating fast. But just when her face was only 1 centimeter away from his face, Yi Kunlun suddenly turned her face away and let go of Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng's heart, which had already flown up, seemed to fall from the sky with a boom. This woman actually dared to play tricks on him. Don't even think about escaping. Han Lingfeng pulled Yi Kunlun back, and Yi Kunlun's body undoubtedly fell into his arms. Yi Kunlun was completely stunned. Han Lingfeng hugged her face tightly and looked at her with passionate eyes. Kiss her and get a reward of 8 billion. At this time, the system rang in my ears. Boom, boom, boom. Han Lingfeng's heart was beating non-stop. He tilted his face and kissed Yi Kunlun on the mouth. Yi Kunlun shuddered and soon became limp. She wrapped her arms around Han Lingfeng's neck and kissed him back passionately. Han Lingfeng kissed her greedily, and kept calling her name in his heart, Kunlun. Kunlun. He bit her lips gently and sucked hard, wanting to swallow her whole. He pressed her against the desk and kissed her cheek and neck greedily. No! Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun suddenly woke up and became extremely panicked. She knew what Han Lingfeng meant at this moment. But Han Lingfeng seemed not to hear Yi Kunlun's voice. He was completely crazy and continued to kiss Yi Kunlun greedily. Lingfeng, don't. This is an office, someone will see us. Yi Kunlun became more sober and panicked. Someone will see us, dear, don't do this. Yi Kunlun reached out and forcibly controlled Han Lingfeng's head. Han Lingfeng finally came to his senses, and looking at the woman's pleading eyes, Han Lingfeng felt a pain in his heart. He tried hard to suppress the surging passion in his heart, lowered his head and gently kissed Yi Kunlun on the face and lips, then pulled her up from the desk. He held her in his arms lovingly, kissed her on the nose and lips, and said softly, I love you. Yi Kunlun reached out and hugged him tightly, her heart as soft as a ball of cotton. I love you. I love you. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng kissed Yi Kunlun's ear and whispered. Every call was like an electric current running through Yi Kunlun's heart. She closed her eyes and reveled in it. What should I do with you, Kunlun? I love you so much. Han Lingfeng hugged Yi Kunlun tightly, and tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. Yi Kunlun wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with her hands, kissed the tears and said, Don't cry, Lingfeng, don't cry. Han Lingfeng hugged her tightly in his arms again and said tremblingly, What should I do with you? Lingfeng, listen to me. Yi Kunlun held his wet face. Give me a little more time, okay? Give me a little more time, huh? Looking at her pleading eyes, Han Lingfeng calmed down. You know my situation. Yi Kunlun held his face and continued, I can't get rid of that marriage, but I promise you, I will never marry Fang Bo, understand? Yes. Han Lingfeng nodded and hugged Yi Kunlun tightly. I'll wait for you, I will wait for you. Yeah. Yi Kunlun smiled and nodded, kissed him on the mouth before letting him go, then took his hand and walked towards the coffee table. Come here, let's eat together. Yi Kunlun opened the lunchbox, which was filled with her favorite dishes, all very exquisitely prepared. Did you do all this, Lingfeng? She exclaimed happily. Well, beautiful, right? Han Lingfeng looked proud. Yi Kunlun hurriedly picked up the spoon, scooped a spoonful of Cantonese sausage and potato rice and put it into his mouth. Is it delicious? Han Lingfeng asked. Yeah. Yi Kunlun nodded vigorously, it's delicious. Han Lingfeng was very happy to get her affirmation. He quickly made a bowl of soup and handed it to her. Have a bowl of papaya fishtail soup. Ahem. Secretary Chen walked in from the office door. Seeing Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng sitting together for dinner, the smile on her face was very ambiguous. Mr. Yi is becoming more and more weird now, meeting this little man frequently. She had followed Mr. Yi for 6 years and had never seen Mr. Yi so close to anyone. Perhaps this little boy will be a ray of light in Mr. Yi's life. Ms. Yi has had a very hard life these years and she needs sunshine and rain. She supports Mr. Yi from the bottom of her heart to blossom himself. Mr. Yi, the invitation list for the old lady's birthday party has been prepared. Please take a look. Secretary Chen handed a document to Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun took a look and said, the list of people is too long. Just invite important relatives and friends. There is no need to invite some insignificant business people. I don't want to use Grandma's birthday party to set up a small business circle. I understand, Mr. Yi. Secretary Chen blushed and lowered his head as he walked out. Is the old lady going to have her birthday? Han Lingfeng asked Yi Kunlun curiously. Yes, the 70th birthday. Yi Kunlun said. Can I join in? Han Lingfeng asked enthusiastically. Yi Kunlun looked up at him and said, I'm sorry, Lingfeng, I can't let you appear in front of my family right now. Han Lingfeng felt a little disappointed, but he could understand. Okay. I know it's not the right time yet, even though I really want to attend such an occasion with you. Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun put her hand on his head. I'm sorry for wronging you. Han Lingfeng shook his head optimistically. It's okay, I understand. If you love someone, you must give her enough patience, to wait, to tolerate, and to understand. Han Lingfeng firmly believed that sooner or later, Yi Kunlun would be with him. Because he is the person who loves her the most in this world. If he loves her with all his heart but still cannot be together, it would be unfair. He didn't want to think too much now. All he had to do was to love her with all his heart. After spending lunch with Yi Kunlun, Han Lingfeng went home because Yi Kunlun was very busy with too many things in the company. As soon as he returned to Longtan Villa, Li Yujiao called him. Ling phone, Miss Zheng came to talk to me that day. Li Yujiao said on the phone. Are you talking about Zhang Wanyue? Han Lingfeng was surprised. What did she say? She suspected that I was the rich woman who supported you, so she asked someone to investigate me, and ended up coming to our school. Then what did she do to you? Han Lingfeng asked hurriedly. No, she found out that I was just an ordinary girl from the working class, so she didn't make things difficult for me. She just asked me if I knew the rich woman who was supporting you. Lingfeng, are you really not being supported by someone? Han Lingfeng was a little annoyed. Even you don't believe me. No, Lingfeng. Li Yujiao said hurriedly, I'm just wondering where the money in your card came from. Then what rich woman do you think would be willing to give me 3 billion as a sponsor? Han Lingfeng asked back. Yes, Lingfeng, this is also what I am confused about. Can you tell me about your money? Han Lingfeng interrupted her. That's enough, Yujiao, everyone has secrets, I don't think I need to tell you so much. I'm sorry, Lingfeng, I asked too many questions. That's it. I have something else to do. Han Lingfeng hung up the phone. He was a little irritated because he didn't like being questioned. The funny thing is, they all look at him like that, a pretty boy. Ha! Does Han Lingfeng look like a pretty boy? However, he would not tell them that he had a love system because there was no need to explain it to those irrelevant people. And what on earth did Zhang Wanyue want to do? She actually went to investigate Li Yujiao. Click, click. Just at this moment, the sound of high heels was heard at the door. Han Lingfeng looked up at the door and saw Zhang Wanyue walking in. She was still wearing noble clothes, but in Han Lingfeng's opinion, she looked very unhappy. Han Lingfeng walked towards Zhang Wanyue angrily. Chapter 31. She is actually her cousin. Han Lingfeng rushed towards Zhang Wanyue angrily. But when he rushed to Zhang Wanyue, he saw that Zhang Wanyue was pale and had a band-aid on her wrist. It was obvious that she had just finished in 4 drip, and he could smell a faint smell of medicine on her body. Han Lingfeng couldn't get angry at her anymore. Are you sick? Han Lingfeng asked. I beat the child. Zhang Wanyue said. Han Lingfeng lowered his head to look at Zhang Wanyue's belly. Zhang Wanyue's bulging belly had become flat. You? Han Lingfeng was shocked. I beat the child because of you. Zhang Wanyue said. No. Han Lingfeng felt dizzy. This is none of my business. I'm just kidding. Zhang Wanyue smiled at him. In fact, I think this child shouldn't be brought into this world. He came at the wrong time. Can you tell me who the father of this child is? Han Lingfeng asked. He is my cousin's fiancé, the young master of the Feng family, the most aristocratic family in southern province. When Zhang Wanyue spoke, there was a look in her eyes that was unclear whether it was disappointment or relief. Han Lingfeng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The cousin she was talking about was obviously Yi Kunlun, and the young master of the #1 family in southern province was obviously Feng Bo. No wonder Han Lingfeng thought her eyes and nose looked like Yi Kunlun the first time he saw her. It turned out that they were blood relatives. However, she was having an affair with her cousin's fiancé and got pregnant. Han Lingfeng looked at Zhang Wanyue with mixed feelings. You like your cousin's fiancé? The young master of the Feng family? I used to like him very much. It's funny, isn't it? Zhang Wanyue laughed self-deprecatingly. I have liked him since I was a child. When I was a child, my wish was to marry Feng Bo when I grew up. He has a good family background and is handsome. Even my mother said that it would be great if I could marry into the Feng family. Oh, but who knows? The person Feng Bo likes is my cousin. My cousin is such a beautiful woman. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very talented. She is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and she is also a good hand in business. I have never seen a woman as perfect as her. There was a gleam in Han Lingfeng's eyes. Kunlun was indeed a perfect woman. It's only natural that Fong Bo likes her. Besides, she is the eldest daughter of the Yi family, the eldest daughter of the number 1 group, and she is paired with the eldest son of the number 1 family. They are a perfect match in terms of family background and status. Everyone thought they should be together, including the elders of both families. So they got married. In fact, I know that my cousin doesn't like Mr. Fong, but the pressure from the elders is too great, so she has to obey. Zhang Huanyue sighed, she is also a pitiful person. Han Lingfeng was a little unhappy, but you got together with her fiancé. Fong Bo got drunk and mistook me for my cousin. Zhang Huanyue shouted. Did he bully you? Han Lingfeng was surprised. That's right. He bullied me. Zhang Huanyue shouted. Han Lingfeng was angry, this beast. Does your cousin know about this? My cousin only knows that Fong Bo likes to spend his days drinking and having sex, but she doesn't know what's going on between Fong Bo and me, said Zhang Huanyue. Kunlun, my Kunlun, you are so pitiful, Han Lingfeng said with pity in his heart. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Huanyue continued, I originally wanted to give birth to the child and find someone to pretend to be his father to cover up this matter. It just so happened that your father's business had problems and he came to me for help, so I exchanged with him and let his son take over for me. Does Fong Bo know that you are pregnant? Han Lingfeng asked. He knew, and I told him, but he advised me to abort the child. I wanted to use this as a bargaining chip to get him to break off the engagement with my cousin and marry me, but he threatened me viciously that if I dared to expose the matter, he would kill me and forced me to get rid of the child. Zhang Huanyue said with a sad smile, he is just that kind of person. Han Lingfeng didn't expect Fong Bo to be such a person, so he couldn't let Kunlun marry him. I'm sorry. Zhang Huanyue suddenly looked at Han Lingfeng with a guilty look. Why? Han Lingfeng came back to his senses. I actually wanted you to be the scapegoat. Zhang Huanyue lowered her head in shame. I also want to say sorry to you. Han Lingfeng said. Zhang Huanyue looked up in surprise, why? Because I can only let you down. I do have someone I like. Han Lingfeng said solemnly. Zhang Huanyue nodded, I know, so I came here today because I want you to accompany me to a place. If you promise me, I will not pester you anymore in the future. Where? Han Lingfeng said. You will know when the time comes. I will come to pick you up in person. Zhang Huanyue said, turned, and left. In the next few days, Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun did not meet again because Yi Kunlun had to prepare a birthday party for her grandmother and had no time to date Han Lingfeng. Li Yujiu hasn't come to see Han Lingfeng these days. Han Lingfeng was naturally not idle either. He used the money rewarded by the love system to invest in a film and television project. Shinruwashi, the second daughter of the Shin family, one of the 4 major groups in Kyoto, set up a film and television company. She has always had a dream, which is to be an actress. So she used her father's money to set up a film and television company for herself, and acted as the protagonist in movies and TV series. As a result, within a year, the company was losing a lot of money, and she lost all the hundreds of millions of yuan her father gave her. The movies and TV series just couldn't become popular. The actors' salaries were high and the crew's expenses were high. Her father stopped investing money in her, and it seemed that she was going to close down. Just at this moment, Han Lingfeng found her. When Han Lingfeng found Menjiang Film and Television Company, Shinruwashi was sitting in her office smoking one cigarette after another. The ashtray on her desk was full of cigarette butts. The secretary reported to her, Ms. Shin, someone is looking for you. Who is it? Shinruwashi looked up and shouted at the secretary, can't you see I'm getting annoyed? He said he's an investor. The secretary replied timidly. Investors? Come in quickly. Shinruwashi quickly put out the cigarette butt in her hand. Han Lingfeng walked in. Shinruwashi's eyes flashed with disappointment. Isn't this just a little boy? And judging from his clothes, he doesn't look like a rich second generation. Is he an investor? Is he sure? Hello, Miss Shin. Han Lingfeng waved and greeted Shinruwashi with a smile. Chapter 32 Actresses Die Hard Fan. Hello, Miss Shin. Han Lingfeng waved and greeted Shinruwashi with a smile. You? Investor? Shinruwashi looked questioning. Yes, I came here specifically to give Miss Shin some money. Han Lingfeng smiled, I heard that Miss Shin's film and television company is in great need of funds right now. How much money do you have? Shin Ruwashi's eyes widened immediately. I am willing to invest 1 billion to invest in Miss Shin's film and television company. Han Lingfeng said. 1 billion? Shin Ruwashi's eyes widened, and she almost drooled. Really? You really have 1 billion? It's just 1 billion. It's nothing to me. Han Lingfeng looked proud. Oh my, wow. Shin Ruwashi walked to Han Lingfeng, looked him up and down, and exclaimed in amazement, you really can't judge a person by his appearance. You look like you haven't even reached adulthood yet, and yet you have so much money. I think you might be the son of some important person. As she spoke, Shin Ruwashi's jade hand had already touched Han Lingfeng's chest. Han Lingfeng felt a little uncomfortable with this female enchantress. Tell me, whose big shot son are you? Shin Ruwashi's big red lips were almost reaching Han Lingfeng's face. The hot air she exhaled kept hitting Han Lingfeng's neck and face, and there was a smell of tobacco in her breath. I'm not the son of some important person. Han Lingfeng said with a smile. I understand. I know the rules about hiding my identity. I won't ask any more questions. Shin Ruwashi let go of Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng was a little amused. It was obvious that Miss Shin was overthinking. However, he felt that there was nothing wrong in letting her misunderstand him, so as to avoid further questioning. Why did you choose to invest in me? Shin Ruwashi folded her arms and became serious. Why? Han Lingfeng naturally had his own plans in mind. He calmed himself down and said with a smile, because I am your fan. Really? Shin Ruwashi's eyes lit up, are you really my fan? Of course it's true. I've watched all the TV series and movies Miss Shin has starred in. I'm your biggest fan. Han Lingfeng said this insincerely. He was not a fan of Shin Ruwashi. As for watching Shin Ruwashi's movies and TV series, he had only searched for them online before coming to Kyoto to find her. It took him a day and a night, plus 2 daytimes, to force himself to finish watching all the movies and TV series starring Shin Ruwashi. I have to say that Shin Ruwashi's acting is very bad, her appearance is not that stunning, and the plot is also terrible. Han Lingfeng finally understood why Shin Ruwashi had run the company like that. Because she had neither professional acting skills nor stunning looks, and she couldn't choose scripts, but she insisted on being the heroine. He finally understood why no one was willing to continue investing in Shin Ruwashi, because no one's money came from the wind, and investors would not accompany her, a rich lady, to play such a losing game. But Han Lingfeng is different. The love system keeps giving him money. He is not short of money and does not feel sorry for it. The most important thing is that Shin Ruwashi is a piece of money, and the power behind Shin Ruwashi is what he wants. Really? Really? Then which movie of mine do you like best? Shin Ruwashi obviously really regarded him as a fan. Han Lingfeng blurted out, I like the palace drama you starred in the most, Empress, it feels so good to get slapped in the face. Really? Really? I like that character the most too. Shin Ruwashi seemed to have found a soulmate. Keep working hard. I believe you will become famous sooner or later, and I will always support you. Han Lingfeng said, holding Shin Ruwashi's hand. Shin Ruwashi burst into tears. She held Han Lingfeng's hand tightly. Thank you. Thank you so much. When everyone was scolding me, laughing at me, and making fun of me, they were all shouting at me to get out of the entertainment industry and not to embarrass my father. You made me realize that I still have fans, and die-hard fans like you. You made me realize that not everyone in this world hates me, and not everyone treats me as a joke. Han Lingfeng suddenly felt a little sad, a little guilty, and a little sympathetic. If Shin Ruwashi knew that this die-hard fan of his was also fake, she would be disappointed. He decided to become a true fan of Shin Ruwashi from now on. He held Shin Ruwashi's hand and said sincerely, you will get better and better, I firmly believe it. Shin Ruwashi hugged him with tears in her eyes. You are the first person who sincerely encouraged me. From this moment on, I will remember you forever. By the way, what's your name? Shin Ruwashi let go of him and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. My name is Han Lingfeng, said Han Lingfeng. Then, can I call you Lingfeng? Shin Ruwashi said. Han Lingfeng nodded, okay. Lingfeng, let's talk about cooperation now. Shin Ruwashi pulled Han Lingfeng towards the meeting room. The meeting lasted for several hours and eventually a cooperation agreement was reached. The contents of the agreement include the following. 1. Han Lingfeng invested 1 billion into Shin Ruwashi's film and television company. 2. The script is created by a professional team based on market demand and is reviewed by the content director. 3. Shinruwashi will continue to play the leading female role, but she will need to regularly seek professional acting training from a professional acting instructor. 4. Hire professional directors and photographers. 5. Hire a talented domestic first-line male actor to play the leading role with high pay. 6. Create a good supporting role. 7. If there is a profit, Han Lingfeng and Shinruwashi will each receive 50% of the profit. If there is a loss, the entire loss will be borne by Han Lingfeng. For Shinruwashi, this is a collaboration that is sure to make a profit. After signing the contract, Shinruwashi invited Han Lingfeng to dinner at a luxury hotel in Kyoto. Are you really helping me like this because you're my die-hard fan? Shinruwashi asked as she picked up some food for Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng looked at Shinruwashi. So what do you think my purpose is? Well, as for the purpose, I can't figure it out for now, but I think I will know it sooner or later, Shinruwashi said, her face gradually turning red. Han Lingfeng thought to himself, I hope she doesn't have any bad thoughts. After returning to Nanshur from Kyoto, Han Lingfeng called Yi Kunlun, but Yi Kunlun was still busy with her grandmother's birthday party and therefore was unable to go on a date with him. The next evening, Zhang Wanyue drove to Longtan Villa. She said she wanted to take Han Lingfeng to a place. He also brought Han Lingfeng a brand new suit for him to change into. Wearing the suit, he looked much more mature and no longer looked like a teenage boy. Let's go. Zhang Wanyue invited him to get in the car. Where are you taking me? Han Lingfeng asked. You'll know when you get there. Zhang Wanyue was very mysterious. Han Lingfeng felt very nervous and uneasy. Anyway, I won't eat you, Zhang Wanyue said. Thinking of what Zhang Wanyue had said, that as long as he accompanied her, she would never bother him again, Han Lingfeng no longer hesitated. Zhang Wanyue brought him to the door of the Regal Hotel, and Han Lingfeng became more and more uneasy. He and Yi Kunlun once dated in the presidential suite upstairs. But why did Zhang Wanyue bring him here? Many possibilities flashed through Han Lingfeng's mind. Was Zhang Wanyue going to ask him to book a room? Did Zhang Wanyue know about her relationship with Yi Kunlun? What conspiracy was Zhang Wanyue up to? Let's go, don't just stand there. Zhang Wanyue took his arm and walked inside. Han Lingfeng quickly pushed her hand away. Ms. Zhang, don't. What are you afraid of? Zhang Wanyue suddenly laughed. You are afraid that I will drag you to get a room, right? Don't worry, I just had the abortion a few days ago, I can't do that kind of thing yet. That is? Han Lingfeng was confused. Let's go. You'll know soon. It's on the 3rd floor upstairs, Zhang Wanyue said, forcibly pulling him towards the elevator. Han Lingfeng was panicking all the way. Chapter 33 Birthday Banquet. Han Lingfeng was frightened all the way and was taken to the 3rd floor by Zhang Wanyue. This is a large banquet hall covering hundreds of square meters. It is crowded with people and a banquet is being held. The banquet looked very festive. Chinese and English banners with slogans and photos of the elderly were hung at the banquet. I wish the old lady good health. This is old lady Yi's birthday party. Han Lingfeng suddenly reacted and was stunned. He never imagined that the place Zhang Wanyue brought him to was actually old Mrs. Yi's birthday party. In an instant, he thought of Yi Kunlun. No. His subconscious told him that he shouldn't be in this situation. Han Lingfeng turned around and wanted to run. Zhang Wanyue grabbed him and said, What are you doing? Now that you're here, why are you leaving? Don't worry, it's no big deal. This is just my grandmother's birthday party. The people who came are all relatives and friends. It's no big deal. Zhang Wanyue just thought that he had never seen a big scene before, so he was stage fright. No. Han Lingfeng struggled to run, but it was too late. Yi Kunlun had already seen him. Yi Kunlun turned his head and saw Han Lingfeng. At that time, Zhang Wanyue happened to be holding Han Lingfeng's arm tightly. The festive smile on Yi Kunlun's face froze. Zhang Wanyue was still holding Han Lingfeng's arm tightly, dragging him inside. Han Lingfeng stared at Yi Kunlun in a daze, his heart in his throat and his head buzzing. Let's go. I'll take you to meet my grandma. Zhang Wanyue pulled him away. Han Lingfeng was completely stunned, staring at Yi Kunlun blankly, completely unable to recover. The expression on Yi Kunlun's face darkened little by little, then she looked away and continued to greet the guests with a smile. It's over. A trace of sadness flowed through Han Lingfeng's heart, and he suddenly felt very cold. Lingfeng, come here, let me introduce you. Zhang Huanyue dragged Han Lingfeng into the crowd and dragged him in front of an old lady in funeral clothes. She is today's birthday girl, old lady Yi Kunlin's biological grandmother, and Zhang Huanyue's biological grandmother. This is my grandma, Zhang Huanyue said. Then he introduced to old lady Yi, Grandma, this is Han Lingfeng. Old Mrs. Yi looked up at Han Lingfeng, the expression on her face looked very kind. Huanyue, when did you get a new boyfriend? A relative asked jokingly. Zhang Huanyue lowered her head, blushed, smiled, and said nothing. The relatives talked at once, leaving me no chance to explain. He looks very young. Has he just reached adulthood? Huanyue's boyfriends are younger and younger. Women nowadays like young and handsome men. How long do you plan to talk this time? Zhang Huanyue stamped her feet, embarrassed. Oh, what are you talking about? He is not my boyfriend. It would be fine if she didn't act like this, but the more abnormally shy she became, the more people felt that their relationship was not simple. Huanyue, stop denying it. Huanyue also knows how to be shy. This is the first time I've seen it. It seems that Huanyue is serious this time. All the relatives guessed what Zhang Huanyue was thinking, and her face turned red. Which family is he from? Old Mrs. Yi asked curiously. He is. Zhang Huanyue found it difficult to speak. She was afraid that she would be looked down upon if she revealed Han Lingfeng's background. Old Madame Yi interrupted with a wave of her hand. It doesn't matter, no identity is important. The good man stretched out his cane and slapped Zhang Huanyue on the buttocks. I don't expect you to achieve much, as long as you are serious and do your duty, don't make bad things, cause gossip, and bring bad reputation to the family, and find a boyfriend, an old woman, will be satisfied. So what do you think of Han Lingfeng? Zhang Huanyue hugged old lady Ye's arm and asked softly in her ear. Old Madame Yi looked up and sized up Han Lingfeng again, then replied, as long as you behave yourself from now on, I have no objection. Don't worry, Grandma, I will be a good boy from now on. Zhang Huanyue said happily. That's good. Old Mrs. Yi nodded with relief. Young man, are your parents here? The old lady turned her head and looked at Han Lingfeng. Here he comes. His father is here. Zhang Huanyue said hurriedly, waving to the crowd. Soon, Han Jiangmo appeared in front of old Mrs. Yi with a glass of red wine. Grandma, he is the boss of Han's Building Materials Company. Zhang Huanyue introduced him to Grandma Yi. Hello, old lady. Han Jiangmo greeted old lady Yi humbly. I've never heard of Han's Building Materials. Old Mrs. Yi looked around, as if asking everyone. Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of it. Zhang Huanyue explained awkwardly, it's just a medium-sized company, but I believe it will grow big soon. Then she turned her head and looked at Han Lingfeng, right? Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng's heart was filled with all kinds of complicated emotions, and he felt that he had fallen into Zhang Huanyue's trap. It was her plan to act mysterious and force him to attend the banquet. She also arranged for Han Jiangmo to appear, otherwise, with Han Jiangmo's identity, he would not be qualified to attend Mrs. Yi's birthday banquet. Also, she was doing it for Fang Bo to see, for everyone to see. Fang Bo noticed them from the moment she dragged Han Lingfeng into the room, because he was standing next to Yi Kunlin at the time. Fang Bo was also full of doubts at this moment. He originally thought that Han Lingfeng was Yi Kunlin's poor relative, or a servant, but now that little bastard was with Zhang Huanyue, and it was obvious that Zhang Huanyue liked him very much. But since that little idiot was Zhang Huanyue's boyfriend, why did he deliver meals to Yi Kunlin? Why did he often appear in front of Yi Kunlin? Was it because Yi Kunlin had beaten him? What is the relationship between that little idiot and Yi Kunlin? Fang Bo glanced back and forth between Yi Kunlin and Han Lingfeng with a questioning look. But he couldn't catch any expression on Yi Kunlin's face. She always hid her emotions very well. He couldn't see anything from Han Lingfeng's face, he just felt that Han Lingfeng didn't seem to be that active in catering to Zhang Huanyue. He looked at Zhang Huanyue's belly again. Zhang Huanyue's belly was flat. She finally had an abortion. Fang Bo breathed a sigh of relief, his worries were gone. On the contrary, Han Lingfeng, the woman he had played with so badly, might become the wife of this little bastard. There was a hint of mockery in Fang Bo's eyes when he looked at Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng stood there woodenly. It seemed that everyone around him was acting. They were all actors, his father, Zhang Huanyue, old lady Yi, and those relatives of the Yi family, only his Kunlun. Only his Kunlun was so calm as death. Kunlun! Kunlun! Han Lingfeng kept calling out in his heart. He was almost suffocating. Sorry, I'm going to the bathroom. Han Lingfeng said. He pulled away Zheng Wanyue's hand that was holding his arm and walked away sideways. He didn't go to the bathroom. He went upstairs to room 888, Yi Kunlun's presidential suite. Yi Kunlun had given him the room card. He wanted to wait for Kunlun here, wait for her, wait until she came. He wanted to explain to her, explain everything. Chapter 34, Heartbroken Female CEO. Didn't Ling Feng go to the bathroom? Why hasn't he come back for so long? Zheng Wanyue poked her head out and looked around. Yi Kunlun was so sad that she could hardly breathe, even though she appeared calm as always. No one present knew how she felt at the moment, only Secretary Chen standing next to her understood. Han Lingfeng, why did he treat her like this? Little men are really unreliable. But why does he have to get involved with Zheng Wanyue? Zheng Wanyue is her cousin. It seems that Wanyue likes him very much. I'll go look for it. Zheng Wanyue said. Then she went to the bathroom to find Han Lingfeng. But she came back soon. I can't find Ling Feng. I don't know where he went. I guess he went to play with his friends. Han Jiangwo hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Yeah, there are so many people attending the banquet today, he should go and get to know more people. Zheng Wanyue gave herself a way out. A relative joked, Wanyue, you get anxious when you can't see her for a while. It seems that Wanyue really cares about her boyfriend. He is younger than you. You have to hold on tight. Be careful that he doesn't slip away. Zheng Wanyue blushed and looked shy. Oh, you guys, it's really embarrassing. Yi Kunlun had never seen Zheng Wanyue like that before. She had always been a generous and straightforward person, but tonight she showed shyness repeatedly. It seemed that she was serious. But why? Why did it have to be Han Lingfeng? Yi Kunlun was in so much pain that she almost stopped breathing. Ms. Yi, are you okay? Secretary Chen knew that she was suffering greatly and asked in a low voice with concern. I'm fine. Yi Kunlun pretended to be calm. Maybe I drank too much and I feel a little dizzy. Kunlun has been really busy these days, organizing my birthday party, dealing with company matters, and entertaining guests. If you can't bear it anymore, just go and rest, don't force yourself, said old Mrs. Yi. I'm fine, Grandma. Yi Kunlun forced a smile. The guests hadn't left yet, so how could she, as the organizer, leave early? A female elder replied, Kunlun is just too capable. He has multiple roles at the same time, as if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Another female elder continued, Kunlun has been excellent since she was young. She has high IQ and EQ, and knows a lot. She is good at music, chess, calligraphy, painting, business, and battlefield. She is both civil and military. There is nothing in this world that she doesn't know. A male elder replied, the key is that she is so beautiful. Sister Kunlun is the most perfect woman in the world. A little cousin replied, looking at Yi Kunlun with admiration. Zheng Wanyue's mother continued, if you ask me, a woman who is too capable will be a life of hard work. It's better for her to be a full-time wife at home, taking care of her husband and children. It's such a young age, and you're still taking care of your husband and children. The little cousin put her arm around Yi Kunlun's arm. I like capable women like Sister Kunlun. Sister Kunlun is my idol. When I grow up, I want to be like Sister Kunlun and become a social elite. Old Mrs. Yi patted her cousin on the leg with her cane and said, you little brat, you should get into a key university first. By the way, when do Kunlun and Mr. Fong plan to get married? At this time, Yi Kunlun's second uncle suddenly asked. The question Yi Kunlun feared the most came, and even Secretary Chen became nervous. Fong Bo quickly replied, I think the sooner the better. It depends on Kunlun's opinion. As long as Kunlun is willing, I hope to hold the wedding at the end of this month. Everyone's eyes turned to Yi Kunlun. Secretary Chen was sweating profusely for her. Yi Kunlun said calmly, then let's follow Fong Bo's wishes. Secretary Chen looked at her face, which was as calm as death, and a button began to crack in his heart. She tugged at the corner of Yi Kunlun's clothes and murmured in her throat, Mr. Yi, a voice that only mosquitoes could hear. Fong Bo clenched his fists tightly with joy and whispered, oh yeah. He finally succeeded. Yi Kunlun finally agreed to marry him. All the relatives and family members present were smiling happily. Old Mrs. Yi was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Okay, it's not easy for Kunlun to say this. This is a blessing for both the Fong and Yi families. She looked at Yi Kunlun with satisfaction. I knew you would put the overall situation first. Mr. Fong, it's a great bargain for you to marry my sister Kunlun. The little cousin tilted her head and looked at Fong Bo. Mr. Fong, you must treat our Kunlun well in the future, said the second uncle. Of course, she is my wife, I will naturally love her, Fong Bo said, stretching out a hand to hug Yi Kunlun's shoulders. Yi Kunlun suddenly felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. She covered her mouth and ran away. Everyone was shocked. What's wrong with her? Old Mrs. Yi asked hurriedly. He must have drunk too much. I'll go take a look. Secretary Chen hurriedly chased after him. Mr. Yi! Mr. Yi! Secretary Chen followed Yi Kunlun all the way to the bathroom. Yi Kunlun lay on the sink and vomited desperately, as if he wanted to vomit out everything in his stomach. Secretary Chen slowly stroked her back with his palm, tears falling from his eyes. Mr. Yi, why do you torture yourself like this? Why? Secretary Chen covered his mouth and cried and trembled. Secretary Chen, help me to the presidential suite. Yi Kunlun forced herself to straighten up. Her whole body was shaking and her legs were trembling. She tried hard to remain decent, but she really couldn't hold on any longer. She was afraid that she would collapse in the bathroom and people would see her in such a state. Okay. I'll help you back to your room. Secretary Chen reached out to stroke her and nodded vigorously. Secretary Chen held half of her body in his arms and supported her. But Yi Kunlun still felt her feet trembling violently and her whole body was shaking with cold. She felt like the whole world was spinning in front of her eyes, making her dizzy. It seemed like a century before Secretary Chen helped her to the door of number 888. Secretary Chen, please go back. I can do it. Yi Kunlun held the wall with one hand and reached into her handbag with the other to get the door. Her hands were shaking. No, President Yi. Secretary Chen burst into tears and shook her head desperately. How could she leave her alone at this time? Let's go. I want to be alone. Yi Kunlun looked at Secretary Chen with a commanding look. She didn't want anyone to see her embarrassment, not even her closest Secretary Chen. Mr. Yi. Go. Yi Kunlun ordered again. Click. At this moment, the door of the presidential suite opened. Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen looked up and saw Han Lingfeng, who had been waiting for Yi Kunlun in the room. Han Lingfeng. Secretary Chen roared fiercely, rushed forward, and slapped Han Lingfeng in the face. Pa! The slap landed on Han Lingfeng's face, making a crisp sound. Chapter 35 Soul Fusion. Han Lingfeng, how could you do this to Ms. Yi? Secretary Chen was like an angry beast. How could you do this to Ms. Yi? Huh? Do you know what kind of situation you pushed her into, huh? Secretary Chen pulled and slapped her frantically. You scumbag, how could you do this to Ms. Yi? Han Lingfeng stood there motionless, the expression on his face close to that of death. How could you treat Ms. Yi like this? Secretary Chen squatted on the ground and cried. She finally loved someone, and finally opened her heart to him. Secretary Chen burst into tears. Why did you come to seduce her? Why did you come to tease her? Why did you play with her feelings? Why did you give her hope and then bring her disappointment? Why do you want to appear in her life? Why? Secretary Chen hugged Han Lingfeng's legs and shook him hard. How great it would be if you had never appeared. Then, President Yi wouldn't have suffered the pain he is experiencing today. Secretary Chen looked at Yi Kunlun with great regret, and broke down with her. Yi Kunlun was in so much pain that she could hardly breathe, but she still maintained her dignity. Secretary Chen, let him go. Yi Kunlun looked at Han Lingfeng with a dead heart and said to Secretary Chen. No. Han Lingfeng shook his head. I need to explain to you. Explain what? I'm not Zheng Wanyue's boyfriend. Secretary Chen immediately looked up at him. Yi Kunlun was silent for a few seconds and shook his head. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. Han Lingfeng shook his head. No, this is very important. I fell into Zheng Wanyue's trap. I didn't know she was your cousin at first, and I didn't know she was bringing me to old lady Ye's birthday party. Yi Kunlun looked at him silently. Is this convincing? Han Lingfeng moistened his dry throat. How should I explain it to you? The whole thing is so absurd from beginning to end. Zheng Wanyue and my father reached a deal, asking me to be Zheng Wanyue's savior and marry into the Zheng family. What did you say? A scapegoat? Secretary Chen screamed. Han Lingfeng nodded. Yes, Zheng Wanyue is pregnant, and she is pregnant with Fang Bo's child. Shock and astonishment attacked Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen at the same time. What evidence do you have? Yi Kunlun remained calm. You can go to the hospital to check. I think, with your ability, it is not difficult to check this matter. Zheng Wanyue had an abortion a few days ago. Didn't she ask you to be the scapegoat? Why did she abort the child again? Secretary Chen asked. Maybe she has thought it through and feels that the child was not born in the right place and should not be brought into this world, said Han Lingfeng. You said that the child is Fang Bo's, are you sure? Yi Kunlun asked. Zheng Wanyue told me this herself. As for whether it was Fang Bo's, I have no idea. I can no longer believe what that woman said. Han Lingfeng shook his head. Secretary Chen, Yi Kunlun ordered immediately, go check it out immediately. I want to know the whole truth and all the evidence. I understand. Secretary Chen nodded vigorously, turned around and left quickly. Now, do you know that I haven't changed my mind? Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlun. I want to speak with evidence. Yi Kunlun walked around him and stepped into the room. Han Lingfeng followed him in and closed the door. I'll wait here. Until Secretary Chen finds the evidence. Yi Kunlun walked to the window, folded her arms, and turned her back to Han Lingfeng. She was silent and calm. Han Lingfeng walked over and hugged her from behind. If I, Han Lingfeng, change my mind, I will be struck by lightning. You don't need to swear such a poisonous oath. Yi Kunlun said coldly. It's not a poisonous oath. Han Lingfeng turned her body around so that she was facing him, and said sincerely, Kunlun, I can't live without you. My love for you has penetrated my soul. Without you, I have no soul. Even if I am alive, I am just a living dead. Lingfeng. Tears overflowed from Yi Kunlun's eyes. She reached out and gently stroked Han Lingfeng's cheek. She was the same. Her soul was being devoured bit by that thing called love. She reached out and hugged Han Lingfeng, tears streaming down her face like strings. Han Lingfeng hugged her tightly so tightly that he seemed to want to rub her into his body and merge her into one with him. Kunlun, I'm so scared. Han Lingfeng trembled. I'm so scared that you will never talk to me again. I'm so scared that you will break up with me from now on. I'm so scared that you won't believe me. At the banquet, I saw you, and Zheng Wanyue holding my hand. She even pulled me in front of old Madame Yi. You don't have to explain. I understand. I understand everything. Yi Kunlun stroked the back of his head with his palm. I was almost suffocating, so I ran away. I came here. I knew you would come. I am waiting for you here. I know you will come. I want to explain to you, explain everything. I know, don't say anymore, don't say anymore. Yi Kunlun held his head. She kissed him hard on the mouth, and all her words were transformed into one kiss. Yi Kunlun kissed Han Lingfeng madly, and Han Lingfeng kissed her back madly. Then they rolled onto the bed. Take off your clothes and face each other naked. Kunlun. Lingfeng. They were intertwined like ice and fire, rolling in like thunder from the sky and fire from the earth. The soul and body blend together. It is trembling, wonderful, and beautiful, like ascending to heaven. Lingfeng. Kunlun. The banquet was still going on downstairs. Zheng Wanyue searched the entire banquet hall but couldn't find Han Lingfeng. That guy must have escaped. Zheng Wanyue was so angry that her cheeks puffed up, but no one paid attention to her mood. Old Madame Yi has always been worried about Yi Kunlun. Kunlun vomited earlier. I don't know if she is feeling better now. Secretary Chen is nowhere to be seen either. I guess he helped her to rest. I'll go see her. Fang Bo said. I'll go too, said the little cousin. Fang Bo glanced at his little cousin unhappily. Why was she joining in the fun? He was just trying to take advantage of Yi Kunlun when she was drunk. But he couldn't show his unhappiness. Dr. Fang and his little cousin hurried to the door of Yi Kunlun's presidential suite. Kunlun. Kunlun. Fang Bo knocked on the door. He didn't have a room card because Yi Kunlun couldn't give it to him. Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen. he shouted again. But there was no response. In the bedroom of the presidential suite, Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun were completely immersed in joy and could not hear anything. What's going on? It's so loud that I can't hear it. Fong Bo complained. Maybe he went home and is not here at all. The little cousin guessed with bright eyes. Impossible. Kunlun is already drunk. Secretary Chen would never go out of her way to send her home. She is not a fool. Fong Bo said. Then maybe they both fell asleep? Secretary Chen drank quite a bit of wine tonight, said my little cousin. Thinking of the two beauties sleeping, Fong Bo's blood boiled. He really wanted to see with his own eyes what the two beauties looked like when they were sleeping. Maybe they would show some of their beauty so that he could feast his eyes. Go find the waiter and get the spare room card. Fong Bo urged his little cousin. Why should I go? Why don't you go by yourself? The little cousin was unhappy. She didn't like Fong Bo ordering her in the tone of a servant. Fong Bo glared at his little cousin unhappily and planned to get the room card himself. At this time, a room attendant happened to come over with a towel in his arms. Fong Bo ordered the attendant, use the room card and open the door. Okay, Mr. Fong. The waiter came over with the room card. The room card in the waiter's hand was against the door lock sensor. Click. The door lock popped open. Chapter 36 Loyalty to the Master. The room card in the waiter's hand was against the door lock sensor. Click. The door lock popped open. Fong Bo was about to push the door open, and the scene inside was about to appear before him. However, at this moment. What are you doing? Secretary Chen came back. She had just gone to investigate the past of Zheng Wanyue and Fong Bo. Fortunately, she arrived in time. She knew that Han Lingfeng and Mr. Yi must still be in the house. If Fong Bo goes in now, things will get out of hand. She must stop it. What is Mr. Fong doing? Secretary Chen walked over quickly, pushed Fong Bo away, and stood guard at the door. Secretary Chen, how dare you push me? Fong Bo couldn't believe that this woman was so bold. Doesn't Mr. Fong know that this is Mr. Yi's private room? Secretary Chen said sternly. Mr. Fong asked the waiter to use the room card to open Mr. Yi's room door without permission. Is this going to break Mr. Yi's rules? Secretary Chen. Fong Bo gritted his teeth. I think you are getting bolder and bolder. What? Is Mr. Fong threatening me? Secretary Chen asked. Fong Bo tried to suppress his anger. If you weren't Kunlun's secretary, I would have put you. Unfortunately, I happen to be Yi Kunlun's secretary, someone she trusts and her confidant. Secretary Chen spoke quickly. You? Fong Bo was so angry that his veins popped out. He pointed at her and said, You are so cruel. Fong Bo stopped arguing with Secretary Chen and went into the house. Secretary Chen stopped him and asked, What are you going to do, Mr. Fong? I want to go in and see Kunlun. Fong Bo said. Mr. Yi is already asleep. I don't think there's any need for you to go in and disturb him, said Secretary Chen. I just went in to take a look. Wasn't she drunk? As her fiancé, shouldn't I go in and take a look? Fong Bo said. Nothing to see. Secretary Chen was cold and harsh. Ms. Yi hates it most when others disturb her when she is sleeping. Fong Bo's face darkened. Mr. Fong, you also know this. Secretary Chen continued, Our CEO Yi works very hard. It's rare for her to get a good night's sleep. Tonight is a good time for her to get a good night's sleep while she's drunk. I will never allow anyone to disturb her rest. The two faced each other for a few seconds. Fong Bo's gloomy face gradually eased, and then he smiled. Secretary Chen, I really admire you. You are such a good dog. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Fong. Secretary Chen remained calm. I'm glad you're protecting your master like this. I feel relieved that Kunlun has someone like you by his side. As he spoke, Fong Bo reached out and patted Secretary Chen on the shoulder, then turned and left. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and ordered, By the way, take good care of Kunlun. She is my future wife. Please rest assured, Mr. Fong. Secretary Chen looked at Fong Bo's back and snorted in his heart. It was not certain whether President Yi would become his wife. Fong Bo left, but the little cousin stayed. The little cousin looked at Secretary Chen with bright eyes. Secretary Chen, can I go in and see my cousin? Secretary Chen hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Guan, your cousin really needs to rest quietly. I will never quarrel with her. I just want to see her. I really care about my cousin." Guan Xintian pleaded. Looking at her innocent eyes, Secretary Chen really wanted to let her in. However, reason told her that she couldn't do that. The matter between Han Lingfeng and President Yi couldn't be exposed for the time being. "I'm really sorry, Miss Guan. If you really care about Ms. Yi, please let her sleep well," Secretary Chen said. "Okay then." Guan Xian pouted disappointedly. But soon she smiled sympathetically, then let her have a good rest. Sufficient sleep is essential for the body. I'll visit her in the office some other day. You must take good care of her. Yeah. Secretary Chen nodded with satisfaction. Then I'll go to the banquet. Guan Xian left happily. Secretary Chen was very relieved to see Guan Xian jumping away. Finally, there was one person in the Yi family who really cared about Mr. Yi. This Miss Guan was probably the second light in Mr. Yi's heart besides Han Lingfeng. By the way, are Han Lingfeng and Mr. Yi really in there? Secretary Chen was afraid that something unexpected might happen, so she pushed the door open in a hurry. Yi. When she rashly rushed to the bedroom door, she saw Han Lingfeng and Mr. Yi lying on the bed. They were looking at each other affectionately, forgetting themselves and everything around them. Secretary Chen had never seen Ms. Yi with such an expression, gentle, infinitely gentle, full of love, infinite love, and charming. She was so charming. Ms. Yi's face was now white with a hint of pink. Oh my God! She must be enjoying the ultimate happiness, Secretary Chen shouted in his heart. At the same time, she was also happy for Mr. Yi. At least Mr. Yi was happy now. How few happy moments there were for adults, especially for Mr. Yi. "Mr. Yi, I hope you will always be happy." Secretary Chen gently closed the door for them and returned to the living room. "It seems like someone came to the door just now." Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlin affectionately and murmured, "It should be Secretary Chen." Yi Kunlin also looked at him affectionately. Secretary Chen saw everything. Han Lingfeng said, "She knows everything anyway, so it's okay for her to see it," said Yi Kunlin. "Were you satisfied with what happened just now?" Han Lingfeng was curious. "What do you think?" Yi Kunlin asked back with a red face. "Anyway, I am very satisfied, extremely satisfied, extremely satisfied." Han Lingfeng was so happy that he saw stars. Yi Kunlin buried her face in his neck shyly and laughed happily, "Me too." Han Lingfeng held her head and kissed her face fiercely several times. "I feel like I'm full of energy, let's continue." Little scoundrel. As they spoke, the two of them entangled themselves together like two snakes. All night long, tirelessly. Han Lingfeng is in his prime and has plenty of energy. Yi Kunlin seemed to have taken hormones, her endocrine system was active, and her physical condition was completely unlike that of a 30-year-old woman. This is probably the power of love, she marveled in her heart. Secretary Chen waited on the sofa in the living room all night. Now it was daylight and Secretary Chen had already fallen asleep on the sofa. A blanket was gently placed on her body. Secretary Chen was awakened and opened her eyes. She saw it was Yi Kunlin. At this moment, Yi Kunlin was wearing a loose white shirt, her collarbone exposed, and her hair draped over her shoulders. She was so beautiful. "Boss Yi." Secretary Chen hurriedly sat up from the sofa. "Sorry, I fell asleep." "You worked hard last night. Get some more sleep. I'll give you a day off today," Yi Kunlin said softly. "It's okay, I'm not tired," Secretary Chen said, and hurriedly picked up her bag from the coffee table and searched for something in it. Yi Kunlin looked in the direction of her hand and saw her take out a stack of photos and some medical bills from her bag. "Mr. Yi, I have collected all the evidence that Zhang Wanyue and Feng Bo were hooking up, including videos and photos of them kissing, as well as the medical records of Zhang Wanyue having an abortion in the hospital." Secretary Chen pushed those things in front of Yi Kunlin. Han Lingfeng also hurried over to watch. Chapter 37 Exposure. In the photo, Zhang Wanyue and Feng Bo are kissing in a bar. There are also photos of them walking hand in hand in the mall, and many other intimate actions. In the video, Feng Bo and Zhang Wanyue kissed in the hotel corridor and then entered the hotel room. Yi Kunlin felt filthy, threw the photo down and sneered. "One who keeps saying he loves me and wants to marry me. One is my cousin. She was thankful in her heart that she did not love Fong Bo, otherwise she would be the one getting hurt today. Mr. Yi. Secretary Chen thought of something. I think this is an opportunity. Secretary Chen's eyes became ambiguous. You mean, use this incident to force Fong Bo to cancel the engagement? That's a good idea, said Han Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun pondered and felt that this reason was feasible. If you're going to do something, do it thoroughly and leave no room for maneuver, Secretary Chen shouted. You mean, put this online? Yi Kunlun frowned. That won't work. Fong Bo is very powerful. Have you forgotten the video I posted last time about breaking off the engagement? It was cleaned up in 3 minutes. Secretary Chen shook his head. You misunderstood me. I meant to play it in public at the wedding. Yi Kunlun shuddered. At the wedding? Think about it. The people attending the wedding are all relatives and friends of the Yi and Fong families, as well as important and well-known figures in the wealthy circle. Once the matter is exposed and everyone knows that your fiancé and your cousin are secretly having an affair, what will everyone think? Everyone will only sympathize with you. At this point, Secretary Chen sneered, and the Fong family, no matter how shameless they are, they would be too embarrassed to marry you again. Besides, this can also solve the crisis of Han Ling. Mr. Han. She changed her words and called Han Lingfeng Mr. Han. Didn't Zhang Huanyue want Mr. Han to be her boyfriend? Now that the truth has been exposed, it will be difficult for Zhang Huanyue to pester Mr. Han anymore. Yi Kunlun lowered his head in thought. In this way, the relationship between the Yi family and the Fong family would come to an end. Also, the relationship with cousin Huanyue would become extremely awkward, and this would ruin cousin Huanyue's reputation. Do it, Mr. Yi. Secretary Chen grabbed Yi Kunlun's arm tightly. If you want to get rid of the Fong family and get rid of this unhappy marriage, this is the best chance, and probably the only chance. No. Yi Kunlun shook her head. How will the world look at Huanyue? She will be cursed by the world. Don't think about her at this time. She is secretly having an affair with Fong Bo. This is disrespectful to you. Secretary Chen shouted. But she is my cousin after all. Yi Kunlun cried, and she sighed to the sky, I can't do this for myself. Then why don't you think about yourself and Mr. Han? Secretary Chen said sadly. Yi Kunlun turned his head to look at Han Lingfeng, reached out and stroked Han Lingfeng's face, and sighed, if our fate can only be limited to this, I will never force it. Han Lingfeng held Yi Kunlun's hand tightly. He understood Kunlun. Kunlun didn't want to carry the psychological burden and guilt while being with him. She could still deal a heavy blow to Fong Bo and humiliate the Fong family. But she couldn't bring herself to take action against Zhang Huanyue and ruin her reputation in the entire wealthy circle. Besides, it would not only bring shame to the Zhang family, but also to the Yi family. What's more, Han Lingfeng couldn't bear to treat Zhang Huanyue like this. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng kissed Yi Kunlun's hand. I respect all your decisions. For me, knowing you is enough. Knowing and loving you is God's favor and mercy to me. I shouldn't ask for more. Just like this, I already feel very greedy. Ling Feng. Yi Kunlun hugged him tightly. The two hugged each other and cried. Secretary Chen's beautiful eyes were red, revealing a hint of ruthlessness and decisiveness. Let herself be the villain. Just think of it as making this a perfect marriage. Yi Kunlun and Fong Bo's wedding was held as scheduled. The wedding was prepared grandly. There were a lot of people attending, and there were media reporters broadcasting the event live. The head of the Fong family had just been promoted to a high position in Kyoto, and then he welcomed his son's wedding, which was a double happiness. The relatives of the Fong and Yi families were all immersed in the joy of this grand wedding. Patriarch Fong took the stage and gave a speech. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend the wedding of my son and the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Yi Kunlun and Fong Bo stood face to face on the stage, with Yi Kunlun wearing a white wedding dress on her head. She was extremely calm at the moment, with a faint smile on her face. But her thoughts were not here. Images of her and Han Lingfeng kept flashing through her mind. She was very happy and satisfied because she had loved like that. Lingfeng, my Lingfeng. She called his name softly in her heart. She will keep him in her heart forever. Below the stage, Han Lingfeng, Zhang Huanyue, and their little cousin sat together. They all stared at Yi Kunlun intently. She was so beautiful. They couldn't believe that there was such a beautiful woman in the world. Kunlun. My Kunlun. Han Lingfeng's eyes were fixed on Yi Kunlun. My Kunlun is the most beautiful woman in the world, he said in his heart. He seemed to see Yi Kunlun walking towards him in a wedding dress. His heart was about to melt and he was so excited that he wanted to cry. He wanted to reach out and welcome her. Brother Lingfeng, do you think Sister Kunlun is the most beautiful woman in the world? Little cousin Guan Xian suddenly interrupted Han Lingfeng's thoughts. Han Lingfeng came back to his senses, smiled and nodded. Of course, she is the most beautiful woman in the world. Zhang Huanyue turned her head and rolled her eyes at Han Lingfeng, but Han Lingfeng continued to look at Yi Kunlun on the stage. At this moment, the head of the Feng family was giving his closing blessing. I hope that you two newlyweds can live happily together from now on, with your husband singing and your wife following each other, and your marriage being harmonious, and that the bloodline of the Feng and Yi families can flourish. Thank you all. There was thunderous applause from the audience. Feng Bo's face was smiling brighter than the sun in July. However, at this moment, the big screen on the stage suddenly flashed a few times, and then a video was played. The content of the video was exactly the evidence found by Secretary Chen. Feng Bo and Zhang Huanyue kissed in the bar. Feng Bo and Zhang Huanyue walked hand in hand in the mall. Feng Bo and Zhang Huanyue kissed in the hotel corridor all the way to the door of the guest room and opened the door of the guest room. Oh my God! There was a sudden exclamation from the audience. Patriarch Feng, who was still holding the microphone, looked back. Feng Bo and Yi Kunlun looked up. And Zhang Huanyue in the audience. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 38 Chaos. Zhang Huanyue's abortion medical records were also scrolling on the screen. Oh my God! Zhang Huanyue even had an abortion for Feng Bo. Oh my God! Zhang Huanyue is actually having an affair with her cousin's fiancé. Oh my God! Feng Bo is actually having an affair with Yi Kunlun's cousin. Oh my God! Yi Kunlun was actually betrayed by her fiancé and her cousin. Poor Yi Kunlun. Such a perfect woman could actually be betrayed. Feng Bo is really a dog that can't change its bad habits. Zhang Huanyue is such a bitch. What a pair of scumbags and bitches. Reporters were frantically taking photos and recording the broadcast on the big screen. Through live broadcast, this scandal spread all over the internet in an instant, and the Feng family couldn't cover it up even if they wanted to. Feng Bo and Zhang Huanyue's intimate videos and photos were all over the internet and once topped the hot search list. Everyone was scolding Zhang Huanyue and Feng Bo. Everyone sympathized with Yi Kunlun. Feng Bo and Zhang Huanyue were completely stunned. You rebellious son! The head of the Feng family had a dark face and slapped Feng Bo hard in the face. Feng Bo only felt his ears buzzing and his mind went blank. Humph! The head of the Feng family threw the microphone heavily to the ground and left angrily. This rebellious son has completely disgraced the Feng family. Kunlun! Kunlun! Listen to my explanation. The first thing Feng Bo thought of after he came to his senses was that he was afraid that Yi Kunlun would break off the engagement. Until now, he still wants to hold on to this marriage. Kunlun! Listen to my explanation. Feng Bo reached out to grab Yi Kunlun's arm. Yi Kunlun shook him off without hesitation because she was now looking everywhere for Secretary Chen. She knew that this must have been done by Secretary Chen. That guy actually didn't listen to her. She was going to find Secretary Chen now, and she ran forward. Feng Bo held her tightly. Kunlun! Listen to my explanation. It's all over, all those things are over. Let me go. Yi Kunlun turned around and kicked Feng Bo in the crotch. Feng Bo squatted down, holding his hips. Yi Kunlun ran away to find Secretary Chen. Han Lingfeng's eyes never left Yi Kunlun. When he saw Yi Kunlun leaving, he hurriedly followed her. Zhang Huanyue sat there blankly, being pointed at and criticized by everyone. She had never experienced such a scene before, and she was completely confused. At this time, Feng Bo rushed up. Zhang Huanyue, you seduced me. It's all your fault. It's all your fault for seducing me, otherwise today wouldn't be like this. It's all your fault, you bitch. Zhang Huanyue came to her senses. No. Feng Bo was clearly trying to draw dirty water on her. It was clearly the fault of both of them, why should she be blamed alone? Feng Bo, you bastard, it was obviously you who raped me, you are a rapist. Zhang Huanyue fought back. What did you say? You bitch, I'm going to strangle you to death. Feng Bo pounced on Zhang Huanyue like a mad dog and strangled her neck. Come on, come on. You bastard, don't think I'm afraid of you. Zhang Wanyue was not to be outdone and reached out to grab Fang Bo's hair. The two scumbags and the bitch just fought each other. Reporters frantically took photos and live broadcasted the video. The dog-eat-dog scene further escalated the scandal. Go and pull them apart. Old Mrs. Yi, whose face had already turned blue with anger, slammed the ground heavily with her cane. Several relatives of the Yi family hurried over and pulled Zhang Wanyue and Fang Bo apart. Oh my god, what a sin this is! Zhang Wanyue's mother sat down on the ground and cried. What a sin! What a sin! Old Mrs. Yi could only use these 3 words to express her anger. My little cousin turned pale with fright. I'm afraid this will traumatize her for the rest of her life. But what she was most worried about was her cousin Kunlun. Cousin Kunlun was betrayed by sister Wanyue and Fang Bo. She must be so sad that she was going crazy. Grandma, sister Kunlun is missing. Guan Xin shouted to Grandma Yi. Yes, Kunlun. Old Mrs. Yi also became anxious. How could she bear such a great shock? Go find him. Go find him quickly. Make sure nothing unexpected happens. Old Madame Yi ordered her bodyguards, hurry and find Kunlun. Yes, in everyone's eyes, Yi Kunlun is the biggest victim, and she must have been greatly stimulated. So she disappeared. She must have gone into hiding and was sad alone. Fang Bo, you caused my daughter to have an abortion and brought shame upon herself. Now she has a bad reputation. Who in the entire Nanshire wealthy circle would want her? So, you must marry my daughter. Zhang Wanyue's mother said. I marry her? Fang Bo spat on the ground. Is she worthy? What did you say? I'm not worthy? You bastard, I'm telling you, you want to marry me, but I don't want to marry you, bah, you bastard. Zhang Wanyue yelled at Fang Bo. I'll go find Kunlun first. I'll settle the score with you when I have time. Fang Bo said this harshly and turned and ran away. He would not give up Yi Kunlun easily. Wasn't it just that his reputation was bad? He was a man, so wasn't it normal for him to play with women? Besides, netizens' memory only lasts 7 days, and soon everyone will forget about this matter. The most important thing for him now is to find Yi Kunlun, coax her into submission, seek her forgiveness, and then continue to hold the wedding with her. In the president's secretary's office at Yi Group, Yi Kunlun found Secretary Chen. Yi Kunlun broke into the secretary's office, followed closely by Han Lingfeng. Secretary Chen knelt on the ground hurriedly. I'm sorry. President Yi, I took the initiative to expose the video at your wedding. I went against your will. I am willing to accept any punishment. Looking at the loyal subordinate who had accompanied her for 6 years, Yi Kunlun felt extremely fond of him. She shook her head and said, You have never betrayed me. Secretary Chen raised his head, tears in his eyes. I just want to see President Yi happy. For this, I don't mind hurting others. If I had to choose again, I would still do it and never regret it. Get up. Yi Kunlun reached out and helped Secretary Chen up. Am I worthy of you doing this for me? It's worth it. Secretary Chen was very firm. Boss Yi is the only person I am willing to follow in my life. Secretary Chen. Yi Kunlun pulled Secretary Chen into his arms and hugged him tightly, tears of emotion rolling down his cheeks. Mr. Yi. Secretary Chen hugged her tightly, tears streaming down her face. Han Lingfeng's eyes were also a little hot. He understood Secretary Chen because Kunlun was a person who deserved everyone to fall in love with her. She was worth it. There were noisy footsteps outside the door, and the Yi family's bodyguards found this place. They rushed to the door and saw Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen hugging each other and crying, so they stepped back. Then he reported to Mrs. Yi, We found President Yi. She and Secretary Chen are both in the office, they are hugging each other and crying. The old lady on the other end of the phone replied, It's better to cry it out. She has suffered such a great injustice. Kunlun has always been introverted. I am afraid that she will keep it in her heart and get sick. If she cries out, I will feel relieved. You all can come back. Okay, old lady. The bodyguards left. As soon as the bodyguards left, Fang Bo also found this place. He rushed into the office frantically. Kunlun, please listen to my explanation. Please listen to my explanation, Kunlun. Chapter 39, Unrequited Love and Mutual Desire. Fang Bo excitedly grabbed Yi Kunlun's arm and said, Kunlun, listen to my explanation. It was Zhang Wanyue who seduced me. It was that bitch who seduced me. I was just bewildered for a moment. Zhang Wanyue and I are just playing around, really. She and I are just playing around. She is just a tool for me to have fun. You are the only one I love in my heart. I only love you, ah? Do you understand? I only love you. Shall we go back and continue with the wedding? Shall we? Fong Bo, are you sick? Secretary Chen pushed Fong Bo away fiercely. How can you be so shameless? Things have come to this point, and you still have the nerve to beg Mr. Yi. Get out of my way. Fong Bo roared and pushed Secretary Chen away. He had completely lost his mind at this moment. Secretary Chen staggered 2 steps and almost fell. Yi Kunlun hurriedly supported her. Fong Bo continued to pull Yi Kunlun's arm. I beg you, Kunlun, please go back and hold the wedding with me, okay? Our wedding hasn't been completed yet, and I haven't put the ring on you yet. Oh, the ring, the ring. Fong Bo hurriedly searched for the ring on his body. Yi Kunlun stared at him in amazement, unable to believe that Fong Bo had reached this point. Found it. Found the ring. Fong Bo took the ring and put it on Yi Kunlun's hand. Come, I'll put it on you, I'll put it on you. He forced the ring onto Yi Kunlun's finger. Yi Kunlun couldn't bear it anymore. Enough. She shook off Fong Bo's hand and yelled. Fong Bo was so frightened that he froze, because Yi Kunlun rarely got angry. But at this moment, Yi Kunlun had completely exploded. You still think this is not embarrassing enough, right? Look at yourself, a young master of the Fong family. How could you have ended up like this? Ask yourself, what good things have you done in your life? What is your value? You are good at eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. You are capable of everything. Making friends with bad people is your strong point, and eating, drinking, and having fun are your specialties. The only thing you have is the business card that your Fong family left for you. Without the Fong family's name, you are nothing. You are just a rotten person. It would be fine if you just behaved like a bad person, but you are also immoral and greedy. You are so filthy. What can you bring to match me? Don't you feel ashamed? Don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Don't you have any self-awareness? Secretary Chen shouted excitedly, Mr. Yi, well said. Fong Bo's face gradually turned pale. He became angry and humiliated by what Yi Kunlun said. His face was hideous and his eyes were bloodthirsty. Am I ashamed of myself? I am the young master of the Fong family, the most aristocratic family in South City. My father has just been promoted to a high position in Kyoto. What's so great about you? Aren't you just pretty? Aren't you the president of Yi Group? In terms of status, you are nothing in front of me. Hee hee, I like you and am willing to marry you. That's a compliment to you. There are many women like you in this world. You are taking advantage of my preference for you and taking advantage of me. Do you think you are a British royal princess? You say I have no self-awareness, but I think you are the one who doesn't know what's good for you. Fong Bo's fingers were about to poke Yi Kunlun's head. Swish. Han Lingfeng suddenly grabbed Fong Bo and punched him hard in the face. Fong Bo was knocked to the ground. Han Lingfeng stared coldly at Fong Bo lying on the ground. He would not allow anyone to speak rudely to Kuan Lin. Fong Bo doesn't know how to judge people. He doesn't know Kuan Lin's good points and doesn't know how to appreciate her. He even looks down on her. If he looks down on her so much, why does he keep pestering her? You. Fong Bo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, pointed at Han Lingfeng and roared ferociously, You little bastard, how dare you hit me? You hold a grudge against me because of Zhang Wanyue, right? Because I slept with Zhang Wanyue, got her pregnant, and played with her like a prostitute, so you're angry, ha 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 ha. Fong Bo suddenly laughed like a madman. Get out. Yi Kunlun couldn't bear to listen to his dirty words any longer. Fong Bo had been so vicious that if he said one more word to him, he would be dirtying his own mouth. Security! Security! Secretary Chen shouted loudly outside the door. Several company security guards rushed in. Throw this garbage out of the company. Secretary Chen ordered the security guard. Go! Several security guards pulled Fong Bo up from the ground and dragged him away like a piece of garbage. When he was thrown out of the company gate in a panic, the reporters and self-media people guarding outside the gate took pictures of him frantically. As a result, the topic young Master Fong begged for reconciliation and was thrown out of the company by Yi Kunlun became a hot search again. Everyone is scolding Fong Bo for being shameless. After his scandal with Zhang Wanyue was exposed, he still has the nerve to ask for a reconciliation. Everyone was praising Yi Kunlun for throwing it away well and for breaking off the marriage. This kind of trash should be kicked out. When the head of the Fong family saw the report in the media, he was shocked to see that his son actually went to the other party to ask for reconciliation. He stamped his feet in anger. This rebellious son. This rebellious son. He thinks he hasn't embarrassed himself enough. He slapped himself hard on the face. He has completely disgraced me. Then he ordered his adjutant, "Go. Call that rebellious son back to me." Fong Bo got up from the ground in a panic, raised his head and looked at the company building, feeling extremely angry. "Yi Kunlun. Since I can't have you." The adjutant drove up to him and said, "Master, the master wants you to go back." Fong Bo ordered his adjutant, "Go check who was at the wedding and exposed the video." The adjutant hesitated for a moment and said, "Master, I think you should stop dwelling on this matter. In fact, there is one thing I have always wanted to say. In fact, you and the eldest lady of the Yi family are not the same kind of people. Just do it when I tell you to. Why are you talking nonsense?" Fong Bo yelled at the adjutant. The adjutant shook his head. This young Master Fong was really crazy. How could the head of the family give birth to such a thing? But he would not disobey the young master's order. He would investigate the source of the wedding video exposure. Upstairs, Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun held hands and looked into each other's eyes. "Mr. Yi and Mr. Han, you have finally got what you wished for, right?" Secretary Chen was happy for them. Yi Kunlun smiled bitterly and shook his head. "If Ling Feng and I were to be together, it would still be extremely difficult." "Why?" Secretary Chen was puzzled. Yi Kunlun sighed, "You know my family. They value family interests and reputation more than anything else. There's a huge age gap between Ling Feng and me, and Zhang Wanyue likes Ling Feng. After the last banquet, the relatives all thought Ling Feng was Zhang Wanyue's boyfriend. If everyone knew about this, Ling Feng and I, wouldn't it be a mess?" Thinking of her relationship with Han Lingfeng, the future was bleak, and Yi Kunlun fell into deep despair. "Let's not think too much about it for now." Han Lingfeng hurriedly comforted her. He was most afraid of seeing Kunlun frown. Han Lingfeng said optimistically, "Let's take it one step at a time. I always feel that our fate will not end here." Yi Kunlun looked up at him. He always brought her sunshine and hope. "Let's go. Let's go to your secret base." Han Lingfeng took her hand. "Today is also a day of victory, we should celebrate." Secretary Chen lowered his head and smiled secretly. This so-called celebration was probably going to be an inevitable tender drama. Thinking of this, Secretary Chen blushed and his heart began to beat fast. Yi Kunlun glanced at Secretary Chen shyly and blushed. "What nonsense are you talking about? I still have a lot of things to deal with in my company. Leave it to me. I think Mr. Yi should make the most of the time to enjoy his romantic time." Secretary Chen joked. "You?" Yi Kunlun glared at Secretary Chen. "You are becoming more and more disrespectful. I'm going to meet a client." Secretary Chen grabbed the folder on the desk, turned around and left with devilish steps. "Let's go." Han Lingfeng rubbed Yi Kunlun's face with his nose and said gently, "Stop it, I really have to get busy with work." Yi Kunlun said. "Kunlun, Kunlun." Han Lingfeng continued to rub Yi Kunlun's face and neck with his nose and lips. Yi Kunlun couldn't stand it anymore. "Okay, that's enough, let's go, let's go." Han Lingfeng smiled sweetly. "I'll go downstairs first and take a taxi to the hotel. You can follow me by yourself." "Okay." Yi Kunlun nodded, watched him leave, then lowered his head and smiled. This little brat. She also wanted to cherish every moment with Han Lingfeng. What's going on? I miss him as soon as we separated and can't wait to go on a date with him. Yi Kunlun hurried back to her office, took off her wedding dress, picked out a sexy red dress for herself from the office cloakroom, put it on, and looked perfect in the mirror. Then, she picked up her bag, hurriedly got into her Maserati luxury car in the underground parking lot, and drove madly towards the secret base. Chapter 40. Oh, my love. Yi Kunlun was like an 18-year-old girl, looking forward to a date with Han Lingfeng. As soon as they arrived at the presidential suite of the hotel, she and Han Lingfeng kissed passionately. She was like being poisoned, becoming more and more obsessed with this little man. Han Lingfang also seemed to be crazy, and just wanted to take this woman madly. She was his first woman and would be his last woman. He swore that she was the only one in his life. To die under the peony flowers, to become a ghost is to wander madly. Han Lingfang loves with his soul, with his life, with a pure heart and a body in the prime of youth. Kunlun, Kunlun, oh, my love. When Han Lingfang pressed Yi Kunlun on the bed and demanded her frantically, he kept calling her name. It would be great if I died at this moment, so that I could live in your heart forever. Yi Kunlun rubbed his head hard. Don't talk nonsense, don't talk nonsense. Will you stay with me? Say, will you stay with me forever? Ha? Will you? Will you? He asked over and over again. She didn't answer. She didn't know. She really didn't know. The future was full of uncertainties. I want to be with you forever, until we grow old, until the end of time. Our love will last forever. Ling Fong, Ling Fong. Han Lingfang's cell phone kept ringing on the coffee table in the living room. Zhang Wanyue is displayed on the mobile phone screen. Zhang Wanyue's reputation was ruined, she suffered cyberbullying, and became a laughingstock in the entire Nanchur wealthy circle. Although she has always been thick-skinned, her heart was still deeply traumatized this time. After returning from the wedding, she hid in the house and cried. But no one paid attention to her, no one comforted her. Now, everyone despises her, even her mother calls her cheap. She didn't know who to seek for understanding and comfort. The only person she could think of was Han Lingfang. Han Lingfang was born in a humble family, so he was not qualified to look down on her. So she called Han Lingfang, but he didn't answer the phone. She called him several times, but he didn't answer. Did he dislike her too? But he knew about her affair with Fang Bo and the abortion. At this time, shouldn't he stand by her side, accompany her and comfort her? That's right. He didn't like her at all, so how could he accompany her and comfort her? He might be dating the rich woman who supports him right now. By the way, rich woman, who is that rich woman? This incident aroused Zhang Wanyue's curiosity again. She was suddenly no longer sad. She only wanted to figure out one thing. She wanted to know who the rich woman who supported Han Lingfang was. This was due to her curiosity and her desire for control. She had already fallen in love with Han Lingfang and she wanted to know everything about him. Ah, Wei. She picked up her phone and called her bodyguard. Go and find out for me who the rich woman who supports Han Lingfang is. In the next few days, Han Lingfang always felt that someone was following him, but when he turned around, there was always no one behind him. Kunlun, I feel like I'm being followed, but I don't know who sent the person. Han Lingfang called Yi Kunlun. Lingfeng, listen to me. Maybe our relationship has aroused suspicion from others. It could be my grandmother's man, or it could be someone else. Yi Kunlun was very anxious. In short, listen to me. Let's not meet again for the time being. Our relationship cannot be exposed at the moment. Han Lingfang nodded, I understand. Then let's not contact each other for the time being. I will always be thinking about you. I'll be thinking of you all the time, too. Well, I'm hanging up then. Bang! Yi Kunlun clearly hadn't had time to hang up the phone when Han Lingfang heard the sound of the door being pushed open violently. Then, someone was heard reporting to Yi Kunlun, Boss Yi, it's bad. Secretary Chen was in a car accident. What? Was he sent to the hospital? The ambulance just took her away, first hospital. Let's go to the hospital. Then, the phone beeped. Secretary Chen was in a car accident? Han Lingfang's heart was twisted into a ball. Regardless of so many concerns, he had to rush to the hospital immediately. Even if it was not for Secretary Chen, he had to go for Kunlun. How sad Kunlun must be at this moment. Han Lingfang rushed to the hospital, only to see Yi Kunlun and several bodyguards standing outside the operating room, waiting anxiously. Yi Kunlun was about to collapse, because the bodyguard had just told her that Secretary Chen was hit by Fang Bo's car. They retrieved the surveillance footage from where Secretary Chen had the accident. Secretary Chen had just finished get off work and was hit by a car when she walked out of the company gate. Fang Bo blatantly bumped into Yi Kunlun's secretary at the door of her company. How arrogant, provocative, and maliciously retaliatory. Kunlun! Kunlun! Han Lingfang rushed over and supported Yi Kunlun, who was about to collapse on the ground. Because of me, it's all because of me. Yi Kunlun wailed, sobbing and crying, It's all because of me that Fong Bo hit her. Han Lingfeng had never seen Yi Kunlun like this before. Her calmness and rationality were completely gone, and her elegance and decency were completely gone. She cried so miserably that all the makeup on her face was smudged. It's all because of me, She cried until her legs went limp and her body kept falling down. Kunlun! Kunlun! Han Lingfeng hugged her waist tightly, supporting her sinking body. How can I alleviate your pain at this moment, my love? Han Lingfeng's tears welled up from his eyes, and he hugged Yi Kunlun tightly. Seeing her crying like this, his heart was bleeding. How can I relieve your pain? What should I do? Han Lingfeng kissed the tears on Yi Kunlun's face, over and over again. Lingfeng! Lingfeng! Yi Kunlun grabbed Han Lingfeng's hand and wailed, Secretary Chen was hit by Fong Bo because of us. She was because of us. I know. I know. Han Lingfeng reached out and wiped the tears from her face. I understand everything. If she never wakes up again. If she never wakes up again. Yi Kunlun was so desperate that she almost died. No. Don't think too much. I believe that good things will come to those who are lucky. Secretary Chen will be fine. She will be fine. Han Lingfeng comforted her and also comforted himself. Han Lingfeng finally managed to calm Yi Kunlun down. He helped her sit down on a chair outside the operating room door. At this time, Fong Bo came. Fong Bo had a playful and provocative smile on his face and was chewing gum in his mouth. Fong Bo. Yi Kunlun immediately rushed towards Fong Bo. Han Lingfeng and his bodyguards hurriedly followed. Fong Bo, you beast, you hit Secretary Chen with your car, how could you do that? Yi Kunlun grabbed Fong Bo's collar and slapped him madly. Asshole, beast, how could you do that? Fong Bo pushed Yi Kunlun away, his face full of pride. Don't you know why I did this? Secretary Chen dared to expose my past at the wedding, wasn't it you who ordered it? You daring secretary, you actually dared to expose my past in public. You must be tired of living. Bastard! I'm going to fight you. Yi Kunlun pounced on Fong Bo again. Yi Kunlun! Fong Bo grabbed Yi Kunlun's neck viciously. If you know what's best for you now, be my woman obediently, otherwise I will kill you too. Han Lingfeng's eyes turned red, a cold light flashed in them, and he swung his fist out. Chapter 41 Sleeping. Han Lingfeng's eyes turned bloodshot with a cold light flashing in them, and he swung his fist out. Bang! Fong Bo was knocked to the ground by a punch. Bang bang bang! Han Lingfeng's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he panted hard against Fong Bo. Lingfeng! That's enough! Yi Kunlun rushed over and grabbed him, and the bodyguards also came to help. Even if you beat him to death, it will be useless. He looked up at the door of the operating room. Secretary Chen. Will Secretary Chen wake up? You little bastard, how dare you hit me, huh? How dare you hit me? Fong Bo, with footprints all over his body, got up from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth while pointing at Han Lingfeng and cursing. I should have dealt with you a long time ago. I should have dealt with you a long time ago. Fong Bo's roar echoed throughout the hospital corridor. I'll call someone over right now to break your legs. Fong Bo picked up his phone and made a call. Yi Kunlun ordered the bodyguard, call the police. Fong Bo hit Secretary Chen, he must be punished by law. Ha, Yi Kunlun, calling the police is useless. Fong Bo pointed at Yi Kunlun and laughed, don't forget, my dad works in Kyoto. Who in Nanshur dares to arrest me? Ha? Who dares to arrest me? I don't believe that your Fong family can really control everything in Nanshur. Yi Kunlun said. You don't believe it, right? Then let's just wait and see. I will be released in no more than 3 days. Fong Bo was very proud. Han Lingfeng thought to himself, if that was the case, he would naturally find a way to deal with him when the time comes. He spent 1 billion to invest in Shinruwashi's film and television company, and the money was not wasted. The power behind Shinruwashi is much greater than that of his Fong family. Not long after, the police arrived, took a statement, and obtained the surveillance records, confirming that Fong Bo was the criminal. The police took Fong Bo away. The doctor finally came out of the operating room. Yi Kunlun hurried over and said, Doctor, how is Secretary Chen? She is no longer in danger of death, but due to the impact on her head, her brain was damaged and its function was affected, causing the patient to lose consciousness, the doctor announced. Then when will she wake up? Secretary Chan asked hurriedly. The doctor shook his head. Recovery time varies from person to person. There is no definite answer. Some patients may regain consciousness within days, weeks, or months, while others may take years or longer to recover. Of course, some patients may never recover from a vegetative state. As the doctor spoke, Yi Kunlun's body softened little by little. Han Lingfeng held half of her body in his arms and supported her. The doctor sighed, in short, try to actively cooperate with the doctor's treatment and take rehabilitation measures. Yi Kunlun trembled and sobbed in Han Lingfeng's arms. Kunlun! Kunlun! Secretary Chen will wake up. You have to believe her. Han Lingfeng shook her in his arms. Yes. Yes. Yi Kunlun wiped away her tears and cheered up. She will wake up, she will definitely wake up. I have to have faith in her. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed and Secretary Chen still hadn't woken up. During these 3 days, Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng stayed in the ward. Kunlun looked much more haggard and lost a lot of weight in 3 days. She had no intention of dealing with company affairs. Lingfeng, do you think she will never wake up? It's been 3 days, why hasn't she woken up yet? Why hasn't she woken up yet? Yi Kunlun was panicked and scared. The doctor said it will take several days or weeks, it's only 3 days, don't worry. Han Lingfeng hugged her to comfort her. But words could no longer comfort her, she was now filled with sadness and fear. She was in tears all the time and felt so guilty that she was going crazy. Seeing her so sad, Han Lingfeng felt extremely sad as well. But he tried to stay optimistic. Kunlun, look at me. He held Yi Kunlun's face. As long as we help her recover and actively cooperate with the doctor's treatment, Secretary Chen will wake up soon, huh? Yes. Yes. We must give her a good rehabilitation. Yi Kunlun wiped away her tears, grabbed Secretary Chen's hand and gave her a massage. She worked so hard and seriously. The president of a group company, the daughter of a business family, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, has now turned into a caregiver. The friendship between her and Secretary Chen has gone beyond the relationship of superiors and subordinates. Their friendship is deep. Han Lingfeng was moved by their friendship. Kunlun, let me do it. Han Lingfeng didn't want her to work too hard. It's okay, I'm not tired. Yi Kunlun wiped the sweat from his forehead and said. Let me do it, be obedient. Han Lingfeng held her hand forcefully. She broke free from his hand. Don't worry about me, Lingfeng, I'm really not tired. But my heart hurts. Han Lingfeng became sad. Yi Kunlun looked up at him, and tears flashed in Han Lingfeng's eyes. Seeing you getting thinner and thinner, seeing you sad and tired, my heart aches so much that it's about to break. So, let me do it. You go and rest. Okay. Okay. Yi Kunlun nodded vigorously, stood up and hugged Han Lingfeng. I'll go take care of the company's business. After saying that, she let go of Han Lingfeng and left in a hurry. Han Lingfeng sat in the position where she had just sat, grabbed Secretary Chen's feet and gave her a rehabilitation massage. Secretary Chen, please wake up quickly, otherwise how will Kunlun and I cope with this situation? A few more days passed. Kunlun would take time out every day to visit Secretary Chen in the hospital. Even though her company was extremely busy, she would still take time to come for a while, and if she had more time, she would stay for several hours. Han Lingfeng stayed in the ward 24 hours a day. When he was tired, he would lie down beside the bed and sleep. He would eat in the hospital cafeteria. They didn't want to hire a nurse and wanted to take care of Secretary Chen themselves and wait for him to wake up. That day, Han Lingfeng was wiping Secretary Chen's body when Zhang Wanyue walked in from outside the door. The scene of wiping the body happened to be seen by Zhang Wanyue. Han Lingfeng. Zhang Wanyue had an extremely unnatural smile on her face, so the rich woman who supports you is her. Han Lingfeng was nervous. Could it be that Zhang Wanyue knew about his relationship with Kunlun? I asked my bodyguard to follow you, and he said you seem to be very close to my cousin Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng became more and more nervous. Did she really discover his relationship with Kunlun? Zhang Wanyue continued, I began to wonder if the rich woman who supported you was my cousin Yi Kunlun, but then I changed my mind and dispelled this suspicion. Who is cousin Yi Kunlun? She has such high standards. She doesn't even like Fangbo. How could she possibly like you? Zhang Wanyue said, glancing at Secretary Chen on the bed, and continued in a sarcastic tone, now, I finally understand that the person who supports you is Secretary Chen. When Han Lingfeng heard her say that the person who supported her was Secretary Chen, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Are you so sure that I am being kept by Secretary Chen? Han Lingfeng looked at Zhang Huanyue with a smile. If she hadn't kept you, how could you stay in her ward and serve her 24 hours a day without leaving her side? Zhang Huanyue's eyes were full of jealousy. That's what you think. Han Lingfeng said. Don't deny it anymore. Secretary Chen is the secretary of the president of Yi Group. She earns $1 million a year, and she also holds a lot of shares in Yi Group. She is definitely a wealthy woman. It is more than enough for her to support you. It seems that you have determined that I, Han Lingfeng, am being kept by someone. Otherwise, how could you afford to live in a big villa? Zhang Huanyue leaned against the doorframe of the ward and looked at Han Lingfeng with an unhappy look. Han Lingfeng was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, whatever you think. Han Lingfeng, your father has already made an agreement with my grandmother to let you marry into my Zhang family and become my son-in-law. Han Lingfeng glanced at her and said, since you know that I'm a gigolo, you still want to marry me? You are a gigolo, and I have a bad reputation. We are both bad people, so there is no need for us to look down on each other. Zhang Huanyue said. But I already have a lover, I told you. Han Lingfeng said. Are you talking about Secretary Chen? Secretary Chen has become a vegetable now and may never wake up. Instead of following such a living dead person, you might as well follow me. Zhang Huanyue said in a business tone. Who do you say is the living dead? Yi Kunlun suddenly came. When Zhang Huanyue saw Yi Kunlun, she was like a mouse seeing a cat and quickly covered her face with one hand. Her and Fong Bo's scandal had been exposed and she was too ashamed to see Yi Kunlun again. Yi Kunlun's face was dark because Zhang Huanyue actually said that Secretary Chen was a living dead. I don't allow anyone to speak rudely to Secretary Chen. She is not a living dead, she is conscious, and she will wake up soon. She. Zhang Huanyue pointed at Secretary Chen on the bed, she keeps a gigolo. She keeps Han Lingfeng. She wanted to step on Secretary Chen's character. But just when Yi Kunlun was about to take action, Zhang Huanyue actually said that her secretary was supporting her beloved man. Nonsense. Get out of here. Yi Kunlun yelled at Zhang Huanyue with a dark face. Okay, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Zhang Huanyue fled in a hurry. Seeing her running away with her head in her hands, and thinking of what she said about Secretary Chen supporting Han Lingfeng, Yi Kunlun laughed out of anger. This Zhang Huanyue, really? Han Lingfeng put his arms around her waist from behind. I heard that I'm being kept by someone else, are you jealous? Yi Kunlun turned around and looked at him with a confused look in his eyes. What do you think? I don't know. Han Lingfeng said, his face and lips slowly approaching Yi Kunlun's neck. The hot air hit Yi Kunlun's neck again and again, and Yi Kunlun's body trembled. Han Lingfeng's hands started to get restless. Yi Kunlun pinched Han Lingfeng's arm. This little man was too skilled and she could hardly bear it. Yi. Mr. Yi. At this time, an exhausted voice came from the hospital bed behind him. Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng were both stunned. Chapter 42 Extreme Humiliation. Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun turned around and slowly looked towards the bed. Secretary Chen on the hospital bed has woken up. She is still very weak, but with a smile on her face. Secretary Chen. Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng rushed to the bed together. Mr. Yi. Secretary Chen looked at Yi Kunlun deeply. You finally woke up. Yi Kunlun grabbed Secretary Chen's hand and put it on her face, crying with joy, you scared me to death, did you know that? Secretary Chen's eyes were blurred. It is the greatest honor of my life to see President Yi cry for me. Secretary Chen. Yi Kunlun reached out and hugged Secretary Chen tightly in his arms. Secretary Chen had a satisfied smile on his face, as if dying for her was worth it. There were arrogant footsteps at the door. Fong Bo appeared at the door. He came out? Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng thought they were seeing things and couldn't believe it. Secretary Chen's expression suddenly became excited, even frightened. You came out so soon. Yi Kunlun stood up and rushed to Fong Bo. I've said it before. Fong Bo looked proud. Nanshur is my Fong family's world. No one dares to really arrest me. I was released in just 1 week. Moreover, they treated me well with good food and drink during this week. After all, my father is in a high position. Ha 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 ha. Fong Bo laughed wildly. It is so unjust that people commit crimes and do not suffer punishment. But there is always someone better than you. No matter how powerful the Fong family is, there will always be someone more powerful than them. Han Lingfeng took out his cell phone and sent a message to Shin Ruoshi. There is something unfair, and I would like to ask Miss Shin to help me redress my grievances. Fong Bo continued to be arrogant, pointing his finger at Secretary Chen on the bed. You are lucky to be alive. This is a lesson for you. Next time, you may not be so lucky. Secretary Chen looked excited and angry, but he was powerless. Yi Kunlun glared at Fong Bo with hatred. Do you think you can always escape the punishment of the law? I believe that there is karma in this world, and no one can be glorious and powerful forever. There is a saying that goes, water overflows when it is full, and the moon wanes when it is full. Today you bumped into Secretary Chen and escaped the punishment of the law, but you may not be so lucky in the future. Karma? This is just the self-consolation of the weak. Fong Bo raised his chin. I never believe in the theory of karma. Really? Han Lingfeng showed a meaningful smile on his face, but I think what Mr. Yi said is right. No one can be glorious and powerful forever. The moon is full and then it wanes. Your Fong family will not be glorious forever. Maybe it will collapse soon. It's you again, you little idiot. Fong Bo's hatred for Han Lingfeng had reached its peak. Why do you always appear here? What? Aren't you going to accompany Zhang Wanyue? Zhang Wanyue has become a junk in the entire Nanchur rich circle. Why don't you quickly put away your junk? You still have time to meddle in other people's business here. I think you probably misunderstood. Han Lingfeng stretched out a hand and put it around Yi Kunlun's shoulders. I'm not Zhang Wanyue's boyfriend at all. I'm her lover. Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlun with affectionate eyes. What? You, it's impossible. Fong Bo staggered. How could you be with Yi Kunlun? It's absolutely impossible. What's impossible? Yi Kunlun stretched out her hands and hugged Han Lingfeng's waist. He is indeed my lover. No. Fong Bo shook his head. You're making me angry. You're deliberately making me angry. They didn't mean to anger you. Secretary Chen said with a playful smile. I know the whole story of how President Yi and Mr. Han fell in love, so I can testify. At this point, Secretary Chen's face became even more humorous. Do you still remember the day of the old lady's birthday party? At the door of the hotel's presidential suite, you wanted to go in to see President Yi, but I stopped you. Fong Bo recalled the scene of that day. He wanted to go in to see Yi Kunlun, but Secretary Chen did stop him from entering. In fact, President Yi and Mr. Han were inside at the time. Secretary Chen's face was filled with amusement. No. No. You're lying. You're lying. Fong Bo shouted loudly, you're deliberately trying to piss me off. You're all singing the same tune, teaming up to deliberately piss me off, right? I'm not mad at you. Han Lingfeng's lips curled up in a playful tone. One of his hands had already moved from Yi Kunlun's shoulder to her waist. Secretary Chen is telling the truth. Kunlun and I were indeed inside at the time. Kunlun, you call her Kunlun? Fong Bo looked a little confused. Han Lingfeng continued, Kunlun and I love each other. We can't control our feelings. We can't help ourselves. I can't control my emotions, I can't help myself. Fong Bo's eyes widened, his body trembling, he couldn't believe it. Yes, Lingfeng is too enthusiastic. Yi Kunlun's lips curled up with a playful look, and she looked at Han Lingfeng with affectionate eyes. He makes me unable to control myself. He makes you unable to control yourself? Ha 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 ha. Fong Bo was driven crazy and let out a weird laugh. Yi Kunlun continued to look at Han Lingfeng affectionately, as if confessing to Han Lingfeng, he is like a little sun, illuminating my heart and my world. He makes me no longer feel lonely and cold. He fills my empty heart and cultivates my body that is like a desert. He makes my soul and body tremble. He makes me bloom like a withered rose. He nourishes me with love. He makes me realize what the ultimate joy and happiness is. My life has become lively since then. Ah ha 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 ha, Fong Bo laughed crazily. The stimulation and intense pain in his heart made tears flow from the corners of his eyes. He is your little sun. He fills your empty heart. He cultivates your desert-like body. He makes your soul and body tremble doubly. Ha ha ha. He clenched his teeth with tears in his eyes. Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun. Fong Bo gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling with extreme resentment. I have loved you for more than 10 years, I have protected you for more than 10 years, I have respected you for more than 10 years, and I have never even touched your finger, but you gave your body and soul to him, to this little idiot. Why? Why, Yi Kunlun? Fong Bo cried and fell to his knees. He pounded the floor with his hands frantically. Why? Why? Why can't I even defeat a young brat? Why? Fong Bo raised his tearful, scarlet eyes and glared at Yi Kunlun angrily, his eyes filled with infinite pain and hatred. Then he stood up from the ground and said with extreme hatred, You have humiliated me and hurt me so much, I must make you pay a heavy price. Then, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Chapter 43, Miss Yi has connections everywhere? Soon, several gangsters came to the ward. Mr. Fong. They were extremely respectful to the young master of the most aristocratic family in South City. Fong Bo glared with murderous eyes and ordered the leader in a floral shirt, Take this woman to my private villa. I will torture her for the rest of her life. He pointed at Yi Kunlun. He pointed at Secretary Chen and said, Sell that woman to northern Myanmar. Then he pointed at Han Lingfeng and said, Throw him into the meat grinder. Just as these thugs pounced on the three of them. Don't move! A loud shout suddenly came from outside the door. A group of uniformed police officers appeared at the door, led by Director Zhou, a highest leader of the Nanchur police system. Several black gun muzzles were pointed at those thugs and Fong Bo. Those hooligans were like lambs to be slaughtered, not daring to move and raising their hands. Old Zhou, what are you doing? Fong Bo looked at Director Zhou unhappily. Old Zhou? Director Zhou looked at the arrogant young master of the most aristocratic family in South City and said, Only your father has the right to call me that. You don't have the right to call me that. Since you know my father, why don't you put your gun down? Fong Bo yelled at Director Zhou. Director Zhou pointed the muzzle of his gun at Fong Bo's forehead. Boy, you really don't know your place. Do you think your father can protect you for a while, but can he protect you forever? So, you don't even care about my dad, right? Fong Bo gritted his teeth. Humph. Director Zhou snorted coldly, I don't want to waste my time talking to an ignorant kid like you. He waved his hand and ordered his subordinates behind him, Take him and these hooligans away. The gangster and Fong Bo were caught by the police. Fong Bo struggled while yelling at Director Zhou, Mr. Zhou, how dare you arrest me? I don't think you want to be the director of the Nanchur Police Department anymore. If my dad knew that you arrested me, he would make sure you were in big trouble. You're still being stubborn. The crime you committed is enough to keep you in jail for life. Director Zhou shouted, waving his hand and shouting, Take him away. The police forcibly took Fong Bo and the gangsters to the corridor outside the ward, and the head of the Fong family hurried over with his adjutant and several guards. Patriarch Fong looked extremely ugly. Dad. They want to arrest me, Dad. Fong Bo shouted at the head of the Fong family. The head of the Fong family walked up to Fong Bo, stretched out his big palm, and slapped Fong Bo hard on the face. Pa! The sound of the slap was very loud in the aisle. Fong Bo's ears were buzzing and a red slap mark was left on his face. After glaring at Fong Bo with a look of disappointment, Patriarch Fong turned to Director Zhou and said, Old Zhou, can I have a word with you? Master Fong, if you have anything to say, please say it here. Director Zhou spoke bluntly. The muscles on Patriarch Fong's face twitched twice, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Director Zhou, don't you recognize me? I know him, of course I know him. Director Zhou was still cold and indifferent. I was able to become the police chief of Nan City because of the promotion of Patriarch Fong. So I am still kind to you? Said the head of the Fong family. I will never forget the kindness that Master Fong has shown me, said Director Zhou. Patriarch Fong waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter what kind of favor you give me. I just hope Director Zhou can help me when the time is right. Master Fong wants me to release your son? Director Zhou bluntly revealed Master Fong's intentions. Patriarch Fong looked directly into Director Zhou's eyes without saying a word. Director Zhou snorted coldly, After our investigation, your son has committed about a dozen crimes, several of which are murders. Han Lingfeng and others were shocked. It seems that Fong Bo is really guilty of a heinous crime. Patriarch Fong narrowed his eyes and said, It seems that Director Zhou doesn't want to give me this face? Is Patriarch Fong's face more important, or is the law more important? Director Zhou said uprightly. The king's law? Patriarch Fong sneered with contempt. His face was ashen and his eyes were like swords. Old Joe, I didn't expect you to turn your back on me. He looked at Director Joe with a look of insight into the world. Tell me. Who gave you the confidence to do this? Since Patriarch Fang asked, I have no choice but to tell you the truth. Kyoto is the word 3 drops of water and a 3 drops of water and a swell, that's Shin. Shin. The head of the Fang family shuddered, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. But why? Patriarch Fang's eyes showed deep doubts. Director Joe glanced at Yi Kunlun and said, I think you probably underestimated Miss Ye's ability. Patriarch Fang followed Director Joe's gaze and looked at Yi Kunlun in a daze. Yi Kunlun was at a loss. Plop. Patriarch Fang knelt heavily in front of Yi Kunlun. Please, Miss Yi, spare my son's life. Yi Kunlun was stunned. Dad. Why do you ask her to do that? Fang Bo shouted. The head of the Fang family was furious. He stood up and slapped Fang Bo hard on the face. You stupid thing. How could I give birth to such a stupid thing like you? Fang Bo rolled to the ground, covering his swollen face with his hands, still looking confused and helpless. Miss Yi. Patriarch Fang knelt in front of Yi Kunlun again. Please spare my life. Yi Kunlun really couldn't figure it out. She was confused by what Patriarch Fang and Director Joe had just said. Things happened too suddenly and her thoughts were in a mess. She couldn't make sense of it for a while. Han Lingfeng smiled and reminded, Kunlun, do you think you should forgive Fang Bo? Yi Kunlun's thoughts were interrupted. She looked down at Patriarch Fang and said, It is not up to me to decide whether to forgive or not. It is up to the law. The head of the Fang family collapsed to the ground. If we use the law to speak, Fang Bo will be dead. It seems that Yi Kunlun doesn't want to forgive my son at all. Didn't you hear Miss Ye's words? Take him away. Director Joe yelled at his subordinate. Go. The police escorted Fang Bo and the gangsters away. Fang Bo turned around and shouted, Dad. Save me. Dad. Save me. At this moment, he still felt that his all-powerful father could save him. But Patriarch Fang knew in his heart that he couldn't save her. Bo would die. Master Fang, you'd better take care of yourself. Director Joe looked down at Master Fang and gave him a final warning, then walked away. The head of the Fang family struggled to stand up from the ground, staggered away, and laughed miserably. It's over, huh? My Fang family is finished. Director Joe. Director Joe. Please come for a moment. Yi Kunlun quickly chased after Director Joe. Director Joe stopped and bowed to Yi Kunlun, who rushed in front of him. Miss Yi, what can I do for you? This. Yi Kunlun didn't know where to start for a moment. Director Joe looked at Yi Kunlun with admiration. Miss Yi is very capable, low-key, and dormant in the dark. I admire her. He bowed and said, In the future, please take care of me, Miss Yi. Yi Kunlun was stunned. Yi Kunlun still stood there stupidly until Director Joe left. Han Lingfeng came over, put his arm around her shoulders, and said with a smile, Let's go back to the ward to accompany Secretary Chen. After returning to the ward, Yi Kunlun kept his head down in deep thought. Honey, what are you thinking about? Han Lingfeng looked at her curiously. I was thinking about the conversation between Patriarch Fang and Director Zhou, as well as what Director Zhou just said to me. Yi Kunlun was heavy-hearted. Have you thought of anything? Han Lingfeng looked at her enthusiastically. Director Zhou said Kyoto, 3 drops of water and a wind character. What does this mean? Yi Kunlun hasn't figured it out yet. 3 drops of water and a ing? Secretary Chen helped to think, which ing? Yi Kunlun muttered, ing, 3 water drops, ing. Suddenly her pupils dilated, and she thought of it. She shouted loudly, the word shin, it's the word shin. 3 water drops and a, it's shin. Secretary Chen also reacted and shouted at the same time as Yi Kunlun, Kyoto Shin family. Han Lingfeng smiled. She was indeed a smart woman. But what does the Shin family in Kyoto have to do with me? Yi Kunlun was confused again. Director Zhou said that I have connections, I am low-key, and I am dormant in the dark. And after the head of the Fang family knew the word Shin, he immediately knelt down and begged me. This clearly means that I have known the Shin family for a long time. But the problem is that I don't know anyone from the Shin family at all. Who said you don't know him? Secretary Chen rolled his eyes at her gently. The third young master of Shin's group, wasn't he? Cough. Yi Kunlun interrupted Secretary Chen with a dry cough. Secretary Chen glanced at Han Lingfeng quickly, then immediately lowered his head and said no more. Secretary Chen's eyes drifted across Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen's faces. These two women had a secret that was related to the third young master of the Shin group. Han Lingfeng felt a little unhappy and looked at Yi Kunlun. How dare you hide this from me? Yi Kunlun felt nervous when he looked at her. She tried to remain calm but avoided his gaze. She was obviously panicking and feeling guilty, which made Han Lingfeng even more unhappy. The next second, Han Lingfeng pressed Yi Kunlun against the bathroom partition door and pressed her body against him. Tell me, what is your relationship with the third young master of the Shin group in Kyoto? Chapter 44 Jealousy. Han Lingfeng pressed Yi Kunlun against the bathroom partition door and pressed her body against him. Tell me, what is your relationship with the third young master of the Shin group in Kyoto? Yi Kunlun's eyes dodged. It doesn't matter. You're lying. Han Lingfeng pinched her chin and stared at her sexy lips. Hurry up and tell me. The hot air hit Yi Kunlun's face again and again, and she was already nervous, and now she became even more panicked. She looked distracted. Will you tell me or not? Han Lingfeng kissed her hard on the lips, so forcefully. Yi Kunlun's body went numb. Will you tell me or not? Han Lingfeng kissed her again. Yi Kunlun's hands and feet became weak. Will you tell me? Will you tell me? Will you tell me? Han Lingfeng kissed her continuously. Yi Kunlun is now confused and disoriented. Then, she felt that Han Lingfeng's hands were no longer honest. No. This guy, does he want to do that to her in a place like this? Lingfeng, let go, this is the bathroom. Yi Kunlun panicked and reminded. I won't let go until you tell me. Han Lingfeng's hands continued to be restless. It seemed that he would not let go until he got an answer. This bold guy really doesn't know the occasion. Yi Kunlun was going crazy. He suppressed the throbbing of his body and surrendered. Okay, let me go and I'll tell you. Han Lingfeng then retracted his hand, put his arm around her waist, and looked at her triumphantly. Tell me the truth. It was last summer. Shin Chen, the third young master of Kyoto Shin Group, went to Nanshur to participate in a business event, and Yi Kunlun was also invited to participate in that business event. At the banquet, a waiter accidentally fell, and a glass of red wine happened to spill on Yi Kunlun, right on the chest. Yi Kunlun was wearing a white dress with a very obvious red wine color, which blurred her bulging chest, making it look particularly abrupt and sexy. Many male guests gave her that look, some swallowed their saliva, some even had nosebleeds. Yi Kunlun felt ashamed and embarrassed about this sudden situation, especially when the male guests focused their eyes on her with impure things in their eyes. Yi Kunlun just wanted to teleport away and disappear from the spot. At this moment, a man quickly took off his coat and covered Yi Kunlun in front of him. This man was Shin Chen, the third young master of Shin Group. Ma'am, let me take you to the bathroom to clean up. Shin Chen quickly took her away, allowing her to escape the gazes of those perverts. After sending her to the bathroom, Shin Chen answered a phone call and then left in a hurry. The stains on the dress could not be cleaned properly, so Yi Kunlun called Secretary Chen to send her the dress. Secretary Chen brought the clothes and Yi Kunlun changed them in the bathroom. Then she went to the banquet hall to find Shin Chen and wanted to return his suit jacket to him, but Shin Chen had already left. That's what happened. I only met the third young master of the Shin family once. Yi Kunlun said, even at that time, I didn't know he was the third young master of the Shin family. Later, when I saw him being interviewed on TV, I learned that he was the third young master of the Shin group. From what you said, Mr. Shin is actually a gentleman with elegant manners. Han Lingfeng lifted Yi Kunlun's chin. If he hadn't answered the phone and left, then would you have known each other? Yi Kunlun reached out and lifted Han Lingfeng's chin. Why do I smell vinegar? Are you jealous, Mr. Han? Tell me. Han Lingfeng hugged Yi Kunlun in his arms. Are you still thinking about that hero who saved the beauty, Mr. Shin? You're crazy. Yi Kunlun turned his face away. Han Lingfeng was unhappy and straightened her face. You still keep that suit, right? Han Lingfeng, are you sick? Yi Kunlun frowned and stared at him with some annoyance. I'm sick. Han Lingfeng let her go. Why didn't she understand? He was jealous, sad, uneasy, scared, and worried about gains and losses. Yi Kunlun, if you have someone else in your heart, then there is no need for our relationship to continue. Han Lingfeng said irritably. Yi Kunlun frowned, looked at him for a few seconds as if he didn't know him, and said, whatever you want. Then she stormed out of the bathroom door. Han Lingfeng held his head in annoyance and pounded the partition door angrily with his hands. She doesn't care about me, she doesn't care about me at all, otherwise, how could she say this so casually? It's up to me, doesn't she know that I'm jealous? I said those angry words because I was jealous. Yi Kunlun. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng's heart was filled with sadness and loss. Ding ding ding. At this time, Han Lingfeng's cell phone rang. When he picked up the phone, he saw that it was Zhang Wanyue calling, and Han Lingfeng hung up angrily. But then the phone rang again. Han Lingfeng answered the phone and yelled, "What's the matter?" "Lingfeng, Grandma asked you to come over." Zhang Wanyue's voice was very gentle. Her temperament had changed a lot now. She was not as arrogant as before. Especially when facing Han Lingfeng, she was even a little forbearing. "Why did you call me over here?" Han Lingfeng lowered his voice and asked with a frown. "Grandma said she had something to say." "Your father and my mother are here too," Zhang Wanyue said. Both sets of parents were present, and Han Lingfeng had a bad feeling. Ever since Mrs. Yi's banquet, all relatives and friends thought he was Zhang Wanyue's boyfriend. Even though she never got his approval, the atmosphere created by Zhang Wanyue was so powerful. This atmosphere was like a quagmire. He was swept up in it and unknowingly fell deeper and deeper into it. What exactly is Zhang Wanyue planning? What exactly are they going to say? Han Lingfeng felt that he could no longer be carried away by this fabricated atmosphere. He wanted to go and explain to them in person that he was not Zhang Wanyue's boyfriend, and he wanted to pull himself out of that quagmire. Han Lingfeng went to the Yi family. Old Mrs. Yi, Han Jiangwo, Zhang Wanyue's mother, and Zhang Wanyue sat together on the sofa in the living room, as if they were discussing something. "Lingfeng, you're here." Seeing Han Lingfeng coming in, Zhang Wanyue hurriedly stood up from the sofa and quickly walked towards Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng didn't want to see her. It was all this woman's fault. He glanced at Zhang Wanyue with annoyance, then walked towards the adults. "Lingfeng, come here quickly and sit here with Grandma." Old Mrs. Yi patted the empty seat on the sofa next to her, and she used the word grandma to identify herself. Han Lingfeng glanced at the seat as if he was looking at a trap. "Thank you, old lady. I'll sit here." Han Lingfeng glanced at the old lady warily and prepared to sit down next to Han Jiangwo. "Then sit with Wanyue," Zhang Wanyue's mother said hurriedly. The smile on her face was humble, but it felt very sinister to Han Lingfeng. Yes, sit with Wanyue," Han Jiangwo said actively, and put out his hand to press Han Lingfeng's shoulder, and pressed Han Lingfeng to the position where Zhang Wanyue had just sat. Han Lingfeng glared at Han Jiangwo angrily. He knew very well what Han Jiangwo was thinking. He wished that Han Jiangwo would marry into the Zhang family so that his future business would be taken care of by the Yi group. At this moment, Zhang Wanyue also hurriedly sat down next to Han Lingfeng. She deliberately put her arm around Han Lingfeng's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. Han Lingfeng felt awkward and shook his shoulders. But Zhang Wanyue continued to lean towards me, as if she had no bones in her body. Chapter 45, Verdict and Struggle. "Can you sit still? Can't you sit steadily?" Han Lingfeng said sternly to Zhang Wanyue. Old Mrs. Yi and Zhang Wanyue's mother looked unhappy, obviously not liking Han Lingfeng's attitude towards Wanyue. Han Jiangwo glanced at the two's faces and hurriedly said to Han Lingfeng, "Lingfeng, be polite. You always rely on others as if you have no bones." Han Lingfeng complained unhappily. "Lingfeng." Han Jiangwo got angry. "No need to be defensive, he is still young." Old Madame Yi showed her magnanimity. "Young people all have their own tempers. Because he is young, we can forgive his bad temper and bad personality." Han Lingfeng's face was dark. No matter what, he would not fall into their trap. No matter how tolerant they were or how gentle their attitude was, Han Lingfeng would stick to his own attitude. Now, he's waiting for them to sentence him. Then he won't hesitate to fight. "Lingfeng, you and Wanyue have known each other for a while, but the marriage has not been finalized yet. I think we should still hold an engagement banquet to formally finalize the marriage. I think the engagement banquet should be held next Saturday." Old Lady Yi made the official announcement. Ha! The reason why they are so anxious to arrange the marriage is because Zhang Wanyue's reputation is bad now, and they are afraid that she won't be able to get married, so they want to quickly force her to Han Lingfeng? What? Engagement party? Where did this come from? Han Lingfeng pretended to be surprised and shouted, How did Zhang Wanyue and I get involved in an engagement? The adults were stunned. Zhang Wanyue immediately became anxious. Han Lingfeng, what do you mean? What do you mean? I was just about to ask you what you meant. Han Lingfeng looked completely clueless. Zhang Wanyue was so angry that she couldn't speak. She really had nothing to say because Han Lingfeng had never agreed to her request. What's going on? Did you two have a fight? Old Mrs. Yi asked blankly. Lingfeng, are you angry with Wanyue because of the exposure of her? Zhang Wanyue's mother asked anxiously, and then said, oh, that incident is over. Only Han Jiangwo knew what was going on. He stretched out his hand and tugged at the corner of Han Lingfeng's clothes anxiously, fearing that he would not agree. Lingfeng, please stop being willful. Look how good Wanyue is to you. It's hard to find such a good girl. She doesn't despise us because of our low status. That's our blessing. You must learn to cherish her. Good. Is Han Jiangwo lying? She hooked up with Fang Bo and had an abortion. Is this a good girl? Oh, Han Jiangwo thinks she has a good status. Han Jiangwo, I really admire you, you are so shameless. Han Lingfeng sneered at Han Jiangwo and called him by his name. Old Mrs. Yi and Mother Zhang were both stunned. He actually called his father by his name. Was he a hooligan? Lingfeng. Han Jiangwo's face turned pale with anger. Don't be so uneducated. If people see you, they will think I didn't teach you well. You have no manners. Tutor? Han Lingfeng laughed. In order to save his own face, Han Jiangwo actually acted like a good father and talked about tutoring. Han Lingfeng insisted on exposing him. Have you taught me well? From childhood to adulthood, you have never educated me well or cared about me. You threw me to that vicious stepmother, and she didn't even let me have enough food. Han Lingfeng became excited as he spoke. He knocked on his chest. Do you know why I am so thin? It's because I don't have enough food and I am malnourished. Old Mrs. Yi and Mother Zhang were stunned. Lingfeng, stop talking nonsense. Han Jiangwo shouted fiercely. He was afraid of losing face. He was afraid that he would leave a bad impression of being an incompetent father on others. I'm talking nonsense? Han Lingfeng was determined to tear off his disguise of being a whore and a saint, then look at the scars on my legs and arms. Han Lingfeng lifted up his trouser legs and saw several brown marks on his calves, which were clearly caused by being beaten with something. Over time, the skin color of the wounds turned brown. There were several long and obvious marks. Han Lingfeng pointed at the marks and said, this is what your good wife did, using the cord of a mobile phone charger. And my arm. Han Lingfeng lifted up his sleeves and saw a dent in the muscle on his arm. Han Lingfeng pointed to the sunken area and said, she dug it out with a spatula. And Han Lingfeng said word by word, there are still many invisible scars, both physical and mental. I was tortured. I was abused. He roared, and when have you ever cared about me? Old Mrs. Yi, Mother Zhang, and even Zhang Wanyue were all stunned with shock. Han Jiangwo's face turned red and white, but he still didn't want to admit that this was the truth. He even wanted to shirk the responsibility. That's because you are too naughty and you need to be disciplined. I admit that your aunt was a bit harsh, but her starting point was to discipline you and for your own good. Ha ha. Han Lingfeng laughed sadly, for my own good? Is she doing it for my own good? Ha? Is she doing it for my own good? He asked Han Jiangwo with red eyes. You have too many hooligan habits. Han Jiangwo said seriously, you even learned to steal things. If you are not disciplined by the Yen family, you will go astray sooner or later. She told you this, didn't she? Han Lingfeng was so angry that he was shaking. I told you a long time ago that I didn't steal anything. I didn't steal those things. It was Zhong Shuoqin who framed me. It was that bitch who framed me. I don't allow you to curse your stepmother like that. Han Jiangwo shouted harshly. See? Han Lingfeng shook his head sadly, as long as I say something bad about that stepmother, you will immediately turn against me. Han Lingfeng shouted, what kind of magic potion did Zhong Shuoqin feed you? What kind of magic potion did that bitch feed you? Han Jiangwo was completely enraged and waved his hand. Pa! As the slap landed on Han Lingfeng's face, the three women on the sofa shuddered violently. Ha ha! Han Lingfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. For that woman, how many times have you attacked me? Han Lingfeng no longer cared about this family relationship. Having her is enough for you. You don't need anything else, not even your biological son, so. Han Lingfeng pounded his chest. You have no right to control my marriage. Don't even think about using my marriage to climb up the social ladder and seek your own interests. Beast, you beast. Han Jiangwo pointed at Han Lingfeng, trembling all over, and was so angry that he was about to faint. Old Lady Yi. Han Lingfeng then bowed to Old Lady Yi, and then bowed to Zhang Wanyue's mother. Mother Zhang, I can't agree to this marriage, because I'm not Zhang Wanyue's boyfriend at all. Han Lingfeng pointed at Zhang Wanyue and shouted. Zhang Wanyue's eyes widened as if she was struck by lightning. Chapter 46, Fighting. What? You are not Wanyue's boyfriend? Mother Zhang and old Mrs. Yi shouted almost at the same time. Not bad. Han Lingfeng shouted. Han Lingfeng, what are you talking about? How come you are not Wanyue's boyfriend? Mother Zhang was confused for a moment. Old Mrs. Yi also looked at Han Lingfeng with the same questioning eyes. Zhang Wanyue looked at Han Lingfeng in disbelief, but on Grandma's birthday party, you clearly agreed in front of everyone. Did I agree? That's just what you think. Han Lingfeng was very annoyed. Zhang Wanyue, I was just giving you face, don't you know? You didn't ask for my permission, and you dragged me to the banquet without asking me. Then you acted like a lover in front of so many people. I didn't want to embarrass you in public. Do you understand? Han Lingfeng. You. Zhang Wanyue was so angry that she couldn't speak, but she felt more sad and disappointed. Han Lingfeng. Mother Shang was furious. Her sharp voice echoed throughout the living room. Are you playing with Wanyue's feelings? Whoever played with her feelings, I've already said it. What do you think you are so great about? Mother Zhang interrupted Han Lingfeng with a fierce look. Her face, covered with powder, looked like an actor with a painted mask, and her facial expressions changed endlessly as she spoke. After all, you come from a poor family, and I heard your mother died early. Han Lingfeng couldn't believe it. What did this have to do with his deceased mother? Mother Zhang continued, your stepmother doesn't like you, and your father can't control you that much. All in all, you are no better than an orphan. Han Lingfeng suddenly realized that she was beating around the bush to say that she was of low status. However, what she said was not wrong. For someone of your background, it's your blessing that my daughter likes you. Han Lingfeng was moved. Zhang Wanyue had also said the same thing to him. Mother Zhang continued, and I heard that you dropped out of high school, so you are still illiterate. Han Lingfeng nodded and said that it was not an exaggeration to say that he was illiterate. Mother Zhang continued, for a boy like you who is poor, uneducated, and comes from such a poor family, it would be a blessing for your ancestors to let you marry into our Zhang family. Han Jiangwo lowered his head in shame. Mother Zhang took a step forward, raised her head and chest, and glanced at Han Lingfeng with pride, therefore, don't be ungrateful and don't know how to appreciate the blessings you have. Han Lingfeng thought that Mother Zhang had some ability to attack people's hearts, but he didn't expect that it was nothing more than the things that ordinary people always care about. But in Han Lingfeng's opinion, these things are worthless. He doesn't care at all. He said to Mother Zhang, just think of me as someone who is not so blessed. Such a light sentence hit Mother Zhang's chest directly, making her unable to breathe. You ignorant boy, young and frivolous, have never experienced the sufferings of the world, and have no idea how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Old Mrs. Yi knocked the ground with her cane several times in a row. Han Lingfeng looked sideways downward at Old Lady Yi who was sitting on the sofa, and asked, are you talking about me, old lady? The old lady's face looked extremely ugly. It was obvious that she was holding a lot of anger in her heart and looked like she was about to explode at any time. Han Jiangwo was afraid that Han Lingfeng would say something inappropriate and offend Old Lady Yi. He hurried over and held out his hand to catch Han Lingfeng, and said to Old Lady Yi with an awkward smile, why don't we discuss this another day? Some other time? Han Lingfeng shook off Han Jiangwo's hand. I think it's better to make it clear today. I'm not Zhang Wanyue's boyfriend, what else is there to discuss? Bang! Old Mrs. Yi's crutch stabbed the carpet hard, and she stood up nimbly. The cane in his hand pointed at Han Lingfeng, and he had to teach him a lesson. You are an ignorant child who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even your father knows the truth that people go to high places and water flows to low places. Your mother really died early and your stepmother didn't teach you well, so you are still so ignorant and naive at the age of 20, and your cognition is low. It is clear that you will never achieve great things. Han Lingfeng looked at the old lady silently, neither humble nor arrogant, and continued to wait for her profound words. If you marry into the Zhang family obediently, you will have enough food and clothing for the rest of your life. At least you will have a way to make a living, and your status will be improved. You can leave your class and enter the upper class. Han Jiangwo's eyes sparkled and he nodded vigorously. Yes, the old lady is right. The old lady continued, if you are sensible, you should understand that this is a godsend opportunity given to you to change your destiny. Others would beg for it but cannot. You should seize it and not let it slip by without knowing what is good for you. Yes. Han Jiangwo nodded vigorously again. Every word that old lady Yi said touched his heart. He seemed to have found a soulmate. The old lady didn't continue, only breathing heavily. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Han Lingfeng stared at the old lady and waited for a few seconds, and saw that old lady Yi did not continue speaking. Han Lingfeng then asked, is the old lady finished speaking? The old lady didn't say a word, but her chest was still heaving with excitement. Now that the old lady has finished speaking, let me say a few words. Han Lingfeng was calm and composed. The old lady said, people go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. There is nothing wrong with this, but how to go to higher places has its own rules. At this point, Han Lingfeng paused for a moment before continuing, what you mean by people strive for higher positions is nothing more than trying to climb the social ladder. Of course, there is nothing wrong with climbing the social ladder. After all, we are all ordinary people and we all have desires. I am not qualified to comment on other people's values. But, old lady. Han Lingfeng looked at old lady Yi in confusion. You clearly know that this is a way to curry favor with the rich and powerful, but you still want me to be Zhang Wanyue's son-in-law. Do you like snobbish people? You're wrong. Old Madame Yi raised her head in chest. No one likes people who associate with powerful people. Then why did you? Han Lingfeng wanted to know the details. I don't like it, but I didn't say it. I can't tolerate it. Old Mrs. Yi stood straight. I understand. Han Lingfeng nodded. This is the tolerance of the strong towards the weak. At this point, Han Lingfeng smiled. In other words, the old lady doesn't take small people like us seriously at all. You can understand it that way. The old lady looked proud. Han Lingfeng was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded. Thank you, old lady, for letting a hungry dog like me lick some bone residue from your fingernails. You think highly of me, Han Lingfeng. Old Mrs. Yi snorted arrogantly, as if to say, it's good for you to know. Han Lingfeng lowered his head in shame and said apologetically, but I'm really sorry, old lady. I, Han Lingfeng, am an ignorant person. I know my ruffian nature very well. I am a hopeless person. You should leave this opportunity to someone who knows how to cherish it more. He glanced at Zhang Wanyue. I believe that Miss Zhang will not have to worry about not being able to get married. The aura of her status is enough to offset the impact of her not-so-good reputation. As long as she is willing, men who step through the threshold of the Zhang family will come to her like the water of the Yangtze River. Old Mrs. Yi lowered her head and remained silent, as if there was something in her mind that she couldn't figure out for a moment. But I don't want anyone else, I only want you. Zhang Wanyue immediately grabbed Han Lingfeng's hand and said, her eyes more affectionate than before. No, Miss Zhang, Han Lingfeng pushed Zhang Wanyue's hand away. I am a person who has no ambition and doesn't know what's good for me. I'm not worthy of your love. No, it's worth it. I think it's very worth it. Zhang Wanyue immediately hugged Han Lingfeng's arm again and shouted enthusiastically. Wanyue, don't pull him. Mother Zhang pulled Zhang Wanyue over. Since he doesn't want you, then forget it. People like him are not even worthy of carrying your shoes. He doesn't know how to cherish such a great opportunity. He is simply ungrateful. Bah! He is not worth a damn. Mother Zhang spitted directly on Han Lingfeng's face. Han Lingfeng closed his eyes and saliva sprayed on his face. Ling Feng. Zhang Wanyue quickly took paper to wipe his face. At this time, Yi Kunlin walked in from outside with a bag. She came back from Secretary Chen's ward. Yi Kunlin had no idea what had just happened in the room. What she saw was Zhang Wanyue touching Han Lingfeng's face intimately, and Han Lingfeng did not resist at all. She glanced at the sofa. The key adults were all there. She probably guessed what they were discussing. There was no expression on her face, but her heart was chilling. Han Lingfeng turned his head to look at her and was stunned. Chapter 47 People in Love. Han Lingfeng stared at Yi Kunlun blankly, feeling sad. Zhang Huanyue saw the sadness in Han Lingfeng's eyes. She followed Han Lingfeng's gaze and her eyes fell on Yi Kunlun. At this moment, Yi Kunlun was also looking at Han Lingfeng, but when Zhang Huanyue looked over at her, she slid her eyes towards the sofa and said, "Grandma, I'm back." Then she saw Yi Kunlun walking towards the sofa as if nothing had happened. She turned her gaze to Han Lingfeng again and saw that Han Lingfeng lowered his head with a hint of bitterness in his eyes. Lingfeng likes my cousin? Zhang Huanyue had a question in her mind. She suddenly recalled what the bodyguard Wei had reported to her. "Miss, I noticed that Han Lingfeng and Missy seem to be very close. I saw them eating together, and..." "You mean, the rich woman who supports Han Lingfeng is my cousin? How is that possible? How could my cousin like him?" She interrupted Wei at that time. "Maybe I'm overthinking it." Wei himself probably thought it was impossible, so he didn't say anything more. But when she saw Han Lingfeng looking at Yi Kunlun with that kind of eyes just now, Zhang Huanyue had to doubt. She looked at Yi Kunlun again with a scrutinizing gaze. Yi Kunlun was sitting on the sofa and chatting with the old lady at the moment. She looked no different from usual and treated the old lady gently and calmly. What is hidden under her calm appearance? Zhang Huanyue asked in her heart. Her eyes seemed to see through Yi Kunlun, but she couldn't see through her for a moment. At this time, she heard Han Lingfeng say, "If there is nothing else, I will leave first." She hurriedly turned her head to look at Han Lingfeng, only to see that Han Lingfeng had turned and left without waiting for everyone's consent. She turned her head to look at her grandmother and mother, only to see that their faces looked very ugly. "Sorry, I'm leaving too." Han Jiangwo bowed awkwardly and left quickly. Zhang Huanyue turned her head and looked towards the door, with a worried look in her eyes. "Han Lingfeng, what are you thinking about?" "I think I will find out." After leaving Ye's house, Han Lingfeng walked on the street in a daze. He recalled the scene of meeting Yi Kunlun at Ye's house just now. The way she looked at him became much colder, and she acted as if nothing had happened. Doesn't she love me anymore? Yes, compared to the third young master of the Shin family, I am far inferior in every aspect. She still has the suit jacket of the third young master of the Shin family, right? She has always had the third young master of the Shin family in her heart. Han Lingfeng thought a lot in his heart. At the same time, Yi Kunlun returned to her bedroom. She didn't spend much time talking to her grandmother and aunt because she was in a very bad mood. When she came back, she saw Han Lingfeng in her house, and her cousin Zhang Huanyue was touching his face. He didn't resist at all, not at all. She didn't want to ask or know what they were discussing just now. What she wanted was Han Lingfeng's attitude. However, this little man actually said to her in the hospital bathroom, "If you have someone else in your heart, then there is no need for our relationship to continue." He said don't go on so easily. He concluded so easily that she had someone else in her heart. Did she ever say that she had someone else in her heart? Maybe in his heart, giving up a relationship is easy. Ha! Young people's feelings are indeed fragile. Yi Kunlun laughed in his heart. He can easily express his love, and naturally he can also easily give up a relationship. I still believed him, I still had a glimmer of hope for him. I am so stupid. I am already 30 years old, but I am still like a little girl, longing for love. Yi Kunlun laughed at herself, but as she laughed, tears started to flow. Yi Kunlun! Yi Kunlun! Han Lingfeng ran madly on the road. I think of her with every breath I take. I miss her so much, so badly. I really can't live without her. However, thinking that she might have the third young master of the Shin family in her heart, he felt like he was poured with a bucket of cold water, which extinguished his enthusiasm and confidence. On the big screen at the intersection ahead, Shin Chen, the third son of the Shin family, was being interviewed by a financial news reporter. On the big screen, he looked so confident and elegant. Whether in appearance or connotation, talent or financial resources, he is far better than Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng looked at the man on the big screen and sighed with inferiority. What can I use to compete with him? But Yi Kunlun, he really loves her. Useless thing. The system suddenly sounded in my ears. Faced with a strong competitor, are you scared? Besides, how do you know that Yi Kunlun has someone else in his heart? That's just your imagination, you idiot. The system was right to scold me. I am indeed an idiot. Han Lingfeng came to his senses and quickly picked up his phone to call Yi Kunlun. He wanted to apologize to her and make peace with her. The number you dialed has been hung up, a prompt tone came from the mobile phone. She didn't answer the phone, so I called again. The number you dialed has been disconnected. She still didn't answer the phone, so I called again. The number you dialed is powered off. Turn off the phone. She actually turned it off. Yi Kunlun, you actually turned off your phone, how can you be so cruel? She didn't even answer my calls. Why? Why? Han Lingfeng was in a panic. Doesn't she care about me anymore? Doesn't she love me anymore? Is she tired of me? Or, she has someone in her heart, the third young master of the Shin family. Han Lingfeng felt as if a bucket of cold water was poured on his heart again. The enthusiasm and confidence that he had just built up disappeared in an instant, and what was left was only powerlessness and inferiority. The system no longer helps now, because it didn't expect that the master would be so sensitive after falling in love. The system determined that this was a fragile little man with an extremely fragile heart and inferiority complex. The system will only provide love assistance to those who are sunny, cheerful, and have a positive attitude. He has no choice but to overcome this emotional hurdle on his own. It has been 3 days and Han Lingfeng has not called or sent a message. Yi Kunlun felt uneasy. How come the cockroach that used to be invincible suddenly became unresponsive? She now feels a little regretful for hanging up on him that day. She was very angry at the time. She should pick up the phone and see what he had to say. If he had answered the phone, what would he have said to her? Would he have apologized? Would he have tried to comfort her? Or would he have said something harsh and heartless? Yi Kunlun was now completely confused. She was the president of a group company, but she was actually distracted by a young boy. This is not in line with her personality. She is such a rational person, but why did she lose self-control in this matter? She was totally unable to concentrate on her work now, her thoughts were a mess, she was going crazy. Forget it, I'll just give him a call. She wanted to give in, so she picked up the phone. But soon, she put down her phone again. Why? Why should I take the initiative? I didn't do anything wrong, why should I bow my head? Besides, I am the president of the first group of Nanshur. I never bow to anyone, only others bow to me. What right does Han Lingfeng have? Besides, I am a woman. Women should be reserved. When a man and a woman quarrel, shouldn't the man bow his head first? But, Han Lingfeng, why hasn't he called yet? Forget it, never mind, just be thick-skinned. Don't bother with the kid. Yi Kunlun took a deep breath and prepared to surrender. She picked up the phone and was about to dial. At this time, a secretary who was temporarily replacing Secretary Chen came in to report, "Boss Yi, a distinguished guest is here to visit." Yi Kunlun paused while dialing the phone. She looked up at the door and saw a handsome man standing at the door. She felt like he looked familiar. The third young master of the Shin family. Yi Kunlun's pupils dilated. Chapter 48: The Shin Family Brothers and Sisters. At the same time, Longtan Villa. Shin Ruoshi comes to visit unexpectedly. Han Lingfeng has been depressed for the past 3 days because of Yi Kunlun. He was not happy about Shin Ruoshi's arrival. Why are you here? He frowned slightly. Of course I miss you. Shin Ruoshi reached out and hugged him. This is a girl with no sense of boundaries, and she seems to be born to be outgoing. Han Lingfeng was not used to her sense of no boundaries. He pushed her away and looked away. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just kidding. Shin Ruoshi smiled sweetly. Actually, there's a plot that needs to be filmed in Nanshur, so our crew came here. Is the filming of the TV series going smoothly? Han Lingfeng looked at her. He found that Shin Ruoshi was more beautiful than before, and her hairstyle and clothing style had changed, probably because she hired a well-known stylist to create a special image for her. For now, it's going pretty smoothly. The script team has put a lot of effort into crafting the script, and the director has also been very attentive. Judging from what's been filmed so far, it's very likely to become a hit, Shin Ruoshi said happily. Han Lingfeng nodded. That's good, congratulations in advance. Then, worry emerged on her face again. However, we can't be too happy too soon. What if the performance is not good or different from expectations? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. After all, it is really hard to figure out the tastes of the audience nowadays. Han Lingfeng looked at her and felt that this woman had changed and was not as impetuous as before. Maybe it was because she had experienced so many setbacks before, so she didn't dare to have too many delusions now. I believe you. Han Lingfeng encouraged. Thank you, Lingfeng. Shin Ruoshi immediately became happy again and reached out to hug Han Lingfeng. Her problem of having no sense of boundaries would come true at any time. Han Lingfeng was about to push her away when she suddenly burst into tears. "Thank you for encouraging me and helping me when I was at my lowest point and most lost." What an actor, he can cry so easily. Han Lingfeng reached out and hugged her, patting her on the back. "Okay, stop crying. Your makeup won't look good if you cry." Shin Ruoshi burst into laughter and wiped her tears hastily with her hands. Then she happily took Han Lingfeng's hand and said, "Let's go. Let's go shopping. This is my first time in Nanshur. I don't even know what Nanshur looks like. Aren't you going to take pictures?" Han Lingfeng didn't want to move. He really didn't want to accompany this girl who was always thinking of something. "The crew is still busy selecting the filming location, so I can take a day off today," Shin Ruoshi said, forcibly pulling him. "Let's go, let's go, let's go." Han Lingfeng couldn't persuade this woman, so he had to surrender. Okay, let's go, but can you let go of my hand?" Han Lingfeng brought Shin Ruoshi to the most luxurious shopping mall in Nanshur, which was built by Yi Group. Shin Ruoshi kept holding his arm, and even though he pushed her away countless times, this girl with no sense of boundaries always put her arm around him inadvertently. Han Lingfeng was tired and too lazy to push her away. If she liked to hold his hand, then let her hold it. When he walked to the door of an open-air cafe, he suddenly heard Shin Ruoshi shout, "Brother!" Han Lingfeng followed Shin Ruoshi's gaze and saw Yi Kunlun and a man sitting under a parasol drinking coffee. That man was the third young master of the Shin family. The third young master of the Shin family. Yi Kunlun and the third young master of the Shin family. Han Lingfeng felt as if his heart was hit hard by a hammer. Shin Ruoshi had already happily run towards the third young master of the Shin family and Yi Kunlun. At the same time, he waved back at Han Lingfeng. "Lingfeng, hurry up, come here." Han Lingfeng walked over. At the same time as she shouted, Yi Kunlun looked over. Yi Kunlun's gaze fell on Han Lingfeng. She was stunned for a moment. Shin Ruoshi talked happily with the third young master of the Shin family. Han Lingfeng walked up to them. Yi Kunlun's gaze floated between Han Lingfeng and Shin Ruoshi, with many questions on his face. But Han Lingfeng felt even more unhappy. She was actually drinking coffee with the third young master of the Shin family. Were they on a date? Just as the two were looking at each other, Shin Ruoshi suddenly took Han Lingfeng's arm, pulled him in front of Shin Chen, and introduced him enthusiastically. "Brother, this is my friend, Han Lingfeng. My film and television company can continue to operate thanks to his help." "Hello." Shin Chen stretched out a hand to shake hands with Han Lingfeng. He looked very humble, but his eyes gave people a deep feeling, even giving people a sense of arrogance of a successful person. Han Lingfeng didn't want to shake hands with this rival in love, but under Yi Kunlun's gaze, Han Lingfeng politely extended his hand and shook hands with him. "Lingfeng, you should know my brother. The famous third young master of the Shin family, Shin Chen. I think you should know him even if I don't introduce him," Shin Ruoshi said happily to Han Lingfeng. "I know him, of course I know him." But the words famous still hurt Han Lingfeng's heart, because he was jealous of the third young master of the Shin family. "Wow! You must be Mr. Yi from the Yi Group." Then, Shin Ruoshi looked at Yi Kunlun with joy. She was always so enthusiastic, even though she and Yi Kunlun had only met for the first time. "You are so beautiful." Shin Ruoshi looked at Yi Kunlun with admiration, her eyes shining. Yes, Kunlun's beauty is something that no woman can envy, and can only admire and appreciate. Even a female star like Shin Ruoshi, who has seen countless beauties, was still attracted by Yi Kunlun's beauty the moment she saw Yi Kunlun. Shin Ruoshi continued, "No wonder my brother can't forget you." As soon as she said this, the atmosphere became awkward. It was obvious that she said this without thinking. Cough. Shin Chen coughed unnaturally, but his eyes, which were good at observing words and expressions, were observing Yi Kunlun's expression and reaction. Yi Kunlun was surprised, confused, and uneasy. Han Lingfeng's face was almost green with anger. He couldn't forget her. The third young master of the Shin family couldn't forget her. Sister Kunlun. At this moment, Shin Ruoshi had already gone over and hugged Yi Kunlun's arm, showing her characteristic of having no sense of boundaries. "Can I call you that?" Yi Kunlun smiled with a fake smile and nodded, "Okay." Shin Ruoshi leaned on her shoulder and asked, "Sister Kunlun, can you marry my brother?" As soon as these words came out, the air seemed to explode. The expression on Yi Kunlun's face turned red and white. Han Lingfeng's face was almost clear, but no one noticed his reaction. Yi Kunlun was busy with her own affairs at the moment, so naturally she had no time to pay attention to him. Ruwashi, what nonsense are you talking about? Shin Shen seemed to be blaming her, but his tone was encouraging. Did I say something wrong? Shin Ruwashi glanced back at Shin Shen, then continued to hold Yi Kunlun's arm and said, Sister Kunlun, you don't know, ever since my brother came to South City to participate in a business event last year and saw you once, he went crazy. Crazy? Yi Kunlun was puzzled. Cough. Shin Shen coughed dryly, as if reminding Shin Ruwashi to stop talking, but it didn't seem like a hint. Shin Ruwashi ignored Shin Shen as if she didn't hear him, and continued to say to Yi Kunlun, she collected all your photos in her computer, and her computer screen and mobile phone screen are all set to your photos. When Shin Ruwashi said this, her eyes had already glanced at Shin Shen's cell phone on the table. Shin Shen seemed to know what she was going to do and hurried to get his phone, but he was a step too slow and the phone was snatched away by Shin Ruwashi. Ruwashi, you! Shin Shen shouted. Shin Ruwashi turned on the screen of Shin Shen's phone and showed it to Yi Kunlun. See, the screen is full of your photos. Chapter 49, Young Master Shin is touching, but she. There was indeed a photo of Yi Kunlun on Shin Shen's mobile phone screen. It was a scene of Yi Kunlun being interviewed on TV, which was cut from an online video. Yi Kunlun looked at Shin Shen, with an expression in his eyes that was hard to tell whether it was touching or something else. Shin Shen blushed and felt uncomfortable. Han Lingfeng clenched his fists and his face turned from blue to a deathly gray. He was extremely sad. Shin Shen was so obsessed with her that he even set his phone and computer screens to hers. She must be extremely touched. Han Lingfeng felt his heart sinking little by little. Shin Ruwashi, who was in high spirits, had not finished speaking yet. She continued to bear her brother's feelings to Yi Kunlun. Not only that, he also printed out your photo, put it in a frame, and placed it on his desk. Several times when I went to see him, I saw him grinning at your photo. Also, for you, he rejected all the women who showed interest in him, including big stars, rich girls, and daughters of foreign chaebols, etc. In short, since then, he has never been close to women again. Ahem. Ruwashi, shut up. Shin Shen yelled at Shin Ruwashi with a red face. Shin Ruwashi turned around and said to Shin Shen, Brother, what are you afraid of? You are too embarrassed to say it, so I will say it for you. Shin Ruwashi continued to hold Yi Kunlun's arm and said, My brother is so obsessed with you, but he refuses to pursue you. Do you know why? Yi Kunlun looked puzzled. Because he knows that you are already married to someone else, that's why he doesn't pursue you, because he doesn't want to take someone else's love away. My brother is such a good man. Yi Kunlun looked at Shin Shen, his eyes gradually becoming distracted. Then do you know why he came to Nanshur now? Because he heard that you broke off the engagement. So, when he knew that our crew was going to shoot in South City, he came with us. I know he came because of you. Yi Kunlun's eyes continued to be distracted. Sister Kunlun, my brother came to Nanshur specifically for you this time, so he turned down a very important business opportunity. He is too busy, and he can only spare time by turning down the business. For this, he may lose a large order worth tens of billions. Ruwashi, that's enough. Shin Shen was a little angry. For her, he was willing to lose orders worth tens of billions. Tears welled up in Yi Kunlun's eyes. Guilt and emotion had completely overwhelmed her. Sister Kunlun, will you marry my brother? Shin Ruwashi pulled Yi Kunlun's arm and shook it. My brother is very introverted and not good at expressing his emotions, but I know that you have deeply touched his heart. At the business conference last year, he fell in love with you at first sight and could not forget you after seeing you. Give him a chance, okay? Kunlun. Shin Ruwashi begged her like a child asking for candy for his companion. Yi Kunlun turned her tearful eyes away from Shin Shen's face, and then she looked at Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng felt hopeless. He looked at Yi Kunlun with a deathly look and then said, Sorry, I have something else to do. Having said that, he turned and ran away. Hey! Why are you leaving? Lingfeng! Lingfeng! Wait for me. I'll go with you. Shin Ruwashi shouted and hurriedly chased after him. Yi Kunlun lowered her head, she knew that the little man was injured. She wanted to chase him, but she hesitated because Shin Shen's sister had already gone after him. Shin Shen's sister, she seems to like Lingfeng very much. She still clearly remembered how Shin Ruwashi had held his arm just now, how close they were. Also, Shin Ruwashi said before that Han Lingfeng helped her film and television company. What does this mean? Did they know each other a long time ago? And regarding the incident where Fang Bo was arrested, was it Han Lingfeng who asked Shen Ruoshi to help, or was it Shin Chen who did it behind the scenes? She looked at Shin Chen again. Did this man love her so much? He was fascinated by her after just one encounter? What Shin Ruoshi had just said was still echoing in her ears. His computer screen and phone screen are all filled with your pictures. He will never get close to women again because of you. He didn't pursue you before because he didn't want to steal someone else's love. Now that you've broken off the engagement, he's here. He is very busy, but he turned down an important business event for you, losing tens of billions. Really? Tears welled up in Yi Kunlin's eyes again, and she looked at Shin Chen's face vaguely. Kunlin. Shin Chen's eyes were red. Can I call you that? Yi Kunlin lowered his head, feeling a little uncomfortable. Ha! Shin Chen smiled bitterly. I think it's better for me to call you Mr. Yi or Miss Yi. After all, to you, I'm still a stranger. Yi Kunlin raised her head and smiled at him. Shin Chen was really a considerate and mature man. Shin Chen looked at her deeply, as if he was admiring an object. You know, Miss Yi, you are so beautiful when you smile. Yi Kunlin was not used to it. Although she had heard such compliments countless times, she always felt uncomfortable when it came from other men. Only Han Lingfeng. Only when Han Lingfeng said she was beautiful would she feel happy from the bottom of her heart. Ling Feng, when she thought of him, she felt fulfilled, warm and comfortable in her heart. She thought, this might be love. She loved that little man, she loved him. Ling Feng, Yi Kunlin suddenly missed him very much. She felt uneasy thinking about how he had left so suddenly just now. No. She wants to go find him. Yi Kunlin was about to stand up. Miss Yi. At this time, Shin Chen suddenly took out a diamond ring from his arms. The diamond on the diamond ring is very large and precious, and it looks very precious at first glance. Shin Chen held the diamond ring in his hand and said shyly, although it's a bit abrupt, I still want to do this. Yi Kunlin had a bad premonition, and her already uneasy heart became even more uneasy. Then she saw Shin Chen stand up and then squat down again. Shin Chen knelt on one leg on the ground and held the diamond ring in front of her. Then he said calmly, Miss Yi, please marry me. Yi Kunlin was so nervous that his legs were shaking and he held onto the chair with both hands. Although she had been proposed to by Fang Bo before, this feeling was completely different. Shin Chen is different from Fang Bo. Shin Chen is from one of the 4 major groups in Kyoto. He may be the future successor chosen by the Shun group. Moreover, their Shin family background is also at the pinnacle of power. Shin Chen is truly upper class, decent and noble. How can I refuse without losing face for him, giving him enough respect, and without hurting his heart that is fascinated by her? Yi Kunlin quickly turned her developed head, thinking about what appropriate words she should use to reject Shin Chen. However, at this moment, Shin Chen's cell phone rang. Thank God, Shin Chen had to answer the phone because it seemed that the call was very important. After seeing the incoming call number, Shin Chen said, Sorry, I need to take a call. Then he stood up and walked aside to answer the phone. Yi Kunlin's tense nerves relaxed and she breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, Shin Chen came back after answering the phone, looking very anxious. He walked quickly to Yi Kunlin and said to her apologetically, I'm sorry, Miss Yi, I have to go first. Yi Kunlin was more than happy and was so happy that he nodded to Shin Chen with an understanding look. Shin Chen bowed to her apologetically, then turned around and walked away quickly. What could be more important than his proposal to Yi Kunlin? But in any case, it was a relief for Yi Kunlin. She was now relaxed, with only one thought in her mind, which was to find her Lingfeng. She took her bag and walked quickly, so fast. Chapter 50, Iron Tree Blossoms. Yi Kunlin drove around looking for Han Lingfeng. She called him countless times, but no one answered. Why didn't this idiot answer the phone? Where on earth did he go? Only at this moment did Yi Kunlin realize that he didn't even know where Han Lingfeng lived. It seems that I am not a competent girlfriend and I don't care about him enough. She didn't even know where to look for him. By the way, Ling Feng seemed to have a female classmate. This was his only social life that she knew about. She remembered that Ling Feng seemed to have mentioned to her that the female classmate was his high school classmate, who was now studying at Nanjing University. Her name was Li Yujiao, and Ling Feng had also bought her clothes. Maybe that female classmate knows where Ling Feng lives. So Yi Kunlin drove frantically to Nanjing University. Ma Lin, a beautiful teacher from the Fine Arts Department of Nanjing University, is a good friend of Yi Kunlin. She made a cup of coffee for Yi Kunlin. Are you looking for Li Yujiao? Li Yujiao is a student in the acting department, and she also studies fine arts. I have taught her. She is the school beauty of our school. Do you know her? Is she your relative? Yi Kunlun was a little embarrassed. I just want to find her for something urgent. Can you help me call her over? Yi Kunlun looked at Ma Lin with pleading eyes. There's something wrong with you. Ma Lin looked at Yi Kunlun with a searching gaze. You never ask for help from anyone. What's so important that you have to ask me for help? I just want to ask her about someone. Yi Kunlun said unnaturally. Who are you asking about? Ma Lin became more curious. Yi Kunlun's palms were sweating. Ma Lin finally had the chance to control her, and he would not give up until he dug something out of her. No answer? Then let me ask in a different way. Man or woman? Ma Lin's lips curled up with amusement. Yi Kunlun was mad. Can you please stop asking? Then I can't help you. Ma Lin shrugged. Yi Kunlun blurted out, male. A man? Ma Lin was shocked as if she had discovered some big news. Yi Kunlun, such a proud person, came to her in a humble manner to beg her, just to find out about a man from others? What kind of man is so powerful that he actually asked the president of the South City No. 1 group company to personally inquire about it? Ma Lin stared at Yi Kunlun's face for a long time, and a smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. I understand. It turns out that Hongwon is moved. Who on earth can make flowers bloom on your iron tree? What did you say? Yi Kunlun's face turned red all the way to her neck. Ma Lin squinted at her and said, your face is so red, yet you still dare to deny it. It's really rare, Yi Kunlun. I thought you were destined to be isolated in this life, but I didn't expect that the door would be opened. Oh my God. It's incredible. The other party must be a rare and extraordinary man in the world, right? Can you please shut up? Yi Kunlun wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Ma Lin finally forgave her. Okay, I won't embarrass you anymore. I'll call Li Yujiao over now. When Yi Kunlun and Li Yujiao faced each other, both women felt inevitably embarrassed. But for Li Yujiao, the woman in front of her was incomparable to her, both in terms of soft power and hard power. What shocked her was that the person Han Lingfeng loved in his heart was actually Yi Kunlun, the president of Nanchur First Group. Li Yujiao accepted defeat sincerely. There is no need to argue because there is no comparison. She finally understood why Han Lingfeng was so crazy. Who wouldn't be crazy about a woman like this? Therefore, she felt at ease and told Yi Kunlun Han Lingfeng's address without hesitation. Lingfeng, why do you live here? When Yi Kunlun came to Longtan Villa and saw the mansion in front of her, she was puzzled. Wasn't Lingfeng very poor? His father and stepmother were not good to him, so it was impossible for them to buy a big villa for him to live in. But she didn't have time to think about that now. What she had to do now was to find him as soon as possible. Lingfeng. Lingfeng. She went forward and knocked on the door. But there was no response from inside. She rang the doorbell again, but there was still no response. But she firmly believed that Han Lingfeng must be inside, because she knew his personality. After being injured, he would hide by himself and lock himself in the house. Lingfeng and she agreed on this point. Therefore, she did not give up. She decided to call the property staff to help open the door. Anyway, with her status, it would be easy for her to order the staff. Han Lingfeng was indeed in the room. He was lying on the floor of the bedroom on the second floor. He was drunk and there were cigarette butts and wine bottles around him. After leaving the mall, he drove away Shin Ruwashi, who had caught up with him. Although Shin Ruwashi didn't understand why he suddenly lost his temper with her, she told her to stay away and not bother him. After Shin Ruwashi left in grievance, he returned to Longtan Villa alone. On his way back, he bought a bottle of Lao Baigon at a roadside store. He was ready to get drunk to death. He drank a whole bottle of Lao Baigon. I have never been so drunk as I am now. My stomach is churning and my head is splitting. But why is my mind not confused? It turns out that the mind is clear even when drunk is really true. I've drunk so much, why am I not numb? Why is the pain not relieved at all? The scene in the mall before kept flashing in his mind. Every word that Shin Ruwashi said was clearly imprinted in his mind. How obsessed the third young master of the Shin family is with Kunlun. And Kunlun was so moved that she even shed tears. They are a perfect match, they are a perfect match, they are a perfect match made in heaven. Young Master Shin came to Nanchur, clearly to propose to Kunlun. Kunlun had no reason not to marry him. He was so outstanding, so handsome, had such a strong background, and was also a humble gentleman. Han Lingfeng didn't dare to compare himself with others, because it would only make him feel inferior. Rather than letting Kunlun make a choice, it is better to take the initiative and quit automatically, rather than making things difficult for others and humiliating yourself. But my love for her is so deep. I know I should let go, but my heart doesn't follow my thoughts and it hurts so much. Rather than being awake in such a state of despair, it is better to be drunk, numb, confused, and know nothing. At least you don't have to suffer such mental torture. But why, after drinking a whole bottle of Lao Baigon, my mind is still so clear and my heart is still so painful? How he wished he could fall asleep and sleep forever. Maybe if I knock myself out, I can fall asleep. He reached out, grabbed an empty wine bottle on the ground, and smashed it hard on his head. Bang! The wine bottle broke. Blood was flowing from his forehead, but he did not faint. Why? Why isn't he dizzy yet? Is it because I didn't hit him hard enough? Then smash it again. He grabbed another bottle, and this time, he used all his strength, planning to knock myself out in one go. Ling Feng. Just as he raised the bottle and was about to hit himself on the head, he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling him outside the window. He turned his head and looked out the window, only to see Yi Kunlun standing outside the window, staring at him with a pair of stunned eyes. Chapter 51 The Aggrieved Little Man. Is your eyes blurry? Isn't that Kunlun outside the window? But why was Kunlun outside the window? I must be hallucinating. Han Lingfeng raised the bottle again and was about to smash it on his head. No! Lingfeng! I beg you! Yi Kunlun's voice came from outside the window again, and the voice sounded urgent, even heartbreaking. Han Lingfeng turned his head and looked out the window again. Yi Kunlun, who was lying on the glass, had a nervous expression and a look of deep pleading in his eyes. Could it really be Kunlun? But why is Kunlun outside the window? This is clearly the second floor. Yi Kunlun was actually standing on a ladder, but Han Lingfeng couldn't see the ladder. There were two security guards holding the ladder below, and a property staff member with a walkie-talkie standing there looking up. Yi Kunlun had just called the property management to come over. She wanted to open Han Lingfeng's door, but she was not sure if Han Lingfeng was inside. It was not appropriate to break the door rashly. So she asked someone to bring a ladder. Lingfeng, open the door first, I have something to tell you. Yi Kunlun shouted while knocking on the window. Han Lingfeng now understood that she was really Yi Kunlun, not an illusion. Han Lingfeng didn't know whether he should be surprised or sad. Lingfeng, can you open the door first? Yi Kunlun looked very anxious. But Han Lingfeng didn't want to open the door for her. Anyway, it's impossible with Yi Kunlun. Anyway, the third young master of the Shin family is much better than him. Anyway, Yi Kunlun was moved to tears by the third young master of the Shin family. Maybe she has always been hiding that person in her heart. Since we can't be together in the end, why bother meeting each other again? Han Lingfeng walked to the window and said, Go away. I won't blame you. What, do you mean? The expression on Yi Kunlun's face outside the window froze. I think the third young master of the Shin family is pretty good and a good match for you. Han Lingfeng said. Yi Kunlun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What on earth was this fool thinking? He is so handsome, so outstanding, and his family background is so good. You two are a perfect match made in heaven. Han Lingfeng continued. Yi Kunlun wanted to laugh but couldn't, he just felt sad. Compared to him, I'm nothing. Han Lingfeng's eyes were full of sadness. Why do you want to compete with him? Yi Kunlun was puzzled. I know myself well. Tears rolled down Han Lingfeng's eyes and he turned his face away, afraid that she would see it. But Yi Kunlun still saw the tears in his eyes, which made her heart ache. Can you please open the door first? Yi Kunlun coaxed softly. Han Lingfeng shook his head. Go away, Mr. Yi. I'm serious. Hey! This little devil. Yi Kunlun was a little helpless. After thinking for a while, Yi Kunlun said, How can I leave when you are like this? Don't worry, I'm fine. Han Lingfeng said woodenly. How could she leave? Of course she couldn't leave. He had just hit her on the head with a bottle. This guy is really unexpected. He is so extreme that he even mutilates himself. She didn't do anything with the third son of the Shin family. If she did, it would be terrible. What a fragile child. He can't stand the slightest blow. It's okay to be sensitive. The key is that he pretended to be strong and said seriously that he was fine. Yi Kunlun was both angry and amused, but she couldn't laugh. After a moment of silence, Yi Kunlun suddenly came up with a plan. If you don't open the door, I will fall off the ladder. Han Lingfeng was obviously anxious, but he hadn't decided whether to say anything. Yi Kunlun struck while the iron was hot. I will really jump when I count to 3. This is the height of the second floor. If I jump down, I will most likely break my legs. If you want me to become a cripple, you can continue to remain silent. She had a serious expression and acted as if she was determined. 1. Yi Kunlun started counting. Before she could count to 2, Han Lingfeng rushed to the window. He hurriedly opened the window and held Yi Kunlun's hand tightly. Kunlun, don't jump. I won't let you jump. I'll agree to anything you ask, just don't jump. I'll save you. Yi Kunlun wanted to laugh, but she tried to restrain herself and remain serious. Then open the door quickly. Yi Kunlun said in a threatening tone. Okay, I'll go open the door. You slowly come down the ladder. Go down slowly and don't fall down. I'll open the door for you right away. Han Lingfeng gave the instructions as he ran out of the bedroom. After opening the door of the villa, Han Lingfeng immediately hugged Yi Kunlun. Kunlun. But soon, Han Lingfeng pushed her aside again and turned away. Stop! Yi Kunlun shouted. Han Lingfeng stopped and turned his back to Yi Kunlun. Turn around, I don't like people turning their backs to me. Yi Kunlun ordered. Han Lingfeng didn't want to listen to her orders, but his legs and feet turned around uncontrollably. What do you want to do? Escape? Yi Kunlun's look suddenly became fierce. Han Lingfeng looked at her without saying anything. He was the one who was wronged, so why did she get angry? Yi Kunlun walked up to him and stared at the wound on his head. The bleeding had stopped, so fortunately the injury was not serious. Are you an idiot? Yi Kunlun suddenly became very angry. You hit your head with a wine bottle. Are you trying to commit suicide? You're looking for death after a little blow. Who do you think you're scaring? Are you threatening me? Do you think I will die for you if you die? I won't. A coward like you won't shed a single tear even if you die. Han Lingfeng's wound, which had not yet healed, was now torn even wider. It is obvious that I am the one who was wronged, so why should I be scolded? Oh. Han Lingfeng sneered sadly. You really don't know how to feel sorry for others, Yi Kunlun. I'm already so sad and you still scold me. She was worried about him, so she lost control of her temper. Unexpectedly, she hurt him again. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I can't stand a little bit of blow, I'm just a glass heart. Han Lingfeng became angry. I didn't threaten you, I won't threaten anyone, I fucking brought this upon myself. Yi Kunlun was stunned. The little man got angry and was a little fierce. But you know what? I just felt so bad. As he spoke, the little man started to cry. I just wanted to get drunk, I just wanted to numb myself, thinking that this would relieve my pain. I hit my head with a bottle, just wanting to knock myself out. Because if I'm knocked out I can fall asleep, and when I fall asleep I won't feel the pain anymore. Yi Kunlun was stunned. He wanted to relieve the pain in his heart, so he hit his head with the wine bottle and knocked himself unconscious so that he would stop the pain. Yi Kunlun's eyes became moist. Do you understand that kind of painful feeling? Do you understand that feeling of having a terminal mental illness, a life worse than death? The little man became hysterical, crying and laughing. Oh, I don't think you will understand, you won't understand. Yi Kunlun wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, You asked for this. She herself didn't even know why she said such a thing. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. Ha, I asked for it. Han Lingfeng was furious. He nodded sadly. Yes, I asked for it. I'm a fucking slut. I'm a slut. Han Lingfeng slapped himself excitedly. I'm such a slut. I'm such a slut. Yi Kunlun was so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe. She quickly reached out to grab Han Lingfeng's arm. Lingfeng, don't do this. Let me go. Han Lingfeng struggled and wanted to slap himself. Yi Kunlun hugged him tightly and said, I feel bad when you are like this. She blurted out these words, speaking very naturally. Han Lingfeng was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. You feel sorry for me? No, you don't feel sorry, because you don't love me at all. You have always kept the third young master of the Shin family in your heart. Thinking of the third young master of the Shin family, Han Lingfeng suddenly stopped crying. He pushed Yi Kunlun away and pointed at the door. Get lost. Go find your third young master of the Shin family. Yi Kunlun felt like she was struck by lightning. She couldn't believe it. What on earth was going on in his mind? Chapter 52, Crazy Demand. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Kunlun said. Am I talking nonsense? Han Lingfeng became even more angry. You were having a coffee date with the third young master of the Shin family. He was so obsessed with you. You must have been very touched, right? I saw you crying. You actually cried for him. As Han Lingfeng spoke, the wound in his heart became bloody again. Yi Kunlun was silent. You and the third young master of the Shin family are such a good match. Han Lingfeng became weak again. You two should have been together last year, but it's not too late now. I will withdraw of my own accord. Are you done? Yi Kunlun was very stiff. She stared at Han Lingfeng with an annoyed look. Are you sick? Am I sick? Han Lingfeng became even sadder. Why didn't she understand? He was obviously jealous and crazy, that's why he acted like this. But she actually thought he was sick. He. Han Lingfeng laughed sadly and nodded. Yes, I'm sick, I'm a fucking lunatic. He yelled at her. How dare you yell at me? Yi Kunlun was furious. Who gave him the courage to yell at her? It seemed that she was too partial to him and he had grown wings. She used her usual threat. You're just looking for trouble, aren't you? I'm looking for trouble? Han Lingfeng felt even more miserable. Did she really not know what he needed? He was obviously so jealous because he loved her too much. But in her opinion, he was looking for trouble and was being crazy. It seems that she really doesn't understand him, or rather, she doesn't love him at all. Han Lingfeng wiped away his tears and suddenly became very cold. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I made you upset. I was just losing my mind. I won't do that again. You can leave now. What do you mean? Yi Kunlun suddenly became very angry. She pulled him with her hand, her eyes filled with anger. Han Lingfeng made up his mind and said, What I mean is, I was a jerk in the past, but I won't do that again in the future. Yi Kunlun's face turned pale. She stared at Han Lingfeng for a moment with a dead look, and said in a heavy voice, You mean, you don't love me anymore, right? Han Lingfeng held his chin high, but he was still very arrogant. Are you sure? Yi Kunlun's eyes suddenly became complicated, as if mixed with many emotions. Han Lingfeng lowered his head, not daring to look her in the eyes. Han Lingfeng, you bastard! Yi Kunlun suddenly exploded, slapping Han Lingfeng frantically with her hands. Since you want to give up halfway, why did you shamelessly pester me in the first place? Since you want to give up so easily, why did you break into my life in the first place? Yi Kunlun had completely lost her mind. She didn't look like the CEO of a group company at all. She is clearly like an abandoned woman who has been abandoned by her husband. Why did you knock on the door of my heart, take a turn inside, and then turn around and leave? Why do you trample on me like this? Kunlun! Han Lingfeng immediately hugged her, feeling so heartbroken that he could hardly breathe. But he was also very happy in his heart, because Kunlun loved him. Let me go, you bastard! Yi Kunlun struggled frantically, trying to push him away. No, I won't let go. You can hit me and scold me, but I will never let go. Han Lingfeng hugged her tightly, fearing that she would run away if he let go. Let me go! Yi Kunlun yelled. No! I won't let go. Or you can hit me. Han Lingfeng took Yi Kunlun's hand and asked her to slap him. But Yi Kunlun didn't want to. Then I'll hit myself. Han Lingfeng said, raising his hand and slapping himself hard in the face. Yi Kunlun suddenly became quiet. I was wrong, Kunlun. Han Lingfeng slapped himself in the face again. Yi Kunlun's body twitched. I'm a bastard. I didn't even believe in your love for me. Just when Han Lingfeng was about to slap himself in the face for the third time, Yi Kunlun suddenly grabbed his hand, shook her head, and signaled him to stop hitting her. The two pairs of eyes met, and both of them felt as if an electric current passed through their hearts. Then, the two of them kissed each other passionately. They kissed all the way from the living room to the bedroom, leaving clothes behind along the way. The two people rolled around on the bed madly, demanding and possessing each other madly. It was as if they wanted to devour each other and merge their flesh and blood into one. Ling Feng, Ling Feng. Yi Kunlun was crazy and possessed Han Lingfeng madly. Han Lingfeng was even crazier. Kunlun, tell me, who is better, the third young master of the Shin family or me? Why are you asking such a question, you bastard? I want you to tell me in person, who is better, me or the third young master of the Shin family? There's no comparison. Am I not as good as the third young master of the Shin family? Is that so? Is that so? Han Lingfeng stared at her face in confusion. He can't compare with you. Kunlun, wife. Han Lingfeng became even crazier. Yi Kunlun stared at him blankly. What did you call me just now? Wife. Han Lingfeng called softly in her ear. Yi Kunlun immediately hugged his neck tightly and said in a trembling voice, hurry up and scream a few more times. Wife, 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 wife. Yi Kunlun, After a violent storm, Han Lingfeng put his face against Yi Kunlun's chest and said sweetly, I want to go on like this forever, for the rest of my life, for the next life, and for the next life. Yi Kunlun's delicate hand gently stroked his head. Han Lingfeng raised his head and looked at her, will you marry me? The hand that was touching his head suddenly stopped, and Yi Kunlun's eyes became uncertain. Ha? Can you? Han Lingfeng looked at her expectantly. Well. Lingfeng, I. Yi Kunlun hesitated, it's too early to talk about whether to get married or not. We still need time. I understand. Han Lingfeng put his face against her chest again, I will wait for you until you are fully prepared mentally. Thank you, Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun kissed his head touchily. But don't make me wait too long, okay? I can't wait to tell everyone that you are my girlfriend. Han Lingfeng said softly. Why should you tell others? Yi Kunlun asked curiously. Because I want the whole world to see that I am so happy, said Han Lingfeng. Silly boy. Yi Kunlun reached out and hugged him tightly. Then her thoughts began to become confused. In fact, until now, she was still afraid to let others know about her relationship with Han Lingfeng. There is a huge age gap between her and Han Lingfeng, and others would say that Yi Kunlun is an old cow eating young grass. Even if you don't care about the world's opinion, what about your family? If her grandmother knew that she and Han Lingfeng were in love, she would be so angry that she would have a cerebral hemorrhage. There is also Zhang Wanyue, cousin Wanyue likes Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun had too many concerns, and just thinking about them made him feel scared and worried. She even felt a little regretful about why she had anything to do with such a little man. If she had been a little more ruthless at the beginning. No, she herself didn't know why she fell into his love offensive without knowing it. He was like a frog in boiling water, and she fell into his trap little by little without even realizing it. She didn't even have the chance to be ruthless to him. She looked at Han Lingfeng in her arms. Now, how could she be so cruel? Not to mention that she couldn't bear to hurt him, she herself couldn't bear to lose him. Thinking of this, Yi Kunlun reached out and hugged Han Lingfeng tightly. The thought of losing him was so painful. If she really lost him, she really didn't dare to think about it. Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun lowered her head and kissed Han Lingfeng's ear, I miss you. Han Lingfeng immediately raised his bright smile and replied energetically, I'm here. As he said that, he turned over and submerged her. Chapter 53 The Boy Who Loves to Cry. A crazy night. The next morning, when Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun came out of the villa, Zhang Wanyue was standing behind the greenery near the villa. Yesterday, bodyguard Wei reported to her that Yi Kunlun came to Longtan Villa to find Han Lingfeng. She didn't dare to believe it, nor did she want to believe it, fearing that there was some misunderstanding. She wanted to see it with her own eyes, so she came to Longtan Villa. She waited outside all night, but Yi Kunlun didn't come out, so she spent the night here. Now that she saw them coming out of the house hand in hand with her own eyes, all the guesses and thoughts in Zhang Wanyue's mind were confirmed. Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun do have a relationship, and Yi Kunlun is the rich woman who supports him. One is the man she likes, and the other is her cousin. It was as if a long cut had been made on Zhang Wanyue's heart, and blood was constantly flowing out. They look so happy, with bright smiles on their faces, and they look so in love. But why? You are together, why don't you say it? Why do you have to hide it? They must have seen a lot of jokes about her, letting her like Han Lingfeng unilaterally like an idiot. Yi Kunlun is really good at pretending. She looks serious, but I didn't expect that she actually keeps a young man in private. As a relative, she really didn't know that she actually has such a fetish. And Han Lingfeng, the person he obviously likes is his cousin, why doesn't he tell her the truth? Yes, they dare not say it. Because Yi Kunlun is Han Lingfeng's sugar mother. Their relationship is not accepted by the world at all, so of course they dare not say it. Disgusting. Dirty. Zheng Huanyue despised it deeply in her heart. But what was more painful was sadness. Han Lingfeng and her cousin, Han Lingfeng and her cousin. She was deeply hurt by the two people she loved. Should she pretend she didn't know? Or should she confront them and expose them to their faces? Maybe she should report them to her grandmother or expose them to the media. She didn't know. She really didn't know. Her thoughts were a mess. Maybe she should go find a place to have a drink first. Zheng Huanyue stumbled away. Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun naturally did not notice Zheng Huanyue. Han Lingfeng walked her to her luxury car. You really don't want me to go to work with you? Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlun reluctantly. I'm going to work, and it's not good for you to stay there. What will others think? Yi Kunlun said. But I just want to stay with you, every minute and every second. Han Lingfeng said, reaching out to hug Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun looked around in panic, fortunately there was no one nearby. She pushed him away, stop making trouble and listen to me. But I just don't want to be separated from you. Han Lingfeng immediately hugged her again. Yi Kunlun was panicking and said seriously, Lingfeng, I've already told you not to do this outside. If you're photographed by a reporter or seen by someone, it'll be troublesome. Okay then. Han Lingfeng let her go disappointedly, but immediately said happily, then I'll take you to work? No. No. Yi Kunlun hurried into the car, fearing that he would follow. Yes, yes. As expected, he had already gotten on the car from the other side. Yi Kunlun shook his head helplessly, I really can't do anything to you, but let me tell you first, get off the car near the company. I don't want others to see you so early in the morning. I got off the car with you. Han Lingfeng glanced at her with a sweet smile on his face, I know, don't worry, I will never let anyone doubt our relationship, at least not yet. Yi Kunlun finally felt relieved, then he took the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator and drove forward. When they arrived near the company, Yi Kunlun just stopped the car and planned to let Han Lingfeng get off here. At this time, her cell phone rang. She picked up the phone and heard Secretary Chen's voice from the other end. Secretary Chen had already been discharged from the hospital. Boss Yi, Mr. Shen is here. Young Master Shen? Why is he here so early in the morning? Yi Kunlun frowned, did you ask him what he wants from me? He said he wanted to apologize to you for what happened yesterday. Curious tone, what happened yesterday, Mr. Yi? She was in no mood to satisfy Secretary Chen's curiosity. Her mind was suddenly confused. Yesterday, Third Master Shen proposed to her, and before she had time to think about how to refuse, Third Master Shen received a phone call and left. Young Master Shen came to her house early this morning and was bound to propose to her again. What worries her now is that she hasn't figured out how to refuse. Rejecting people is also a headache, but what is even more headache-inducing is, she saw Han Lingfeng glaring at her angrily. The third young master of the Shen family is here to see you, isn't he? Han Lingfeng glared at her angrily. The third young master of the Shen family was like a needle, easily pricking his nerves. He's going to propose to you, right? Han Lingfeng's chest heaved up and down with excitement. Looking at his expression, Yi Kunlun felt both angry and amused, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing. You're still laughing. Han Lingfeng became even more frantic, you are mine, do you know that? He showed his strong possessiveness, holding Yi Kunlun's shoulders tightly with both hands and shaking her, you are mine, you will not accept the proposal of that third Master Shen, you say it. Yi Kunlun was annoyed by his shaking, so she pushed him away and yelled at him, what are you doing? This push didn't matter, it completely aroused Han Lingfeng's anger and possessiveness, you are mine. He suddenly hugged Yi Kunlun and kissed her hard on the mouth. Yi Kunlun frowned. She didn't like him treating her in this way. You are mine. You are mine. Han Lingfeng bit her lips hard like crazy, growling, you are mine. She belongs to no one, she is herself. Yi Kunlun was stupid and numb, motionless, and did not react at all. Seeing that she didn't respond, Han Lingfeng raised his head and looked at her blankly, his eyes full of brokenness. You don't feel anything, you actually don't feel anything. Han Lingfeng teased him as if he was about to break. You want to possess me, right? This is the only way to prove that I belong to you, right? Come on. Yi Kunlun took off his coat. No. Han Lingfeng hurriedly reached out and held down her hands as she was taking off her clothes, then held her tightly in his arms. I'm sorry, I'm just too afraid of losing you. He choked up. Tears fell on Yi Kunlun's face. Yi Kunlun raised her head and saw that Han Lingfeng was already in tears. Why does a boy cry so easily? Yi Kunlun reached out and gently stroked Han Lingfeng's face. This was such a pitiful child. Was it because he lacked love since childhood? Is it because he grew up in an unhappy family that his personality is so extreme and he is so sensitive and fragile? Silly. Yi Kunlun kissed the tears on his face. You won't lose me. I never said that I like Mr. Shin, and I never said that I would accept his proposal. Really? Han Lingfeng's eyes were filled with tears and an uncertain look. I was going to reject Mr. Shin yesterday, but I didn't have time. He received a phone call and left. I was just thinking about how I should reject him. Yi Kunlun couldn't believe that she would explain so much for others. She has never been a person who likes to explain. But this little man really convinced her. Then can't you just refuse directly? Han Lingfeng looked questioning. Directly refuse? Yi Kunlun thought about it and decided, well, just refuse directly. I believe that with the third young master's broad mind and tolerance, he should not bear a grudge. Okay, I will reject him, don't worry. Yi Kunlun comforted softly. Now, are you still afraid? A smile gradually appeared on Han Lingfeng's face. He was really a child who could not hide his secrets. His joy, anger, sorrow and happiness were all shown on his face. Of course I'm scared. Han Lingfeng said cheerfully, it's because you, President Yi, are so charming that I have to be on guard all the time against someone snatching you away. Little guy. Yi Kunlun stretched out her hand and scratched the tip of his nose. Okay, get out of the car quickly. You can't park on the side of the road for too long. The traffic police will come to issue a ticket soon. Then kiss me. Han Lingfeng turned his face away. Yi Kunlun was shy. Oh, stop it. Then let me kiss you. Han Lingfeng said, and gave her a kiss on the face. Yi Kunlun shuddered. There was really nothing he could do. Han Lingfeng had a smug look on his face. He smiled triumphantly at her and opened the car door. I'm leaving now. I'll wait for you at the villa tonight. This brat, Yi Kunlun blushed, and then continued to drive towards the company in front. Chapter 54 Rejection. Yi Kunlun pushed open the door of the reception room and saw Shinshen sitting on the sofa waiting for her. He was waiting while looking at the time on his hand. For a busy man like him, every minute and every second was so precious. He had been waiting for Yi Kunlun here for 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, he could do a lot of things and make a lot of money. Only Yi Kunlun dared to let him spend time waiting like this. Yi Kunlun calmed herself down and walked towards Shinshen. She had made up her mind to reject him. Miss Yi. Shinshen, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up hurriedly, giving people the feeling of being flustered but not confused, hot but not intense. Please take a seat, third young master. Yi Kunlun walked over quickly and politely invited him to take a seat. Shinshen sat down again in the same position as before, looked at Yi Kunlun's delicate face with admiration, and calmed himself down before speaking. Ms. Yi, I had something urgent to do yesterday and left in a hurry. I am very sorry for that. As for what the urgent matter was, he didn't say. He hurriedly took out the diamond ring from yesterday from his arms and said, I want to continue to propose to you. I wonder if Miss Yi is willing to marry me. Shinshen held the diamond ring in front of Yi Kunlun. Today, he did not kneel on one leg. Instead, he looked down at her. Perhaps in his heart, Yi Kunlun had no reason, or no qualifications, or the courage for him to refuse. However, what he didn't expect was that Yi Kunlun rejected him so easily. I'm sorry, Mr. Shin, I think I can only let you down. Ha! Shinshen couldn't believe that he was rejected by her. He even wondered if he had heard it wrongly. But Yi Kunlun's serious expression told him that he had not heard wrong. Shinshen showed an awkward smile on his face. I was abrupt. I'm sorry. Yi Kunlun felt deeply sorry, then she stood up and walked towards her desk. Shin Chen's thoughts were still in frustration. He had never chased a woman before. It was always the women who took the initiative to chase him. Yi Kunlun was the first woman he pursued. But he was rejected by her. Shin Chen couldn't figure it out. Was he not good enough? Was he not excellent enough? Was he not high enough? Why did she reject him? Before he could figure out the problem, Yi Kunlun came over with a bag, which she had obviously just taken out of the desk drawer. Here are your clothes. Yi Kunlun handed the bag to Shin Chen. Last year. Thank you so much. I have always wanted to find a chance to return the clothes to you, but... Oh. Shin Chen came back to his senses. He took the bag in a daze and took a look inside the bag. It was the white suit that he took off and put on Yi Kunlun at the business meeting last year. At that banquet, he was attracted to Yi Kunlun the first time he saw her. She was so beautiful and so elegant. As the third young master of the Shin family, he had seen countless beauties, but it was the first time he had seen a woman as beautiful as Yi Kunlun, who was so low-key, luxurious, and profound. She was like a blue enchantress, hidden, but able to shock people's souls. Unfortunately, she was already married at that time, so he did not pursue her. But not long ago, something unexpected happened at her wedding. The young master of the Fong family was actually having an affair with her cousin. This scandal was exposed nakedly at their wedding. When he saw this incident on the internet, he felt gloating from the bottom of his heart. How stupid that young master of the Fong family was. He didn't know how to cherish such a good woman, and he even cheated on her, and cheated on her cousin. Their marriage is destined not to continue. So, he finally had his chance. He turned down an important business opportunity and came to South City just to express his feelings to her. He couldn't wait to propose to her. He thought she wouldn't refuse because he was the third young master of the Shin family. Countless women wanted to marry him. He felt that he was a sure thing, and it would be effortless. But what did she say to him just now? She actually refused. Why would she refuse? There is no reason. He is such a good man, which woman would be willing to refuse him, unless she has a lump in her head? But Yi Kunlun clearly had no problem with her brain, so the only explanation was that she was pretending to be reserved and playing hard to get. Yes, women are like that, they like to pretend to be reserved, and he allows her to pretend to be reserved and tolerates her pretending to be reserved. Who makes her Yi Kunlun? He would not expose her false mask of nobleness, and he had the patience to play this cat and mouse game with her. He looked at Yi Kunlun with a knowing look, with a gentle and playful smile on his face, and said, "Then I'll leave first. I'll come to see you another day." Having said that, he walked away. Another day? Yi Kunlun looked up at the hurriedly leaving figure and frowned. Was what Mr. Shin said just now just a polite remark, or was there something else behind it? Did he not want to give up? Hopefully it won't be the latter. But no matter what, she had just rejected Mr. Shin and returned the suit to him. She could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ling Feng won't be jealous this time, right? Just as she was thinking about Chow 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 arriving, her cell phone rang. It was Han Lingfeng calling. She hurriedly picked up the phone. A tentative voice came from the other end. Has that person left? He clearly didn't want to mention the name of the third young master of the Shin family. Yi Kunlun wanted to tease him. Which one? It's the third young master of the Shin family. Has he left? The other end asked. Just left. What happened? Did you reject him then? The voice on the other end became nervous. Well. She continued to tease him in a mysterious way. Didn't you refuse? The voice on the other end became more nervous, and she could even hear his heavy breathing through the phone. Well. She continued to tease him. I knew you wouldn't refuse, I knew it. The voice on the other end began to tremble. He is so outstanding, he is so handsome, and his family background is so good, how could you bear to refuse? You can't wait to marry into the Shin family. He roared at the voice behind him. Yi Kunlun frowned. What was this little brat talking about? She was eager to marry into the Shin family. Why did this sound so awkward? She was just about to teach him a lesson, but there was a beep sound from the other end of the phone, and he actually hung up on her. He was really getting more and more outrageous. He actually dared to hang up on her. So far, no one had dared to hang up on her. But then again, did she just win big? I didn't expect him to be so stingy that he couldn't even take a joke. Thinking calmly, he was too sensitive. Why was his nerves so sensitive and fragile? He was such a fragile child, so fragile that it made people feel distressed. But why didn't he understand her? Why did he think she wouldn't reject Mr. Shen? Just because Mr. Shen was excellent, handsome, and had a good family background, should she marry him? Perhaps according to normal people's thinking, they should think so. After all, Mr. Shen is indeed one of the best men in the country, and any woman should be willing to marry him. But it is undeniable that what Mr. Shen brought to her was not the throbbing of her heart, but only a sense of depression. She didn't like that kind of depression. Life was tiring enough, and she shouldn't bear that kind of burden in her relationship. She wanted to feel relaxed and happy, and Han Lingfeng could relax her tense nerves. He could bring her happiness and excitement. That was enough, wasn't it? Lingfeng, you little fool, you are very important to me, do you know that? How can Shen Sanchao compare with you? She picked up her phone and called Han Lingfeng. She wanted to comfort her easily hurt heart. Chapter 55, A Descending Guanyin Bodhisattva. Han Lingfeng's phone rang for a long time before he picked up the call. Hello? Yi Kunlin's voice on the other end was very gentle. Why did you hang up on me just now? I hadn't even finished what I was saying. What else do you want to say? Isn't it obvious? You didn't reject him, which means you want to marry him. Han Lingfeng's mood changed from anger to sadness, and then from sadness to enlightenment. I understand you, Kunlin, I really understand, I won't blame you, after all, he is so outstanding. Silence on the other end. To be honest, I feel from the bottom of my heart that you two are a perfect match, and I believe everyone will feel so. He really felt so from the bottom of his heart. At least he is much better than Fang Bo. You shouldn't miss such a good candidate. As he spoke, Han Lingfeng became more and more enlightened, like a great Madonna. I won't blame you. I will bless you from the bottom of my heart. After all, seeing you become better is more important than anything else. Your happiness is more important than anything else. My greatest wish in this life is to hope that you can be happy. Kunlin. Yi Kunlin on the other end of the line felt her heart twitch in pain as she heard him say these words, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes unknowingly. What's going on? She has become sentimental recently. She has never been a person who cries easily, but why can he always make her cry? It was shameful for her to shed tears, and even though she was the only one in the office and no one could see her crying, she quickly held back her tears. Pouring a layer of strong concrete on her sentimental heart, she coughed dryly, moistened her sore throat, and said, Who said I didn't reject him? I rejected him, and I also returned the suit to him. Do you understand, little idiot? Han Lingfeng immediately shouted happily, Really? Kunlin, did you really reject him? Did you really reject the third young master of the Shen family? Is this true? You didn't lie to me, did you? Yes, I lied to you. She pretended to be angry. The dark cloud that had been hanging over his head disappeared, and Han Lingfeng burst into laughter. No, I know you didn't lie to me. Her voice also became extremely gentle. Kunlin, you are so kind. You actually rejected such a high-quality man for me. This shows that you love me, right? You love me very much, don't you? Don't be so conceited. I'm not doing this because of you, and I don't love you that much either. She immediately poured another box of cold water on his head to dampen his swollen heart. Kunlin. Han Lingfeng stomped his feet in anger, as if his heart was about to shake out of his body, and the word Lin dragged out a long trembling sound in his throat. Okay, why do you look so much like a girl? I feel like I'm a lesbian, said the person on the other end of the phone. What? You said I looked like a girl? Han Lingfeng immediately showed his manliness. Tonight I'll let you experience what it means to be a man. The person on the other end of the phone was stunned for 2 seconds, and then a voice came, Go away. Han Lingfeng felt warm in his heart, and said softly into the phone, Wife, can you come directly to Lontan Villa after get off work? What are you doing here? The person on the other end of the phone pretended to be cool. Of course I'm here to do what I want to do. Han Lingfeng acted like a pervert. Get lost. Another get lost came from the other end of the line. Okay, I won't joke around anymore. Han Lingfeng was afraid of making her angry, so he quickly became serious. Seriously, come over after get off work, I'll make you something delicious. After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, the man said, Are you trying to tempt me with food? If you think so, then so be it. Han Lingfeng said with a smile. The other end was silent for a few seconds, and then pretended to be arrogant. I am very picky about food. I'll try my best to make it look good, smell good, and satisfy you. Han Lingfeng lowered his posture, like a little dog trying to please his master. Then I'll think about it. The person on the other end of the phone said arrogantly and then hung up. Her consider it clearly meant she agreed. Han Lingfeng smiled sweetly, and a wise saying popped up in his mind: if you want to capture her heart, you must first capture her stomach. This wise saying applies to both men and women, especially when dealing with a president who is extremely busy at work. As a lover, you must learn to protect her stomach, take good care of her life, and warm her heart. Although Han Lingfeng is only 20 years old, he deeply understands one truth: if you don't love your woman, there will be other men who will do it for you. He will never give other men the opportunity to take advantage of him. The appearance of young Master Shen deepened his sense of crisis. He can't sit back and relax just because Kunlun rejected Mr. Shen. Kunlun's love for him is not very stable at the moment. At least she has not agreed to marry him, and at least she dare not let him appear in the public eye. He wants to be with Kunlun for the rest of his life, so he has to work hard and be careful. Master, are you finally cheering up? The system's voice suddenly came to my ears. The system is now flexible again. It seems that the system will only help positive, optimistic, and motivated people. Congratulations, Master, you are getting better and better at understanding what love is. The system rewards you with 10 billion. 10 billion was immediately deposited into the card, and now the balance on the card has reached 30 billion. Master, you have so much money in your card now, don't you plan to do something? The system prompted. Then what should I do? Han Lingfeng asked himself. I think the master can do something for Missy to make her feel that you are a man she can rely on. You're right. Han Lingfeng nodded, but what should I do for her? Please wait a moment, let me search for your love information. Han Lingfeng waited quietly for a while, and the system responded in his ear. Your main task now is to continue to warm Miss Yi's heart. Miss Yi is actually a person who needs a lot of love, just like you. It's just that she hides this need. Miss Yi lives a very tiring life. Miss Yi looks cold and arrogant on the surface, but in fact she has very rich emotions. Once the door to her heart is completely opened, then there will be a constant flow of passion and love. You will be nourished by her, and she will make you the happiest man in the world. Master, don't you want to see Miss Yi loving you to the point of madness? Yes, of course I do. I dream about it. Han Lingfeng said excitedly, and then he felt guilty. I just feel that I am too greedy. No, Master, when two hearts love each other and resonate with each other, no matter how much greed there is, it is not greed only when one party does not love and the other party insists on forcing it, that is greed. I understand, thank you. Han Lingfeng bowed reverently to the air. Master, you don't need to thank me. You should thank yourself. Only when you understand the truth of love, can you know how to love others? Han Lingfeng nodded at the air. Okay, Master, have you thought about what you are going to do for Miss Yi next? I want to make her a nutritious and hearty dinner first, and then do as you wish. I believe the Master will do a good job. And you will also get more rewards from the love system. Han Lingfeng first went to the market to buy ingredients, and then began to prepare dinner. During this time, he cleaned the house and replaced the bed sheets with new ones, choosing the best fabrics because he wanted Kunlun to sleep in a comfortable bed. He also bought pajamas for her. He hoped that when she returned home, she could take off her business suit, put on comfortable pajamas, and walk around the house freely. He also prepared slippers, toothbrushes, towels, and bath towels. They haven't gotten married yet. But he can't wait to do everything a good husband should do. Regardless of all that, he just wanted to love her and cherish every moment with her. He wanted her to feel that the time she spent with him was not a waste of feelings in life, but that she deserved it all. 6 o'clock in the evening is Kunlun's time to get off work. It takes about 40 minutes to drive from her company to Lontan Villa. He took advantage of this time to start cooking. At 6:40, all the food was served. He looked outside the villa door. Kunlun had not arrived yet. He sat on the sofa and waited. After a while, Kunlun still didn't come. He turned his head and looked at the clock on the wall. It was 6:45. Wait a little longer. It's 6:50 and she hasn't arrived yet. It doesn't make sense. She should have been here. Is there a traffic jam? It's 7 o'clock and Kunlun still hasn't come. He was anxious, but no one answered the phone. What happened to her? Is she not coming? Was she delayed by work? Why didn't she answer the phone? Oh my! Did she have a car accident? Han Lingfeng couldn't sit still anymore, she wanted to go out and look for. Just then, she saw Kunlun coming. She was wearing a white professional women's suit, carrying a bag in her hand, and wearing high heels. She walked in from the door with brisk steps. The light of the setting sun shone on her, making her look like a Guanyin bodhisattva descending to earth. Chapter 56 Communication. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng rushed over and hugged Yi Kunlun tightly. Yi Kunlun was stunned. What's wrong? I miss you. Han Lingfeng said. Yi Kunlun was stunned again, then touched his head with her hand and said softly, I'm here, aren't I? Why did you come back so late? Han Lingfeng pouted like a child, looking aggrieved. I was waiting so anxiously, the food was almost cold. And since you hadn't come for so long, I thought something bad had happened to you, and was just about to go out to look for you. I thought you had a car accident. As he spoke, the child was about to cry. Car accident? He has a very developed imagination. However, seeing how worried he was about her, Yi Kunlun's heart became extremely peaceful and gentle. It turned out that there was someone in this world who cared about her so much. She stroked Han Lingfeng's face gently and said in an extremely gentle voice, Silly boy, you always like to let your imagination run wild. I was just a few minutes late from get off work, and you see what you were thinking about. Then why didn't you answer the phone? I called you many times. Han Lingfeng still felt aggrieved. Oh? Really? I was driving and didn't hear it. The phone is in my bag. Yi Kunlun hurriedly took out her mobile phone from her bag. Because during the meeting today, she had set her phone to silent mode and forgot to switch it back. There were more than 20 missed calls on the phone. Except for 5 work calls, the other 15 were all from Han Lingfeng. In just a short while, he became so anxious. Did he really miss her to this extent? Yi Kunlun reached out and hugged Han Lingfeng, her heart filled with worries. She was afraid that she could not give him a future, and she was afraid that one day in the future, she would hurt him. Okay, let's come over and eat quickly, otherwise the food will get cold. Han Lingfeng pulled her towards the restaurant. Looking at the dishes on the table, Yi Kunlun was shocked. Did he prepare a Man-Han banquet? How could he finish all the dishes? Yi Kunlun glanced at him and said, Don't you think it's a waste of food to make so much? Han Lingfeng was a little embarrassed, because I don't know what you like to eat, so I made a little bit of everything, thinking that this way, there will always be one thing you like. So that's how it is. Yi Kunlun felt warm in her heart, and said softly, I'm not picky about food, don't cook so much next time. After a 2-second pause, she added, After all, cooking is so hard. Are you afraid that I'll be tired? Ha? Han Lingfeng hugged her and asked happily. The hot breath he exhaled kept hitting her face and neck. It made her feel hot all over. She was still wearing her business suit, and her body was so tense that it seemed as if the clothes were about to burst, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Okay, let's eat. She quickly pushed Han Lingfeng away, ending the ambiguous atmosphere. I'll make you some soup. Han Lingfeng quickly took the bowl and poured a bowl of fragrant chicken soup in front of her. Drink a bowl of soup before dinner to warm your stomach. She picked up the bowl of chicken soup and sniffed it. It smelled good. Not sure how it would taste, she brought the bowl to her lips and began to taste his masterpiece. He looked at her with expectant eyes, like a student waiting for praise from his teacher. After she finished the whole bowl of soup, he hurriedly asked, How is it? Does it taste good? Is it delicious? She pursed her lips, clearly looking unsatisfied, but said calmly, It's okay. Ha? Just okay? I spent the whole afternoon stewing this chicken soup, adding 18 kinds of medicinal herbs and spices. This is a palace recipe, specially used by Empress Dowager Cixi. The little man was clearly not satisfied with the rating she gave him. When he said it was used exclusively by the Empress Dowager Cixi, Yi Kunlun couldn't help but smile. How do you know this? Where did you learn it from? Online. The little man became excited. There is a master chef who teaches cooking courses online. He used to be a state banquet chef. He has participated in cooking for many large occasions and entertained many foreign guests. I think he is really good, so I signed up for his online class. Yi Kunlun looked at the little man with a pair of calm eyes. Although Ling Feng was young, he was not as lazy and childish as his peers in life. Except that he was as sensitive and fragile as a child in emotions, he was like a mature man in other aspects. Besides learning how to cook, what else have you learned? Yi Kunlun asked in an exploratory way. She already wanted to take the time to get to know him. Painting, piano, photography, tea art, brewing coffee, red wine. Han Lingfeng listed them one by one. Yi Kunlun was stunned. So many? And reading. Han Lingfeng said enthusiastically. Why do you want to learn these? Yi Kunlun asked. Han Lingfeng smiled sweetly, to match you. Yi Kunlun was stunned. Who made me fall in love with such an outstanding person? Han Lingfeng looked at her with affectionate eyes and reached out to hold her hand. Kunlun, I know I am not worthy of you, but I will work hard. Sooner or later, I will catch up with you and reach the same height as you. Yi Kunlun felt a pang in her heart, and at the same time something wanted to come out of her eyes, but she forced herself to let it flow back. She shook Han Lingfeng's hand and continued to ask, so what books have you read? Philosophy, politics, economics, literature, and history, that's all for now. Han Lingfeng looked a little ashamed, feeling that he had not read enough. Yi Kunlun was stunned again. She really didn't expect that he would read these. Can you understand those books? She asked. Han Lingfeng was a little worried. I understand some of it, but not others. But he immediately became excited, but for the ones I don't understand, I will use AI to look them up. You also know how to use AI? Yi Kunlun was surprised. AI is a new industry, and he even knows this? Of course I know. The little man was very proud. I knew about it when AI first came out. I even downloaded ChatGPT by climbing over the firewall. You also know how to climb over the wall? Yi Kunlun was surprised again. He. Han Lingfeng smiled modestly, but my English is not good. When I go out to browse the internet, I have to use the web page translation. It's quite troublesome. If only I could pass the 8th level of English like you. You don't have to compare yourself with me. Yi Kunlun lowered her eyes. Her excellence was the result of a good education since childhood and the strict teachings of her grandmother. As for Lingfeng, he has learned so much since he was a child, just based on his own initiative, which is already amazing. Yi Kunlun looked at him with a loving look. Lingfeng, you don't have to work so hard. No. Han Lingfeng was very firm. If I don't work hard, how can I be worthy of you? Do you really have to be worthy of me? Yi Kunlun lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eyes. Of course, because I want to be with you for the rest of my life. Han Lingfeng said with infinite longing. For a lifetime? Yi Kunlun's heart trembled. He actually wanted to be with her for a lifetime. But Yi Kunlun raised her head and looked at Han Lingfeng uneasily, and said cautiously, Lingfeng, don't you think a lifetime is too far away? Is it far away? Han Lingfeng really didn't think so. Then he looked at Yi Kunlun with a heavy gaze. Kunlun, don't you want to be with me forever? Yi Kunlun didn't dare to look at him. She was panicked and confused. After struggling for a while, she said, Lingfeng, I don't think we should think so far ahead. No one knows what will happen in the future. I think we should just take care of the present. Han Lingfeng's eyes were covered with disappointment. He looked at Yi Kunlun silently for a few times, but soon, he regained his sunshine. It's okay, Kunlun, it's true that I thought too far ahead. We should cherish the present and shouldn't think too much, right? Yi Kunlun felt a little relieved, raised her head and gave him a smile. Kunlun, eat quickly. I'll give you a massage after you finish. Han Lingfeng quickly put a piece of sweet and sour fish into her bowl. Chapter 57 The Edge of Love and Pain. After dinner, Yi Kunlun had to clean up the dishes. Han Lingfeng hurriedly grabbed it and said, Let me do it. You go and have a rest. She had worked all day and it was already tiring enough. Yi Kunlun stood there in a daze. In fact, it was quite hard for him to cook so many dishes. But when she saw Han Lingfeng washing dishes in the kitchen, she found him very charming. In fact, she has never been good at doing housework, because there have been servants at home to do these things since she was a child, and she has never done any housework. And she hated doing these things, she hated the greasy things in the kitchen. Even if there was no nanny to cook, she would rather order takeout than touch those pots and pans. Now, she feels very happy that there is a man who does these things for her. The feeling of a man doing it is different from that of a nanny. But she still felt that Lingfeng was working too hard and he shouldn't spend his precious time doing these things. Ling Feng. She called him. Han Lingfeng turned around and looked at her. I'll hire a nanny for you, she said. Hire him a nanny? Han Lingfeng smiled. If he wanted a nanny, he would pay for one himself. He had plenty of money anyway. The reason why he doesn't want a nanny is because he doesn't want a stranger in his home. He is not used to having strangers participating in his living space. But he was still very happy that Kunlun said so, because it showed that Kunlun didn't want him to work hard and she felt sorry for him. Are you feeling sorry for me? A big smile appeared on his face. He was the kind of person who couldn't hide things in his heart. He would say whatever he thought. Seeing his mean look, Yi Kunlun felt very disappointed. Who feels sorry for you? Yi Kunlun said coldly, turned and left the kitchen door. You say no, but you're obviously heartbroken. Han Lingfeng muttered, then put the washed dishes into the cupboard one by one. Then he took off his apron and came to the living room, but Yi Kunlun was nowhere to be seen. Where are the people? The bag is still on the sofa, proving that the person has not left. So she went to the bathroom? He sat on the sofa and waited for a long time, but Yi Kunlun didn't come. It couldn't be that slow to go to the toilet, so he walked over to the bathroom on the first floor to check, but she wasn't there. He went up to the bathroom on the second floor to check, but she wasn't there either. Where did she go? The bedroom? The study? He opened the bedroom door and she was not there either. Then he walked to the study room. The door was not closed. He walked to the door and saw Yi Kunlun standing in front of the bookshelf, reading a book called Investment. He bought the book online last week. He only read a dozen pages because it was too difficult and he couldn't understand it at all. He planned to give up for the time being and read it after he finished learning the basics of economics. Kunlun held a glass of boiled water in her hand and drank as she watched. She was so absorbed in her reading that she didn't notice him standing at the door. Kunlun looks very beautiful when she reads. She is beautiful to begin with, and now she has an even more intellectual beauty. Han Lingfeng was fascinated by the scene and wondered in his heart how such a beautiful woman could exist in the world. It was even more difficult for him to believe how such a beautiful woman could become his woman. Is this a dream? He was afraid that this was a dream and he would wake up one day. If this is really a dream, then I will never wake up. God bless you. Kunlun seemed to sense his presence. She turned her head and her warm eyes met his. She was stunned. Han Lingfeng walked towards her slowly, his breathing gradually becoming rapid. He walked right up to her, and her eyes never left him. He stopped in front of her and reached out to touch her face. Her face was so flawless, her skin was so white, smooth and delicate like a baby's. He looked at her with emotion, and murmured a trembling voice, Kunlun. She pinched his slender hand, placed it on her lips and kissed it gently, then placed his hand on her face, neck, and below her neck. Then she slowly closed her eyes, feeling the tingling and numbing pleasure like an electric shock coming from her body. Han Lingfeng followed her instructions and became suffocated. He unbuttoned her shirt one by one and his hot lips fell on her fair neck. She shuddered and hugged his head tightly. They are in the study. And then in the bathroom. And then in the bedroom. Lingfeng's skills have improved a lot. She guessed that he must have been watching movies and learning at home alone while she was at work. He knows more than she does. Even though she is much older than him, she doesn't have the time to learn these things. Lingfeng did a really good job, she could feel his seriousness and his full effort. She felt like she was about to die. She was held tightly by him, with no way to escape. Bad guy, why do you do this to me? Why do you do this to me? She pinched Han Lingfeng's back hard, wishing she could tear him to pieces, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. She was conquered by him, completely conquered by him, she loved him so much. She was also so afraid that she would never be able to leave him again. Lingfeng, do you love me? Do you really love me? This time she asked while holding his face. I love you very much. Han Lingfeng answered firmly and affirmatively. Will you always love me? Ha? Will you always love me? She asked repeatedly in hesitation. He suddenly fell silent. Ha? Can you? Yi Kunlun asked anxiously, with more fear in his eyes. I don't know. Han Lingfeng's lips curled up into a mischievous smile. What? You don't know? It seemed as if something was shattering in Yi Kunlun's eyes, as if her whole body was about to shatter. Han Lingfeng understood her uneasiness and stopped teasing her. Instead, he held her face and said firmly and confidently, "Do you even need to ask? Can't you feel how much I love you?" She could feel it, she was just afraid it was an illusion. "Of course I will always love you." Han Lingfeng was as gentle as water. Even if the sky collapses, the earth cracks, the sun loses its light, the moon goes out, and the universe disappears, my love for you will not change. How do you know? Yi Kunlun couldn't believe that he would be so firm. After all, people's hearts are fickle. I just know. Han Lingfeng was still so gentle and patient, because I know who I am and what kind of heart I have. I know myself very well, because once I fall in love with something, I will never change. I am such a stubborn person. Really? Yi Kunlun hugged him in her arms, tears welling up in her eyes. He is like me. I am also a stubborn person. I don't like things easily, but once I like something, I can't stop. For so many years, she didn't dare to love anyone because she knew herself too well. Once she gave her true heart, it would be out of control. This was her fatal weakness. Over the years, she has installed a protective shield on her heart to protect this weakness well. But Ling Feng was breaking her protective shield bit by bit. She was afraid that one day this would lead to an injury, and that injury would most likely be something she could not bear. Suddenly, Yi Kunlun shuddered, as if he was awakened from a dream. No! Reason told her that she should stop, she couldn't let it develop, she should cut the emotional ties, she couldn't be stuck in the quagmire of emotions like this, sinking deeper and deeper until she was destroyed. Impossible! She suddenly pushed Han Lingfeng away. Han Lingfeng was stunned by this sudden change. He was silent for several seconds before he asked tremblingly, Kunlun, what's wrong with you?" Yi Kunlun's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, as if Han Lingfeng was her enemy. She stared at Han Lingfeng with cold and resolute eyes. "Kunlun, you." Han Lingfeng's face turned pale. "Han Lingfeng, let's stop here," she said in an extremely cold tone. "What did you say?" Han Lingfeng's pupils gradually dilated, obviously he couldn't believe it. "I say, let's stop here." Yi Kunlun raised his voice, his tone extremely cold. Why? Han Lingfeng still couldn't believe it. Yi Kunlun narrowed his eyes, "Because I'm tired of you?" What? Han Lingfeng couldn't believe that these words came from the mouth of the woman in front of him. "Because you are just a plaything to me." Yi Kunlun continued to hurt. "Don't forget, I am the president of the Yi Group. Do you think I will really be with a little man like you? Don't dream. There's no way I can stay with you forever. Now I'm tired of playing, let's just call it a day and part ways in peace." Yi Kunlun said this, got out of bed, put on his clothes and prepared to leave. Swish! Suddenly, Han Lingfeng grabbed her wrist. His eyes were filled with something intense and extremely complex, and it was hard to tell whether it was anger or sadness. His body was shaking like a sieve. Chapter 58, Harder Than Heart. "Kunlun, what did you mean by what you said just now?" Han Lingfeng grabbed Yi Kunlun's wrist tightly. He still couldn't believe what she had just said. "Don't you understand?" Yi Kunlun raised her voice, "I said I'm tired of you." "Why?" "Kunlun." The little man's eyes were full of confusion and hesitation. "Is it because I didn't do it well just now?" He was referring to the intimate moment they had just had. He thought she was angry because he didn't make her feel comfortable. How could he think like that? Yi Kunlun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She even wanted to laugh, but she really couldn't. Moreover, she felt that this was an opportunity to force him to give up. She raised her chin high, deliberately showing sarcasm on her face, and said, "That's right, because you are too young, inexperienced, and have poor skills, and you didn't serve me well at all." "Yi Kunlun, what on earth are you talking about?" Something in Han Lingfeng's eyes kept breaking, and his face turned extremely pale. Yi Kunlun continued to attack, "I play with you to relax and enjoy, not to seek punishment. Not only can you not satisfy my needs, but you also make me very irritated. Doing it with you feels like suffering, which makes me very unhappy." Han Lingfeng's face turned red and white. Yi Kunlun continued to use his deadly weapon, "Your thing is too small. It makes me feel like a ridiculous toy. It's so boring. Oh my god. Yi Kunlun, you must be so cruel." The little man was completely shattered, and his tightly clenched hands slowly loosened. No man could withstand such humiliation. She had severely hurt his self-esteem. He looked dumbfounded and disheartened. Yi Kunlun felt a pain in her heart as if it were being stabbed by needles, but she did not show her emotions. And she firmly believed in her heart that what she did was right. Only in this way would he give up. And I can finally pull myself out of the quagmire of love, continue to close the country to the outside world, and continue to live a peaceful life. She turned around and left without any regrets. Yi Kunlun thought that from then on she and that little man would have nothing to do with each other anymore. She thought that she could continue to live a peaceful life as before. But she was wrong. She didn't expect that she would miss him so much on the first day of their separation. She told herself that this was just a temporary discomfort and she would get used to it gradually. But 3 days later, she still hadn't gotten used to it and still missed him so much. It seemed that habit was a terrible thing. But she would persevere. In no more than a week, she would forget the little man, she felt confidently. But she was still wrong. Her longing for the little man became stronger and stronger. Now, she couldn't do anything, her thoughts kept revolving around the little man, and she couldn't concentrate on doing anything, which caused the documents on her desk to pile up. This has seriously affected her work and she is going crazy. Secretary Chen, who came in with new documents for her signature, saw the pile of documents on the desk and looked puzzled. Boss Yi, what happened to you these days? Are you feeling unwell? Ms. Yi never slacks off at work, she always regards her work as her life. But these few days. Secretary Chen. Yi Kunlun's eyes were filled with fatigue and haggardness. Mr. Yi, do you have anything to say to me? Secretary Chen looked at her with concern. Yi Kunlun looked as if he couldn't speak. Kunlun. Secretary Chen changed the address. Is there anything we can't communicate about? Yes. Secretary Chen knew everything about her. No one knew her better than Secretary Chen. What could she not tell him? Chen, I seem to be attracted to that kid. Yi Kunlun's eyes revealed panic that could not be hidden. He makes me uneasy. Are you talking about Han Lingfeng? I thought you had been attracted to him a long time ago. Why are you asking such a question now? Secretary Chen really didn't understand. It's love. Yi Kunlun changed her words. I feel like I'm in love with him. I thought you had fallen in love with him a long time ago. What? Are you still not sure? Secretary Chen was extremely surprised. She thought that she had fallen in love with Feng Bo at their wedding, so she did everything she could to help their relationship, exposing Feng Bo and Zhang Wanyua's scandal at the wedding, which brought her own death. Unexpectedly, she still hasn't figured out whether she loves him or not. Yi Kunlun, I really admire you. Secretary Chen was a little angry. Is love so difficult for you? I really feel sorry for that child. His passion was just wasted. Okay, stop making fun of me. Yi Kunlun was already annoyed enough. You don't understand. What don't you understand? Secretary Chen asked. Don't I understand? You just can't face your feelings because you are afraid. It's because you are afraid that you might miss your true love in vain. The right one? Yi Kunlun screamed. She actually said that the little man was her right one. Secretary Chen, I thought I was already confused enough, but I didn't expect you to be even more confused than me. Are you confused? Mr. Yi. Secretary Chen questioned, how am I confused? That kid is 10 years younger than me. There is a 10-year age difference between us. Yi Kunlun shouted. Oh. Secretary Chen shook his head and laughed. I didn't expect you to be so emotionally narrow-minded. What's wrong with being 10 years younger? Is age a problem? As long as the feeling is right, what does it matter if you're 30 years younger, let alone 10 years younger? Age is never an obstacle. An 80-year-old grandmother can still fall in love with a 30-year-old boy. What's wrong with that? Chun. Yi Kunlun said seriously, I know you studied abroad for 8 years. You are more Western in terms of emotions, but this is Eastern. There are huge differences in culture and secular concepts. When two people fall in love, it is not enough to just love each other. There are many factors to consider. Secretary Chen looked at Yi Kunlun with a strange look for a few seconds, and said, I can't communicate with you on the matter of feelings. Conceptual issues cannot be resolved with a few words of advice. She couldn't figure it out herself, and arguing would only lead to conflicts. She stuffed the document into Yi Kunlun's hand and turned to leave. Yi Kunlun shook her head and smiled bitterly, how can age not be a problem? What's more, there are more problems than that. Thinking of her grandmother in Jianghuanyue, as well as the rumors spread by everyone, she was discouraged. Forget it. She shook her head. Why bother? It's just a man, just a relationship. Yi Kunlun, never take relationships seriously. She forced a layer of reinforced concrete into her heart, forcing herself to cut off all ties of love and friendship. She did it for a short time, and she put all her energy into her work and dealt with the mountains of documents. She worked at her desk for hours, but she didn't dare stop, because once she stopped, her thoughts would uncontrollably miss the little man. In order to keep herself energetic and able to work continuously, she asked someone to make her black coffee, one cup after another. This was already the 5th cup. Secretary Chen saw the assistant carrying coffee to the president's office again, so he stopped her and said, "Let me do it. You can go home now." "Thank you." The assistant handed the coffee to Secretary Chen with both hands as if relieved. Secretary Chen held the coffee, opened the door of the CEO's office, and walked in. Chapter 59. She is torturing herself. Secretary Chen walked in with coffee. Looking at Yi Kunlun working at her desk, Secretary Chen felt a pang of pity in his heart. Hearing the footsteps, Yi Kunlun did not look up, but stretched out his hand. "Coffee." Secretary Chen did not hand her the coffee. Before the coffee came, Yi Kunlun frowned and looked up. Seeing that it was Secretary Chen instead of the assistant, she was stunned. "Why is it you? You haven't finished get off work yet? Have you ever seen the secretary leave work before the boss?" Secretary Chen said sarcastically. Yi Kunlun glanced at her and said, "You can go home first and don't worry about me." Secretary Chen sighed, "If I don't care about you, the president of our Yi group will kill himself." Secretary Chen said as he slowly poured the coffee into the trash can. There was a thin stream of water, like a provocation. "Hey!" Yi Kunlun frowned, "That's top-grade geisha. One cup costs several thousand. Are you wasting it like this? If you are worried about spending these thousands of dollars, you can deduct it from my next month's salary." "But Mr. Yi." Secretary Chen put the empty cup heavily on Yi Kunlun's desk. "You have already drunk 4 cups of coffee, all of which were strong black coffee. Are you going to drink yourself to death?" Yi Kunlun lowered his head and said nothing. Secretary Chen then snatched the pen from her hand and said as he helped her close the document, "You've been working for more than 10 hours without a break. Even if you're a machine, you shouldn't be so worn out, right?" "I'm not tired," Yi Kunlun said, and was about to open the document again, apparently to continue working. "Mr. Yi." Secretary Chen frowned. "Go back and rest, don't worry about me." Yi Kunlun looked up at her indifferently, then continued to work. Secretary Chen sighed deeply. She knew Ms. Yi's temper. She was as stubborn as a bull. But what will happen if this continues? It was already daybreak outside the window. She had been working all night without sleep, and there was no sign of her stopping. The pile of documents on the desk had been processed by her until there was very little left. She had done several times more work than usual. But she had to continue. She asked her colleagues who came on the early shift to bring the previous financial statements. Although she had already read those financial statements, she said she wanted to check them again. Secretary Chen knew that she was forcing herself not to think or miss it. Tears rolled down Secretary Chen's eyes. "Kunlun, why do you torture yourself like this?" She wanted to call Han Lingfeng, but she knew Kunlun would be angry. Only she can figure this matter out, because only she can understand her own heart. How could she see her true nature without going through a lot of pain and torture? The cell phone on the desk suddenly rang. Yi Kunlun raised his dizzy head. After working continuously all night, his nerves were extremely tired. It seemed that he was really old, not as good as he was a few years ago. She pressed her temples to relax her nerves a little before answering the phone. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Why is there a strange number calling? It's probably a scam. She was too lazy to answer and just hung up. But the number called again soon. Fraudulent calls would not be made repeatedly, maybe someone has something urgent to ask her. She picked up the phone. "Hello, who is this?" "Excuse me, are you Han Lingfeng's family member?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Family member? She didn't know that the name of her number saved in Han Lingfeng's phone was the only family member. But the 3 words Han Lingfeng made her heart tremble violently. She had a strong, bad feeling. Ling? What happened to Ling Feng? She asked, holding her breath. He fainted. He was drinking in our KTV all night long and played perverted games with the ladies. The person who spoke on the other end had a tone that was unclear whether it was anger or ridicule. Miss? He actually went to a lady. What a perverted game. What a perverted game. The other end paused and continued. He took off his pants and let the ladies look at him one by one, and then asked them to give their opinions. He asked them whether his thing was big or not, and whether it was bigger or smaller than other men's. Then he would give 10,000 yuan to each person who made an evaluation. Enough. Yi Kunlun interrupted the other party. She couldn't listen anymore. She knew why he did it. She understood that what she had said deeply hurt his self-esteem, calling him small and saying that his thing was like a ridiculous toy. Yi Kunlun. How can you say that? How can you? Only then did she realize how serious a mistake she had made. Ling Feng? Ling Feng fainted. How could he faint? She asked loudly on the other end of the phone. Maybe he drank too much, I don't know. Anyway, he was sleeping very soundly and couldn't be woken up no matter how we called him. By the way, a lady saw him taking medicine and asked him what he took. He said it was medicine for headache, but it might not be a headache, that's my guess. Maybe it was sleeping pills or something like that. Anyway, he mixed it with wine and drank it. Otherwise, why couldn't he be woken up? The other party recounted the incident incoherently? Why not send him to the hospital? Before the other party could finish, Yi Kunlun's roar had already broken out of his body. Send him to the hospital immediately. If anything happens to him, I will destroy your KTV from now on. The other party was probably startled and was stunned for several seconds before reacting. He replied, okay, we'll send him to the hospital immediately. Fortunately, the first hospital is not far from us. Then the call was hung up. Yi Kunlun held the hung-up phone in his hand, his head buzzing. Ling Feng, did Ling Feng take the medicine? Is he committing suicide? Ling Feng. Ling Feng. Yi Kunlun's heart was twitching. Thinking that the life might end here, Yi Kunlun felt his legs go weak and he almost fell off the office chair to the ground. She grabbed the edge of the desk tightly with both hands and used all her strength to get up from the ground. Her hands were shaking so badly. She staggered out the door, shouting as she ran, Secretary Chen. Prepare the car. Take me to the hospital. Secretary Chen rushed out of the secretarial office and saw President Yi staggering. She was pale, her legs and feet were shaking, and she was walking with her hands on the wall, as if she was about to fall down at any time. Ms. Yi must have had a sudden illness. If she continues to hold on like this, her body will collapse. Boss Yi. Secretary Chen rushed over to support Yi Kunlun and shouted to his colleagues who were looking out, hurry up and call downstairs and ask the driver to get the car ready. The colleague quickly returned to the office to make a phone call. Hurry up and get someone to carry it. Secretary Chen yelled again, emergency stretcher. Two male colleagues ran over quickly and supported Yi Kunlun together with Secretary Chen. The security guard who heard the news also rushed over with a stretcher. Yi Kunlun wanted to break free, but she didn't need to be carried on a stretcher. But they just placed her body on the stretcher, and then the stretcher quickly moved forward. Secretary Chen, tell them to go back and you can take me to the hospital. After getting in the car, Yi Kunlun instructed Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen was stunned for a moment, thinking that Mr. Yi probably didn't want to delay everyone's work, and then turned around and shouted to everyone, everyone go back to work. I'll take Mr. Yi to the hospital. After saying that, Secretary Chen hurriedly sat in the driver's seat, held the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and the car roared forward like a beast. The colleagues who stayed where they were all in shock. I stared blankly at the car going away, praying in my heart that our president would not get seriously ill, otherwise the whole company. Chapter 60 Regret and Haste. Secretary Chen, Ling Feng took medicine. Yi Kunlun sobbed while leaning on the back seat of the car. Gotcha. The steering wheel in Secretary Chen's hand almost slipped and the car tilted to one side. Fortunately, she reacted in time and immediately straightened the car. You mean he committed suicide? Secretary Chen held his breath and asked this question with great difficulty. What have I done to him? Yi Kunlun covered her tear-soaked face, her body twitching from excessive sadness. She felt extremely regretful. Secretary Chen understood Mr. Yi's mood at the moment. She tried to calm herself and comforted him, "Don't worry too much. I believe Mr. Han will be fine." But Secretary Chen's comfort seemed to have no effect at all. Yi Kunlun is now completely trapped in deep guilt and self-blame and cannot extricate himself. How desperate must he be to do something like that? Thinking of Han Lingfeng going to KTV to find girls, taking off his pants for them to judge, and drinking the medicine mixed with alcohol, Yi Kunlun was in so much pain that she almost died. She wished she could kill herself. She kept sobbing, "Why did I do that to him? Why did I say those words to him? Why was I so cruel at that time? I clearly knew he was so fragile, and I clearly knew he valued me so much, but I still forced him to give up, and even hurt him with such words. Why didn't I think about the consequences at that time? I'm too selfish. I only thought about not getting hurt. I only thought about getting out of this situation and protecting myself, but I never thought about him. I'm too selfish." Yi Kunlun cried so hard that she collapsed in the back seat, as if she had lost half her life. Looking at her in the rearview mirror, Secretary Chen had never seen Ms. Yi in such pain because of anyone. She was in so much pain, which meant she was already trapped. And she was deeply trapped. She had been resisting love so much, but in the end, she could not escape the red string tied by Yu Lao. Secretary Chen now feels a little regretful. She regrets that she shouldn't have helped them in the first place, and regrets that she didn't remind them or dissuade them in time. Only at this moment did she understand that Kunlun was the kind of person who was difficult to pick up and let go of in love. It seemed that she still didn't understand her well enough. She is such a loyal person, she should have thought of it earlier, right? But at that time, she was only concerned about seeing Mr. Yi happy, but she ignored the fact that everything has two sides. When things reach the extreme, they will turn into the opposite. The happier you are, the sadder you will be. Secretary Chen felt very guilty at this moment, and even had a sense of guilt. She looked at the mirror and apologized to herself in her heart with a guilty conscience. "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. I didn't stop you, but I became the one who pushed you into the abyss of love, but what should I do now? Mr. Yi, you have already loved, it's too late to withdraw, there is no other way except to accept it, you can only move forward bravely, please love boldly, I believe my vision is not wrong, that little man will not let you down, he will bring you the ultimate joy and happiness, and I just want to see you happy." With this in mind, Secretary Chen stepped on the accelerator and increased the speed of the car. She wanted to send her to meet her lover as quickly as possible and let them reconcile. In the hospital corridor, the KTV manager was already frightened out of his wits, and the ladies standing beside him were also frightened. Their rouge and powdered faces could not hide their panic. Who knows? This little guest who came to the KTV with a box of cash to have fun would faint in the private room and could not be woken up. If he died, would everyone be implicated? Thinking of the woman on the phone just now, she was the family member of this young guest. The tone of her voice was really terrifying. She said that if anything happened to him, the KTV would be destroyed. What kind of power did she have to dare to say such arrogant words? But her tone did not sound arrogant, but she really had such strength. Even through the phone, one could feel the sharpness of her tone, as sharp as a ruthless sword. The owner of the KTV also rushed over in a hurry, because he had just called his boss and told him that someone was going to die, and that the other party might be of an extraordinary identity, which might cause a huge disaster. How could the KTV owner dare to neglect him? Someone was about to die. Besides, the other party sounded very rich, so he must be of a high status. What happened? The KTV owner asked with wide eyes as he arrived. "Gastric lavage is underway," said the manager. "Pa!" The KTV owner slapped the manager in the face, and he became ferocious. He wanted to push the incident onto the manager, so that he could not drag him down if he was held responsible. So he had to take the initiative. How do you do your job as a manager? If anything goes wrong, you will be held responsible. The manager was so frightened that he started shaking. "And you?" The KTV owner pointed at the ladies again. The ladies cried out in injustice, "It's none of our business. Who knows he didn't take headache medicine? That's right, how would we know? And he's so crazy, like a lunatic. Shut the fuck up." The KTV owner's eyes were filled with anger. "If someone dies, none of you can get away with it." The ladies were almost crying with fear. At this time, Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen came hurriedly. "Is it here? Is it here? Is Han Lingfeng here?" Secretary Chen asked as she searched. Yi Kunlun behind her could no longer tell the directions. She seemed to have lost consciousness and was dumb and stupid. No one knew what was going on in her mind. Secretary Chen had to exercise all rights on her behalf. Hearing the name Han Lingfeng, the KTV owner hurried forward and asked, "Are you Han Lingfeng's relative?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yi Kunlun behind Secretary Chen, the beautiful woman, the woman who had appeared on TV and was unforgettable, the president of the first group company of Nanshire, the eldest princess of the Yi family, the iron-blooded business tycoon that made people intimidated. How did she get here? Was she with the woman asking the question? And why did she look so sad? Before he could react, the woman who was asking the question grabbed his arm and said, "Is Han Lingfeng here? Are you from the KTV? Did you send Han Lingfeng here? Where is Han Lingfeng now? How is he?" The woman asked so many questions in a row and asked them so urgently that the KTV owner was so flustered that he didn't know how to answer. Han Lingfeng. Lingfeng. This name made Ji Kunlun suddenly wake up as if she had returned to her soul. Where is Lingfeng? Where is Lingfeng? She raised her head and looked around frantically. Suddenly, her eyes fell on the face of the KTV owner. The KTV owner couldn't help but shudder. That look contained too many meanings and was as fierce as lightning. The KTV owner felt as if his heart was hit by something sharp, and he felt a chill on his back. Then, his arm was grabbed by this powerful woman. Chapter 61 Out of Control. Tell me. Where is Han Lingfeng? Yi Kunlun's cold tone hit the KTV owner's eardrums directly. I heard, he's doing gastric lavage. The KTV owner turned his head towards the manager with a stiff expression. The manager and the ladies around him were looking at Yi Kunlun stupidly. They didn't expect to see a celebrity here. Moreover, she was more beautiful and more elegant than on TV. They were deeply attracted by her beauty and forgot their fear for a moment. Speak. The KTV owner kicked the manager on the buttocks and gritted his teeth. Boss Yi is asking questions. The manager shuddered and came back to his senses. The unsatisfied look in his eyes was instantly replaced by fear. The ladies also returned to their previous panic. Gastric lavage, gastric lavage. The manager bowed and nodded, his voice intermittent, and sweat wet his entire forehead. Were you the one who spoke to me on the phone before? Yi Kunlun's cold eyes fell on the manager's face. Yes, the manager trembled. Pa! Yi Kunlun raised his hand and slapped the manager hard in the face. The slapping sounded as loud as firecrackers. The manager had a red slap mark on his face, but he just lowered his head, not even daring to breathe, and endured it. No one dared to breathe at the scene. Who allowed you to open a private room for him? Who allowed you to sell him alcohol? Who allowed you to open a KTV? She became extremely unreasonable. Her grief had completely made her lose the logic of a normal person. It was all their fault. It was all the fault of this industry. It was all the fault of alcohol. But she was afraid to face her own fault. I will ban you. I will destroy you. I will put you in jail. She glared with her scarlet eyes, behaving like a dictator. The boss, the manager, and the lady were all worried, but they didn't understand why the president of the Yi Group could make such unreasonable remarks. Mr. Yi! Mr. Yi! Secretary Chen hurriedly grabbed her, trying to wake her up from the edge of losing control. She had to maintain her image and not let people think that she was so domineering and unreasonable. Especially such remarks cannot be spread out, otherwise the voice of the president of the Yi Group bullying the weak and not abiding by the law will drown out the persona she has worked so hard to build. She has no stains on her so far, and her reputation cannot be ruined. I'm sorry. Ms. Yi was just too worried about the patient, so she said something she shouldn't have said in a hurry. The child is the son of her benefactor, so... The people in front of Secretary Chen apologized, and she actually lied so naturally. The son of the benefactor? Yi Kunlun couldn't believe that Secretary Chen could lie like that. But she immediately understood that Secretary Chen did this to prevent people from suspecting her relationship with Han Lingfeng. Yes, if her relationship with Lingfeng was known to outsiders, how would others view it? She did not blame Secretary Chen for this lie. After all, everything Secretary Chen did was because of her. The people in front of him obviously believed Secretary Chen's lies. I understand. The KTV owner nodded and bowed. Because he was the son of his benefactor, he naturally couldn't make any mistakes, otherwise how could he be worthy of his benefactor? He could completely understand Mr. Yi's feelings, because Mr. Yi was a man who valued friendship and loyalty. The manager was a little confused. Why was the child's phone saved with the name only relative? Did his benefactor die and leave his orphan to her? So she was his only relative? Maybe that was the case, the manager thought. But this is not important now. What is important now is, will the person inside die? If someone dies, Mr. Yi will definitely hold someone responsible. KTV is definitely not immune from responsibility, and neither are the others. Now I can only pray to God that the child inside will not die. Now everyone has quieted down and is waiting, not knowing how long the gastric lavage will take. I can only wait for the result in agony. Secretary Chen helped Yi Kunlun sit down on the chair. After her anger subsided, Kunlun was once again overwhelmed by sadness, self-blame and pain. What right does she have to blame others? She should blame herself the most. By the way, Mr. Yi, this is the young man's cell phone. Someone handed over the phone. Yi Kunlun took the phone. It was very old. It was the 2017 version of Huawei's Honor 9. He had used the same phone for so many years that the tempered glass was cracked. Is this kid so poor that he can't even afford a new phone? Why didn't he tell her? If he asked, she would buy it for him. Then again, why didn't she notice these details? It seems that she really cares too little about him. Yi Kunlun turned on the screen. There was no password set on the phone. This idiot, why didn't he set a password? This is not safe. In the future, she will have to remind him to set one. There was a photo of her on the screen. I don't know when he secretly took a photo of her from behind, but it looked really ugly. She slid the screen and found that there were so many apps in her phone. In addition to commonly used software such as Douyin, Kuaishou, Tushio, and Quark, there were also software such as Jiushi, First Financial Daily, and several large AI model apps. The only thing he didn't download was games. Don't boys of his age like to play games? It seems that her Ling Feng is indeed different from other boys. He is more like a mature man. Then, she opened WeChat. His WeChat contacts were no more than 10 people in total, including her, Li Yujiao, Shen Ruoshi, Zhang Huanyue, his father, and his half-brother and sister, and nothing else. Doesn't he have any friends? Yi Kunlun was very surprised, which showed how lonely Ling Feng was usually. Finally, she clicked on the phone contacts, and found that there were no other contacts except those on WeChat. What shocked her heart was the only family member on the contact list. He set her number as the contact person for the only family member. The only one. She was his only one. And the word family member, besides relatives, what kind of people can be called family members? She thought of those two words. Thinking of those two words, her face turned red. The only family member, am I the only family member in his heart? She asked in her heart. Ling Feng. Ling Feng. You already consider me a family member, right? She gently pressed the phone against her chest, where her heart was beating violently and twitching in pain. Ling Feng, she closed her eyes, feeling as if he was standing in front of her, and she clung tightly in his arms. Bang! The door of the emergency room was pushed open. The doctor and the nurse came out. Yi Kunlun stood up from the chair and walked quickly towards the doctor. Secretary Chen, the KTV owner and others also gathered around. Doctor, how are the patients inside? Yi Kunlun asked anxiously, his eyes filled with deep hesitation and expectation. Chapter 62. She surrendered, she admitted defeat. Doctor, how is the patient inside? Yi Kunlun asked, holding the doctor's arm tightly. The doctor sighed and shook his head. Yi Kunlun's heart skipped a beat. He took a high dose of sleeping pills and mixed it with alcohol. The doctor paused and sighed. He clearly has a tendency to self-destruct. Self-destruction, Yi Kunlun's heart skipped a beat. What's the result? How is he now? Yi Kunlun asked quickly. The doctor shook his head and said, because he took a large dose and was not brought to the hospital in time, and he drank it mixed with alcohol, his stomach absorbed a large amount of the drug, so it may take 48 hours or more for him to wake up. 48 hours or longer? Yi Kunlun glared at the KTV manager with a reproachful look, saying that they did not deliver it in time. However, fortunately, there is no danger to life, so we can breathe a sigh of relief. Can I go in and see him now? Yi Kunlun asked the doctor. He needs to be transferred to the ward so that his family can accompany him, said the doctor. I want the best VIP ward in your hospital. Yi Kunlun ordered. The doctor was stunned for a moment. The best VIP ward was already occupied, but he had to give Mr. Yi face. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Soon, Han Lingfeng was transferred from the emergency room to the most luxurious VIP ward in the entire hospital. Secretary Chen called the KTV owner and others aside to talk. She wanted to leave some space for Mr. Yi and Mr. Han to be alone. Yi Kunlun walked to the bedside and sat down. Looking at Han Lingfeng, who was sleeping on the bed, her whole body felt weak again. Ling Feng. Looking at that bloodless face, Yi Kunlun felt extremely painful. After not seeing him for a few days, he had lost a lot of weight and looked much more haggard. How did he spend these days? It must have been very tormenting, right? Is it because he couldn't bear it anymore that he went to KTV to look for proof and destroyed himself? I'm sorry, Ling Feng, I lied to you. Grabbing his hand and placing it on her wet face, he was obviously very skilled, she was obviously so happy, and he was obviously not young. He and she were very harmonious, obviously just right, obviously so suitable. But what did I say to you? How could I say that? How could I hurt you so much? But it's obviously not true. In fact. Yi Kunlun wanted to say, in fact you make me very happy, but shame prevented her from saying such words. You'll understand what I'm saying, right? She put his hand to her lips and kissed it gently. Also, I'm not tired of you. Ha, how could I be tired of you? We've just started, how could I be tired of you? In fact, the time spent with him was peaceful and beautiful. You have never been my plaything, never. Her hand gently stroked his thin face. How could he be a plaything? She never needed a plaything. All her closeness to him came from her love for him. I'm sorry, I hurt you with my venomous words. I can't believe that those dirty words came from my mouth. She never said anything careless, but she actually used the dirtiest and cruelest words to deal with him. I'm so sorry. She lowered her head and pressed her wet face against his forehead. She kissed him gently on the forehead. She would wait here for him to wake up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he could see her. She would stay by his side. For the following time, Yi Kunlun did not leave the ward except to go to the toilet. For 2 days and 2 nights, she didn't sleep or eat. Including the all-nighter she pulled in the office, she hadn't slept for 3 nights. Although she was already exhausted both physically and mentally, she was unable to fall asleep, perhaps because her nerves were too tense. Her eyes were bloodshot, as red as a rabbit's eyes, and her eye sockets were deeply sunken. She felt like she might pass out at any moment, but she just couldn't fall asleep. She sat in front of the hospital bed like a person with Alzheimer's disease. She felt her consciousness was confused, even very fuzzy, but she kept reminding herself to stay alert and not faint. Secretary Chen came to her countless times and said he wanted to replace her, but she was unwilling to do so because apart from staying here and taking care of him, nothing else could motivate her. Even sleeping made her lose the motivation. If Ling Feng didn't wake up, she wouldn't be able to do anything. She will be destroyed. Looking at Yi Kunlun, who was left with only a shell, Secretary Chen felt pain and hatred. He hated Han Lingfeng, who was lying on the hospital bed and had not woken up yet. He hated the willfulness of this little man, and hated his childishness and weakness. Just because of his nonsense. Because of his willful behavior, the president of a large company, a woman as strong as steel, collapsed. This is not a good fate. This is an evil fate. She thought bitterly in her heart. She had supported their fate in the first place. How stupid she was. But what can be done? Things have already come to this. Now I just pray to God to bless that tormenting brat to wake up soon. Only in this way can Mr. Yi come back to life. 48 hours have passed, but the little man has not woken up yet. Doctor, why hasn't he woken up yet? Yi Kunlun came back to his senses from his trance and asked the doctor who came to check on him. The doctor looked at the medical records in his hand and replied, "It's only been 48 hours now. Since he absorbed a large amount of medicine, it will probably take longer." Yi Kunlun collapsed because every minute and every second of waiting was so torturous. "Lingfeng, please don't torture me anymore, okay?" She looked at Han Lingfeng, who was indifferent on the hospital bed, and tears flowed from her eyes unconsciously. "I beg you, don't torture me anymore." She covered her face and sobbed. I surrender, okay?" She admitted defeat. She really gave up. She never bowed to anyone, but this time she really lost, and lost so miserably. I surrender. I surrender. She knocked her head against the bed, again and again, I surrender. I surrender. Secretary Chen was heartbroken and burst into tears. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? She is the president of the Yi Group. How could she surrender for a man? Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun. How could you be so useless? How could you? But she knew she couldn't stop it or persuade him. Glancing at the man on the hospital bed, Han Lingfeng, you were so good, you were so fucking good. But she was helpless. Now she also begged silently in her heart, Han Lingfeng, I beg you, please wake up quickly. You are Ms. Ye's life, you are everything to her, she really can't live without you. Han Lingfeng seemed to understand what Secretary Chen was thinking, or maybe he felt sorry for Kunlun, so he woke up. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at the white, bright everything in front of him, and then saw Kunlun's haggard, wet face, which was now turning from sadness to joy, and the pupils of her beautiful eyes, which were filled with tears, were gradually dilating. Then he heard her calling him, Ling Feng. Ling Feng. Chapter 63 Her pride was destroyed by you. Is that Kunlun? How is that possible? I must be dreaming. Or maybe he had died and his soul had returned to the human world, so he saw her. If this is a dream, don't wake up. If the soul has returned to the human world, then let the soul continue to wander in the human world. Anyway, it's great to see Kunlun. But why is she crying? Why is she sad? Kunlun, don't cry, don't be sad. Han Lingfeng reached out to wipe the tears from her face. How did her face become so haggard? How did she become so thin? Her eyes were so red, full of bloodshot, her eye sockets were sunken, and tears kept flowing out. But she was still so beautiful, a beauty that no one could match, but now it was so desolate. Kunlun, why are you so sad? Han Lingfeng felt uneasy because he didn't want to see Kunlun sad. He was most afraid of her being sad. But why did Kunlun keep crying and crying? Did I do something wrong? Kunlun. Han Lingfeng was extremely uneasy, wondering if he had done something wrong to make her sad. I was wrong. Han Lingfeng suddenly hugged Ji Kunlun and apologized to her hurriedly. I was wrong, Kunlun, don't cry, I was wrong. But he didn't know where he went wrong. In short, he was very panicked. He felt that it must be his fault and that he must have done something wrong, which made Kunlun sad. I was wrong, Kunlun. Han Lingfeng raised his head and looked at her with pleading eyes, asking for her forgiveness. Just like a believer, asking for God's forgiveness. He begged with a confused and uneasy look, hoping that she would forgive him. Ling Feng. Kunlun suddenly hugged him in her arms. She did not blame him or scold him. On the contrary, she hugged him very tightly. He could feel her strength and warmth. Her embrace was so warm and comfortable, like a sedative, soothing his soul and comforting his uneasy heart. Kunlun, please don't leave me, okay? Just hold me like this and let me stay in your arms forever, okay? Han Lingfeng pleaded again, trembling with fear. Okay. I will hold you like this and not go anywhere. I will hold you like this. Kunlun replied with a sigh. He felt her kissing his head and tears falling on his head. Is she still crying? Why? Why is she still so sad? Why is her sadness endless? Han Lingfeng became uneasy again. Kunlun, don't cry. I don't want you to cry, okay? You can hit me and scold me, but don't be sad, okay? Ah. Ling Feng. Kunlun not only did not stop crying, but cried even harder. He could feel her body twitching and trembling so violently that it made him flustered. He was extremely scared and uneasy. He thought that he must have done something wrong, something very wrong, which made Kunlun so sad. Hit me. Ah, hit me. Han Lingfeng grabbed Ji Kunlun's hand and slapped himself hard. I did something wrong, so I should be punished. Punish me. Punish me hard. No. But Kunlun actually retracted her hand. Ah. Why? She won't forgive me? Kunlun, you won't forgive me? Tears welled up in Han Lingfeng's eyes. He was so afraid that he wouldn't get her forgiveness. You won't forgive me, right? So you want to abandon me, right? He was so desperate that Kunlun would not forgive him, so she would abandon him. Oh, yes, you should abandon me. I'm such a bad person. I made you sad, and I'm not worthy of you. And I can't even satisfy you with that. Han Lingfeng couldn't speak. I can't even satisfy you with the most basic thing. He was extremely ashamed, extremely sad, extremely guilty, and extremely inferior. He beat himself hard. I am so useless, I am so useless, I am incompetent, I am actually an incompetent person. He slapped himself hard. What use am I? I am of no use at all. He broke down and cried. Think about it carefully. I have nothing but a heart that truly loves you. I can't give you anything. And a heart is so cheap, so cheap. What do you want my heart for? What do you want it for? It's no use at all. Ling Fong. Ling Fong. Ling Fong Kuan Lin called out to him and shook him again and again. Her voice gradually became weaker and then became a plea for mercy. She seemed to be raising the white flag of surrender to him. I beg you, she cried and shouted. I beg you, please don't torture me anymore. I beg you, please don't torture me anymore. I tortured you. Han Lingfeng shuddered violently, as if he had returned to his spirit, but he didn't understand why she said he was torturing her, when it was obviously she was torturing him. It was obviously she who abandoned him, and it was obviously she who said she treated him as a plaything. It was obviously him who begged for his forgiveness, begged her not to abandon him. Why did it become him torturing her? Why on earth was this? Han Lingfeng, that's enough. Secretary Chen suddenly rushed over with a ferocious look. She looked very fierce. Her roar almost broke his eardrums, and her eyes almost killed him. He shuddered with fear, as if he had sucked in a breath of cold air. He stared at Secretary Chen in a daze, waiting for her sharp knife to pierce his body. But Secretary Chen didn't do anything to him. On the contrary, she cried like Kunlun. Although she didn't cry as hard as Kunlun, tears still fell from her eyes. But she quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and took 2 deep breaths, as if she was trying to control her emotions. Then she lowered her voice, softened it, and said to him, as if advising or pleading, stop torturing Ms. Yi, okay? Do you know what Ms. Yi has been going through these days? She's not having an easier time than you, on the contrary. Secretary Chen glanced at Yi Kunlun when she got to this point. Tears were about to fall from her eyes again. She seemed to have used a lot of effort to force the tears back. Then she continued with the following words, on the contrary, she is more sad than you. When she knew that you took pills to commit suicide, she was completely devastated. Wait. What did she say? Took pills to commit suicide? No. No. He didn't commit suicide. Han Lingfeng shook his head vigorously. Secretary Chen continued, she is the president of a large company and has seen the world. She has never been knocked down by anything. She has always been so proud, but you have destroyed all her pride. Secretary Chen sighed deeply, not knowing whether it was regret or pity. Then he looked at Han Lingfeng with resentful eyes. Han Lingfeng, I didn't expect that the love trap you set would be so dangerous and vicious. You have made a female CEO with hundreds of billions of assets lose herself. What's more, she is so beautiful. No. No. Han Lingfeng shook his head frantically. You won. Secretary Chen's eyes showed a hint of contempt, but your victory was not glorious. You took such extreme measures to force her to submit. She is a person who values friendship and loyalty, so she fell into your trap. If she had been a little more ruthless and didn't care about your life or death. At this point, Secretary Chen let out a sad laugh. Oh, it's my fault too. As for what to blame her for? She didn't say. Then, she looked at Han Lingfeng with a sad look and said those extremely sharp words, otherwise, you are not worthy of it. After Secretary Chen finished speaking, he turned around and walked away, as if he was deliberately leaving some space for this infatuated couple. No. No. Han Lingfeng shook his head frantically and stretched out his hand to tightly grab Yi Kunlun's arm. Kunlun. I'm not committing suicide, I'm not committing suicide. Secretary Chen misunderstood me. I'm not committing suicide. I'm not playing tricks, you believe me. I don't understand what playing tricks is. She looked at him with doubtful eyes, she needed an explanation. Han Lingfeng cried, I just want to fall asleep, because I won't feel pain when I fall asleep, so I took sleeping pills. I want to sleep longer. If I fall asleep and die without any pain, wouldn't that be great? He couldn't stop crying. Being alive is worse than death anyway. Kunlun is my only hope. If there is no Kunlun, why should I continue to live in such misery? He raised his tearful face and looked at Yi Kunlun. Don't you think that a painless death is also a blessing? Oh my! Yi Kunlun immediately hugged him tightly, his shoulders shaking. Don't say anymore, I admit it, I admit everything. So, Kunlun won't dump me again? He raised his innocent face, with uncertainty in his eyes. No more. Yi Kunlun pinched his chin and kissed him hard on the mouth. Kiss, such a sweet kiss, such a spicy kiss. Kunlun, I want. Han Lingfeng murmured with a sob in his throat. Yi Kunlun sighed deeply. Okay. I'll give it to you. Let's go home now. Chapter 64 The Tenderness of the Female President. Long Tan Villa, bedroom. She slowly pushed him down onto the bed. She bent down and kissed him, so tenderly. Then, she said, let me serve you this time. She kissed from top to bottom. Han Lingfeng was intoxicated in every kiss of hers. Every kiss of hers was so gentle and affectionate, like a gentle electric current running through his body and mind, bringing him both spiritual and physical pleasure. Kunlun. He stroked her head. He was so happy. He was so happy because he loved her. Oh, my God, Kunlun. He sighed in his heart, wondering why Kunlun was so beautiful and so wonderful. Oh, my God, I can't stand it, my love. Please let me go. Please spare me. He begged for mercy in his heart. Oh, no, no, please don't let me go, don't forgive me. Because he was so happy and enjoying himself that he couldn't bear to let her go. He screamed crazily in his heart, love me. Love me hard. Devour me with your love, devour my flesh and blood, devour my soul. Let me die like this in your love. Don't save me, let me die, let me die. Then he felt as if he had really died, and his soul ascended to heaven, which was gorgeous and colorful, and then he floated there. Kunlun. He suddenly roared loudly, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw and came back to life. He felt as if his soul had suddenly fallen from heaven. Then, he was saved. He felt completely exhausted, as if he had survived a calamity. He gasped for breath and slowly loosened his hands that were tightly gripping the quilt. Yi Kunlun gently held him in her arms, kissed his forehead, and asked softly, are you satisfied with my service? She kissed his forehead and face again. Kunlun. He buried his face in Yi Kunlun's arms shyly, holding her waist tightly with both hands. You bad woman. She put on a smug smile and whispered in his ear, I will serve you often in the future, okay? Oh. Kunlun. She is such a shameless woman. Are you tired? She kissed his face gently again. Do you want to take a nap? He hugged Kunlun's neck, pouted like a little girl and said, I have slept for 48 hours. I have slept enough. Now, I just want to look at you, without blinking. Then, he stared at Kunlun's face. Kunlun rubbed his nose with her nose and said, you've slept for so long, your stomach must be empty, right? I'll make you something to eat. After saying that, she realized that she didn't know how to cook at all. No, dear, I'm not hungry. He shook his head and hugged her neck, not wanting to let go. Just looking at her made him feel full. But Kunlun still insisted, then let's order takeout, okay? I know a Guangdong kanji king that makes great crab roe kanji. I'll order it for you. Kunlun said this and picked up her phone to call the Zhouhuang restaurant to place an order. I'll feed you. She brought the porridge directly to him. Han Lingfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Kunlun, I'm not a child, give it to me, I'll eat it myself. Eat slowly, don't choke. She reminded him while wiping the remaining juice from his mouth with paper. She treated him like a 3-year-old child. It was incredible that the CEO of the Yi Group, who was so decisive and swift, could be so tender and affectionate. Kunlun, you're so sweet that I'm about to cry. Han Lingfeng said happily. Are you going to cry because of this sweetness? Kunlun gently nuzzled his face again. Your requirements are really low. I still have a lot of love that I haven't shown you yet. Really? Han Lingfeng looked at her happily. Then I'll wait for you to perform them on me one by one. Kunlun was stunned for a moment, then reached out and tapped him on the head. You greedy little devil. You said it. He pouted. Okay, eat quickly. After you're done, I'll take you shopping. Kunlun continued softly. Shopping? Are you taking me shopping? He really looked at her like a greedy little devil. Kunlun stretched out her hand and pinched his face. Yes, your cell phone is so old and you don't know how to buy a new one. And your clothes and pants, you keep wearing the same 2 sets. If you don't know, you would think you are an orphan. The word orphan made Han Lingfeng feel depressed. He muttered, am I not like an orphan? Yi Kunlun realized that she had spoken out of turn, especially that sentence of his, which made her heart ache. She quickly reached out and hugged him. Lingfeng, you have me from now on. Han Lingfeng quickly raised his head and looked at her happily. Will we always be together? Will you marry me? Will we be together for the rest of our lives? He had asked this question before, but it was still difficult for Yi Kunlun to answer. She wanted to be with him forever, and wanted to be with him for the rest of her life, but, when she thought of the rumors she would have to face, when she thought of her grandmother, and when she thought of her cousin Wanyue, she felt powerless. Without waiting for her answer, Han Lingfeng's eyes dimmed. You still don't want to be with me? Will you dump me again? Han Lingfeng became excited. No, no. She hurriedly comforted him, but, Lingfeng. She became serious. If we want to be together, we will face many difficulties. What difficulties? Han Lingfeng asked hurriedly. For example. She sighed and didn't want to continue. Thinking of those difficulties, she became extremely exhausted. She hadn't slept well in the past few days, and she had just served him. Serving people is also very tiring, okay? She is really exhausted now. Huh? What difficulty? The little man couldn't understand her tiredness and pressed on. This made her feel even more tired. Can you let me catch my breath? She couldn't control her tone well. For a moment, she saw the brokenness and despair in the little man's eyes again. That feeling of brokenness and despair always gripped her heart like an iron claw, making her so distressed that she could hardly breathe. Then, she saw tears rolling down the little man's eyes. You will abandon me again, right? Since I will be abandoned eventually, why do you still care about me? Why don't you just let me die? It's better than the pain of being abandoned again and again. She looked at him in silence. Yi Kunlun, am I just an object to you? An object that can be discarded at will? Is that so? He cried so sadly. Oh my God. Yi Kunlun was shocked. Was he so afraid of being abandoned? But she didn't say she was going to abandon him. She was convinced. She was really convinced. Chapter 65 Short-Lived Happiness. Yi Kunlun tried hard to control his temper and remain gentle. Because they had just been through a lot of torture and couldn't continue to torture each other like this. She held Han Lingfeng's face and coaxed him softly. I didn't say I was going to abandon you. Who said I was going to abandon you? The brokenness in the little man's eyes disappeared, but he still had doubts in his eyes. But you just. I'm just saying that together, we may face a lot of difficulties. Then can't you tell me what the difficulty is? Maybe we can find a solution together, said the little man. Yi Kunlun didn't want to discuss this issue now. She was really tired. She coaxed softly, okay, let's not talk about this for now, okay? You just went through a life and death catastrophe, and I seem to have gone through the same catastrophe. We are both extremely tired. Now we both need to use warmth and sweetness to soothe our attacked hearts. Let's not talk about those problems for now, okay? There was still confusion in the little man's eyes. Yi Kunlun had no choice but to use a woman's usual trick. She reached out and stroked her head. My head hurts so much. If I keep thinking about it, if I get stimulated again, I'm afraid I'll fall down immediately. She knew that he felt sorry for her, so this would force him to stop pursuing this problem. Sure enough, Han Lingfeng quickly reached out to support her and said nervously, I won't say it anymore. I won't mention it anymore. Don't think too much about it. He carefully helped her sit down on the chair, then took her hand and said with great guilt, I'm sorry, Kunlun, I was too impatient. I was so eager to get you to marry me that I couldn't even let you take a breath. I only cared about wanting to possess you forever and ignored your feelings. I'm sorry, Kunlun, I won't force you anymore. I will wait for you patiently until the day you agree to marry me. Ah, how considerate he is. Yi Kunlun felt relieved. She gave Han Lingfeng a warm hug. Lingfeng, don't worry, we will be together openly one day, you have to believe in my love for you. Han Lingfeng's eyes lit up, and they seemed full of hope and longing for the future. He hugged Yi Kunlun tightly and said passionately, I hope that day will come soon. I can't wait to announce to the world that you are my love. Really? Yi Kunlun kissed his cheek. I can't wait any longer. The hot breath she exhaled poured into his neck. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng only felt his neck itchy and his body became weak. Well. She continued to tease him. I think. Han Lingfeng couldn't bear it anymore. He hugged her neck and looked at her longingly with his burning eyes. But she suddenly turned and left. Let's go shopping. Han Lingfeng pulled her back and said, You made me angry, and you want to run away? You wish for that. You have to help me calm down. She wanted to escape, but she couldn't. Soon, he pushed the beautiful CEO of the Yi Group, who had hundreds of billions of assets, tens of thousands of employees, and millions of fans, onto the sofa. This time, it's my turn to serve you. Han Lingfeng said. Soon, the beautiful president surrendered and begged for mercy under his meticulous service. Mr. Yi, do you think my service level has improved? Han Lingfeng asked. Yi Kunlun covered her red face in shame and punched him several times, but of course she hit him gently. She said, You bastard, where did you learn such superb skills? Don't you think this is inhumane? You're almost breaking me apart. Han Lingfeng held her in his arms and said with great pride, For President Yi, I will do my best. I will work hard to learn more advanced skills and ensure that you experience extraordinary service. Yi Kunlun covered her face, bent down, and didn't want to talk to him anymore. But not long after, she was attacked by him again. Over and over again. It seems like it's never enough. They didn't go shopping or go out all day. They are so crazy and so madly attached to each other. After being exhausted, they fell asleep in each other's arms. After waking up, continue. Oh my God, are we crazy? Yi Kunlun said. Maybe we are crazy. Han Lingfeng replied. Lingfeng, I have never loved anyone before. You are the only one I love. You are also the only one I love. You are my only one, Kunlun, the only one. Is it the only one? Yeah, the only one. For a week, they spent most of their time in the house, whispering to each other. Yi Kunlun was like a queen being entangled by a male demon, and she even refused to attend the morning court. Secretary Chen called to urge her to sign the document, so she simply asked Secretary Chen to send someone to move the document to Longtan Villa. She seemed to have regarded Han Lingfeng's Longtan Villa as her own home. Han Lingfeng was even sweeter. He could spend every day with his beloved woman, hug her to sleep at night, see her as soon as he opened his eyes in the morning, and stay by her side all day long. On days like this, even the air is sweet. But happiness is always so short-lived. Yi Kunlun didn't go home for several days, which attracted the attention of old Mrs. Yi. Is the company so busy? She hasn't been home for so many days, and I haven't heard that she is going on a business trip? Old Mrs. Yi seemed to be asking, but also seemed to be talking to herself. Housekeeper, please give her a call and ask what she is busy with and when she will be back. No need to ask, she's been flirting with that pretty boy. Jin Wanyue walked in from outside the door. In a few days, Jin Wanyue seemed like a different person. There was a murderous look on her face and a hint of hostility in her eyes. Han Lingfeng didn't expect that his affair with Kunlun would be exposed, and he didn't expect that Zhang Wanyue would investigate them behind their backs and report the matter to old lady Yi. So, the drama of breaking up a couple began. They deliberately avoided Kunlun and called Han Lingfeng to the Yi family alone in order to force Han Lingfeng to unilaterally give up Kunlun. Before coming to the Yi family, Han Lingfeng knew nothing about this. He received a call from Zhang Wanyue, saying that the old lady asked him to come over. He thought they were going to continue discussing his and Zhang Wanyue's marriage, so he went there impatiently and planned to use motivational protests to make them give up this ridiculous idea. Of course, he didn't tell Kunlun about this because she was preparing for a business reception in a few days and he didn't want to worry her. He would go and solve this problem on his own. But who would have thought that it was because of his affair with Kunlun? As soon as he entered the room, he felt that the atmosphere in the room was not right. There was hostility from old Madame Yi, Zhang Wanyue, even the housekeeper, and the servants. The way they looked at him was so sharp, as if he had fallen into a pack of hungry wolves and was about to be pounced on and torn apart and eaten by the wolves at any time. He walked over tremblingly. Old lady, are you looking for me? Swish. The old lady threw a stack of photos at him. Han Lingfeng looked down at the photos scattered on the ground. The photos showed him and Kunlun kissing in the car. Chapter 66 Provocation? Rebellion? Swish. The old lady threw a stack of photos towards Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng looked down at the photos scattered on the ground. The photos showed him and Kunlun kissing in the car. That happened the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday, Kunlun finally had some free time and took him to the mall. When they were leaving, they kissed in the car, but they didn't expect to be photographed. There was no doubt that it was someone sent by Zhang Wanyue to do it. Look at what you have done. Old Mrs. Ye's threatening voice echoed throughout the Yi family's living room. Han Lingfeng bent down and picked up the photos on the ground one by one. To be honest, he only felt guilty and surprised for a moment. In fact, he was somewhat happy. Because his affair with Kunlun was finally discovered, and it was her family who discovered it. Anyway, this matter will be announced sooner or later, right? It is better to know it earlier than later. But old lady Yi looked extremely angry. Her entire old face was almost as black as charcoal, and her eyes seemed to want to eat Han Lingfeng. And Zhang Huanyue, who was standing next to her, had a teasing and gloating look on her face. She must have felt the pleasure of revenge in her heart. Old Madame Yi slammed her cane on the carpet and uttered a commanding voice, "How dare you seduce my eldest granddaughter?" She used the word seduced. But when you think about it, there's nothing wrong with it. It was indeed him who provoked Kunlun first. But why does the word seduce sound so uncomfortable? I was wondering why you didn't agree to marry Huanyue. It turns out you've set your sights on the pillar of our Yi family. Old Madame Yi was sharp-tongued and her eyes were extremely sharp. You are really ambitious, Han Lingfeng. It is true that Kunlun is the pillar of the Yi family. But what does this have to do with his ambition? His love for Kunlun came completely from the bottom of his heart and had nothing to do with ambition or not. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, he may have impure motives and be extremely ambitious. But don't you think about whether you are worthy of such ambition? Old Mrs. Yi said with extremely lethal words. Kunlun and I truly love each other. Han Lingfeng looked at the old lady calmly. What? Kunlun? Old Mrs. Ye's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe that Han Lingfeng would call her by her nickname. Even Zhang Huanyue, who was standing next to her, sneered, probably because she thought it was ridiculous to hear this name coming from his mouth. Yes, Kunlun is my lover, so I call her that. Han Lingfeng raised his head and chest, as if he was making a declaration, and of course with a hint of provocation. Lover? Oh my god, he actually used the word lover. Old Mrs. Yi was so angry that she was shaking. Her hand holding the cane was shaking violently, and her eyes were filled with rage. How outrageous! As the voice fell, the crutch in her hand also stabbed the carpet heavily. Han Lingfeng was really worried that she would poke a hole in the floor. Zhang Huanyue rolled her eyes at him, as if to say that Han Lingfeng was really asking for his own death, as he actually dared to provoke the old lady like this. Old Madame Yi raised her shaking arm and pointed at Han Lingfeng. If you dare to say another word of nonsense, I promise. He interrupted the old lady and said seriously, she is my lover. We have had sex more than once and even entered the bridal chamber. Isn't she still my lover? This is a fact, and he is stating it very seriously. But Mrs. Yi was so angry that her eyes rolled up and she almost passed out. Zhang Huanyue beside her hurriedly supported her and kept calling, Grandma, Grandma. But fortunately, old lady Yi did not faint, otherwise he would be guilty of a serious crime, and Kunlun might even blame him. But her face clearly turned pale, as if she was short of breath. She breathed in and out forcefully, causing her chest to rise and fall. Han Lingfeng, you are such a shameless bastard. Zhang Huanyue yelled at him angrily from a distance, and it was unclear whether she was venting her anger on behalf of old Madame Yi or if she was just jealous. But he didn't care at all what Zhang Huanyue said, because this woman couldn't get what she wanted, so she used this method of revenge and sent people to follow them. She was so despicable. Old Madame Yi seemed to be stunned by anger. It took her a long time to react. She was furious and tremblingly ordered the bodyguards at home, come, slap him in the mouth, slap him hard, until he dares not talk nonsense anymore. I've already said I'm not talking nonsense, why are you hitting me? Han Lingfeng was unconvinced. Old Madame Yi became even angrier, beat him. Beat him hard? A bodyguard immediately rushed towards Han Lingfeng. He grabbed Han Lingfeng's shoulders and raised his hand to slap Han Lingfeng in the face. Han Lingfeng saw the jealousy and resentment in the bodyguard's eyes. Yes, the eldest princess of the Yi family, the goddess of everyone, was slept with by him, who wouldn't be jealous and angry. The bodyguard's slap was like a big iron fan, about to fall on Han Lingfeng's face, and it also blew up a gust of cold wind. But just as the slap was about to fall on his face, Han Lingfeng suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the bodyguard's wrist. It's an instinctive reaction. Han Lingfeng's practice of taekwondo is not in vain. He has also been practicing hitting the sandbag at home during this period because he wants to strengthen his body. First, he wants to better protect Kunlun in the future. Second, he wants to become stronger and give Kunlun a sense of security. Third, he wants to develop abdominal muscles to make his body more attractive and make Kunlun like his body more. The bodyguard probably didn't expect that he had such skills and was stunned. Taking advantage of the moment when the bodyguard was stunned, Han Lingfeng hit the bodyguard's chest with his right elbow. He didn't use all his strength, for fear of breaking his sternum, but it was clearly a heavy blow. The bodyguard groaned in pain, staggered back a few steps and almost fell. Maybe he felt that he had been taken advantage of and was unwilling to accept it, or maybe he felt that he had lost face. The bodyguard's eyes were instantly filled with resentment and anger, and he used his ultimate move, the throat-locking technique. Suddenly, the bodyguard's arm attacked Han Lingfeng's throat like a snake. It was a close call, as he almost grabbed my throat, but fortunately Han Lingfeng reacted quickly. He grabbed the bodyguard's wrist again, but this time the bodyguard was on guard. He was no longer in a daze, but immediately used his left foot to attack Han Lingfeng's lower left leg. But Han Lingfeng had predicted his move first, so when he kicked with his left foot, Han Lingfeng kicked back with his right foot to block it. Bang 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 bang. The two men kicked each other's right feet several times with their left feet. I have to say that the bodyguard's movements were also extremely fast, but still a little slower than Han Lingfeng. Bang! Finally, the bodyguard's left leg was kicked by Han Lingfeng, causing him to fall backwards violently and fall heavily to the ground. Shocked and surprised, Mrs. Yi stood up immediately from the sofa. Zhang Huanyue beside her also stared with wide eyes, unable to believe that the professional bodyguard carefully selected by the Yi family was no match for Han Lingfeng. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Huanyue looked at Han Lingfeng again, and there was an extra layer of admiration and love in her eyes, and of course hatred. Old Mrs. Ye's shocked gaze shifted from the bodyguard who was struggling to get up from the ground to Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng stood straight with a proud look on his face. Old Madame Ye's eyes had turned from shock to anger, rebellion. Rebellion! How dare you attack my Yi family? Her eyes were full of arrogance and sharpness, as if the dignity and authority of the entire Yi family had been challenged. In her eyes, Han Lingfeng, with his lowly status, was not qualified to do whatever he wanted here, even to resist. He could only submit and accept the punishment from the authority. He had no right to resist. But he actually resisted just now and even injured the bodyguard. He is simply a rebel. Chapter 67 Fatal Weakness. Call and ask Han Jiangwo to come over. Old Mrs. Yi ordered the housekeeper with a gloomy face. Han Lingfeng thought that she would call more bodyguards to deal with him. But unexpectedly, she actually used the method that parents usually use and asked the parents to come over. Han Lingfeng felt annoyed when he heard the name Han Jiangwo. What on earth was the point of the old woman calling him over? He had already disowned her. But hearing that name still made Han Lingfeng feel uneasy. Han Jiangwo, he really hoped that he would never hear that name again and never see that person again. Do you think I will be punished if you call him here? Han Lingfeng shouted at the old woman anxiously. I don't know whether he will be punished or not, but he is your father. It is his responsibility that he did not teach you well. He should be accountable for this matter. Old Mrs. Yi said with narrowed eyes, her tone like a devil. What responsibility do you have? Kunlun and I are in a free relationship. We truly love each other, and we haven't caused any trouble to anyone. Han Lingfeng yelled at the old woman in dissatisfaction. The old lady was obviously extremely dissatisfied with his use of the term Kunlun again, especially when he kept saying being in love with her, which made the old lady want to cut off his tongue to stop him from saying such things again. You are so young, how can you understand what love and hate are? Old Mrs. Yi looked at him with a sinister and terrifying look. She hated him for linking his love with her eldest granddaughter. Am I young? Han Lingfeng shouted at old lady Yi, I'm already 20 years old. According to my lunar age, I'm 21 years old, and my birthday is coming soon. I'll be 22 soon. He deliberately tried to make himself sound older so that his age would be closer to Kunlun's. 22 years old, that's considered a mature man, right? He smiled proudly at old lady Yi. In ancient times, a man was already a father at 22. Even now, there are a lot of men who are fathers at 22. For example, my neighbor had a child at 16. Now, his child is in kindergarten. Compared to him, I was late in dating. How dare you? Old Mrs. Yi growled again, staring at Han Lingfeng with her deep eyes extremely sharply. Am I being presumptuous? Han Lingfeng was very surprised. I am just interpreting the facts. I don't think the word love is related to age. Although I am still young, I know what love is. I am not like some people who have lived their whole lives but still don't know what love is. Han Lingfeng is a general term, but it may be understood as an innuendo. Zheng Huanyue was furious. Love, love, love. A grown man always talks about love, don't you feel ashamed? Why should I feel ashamed? He said to Zheng Huanyue very rudely, what is there to be ashamed of in love? I think love is beautiful, love is great, love is the most attractive thing in the world. People who fall in love will not feel ashamed, only those who are not loved will feel ashamed. Obviously these words deeply hurt Zheng Huanyue, because she had never been loved, and she did not get Han Lingfeng's love. And what was he saying just now? Was he showing her that he loved her? Is he mocking her for not being able to get his love? He didn't love her, which was already a thorn in her heart, but now she was being humiliated by him. In an instant, Zheng Huanyue transformed all her love for Han Lingfeng into hatred for Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng felt the hatred in Zheng Huanyue's eyes, and he felt ashamed for what he had just said. What I just said seems to be too heavy. But he didn't feel guilty. Yes, he thought so in his heart. He didn't feel guilty. Who asked her to follow him? Who asked her to report him? And who asked her to say that he was a shame? Why should he be polite to someone like her? You say you understand love? The old lady stared at Han Lingfeng with deep eyes. Yes, I understand. Han Lingfeng looked proud. You said that you and Kunlun truly love each other? The old lady asked again. That's right. I love Kunlun and Kunlun loves me too. Han Lingfeng replied. Then do you think you are worthy of Kunlun? The old lady stared at him with narrowed eyes. This question always hit Han Lingfeng's self-confidence by half. Of course, he was not worthy of Kunlun. He knew it very well. No one in this world was worthy of Kunlun, except for the immortals who came down to earth. He didn't answer. The old lady continued, you also feel that you are not worthy of me, right? Then why do you think Kunlun loves you? She told me about her. Han Lingfeng shouted at old lady Yi, and I can feel her warmth and love. Ha ha. Old Mrs. Yi laughed loudly, that's just a trick to coax a child. Is there anything on you that is worthy of her love? The old lady asked again. Something, yes, something? Something about him that made Kunlun love him? For a moment, he couldn't find anything that could catch Kunlun's eye. He and Kunlun are in heaven and on earth respectively. She was like a beautiful phoenix in the sky, and he was like an inconspicuous pheasant. His self-confidence plummeted in an instant. But he firmly believed in Kunlun's love for him. His confidence returned. He raised his head and shouted at old lady Yi, although I don't know why Kunlun likes me, and I am indeed not worthy of her, I believe she loves me. She said that I am the only man she has ever loved. At this point, he even couldn't help but become proud. Ha ha. Old Mrs. Yi laughed even louder. You are such a pitiful child. Kunlun said that just to coax children with sweet words. Kunlun doesn't love you, she just treats you as a plaything. Plaything. Han Lingfeng was really traumatized by these two words, because Kunlun had also said that to him. No. He shook his head. Kunlun had said that before, but it was just a rant. Later, Kunlun explained that she didn't treat him as a plaything, she loved him. And he could clearly feel Kunlun's love for him, that was clearly love. But old lady Yi continued to speak to him with her dirty thoughts, for wealthy people like us, there is a lot of pressure in all aspects. It is normal to keep 1 or 2 gigolos to entertain ourselves. Han Lingfeng stared into the old lady's eyes, so, old lady, have you ever kept a gigolo before? Are you still keeping one now? 1, 2, or more. However, you are so old now, you probably can't handle it anymore. You. The old lady seemed to have a ball of anger stuck in her throat. She stared with anger, but she couldn't say a word. The housekeeper and servants all lowered their heads in embarrassment. The old lady had always been majestic, but today she had met her match. That child was really brave. Just when the old lady was speechless, Zheng Huanyue followed the old lady's footsteps and started verbal attacks. I saw her lips curl up with a teasing smile, that's right. For people of our status, keeping a gigolo is nothing? You are just an object of entertainment for Sister Kunlun. Do you think Sister Kunlun is really dating you? Don't dream. How can someone of Sister Kunlun's status be dating you? Don't even consider whether you are worthy of her. Do you think she will marry you? Don't be so wishful. She will never marry you. Zhang Wanyue's words hit exactly what Han Lingfeng wanted. What he feared most was that Kunlun would not marry him and could not be with him for the rest of her life. He was most afraid of being separated from Kunlun, being abandoned by Kunlun, and not wanting him. A sense of brokenness slowly emerged in Han Lingfeng's eyes. His whole head was buzzing and his thoughts were confused and no longer clear. No. They are deliberately attacking him. Don't believe them, don't let them confuse you, don't let them disrupt your thoughts. He tried to tell himself this in his heart, but the feeling of being broken continued. His fatal weakness is his fear of being abandoned by Kunlun. Old Lady Yi and Zhang Wanyue seemed to be able to see through his thoughts and seized upon his fatal weakness to attack. He admitted that he was knocked down, and it was like his Achilles heel, which would make him lose his soul at the slightest touch. Zhang Wanyue took the opportunity to continue speaking. Yes, taking the opportunity. She probably saw the weakness that Han Lingfeng couldn't hide, so she became very excited and took advantage of the situation to walk in front of Han Lingfeng. She said to Han Lingfeng's face word by word, "When Sister Kunlun gets tired of playing with you, she will kick you away." She pronounced the word kick away heavily and slowly. Every word she said was like a sharp knife, stabbing into Han Lingfeng's heart. He couldn't hold on any longer. He admitted that he couldn't hold on any longer. He roared and ran out of the Yi family mansion. When he rushed out, he bumped into Han Jiangwo, who was rushing over. Han Jiangwo was knocked to the ground by him. He didn't care about his incompetent biological father and just ran away like crazy. He wanted to find Kunlun, he wanted to hold her tightly, he wanted to tie her tightly to his belt for 24 hours. Kunlun, don't run, don't leave, don't abandon. Chapter 68. His hostility comes from her. Han Jiangwo, look at the good son you raised. After using her heart-piercing words to drive Han Lingfeng away, Old Lady Yi began to attack Han Jiangwo. He actually seduced my eldest granddaughter. Kunlun is the future head of our Yi family. How can we allow him to defile her like this? Your son is so bold. With just a few words, Old Lady Yi frightened the servile and snobbish young boss so much that he trembled all over. Old lady, this is not possible, right? Ha? Are you saying that I am wrongly accusing your son? The old lady's eyes revealed a majestic murderous look. Han Jiangwo quickly shook his head. No, what I meant is that I didn't discipline my son well, which led to his unreasonable thoughts. Old Madame Yi narrowed her eyes. It's more than just unreasonable expectations, he is simply ambitious. Let me ask you, did you teach him this? Han Jiangwo was so frightened that he fell to his knees and cried out, how dare I do that? Old lady, that rebellious son has always been rude and difficult to discipline. I can't control him at all. Han Jiangwo pretended to be pitiful and started crying. He has been away from home for many days. I don't know where he lives now, and I don't know who he has contacted. He continued to cry out for injustice. Who would have thought that he would miss Miss Yi? How could he miss Miss Yi? Miss Zhang Wanyue was willing to take him in as a son-in-law, which was already a great gift to him. How dare he miss Miss Yi? How dare he? You still understand your own status. Old Madame Yi leaned forward. So, what do you think we should do now? Should I send someone to send your son to Africa, or? Hearing the word Africa, Han Jiangwo turned pale with fear. He said hastily, please rest assured, old lady. I will definitely make sure that rebellious son gives up that idea. At this point, Han Jiangwo seemed to have made up his mind. I can't do anything about it, but someone can. Old Mrs. Yi asked hurriedly, who? His biological mother. When saying these words, Han Jiangwo's eyes seemed to reveal a deep hatred. Old Mrs. Yi was surprised. Didn't I hear that Han Lingfeng's mother died a long time ago? No. Han Jiangwo's eyes were filled with hatred. That bitch despised me for being poor, abandoned us and followed a rich man. So, I told Ling Feng that his mother was dead. Oh, the old lady sighed, so that's how it is. Old lady, don't worry, that bitch is not an ordinary person, and she is cruel. She will definitely stop Ling Feng and Miss Yi from interacting. But didn't you say that she abandoned you a long time ago? Will she care? Old Mrs. Yi was a little worried. She will take care of it. To be honest, she came to me a few years ago and said she wanted to take Ling Feng away. But because I hated her, I lied to her and said that Ling Feng got sick and died not long after she abandoned us. The old lady was shocked. Han Jiangwo was a ruthless man. He actually told a mother that her child had died. She must be very sad, right? Of course she was very sad. After a big fight with me, she left and never came back. Then do you have her contact information? The old lady asked hurriedly. I know where to find her. From time to time, he would see reports about the woman on the internet. The woman's identity had already become extraordinary, and he knew where to find her. Han Jiangwo predicted that given that woman's personality and utilitarianism, she would probably not let Yi Kunlun become her daughter-in-law for the sake of Ling Feng's future. At the same time, Han Lingfeng hurried to the Emperor Hotel. Because Kunlun is here to inspect the banquet venue, and the cocktail party will begin in 2 days, all preparations before the party must be carried out without any mistakes. Unfortunately, the third young master of the Shin family also suddenly came here to look for Kunlun. He came to say goodbye to her. When Han Lingfeng arrived at the banquet, he saw Yi Kunlun and Shin Shen sitting at a casual table chatting with 2 cups of coffee on the table. They seemed to be having a good chat. Han Lingfeng, who had just been stimulated at the Yi family, became jealous instantly when he saw his beloved woman chatting with another man in such a peaceful atmosphere. What's more, that person is the third young master of the Shin family. His strong possessiveness gave him the courage from nowhere. He rushed over, without saying a word, and lifted up a cup of coffee on the table and threw it at Shin Shen. Yi Kunlun and Shin Shen were both shocked by this sudden situation. The sense of surprise made them stand up from their chairs at the same time. Yi Kunlun's uneasy gaze quickly drifted between Han Lingfeng and Shin Shen. A bunch of brown flowers appeared on Shin Shen's expensive white shirt due to the coffee splashing on it. There was a flash of anger in his eyes, but his respectable and noble status, as well as his good upbringing, prevented him from getting angry, especially in front of Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun glared at Han Lingfeng with angry eyes. How could he be so rude? What was wrong with him? Han Lingfeng had a look of anger on his face, his fists clenched, his whole body trembling, and he looked like he didn't think he was wrong at all. He stared at young Master Shen with hostility in his eyes. Yi Kunlun knew where his hostility came from, which made her soften her heart. Sorry, I have to go first. Shen Sanchao looked at Yi Kunlun with an apologetic and reluctant look. He had come to say goodbye to her, but now his clothes were dirty, and he couldn't appear in front of the world in dirty clothes. Besides, this atmosphere made it impossible for them to have a pleasant conversation. He has to leave. Yi Kunlun nodded to him. No one knew the relationship between her and Ling Feng, and Shin Shen naturally didn't know that Ling Feng's hostility towards him came from her. It would be best for him to leave this occasion. When Shin Shen turned around and left, he glanced at Han Lingfeng with a puzzled look. He didn't understand why this little boy was so hostile to him. Wasn't Ruwashi dating him? Could it be that Ruwashi said something to him, or did something, so he came to him to vent his anger? For the sake of his sister, he would not bother with the boy. As soon as Shin Shen left, Yi Kunlun grabbed Han Lingfeng's arm and said angrily, "Come with me." The next second, Yi Kunlun pushed Han Lingfeng into the presidential suite number 8808. After she locked the door, she started to yell at him, "What on earth are you doing? In front of so many staff members, you poured coffee on Mr. Shin. Don't you think you are?" Before she finished her words, she saw 2 tears as big as pearls rolling down from the little man's eyes. Cry, cry, cry. That's all you do. She became increasingly annoyed. Can you control your emotions? Mr. Shin and I have nothing to do. We just sat together drinking coffee, and... Before she could finish the words he came to say goodbye, Han Lingfeng's crying interrupted her. You just know how to scold me. Do you know what I just went through? Do you know how I feel right now? Thinking of what old lady Yi and Zhan Wanyue said to him, Han Lingfeng felt more and more aggrieved. Just now, I saw young Master Shin sitting with her again, and the 2 of them were chatting so happily. When he was most sad, she was drinking coffee with another man and enjoying the joy of life. And now, she was furious with him because of that man. Don't you really love me? Kunlun. Do you really just treat me as a plaything? Am I really just a pastime for rich people like you? He cried so sadly. Oh my God. Yi Kunlun was shocked. Why did he say that? Chapter 69, For you, she has begun to become humble. Yi Kunlun looked up to the sky and sighed, wondering what sin she had committed in her previous life that she ended up with such a little man in this life. Wu, you are sighing. Are you tired of being with me? Am I making you feel exhausted? Han Lingfeng couldn't stop the tears in his eyes. He was very sad because he actually made his beloved woman feel that being with him was a tiring thing, which made him feel very frustrated. Since you find it so hard, let's stop here. This was of course said in anger. Ha! Yi Kunlun took a breath. Do you really want to end it with me? Is this what you really mean? Yi Kunlun stared into Han Lingfeng's eyes. Han Lingfeng hesitated. He glanced down, not daring to look at her again. If she coaxed him at this time, he would immediately burst into laughter. But she didn't. If you really want to end it, then end it. I won't force you. Yi Kunlun raised his chin and said firmly. Han Lingfeng was heartbroken. He cried and shook his head. You don't understand me at all. You don't care about me at all. If you cared about me, you wouldn't say such words so easily. Didn't you say this to me first? You said that this is the end, and this is the end. Do you think I care? Yi Kunlun was very rude. Han Lingfeng felt even more heartbroken and cried tremblingly, Hey! Yi Kunlun, are you going to give up on me like this? Didn't you say that this is the end? So I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Kunlun fought back and kept him under control. Wu, why can't you just coax me? He felt very broken inside, just like a child who was teased by an adult and was not given candy, giving the adult a hint. But the adult just refused to give him any candy. Why should I coax you? Are you a 3-year-old child? And it was obviously you who did something wrong. Yi Kunlun said without mercy. Han Lingfeng was extremely sad. Why didn't she understand him? Why couldn't she understand his heart? He had just been verbally abused by her family, and was extremely panicked and weak. What he wanted was for her to hold him tightly. But why didn't she understand? Han Lingfeng was angry and sad, so he turned around and ran away crying. Yi Kunlun sighed deeply. Lingfeng's emotions were too unstable and he was so willful. She is busy enough at work, but she still has to spend time and energy taking care of other people's emotions, which makes her feel very exhausted. There was a moment when she really regretted falling in love. Wouldn't it be better if she didn't love anyone like before? This way, she could reduce a lot of unnecessary troubles in her life. But when she thought about the pleasant emotional experience Lingfeng brought her, she felt that she needed this love. She was amazed at how humans could have such a wonderful experience that could turn a hard heart into as soft as seawater. Lingfeng. My Lingfeng. Thinking of him, her heart softened like a sponge, as if she wanted to suck him in. She is now afraid of losing him. If he is not in her life, how boring life will be. The scene of Han Lingfeng taking medicine and destroying himself a few days ago suddenly appeared in her mind, and the fear made her shudder. She came to her senses and realized how meaningless their argument was. He just ran out crying. She was afraid that something unexpected would happen again. She hurriedly chased after him. Han Lingfeng ran out of the hotel crying, and not long after, Yi Kunlun caught up with him in his car. Lingfeng. She opened the car window and called him. Han Lingfeng looked back at her, but didn't want to pay attention to her and continued walking forward. Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun called him again. But Han Lingfeng still ignored it. In fact, he was already very happy, but this time he just wanted to be willful for once. Lingfeng, stop. Yi Kunlun had already driven the car in front of him. But he deliberately walked towards the alley next to him. He predicted that the alley was not wide enough to fit Yi Kunlun's car. Sure enough, Yi Kunlun couldn't go in after reaching the entrance of the alley. Oh my, this little brat, he did it on purpose. Yi Kunlun was going crazy, but she couldn't give up. Who made her find such a little man? She had to force herself to remain patient and turned the car in another direction, intending to stop him at the other end of the alley, which was the next intersection. Han Lingfeng looked back and guessed that she might intercept him at the next intersection. When he walked to the intersection, he saw Yi Kunlun's car parked there. He deliberately lowered his head and walked around to the side, and under the cover of those vendors, he hailed a taxi back to Longtan Villa. When Yi Kunlun's eyes searched for him, he happened to see him getting into the taxi. Oh! Yi Kunlun took a deep breath and tried to keep herself calm. Now she had no time to be angry, because she had to chase him quickly. She was not sure where Han Lingfeng was going. As expected, Kunlun followed him to Longtan Villa. He had just used the room card to open the door when Kunlun's voice came from behind him, Lingfeng. He looked back at her. She had just parked the car and was pushing open the door to get out. Han Lingfeng hesitated for a moment, considering whether to pay attention to her. In the end, he decided not to. He stepped forward to enter. At this time, Yi Kunlun caught up from behind and grabbed his arm. Okay, Lingfeng, don't be angry. There was pleading in her eyes. He had worn out her patience all the way. In the past, she would have disdained to do so, but she was really impressed by this willful and sensitive boy. She had learned to compromise and to bow her head. Seeing the pleading, even begging, look in Kunlun's eyes, Han Lingfeng immediately softened his heart. He reached out and hugged Kunlun. I didn't mean to be angry with you, Kunlun, I was just too sad before? Is it because of Mr. Shin? She asked, looking him straight in the eye. No. Han Lingfeng shook his head. What is that? Kunlun asked softly, pressing her forehead against his face. He couldn't tell her about her family, about how they provoked him with words. He couldn't express the pain in his heart. He just hugged Kunlun tightly, as if looking for a definite answer, and asked, Do you love me? Kunlun kissed his head. Of course I love you, why are you asking? Han Lingfeng looked up and stared into her eyes, confirming again, Do you really love me? From the bottom of your heart, not treating me as a plaything? Not treating me as an object of entertainment? What's wrong with you, Lingfeng? Yi Kunlun was confused. Why did he keep asking this question over and over again? Was he doubting something? Was he doubting her love for him? Nothing, I'm just asking casually. Han Lingfeng shook his head and his eyes became melancholy. Can't you feel it? Kunlun grabbed his hand. For you, I have begun to become humble. These words made Han Lingfeng feel a deep pain in his heart. Yes. Kunlun is the president of a group company, the eldest princess of the Yi family, and she is so beautiful and proud. But for a mortal like him, she has used the word humble. What exactly was he not satisfied with? What was he doubting? Was he going to doubt her love for him just because of what her grandmother and her cousin said? I'm sorry. Han Lingfeng hugged Yi Kunlun tightly in his arms. It's my fault. I'm too sensitive and too fragile. Kunlun also hugged him tightly and took a deep breath. I know, it's because you love me too much that this happens. Yes, I love you. He slowly put his face close to her neck and face, his voice trembling. I love you so much. Love you so much that even the word abandon cannot be mentioned. I love you too, Feng. Yi Kunlun accepted his exploring lips. The two lips kissed together, so delicately, so affectionately, and so thrillingly. Wind. You want me to? Han Lingfeng held her horizontally in his strong arms and walked towards the bedroom steadily. Chapter 71, Mrs. Su of Zhugang. Hello, Mr. Yi, I just got the news that Mrs. Su from Zhugang is here. It seems she is here to handle some private matters in Nanshur. Really? Yi Kunlun hurriedly sat up from the bed. Then we can invite her to our business reception. I have always wanted to meet her, but no one introduced me, so I have no chance. This time she came to South City, and as the richest man in South City, I should do my best to be a good host. Okay, got it. I will personally invite her. After hanging up the phone, Han Lingfeng asked in surprise, Is it Mrs. Su from Zhugang? Yeah. Yi Kunlun nodded. Mrs. Su from Zhugang, I believe everyone has heard of this name. Many people may not know her real name, but the three words Mrs. Su are familiar to everyone. It is said that Mrs. Su was born in a humble family and had been working in the entertainment industry for many years. Later, she was noticed by Mr. Su, a famous entrepreneur in Zhuhai and Hong Kong, and became Mr. Su's underground lover for many years. After Mr. Su's wife died, she successfully took over and became Mrs. Su today. A few years ago, Mr. Su also passed away, and the entire Su group became the world of Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su was in charge of the entire Su group, making it prosperous and becoming a wealthy boss that everyone looked up to. Yi Kunlun had always wanted to establish a relationship with her. It would be even better if they could cooperate. But she had never found an opportunity. This time, Mrs. Su's visit to Nanshur was a good opportunity. At the same time, Han Lingfeng's cell phone rang. It was Han Jiangwo who called. Lingfeng, no matter what you are doing now, no matter who you are with now, and no matter where you are now, come back immediately. Han Jiangwo's words were very serious, as if something big had happened. Han Lingfeng did not dare to neglect him, even though he hated him. The next second, Han Lingfeng arrived at the Han family. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Han Jiangwo and a woman standing in the room. My stepmother and my younger brothers and sisters were not there, perhaps they avoided me. The atmosphere seemed wrong. Both of them had red faces and ears, like two fighting cocks. It was obvious that they had just had a fierce argument. It was obvious that Han Lingfeng's arrival interrupted their quarrel. Both of them looked at Han Lingfeng. At this moment, Han Lingfeng saw the woman's face clearly. She looked very similar to Mrs. Suan Zhugang, and her clothes were also so noble. "Lingfeng, come and meet your mother," Han Jiangwo said in a stiff tone. "Mom?" Han Lingfeng and the woman were shocked at the same time. "You mean, he is my son Lingfeng?" The noble woman trembled. Han Jiangwo seemed very dissatisfied with the words "my son" and he snorted. "Lingfeng, Xiaofeng, son, baby." The woman ran towards Han Lingfeng quickly like a mad woman. Before Han Lingfeng could react, the woman hugged Han Lingfeng tightly and started crying immediately. "Baby, I'm sorry, baby." The woman cried and kept saying sorry. Han Lingfeng felt extremely awkward, and at the same time, he was shocked. This woman was his mother? How was this possible? "My mother had died a long time ago, how could a mother suddenly appear?" "Who are you?" Han Lingfeng suddenly pushed away the crying woman hugging him. "I'm not your son." "You recognized the wrong person, didn't you?" Han Lingfeng looked at Han Jiangwo with a complicated look again. Could it be that Han Jiangwo divorced Zhong Shuoqin and found him a stepmother? "Xiaofeng, it's mom, it's mom." The crazy woman grabbed Han Lingfeng's hand excitedly. "I'm mom." "What mom?" "My mom died a long time ago." Han Lingfeng shook off the crazy woman's hand. "Woo." At that moment, the woman cried very sadly, but then she rushed towards Han Jiangwo fiercely. "Han Jiangwo, you unscrupulous beast, why did you tell Xiaofeng that I was dead?" The noble woman slapped Han Jiangwo frantically. "Why did you tell my son that I was dead, you beast, you bastard, you damned bastard?" Han Jiangwo was also furious, and he grabbed the noble woman's shoulders fiercely. "You ask me why? Then why don't you ask yourself? You despised me for being poor and abandoned us father and son, when Xiaofeng was only a little over 2 years old. Do you know how I, a man with a child, have been through these years? Why don't you ask yourself? I admit that I was wrong to abandon you, but when I came back to pick up Xiaofeng, why did you tell me that Xiaofeng was dead? Why?" The noble woman cried crazily again. "Do you know how painful it was for me at that time? Do you know?" The noble woman cried and beat her chest. "Do you know how heartbroken a mother is when she hears that her child is dead?" Han Lingfeng now understood everything, a mother who abandoned him and a selfish father. He thought he must have done something wrong in his previous life, which is why he had to meet such two parents in this life. He now just wanted to sever ties with them completely and never have anything to do with them again. He glanced at them with disgust and turned to leave. At this moment, his so-called mother rushed over and grabbed his arm tightly. Xiaofeng, come with mom, okay? Let go." Han Lingfeng shook off the noble woman's hand without hesitation. He just took a step to leave, but the noble woman immediately hugged his waist from behind. "Xiaofeng," she cried heartbreakingly, "Mom was wrong. I shouldn't have abandoned you. I was thinking that I would come back to pick you up when I had money. I never thought of abandoning you. Please forgive me." "Oh, let me go." Han Lingfeng was furious. He pried the noble woman's hand apart and yelled at her, "I have nothing to do with you. In my heart, my mother has long been dead. To me, you are just a strange woman. What do you want me to forgive you for?" The noble woman looked at Han Jiangwo with resentful eyes. She was exhausted from crying too much. Han Jiangwo had a stern face and didn't seem to be ashamed of his past mistakes. The noble woman probably knew that blaming him was useless, so she turned her gaze back to Han Lingfeng, and her eyes changed from resentment to guilt, pity, and heartache. Xiaofeng, the noble woman, burst into tears. "Mom did something wrong. Mom knows. You have no feelings for me because I never raised you. If you don't acknowledge me, I won't blame you. But, Xiaofeng." She reached out and stroked Han Lingfeng's head. "You are my only child. I only have you. When I knew you were still alive, I rushed here from Zhugang without stopping. Do you know? When I knew you were still alive, I was so happy, so happy." As the noble woman spoke, she covered her face and cried out in sorrow. The noble woman's sad look made Han Lingfeng ignore the words Zhugang. Am I really her only child? For some reason, tears fell from Han Lingfeng's eyes. Chapter 72. For her, he recognized his mother. "Aren't you married?" Han Lingfeng asked, staring at the noble woman's tearful face. The noble woman showed a trace of embarrassment on her face, as if she found it difficult to answer this question. "Humph. She's not married? Han Jiangmo snorted coldly, with a strong sense of sarcasm. She is now the famous Mrs. Su in Zhuhai. I didn't expect that she was Mrs. Su. No wonder people said she looked so much like Mrs. Su from Zhugang. It is said that Mrs. Su did not give birth to a child for Mr. Su. Of course, it was not because she did not want to have a child, but because she could not. It was probably the sequelae left over from those years in the brothel. So, everything reported on the internet is true? Han Lingfeng looked at this woman with a bad reputation and felt ashamed that he came out of her belly. Xiaofeng, I. Mrs. Su was filled with shame, but she had come this far, so what did those shameful past events mean to her? Xiaofeng, those reports on the internet are all fake. They are deliberately trying to smear me. I am not as bad as the media say. She didn't know why she lied. Maybe she didn't want her son to think that she was such a mother. I don't really care what kind of person you are. Han Lingfeng didn't care. You and I have nothing to do with each other. Xiaofeng. Han Lingfeng's words were like a needle piercing Mrs. Su's heart. Mrs. Su felt a sharp pain in her heart. What do you want me to do to forgive you? Tell me what I should do to get your forgiveness. Mrs. Su started crying again. No matter what you want, Mom can give it to you, money, fame, power, as long as it is what you want, Mom can give it to you, I just ask you not to deny Mom. Mrs. Su's words made Han Lingfeng feel disgusted. Are you tempting me with money? He glared at Mrs. Su with disgust. In your eyes, am I a money-hungry person? You give me money, and then I recognize you as my mother. In your eyes, can family affection be bought with money? No, Mom, that's not what I meant. Mrs. Su quickly apologized. That's what you mean. Han Lingfeng interrupted her angrily. Mrs. Su lowered her head and her voice became weak. Then what do you want Mom to do? Han Lingfeng stared at her face coldly. I just hope you don't appear in my life again. Mrs. Su trembled, as if thousands of arrows pierced her heart. Xiaofeng. Han Lingfeng really doesn't need a mother. To him, he only needs Kunlun. He turned around and planned to leave this disgusting place. At this time, the bodyguard walked in from outside. Madam, Yes Group has sent an invitation letter, inviting you to attend their business reception the day after tomorrow evening. The bodyguard bowed his head respectfully and reported to Madame Su. As for what happened in this room, it was not for a servant like him to ask about it. He just had to do his job well. Hearing the words Yi Group, Han Lingfeng stopped. Before, she heard Kunlun talking to Secretary Chen on the phone, and it seemed that Kunlun wanted to hook up with Mrs. Su. Who knew that fate would arrange it this way, and Mrs. Su turned out to be his biological mother. Yi Group? I have no connection with them. Mrs. Su took the invitation letter and took a look at it, then threw it to the bodyguard. I'm not in the mood to attend, please reply for me. Yes. The bodyguard obeyed. Wait. Han Lingfeng suddenly spoke up, looking at Mrs. Su. Just because I recognize you, will you obey me in everything? Mrs. Su was overjoyed. Yes, yes, yes. As long as you are willing to forgive Mom, Mom will agree to any condition you give. Mrs. Su nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Han Lingfeng moistened his throat and said, I want you to attend the Yi Group's cocktail party and to cooperate with the Yi Group. Han Jiangmo narrowed his eyes. This brat actually recognized his mother for Yi Kunlun. It seems that this brat really likes Yi Kunlun. This. Mrs. Su was puzzled. Xiaofeng, can you tell me why this is happening? Ha? You don't agree? Han Lingfeng didn't want to explain so much, he just wanted the result. As long as it could help Kunlun, he didn't mind threatening his mother. Mrs. Su was indeed threatened by this, and hurriedly pulled his hand to please him, saying gently, Okay, isn't it just cooperating with the Yi Group? It's a piece of cake, as long as you are willing to recognize me as your mother, I will agree to anything you want. Han Lingfeng's anger instantly disappeared a lot, and he felt much more comfortable looking at Mrs. Su. As long as he could help Kunlun, he would feel extremely happy. Han Jiangwo sneered in his heart, You little bastard, wait until she finds out that you are dating a woman who is 10 years older than you, and see how she will react. Han Jiangwo said nothing now, he just wanted to see how this little rascal and this bitch, mother and son, would repay this sinful debt. This rebellious son had made him suffer for many years. Now, he also wanted her to suffer for not educating her. Yeah Group. Secretary Chen walked quickly into Yi Kunlun's office. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Su has agreed to attend our cocktail party. Secretary Chan seemed very excited. Really? Yi Kunlun was so excited that he stood up from his office chair. Yeah. Secretary Chan nodded vigorously. Mrs. Su said that she would bring her son with her. Mrs. Su has a son? Yi Kunlun was surprised. Mrs. Su was once married, and it seems she was married to her ex-husband's son, said Secretary Chen. Oh, so that's how it is. Yi Kunlun nodded without comment, and then ordered, tell them to make the reception more exciting, so that Mrs. Su won't look down on them. Yes. Secretary Chan ordered and turned to leave. Yi Kunlun stood in front of the window, looking at the sunny weather outside, feeling refreshed. She was in a good mood recently, and her luck seemed good too. Ling Feng brought her both spiritual and physical pleasure, and now Mrs. Su gave her this face again. She must seize this opportunity and build a good relationship with Mrs. Su, so that it will be much more convenient for her in the business world in the future. She suddenly wanted to share the joy in her heart with Ling Feng. She picked up her cell phone and called Han Lingfeng. At this moment, Han Lingfeng was eating in a Western restaurant with Mrs. Su, because Mrs. Su wanted to spend more time with him and strengthen the mother-son relationship. He was eating a piece of pizza in one hand and answering the phone with the other, his voice full of love. Dear Ling Feng. Kunlun's voice came from the other end. What's wrong? I miss you. Kunlun said after hesitating for 2 seconds. Really? Han Lingfeng's mouth showed a crack of joy. I miss you too, baby. Then can we meet at your villa? Kunlun's breathing became heavy on the other end of the phone. Han Lingfeng was stunned. Now. Well, now. Kunlun's voice sounded a little urgent. She must be missing him terribly at the moment. Okay. A sweet smile appeared on Han Lingfeng's lips. I'll go back right away. Having said that, Han Lingfeng stood up and ran away without even saying hello to Mrs. Su. Watching her son quickly leaving, Mrs. Su was stunned for a moment before she blurted out, "Is this kid in love?" She was a little curious about what kind of person the girl her son was dating was like. She thought to herself, what kind of quality people can Ling Feng meet since he grew up in such an environment? Presumably, his girlfriend is just an ordinary girl. Then, a deep light flashed in her eyes. My son, Xia Dongji, must date someone with status and position. Then, she took out her cell phone and called Mrs. Shin in Kyoto. Mrs. Shin, I heard that Miss Shin Ruwashi is filming a TV series in Nanshur, right? I am also in Nanshur now. If it is convenient, I would like to ask Miss Ruwashi to accompany me to the business reception of Yi Group. Chapter 73. Dear, don't be afraid. Long Tan Villa. Yi Kunlun quickly got out of the car and Han Lingfeng was waiting for her at the door. She rushed over quickly, and Han Lingfeng also rushed over quickly. Then the two of them hugged each other tightly at the distance in between. After hugging for a while, Han Lingfeng looked up and asked sweetly, Did Kunlun miss me today? Yes, I missed you very much today. Yi Kunlun lowered her head and kissed him on the forehead. Is something good happening? Han Lingfeng's lips curled up into a mysterious smile. It's not a big deal, but I'm very happy that Mrs. Su agreed to attend our business reception, said Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng's smile deepened. Is Kunlun thinking about me so much because he's happy? Yes, I want to share my joy with you. Yi Kunlun scratched his nose with his hand. Kunlun. He hugged her tightly and pressed his body against her chest. Kunlun is now willing to share her own things with me. I'm so happy. Ling Feng. Kunlun also reached out and hugged him tightly. I love you. This was the first time Kunlun took the initiative to say I love you to him, and this sentence made his whole body tremble. I love you too. Kunlun, he said tremblingly. Then she bent down and kissed him. Kunlun. Marry me. I want to be with you forever. Oh, Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun hugged him tightly and cried. Kunlun, why are you crying? Ling Feng, I'm afraid. She cried and trembled. What are you afraid of? Ling Feng was uneasy. Afraid, too much. Afraid of reality, afraid of worldly concepts, afraid of life, in short, too much. My dear, don't be afraid. Han Lingfeng gently wiped the tears from her face with his hand. No matter what difficulties you encounter, I will face them with you. Although I am younger than you, I will work hard to be a responsible person. I will protect you, take care of you, and give you support. He kissed the tears on Kunlun's face. Kunlun, you have to believe me, I will do what I say. Yi Kunlun looked at the little man in front of her with tears in her eyes. He was so sincere, but should she believe him? She knew that what he said was from the heart, but many things in life were not as beautiful and satisfactory as imagined. Many beautiful loves often cannot withstand the harsh blows of reality. Marriage is even more difficult and complicated. Many beautiful loves will be worn out in the daily life of marriage. Oh my God, why do I have to think about this? She felt that she was thinking too much, and this kind of problem was not what she should be considering now. She quickly reached out and wiped away her tears. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's cook. After lunch, I have to go back to the company to deal with things. She pulled him into the house. There was melancholy in Han Lingfeng's eyes. Kunlun was still unwilling to agree to be with him for the rest of her life. However, he could also understand that a lifetime was not a simple thing, and marriage was not simple either. He could fully understand Kunlun's fear. However, he firmly believed that they could be together forever, because he would love her forever, and as long as she loved him, he would depend on her forever. Moreover, he swore that he would never be a burden to her. On the contrary, he would try his best to lighten her burden. You sit here, I'll go cook. He held Kunlun's shoulders and let her sit on the sofa to rest. She didn't want him to work hard cooking alone. Let me join in, she said. She had never done housework and hated the pots and pans in the kitchen, but now she would learn to accept it. Han Lingfeng cooked rice while she washed the vegetables. Looking at the pile of vegetables, bitter gourd, Chinese cabbage, potatoes, tomatoes, eggplants, she didn't know how to wash them. Lingfeng, what should I wash first? She asked. She was too methodical and liked to follow procedures in everything. Han Lingfeng glanced at her with gentle eyes, and a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Wash the bitter gourd first, and then I will cut it. She picked up the bitter melon and rinsed it under the faucet for a few times. When she felt it was clean, she handed it to Han Lingfeng. Here you go. Han Lingfeng looked at her with a smile, took the bitter melon and put it on the chopping board to cut it. Can I cut it? She said. Han Lingfeng blinked in agreement, handed her the knife, and went to wash the remaining vegetables. She held the knife in her right hand and pressed the bitter gourd with her left hand, but she couldn't cut it. She turned around and asked him awkwardly and ashamedly, Lingfeng, should I cut it thinner or thicker? About half the thickness of a chopstick, Lingfeng said. She measured the bitter gourd with the knife, and after removing about half the thickness of a chopstick, she cut it cautiously. As a result, she cut off half of her nail and scratched her finger with a thin cut. Ouch! Hearing her cry of pain, Han Lingfeng quickly looked back and saw that her hand was bleeding. He quickly grabbed her fingers and instinctively put them in his mouth. Yi Kunlun was stunned. He actually put her bloody finger into his mouth. Didn't he feel disgusted at all? She was touched because she knew he loved her, which was why he had such an instinctive reaction. He took the sucked finger out of his mouth and observed it. It's not bleeding anymore. Fortunately, the wound is not deep. Just find a band-aid and put it on it. I'm so useless. I can't even do small things. She suddenly felt very frustrated. Han Lingfeng held her hand and said softly, from now on, let me do small things like cooking. He knew that her talent was not here. Lingfeng, do you think I'm an incompetent girlfriend? Her eyes were full of melancholy. Han Lingfeng held her in his arms and said with a smile, my dear Mr. Yi is a man who does great things. He would not bother to work on such trivial matters. If you get serious, nothing in the world can stump you. That's right. She has always been a quick learner. There is nothing she cannot learn. If she has time to think about it, cooking should not be a difficult task for her. From now on, I will cook for you, okay? Han Lingfeng put his forehead on hers and said softly. I like cooking. Whenever I see you eating the food I cook, I feel happy and fulfilled. He held her gently in his arms and said, from now on, I will cook and you will be responsible for tasting, okay? Lingfeng. She felt a pang in her heart and her eyes became wet again. For some reason, she was particularly fond of crying. In the past, Yi Kunlun would have swallowed her anger with gnashing teeth. Why did her heart become so soft now? For a moment, she wanted to say let's get married, but when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. She looked at the little man in front of her. She was not completely sure whether she had the confidence and courage to accompany him for the rest of his life. As soon as he carefully put a band-aid on her finger, he said, by the way, can I come to your cocktail party? You can come, but... She was a little uneasy. She was still afraid that others would see her relationship with Han Lingfeng. He knew what she was worried about. "Don't worry, I won't be attending the event as your boyfriend." He joked, "I'll just pretend to be a naughty little gangster who comes here to eat and drink for free." She was amused by him, but also felt a little guilty. As for him, he just wanted to stay by Kunlun's side on such an important occasion, just watching her and accompanying her silently. Chapter 74 Cocktail Party. 2 days later in the evening, the cocktail party hosted by Kunlun Company officially began. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Han Lingfeng went to the cocktail party alone. Kunlun and Secretary Chen were busy greeting guests. Kunlun was drinking red wine and chatting with a few friends, including Ma Lin, an art teacher at Nanjing University. Han Lingfeng stood in the distance and looked at her, holding a glass of red wine in his hand. He had learned to be a gentleman like a mature man. Yi Kunlun would look back at him from time to time, meet his gaze, and smile at him. She didn't want him to feel left out. Although they cannot show their intimacy openly in front of others, they can feel their deep love for each other through their eyes. This was already very satisfying for Han Lingfeng. He did not feel that he was being ignored at all. Kunlun's grandmother, Zhang Wanyue, and Zhang Wanyue's mother also came to the scene. Old Madame Yi was highly respected and naturally was highly respected at the scene. Zhang Wanyue and her daughter also benefited a lot from old Madame Yi. Guests frequently came forward to greet them. Seeing them, Han Lingfeng felt a little complicated, even a little guilty. He even had a weak feeling of wanting to hide away. But he thought to himself, "I haven't done anything wrong, so why should I hide?" But he sincerely hoped that they would not see him to avoid embarrassment for everyone. But finally, they saw him. Zhang Wanyue saw him first, and at her signal, old Mrs. Yi and Mother Zhang looked towards Han Lingfeng at the same time. Han Lingfeng tried hard to stay calm and bravely faced their sharp gazes. Then they walked towards him. Seeing them walking towards him, Han Lingfeng felt an invisible sense of oppression. After walking up to him, old lady Yi said with a gloomy face, "Why are you here too?" Han Lingfeng straightened his chest and said deliberately firmly, "My wife is holding a cocktail party, of course I have to come." The word lover again. If it wasn't for this occasion, old lady Yi would have hit him hard with the cane in her hand. "Who allowed you to come? Was it Kunlun?" Old Mrs. Yi asked with a dark face. He wanted to say no, but he said provocatively, "Yes, it was Kunlun who asked me to come. Kunlun said that she hoped I could be by her side in such an occasion." Old Mrs. Yi's hands were shaking as she held the cane. Zhang Wanyue turned around and glared at Yi Kunlun in the crowd with hatred in her eyes. Old Madame Yi calmed down for a moment and said, "Don't call her Kunlun, you are not qualified to call her that, and don't act as if you were so close to her. I still say that Kunlun only treats you as a plaything." The word plaything no longer excites Han Lingfeng. But old lady Yi always seemed to be able to grasp his pain points. "You appear here only as an invisible person. Even in such an occasion, you can only watch her from afar, and you cannot go to her side or meet friends with her. You cannot be seen in public, do you understand?" Zhang Wanyue also bloated and replied, "That's right. You are like a rat in the gutter, not worthy of being on the stage." These words really hurt him. Mother Zhang also said, "Han Lingfeng, I really didn't expect that you were Yi Kunlun's kept gigolo. At first, I wanted to recruit you as Wanyue's son-in-law. Now that I think about it, it really makes me feel sick. You are a gigolo who lives on selling your young body. I am really ashamed for you." Until now, they still think that the relationship between him and Kunlun is one of a sponsor and a kept woman. Han Lingfeng suddenly stopped feeling sad and instead became amused. "Yes. I am being kept by her. Kunlun gave me a watch worth over 200,000 yuan 2 days ago." He deliberately showed the diamond watch on his wrist to them. "And my cell phone and the clothes I'm wearing were all bought by her." Oh my god. Zhang Wanyue and her daughter opened their mouths in anger. Old Mrs. Yi's face turned pale. Kunlun must be crazy. She actually spent a lot of money on this pretty boy. Did she get kicked in the head by a donkey? Kunlun has never been interested in men, but why did she fall for Han Jiangwo's rebellious son? Could it be that she also likes young handsome men? "Wanyue, go and take the watch from his wrist for me." Old Mrs. Yi was probably so angry that she gave such an undignified order. "Okay, Grandma." Zhang Wanyue received the order and immediately reached out to Han Lingfeng to ask for the watch. "Give me the watch. This was given to me by Kunlun. Why should I give it to you?" Han Lingfeng cherishes anything Kunlun gives him, and he will not let anyone take it away. I told you to bring it to me. Zhang Wanyue simply reached out to grab it. I won't give it to you, I won't give it to you. Han Lingfeng held the watch on his wrist tightly. I told you to give it to. Zhang Wanyue was about to rush over to grab it. Forget it. Old Lady Yi interrupted, because she was afraid that their behavior would attract the attention of the guests, so she stopped the order to grab the watch. Zhang Wanyue stepped back. Old Madame Yi had a gloomy face and stared at Han Lingfeng with a pair of sharp eyes. It is inevitable that you will lose some money if you support a pretty boy. You can take the watch, but, boy. There was a hint of murderous intent in Old Lady Ye's eyes. You must know when to stop and everything. Greedy people will pay the price. I hope you can leave Kunlun as soon as possible, the farther away the better. Otherwise, don't blame me, an old woman, for being cruel and merciless. The cold light in Old Lady Ye's eyes made Han Lingfeng feel a chill down his spine. You, what do you want to do to me? Han Lingfeng asked tremblingly. Anyone who doesn't listen to my orders and does things against my wishes will be made to regret it. The old lady stared at Han Lingfeng with a grim look. Han Lingfeng finally understood why Kunlun was so afraid of letting her grandmother know about their relationship. He probably knew the reason. Because this old woman is indeed not a good person. It can be imagined that Kunlun must have suffered a lot since she was raised by such a person. No wonder she has become so perfect and outstanding, because she is the product created by this old woman, the super brand of the Yi family. She would not let anyone tarnish this brand, and Han Lingfeng's existence was likely to throw mud on this brand. At least that's what Old Lady Yi thought. Han Lingfeng only felt pain in his heart at this moment. He felt sorry for Kunlun and also felt sorry for himself. They were so similar, both of them were not loved by their families. Mrs. Su is here. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion towards the banquet hall entrance, and people rushed over there. Old Mrs. Yi gave Han Lingfeng a final warning look, then turned around to greet the distinguished guest. Mrs. Su. And Miss Shen. People are always keen on clinging to power and wealth. The arrival of Mrs. Su and Shen Ruoshi became the focus of the whole audience. The two of them were the most prestigious people at the entire banquet. Their presence here together undoubtedly adds some luster to this cocktail party. This can be said to be the highlight moment of the Yi Group's cocktail party. But no one knew that their arrival was entirely due to that little man. Kunlun, of course, doesn't know either, but she will probably find out soon. Chapter 75. He is Mrs. Su's son. Mrs. Su, it's such an honor for you to come to our cocktail party. Yi Kunlun looked at Mrs. Su with enthusiasm. Boss Yi is too polite. Mrs. Su said, looking Yi Kunlun up and down. Oh my god, I've heard that the president of Yi Group is the most beautiful woman in South City. With your looks and temperament, you're just like a female star. If you were in the entertainment industry, you would have become a Hollywood star a long time ago. Yi Kunlun had been praised countless times, but being praised by someone of Mrs. Su's status was a different feeling. Mrs. Su, you're too kind. She said a little shyly. Sister Kunlun, we meet again. Shen Ruoshi happily rushed over and gave Yi Kunlun a hug. Although Yi Kunlun and her were not familiar enough to be called sisters, her warm and cheerful personality was just that. Yi Kunlun felt a little awkward. She was not used to being so close to anyone. She didn't feel uncomfortable except when Lingfeng touched her. Mrs. Su, do you know? Sister Kunlun is likely to become my future sister-in-law. Shen Ruoshi said proudly to Mrs. Su, my third brother is obsessed with her and is pursuing her passionately. Yi Kunlun never thought that Shen Ruoshi would bring up this matter in front of so many people, but Shen Ruoshi never thought before speaking. She usually said whatever she thought of without thinking. Oh my, is that so? Mrs. Su's surprised expression was exaggerated. Young Master Shin and General Manager Yi are a perfect match. One is the national male god, and the other is the national goddess. They are simply a match made in heaven. Yi Kunlun felt mixed emotions, and she hurriedly explained, Ms. Shin is exaggerating. It's not what you think. Mr. Shin and I are just friends. I didn't say you were in a relationship. Shen Ruoshi said cheerfully, her hand still around Yi Kunlun's arm. I just said that you might very well become my third sister-in-law in the future. Why? Aren't you tempted by a man like my third brother? Yi Kunlun bit her lip. In the eyes of the world, a man like Mr. Shin would attract any woman. Therefore, subconsciously, Yi Kunlun felt that she should agree to Mr. Shin's pursuit. Perhaps she could see that Yi Kunlun was uncomfortable, so Mrs. Su quickly interrupted. Okay, Ruwashi, stop teasing Mr. Yi. You've made Mr. Yi blush. He. Sister-in-law. Shen Ruwashi smiled mischievously at Yi Kunlun and deliberately called her sister-in-law in a low voice. The word sister-in-law made Yi Kunlun extremely uncomfortable. She was angry in her heart. How could Shen Ruwashi call her like that? She had never thought of being her sister-in-law. But in front of everyone, she couldn't show the disgust in her heart on her face. At this moment, old Mrs. Yi brought Zhang Wanyue and Zhang's mother to them. Let me introduce you. This is my grandmother. Yi Kunlun hurriedly introduced to Mrs. Su, this is my aunt, and my cousin. Seeing Zhang Wanyue, she felt somewhat uncomfortable. Of course, Zhang Wanyue felt uncomfortable when she saw her. Hello, old lady. Mrs. Su held Mrs. Ye's hand affectionately, showing the elegance and courtesy of an upper-class person. Old lady, you should be over 70 years old, right? You still look so young, as if you are in your 50s. Oh, ha ha ha. Old Mrs. Yi was amused. Mrs. Su was really good at talking. My old bones are no longer useful. Hey. By the way, didn't I hear that Mrs. Su's son would come along? Isn't your son coming? Mother Zhang asked. In such an occasion, she felt a sense of existence. Everyone's eyes fell on Mrs. Su's face. Everyone seemed to be very interested in her sudden son. He's here. I called him and he said he would come by himself. Mrs. Su said as she turned her head and looked around. Everyone also looked around with hope. Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen looked at each other in bewilderment. Is Mrs. Su's son here? But they had no idea who Mrs. Su's son was. Xiao Feng. Mrs. Su finally saw Han Lingfeng. He was standing in front of the table at the moment, drinking a glass of red wine. He stood there alone, oblivious to the people around him. Mrs. Su had already rushed over. Shen Ruwashi was slightly stunned for a moment, then quickly ran over. The other guests also ran over. Wherever Mrs. Su went, they would follow. When Zhang Wanyue and Zhang's mother were about to follow, they suddenly realized something and were both stunned. Old Mrs. Yi was also stunned. Yi Kunlun stared blankly in that direction, and the red wineglass in his hand slipped out of his hand unconsciously. Clang! The wineglass fell to the ground and broke into pieces. But no one seemed to notice her, because everyone's attention was on Mrs. Su and her son. Only Secretary Chen immediately drew his attention back to Yi Kunlun. Secretary Chen understood Mr. Yi's mood at the moment. She glanced at Yi Kunlun, who was in shock, and then hurriedly told the waiter, clean up the broken glass quickly. The waiter hurried over with tools to clean up. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. Secretary Chen pulled Yi Kunlun's sleeve and called her several times before Yi Kunlun came back to his senses. Are you okay? Secretary Chen looked at her worriedly. I'm fine. Yi Kunlun tried hard to suppress the complicated emotions in his heart. Then he also walked over quickly. No matter what, he couldn't ignore the distinguished guest. Mother. Mother Zhang called out to old Mrs. Yi several times before old Mrs. Yi came back to her senses. She let out a sigh. Let's go over too, said Mother Zhang. Yeah. Old Mrs. Yi nodded, and then, with the support of Mother Zhang, she walked over there hurriedly and staggeringly. Zhang Wanyue stood there in a daze, with too much unwillingness and resentment in her eyes. Han Lingfeng was actually Mrs. Su's son. It was not known whether it was the pain of not getting what she wanted, or the hatred of Yi Kunlun competing for resources with her. Anyway, at that moment, Zhang Wanyue's chest seemed to be blocked by something, making it impossible for her to find an outlet to vent, and she felt like she was about to suffocate. But she still walked towards the crowd uncontrollably. At this moment, everyone in the audience surrounded the mother and son. Xiaofeng, so you are here. Mrs. Su touched Han Lingfeng's face lovingly, her eyes full of deep maternal love. Han Lingfeng was not used to the closeness shown to him by the mother he had just met. He did not want to talk to her, so he gently pushed her arm away. He was not interested in anyone at the scene, and he hated the feeling of being watched by so many people. He only wanted Kunlun now, wanted to see her, wanted to talk to her, and hug her. He looked up and searched the crowd, and then he saw Kunlun. Kunlun was also looking at him, and their eyes met in the crowd. He saw many things in Kunlun's eyes, but the most common ones were shock, confusion, and hesitation. Chapter 76, Pain. Kunlun. My Kunlun. Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlun and almost couldn't breathe. He just wanted to find a place to take a breath. "Mom, I want to go to the bathroom," Han Lingfeng said to Mrs. Su with some trembling. Maybe it was the word mom that made Mrs. Su too excited. She hurriedly said with passion, go quickly." Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlun deeply, then turned around and quickly left the banquet hall. Mrs. Su smiled awkwardly at everyone and said, "This child may be too nervous." She thought to herself that she would take Ling Feng to more events like this in the future, so that he could see more of the world and get used to it. Han Lingfeng didn't go to the toilet. Just like the last time he attended old lady Yi's birthday party, he went to Kunlun's presidential suite, room 8808. He was waiting for her here. He knew Kunlun would come like last time. This time, Kunlun came faster than last time. She still drank, but she wasn't as drunk as last time. She stumbled into the room, not because she was drunk, but because she was too excited. Han Lingfeng, who was sitting on the sofa waiting for her, stood up from the sofa. He looked at Kunlun, just looking at her. Then, Kunlun rushed to him quickly. They just looked at each other like that. After an unknown amount of time, Kunlun said with a smile, "You are Mrs. Su's son, why didn't you tell me earlier?" "I just found out about this, too." Han Lingfeng lowered his head in shame. Yi Kunlun took a deep breath and said, "What should I do?" "Kunlun." Han Lingfeng hugged her tightly, "Don't abandon me." He was afraid of her because she would abandon him after knowing that he was Mrs. Su's son. Kunlun did not push him away, but reached out and hugged him. She touched his face and hair, sighed, and said, "I don't care whose son you are, but it seems to be more difficult for us to be together." Han Lingfeng looked at her anxiously. "I wonder how Mrs. Su would react if she knew that I was in a relationship with her son. What's more, I'm so much older than you." Kunlun's voice gradually became trembling. "And Shinruoshi, she already regards me as her sister-in-law, and the way she looks at you, she clearly likes you." Han Lingfeng shook his head, his eyes filled with even more hesitation and uneasiness. "And Grandma and Wanyue. And the eyes of the world. Could she bear all this?" Her body trembled even more violently. "What do you mean? Do you want to be Shinruoshi's sister-in-law?" Han Lingfeng suddenly pushed her away, and the despair in his eyes returned. She was stunned. She was speechless. "As for Shinruoshi, I don't know whether she likes me or not, but I have never looked at her straight in the eye," Han Lingfeng said excitedly. "As for your grandma and Zhang Wanyue, they are both bad people. Do you still care about their feelings?" He shouted at her. "Lingfeng, I don't allow you to say that. They are all my family," Yi Kunlun said sternly. "You treat them as family, but they don't treat you as family. Have you forgotten that Zhang Wanyue and your ex-fiancé Fang Bo betrayed you? Have you forgotten that old woman only treated you as a tool since you were a child?" "Lingfeng." Yi Kunlun was a little angry. "I don't allow you to say that about my grandma." She didn't like him using the word old woman to describe her grandmother. "Huh? Really? You only care about your family's feelings, you don't care about mine, right?" Han Lingfeng asked. Yi Kunlun took a deep breath, trying to control her emotions. She reached out and touched Han Lingfeng's head, and said calmly, "Lingfeng, maybe you don't know that I am where I am today because of my grandma's cultivation. She raised me up and she has done me a great favor." She looked up and sniffed. "If it weren't for grandma, there would be no Yi Kunlun today. You are just a product she created." Han Lingfeng pushed away her hand that was stroking his head and shouted at her, "You are just a brand she founded, a super brand that brought huge benefits and honor to the Yi family." "Lingfeng." Yi Kunlun growled. His words made her angry because she didn't like him using words like product or brand to describe her. She does not admit that she is a brand. Perhaps she is a brand in essence, but she does not want to acknowledge the business card given to her by her grandmother. Her identity is Yi Kunlun, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, and the eldest granddaughter beloved by her grandmother. "What? Did my words hurt you?" The little man was aggressive. He poked her chest with his hand. "Admit it, Yi Kunlun, you are just a brand." How could he be so rude to her? Yi Kunlun's eyes were suddenly filled with rage. "Han Lingfeng, do you really have to insult me like this? Is this an insult? You are the one who refuses to face the reality." The little man continued to provoke. "You are clearly being used as a tool by your grandma, yet you still want to defend her. You are an idiot." The word idiot completely annoyed her. She was not an idiot. Her IQ was 130. She was smarter than the average person. Pa! She slapped Han Lingfeng in the face. If you don't want to be with me, you can get out. She regretted it the moment she slapped him, and she regretted even more the next words that came out of her mouth. But, perhaps she was too angry and couldn't control her emotions. She wanted to coax him, but her reservedness and proud nature prevented her from bowing her head. Woo! Han Lingfeng glared at her with resentment and hatred, then ran away crying. Lingfeng! The panic forced her to shout. But the little man did not look back. Watching him rush out of the room, she was panicking and very scared. She was afraid of losing him, afraid that he would never cling to her again, afraid that he would never whisper in her ear that he loved her again. Lingfeng! This panic and fear made her chase after him regardless of everything. Lingfeng! Lingfeng! She caught up with him in the corridor of the hotel. She grabbed his clothes tightly. Lingfeng, Lingfeng. But the little man was still immersed in the sadness just now and didn't want to pay any attention to her. Let me go. He pushed away her hands that were grabbing his clothes. He started to run again. She grabbed him again and held his arm tightly. Lingfeng, don't go, don't leave me. When he heard the words don't leave me, Han Lingfeng stopped wanting to leave and slowly turned around to look at her. She was looking at him with pitiful eyes, which were full of pleading and fear. That is not the look that a president of a large corporate group should have, that is not the look that a proud woman should have, that is not the look that the most beautiful woman in South City, who is so beautiful that everyone is infatuated with her, should have. She is now just an ordinary girl who is afraid of being abandoned by her lover and an ordinary woman who is afraid of being abandoned by her husband. At that moment, he was extremely heartbroken. He pulled her into his arms forcefully and forgave everything. He loved her so much, so hopelessly, that he felt that no matter what she did, he could tolerate and forgive her. They hugged each other tightly and cried. Lingfeng, don't leave me, don't leave me. She cried and her body trembled. I love you more and more, and I can't live without you anymore. He closed his eyes, tears slowly flowing out. He was like this, he couldn't live without her. Oh, so touching. A sarcastic voice sounded from one side of the corridor. They looked up together. Through the misty eyes, they saw Zhang Huanyue slowly walking towards them from the other end of the corridor, holding a cell phone in her hand and filming. Chapter 77 The Weakness of a 30-year-old Woman. Zhang Huanyue, what are you doing? Yi Kunlin rushed over and snatched the phone from Zhang Huanyue's hand. She stared at Zhang Huanyue intently, her eyes were always lethal. Her powerful aura made Zhang Huanyue instinctively afraid. Yes, she has always been afraid of her. Or rather, except for old Lady Yi, no one in the Yi family is not afraid of her. This is thanks to old Lady Yi's teachings since she was a child, which made her a person who has both kindness and authority. Seeing that Zhang Huanyue didn't dare to breathe, she deleted the photos that Zhang Huanyue had just taken on her phone. Then he returned the phone to Zhang Huanyue and warned her, if you do this again, I will never forgive you. After saying that, she turned around and prepared to return to Lingfeng. Yi Kunlin. Perhaps because she felt that she had lost face, or because she was unwilling to accept the situation, Zhang Huanyue mustered up the courage to shout at her from behind, you are a hypocrite. I am a hypocrite? Yi Kunlin looked back at Zhang Huanyue, not understanding why she said that. Zhang Huanyue rushed to her and spoke out what was buried deep in her heart. She was determined to do it. On the one hand, you want to maintain your good image, while on the other hand, you secretly support a gigolo. Keeping a gigolo? Kunlin was even more confused, because she really couldn't understand what Zhang Huanyue said. You kept Han Lingfeng as your mistress, don't you think I don't know? You let him live in such a big villa, and bought him a Patek Philippe diamond watch. Also, I heard that his clothes and cell phone were also bought by you. Zhang Huanyue was indignant. Let him live in a big villa? Longtan Villa is not hers, but Lingfeng's own. Although she also found it strange, she never asked about the origin of the villa. As for the watch, clothes, and cell phone, how did Zhang Huanyue know about them? Did Lingfeng tell her? She looked at Lingfeng, only to see him lowering his head. But it's not important. What is important is that Zhang Huanyue said that she was keeping Lingfeng, and she used the word keeping, which made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Only a lonely rich woman would keep a gigolo, but Yi Kunlin simply disdains to do so, and her character does not allow her to do so. Zhang Huanyue, what nonsense are you talking about? She was angry and even disgusted. What? You don't dare to admit it? Zhang Huanyue seemed to have caught something and became more and more excited. Han Lingfeng himself admitted it. He said that he was kept by you. Yi Kunlun glanced at Han Lingfeng angrily. She really didn't know why he said that. This was undoubtedly tarnishing her reputation. Han Lingfeng himself realized the harm that saying this would bring to Kunlun. He lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. But Kunlun will not be controlled by Zhang Wanyue because of this. She paused, straightened her back and said, Lingfeng and I are in a normal relationship. It's normal for a girlfriend to give a boyfriend a gift, right? This doesn't seem to have anything to do with keeping a boyfriend, right? The words boyfriend-girlfriend obviously hurt Zhang Wanyue. Her chest heaved up and down with excitement. You treat him as your boyfriend? Instead of a plaything? Yes. Is there any problem? Lingfeng and I are in love. You saw it just now. We were hugging each other intimately. We are a couple who love each other. Yi Kunlun said in a deliberately provocative tone. Zhang Wanyue shouted, Yi Kunlun, you are 10 years older than Han Lingfeng. So? Any problem? Yi Kunlun deliberately pretended to be relaxed and shrugged. Dating a man who is 10 years younger than you, an old cow eating young grass, don't you feel ashamed? Zhang Wanyue was very excited. Oh. Why should I feel ashamed? When it comes to love, age is never a problem. This is what Secretary Chen once said to her, and now it has become a weapon to resist Zhang Wanyue. I am only 10 years older than him. As long as we love each other, what's the big deal if I am 18 years older than you? What's the point of an old cow eating young grass? Why do you still care about these things in this era? Are you from the Qing dynasty? Zhang Wanyue was stunned. When did Sister Kunlun become so open-minded? Zhang Wanyue felt a little ashamed of her backward ideas. But soon, she found a new weapon. You clearly know that I want to recruit Han Lingfeng as a son-in-law. What she meant was that Sister Kunlun, as her cousin, was actually competing with her cousin for a man. It implied that she disregarded family affection. If Lingfeng loves you even a little bit, I will quit immediately. Yi Kunlun shrugged, looking very cool. I don't love her. Han Lingfeng shouted immediately. In front of Kunlun, he was afraid of being involved with another woman. So he had to make his position clear. He rushed to Zhang Wanyue excitedly and said to her sternly, Zhang Wanyue, I don't like you. I have never liked you. Stop dreaming. In my heart, there is only Kunlun. Zhang Wanyue was disappointed and sad. Han Lingfeng, you're going to hurt me like this? In front of Sister Kunlun? No matter who I am in front of, I have to tell you that I don't like you. I only love Kunlun in my life and will never love anyone else. As he said this, he put his arms around Yi Kunlun's waist tightly. It was as if he was declaring his loyalty to Kunlun. Seeing him hugging Yi Kunlun tightly, as if he had found a treasure, Zhang Wanyue felt like something was blocking her heart and she felt very suffocated. After a few seconds of silence, she brought out the damaging thing. Do you think you can be together? If Mrs. Su knew that her son was dating you, the president of the Yi group who was 10 years older than him, I wonder how she would feel. This was exactly what Yi Kunlun was worried about, and she couldn't help feeling sad. However, Han Lingfeng's words immediately comforted her. You don't need to worry about this. I will make the decision about my mother, he said. Kunlun looked at Lingfeng and couldn't help feeling warm in her heart. Then let's wait and see. Zhang Wanyue glared at them with hatred, then turned and left. However, although Zhang Wanyue was defeated, Kunlun's worries became heavier. Because she had a premonition that it would not be long before Mrs. Su would find out about her and Lingfeng. She put herself in Mrs. Su's shoes and felt that this matter would not be simple. Lingfeng, let's break up. At that moment, she wanted to say to him. Before a conflict arises, she instinctively wants to escape. She wanted to break up with Han Lingfeng to escape the storm. She admitted that she was weak in love. But she really couldn't say it. Her heart ached at the thought of losing him. And she really couldn't continue to hurt Lingfeng, she couldn't keep letting him down. Lingfeng seemed to sense her heavy worries. Kunlun, don't worry. Lingfeng held her hand and said, I will never let you go no matter what. As long as you are as determined as I am, I will never let anyone separate us. Really? She looked at the little man doubtfully. What could he do? He was still so young. Kunlun. He slowly held her in his arms. I'm not afraid of anything. What I'm most afraid of is that you'll suddenly give up. She grabbed the little man's clothes tightly and buried her face in his chest. Yi Kunlun, cheer up, she told herself in her heart. You are so much older than him, why can't you take on more responsibility? But she soon became discouraged. In the face of love, she was extremely weak and powerless. Is it because I am old? She asked herself, how nice it would be if I were a few years younger. Then she could shamelessly rush up to Mrs. Su and say to her, I love your son, please let me marry him. But she was a mature woman of 30, she knew shame, she couldn't rush to his mother and say such words to her. Besides, she is a CEO, how can she do something that would damage her reputation? Yi Kunlun never begs anyone for anything. But what about my Lingfeng? Lingfeng, dump me, abandon me, I am not worthy of your love. Please abandon me. She begged him in her heart, hoping that he would give up on his own initiative. But Han Lingfeng was so determined. He hugged her tightly and said like a hero, I will never let anyone separate us. Never. Chapter 78. Mrs. Su knows the truth. In the next few days, everything seemed calm. But Han Lingfeng was worried because Kunlun seemed to be avoiding him. I hung up on him several times, using the excuse of being busy with work. When he went to her company to look for her, she would always say only a few words to him, saying that she had something urgent to deal with and then left in a hurry. Lingfeng knew what she was running away from. Mrs. Su hasn't discovered what's going on between him and Kunlun yet. But Mrs. Su seemed to be deliberately arranging for Shin Ruoshi to meet him. On the surface, Mrs. Su said that she wanted to cultivate a mother-son relationship with him, but every time she went out to play, Mrs. Su would bring Shin Ruoshi with her. Shin Ruoshi also seemed keen on getting involved between the mother and son. But Han Lingfeng had no interest in any of their arrangements. All he could think about was Kunlun. Lingfeng, what do you think of Ruoshi? When they went to the zoo to see the giant pandas, Mrs. Su, who was watching from the railing, turned around and asked him while Shin Ruoshi was taking pictures of the giant pandas with her camera. What? He asked numbly. How about being my future daughter-in-law? Mrs. Su asked with a smile. Han Lingfeng looked up at Mrs. Su, and he realized belatedly that this was Mrs. Su's idea. No wonder she always brought Shin Ruoshi with her these days. I already have someone I like. Han Lingfeng was very unhappy with her self-righteous arrangement. He replied coldly. I know that you made phone calls in front of me many times without any hesitation. You spoke to the other party in such a gentle voice that even a fool would know that you were in love, said Mrs. Su. You clearly knew it, yet you still arranged Shin Ruoshi for me. Han Lingfeng felt more and more unhappy. Lingfeng, I just want you to understand that my future daughter-in-law should not be an ordinary girl. Mrs. Su said. Who said she is ordinary? She is not ordinary at all. On the contrary, she is the most beautiful woman in the world. Thinking of Kunlun, his eyes couldn't help but light up. How beautiful is she? Tell me about it. Mrs. Su seemed interested. Is she more beautiful than Ruoshi? Shin Ruoshi, how can you compare with her? Han Lingfeng's eyes became brighter. Oh? Really? Mrs. Su became more interested. She took off her sunglasses and looked at him. Even Shin Ruoshi can't compare to him. It seems that my son has found a fairy. Who is she? She is older than me. Han Lingfeng began to guide her step by step. Older than you? Mrs. Su frowned slightly. How much older than you? It's a bit big, but not too big, said Han Lingfeng. Mrs. Su frowned a little deeper and showed a bad premonition. A bit older. How much older is he than you? 10 years older than me. Han Lingfeng said frankly. What? 10 years old? Mrs. Su screamed. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Han Lingfeng was disgusted by her sudden surprise. Son, are you okay? How can you date a woman who is 10 years older than you? You are 20 years old, so she is already 30 years old. What's wrong with 30 years old? Han Lingfeng interrupted the anxious Mrs. Su, and looked away with a determined look. I don't care how old she is. I like her as a person, not her age. Love should not be restricted by age, especially for a woman as beautiful as her. 30 years old is nothing. When she is 50, she can still charm everyone. Mrs. Su was shocked. What kind of woman could be so highly regarded in her son's eyes? In an instant, a person's face appeared in her mind. Combined with the fact that Han Lingfeng asked her to attend the Yi Group's cocktail party and asked her to cooperate with the Yi Group as a condition for him to recognize her. At that time, she was wondering why her son would make such a request. Now, she understood it all. Combined with his behavior over the past few days and what he just said. My son is in too deep. Mrs. Su couldn't help but shudder, and a chill ran down her spine. Then, in an instant, a strong hatred rushed into her heart. Yi Kunlun! Yi Kunlun! Get out of here! The next second, Mrs. Su stormed into the office of the president of Yi Group in rage. Mrs. Su! Mrs. Su! Secretary Chen stretched out his hand to stop her. Get out of my way! Mrs. Su lost her mind and pushed away Secretary Chen's arm that was stretched out to stop her. Yi Kunlun slowly stood up from her office chair. She knew that what was coming would eventually come. When the storm came, she seemed so calm. Secretary Chen, please go out first. She ordered Secretary Chen calmly. Secretary Chen looked at her with a loving look, then stepped out and closed the door behind him. Yi Kunlun! Mrs. Su's chest heaved with excitement. You vixen! You bewitched my son! Yi Kunlun felt sad that Mrs. Su used words like vice spirit and bewildered. How can you be so cruel? Mrs. Su was furious and threw the bag in her hand at her. Ha! How can you be so cruel? Yi Kunlun lowered his head and stood motionless. You already knew that Xiaofeng is my son, right? That's why you deceived him. Because you knew that he would recognize me sooner or later and bring you benefits sooner or later. Yi Kunlun was not surprised that Mrs. Su said this, because from the moment she knew that Ling Feng's mother was Mrs. Su, she knew that others would think so, and of course this others included Mrs. Su. But Xiaofeng is only 20 years old, he is only 20 years old. Mrs. Su was so excited that she slapped Yi Kunlun madly and beat her hard. How could you do this to a 20-year-old kid? How could you? Mrs. Su gradually collapsed under the beating and wailed on the ground. How can you be so conscienceless and immoral? Even if you want fame and fortune, you can't attack a young man. Son, my poor son, he is still so young, how could he resist the temptation of a woman like you? He fell in love with you, he fell so deeply, so deeply. She recalled Han Lingfeng's words in her mind, I don't care how old she is. I like her as a person. 30 years old is nothing. When she is 50, she can still charm everyone. If you want me to recognize you, you should attend the Yi Group's cocktail party and cooperate with the Yi Group. A strong hatred once again filled Mrs. Su's heart. She stood up from the ground, staring at Yi Kunlun with a pair of sinister and sharp eyes, gritting her teeth. Yi Kunlun, don't even think about controlling my son. Don't even think about using him as a tool. Mrs. Su. Yi Kunlun raised his tired eyes and looked at Mrs. Su. Why do you think that I am confusing him? Controlling him? Using him as a tool? Chapter 79, Battle between Mother-in-law and Daughter-in-law. Mrs. Su, why do you think I am trying to confuse him? To manipulate him? To use him as a tool? When I met Ling Feng, I didn't even know she was your son. He was the one who pursued me, I didn't seduce him. I know he is much younger than me, so I resisted very hard, but... Yi Kunlun took a deep breath, but Ling Feng's feelings are too passionate, he is like a little son. Mrs. Su, you are also a woman. I believe you can understand my feelings. I really can't resist. I tried hard to push him away, but I found that it would only hurt him more. What do you think I should do? What can I do? I have no choice but to accept him. Yi Kunlun tried very hard to explain the origin of the matter to Mrs. Su. This was against her personality. She never explained anything to anyone except those she cared about. She loved Ling Feng, so she explained so much to his mother. But Mrs. Su didn't seem to appreciate it. Excuses. She yelled at Yi Kunlun, if you didn't give him a chance, why would he keep pestering you? As the saying goes, flies don't bite seamless eggs. Yi Kunlun took a deep breath, she couldn't believe that someone of Mrs. Su's status could say such vulgar words. However, when she thought about the fact that Mrs. Su had once been in the entertainment industry, she could understand it. Mrs. Su looked questioningly and continued, it seems to me that you are lonely and want to seek comfort from young people. It just so happens that my son likes you, so you just go with the flow. Yi Kunlun was shocked. Mrs. Su continued to look at her with a knowing gaze, I see that you are clearly attracted to my son's young body and the romantic aura of youth. After all, a mature man can't give you these. Yi Kunlun closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Mrs. Su, she said tiredly, if you want to interpret it this way, then I'm sorry I can't communicate with you anymore. She used you instead of you again. You said you don't want to communicate, so what? Mrs. Su pushed her shoulder with her hand. My son is now obsessed with you and has lost his mind. Then what do you want me to do? Yi Kunlin raised her voice. She no longer wanted to accept her accusations. When she got angry, she was always quite intimidating. But Mrs. Su is also a person who has seen the world, experienced storms, and understood human nature, and she has a vicious heart. She was not afraid of Yi Kunlin's deterrent power. On the contrary, she became stronger when facing a stronger opponent, and her voice became louder. What should I do? She snorted coldly, my son was harmed by you, don't you have any sense of shame? Yi Kunlin was dissatisfied with her using the word harm and pinning such a crime on her. So she also became impolite, how did I harm him? What did I harm him? Maybe the way she said it was wrong, or her tone was wrong, or the content of her words was wrong. Pa! Mrs. Su was furious and slapped her in the face. Bitch! Mrs. Su cursed fiercely, you bewitched my son to such an extent, and you still dare to say that you didn't harm him. Do you think that if he loses his life, that would be a disaster? Mrs. Su's words pierced Yi Kunlin's heart like an iron nail. The memories of Han Lingfeng hitting himself on the head with a wine bottle, going to KTV to find girls, and taking sleeping pills kept swirling in her mind. She realized that she was guilty, even though she had never thought about committing a crime. But there is a saying that goes, I didn't kill Bo Ren, but Bo Ren died because of me. But there is something more terrifying than death, and that is falling in love. It was she who made Ling Feng fall in love. I'm sorry. She suddenly reached out and held Mrs. Su's hand, please allow me to be with Ling Feng. I love him, I love your son. Mrs. Su's eyes flashed with a cold light, and she pushed Yi Kunlin's hand away without hesitation. She seemed to be so angry that she laughed, you love my son? Please allow you to be together? Oh, how can you say such a thing? You are already 30 years old, Mr. Yi. You are not a young girl of 17 or 18. I feel ashamed for you. I am getting goosebumps all over my body. Do you think you are a little girl trapped in love? Mrs. Su brought up the issue of age, which made Yi Kunlin feel insulted. Don't 30-year-old women deserve love? Yi Kunlin argued with her. She had never bothered to argue with anyone, but in order to be with Ling Feng, she needed to argue and fight for it. Who said that a woman in her 30s can't fall in love? Ling Feng and I love each other. There is no age barrier between us. We get along very happily. We are a happy couple. That's enough. Mrs. Su interrupted her rudely, who said there is no age barrier? In a few years you will be menopausal. You are what people often call a leftover woman. Don't you have any self-awareness? The words menopause and leftover woman made Yi Kunlin feel deeply insulted, discriminated against and hurt. She stared at Mrs. Su in amazement. Mrs. Su snorted coldly and continued, I gave birth to Xiaofeng when I was 18. In terms of age, I am 8 years older than you, but not as old as you and Xiaofeng. I think it is more appropriate for you and I to be sisters, rather than letting you, a woman who is only 8 years younger than me, become my daughter-in-law. Yi Kunlin was about to faint. Perhaps Mrs. Su's words were too hurtful, or perhaps it was despair, or perhaps it was because she was too angry that her hands and feet kept shaking. Mrs. Su continued, do you hope that when you become an old lady, Ling Feng will still have the energy to have romantic affairs outside? Imagine yourself becoming a yellow-faced woman, trying hard to hold on to your young husband, and then becoming hysterical because you can't hold on. Following Mrs. Su's words, Yi Kunlin imagined the scene, her face full of wrinkles, jealous and sad for her young husband, and hysterical. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept it. Don't say that anymore. Don't say that anymore. She lost control and yelled at Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su continued to shout, you will become a grudge by then, he will be fed up with you, he will want to get rid of his troubles, and he will want to get rid of you. He will kick you away, he will ruthlessly abandon you, and you will become a vulgar and pitiful abandoned woman. Ah! Stop talking, stop talking. Yi Kunlin covered his ears and held his head, not wanting to hear Mrs. Su say anymore. Humph. Think about it carefully. Mrs. Su glared at her with hatred, snorted at her, then turned and left. Yi Kunlin collapsed on the chair, tears streaming down his face. The president of the Yi Group was deeply hurt by another woman because of an illusory love. This must be her retribution. She thought to herself. You must be punished for being greedy for the love of a younger man. But when she thought of Ling Feng, her heart ached again. They are obviously in love with each other, So why can two people who are obviously in love make mistakes? Ling Feng, what should I do? What should I do with you? What should I do with us? Tears flooded her entire face. Chapter 80 Mother and Son Conflict. Han Lingfeng didn't know what happened in Kunlin's office. It's just that after my mother came back from the zoo, she went out for a while. Now, Mrs. Su walked in from outside in her high heels, with the same smile on her face as usual. Yes, even though she had just hurt her son's girlfriend, she was still able to keep a straight face and a calm smile. Her many years of working in the entertainment industry had trained her to be a smooth-talking person. What she had just done to Yi Kunlin was just child's play for her, and she would not take it to heart. Son, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Mommy will take you out for a delicious meal. She held Han Lingfeng's face and asked, Where's Ruoshi? Han Lingfeng was not used to his mother's touch, so he pushed her hand away and said, I don't want to eat. He was thinking about Kunlin and he couldn't eat. At the same time, she was also angry with Mrs. Su because when Mrs. Su went out before, she actually left Shin Ruoshi here and deliberately let them stay alone together. Or it was his cold attitude that drove Shin Ruoshi away. What's wrong, son? Mrs. Su continued to hold his face as if she was holding the face of a 3-year-old child. Han Lingfeng pulled Mrs. Su's hand away again and said unhappily, Can you please stop trying to match me up with Shin Ruoshi? You know I already have a girlfriend. When mentioning his girlfriend, Yi Kunlin's face flashed through Mrs. Su's mind, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. What girlfriend? That's not a girlfriend. Mrs. Su said in an unhappy tone. If not call me girlfriend, what should I call her? Han Lingfeng asked. You can even call a woman who is 10 years older than you aunt, said Mrs. Su. Han Lingfeng hated the word auntie very much. I don't allow you to say that about her, she's not your aunt. Han Lingfeng glared at Mrs. Su angrily. If she's not an aunt, then what is she? Mrs. Su was angry. Are you going to marry an old woman? The 3 words old woman aroused Han Lingfeng's anger. I don't allow you to say she's old. Han Lingfeng pointed at Mrs. Su, trembling all over. She's not old at all. She's incredibly beautiful. There's no woman in the world more beautiful than her. And she takes good care of herself. She looks younger than her actual age. She looks only in her 20s. How is she old? When you were in your 20s, you weren't necessarily younger than she was when she was 30. Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng's words hurt Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su glared at him with a gloomy look for a few seconds, sighed deeply, as if she was trying hard to suppress her temper. Then she tried to speak calmly, Xiaofeng, you are still young, and you don't understand many things. You don't understand the evil of this society, and you don't understand the evil of human nature. What do you mean? Han Lingfeng interrupted her, Are you saying that my girlfriend has ulterior motives towards me? Nothing is impossible. Maybe she has known that you were my son for a long time, so... She wanted to use the heartbreaking words she had said to Yi Kunlin to warn her own son. Enough. Unexpectedly, Han Lingfeng interrupted her before she finished speaking, You don't need to worry about this, because when I was pursuing her, she didn't know that I had a mother like you. Even I didn't know, so how could she know? My mother died a long time ago. I am a poor child, and she pitied me. Han Lingfeng choked up. She felt sorry for me, she sympathized with me, she pitied me, so she couldn't cruelly push me away, otherwise. Han Lingfeng patted his chest. Otherwise, with my identity, my shabby family, my shallow knowledge and low-end diploma, and my weak and lonely personality, she wouldn't even bother to look at me. Xiaofeng, you don't have to be so self-deprecating. Mrs. Su shouted with red eyes. She was heartbroken by her son's inferiority complex. But I'm telling the truth. Han Lingfeng yelled, so, please don't look at her with your materialistic and snobbish eyes. If she has any intentions, it's not my turn to be her tool. There are many powerful men chasing after her. Who am I, Han Lingfeng? What's the identity that your belated mother has given me? In her eyes, these things are not worth mentioning. She is not the kind of woman who would exchange feelings for benefits. Mrs. Su was shocked. She thought to herself that she might have wronged Yi Kunlin. Yi Kunlin did not associate with Ling Feng just to take advantage of him. Okay. She swallowed her saliva. Even if she is not dating you for personal gain, you don't have to praise her so highly. You don't have to stoop so low. Really? Han Lingfeng smiled sadly, I have always been humble. You abandoned me when I was young, and my great father soon married a stepmother for me. Do you know how I have survived all these years? Do you know how my stepmother treated me? Do you know that my father doesn't care about me at all, and that he only has my stepmother and my 2 half-brothers and sisters in his eyes? Do you know what kind of life I lead, worse than pigs and dogs? I grew up like a pig and a dog. How can you make me noble? Even if I wasn't standing in front of her, I would still be humble. Has Han Jangwo treated you badly? Has that bitch Zhong Shuachin treated you badly? Mrs. Su asked Han Lingfeng excitedly, so excited that she didn't even hear what he said next. Did they bully you? How did they bully you? What did they do to you? Let me go. Han Lingfeng shook off Mrs. Su's hand. I'm not complaining to you or blaming you when I tell you this. I just want you to understand how lucky I am to be loved by a beautiful, kind, and noble woman like me, Han Lingfeng. This is the blessing I've earned in 8 lifetimes. Lingfeng. Mrs. Su burst into tears, but she immediately covered her mouth with her hands and tried to hold back the tears. You are my beloved son, you know? You are no worse than anyone else. You don't need to look down on others, and you don't need to look down on yourself. Ha! Really? Then how should I view myself? Or, how should I view her? Han Lingfeng shouted to the sky, you think I praise her too much, you can't accept that she is so beautiful in my heart, you can't accept that my love for her is so deep, so should I listen to you and belittle her? Saying that she is older than me, she is an old woman, and she is not worthy of me, is that right? But I'm sorry, my dear mother. I love her so much that my love for her has penetrated deep into my bones and I can't help myself. Xiao Feng. Mrs. Su trembled, you are still so young, and your future is full of possibilities. You don't have to love an old. You don't have to love a woman who is 10 years older than you. But I love her, so what? Han Lingfeng shrugged. Xiaofeng, listen to me. You are my only biological child. I will train you to be the heir of the Su group. You will become a king, and you can have any woman you want. But before that, you should put aside your personal feelings and find a woman who can help you in your career. Shin Ruwashi is the daughter of the Shin family in Kyoto. The Shin family is rich and powerful. If you marry her. Stop. Han Lingfeng decisively waved his hand to interrupt Mrs. Su and looked at her like a stranger. I'm sorry, Mrs. Su, I'm not interested in your money and power. Mrs. Su gasped. He actually called her Mrs. Su right away. But this was not what made her most sad. The saddest thing was what he said next. I, Han Lingfeng, have no ambitions in life. My only wish is to be with the woman I love, to be together for the rest of my life, and never be separated. I have no future. I just want a wife, children, and a warm bed. You want me to marry another woman, but I can't do it. I only love her in my life. I only love her. I don't want anyone else except her. I don't want mountains of gold and silver. If Mrs. Su wants to use fame and wealth to seduce me and make me abandon her, then you are making a wrong calculation. I want her, I only want her, and I will never let her go even if I die. Mrs. Su burst into tears. Her son was possessed. He was possessed. Xiaofeng, do you know what you are saying? Mrs. Su said sadly, a man should have great ambitions. Is this what you should say? As the saying goes, love lasts forever, but heroes are short-lived. How can you disregard your own future for a woman? She is not an ordinary woman. Han Lingfeng shook his head. She is worth giving up everything for. If I can't be with her, everything else is meaningless to me. Including me? Can you abandon me? Mrs. Su looked at him with tears in her eyes. Han Lingfeng looked at her seriously and slowly squeezed out a word, yes. Woo! Mrs. Su cried so hard that she almost fainted. Chapter 81, Fight Again. Yi Kunlun. Mrs. Su broke into Yi Kunlun's office again. You slutty vixen. She picked up the coffee on Yi Kunlun's desk and poured it at him. The coffee splashed all over Yi Kunlun's face, and his white business suit was also stained. Mrs. Su. What are you doing? Seeing his dear Mr. Yi being bullied like this, Secretary Chen rushed to Mrs. Su with an angry face. Pa! Mrs. Su waved her hand and slapped Secretary Chen. It's not your turn as a secretary to speak here. Secretary Chen, please go out first. Yi Kunlun stood up from the chair tiredly. Secretary Chen glared at Mrs. Su angrily, then turned and left. Yi Kunlun raised her head and looked at Mrs. Su silently. There were too many things in her eyes, including fatigue, powerlessness, confusion, and precipitation. Yi Kunlun. Mrs. Su suddenly burst into tears. You ruined my son. In my son's eyes, there is nothing else except you, including fame, wealth and status, including me, his mother. Mrs. Su spoke intermittently and cried very sadly. She was so sad that she supported herself on the edge of the desk with her hands, otherwise she might have collapsed to the ground. He is still so young. He should have a bright future. She raised her head and looked at Yi Kunlun as if she were an enemy, instead of falling into the gentle embrace of a woman at such a young age. You know what? I want to train him to be the successor of the Su group. So I beg you, Mr. Yi. Mrs. Su suddenly grabbed Yi Kunlun's hand and begged, please let go, okay? Please break up with Xiaofeng, okay? Yi Kunlun sighed heavily. Mrs. Su, I don't think you understand Ling Feng. Ling Feng doesn't need these. He is not a person who is greedy for money, fame, and fortune. Mrs. Su suddenly let go of her hand and became angry again. Are you trying to say that you are more important than a fortune? Bullshit. I believe my son is just infatuated with you for a while, but he will wake up. What is love? Money, fame, and fortune are what are important. I am a person who climbed up from the bottom of society. I have experienced the sufferings of the world and I know the importance of money. As Mrs. Su spoke, she became angry again. She pointed at Yi Kunlun and gnashed her teeth. It must be you, a bitch, who knew that Xiaofeng was my son, so you refused to let go. You were counting on getting more benefits from him. Yi Kunlun closed her eyes tiredly. Why can't I explain it to you clearly? You always look at others with your own values. If I really want these, why don't I just be with Mr. Shin? Don't come at me. Mrs. Su said fiercely, that's because third young Master Shin is hard to control, but my son is easy to control. If you get my son, it's like getting the inheritance right of Su group. Yi Kunlun sighed deeply. They were talking at cross purposes and had different values. Everything they said would be wrong. She simply said nothing. Mrs. Su sniffed and became weak again. She reached out and grabbed Yi Kunlun's hand again and begged, Mr. Yi, please let my son go, okay? You know Ling Feng. Yi Kunlun wanted to say that if she let go, Ling Feng would be very hurt. You won't let go, right? But Mrs. Su interrupted her rudely, and there was a threatening look in her eyes. Yi Kunlun, if you insist on holding on to my son, don't blame me for being ruthless to you. I'm sure you've heard that I crawled out of hell on earth. I started as a working girl with nothing and worked my way up to Mrs. Su's position. If I didn't have some means, blood, and ruthlessness, I wouldn't be alive today. Yi Kunlun knew that people like Mrs. Su who had climbed up from the bottom of society were naturally full of wolfish nature. She knew that what Mrs. Su said was true, and she would do whatever it takes to protect her own interests. But Mrs. Su probably forgot that Ling Feng did not belong to her. Ling Feng was a thoughtful and independent person. Especially Mrs. Su's threatening tone made her feel uncomfortable. She hated being threatened the most. Are you threatening me? Yi Kunlun frowned and looked at Mrs. Su without a trace of fear. That's right. Mrs. Su's eyes were extremely sharp. I am threatening you. If you make me angry, I will crush you to death in a minute. And your Yi group, I will crush you to death, as easy as crushing an ant. Really? Then why don't you step on one and let me see? Yi Kunlun also got angry. He slammed the table with his hand, with a strong deterrent look in his eyes. At worst, I will fight you to the death. Mrs. Su was stunned. This little girl looked so quiet and gentle, but she didn't expect that when she got angry, her aura would be so powerful. Don't think that just because you are richer and more powerful than me, you can ride on my head and trample on me at will. I, Yi Kunlun, am able to control the Yi group with assets of hundreds of billions, so I am no pushover. You, Madam Su, are powerful, but I, Yi Kunlun, am not weak either. I am not a soft persimmon that you can squeeze at will. If you insist on fighting me head-on, I am not afraid of getting hurt. You should have heard of the principle of hurting 1,000 enemies and hurting 800 of your own. You should also understand what it means to survive in the face of death. When great men were besieged, they still managed to survive through the 25,000-mile-long march. With my high IQ of 130 and the brains and talents of multiple doctoral degrees, I don't believe that I can't beat a grassroots person like you. Mrs. Su was shocked. She really didn't expect that Yi Kunlun was someone who could win the argument if he didn't argue. For the first time, she felt that she had met her match, and the loss of face and dignity made her face turn red and white. But Mrs. Sue is a smooth person, she knows how to bend and stretch, which is also what she learned during those years in the entertainment industry. She swallowed her bitterness and said uncomfortably, "I won't argue with you. Anyway, you have to break up with my son. I don't want to have a daughter-in-law like you. When I think about you calling me mom, my stomach churns. I can't stand a woman who is only 8 years younger than me calling me mom. Besides, I can't afford to lose weight with such a sharp-tongued daughter-in-law." Humph. Mrs. Sue snorted at her in dissatisfaction, turned around and left. Her steps were a little unsteady as she left, probably because her legs were weakened by Yi Kunlin's sharp words just now. After Mrs. Sue left, Yi Kunlin sat down on the chair weakly. Mrs. Sue threatened her, but she was not afraid at all. But Mrs. Sue asked her to break up with her son, which was a sharp sword. She was in great pain. "I feel pain for myself and also for Lingfeng. She would be very sad if she lost Lingfeng, because she really didn't want to lose the little sunshine and pistachio who brought her joy and warmth. She also knew that Lingfeng would be even more miserable if he lost her. He said that she was his only one." Why Mrs. Sue just couldn't understand, what Lingfeng needed was not the inheritance of the Sue group, what Lingfeng needed was not those material possessions, what he needed was. Forget it. Yi Kunlin shook her head. Perhaps their fantasy of love was too beautiful, so they were deeply trapped in it and couldn't extricate themselves. For a lifetime? How is that possible? How can there be a love that lasts a lifetime? Mrs. Sue was right. When her face gets old, her younger husband, who is 10 years younger than her, will gradually become disgusted with her. He is still young and can say anything and make any promise. But a man's promise is something that cannot stand the test of time. People's original intentions are usually worn away by time. She knew he loved her, but she didn't believe that he would love her forever. Rather than being kicked away by him when she is old and ugly, it is better to let go now. This will not only fulfill Mrs. Sue's wish for her son to become successful, but also let herself go. It's time to wake up and cut off all delusions. She picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Han Lingfeng. "Lingfeng, let's break up." When she sent these words, she realized how painful her heart was. She cried, tears flowing down her eyes like a river. Chapter 82 Double-Edged Sword. "Lingfeng, let's break up." When Yi Kunlin sent this WeChat message, Han Lingfeng was cooking soup in the kitchen. Because he wanted to make red dates, wolfberries and black chicken soup for Kunlin, and according to calculations, Kunlin's period was coming soon. The last time Kunlin had her period, she complained of stomach pain, so he searched online for treatment methods. Red dates, wolfberries and black chicken soup has the effect of nourishing yin in blood. This soup can effectively relieve the symptoms of dysmenorrhea and also enhance the body's immunity. Eat more meals during the days when your period comes, so that you won't feel pain during your period. He only wanted his Kunlin to be free from illness and disaster for the rest of her life. He didn't want her to endure even the pain of dysmenorrhea. And he was very happy to cook for her. "Kunlin, I will take good care of you, I swear," he said to her in his heart. At this moment, the mobile phone placed aside rang. It was the sound of WeChat. Did Kunlin send a message? He didn't want it to be from Shen Ruoshi. Li Yujiu and Zhang Wanyue would not send him messages now. Only Shen Ruoshi sent messages quite frequently, but he hardly replied to her. As for other people, who would send him WeChat messages? He had no friends at all. He picked up his phone and opened WeChat. Sure enough, it was a message from Kunlin. He was very happy. He quickly clicked on the WeChat content. "Lingfeng, let's break up." When he saw the content, the smile on his face froze instantly. It was like being struck by 5 thunders, and his heart seemed to be hit hard by a heavy hammer, causing him so much pain that he could not bear it anymore. He shook his head frantically, shouting in his heart, "No." He picked up the phone and immediately dialed Yi Kunlin's number. But the phone kept ringing, but no one answered. He didn't know that at this moment, Kunlin was sitting in the office chair with tears streaming down her face, staring blankly at the vibrating cell phone on the desk. She knew that after sending the message, Lingfeng would call her immediately. She reached out her hand and tried to answer the phone, but what should she say to him after she answered it? Say your mom just came to my office and made a big fuss, asking us to break up? No. She couldn't say that. She didn't want him to hate his mother because of her. So what should she say to him? Her mind had long been in a mess. Although she was extremely talented, the sea of words in her head was dry at this moment, so she couldn't find the words to say to him. She had no choice but to hang up the phone. She reached out her trembling hand to the red button, hardened her heart, and pressed it. This press was like two arrows, one piercing her heart and the other piercing Ling Feng. Her heart felt as if it had been pierced by an arrow, and the pain made her shiver all over. Then she collapsed on the office chair, like a soldier shot by an arrow, collapsing. She didn't answer the phone. Han Lingfeng felt like he couldn't breathe. Kunlun! He yelled, turned, and rushed out of the kitchen. On the gas stove, the soup pot was steaming. When he rushed out, he happened to meet Mrs. Su coming back from outside. Mrs. Su looked a little absent-minded because she had just returned from Yi Kunlun's office. She had just had an argument with Yi Kunlun and she didn't win, so she looked a little weak. Besides, she was not sure whether Yi Kunlun would listen to her and break up with her son. If Yi Kunlun refuses to let go, what can I do to her? She had to think carefully about how to break them up without making Ling Feng hate her. Anyway, she was going to take Xiaofeng back to Zhugang no matter what. Just then, she saw Ling Feng rushing out of the villa. Xiaofeng. She immediately forced a smile. She didn't want her son to see her with a sad face. Therefore, no matter what goes wrong outside, she will keep a smile on her face when she returns home. This is also the life experience she learned during the years she was with Mr. Su. But her son ignored her. He passed by her in a flash, treating her as if she were invisible. But she still noticed that her son's face was pale and bloodless, as if something big had happened. And this immediately made her realize what was happening. Yi Kunlun must have broken up with him. For a moment, she was very happy. Yi Kunlun still had some conscience and knew to consider Ling Feng's future. Of course, it was also possible that she was afraid. The woman was pretending, but in fact she was extremely weak inside. She thought so in her heart. But soon, she became worried. Xiaofeng values that woman so much. If she breaks up with him, wouldn't he be very sad? Look at the way he ran out just now, as if the sky was falling. Alas! This child has really not been beaten by society, and has not been tempered by society, so his character is so pure. But who hasn't he been young? Back then, she thought she and Han Jiangwo were true love, so she got pregnant with his child early on. After living together, she found that the so-called true love was vulnerable to the daily necessities of life, which just verified the famous saying that poor couples are sad about everything. So she left. She didn't want to continue to consume each other in poverty with Han Jiangwo. She knew how to cut her losses, so she left them behind and ran away. In fact, she wasn't running away. She just wanted to come back to pick up Xiaofeng after she made some money. As for Han Jiangwo, she really didn't want him anymore, because that man was really bad, extremely chauvinistic, not very capable, and had a bad temper. She didn't understand why she was so hot-headed and actually got together with such a man. In the final analysis, she was too young at that time and couldn't resist the man's sweet words and a few bags of fruit snacks. Looking back on her life, she felt that Han Jiangwo was the worst choice she had ever made. If it were now, she would not even look at a man like that. Alas! She sighed. Weren't we talking about Xiaofeng? Why did we bring up Han Jiangwo? Another thought popped up in her mind. Han Jiangwo and Zhong Shuoqin must have treated Xiaofeng badly over the years, otherwise Xiaofeng wouldn't have said that. She would have to ask them about it someday when she had time. That's enough. Let's not think about it anymore. Let's think about Xiaofeng now. This child is too young. People of this age generally value feelings, especially love. What's more, he is infatuated with a woman like Yi Kunlun. Once a woman like that falls in love with. Mrs. Su shook her head, a little afraid to think about it. She had been in the entertainment industry for many years and had seen many men who had lost everything to women. It is precisely because she has been through this that she feels so uneasy and nervous. And Yi Kunlun, thinking of this name, her heart couldn't help but tremble. She was a flower that any man who got involved with her could never escape. It wasn't accurate to call her a poisonous rose, and it didn't seem accurate to call her a poppy either. She was a narcissus? Lily? Mrs. Su thought that maybe she had not read enough books, so she could not find the name of a plant to describe a woman like Yi Kunlun. In short, that kind of woman is the kind that can make even a woman like her, who is used to seeing romance, tremble. She is the enemy of all women in the world. It was precisely because Yi Kunlun was so charming that she felt extremely uneasy. Xiaofeng must not fall into the hands of such a woman, otherwise, his life. She couldn't help but shudder. But Xiaofeng seemed to have fallen in, she was shivering even more violently. No, it won't. She shook her head and comforted herself in her heart that Xiaofeng was just young and infatuated for a while. Moreover, children of this age are most likely to forget sadness and joy. As long as they are forcibly separated, Xiaofeng will forget her in no time. Thinking back, it only took her a week to forget Han Jiangwo, and only a month to forget Mr. Su. If she can do it, Ling Feng can do it too, because Ling Feng is the child born from her belly and he inherited her bloodline. But she still felt uneasy. Did this child run out like this to find Yi Kunlun? Yes, he must have gone to find Yi Kunlun. She gave a positive answer in her heart. She couldn't let him go on like this. Bodyguard! Bodyguard! She shouted immediately. 6 bodyguards came running from different directions. Come with us to Yi Group. She shouted as she hurriedly got into her Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition. Chapter 83 Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun. Kunlun. Let me in. Please let me in. Han Lingfeng went to Yi Group to find Yi Kunlun, but the security guard stopped him from entering. He injured several security guards and tried to force his way in. But more security guards and bodyguards appeared and blocked his way. They formed a human wall and guarded the company's gate to prevent him from entering. Please let me in, please. He couldn't help crying, please, please, please. I'm sorry, this is Mr. Ye's order, the security manager said with his head lowered in shame. Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng screamed loudly towards the sky. The veins on his temples bulged due to excessive sadness and exertion. Every scream was heartbreaking. In the president's office on the 28th floor, Yi Kunlun stood in front of the window, looking down. She just saw Ling Feng pushing and shoving the security guards, and even fighting with them. But he didn't come in after all. She told the security guard to do so. Now I see him, standing there with his head raised and screaming. Although the distance was far and the shouting was not loud, she could still hear the pain conveyed by the shouting. She knew how sad Ling Feng was at the moment. Her heart became even sadder as he was sad. Tears had already flooded her eyes. Secretary Chen stood behind her, looking at her with tears in her eyes. She felt so sorry for Mr. Yi. She loved someone so much, but she had to push him away with great pain. Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng's shouting gradually faded away, and he collapsed to the ground. It was as if he was experiencing a nightmare. I love you, Yi Kunlun, don't abandon me. It was as if his entire body had been drained of all its sorrow, leaving only a limp and powerless shell. Oh my god, is that guy crazy? Passers-by stood there and watched, pointing and talking at Han Lingfeng. You must be a fan of Yi Kunlun. The reason why passers-by think so is because Yi Kunlun does have many fans who are obsessed with her. Both men and women are crazy about her. There was once a crazy fan who dragged a truckload of roses, ran to the downstairs of Yi Group, and shouted through a loudspeaker, asking her to marry him. There are also female lesbians who wear her photos on their clothes, hold signs with words like Lin Lin baby, I love you in their hands, and stand downstairs of her company, waving their hands desperately when they see her car approaching. She has also been followed and secretly photographed by fans. Etc. In short, there have been many cases of crazy and confusing behaviors by fans. Even now, every once in a while, there will be fans who come here and do some crazy things. For people, these strange things happening downstairs of Yi Kunlun's company have long been nothing new. No one would have thought that the young man lying limp on the ground would be Yi Kunlun's boyfriend. Mrs. Su's car arrived here. Seeing her son sitting on the ground crying, Mrs. Su was furious. What a loser! What a disgrace! Go! Bring him back to me! She ordered the bodyguard. The bodyguard got out of the car and pulled Han Lingfeng up from the ground. Let me go. I don't want your help. Han Lingfeng shook off the bodyguard's hand. He continued to look up at the building, muttering, Kunlun, Kunlun. Mrs. Su in the car had a look of deep anger in her eyes and raised her voice and shouted, Bring it back to me. Under Mrs. Su's orders, 2 bodyguards grabbed Han Lingfeng's arms and half lifted and half dragged him away. Watching the extended luxury car downstairs leave, Yi Kunlun's heart seemed to be taken away. She felt a chill in her heart, and her heart seemed to be empty all of a sudden. But she had to endure the pain of being pulled away. I'm sorry. She seemed to be apologizing to Han Lingfeng, but also seemed to be apologizing to herself. At the same time, she felt cold and painful in her stomach. Then there was a damp and uncomfortable feeling from below. My period came early. She held her stomach and sighed, wondering why all the bad things kept happening at the same time. She endured the double pain in her stomach and heart, and asked Secretary Chen feebly, "Do you have any menstrual pads?" "I'm having my period." "Yes, yes, yes." Secretary Chen hurried to get it for her, and considerately made her a cup of brown sugar water. Then she leaned into Secretary Chen's arms and cried. In Longtan Villa, on the kitchen stove, the pot of red dates, wolfberries and black chicken soup had already been stewed dry, and the house was filled with the smell of burnt food. Mrs. Su walked into the kitchen, turned off the fire, looked at the burnt chicken in the pot, and sighed. How come Xiaofeng is obsessed with cooking? She thinks men shouldn't hang around the pot. It's all because Han Jiangwo didn't train him well, which led to his effeminate behavior. She will train Xiaofeng well in the future and make him into a man of integrity. She returned to the living room from the kitchen and didn't see her son. She asked the bodyguard, "Where's Xiaofeng?" "Madam, the master has returned to his room." The bodyguard replied respectfully. "Don't worry about him, he will be fine." Mrs. Su seemed to be comforting herself. In the bedroom, Han Lingfeng sat on the bed. In sorrow, he picked up his phone and wanted to ask Yi Kunlun why she dumped him. He sent a message. "Kunlun, why did you break up with me? I really don't understand. You obviously love me. I can feel your love for me. Are you because of my mom?" Ever since she found out that Mrs. Su was his mother, she began to distance herself from him. He thought that Kunlun must have broken up with him because of Mrs. Su. "Kunlun, don't worry about my mom. My mom and I have nothing to do with each other. She never raised me. She is Mrs. Su, and I am Han Lingfeng. I didn't grow up with her. I have no feelings for her. To me, she is a stranger. Kunlun, please don't break up with me, okay? You know how important you are to me. You fill my entire heart. Kunlun, without you, what's the point of my life? What meaning and color does life have? You are the most important and wonderful thing in my life. Without you, my life will lose all color and fall into endless emptiness and darkness. Kunlun, my dear." Sitting at her desk, Yi Kunlun looked at the WeChat messages sent by Han Lingfeng one after another, and her tears became wet and hazy again. "You little devil. Why can't you just give up? Why can't you just try to forget? You make me, what should I do with you?" The messages continued to pop up. "Kunlun, my dear lover, please don't abandon me, okay? I know I am not worthy of you, but I will work hard to learn to be a good lover. I swear I will be a good husband. I will care about you, love you, be considerate of you, and protect you. In the future, I will have children with you. 1 or 2 is fine. As long as you like, we can have more children. Of course, if you don't want to be a mother, I will respect your choice. I am willing to be a dink with you for the rest of my life. In short, as long as I can be with you, I can do anything." Yi Kunlun gradually became moved. The information continues to pop up. "My dear, don't be afraid that I will abandon you one day in the future. I know you have age anxiety. You have mentioned to me more than once that you are older than me. Being 10 years older is really nothing. What's more, you look younger than your actual age. You look only in your 20s, and you are so beautiful. Besides, my love for you has nothing to do with your appearance. Or rather, your appearance is not the most important. What I love is your soul. Honey, I think I understand you. I think we are the same kind of people, both lonely and unloved by our families. We are just 2 lonely souls living in this world, and then our souls met." Seeing this, Yi Kunlun covered her mouth and cried silently. Ling Feng really understood her. The information popped up again. Please continue to read the next chapter, thank you. Chapter 84. You are the only place for my soul. When your beauty gradually declines with age, when wrinkles appear on your face, I will not despise you, I will kiss them, because they are the best testimony of your life and the best testimony of our love. I will stay with you until old age. When you grow old, I will be your walking stick, I will hold your hand and take a walk with you in the sunset. When you are sick, I will accompany you to the hospital and take good care of you. Of course, I hope my Kunlun will never get sick and will always be healthy and happy. My dear, I don't ask for anything. No matter whether you are rich or poor, I only ask that I can stay by your side forever, for the rest of my life, and never separate until the end of my life. Although we cannot live together, I ask that we can be buried together in the same grave in death. My dear Kunlun, don't you want to be with me forever? Don't you want to see what I look like when I become an old man? Don't leave me, my love, my dearest wife. Without you, my soul will become a lonely ghost wandering in this world, unable to find a home. Because you are the only home for my soul, please don't abandon me, okay? Seeing this, Yi Kunlun was already heartbroken to the extreme. She covered her mouth tightly with her hands, afraid that she would cry out loud. Ling Feng's deep affection caused her sanity to collapse little by little. She forgot Mrs. Su's wish for her son to be successful and the insults she said to her. She also forgot the anxiety about age and the gossip that might exist in the secular world. Now she just wanted to give Ling Feng a loving response regardless of everything. She wiped away her tears, tried hard to control her emotions, then picked up the phone and dialed Ling Feng's number. Kunlun. The phone was picked up immediately, and Ling Feng's voice on the other end was trembling. She held the phone, unable to utter a word. The emotions that she had just controlled collapsed again, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Kunlun. He called again, his voice trembling even more than before. She took a deep breath, tried to control her emotions, and shouted, "Wind." As soon as the word wind came out of her mouth, she immediately collapsed again. Kunlun, are you crying? The hoarse voice on the other end became anxious. She took a deep breath, suppressed her emotions, moistened her dry throat, and tried her best to make her voice normal. Ling Feng, listen to me. Fantasy is always beautiful, but reality is often full of regrets and flaws. I am not as perfect as you think. I have many shortcomings. I don't care. Han Lingfeng interrupted her immediately. No matter what shortcomings you have, no matter how many shortcomings you have, I will tolerate you. I love you, and I will love your shortcomings as well. She took a deep breath and continued, but, Ling Feng, a person's life cannot always be smooth. There may be many unknown risks hidden. Life is full of variables. Many loves will be drowned in the storm. There is a saying that goes, husband and wife are birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly away separately. This is the best proof. Whatever the other party wanted to say, she interrupted him immediately. Don't jump to conclusions. I know what you are going to say, and... She took another deep breath and said, marriage is not as beautiful as you think. Many beautiful loves often turn into disgust and hatred for each other as they get along day after day. Are you married? How do you know? Han Lingfeng shouted. Yi Kunlun was stunned. What you said is just what you heard from others. People just repeat what others say. Marriage is the grave of love. I prefer to believe the truth that marriage is a matter of management, Ling Feng said. Is there no happy marriage in the world? Is there no couple who live together till old age? Kunlun believes that beautiful love exists, but it is rare. There is also lifelong love, but it is extremely rare. Ling Feng continued, the reason why most people's marriages are bad is because their original intention was not to love each other, because they don't love each other, but are together because they want to live together. They are just partners. Let me ask you, how can the marriage between two people who don't love each other, two incompatible hearts, and two souls that can't resonate with each other be happy? Yi Kunlun stood there in a daze, not knowing how to respond to him for a moment. What he said seemed to make sense. Then, a gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Dear, are you willing to work with me to build our beautiful future in marriage? Boom, boom, boom. Yi Kunlun's heart was beating wildly, and the hot blood kept surging in his head. She was actually a little excited at the thought of living happily together with this little man for the rest of her life. However, at this moment, she suddenly heard someone calling Ling Feng on the other end of the phone. Then she heard the sound of someone snatching the phone. Then, Mrs. Su roared from the other end of the phone, Yi Kunlun. Do you have any shame? Why did you call my son? Did you ignore my warning? Do you really want me to take nasty measures against you? Mrs. Su's voice was so loud that it made her dizzy. Then she heard the sound of someone snatching the phone and Han Lingfeng's angry roar. But Mrs. Su's screaming voice continued to be heard. You shameless bitch, if you are lonely and can't stand it, go find another man, don't bother my son, you old leftover woman. Then Mrs. Su hung up the phone. Yi Kunlun was so angry at the dirty words Mrs. Su used against her. She was 30 years old and had never been cursed with such harsh swear words before. She only felt her ears and head buzzing and blood kept rushing to her head. She was so angry that she wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. She was a highly educated president of a large company, but she was actually attacked by someone using the tactics of a street shrew. It's really like a scholar meeting a soldier. What else can she do besides not caring about it? Over there, Han Lingfeng stared at Mrs. Su with tearful, scarlet eyes. He was trembling all over and roaring, "Why did you do this to me? Ah! Why did you do this to her? Ah! Rebellious son! How dare you yell at me?" Mrs. Su glared at him angrily, "I'm your mother. Everything I did was because of you. You yelled at me for a woman. I didn't ask you to do this for me." Han Lingfeng also roared. "You!" Mrs. Su also began to tremble with anger, her chest heaving with excitement. "Get out!" Han Lingfeng pointed at the door, his face tense from biting his teeth. "Get out of my life, Mrs. Su. I don't need you to worry about me, I don't need you to meddle in my business, get out." Han Lingfeng's words made Mrs. Su extremely angry. Finally, she could no longer control her temper. He raised his trembling hand and slapped Han Lingfeng in the face. Pa! The sound of the slap was particularly loud in this bedroom of more than 20 square meters. Chapter 85. Where there is love, there is hope. Confiscate his cell phone. Keep an eye on him. After slapping Han Lingfeng in the ear, Mrs. Su gave instructions to the bodyguard. So they took away his cell phone. At that moment, Han Lingfeng hated her mother so much. For the first time, he experienced the so-called Mrs. Su's thunderous methods. She is a tyrant. He wished his mother had died long ago. He would rather she didn't appear in his life. Then he and his beloved Kunlun would not have ended up like this. He firmly believed that Kunlun loved him, so he would not give up on himself. He believed in the truth that the clouds will clear and the moon will appear. But they took away his cell phone and computer, making it impossible for him to contact Kunlun, which was unbearable. In order to prevent him from jumping out of the window to look for Kunlun, they even installed anti-theft windows on the outside of the window. Every minute and every second that I couldn't get in touch with Kunlun was torment. He relied on his faith to hold on, because he knew that Kunlun loved him too. There was hope. Kunlun's love is hope and faith. He used painting to relieve his longing for Kunlun. He drew her smiling face in his mind on paper. Looking at Kunlun on the paper, he could feel that she was with him. Mrs. Su was furious. She rushed over and frantically tore up Kunlun's sketch on the drawing board. But it doesn't matter, he will continue to paint. When he got tired of painting, he went to the kitchen to cook. He cooked all kinds of delicious food and researched some new recipes to cook for Kunlun in the future. He wanted to cook different dishes for her every day after she was with him. Mrs. Su was furious. She seemed to hate him staying in the kitchen. She threw all the food he made into the trash can. But it doesn't matter, he will make a new one. He spent the daytime in this state. The most difficult time is at night, which is often the most vulnerable time for people. As soon as he lay in bed, he missed Kunlun very much. I want to look at her, want to hold her, want her to be by my side. But he could only hug the pillow tightly for comfort, imagining the pillow as Kunlun. But in my heart, I still feel so painful. Days like this repeated for a week. Mrs. Su really couldn't stand it anymore, so she went to find Kunlun again. However, this time, she was not going to cause trouble, but to beg her. "Boss Yi, I beg you." Mrs. Su knelt on the ground, holding Yi Kunlun's hand and begging, "Go and persuade Lingfeng, go and persuade him." What's wrong with Lingfeng? Yi Kunlun was extremely uneasy. Mrs. Su didn't know how to start. But in the end, she still described to Yi Kunlun Han Lingfeng's general condition over the past week. Yi Kunlun knew why Lingfeng had to keep drawing and cooking. She could empathize with him because she had not been feeling well in the past week either. During these days when she couldn't contact Lingfeng, she felt like she had lost her soul and missed him all the time. She increasingly found that she could no longer extricate herself from her love for the little man. She no longer cared that she was older than him, no longer cared about worldly opinions, and didn't want to worry about the unknown things in the future, such as the distant problem of being abandoned by him when she was old and ugly. She couldn't care less about that, because it was already very difficult to take care of the present. She lowered her head and looked at Mrs. Su, who was kneeling and crying at her feet. She could understand the feelings of a mother because she had empathy. She knew that everything Mrs. Su did was for Lingfeng's sake, at least her starting point was good. However, this mother does not understand her son's heart at all. "Mrs. Su, can't I really be with Lingfeng?" She looked at Mrs. Su sadly. Mrs. Su looked at her frighteningly beautiful face, shook her head, and spoke from the heart. I don't want my son to live under the pomegranate skirt of a woman all his life. If you, Yi Kunlun, were not so beautiful and charming, even if you were 10 years older, I would accept you. Although Mrs. Su didn't want to admit that Yi Kunlun was so beautiful and charming, she had to admit it now. She didn't mind losing face and letting Yi Kunlun understand that her son was not worthy of her. In front of Yi Kunlun, in fact, Mrs. Su might have an inferiority complex. Although she was Mrs. Su who controlled the entire Su group, and although she usually looked so conceited, some inferiority complex was engraved in her bones. When a conceited woman admits that another woman is more attractive, she has already lost. Is being beautiful a sin? Yi Kunlun asked with a frown. Since ancient times, beautiful women have brought disaster. You have read many more books than I have. I think you know the story of Pan Jinlian and Wu Dalong better than I do. Yi Kunlun was shocked. She actually compared her to Pan Jinlian and Han Lingfeng to Wu Dalong. Of course, I'm not saying you're Pan Jinlian. Mrs. Su said unnaturally, my son is naturally not Wu Dalong. She paused, then continued, but my son is so young, naive, and hasn't suffered the beatings of society. He doesn't know the dangers of society and human nature. He is too simple and pure. Besides, he is not an outstanding man. She glanced at Yi Kunlun's beautiful face and continued, if Ling Feng had a beautiful wife like you, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to live a peaceful life. I don't want my son to have a life full of misfortunes. Yi Kunlun understood that Mrs. Su had gone through so much trouble to break up her and Ling Feng. I'm afraid this is the real crux of the matter. Mrs. Su was worried that Han Lingfeng could not keep her. He suffered the same tragic fate as Wu Dalong, or even more tragic than Wu Dalong. In Mrs. Su's eyes, she is a magnet for all kinds of people, and her charm is much greater than that of Pan Jinlian. But Pan Jinlian only has one Shiman Ching. But she, Yi Kunlun, is the dream lover of all men in the world. Even if she is chaste and law-abiding, there will inevitably be men and women who are infatuated with her and covet her. There is no solution to this problem. Because she couldn't scratch her face and turn herself into an ugly monster to reassure Han Lingfeng and his mother. She could not always control the hearts of the men and women who were infatuated with her, so that they would not be infatuated with her or covet her. She is not a god, she has no ability to control other people's behavior. All she can do is to behave properly and uphold her moral character. Although she really wanted to tell Mrs. Su that she would be a good wife and daughter-in-law. But inferiority complex is not something she can eliminate with just a few words or promises. She looked at Mrs. Su helplessly, then what do you want me to do? I hope you can persuade Xiaofeng to go to Zhugang with me. I will train him to be the heir to the Su group. Mrs. Su said. So, do Ling Feng and I have to break up? Yi Kunlun asked. Mrs. Su pondered for a moment and said, if you really love Ling Feng, then give him time to grow up and wait for him to become a real man. Only when he is strong, he will be able to support the marriage and protect such a beautiful wife like you. Mrs. Su raised her solemn face. I don't want my son to be hated by all men in the world as soon as he marries you. When two people who don't match each other are together, those who are obsessed with you will feel unhappy. I don't want my son to be plotted against by someone someday. Mrs. Su's words made Yi Kunlun feel horrified. Chapter 86 Passionate Kiss. Mrs. Su's words made Yi Kunlun feel horrified. How could this be possible? Was Mrs. Su's thoughts too dark? Are you thinking too much? Yi Kunlun asked, holding his breath. Mrs. Su shook her head. It's not that I think too much, but your characteristics drive people to do that. Yi Kunlun shook his head, not quite understanding. Let me give you an analogy, Mrs. Su said. You are like a pearl or a treasure in the world. You can also say you are a sword or a martial arts secret book. In short, people will fight for you endlessly. And my son is so ordinary. When something that people regard as a treasure falls into the hands of an ordinary person, people will feel unwilling and upset, and then disasters will occur, and that ordinary person will usually die a violent death. Thinking about his own son, he might be secretly or openly murdered by others in the process of fighting for the treasure. Mrs. Su was heartbroken. Is this possible? Yi Kunlun couldn't believe it and found it incredible. How could such a thing happen? Mrs. Su reached out and stroked Yi Kunlun's shoulder, like an older sister, and said like an elder, Shaolin, I can't compare to you in talent, but I understand human nature better than you. I have been through a lot in that kind of place, and I have seen all kinds of people and things. There are many dark sides of human nature that you can't even imagine. Looking at Mrs. Su's solemn face, Yi Kunlin's heart sank. Perhaps she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, grew up under her grandmother's wings, and was trained by her to be a popular person. All she felt was the brightness and beauty of the world. She had never experienced the sufferings of the world, nor had she seen the darkness of human nature. Fang Bo was the darkest person she had ever met, but that was enough to shock her. Is there anyone worse than Fang Bo? Xiao Lin. Mrs. Su continued to hold her hand and said, if you really want to be with Xiao Feng, then he must be able to protect himself and you. Only if he becomes the heir to Su's wealth will he be able to protect your love and marriage. Only if he becomes a stronger person will no one dare to covet the people and things that belong to him. As Mrs. Su spoke, her eyes became very deep, like a bottomless black hole, as if many dangerous secrets were hidden inside. Yi Kunlin sighed, but she still found it hard to imagine what Mrs. Su was talking about. Is she really as charming as Mrs. Su said? But this is a society ruled by law, not a classical underworld. They are not chivalrous knights, but ordinary modern people with modern thinking, logic and qualities. Except for those crazy fans, she has never seen anything beyond the moral bottom line. And those fans are all for the purpose of loving her, not for the purpose of hurting her. Is there another side of society that she doesn't know about? Yi Kunlin is very confused now. She seemed to have suddenly lost a sense of control over the world, as if the world was still hiding some secrets that she had not yet explored. Those unexplored areas made her feel anxious and uneasy. Once people lose the confidence to control themselves, they will become confused. Once confused, they will lose their direction. Once they lose their direction, they will be led by the nose and manipulated by others. She felt like she was being led by Mrs. Su. But she was not sure whether the terrible things Mrs. Su said would really happen. In the end, she chose to compromise, because nothing was more important than Lingfeng's safety. She and Mrs. Su came to Longtan Villa, and she would persuade Han Lingfeng to go to Zhugang with Mrs. Su according to Mrs. Su's instructions. On the way here, she had already thought of some words in her mind that would try to avoid hurting him while still being able to convince him. Lingfeng probably didn't expect her to appear suddenly. He was very excited about her arrival. He immediately rushed over and hugged her tightly. Kunlin, I miss you so much. His voice and body were shaking. In front of Mrs. Su, Yi Kunlin felt a little uncomfortable, but she still hugged him. The moment I hugged him tightly, that feeling of tearing and fullness came back, and tears began to fall. I miss you too, Feng, she said. Hearing this, Han Lingfeng's body trembled violently, and he held Yi Kunlin tightly with both arms, as if he wanted to merge with her. Don't leave me. Don't ever leave me. Han Lingfeng squeezed out the words from between his clenched teeth, and 2 lines of tears poured down from his tightly closed eyes. Yeah. She nodded vigorously, I will never leave you. She also closed her eyes, and tears flooded her stunningly beautiful face. Ah. He trembled violently again and let out a deep sigh. Then he held her chin and instinctively explored her lips with his lips, kissing her hard. She responded immediately, she had even forgotten that Mrs. Su was standing next to her. Of course, at that moment, Mrs. Su felt embarrassed and had to continue standing there. They kissed passionately, forgetting everything around them except each other. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Tears and each other's saliva mixed together in their mouths. As their hormones rose, their feelings turned from sadness to sweetness. The tears had not yet dried on each other's faces, but a knowing smile of sweetness had already appeared on their faces. They sucked each other's lips and tongues gently, and every bite was so sweet. Dear. Han Lingfeng let out a soft hum. She forced out a nasal sound. Do you miss me? He asked. Miss you, she replied. Do you really miss me? How much do you want to? She was silent. With a deep kiss, she told him how much she wanted to. Then, they continued to kiss. I don't know how long we kissed. It finally ended with Mrs. Su's dry cough. Mrs. Su stood at the kitchen door, her muscles tensed and uncomfortable, her face flushed, her chest heaving, probably because she was infected by their passionate kiss. Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlin let go of each other awkwardly and shyly, even though they were still not satisfied. Ahem. Mrs. Su coughed dryly, moistened her dry throat, and said unnaturally, Lingfeng, Kunlin has something to tell you. You call her Kunlin? Han Lingfeng was like he had discovered a new world. He rushed over and grabbed Mrs. Su's hand. Mom, do you agree that Kunlin and I can be together? This. Mrs. Su swallowed and became nervous, because they were about to separate and she was afraid that Ling Feng would be too disappointed. She pointed at Yi Kunlun and said, "Let her tell you." Yi Kunlun was also very nervous, and all the words he had prepared before disappeared at that moment. Maybe it disappeared when she and Ling Feng were kissing passionately. "What do you want to tell me?" Han Lingfeng ran back to Yi Kunlun, put his arms around her, and stared at her face happily. What do you want to tell me?" Subconsciously, he might think it was a good thing. Yi Kunlun didn't dare to look into his eyes, perhaps because she felt guilty. Because she was about to separate from him, she came to persuade him and his mother to go to Zhugang. She was going to push him away once again, and this time, she was going to push him to Zhugang, 1,000 miles away from South City. Thinking that it would be even more difficult for her and Ling Feng to meet in the future, her whole limbs began to tremble, and her heart became even more panicked. "Well, dear." The little man was still looking at her expectantly. She avoided his inquiring gaze and hesitated to answer. She was afraid that once she opened her mouth, this push would push their love into the unknown. Distance usually does not create beauty, and many long-distance relationships die because of distance. She is afraid. The closer it gets, the more afraid I become. She felt that she was still quite greedy for the little man's love, greedy for the little man's company, greedy for the little man's life and loyalty, greedy for his uniqueness. She looked up at Mrs. Su, hoping that she would reconsider her decision. But Mrs. Su's alert eyes told her that what Mrs. Su said was not a threat to her, but a real risk. For Ling Feng's safety, she could only calm down and talk to him properly. Chapter 87A Pearl. "What? You want me to go to Pearl Harbor with my mom?" When Yi Kunlun spoke out what was in his heart, Han Lingfeng immediately shouted excitedly. "I won't go. I will never be separated from you even if I die." Han Lingfeng grabbed Yi Kunlun's arm tightly, as if she would run away if he didn't hold her. Yi Kunlun's arm was pinched so hard by him that it hurt. "Lingfeng, please listen to what I have to say first." She pulled Han Lingfeng's hand away because it really hurt because of his pinching. "I don't want to." Han Lingfeng interrupted her immediately. "I don't want to listen to your big talk. I know that all your reasons are just to push me away, so I don't want to listen." "Ling Feng." Yi Kunlun became serious, and when she became serious, it usually meant that she was speaking seriously. "Okay." Han Lingfeng calmed down. "Just tell me what you want to tell me." "I'll listen carefully." Yi Kunlun calmed down and said solemnly, "I asked you to go to Zhugang with Mrs. Su, not to break up with you, but to give you time to grow." "Can't I grow by staying with you?" Han Lingfeng asked hurriedly. Yi Kunlun closed his eyes tiredly and blurted out without thinking, "You can't protect me." "What?" Han Lingfeng frowned, as if he didn't understand why she said that, but he immediately shouted, "Who said I can't protect you? I'm really good at fighting, you've seen my skills, and I've been practicing with sandbags, my skills are better than before." "Ling Feng." Yi Kunlun interrupted him. What Ling Feng understood as protection was only the protection of the underlying logic. Han Lingfeng calmed down and looked at her serious and tired face with innocent eyes. What on earth was Kunlun going to say? Yi Kunlun sighed deeply and asked a question. "Let me ask you, if a powerful person asked me to go drinking with him, would I go or not?" "Who?" Han Lingfeng's eyes widened immediately, and anger instantly ignited in his eyes. "Who dares to make such a request to you?" "I'm going to kill him." He was about to stand up from the sofa, as if he was about to rush out and kill someone. "No one." Yi Kunlun held his shoulders and pushed him back to the sofa. "I'm just saying, if, just in case, there is a person with no sense of morality, bad intentions, and power who makes such a request to me, or even more excessive requests, what can you do? If you think that stabbing him with a knife is protecting me and solving the problem, then you are stupid." This young man, who was still unintelligent, began to look confused. The logic of protection he believed in seemed to be shattered. Yi Kunlun paused, then told the story. Lin Chong was born as the instructor of 800,000 imperial troops, but he still failed to protect his beloved wife. In the end, he was forced to Liangshan and died of depression. His wife also died tragically. But times are different. The little man began to feel pain and anxiety. That era was dark, and now. Xiao Feng. Mrs. Su interrupted him. "Don't just see the bright side of the times. Every era has its bright side and its dark side, and this era is no exception. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist." But now we live in a society ruled by law." The little man began to panic. Yi Kunlun stroked his shoulder and sighed heavily. Although the legal system and social morality have been significantly improved, extreme things like Lin Chang's wife can still happen. It's not that it's still possible. Mrs. Su raised her voice and shouted, it's that it will definitely happen. Some of them have already happened, and not just once or twice. I have seen it with my own eyes. Mrs. Su lowered her head. That is why, Xiaofeng, you must become strong, otherwise how can you protect your wife? When he said the words protecting his wife, Yi Kunlun blushed and lowered his head. Kunlun is so beautiful. She is even more charming than Lin Chang's wife Zhang. She is a pearl born in this world. Everyone is staring at her and ready to make a move. But the little man's eyes flashed with panic. He tried hard to escape this cruel reality. But hasn't Kunlun been safe and sound all these years? He looked at his mother with deep questioning eyes. Mrs. Su raised her solemn face and squinted her eyes as she said, that's because she has been married to the Feng family over the years. The Feng family is a powerful family. As the #1 family in southern province, they can naturally shock some little ghosts, but they can only shock some little ghosts. Mrs. Su seemed to be sighing to the air. The Feng family shouldn't have been so greedy. They shouldn't have been greedy for this pearl. The head of the Feng family didn't realize his own shortcomings and actually let his son marry into the Yi family. This was an extremely wrong move, and it was also the move that led to the destruction of the Feng family. Yi Kunlun looked at Mrs. Su with a puzzled look. Han Lingfang also turned his gaze to Mrs. Su's face. Yi Kunlun frowned. Are you saying that the downfall of the Feng family was caused by the marriage with me? Mrs. Su collected her thoughts and replied, you can say that. No, Mom. Han Lingfang suddenly became cheerful, as if he had found a loophole in his mother's logic. The reason why the Feng family fell was because Secretary Chen exposed Feng Bo and Zhang Wanyua's scandal at Feng Bo and Kunlun's wedding. Also, it was because I asked Shen Ruoshi for help that Feng Bo was arrested and sent to jail. At this point, Han Lingfeng was confused again. I just don't know why the head of the Feng family was expelled from Kyoto. Maybe it was because of his son's involvement. He gave the answer himself. Xiaofeng, you can't just look at the surface of the problem. Mrs. Su said, Secretary Chen exposed the video at the wedding, which was just a fuse that caused the Feng family to fall. Even if Secretary Chen didn't expose the video, the Feng family would still fall. The essence is that the Feng family shouldn't covet Kunlun, this pearl. Yi Kunlun's heart sank, and a deep sense of guilt attacked her kind heart. So, everything is caused by me. I am really a beauty who brings disaster. Mrs. Su looked at her with a loving look, reached out and stroked her shoulder, and comforted her. There is nothing wrong with the pearl. The one who is wrong is the one who has no ability to own it, but forcibly covets it. As the saying goes, a virtuous person can carry all things. If you can't carry it yourself, but insist on carrying it, you will only drown yourself. The Feng family is the ship that can't carry your pearl, so the Feng family fell. Mrs. Su looked up and continued to think, your wedding with Feng Bo, even if Secretary Chen didn't expose the video, the wedding would not have been completed. Yi Kunlun was shocked and asked, you mean, someone will stop it? Of course. Mrs. Su snorted, who would have seen the pearl fall into that shabby ship? She added, that is a defilement of the pearl. Yi Kunlun felt so heavy that she could hardly breathe. She raised her head and looked at Mrs. Su anxiously, who could it be? Chapter 88 A True Heart. Yi Kunlun felt so heavy that she could hardly breathe. She raised her head and looked at Mrs. Su anxiously, who could it be? Who is it? Mrs. Su snorted again, who knows? Of course it's those powerful people, maybe not just 1, 2, or 3, maybe more, or even a group. Yi Kunlun felt a tingling sensation on his back. They are like a group of wolves staring at you from a distance, ready to make a move but not daring to act rashly because they don't know when a lion or tiger will suddenly jump out and eat them. The Feng family is the best example. They are like the first wolf that can't wait to rush forward and grab the food. The result is the downfall of the entire family. Mrs. Su was worried. Now that Kunlun has entered a period of being single, there will always be wolves that are eager to make a move and can't resist their desires. They will pounce on her regardless of everything, hoping for a lucky break and eager to take away their prey. Yi Kunlun couldn't help but shudder. Stupid wolves usually don't have a good ending. Lions and tigers don't dare to act rashly because they are also afraid of being besieged by wolves. The real wise men are those who can control their desires and know how to make choices. They know what is most important to them. They usually won't fight to the death with other animals for a woman. For beautiful things, they will just stand far away and admire them silently, instead of taking such a big risk and picking them in their hands, fearing that they will lose them again, fearing that they will be in danger every day and will never have peace in their lives, because for them, it is not worth it. I don't agree. Han Lingfeng shouted, if they are unwilling to fight for the one they love, it's because they don't love them enough. Because they don't love them enough, they feel it's not worth it. He looked up at Kunlun, and I am willing to do anything for the one I love, even if it means giving up my life, because I love her, it's worth it. Yi Kunlun looked at Han Lingfeng with emotion. Lingfeng must be the person who loved her the most in this world. Mrs. Su frowned and wanted to say something, but said nothing. This is a question of value choice. Han Lingfeng reached out and held Yi Kunlun's hand. Some people value beauty more, some people value benefits more, some people value ideals more, and I value love more. Kunlun is the light of my life. Without her, the light in my life will go out, and I will no longer have faith. A life without faith is empty and lost. It is soulless. There is only an empty shell living in this world. So what is the point of having this empty shell? Yi Kunlun and Mrs. Su were both shocked by his words and looked at him in amazement. What kind of person would regard love as the faith of his life? You can't say he's stupid. Like he said, this is a question of value trade-offs. There was a moment when Mrs. Su wanted to cry. She felt sad that she had given birth to such a son. But, at another moment, she felt a little proud because her son was someone who truly cared about and cherished love. Mrs. Su looked up at Yi Kunlun and said, Yi Kunlun, I really envy you for having someone like my son who loves you. Yi Kunlun nodded, I'm not worthy of Han Lingfeng. The match mentioned here refers to the match in love. Mrs. Su sighed deeply, I can't stop my son anyway, I just don't want you to let him down. As Mrs. Su spoke, tears flowed from her eyes. Yi Kunlun reached out and held her hand, don't worry, I won't have another man in my life. If such a sincere heart is betrayed, it would be unjust. If one day something like what you said really happens, with countless wolves staring at me, or wolves or tigers and lions pouncing on me, I will not surrender. I will not let them slaughter me or humiliate me. I will die to prove my will. Only by doing this can she repay Lingfeng's deep affection for her. Mrs. Su was deeply moved. Han Lingfeng looked at Kunlun deeply and almost couldn't breathe. He felt so heartbroken. No. He shook his head, I will never allow that to happen. Mrs. Su took a deep breath and said with tears in her eyes, Xiaolin, don't worry, I will do everything I can to protect you, because you are my daughter-in-law, Xia Dongji, and our family. Mom! Yi Kunlun threw herself into Xia Dongji's arms and cried. The two women hugged each other and cried. Han Lingfeng's eyes were red, but she tried to control herself. From now on, she would not shed tears easily. Mom, tell me what to do. I'll listen to you. Han Lingfeng wiped away his tears and asked his mother for advice like a mature man. Xia Dongji hurriedly wiped away her tears and said, first of all, your relationship cannot be exposed now, because Xiaofeng is not strong enough now. Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng nodded vigorously at the same time because they both understood the reason. Secondly, Xiaofeng must break through the class as soon as possible and improve his intelligence. At this point, she was stunned for a moment before continuing, improving intelligence is a long process, and it has to be done slowly. The most important thing is that Xiaofeng must enter the upper class as soon as possible. Only by entering the upper class can one be able to protect himself and his wife. Han Lingfeng nodded vigorously, yeah. Mom, are you considered upper class? Han Lingfeng asked passionately. I don't count. Mrs. Su shook her head in frustration. You are not considered as such? Han Lingfeng screamed. You are the person in charge of the entire Su group. If you are not considered as such, then who is? Kunlun and I are both considered upper middle class, said Mrs. Su. Yi Kunlun lowered his head in shame. There is an upper layer above our heads. Mrs. Su's eyes gradually became deeper and more ethereal. The upper class is full of power and wealth. They are intertwined into a big net. The whole world is shrouded in the big net they have intertwined. No one can escape. At this point, Mrs. Su looked at her son with a gentle gaze. Do you know why it is so difficult for poor people to turn over a new leaf? Because no matter how hard they try, they can only be under that net. No matter how hard they try, they can only make it to the middle level at best. Only a very small number of people can make it to the upper middle level. Most people can only stay at the bottom level for life and bear the fate of the bottom level. I'm not saying that the fate of the lower class must be miserable. Every class has its share of pain and joy. But Xiaofeng, you're different. Mrs. Su looked at Han Lingfeng deeply. From the moment you fell in love with Kunlun, you decided that you couldn't stay at the bottom. Mrs. Su's tone became heavy. If you want to love her, you must accept the risks she brings to you. I understand that I must accept the risks that those hungry wolves, tigers, and lions bring to Kunlun and me. Han Lingfeng nodded solemnly. So I can't stay at the bottom, because if I stay at the bottom, I won't be able to protect my love. This is the cause and effect of my fate that I must bear for choosing such a beautiful woman. Mrs. Su nodded. My son is not that stupid. Yi Kunlun bowed her head in shame, feeling a little guilty. She had caused trouble for others. Mom, how can I enter the upper class? Han Lingfeng asked. Mrs. Su fell silent, and then her eyes gradually became deep. Chapter 89 Weaving a Web. Mom, how can I enter the upper class? Han Lingfeng asked. Mrs. Su fell silent. Then his eyes gradually became deep. I originally thought that if I let you marry Shinruoshi, that would be the fastest way to enter the upper class. At this point, Mrs. Su glanced at Yi Kunlun and said, but now it seems that this cannot be done. Yi Kunlun lowered his head in shame, thinking that he was such a trouble. Now. Mrs. Su fell into deep thought. We can only weave a net of our own, a net big enough to fight against those hungry wolves, tigers, and lions. Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng looked at Mrs. Su with deep eyes at the same time. How should this net be woven? First, we need to integrate all resources, make use of everything we can, and strengthen our own strength. Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng listened carefully. The Su group and the Yi group are secretly merging. In name, the Su group is still the Su group, and the Yi group is still the Yi group, but we need to establish a general commander. Mrs. Su thought for a moment before continuing. The headquarters is located in Xicheng. The reason why it is located in Xicheng is because Xicheng is the center between Zhugang and Nanchang. In addition, neither of our companies has expanded their business in that city. We can expand new business and strength there. At the same time, we can remotely control the two companies from a distance. The Su group and the Yi group share funds and resources. The two sides work closely together, and the allocation and regulation are carried out by the general command. We will name the headquarters Tiandi Group. Tiandi Group can call on the resources and funds of the two companies at any time to expand its business and network. Tiandi Group wants to use the resources and connections of the two companies to quickly occupy the Xicheng market and become the #1 group company in Xicheng. This is our goal. When Tiandi Group grows stronger, Zhugang, Xicheng and Nanchang will be connected into one line. All the resources and connections in these places will be in our hands, which is equivalent to us controlling the resources and connections of 3 major provinces. But this is not enough. We also need to expand to the surrounding areas. Zhugang, Xicheng and Nanchang are all marginal cities. Zhugang Su Group is expanding its business to the northeast, Xicheng's Tiandi Group is expanding its business to the north, and Nanchang is on the international border, connecting the Southeast Asian countries. Yes Group can expand its business to Southeast Asia. Yi Kunlun said hurriedly, we already have some cooperation with Southeast Asia, but the business scope of the cooperation is not large enough. It is not difficult to expand the scale of cooperation, as long as there is sufficient funds. Mrs. Su said hurriedly, this is not difficult. We will start by building up the Tiandi Group. After we make money from the Xicheng market, we will naturally have the funds. Mrs. Su waved her hand and said, let's not think too much about it for now. We can't eat a big fat man in one bite. We have to take it step by step. The first step is to establish the headquarters in Xicheng, Tiandi Group. At this point, Mrs. Su looked up at Yi Kunlun and said, this matter will be handled by Kunlun. Kunlun is very capable and is proficient in law, finance, corporate culture, corporate management, and the process of starting a company, etc. At this point, she added with a smile, when it comes to conquering the world, Kunlun is the best. Yi Kunlun lowered her head a little embarrassedly, but she was not modest at all. She was indeed a talented horse. Then what should I do? Han Lingfeng asked. Mrs. Su stared at Han Lingfeng for a few seconds and said, you only have one task, and that is to learn. Learn how to see through human nature, learn how to find weaknesses and strengths in people. As long as you can find the weaknesses of others, you can control that person and make use of him/her. If you can find his/her strengths, you can control talents and make use of them for your own benefit. This is humanity. Yi Kunlun glanced at Mrs. Su and thought to herself that her mother-in-law was well versed in human nature. She thought Mrs. Su was both scary and cute. But no matter what, Ling Feng is lucky to have such an amazing mother. you also need to learn the way of heaven. Mrs. Su continued to say to Han Lingfeng, see through the essence of things, find out the laws governing the operation of the world, understand the logic of class, and understand the trajectory of social operation. Then where should I start learning? Han Lingfeng asked. The next second, Mrs. Su held a large pile of documents and placed them in front of him. This is the list of available people that I have collected, including their occupations, marital status, family background, habits, hobbies, appearance, etc. You have to remember them all in your mind. Don't just look at them casually, but learn them thoroughly. Han Lingfeng flipped to the first page of the topmost file and saw a photo of a middle-aged man in uniform, followed by a brief introduction. Lei Outyan, male, 57 years old, the governor of Southern Province, the pinnacle of power in Southern Province, fond of antiques, calligraphy and paintings. The following is the story of that governor, from his birth to how he became the governor of Southern Province, a whole life trajectory. Han Lingfeng turned to the second page, which showed a middle-aged man in a tang suit. Han Lingfeng silently read the introduction. Huang Tianhu, 55 years old, is the underground boss of Nanchang. He controls all the important large-scale entertainment venues in Nanchang, as well as the coal mining market, etc. He is active in the gray area, is upright and chivalrous, and is a person worth making friends with. Han Lingfeng turned to the third page, which showed a middle-aged man with a bald head and a scar on his face. Brief introduction. Zhou Gang, nicknamed Ganzi, 40 years old, is a member of the underground evil forces in Nanchang. He is a lecherous and ruthless person. He usually does things without principles and bottom line, and is very beastly. He has been engaged in criminal business activities in Nanchang for many years and has certain connections and backgrounds. When reading about this person, Han Lingfeng thought to himself that he must pay more attention to this person in the future. Kunlun is so beautiful, there is no guarantee that he will not be tempted to take risks. Then, he read the following profiles and personal stories, including those from other provinces. It took him a whole week to read through all the character names and introductions. After reading it, he stood silently in front of the window for a long time. The things his mother gave him seemed to open a window to his worldview. People and things that were previously unknown, human nature and instincts, all seemed to be more clear now. Many people and things overturned his original cognitive limitations. Many people who are in the light may not be so bright. Many people who are in the dark may not be that dark. Human nature, humanity, and animality may be infinitely magnified beyond imagination. At this moment, he seemed to have matured a lot. He also realized his own shallowness and insignificance. In order to protect Kunlun and himself, and to protect their love from being harmed, he must work hard, and work hard again. He picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Kunlun, who had already gone to Xiqing to start the establishment of the Tiandi group. Dear, I seem to have come to know myself again. My life is no longer confused. I know what I want to do and what I should do. Then, he sent another message. I already have basic confidence in protecting you and our love. Next, I will work hard to strengthen my own strength. I firmly believe that we will overcome all difficulties and move towards a lifetime. Finally, he sent another message. I will definitely become a luxury yacht that can carry your pearl. Yi Kunlun, who was far away in Xiqing, looked at the message on his mobile phone and a happy smile appeared on his face. Then she replied with 3 words, I love you. Chapter 90. Approaching Lei Du's daughter. That night was an important turning point for Han Lingfeng to get close to Lei Outyan's daughter. Han Lingfeng wanted to use Mr. Lei Du, the most powerful man in Southern Province, to strengthen his own strength. If Mr. Lei Du's weakness is antique calligraphy and paintings, then his daughter Lei Chanxian is his Achilles heel. Therefore, as long as we can deal with Lei Chanxian, we will be close to dealing with Lei Du. Lei Chanxian's biggest weakness is that she likes to go to entertainment venues, which is a weakness shared by many vulgar second-generation rich people. Han Lingfeng had already figured out Lei Chanxian. Only by targeting the right target can you hit the target every time. That girl would go to bars with her classmates every Saturday and Sunday night, and they would go to different bars. Han Lingfeng knew that something would happen to her sooner or later. If you walk by the river often, how can you get your shoes wet? All he had to do was wait. He asked bodyguards to protect Lei Chanxian in secret, or to follow her, and told them to report to him immediately if there was any movement. Finally, on that dark and windy night, the bodyguard who had been secretly watching Lei Chanxian called to report to him. Master, Lei Chanxian and her classmates came to the Red High Heels bar again. Some guys with bad intentions seem to be targeting them. Don't act rashly, wait for me. Han Lingfeng ordered. He wants to go and save the beauty personally. He drove quickly to the Red Heels bar. His mother bought him a Range Rover. After parking the car in front of the bar, he rushed into the bar. Several bodyguards immediately ran towards him and bowed to him. "Master, where are the people?" He was naturally asking Lei Chanqian. "Over there." Bodyguard away pointed at several girls dancing on the dance floor. Those girls were Lei Chanqian and her classmates. At this moment, several men with tattoos on their arms were dancing around them. Those men didn't look like good people at first glance, and they kept looking at those girls with obscene eyes. Lei Chanqian and the other girls were probably having so much fun that they didn't notice that danger was approaching. Suddenly, the man in the floral shirt and chewing gum touched Lei Chanqian's butt. Lei Chanqian was wearing a sexy miniskirt, so when the man touched her, he put his hand under her skirt. Lei Chanqian stopped dancing instantly and turned to look at the man who had groped her. I guess she was both shocked and angry at the moment. The man in the flowered shirt had a shameless smile on his face and looked at Lei Chanqian with lustful eyes. "What are you doing?" Lei Chanqian suddenly pushed the man in the flowered shirt with her hand in annoyance. Her roar caused her classmates to stop dancing and turn around to look. They all obviously realized what was happening. Beauty. The man in the flowered shirt still had a shameless smile on his face. "Let's play together." The word play from his mouth sounded extremely frivolous. Lei Chanqian obviously felt insulted. "Fuck your mother." Her eyes suddenly showed deep anger, and while yelling, she slapped the man in the flowered shirt on the face. After all, she is the daughter of Master Lei Du. How can she allow herself to be teased by others? Those thugs obviously didn't know that she was Lei Du's daughter, and probably just treated her as an ordinary student. "Little sister, you have quite a temper." The man in the flowered shirt rubbed his cheek that was hurt by the slap, then his eyes suddenly became sharp, and then he slapped Lei Chanqian in the face with his backhand. Pa! The slap from the man in the flowered shirt was much heavier than the one Lei Chanqian had given him. This caused Lei Chanqian to stagger and almost fall to the ground. "Young master." The bodyguard asked Han Lingfeng whether he should go up and help. "Wait a little longer and let her learn a lesson." Han Lingfeng said. "If this girl doesn't suffer a little, she will never know the dangers of hanging out in nightclubs. If Han Lingfeng doesn't help her now, it's the same as helping her." Lei Chanqian was obviously stunned after being slapped. "Hey, why are you hitting people?" Several of Lei Chanqian's female classmates shouted and accused the man in the flowered shirt. "What's wrong with me hitting her?" The man in the flowered shirt said, and then he kicked Lei Chanqian to the ground and said arrogantly, "I hit her, so what? What's wrong with you?" The female classmates had never seen such a person before and had no idea how to respond, so they could only care about Lei Chanqian, who was lying on the ground. "Chanqian, how are you?" Lei Chanqian was lying on the ground with her body bent over, holding her stomach with a look of pain on her face. It was obvious that the kick was quite severe. You actually dared to hit Chanqian. Do you know who Chanqian's father is?" A female classmate said excitedly, pointing at the boy in the flowered shirt. Puff. The man in the flowered shirt spat the gum in his mouth toward the girl. He didn't seem to be interested in questions like what kind of person is her father? And was only thinking about the prey in front of him. These girls are all good looking. Man, we're in for a treat tonight. The man in the flowered shirt had a mouth full of animal desires. His buddies had smiles full of animalistic desires on their faces. "Let's go. Let's go to the hotel, get a room, and have a big fight." The man in the flowered shirt shouted in a cool voice. Several thugs immediately grabbed one of the girls and tried to take them away by force. The women screamed in fear at each other. The man in the flowered shirt also jumped up from the ground, grabbed Lei Chanqian's hair, lifted her up, held her in his arms, and was about to leave. Lei Chanqian seemed to have not yet recovered from the exhaustion caused by the stomach pain. She was like a lamb to be slaughtered. The man in the flowered shirt held her hair with one hand and held her waist with the other, pushing her forward. When they reached the door of the bar, Han Lingfeng and several of his bodyguards were standing at the door, blocking their way. The man in the flowered shirt raised his head and looked at Han Lingfeng, asking him to make way with his eyes. Han Lingfeng stood there, staring at the man in the flowered shirt, and did not move away. "Don't you have any fucking eyes? You saw people coming and you didn't give way." The man in the flowered shirt glared at Han Lingfeng with a pair of fierce eyes and yelled at him. "There is no point in talking to this kind of person. Han Lingfeng will just attack directly, and his attack must be heavy." Therefore, as soon as the man in the flowered shirt finished cursing, Han Lingfeng slapped him in the face. Pa! His hand was like a big iron fan, heavily fanning the greasy and plump face of the man in the flowered shirt. The man in the flowered shirt fell to one side. It was no wonder that he had practiced this before. The man in the flowered shirt was about 180 centimeters tall and weighed a lot, but he still fell to one side like a wooden stake. When he fell, Han Lingfeng grabbed Lei Qianxian, who was under his control. Lei Qianxian's whole body crashed into Han Lingfeng's arms, and Han Lingfeng clearly felt his chest soften. It was all because Lei Qianxian was too plump. Han Lingfeng felt very uncomfortable and immediately let go of her waist. This kind of touch feels completely different from the touch with Kunlun. But Lei Qianxian just looked at him stupidly. At that moment, in Lei Qianxian's eyes, she probably thought he was a hero. Her two hands were still tightly grasping his waist on both sides, almost pulling the flesh off his waist. "Beauty, can you let me go? You're pinching me and it hurts," Han Lingfeng said awkwardly. Lei Qianxian finally came to her senses and quickly opened her hands. She looked very uncomfortable. She lowered her head, blushing, and her heart was beating fast. At the same time, Han Lingfeng's bodyguards had already knocked down the remaining thugs and rescued Lei Qianxian's female classmates. The bodyguards threw a few thugs in front of Han Lingfeng and made them kneel on the ground. "Young master, what should we do?" the bodyguard asked Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng hesitated for a moment, then looked at Lei Qianxian. "Beauty, how about you take care of it?" Lei Qianxian was eager to vent her anger, so she didn't refuse and immediately glared at the man in the flowered shirt with hatred. It seems that the daughter of Master Lei Du is going to show her dignity and live up to her father's orders. Chapter 91: Sharp Purpose. Why did you save me just now? After kicking the man in the flowered shirt in the balls, Lei Qianxian looked up and asked Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng stared at Lei Qianxian for a few seconds, then said bluntly, "I want you to introduce me to your father." Yes, getting close to Lei Qianxian is not the goal, getting close to her father is the goal. "Do you know who my father is?" Lei Qianxian's eyes were full of vigilance. There were many people who wanted to take advantage of her to get her father. "Of course I know, your father is Lei Du Lei Outyan," Han Lingfeng said. "Why do you want to see my father?" Lei Qianxian asked immediately. "I want to make a deal with your father," Han Lingfeng said bluntly. "I can't help you." Lei Qianxian turned around and was about to leave. "Miss Lei." Han Lingfeng grabbed Lei Qianxian's arm and looked at her with pleading eyes. "This matter is very important to me." Looking at Han Lingfeng's sincere eyes, Lei Qianxian was not moved. Because if she had to help everyone who asked her for help, her father would be very busy. "I still can't help you." Lei Qianqiani was about to leave. Han Lingfeng tightly grasped her arm and shouted, "You should be grateful. I just saved you." "I didn't ask you to save me, let go." Lei Qianxian angrily tried to shake off Han Lingfeng's hand. "Besides, you didn't really want to save me, you just approached me with a purpose." "Even if I approached you with a purpose, it is a fact that I saved you. If I hadn't helped you just now, you and your female classmates would have been taken to the hotel by those thugs and got into a big fight," Han Lingfeng said. Han Lingfeng is not a person who would repay a favor by taking advantage of it, but meeting Lei Outyan is extremely important to him, so he can only pester his daughter. But Lei Qianxian's attitude was very cold. "So what? I said I won't help you, so I won't help you. Can you really throw me back into the hands of those hooligans?" Seeing that Lei Qianxian refused to help him no matter what he said, it seemed that soft tactics didn't work and he had to take a risky tactic. "I'm sorry, Miss Lei." Han Lingfeng's eyes suddenly became decisive, and he winked at the bodyguard. The bodyguard immediately picked up Lei Qianxian with one hand and forced her into the car amid her panic, struggle, and screams. Then, they drove away in the panic and astonishment of the female classmates. They took Lei Qianxian to Longtan Villa. Then Han Lingfeng used Lei Qianxian's phone to call Lei Du. "Lei Du, your daughter is in my hands. You have 30 minutes to get to Longtan Villa. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I will do to your daughter." He deliberately used such threatening words to provoke Lei Du, so that Lei Du would come to see him as soon as possible. Because the deal he wanted to reach with Master Lei Du was really important to him. Less than 30 minutes later, Lei Du arrived in a hurry, bringing a large number of subordinates with him. It was quite a big scene. As soon as they arrived, they immediately surrounded Longtan Villa. Han Lingfeng stood at the door to greet him. "Master Lei, you don't need to make such a big fuss. The situation is not as serious as you think. Just withdraw them all so that no one can see them and cause any misunderstanding. Just now, you were the one who talked to me on the phone? Lei Outyan squinted his eyes and looked at Han Lingfeng in disbelief. He couldn't believe that such a young man dared to say such words to him on the phone. How much courage does it take to dare to do such things? Yes, it's me. Han Lingfeng looked very calm and composed. This was because he was very open-minded. He just wanted to make a deal with Lei Duyan in an open and honest manner. He had no reason to feel guilty about it. Lei Outyan reached for the gun at his waist with one hand, and at the same time stared at Han Lingfeng with an extremely gloomy and sharp gaze, gritting his teeth and saying, "How dare you kidnap my daughter, Lei Outyan? It seems that you have felt that you have had enough of life at such a young age, and you want to die." "Master Lei, you misunderstood." Han Lingfeng hurriedly explained, "I didn't kidnap Miss Ling. On the contrary, 15 minutes ago, I saved her in the Red High Heels bar. I had no choice but to say those disrespectful words to you on the phone before, because only in this way could I see you as quickly as possible." The hand that was touching the gun on his waist slowly loosened, and Lei Outyan's eyes showed doubt. After staring at Han Lingfeng for a few seconds, he asked, "Where is my daughter now?" "She is playing mobile games on the sofa in the living room." Han Lingfeng made an invitation gesture and invited Lei Outyan to come into the house. Lei Outyan hurriedly stepped in and saw his daughter sitting on the sofa, playing mobile games and giggling while playing. "This silly girl." Lei Outyan glared at his daughter in dismay, but he did not blame her or even disturb her. He stepped back and lowered his voice, saying to Han Lingfeng, "You just said that you wanted to see me? Then why did you want to see me?" Han Lingfeng saw that this was not the place to talk, so he quickly made an invitation gesture, "Master Lei, please move to the study." Seeing him acting so sneaky, Lei Outyan wasn't sure what tricks he was going to play. But he went to the study as he wished. After arriving at the study, Han Lingfeng closed the door. After making sure that no one could hear him, he lowered his voice and said to Lei Outyan, "I want Master Lei to recommend me to join the Lizard Organization." "What did you say?" Lei Outyan's eyes suddenly widened, and at the same time, he instinctively reached for the gun on his waist, then shook his head and said in an ignorant manner, "I don't understand what you are saying." "Master Lei, I am sincere." Han Lingfeng looked at Lei Outyan with a pair of sincere eyes. "I know that you are a member of the Lizard Organization. I have come all this way to meet you just to ask you to recommend me to join the Lizard Organization." Seeing the young man's sincere eyes, Lei Outyan's tense nerves relaxed a little. Then he stared at Han Lingfeng with a deep gaze. "How did you know? I am a member of the Lizard Organization?" The Lizard Organization is a very secretive and large organization, generally unknown to outsiders. How did this young man know about it? Han Lingfeng naturally learned about this from the pile of files his mother gave him. It was from that time that he truly knew what he should do and what kind of person he should become. "Please tell me how I found out." "It's not convenient for me to tell you, Master. Do I naturally have my own ways?" Lei Outyan slowly loosened his hand on the gun at his waist. He suddenly felt that the young man in front of him was not an ordinary person. Everyone has their own background and rules, so he didn't ask how he knew it. He calmed himself down, stared at Han Lingfeng with a probing look, and asked, "Why do you want to join the Lizard Organization?" Chapter 92. A young man who was extremely determined because of love. Lei Outyan stared at Han Lingfeng with a probing look and asked, "Why do you want to join the Lizard Organization?" Han Lingfeng raised his head and looked out the window and said, "Because of love." "Because of love?" Lei Outyan was stunned. He really couldn't understand why a young man would want to join the Lizard Organization because of love. Shouldn't it be for fame, fortune, and power? "I love my wife deeply, but she is too beautiful." Han Lingfeng said worriedly, "I know there are many people who are thinking about her behind her back, including many powerful and wealthy people, and I am too ordinary." His eyes became blurred. "I know that if I fall in love with such a beautiful woman, I must take this risk, because a pearl that is too dazzling will inevitably be snatched away by people. She and I truly love each other, so I can't let her fall into the hands of others, or be killed by others. At the same time, I don't want to be like Wu Dalong or Lin Chong, a cowardly man who can't even protect his wife. So, I must be strong." Han Lingfeng shouted. His eyes were filled with deep determination, the kind of look that only comes from someone with some kind of unshakable belief. Lei Outyan looked at the young man with deep eyes. He nodded and said, "I think I know who the wife you are talking about is." As he said this, he looked at Han Lingfeng with incredible eyes again. "I think I also roughly understand why such a beautiful woman would be attracted to you. Because you are a true romantic. Do you think I'm vulgar?" As a man, I'm obsessed with love. Han Lingfeng looked up at Lei Outyan. No, on the contrary. Lei Outyan shook his head. Only those who understand romance, have noble souls, truly understand the meaning of life, and truly know how to enjoy life, dare to pursue true love. Love is something that not everyone can have, nor is it something that everyone deserves to have. I have also been in love before. Lei Outyan said, his eyes became moist and his voice became a little choked. I think you must love your wife very much. Han Lingfeng looked at him with emotion. Ah. Lei Outyan raised his head and let out a long sigh, saying with infinite sadness, it's a pity that my wife has already died. Dead? Han Lingfeng had actually read Lei Outyan's file and knew that his wife had died a long time ago, but at this moment he still exclaimed as if he knew nothing. This would also allow this middle-aged man to reveal all the sad past that he had suppressed in his heart. She passed away shortly after giving birth to my daughter. Lei Outyan's face showed deep sorrow, she had uterine cancer. I think it was probably because I didn't take good care of her. Lei Outyan's voice choked again. Han Lingfeng wanted to reach out and hold the middle-aged man's hand to comfort him, but he felt embarrassed. He could only comfort her with feeble words, don't think like that. Life is unpredictable. Many things are beyond human control. Fortunately. Lei Outyan's face turned from sadness to relief, she left me with a thought. She gave birth to a daughter for me. Han Lingfeng finally understood why Lei Outyan doted on his precious daughter without any limit. He also understood why Lei Chanxian became his Achilles heel. I think, Miss Chanxian, I must be the most important person in your life. Han Lingfeng also felt relieved like him. That's right, my daughter is the most precious thing in my life. Speaking of his precious daughter, a smile appeared on his face involuntarily. Everyone has the most precious thing in his or her life. Han Lingfeng's expression became serious. The most precious thing in his life is Yi Kunlun. Looking at this young but deep face and eyes, Long Outyan could completely empathize with him. He reached out and stroked Han Lingfeng's shoulder. Young man, I understand how you feel. In order to protect your wife and to prevent yourself from becoming Lin Chong or Wu Dalong, you are eager to become stronger. Yeah. Han Lingfeng nodded vigorously. Master Lei Du understood him. But there are many ways to make yourself stronger. Why do you choose the most dangerous and extreme one? Lei Outyan was referring to his desire to join the lizard organization. Han Lingfeng raised his head and looked into the distance, then said slowly, because that is the pinnacle of world power. I want to be the most powerful man in the world. Only then will no one dare to snatch my beloved woman away from me. Lei Outyan was shocked by the young man's words, but he immediately burst into laughter because he thought the young man was just dreaming. What are you laughing at? The young man seemed very angry. You think I'm childish, don't you? Lei Outyan felt a little ashamed of his momentary loss of composure. He stopped laughing, shook his head and said, young man, it's good to have ideals and ambitions, aspirations and beliefs, but don't dream of something that is out of reach. Han Lingfeng clenched his fists tightly. His arms trembled because he was squeezing too hard. He made a great wish and said, it may be out of reach for others, but I can definitely do it. Lei Outyan poured a basin of cold water on him. Why do you do that? I have a firm heart, a strong faith, and a deep love for my wife. Han Lingfeng's eyes showed deep determination. Love can inspire people's potential, make them brave and fearless. Love can help people overcome all difficulties. Love is invincible. Lei Outyan was deeply shocked by the young man's words, although he was not sure whether the power of love was really so powerful. He looked at the young man in silence for a long time, then said, okay. I'd like to recommend you to join the lizard organization. Really? Han Lingfeng was pleasantly surprised and bowed to Long Outyan in a hurry. Thank you. Don't be too happy. Lei Outyan's face turned serious. To join the lizard organization, you must first pay a membership fee of 10 billion. 10 billion? Is that so much? Han Lingfeng was deeply surprised. You should know that the members of the lizard organization are all elites of society. Not everyone can get in. 10 billion is just the basic threshold fee. He glanced at Han Lingfeng with contempt. If you want to enter a place like that, it depends on whether you have the capital. It's only 10 billion. What's so great about it? Han Lingfeng handed a bank card to Lei Outyan. I'll pay the membership fee now. Lei Outyan was surprised that this young man could easily come up with 10 billion. It seemed that he was indeed not an ordinary person. But he did not take the card immediately, but continued to say vigilantly, even if I bring you into the organization, you may not be able to stay. You have to submit a letter of commitment. Many people were kicked out because they couldn't submit a letter of commitment. They lost 10 billion in membership fees and got nothing in the end. What kind of token of allegiance? Han Lingfeng asked hurriedly. The organization will make arrangements by then, and everyone's pledge of allegiance will be different, said Lei Outyan. Then what was your original token of allegiance? Han Lingfeng asked curiously. I did. Humph, why should I tell you? This is a confidential matter and cannot be disclosed. Lei Outyan snorted coldly and glared at him. Han Lingfeng did not ask any more questions, but his eyes were determined. He said fiercely, no matter what, I must join the lizard organization. All right. Lei Outyan continued to pour cold water on this stubborn young man. Even if you successfully submit your letter of surrender, it will be difficult for you to survive. Why? Han Lingfeng shouted. Because new members will first undergo brutal training, and many people have died in the brutal training, said Lei Outyan. But didn't you survive? Han Lingfeng smiled at him. If you can do it, I can do it too. Okay. Lei Outyan gnashed his teeth at the stubbornness of the young man, and then he continued, after passing the training, you will be assigned a mission to an extremely dangerous place, and you will experience a life or death ordeal. As Lei Outyan spoke, his eyes gradually became distracted, filled with fear, as if his thoughts had drifted to the bloody scenes he had experienced before. But you still survived. If you can do it, I can do it too. Han Lingfeng said optimistically. Lei Outyan's thoughts were interrupted. He came back to his senses with a start. He glanced at Han Lingfeng and said, well, if you really survive this life or death test, you can become the pinnacle of power in a province like me. No. Han Lingfeng growled. He looked up into the distance and said through gritted teeth, I want to be the pinnacle of power in the world. Because only in this way can I fully protect my wife. Looking at the strong desire for power and belief in love in the young man's eyes, Lei Outyan was completely shocked. He stared at him for a long time, then said calmly and thoughtfully, young man, do you know what kind of struggle you have to go through to reach the pinnacle of power? It is a struggle where people are killed without shedding blood and eaten without spitting out bones. As the saying goes, one general's success will last for eternity. You. At this point, he stopped talking and turned his head to look at his not-so-tall body. Then he shook his head and sighed deeply. Finally, he threw down a few words and walked away. He didn't even take his membership fee. 3 days later at 2 a.m., you will be at the top of Pingdingshan Mountain, where an organized helicopter will pick you up. Chapter 93. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. At night, Han Lingfeng was lying on the bed and sending a message to Yi Kunlun. My dear, there is something I have decided without discussing it with you, but I feel I must tell you. Han Lingfeng said it so seriously, which was quite different from his usual light-hearted and playful style of messaging. Yi Kunlun, holding the phone, felt vaguely uneasy. She replied timidly, what's the matter? I joined the Lizard Order. Lizard Organization? She had never heard of it. She recalled all the history she knew from ancient times to the present, both in China and abroad, and never found any book that mentioned anything about the Lizard Organization. She searched the internet with her phone, but she couldn't find any reference to the Lizard Organization. But she did find a lot of pictures of lizards. What is the Lizard Organization? She replied hurriedly. Han Lingfeng thought for a moment and replied, the Lizard Organization, let's put it this way, that's the other side of the world my mom talked about. It's a mysterious organization that controls all the resources in the world, including wealth, power, and people. Han Lingfeng patiently explained, on the surface, each country is a separate country, but in fact, all countries are controlled by one organization, that is the Lizard Organization. The Lizard Organization's power and economic networks extend all over the world. Every corner of the world belongs to this organization. And those veins are made up of members of the Lizard Organization. But you don't know who the members are or how many there are, because it's confidential. No one knows except the top leaders of the Lizard Organization. Maybe a famous or powerful person you see is a member of the Lizard Organization, but maybe not. In short, what you see on the surface is just on the surface, and what you can't see is what others don't want you to see. So many of us can only see one side of the world, but not the other side. Looking at the messages Han Lingfeng passed on one by one, Yi Kunlun took a deep breath. This world is too scary. But what she didn't understand was how Han Lingfeng joined this organization, or why he joined this organization. And what kind of benefits could this organization bring him? She replied, "You said you joined this organization. I want to know why and why you joined." Han Lingfeng calmed down and replied, "The reason is that I want to become stronger. Only when I become stronger can I protect you and our love. The purpose is that I want to reach the top of the lizard organization and become the most powerful man in the world. The ultimate purpose of doing this is to protect you and our love." Then he added, "The cause is the purpose is the cause, and the cycle repeats itself." Yi Kunlun felt a pang in her heart and tears welled up in her eyes. She was such a big trouble. She took a deep breath, trying to keep herself calm, and then edited the message and sent it. "What are the risks, and what are the chances of success?" Han Lingfeng thought for a while and decided not to hide it from her. "The risk factor is very high. It may be a life or death situation. The chance of success. I will definitely succeed, and I must succeed." Yi Kunlun closed his eyes and took a deep breath again. "When are we leaving?" "Tomorrow night at 2 o'clock, at the top of Pingdingshan Mountain, an organized helicopter will come to pick me up. I'll book the fastest flight right away, just wait for me." Yi Kunlun used direct language and walked towards the secretary's office in front while speaking. "What?" Han Lingfeng was a little flustered. "I don't want you to send me off. You don't have to come. I don't want to say goodbye in front of you. I'm not here to say goodbye to you. If it's not goodbye, then why are you here?" Han Lingfeng became more and more panicked. "I want to do this with you one more time before you leave." Of course, she sent this message in text. Han Lingfeng was stunned. "Don't worry, I will never see you off for 18 miles, and I will never say goodbye in person. I will leave as soon as I am done." Han Lingfeng was even more stunned. He stopped breathing for a long time, and then a smile gradually appeared on his face. Then, he replied, "I'll take a shower and wait for you, don't worry, take your time." But Yi Kunlun couldn't wait. She booked the fastest flight from West City to South City and rushed over in a hurry. To her, every second at this moment seemed like the gradual dissipation of life. It was so precious that she could not afford to waste it. But even if she was as fast as she could, it still took her more than 2 hours to get on the road. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening when we arrived at Longtan Villa. Han Lingfeng had been waiting for her at the entrance of the villa since the moment she boarded the plane. When she came, he was standing there stretching his legs because his legs were sore from standing. When Secretary Chen's book suddenly stopped about 10 meters away from him, he looked up. Yi Kunlun opened the car door and got out. She was holding a bag in her hand and walked towards him in a hurry with staggering steps. Nothing was said. She kissed him immediately, holding him with one arm and holding the bag with the other. Han Lingfeng reached out and pulled the bag from her hand and threw it on the ground, so that she could hug him with her other hand as well. They hugged each other and kissed, then walked into the house. Secretary Chen got out of the car, picked up Yi Kunlun's bag from the ground, looked into the house, and then turned around and got into the car. She would wait for Mr. Yi in the car because she would have to take her to the airport later, and Mr. Yi had to rush back to Xiqing tonight. In Han Lingfeng's bedroom, Yi Kunlun pushed him down on the bed and stripped off his clothes. Then she took off her clothes too. Han Lingfeng looked at her with a dazed look. Her body swayed in the moonlight coming in from the window, like a fairy in the shadows of time. She's like a wild horse. He's like another wild horse. Finally, she looked at him with tears in her eyes, holding his sweaty head tightly in her hands. The hair on his forehead and temples were wet with sweat. Han Lingfeng looked at the goddess with tears streaming down her face. The way she shed tears was so beautiful and heartbreaking. He stretched out his hand, pulled her body down, and held her tightly in his arms. Her wet face was pressed tightly against his smooth chest, and tears flowed out like a stream, silently but continuously. He kept kissing her forehead and hair, hugging her tightly again and again. After an unknown amount of time, she squeezed out words from her throat and slightly open mouth, "You must come back alive." It was as if her soul had been drained out, and she couldn't tell whether she was numb or heartbroken. If you die, I will be a widow forever. I will honor your mother for you. Wait until your mother is gone. I'll go with you." He held her tightly with all his might, his whole body trembling, and squeezed out a response from between his clenched teeth, as if swearing, "I will never die. I will come back alive to marry you. I want to be with you forever. I will never die." Chapter 94, Love's Parting and Love's Return. It was 2 o'clock in the morning when Yi Kunlun left. While he's sleeping, she couldn't say goodbye to him in person. She didn't stop him because she understood that he had his beliefs. Although his journey was extremely dangerous, and there was even a possibility that she didn't dare to think about that ending. But she would not stop him, nor would she cry and try to keep him, because that was not what he wanted to see. For them, the best way to say goodbye is not to say goodbye to each other face to face. Before leaving, she placed a specially printed waterproof photo on the bedside table. She thought Ling Feng would need it on the battlefield. It was a photo of her ID card with a red background. Ling Feng understood her, and he would understand the value and meaning of that photo. This was the best thing she could give him at this moment. After putting the photo away, she looked at him deeply for the last time. Then he turned around and walked away quickly with steady and quick steps. She didn't look back, nor did she shed tears. But she will wait. Wait till the day he returns. She firmly believed that he would return. Because he is the person who loves her most in the whole world. She firmly believed, as he did, that true love was invincible, and therefore, he would definitely overcome all difficulties and return. At 1 o'clock in the middle of the second night, Han Lingfeng was about to set off. He held the photo on the bedside table in his arms as if it were a treasure. He had a smile on his face. This was the best farewell gift that his dear Kunlun had given him. Then, he took the same firm and powerful steps as her. They left this warm nest that belonged to them without looking back. At 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, on the top of Pingding Mountain, a helicopter with the Lizard Organization logo printed on it came to greet Han Lingfeng. Before boarding the plane, he remembered that there was something he had not yet done. So, I sent a few WeChat messages to Yi Kunlun. When I'm not around, if there are any problems that you can't solve, go and ask Lei Outyan Lei Du for help. He turned his head to look at Lei Outyan beside him and continued, although Lei Outyan and I have only met once, we are friends of gentlemen. At the same time, I will entrust him to protect your personal safety. Also, please tell my mother that I have joined the Lizard Organization. After thinking for a while, he said, if she is sad, please comfort her for me. Please, help me take care of her. After sending the message, he looked up at Lei Outyan and said, my wife's safety is in your hands. Lei Outyan looked at the young man with a deep gaze and promised solemnly, go with peace of mind. I, Lei Outyan, guarantee you with my daughter's life. As far as I can, I will not allow any evildoers to touch Yi Kunlun. Thank you. Han Lingfeng bowed deeply to Lei Outyan. Then he turned around and walked towards the helicopter with powerful steps. Watching the helicopter fly away into the night sky, Lei Outyan waved his hands toward the sky and murmured, good luck to you, young man. 7 years later. Bloody battlefield. Han Lingfeng killed the last few powerful opponents. Holding a long sword, although he was already exhausted, he still supported himself with his strong belief and refused to fall. His battle suit was already covered in blood. At his feet were piles of dead bodies. He stood among the dead bodies, looking out at the devastated battlefield around him, unable to escape from this nightmare-like reality. It was not until he found that no more enemies appeared that he realized that he had killed all the enemies that prevented him from reaching the top. At this moment, he was already standing at the top of the world. He picked up the golden token from the pool of blood, then raised it high into the sky and roared, Yi Kunlun. I succeeded. I succeeded. I succeeded. The subordinates who came from all directions knelt on the ground and shouted in unison, long live the monarch. 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 The shouts resounded throughout the battlefield, and even shook the entire world. Han Lingfeng stared at everything in front of him with eyes as deep as the abyss. Until he confirmed again that he had indeed reached the highest peak and became the ruler of the entire world was already in his hands. He then gradually relaxed his vigilance until he calmed down. Then he wiped the blood off his hands and slowly took out the waterproof photo from his arms with trembling hands. 7 years have passed, and the photos have become a little yellowed after years of exposure, but they are still clean without a single flaw. In the past 7 years, he has gone through untold hardships, fallen into the abyss countless times, hit the bottom of the valley countless times, and struggled on the verge of death countless times. It was this woman in the photo who gave him infinite strength and saved his life. It is the belief in love that brings him infinite strength. True love is always invincible. He gently stroked the woman in the photo and shed tears of gratitude and joy. Kunlun, I did it, I kept my promise. I have reached the pinnacle of world power and become the most powerful man in the world. I finally have enough ability to protect you and our love. I am, finally, worthy of you. Only the most powerful man in the world can be worthy of your beauty. Kunlun, wait for me, I will come back to marry you. Southern Province, a mountain village. Don't come over here, or I will die in front of you. Yi Kunlun held a small knife tightly in his hand, with the tip of the knife against his neck artery, as if it would slide in at any time. She used this to threaten the man in front of her and stop him from getting close to her. Over the past few years, she has mostly used this method to drive this man away. The man in front of me no longer has the handsome demeanor of the national husband of the past. At the age of 40, he has gained weight. But his desire for this woman remained the same as before, and was even stronger than before. Seeing her at this moment, she used this method of dying to make her will clear, forcing him to be unable to get close to her. Shen Sanxiao was in great pain. It's been 7 years, Kunlun. I have been pursuing you for 7 years. Why are you unwilling to give me a chance? I've told you a long time ago that I won't marry anyone except Han Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun growled at the snobbish and sinister man in front of her. Han Lingfeng, Han Lingfeng, Han Lingfeng. I have heard this name thousands of times. He roared at Yi Kunlun. He no longer had the elegance and respectability he once had, and all he had left was hysteria and anger that came from not getting what he wanted. It's been 7 years, why can't you forget him? Didn't you say he joined the army? Why haven't you heard from him in 7 years? Maybe he died on the battlefield a long time ago. Yi Kunlun would not tell anyone that Han Lingfeng had joined the lizard organization because it was a secret that could not be told. So, she told others that Han Lingfeng had joined the army. He has been dead for a long time, do you understand? Young Master Shen roared at her. No, he won't. She shook her head. He won't die. I firmly believe that he will come back, so I will wait for him. I will wait no matter how long it takes. So just give up on this idea and stop bothering me. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Young Master Shen yelled at her. Get out. She pointed at the country road next to the field, where Mr. Shen's luxury car was parked. Drive your car out of Xinjia village. You still want to live like this, don't you? Ha? You still want to live like this, hungry and hungry? Young Master Shen kicked over her basket of wild vegetables on the ground. The basket rolled to one side, and the wild vegetables in the basket fell to the ground. Those were wild vegetables that she had picked after running all over the mountains and fields for 3 hours. That was Secretary Chen, Mrs. Su, and the 3 of them. They had been relying on this to fill their stomachs for the past 3 years. This was their food, and young Master Shen was trampling on their food. This situation happened more than once or twice, she was used to it. She hurried over, picked up the basket on the ground, and put the vegetables back into the basket. Looking at this cowardly woman, Third Master Shen was so angry that he was shaking. He rushed over and grabbed Yi Kunlun's shoulders, asking excitedly, "Why do you live such a cowardly life? You used to be the president of the Yi group, but now you regard a few wild vegetables as treasures. Why do you live such a cowardly life? Are you a coward? You are my fault." Yi Kunlun roared and pushed young Master Shen away with force. Third Master Shen leaned back and stared at her in a daze. Even though she was down and out now, she still had a strong aura and was still so stunningly beautiful. Chapter 95, Going Crazy Because of Desire. Are you a coward? You are my fault. Yi Kunlun roared and pushed young Master Shen away with force. Young Master Shen leaned back and stared at her in a daze. Even though she was down and out now, she still had a strong aura and was still as stunningly beautiful. Young Master Shen was stunned for a moment, his eyes filled with infinite desire and his throat swallowed involuntarily. Don't look at me like that. Yi Kunlun's eyes showed deep disgust. To her, such a look was a kind of blasphemy. But at this moment, young Master Shen could no longer control the desire in his heart, and he suddenly hugged Yi Kunlun. Kunlun, please let me hug you, please let me kiss you, I can't stand it anymore, I really can't stand it anymore. Young Master Shen said crazily, he hugged Yi Kunlun tightly. For a moment, this close contact caused his body to suddenly shudder with an intense feeling, as if he had been electrocuted. The extremely wonderful pleasure instantly spread from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and reached every part of his body, causing his whole body to shiver violently. Yi Kunlun's pupils widened. She didn't expect that young Master Shen had fallen to this point. A strong feeling of disgust and anger instantly rushed through her mind. Her eyes suddenly showed a cold look, and then she grabbed young Master Shen's neck with her claws. Ah! The stinging sensation made young Master Shin let her go instinctively, as if he had been suddenly bitten by a snake. At the same time, the wonderful feeling in the body disappeared instantly. Young Master Shin touched his neck, and there were several long bloody marks clearly visible on his neck where Yi Kunlun had scratched him. See? Young Master Shin curled his lips, his eyes full of anger. You. Yi Kunlun stared at Mr. Shin with her still cold eyes, and her anger made her nerves tense. She was like a soldier who was ready to fight to the death with the enemy. Looking at the woman in front of him who refused to obey him, young Master Shin felt pain and sadness. He looked up to the sky and sighed deeply, tears slowly flowing from his eyes. Kunlun, do you know how much I love you? I love you very much, really, I love you so much. Young Master Shin said, choking up. Love? Do you know what love is? Yi Kunlun stared at the poor man in front of her and shook her head. If you love me, how could you treat me like this? It was you who brought down the Su group, and it was you who had the Tiandi group shut down. It was also you who threatened my grandmother to kick me out of the Yi family and let Zhen Wanyue take over the management of the Yi group. It was you who took everything from me. And Master Lei, you used the power of your Shin family to remove him from his position as master, causing him and his daughter to have to work in a restaurant to make a living. Thinking of what young Master Shin had done to her, Yi Kunlun hated the man in front of her. I did all this for you. Shin Sanshao became angry. If you had married me earlier, I wouldn't have to go to such lengths to do these things to you. Do you know why I do this? I want to push you into a desperate situation, and then wait for you to ask me for help, wait for you to find me to rely on, wait for you to come to my side, become my woman, and enjoy my protection and love. That's enough. Yi Kunlun interrupted him, you are so terrible. Your understanding of love is simply incomprehensible to me. Just to get me, you took away everything from me and forced me into such a situation. Do you think that if you make me penniless and a pauper, I will be dependent on you? You think too highly of yourself, and you think too lowly of me. I, Yi Kunlun, will never bow to material things. I will not marry someone I don't love just for material things, because that is a blasphemy against love. I will not pollute my spiritual world because of it. You want to marry me? You're not worthy. Young Master Shin looked at the woman in front of him with mixed feelings. He was angry because of her disobedience and in pain because he could not get what he wanted. At the same time, he was fascinated by this woman because of her pure emotional logic and noble soul. He thought that the reason he loved her was because of her pure heart and her noble soul. He knew he was unworthy. But he really wanted her, like crazy, to have her. He couldn't accept the fact that she was trying so hard to refuse. He asked weakly, is it possible that I, Shinshan, am so unattractive to you, Yi Kunlun? He pointed at the surroundings and said, even if you are in such a situation and can only make a living by picking wild vegetables every day, you still refuse to marry me. In your eyes, am I, Shinshan, so unworthy of you? As he spoke, he became more and more pitiful, even if it's just a little bit of pity. I don't ask you to love me, I just ask you to be kind. As Shinshan spoke, tears flowed from his eyes and his voice became choked. Satisfy my heart that wants you so badly. I want you so badly. Can you, please be kind? He was begging, even pleading. He cried because of his own pity. Because he, the high and mighty Mr. Shin, was like a beggar begging for a woman's love. I'm sorry. I'm not a saint, I can't fulfill your wish. Yi Kunlun responded to him without hesitation and extremely coldly. After saying that, she bent down, picked up the basket of wild vegetables, and left. Why are you so heartless? Shinshan suddenly became extremely irritable and resentful, because he had bent down so much to beg her, but her indifference and ruthlessness made him feel that his self-esteem had been deeply trampled upon. Why do you treat me like this? Yi Kunlun stopped and turned around. I humiliated you? It's obviously you who humiliated yourself. What if I must marry you? He rushed over angrily and stood in front of her. Then you can only marry my corpse. Yi Kunlun's eyes showed decisiveness and indifference without any fear. Then she walked around him and continued walking. Shinshan pointed at her back angrily and roared, what if I want the body too? Yi Kunlun's heart was shaken so much that the basket in his hand fell to the ground. She turned around and looked at Shinshan in disbelief. Shinshan's entire face became extremely distorted. Have you gone so crazy? She couldn't believe it. That's right. Shinshan rushed in front of her again, staring at her with a pair of terrifying eyes. If I can't get you alive, then I want your corpse too. Boom. Yi Kunlun felt as if he was struck by lightning. His whole body was shocked. His hands and feet went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 96 Kunlun. I'm back. Kunlun. I'm back. Looking at the long tan villa in front of him, Han Lingfeng was extremely excited. After 7 years of separation, I am finally reunited with my beloved one at this moment. Han Lingfeng's heart was beating wildly with excitement at the thought that he would soon meet the person he had been thinking about day and night. He held his breath and moved forward bit by bit. His excited heart made his eyes shine with deep joy. Creaky. However, just as he walked to the door of the villa, the door opened and Shin Ruoshi walked out. Shin Ruoshi is now a big star. Her appearance and fashion sense have improved a lot compared to 7 years ago. She is now an elegant and mature woman, much more stable than before. She is no longer the noisy girl with no sense of boundaries. Shin Ruoshi raised her head, and when she saw Han Lingfeng, she was deeply shocked. Why are you here? Han Lingfeng frowned. Why did Shin Ruoshi come out of the villa? And she was holding a bag in her hand, clearly looking like an owner who was about to go out. Could it be that she came here to discuss something with Kunlun? Lingfeng? Before he could come to his senses, Shin Ruoshi had already run towards him and threw herself into his arms. This made Han Lingfeng feel very uncomfortable. He was not used to any woman touching him except Kunlun. But Shin Ruoshi hugged him tightly and started crying. Han Lingfeng thought that Shin Ruoshi was probably so excited that she cried because she hadn't seen him for 7 years. Han Lingfeng smiled awkwardly, then gently pushed her away and greeted her unnaturally, "Long time no see." Lingfeng, what took you so long to come back? Shin Ruoshi raised her moist eyes and looked at him. I heard from them that you went to the army. Why did you take so long? You didn't contact your family, and everyone thought you had. Going to the army? I guess that's what Kunlun said to the public. As for why we can't contact them, the Lizard organization has a rule. Once you go there, you can't contact the outside world. Han Lingfeng smiled at her and said nothing. Then, Shin Ruoshi looked Han Lingfeng up and down. You have grown taller and stronger, and your skin has become darker. You must have suffered a lot in the army, right? Han Lingfeng was not used to the woman in front of him looking at him with such a loving look, and he disliked her talking so much nonsense even more. He just wanted to see Kunlun as soon as possible, instead of talking to her so much here, but out of courtesy, he couldn't be too cold to her. After all, they hadn't seen each other for 7 years, so basic courtesy was still necessary. He gave Shin Ruoshi a dry laugh and asked, Are you here to find Kunlun? Shin Ruoshi's expression suddenly became very unnatural, and her eyes kept dodging. Han Lingfeng no longer had the patience to guess what was in her mind, and he no longer cared about going home to reunite with Kunlun. Lingfeng. When he took a step forward, Shin Ruoshi suddenly called him. What's wrong? He asked, turning around. Yi Kunlun is not here. Shin Ruoshi said. What did you say? Han Lingfeng's originally hot heart seemed to be suddenly poured with a basin of cold water. What made him uneasy was that he saw Shin Ruoshi's expression became extremely unnatural. She looked very nervous, and the two hands holding the bag were even shaking slightly. She's not here, then where is she? And why are you here? Han Lingfeng asked uneasily. Shin Ruoshi didn't dare to look into his eyes, she seemed to be avoiding something. The more she showed this expression, the more nervous Han Lingfeng became. Did something happen to Kunlun? He asked, holding his breath. Shin Ruoshi was more and more afraid to look at him. She turned her face away, and Han Lingfeng vaguely saw tears in her eyes. Did something really happen to Kunlun? Han Lingfeng immediately grabbed Shin Ruoshi's shoulders with both hands and shouted at her, What happened to her? Perhaps she was frightened by Han Lingfeng's reaction, or perhaps she didn't know how to answer him, so she just stared at him in a daze. Tell me. Han Lingfeng yelled at her, shaking her shoulders vigorously. Tell me quickly, what happened to Kunlun? Where is Kunlun now? Tell me quickly. Shin Ruoshi was almost shaken to pieces by him. And the more he shook her, the less she could say. Han Lingfeng was so hesitant that he felt as if struck by lightning. Shin Ruoshi's expression seemed to tell him that Kunlun had met with misfortune. No. He shook his head, and the two hands that were holding Shin Ruoshi also fell down weakly. He couldn't accept it and shook his head frantically, shouting, No. This is not true, tell me, this is not true. Watching him twitching all over, Shin Ruoshi realized that he had misunderstood something. She quickly reached out and grabbed him to comfort him. It's not what you think, she's not dead. Not dead. Han Lingfeng was suddenly pulled back from the mood of falling into hell. The uneasiness and great pain in his heart were instantly replaced by joy. At least she's not dead. At least she's not dead. Then tell me, where is she now? He asked anxiously. She is. Shun Ruoshi found it hard to speak. Tell me. Where is she? Han Lingfeng was almost going crazy. She. After being yelled at by him, Shun Ruoshi became nervous again, her teeth were chattering and her words were incoherent. Han Lingfeng thought that it might be because of his bad attitude that frightened her, so he hurriedly controlled his emotions. Then he changed his tone and asked again in a gentle voice, please tell me where she is now? Where is she now? Shen Ruoshi looked into Han Lingfeng's eyes, those eyes that were eager to know where Yi Kunlun had gone. Those eyes were filled with infinite longing, expectation, tenderness, and love. Shen Ruoshi looked at those eyes, her heart ached and she started crying. Don't cry. Han Lingfeng was anxious and panicked, but he tried to remain patient and quickly apologized to her. I was in a bad mood just now and scared you. I'm sorry, I apologize to you, can you forgive me? I just really want to know where Kunlun is. Where is she now? Tell me, where is she now? Han Lingfeng asked in a soft voice as if he was coaxing a child, as if he was trying to coax a candy out of the child's mouth. I'm sorry, Lingfeng. Shen Ruoshi burst into tears, she is in Xinjia village. When she said these words, she cried even harder. Han Lingfeng frowned, Xinjia village? What is that place? Why is Kunlun there? That's Secretary Chen's hometown, a small border village in the south of Nan province. Shen Ruoshi said while crying, unable to speak. Secretary Chen's hometown? Han Lingfeng immediately became ecstatic again, she and Secretary Chen must have gone to visit relatives. I'll go find them now. After he said that, he turned and ran. No! Shen Ruoshi suddenly cried out. Han Lingfeng suddenly stopped and turned his head slowly, his expression becoming uneasy again. What do you mean by that? Shen Ruoshi raised her moist and guilty eyes and looked at Han Lingfeng. She decided to explain the whole story to Han Lingfeng. Chapter 97 Sinful Love. 7 years ago. Not long after Han Lingfeng left, Shen Chen began to pursue Yi Kunlun passionately. He had never given up. The previous proposal failed, and Yi Kunlun did not use what he thought was playing hard to get. Since saying goodbye to Yi Kunlun in South City, Yi Kunlun has never looked for him. This made Shen Chen feel frustrated, and at the same time he became more interested in Yi Kunlun. He decided to start pursuing Yi Kunlun seriously. Hearing that Yi Kunlun was going to Xiqing to set up the Tiandi group, Shen Chen followed him to Xiqing under the pretext of a business trip. At the beginning, he frequently contacted Yi Kunlun for the purpose of discussing business. Yi Kunlun is a business person who only talks about business and nothing else. Of course, she knows Shen Chen's purpose, so she will deliberately maintain a sense of boundary with Shen Chen and will also deliberately avoid some of his unnecessary invitations. After pursuing her for several months, Shen Chen gradually lost his patience. His initial respectful pursuit gradually turned into a reluctant one, and his temperament also began to become irritable. When coercion failed, he started to threaten. Yi Kunlun hated being threatened the most, and she was even more unwilling to compromise. Her attitude towards Shen Chen became increasingly cold and distant. This made Shen Chen even more sad, and his desire to get her became even stronger. People are always like this. The more they can't get it, the more they want it. Shen Ruoshi felt complicated when she thought about how her brother gradually changed from a graceful national male god to such a deviant person. I didn't expect that my third brother would take such measures against Yi Kunlun. In order to get her, he first made her lose everything. He felt that only when Yi Kunlun lost everything, fell into poverty, and could not gain a foothold in this society, would she choose to rely on him. So he used the power of our Shen family to first shut down the Tiandi group, and then used the method of commercial suppression to bring down Mrs. Su's financial group. Hearing this, Han Lingfeng's pupils gradually dilated and his breathing gradually became rapid. Then they forced old Madame Yi to kick Yi Kunlun out of the Yi group and the Yi family. In order to save the Yi group and the Yi family, old Madame Yi had no choice but to kick Yi Kunlun out of the house. Chao Lingfeng's heart was throbbing with pain, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Shen Ruoshi pulled his sleeve and shouted excitedly, I have persuaded him, really, I have persuaded my third brother, and I have had many quarrels with him, but I can't persuade him, I can't stop him, I almost broke up with him. My third brother took away everything from Yi Kunlun and Mrs. Su. Shinruwashi said with a heavy heart, looking up at the villa. He also took this villa away, and I got it back from him. At this point, Shinruwashi looked up at Han Lingfeng with a loving and caring gaze. I know that the tired bird will return to the nest sooner or later, so I want to help him guard the nest. Han Lingfeng did not notice Shinruwashi's expression of emotion towards him. His thoughts at the moment were completely immersed in the scene where his mother's company went bankrupt, Yi Kunlun was expelled from the Yi family, and the Tiandi group was closed down. He imagined how fierce the scene was at that time, how much pressure they were under, how broken their emotions were, and how hurt they were in their hearts. Imagining all that, Han Lingfeng's heart twisted with pain. Shinruwashi withdrew her gaze from his numb expression and continued. After that, they fell into a survival dilemma. My third brother's goal is to put them in a dilemma where they can't survive. After closing the company, they went looking for jobs. They looked for many jobs, and Secretary Chen stayed by Yi Kunlun's side, and they went looking for jobs together. They have applied for positions at many companies, including university professors, financial directors, business managers, and business executives. They are both highly educated and capable. Talents like them are a blessing to any company. But they will be fired soon. Shinruwashi also said with sadness, I know, it was my brother who did it. No matter what kind of job they find, my brother will get rid of their jobs. The purpose is to make it impossible for them to survive in this society. A tear fell from Han Lingfeng's eyes. Her extremely talented Kunlun was forced into such a situation. Shinruwashi sighed deeply. In the end, they had no choice but to return to Secretary Chen's hometown. They had originally planned to make a living by farming there, but... At this point, Shinruwashi closed her eyes and took a deep breath before continuing. But my third brother didn't even allow them to farm. He bought all the land in the village, and Secretary Chen's 1.5 acres of land was also forcibly purchased. He also ordered the village to withhold the money and not give it to Secretary Chen. His purpose was to make them penniless and unable to survive. In the end, Shinruwashi covered her mouth and cried. In the end, they could only make a living by picking wild vegetables. Picking wild vegetables? Han Lingfeng felt as if someone had grabbed his heart fiercely, causing his entire nerves to twitch violently in pain. Pick wild vegetables, pick wild mushrooms, pick wild fruits, anything edible, wild things. They will pick up wild mushrooms and sell them, and exchange the money for basic daily necessities. When she said this, Shinruwashi covered her mouth with her hands, tears continuously falling down. As a woman herself, Shinruwashi knew that certain daily necessities were essential for women. Thinking about how they had to exchange those things in this way, even Shinruwashi herself felt pain. Besides, it was Han Lingfeng. She looked up at Han Lingfeng. Through her tearful eyes, she saw Han Lingfeng's body twitching and shaking. It was a physical reaction of extreme heartache. 3 years? They have been living like this for 3 years. When she said this, Shinruwashi covered her mouth and burst into tears. My third brother even staged a fake car accident and had the media announce that Yi Kunlun was dead, died in a car accident. Han Lingfeng was really shocked. He did this because he didn't want the outside world to pay attention to Yi Kunlun. You know, Yi Kunlun is the national goddess. She is very popular and has tens of millions of fans. So, he made up a fake death story to make the outside world think that Yi Kunlun was dead. At this point, Shinruwashi suddenly became excited. Do you know? I heard the news that Yi Kunlun died in a car accident. Shinruwashi covered her mouth tightly and tried to control her emotions before continuing. Those fans were extremely crazy and heartbroken. Many of them fainted in the toilet. Some people with weak hearts went straight to the hospital, and some were extremely. Some jumped off tall buildings to die for Yi Kunlun, and some even jumped into the river. At this point, Shinruwashi cried and trembled. My brother, he is guilty, he has harmed so many people. Trying to control her emotions, she sniffed, wiped her tears, and continued. At that time, loyal fans from all over the country ran to the downstairs of the Yi Group company, and the place was filled with wreaths and flowers. And the scene where Yi Kunlun had the fake car accident was also filled with flowers and wreaths. Everyone sat on the ground, lit candles, and each person held a white candle in his hand. They sat on the ground for 7 days and 7 nights, saying that they were keeping vigil for Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng suppressed his sadness. He would always remember the deep affection these fans had for Kunlun. Now, the most important thing is that he has to find Kunlun immediately. He wiped the tears from his face and asked Shinruwashi, how do I get to Qinjia village? I'll take you there, Shinruwashi said. She had been to Qinjia village before, and she had delivered supplies to Yi Kunlun and his friends there, but his brother had taken the supplies away. Now, she was going to personally take the man she loved to meet his beloved woman. Chapter 98, The Brink of Death and Salvation. On the highway to the southern part of the province, Shun Ruwashi drove an off-road vehicle and led the way. Han Lingfeng followed behind in another SUV. Han Lingfeng, who was holding the steering wheel, had already burst into tears. His heart had never been more painful than at this moment. Even in the past 7 years, even when he was on the battlefield, struggling on the brink of death, he never shed a tear, but now, his tears are like a continuous river. Thinking of my dear Kunlun and mother, who were forced into such a situation. Thinking that they can only rely on wild vegetables and fruits to fill their stomachs. Han Lingfeng's heart ached so much that he could hardly breathe. How could she bear it? She had never suffered any pain in the world, how could she bear it? Thinking of the beautiful and noble Kunlun being forced into such a situation, his heart was filled with boundless hatred. Words cannot describe the pain in my heart. He just wanted to cry loudly now. He just wanted to kill himself with a gun right now. 2 off-road vehicles rushed madly towards the south. Like 2 mad beasts. Chenjia village. Yi Kunlun had been tied to the bed by Mr. Shin with tape. To prevent her from committing suicide, he tied her hands and feet. Secretary Chen and Mrs. Su were tied up by him and taken to another room. This is the ancestral home of Secretary Chen's family. Secretary Chen, his wife Su and their 3 other relatives have lived here for the past 3 years. This ancestral home had originally been abandoned. But when they were forced by Shinshen to unable to gain a foothold in the big city, Secretary Chen brought them here, and this place became their home. Although the ancestral home is an earthen house that is about to collapse, it is at least a place that can shelter from wind and rain. The house is not big, with 4 tiled rooms, 2 bedrooms, a main room and a kitchen. Normally, Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen sleep in the same room. Mrs. Su is old, so she sleeps in a separate room and a separate bed. This way she will sleep better, not to mention that her legs and feet are not convenient. No matter what, you won't starve to death in the countryside. At least there are wild fruits and vegetables in the mountains. Thanks to the gift of nature, since this is a subtropical region, there are abundant wild fruits and vegetables, so they are not short of food. The mosquitoes are quite fierce, there are a lot of mice, various small insects, caterpillars, and ants. Yi Kunlun is very afraid of these things, but Secretary Chen is a hero. Maybe it's because Secretary Chen lived in the countryside when she was a child, she can always clean up these things. Secretary Chen would pick up the leeches that crawled onto Yi Kunlun's feet, and would kill and bury the mice that were running around the room. She could also use a stick to catch the snakes that crawled in from the window, and then pick the snakes out. If it weren't for Secretary Chen, Yi Kunlun and Mrs. Su probably wouldn't have survived and would have ended up in a dead end. Yi Kunlun had thought about death, and she even thought of a less painful way to die, which was to pick anesthetic herbs and poison herbs from the mountains, mix them together, and make a poison that could make a person lose consciousness and kill them. She was a genius and a highly educated person, so it was not difficult for her to do such a thing. But she ultimately did not choose this approach. Because she couldn't surrender to life. She wants to live and wait for her Lingfeng to return. She firmly believed that Lingfeng would come back. Because Lingfeng has faith in love, and true love is always invincible. Just like she would rely on this belief to hold on until he comes back. But at this moment, Third Master Shin was trying to destroy her belief in an extreme way. Young Master Shin had obviously gone so crazy that he was desperate and no longer cared whether she lived or died. Young Master Shin now only wants to possess her body, even though he knows that she will die if he does so. If she were defiled by young Master Shin, she would really die. How could she continue to wait for Lingfeng with her body defiled? Although she felt that the defilement of the body did not mean the defilement of the soul, she still could not bear such humiliation. She has always been proud and arrogant, how could she bear such humiliation? She can't stand it. After young Master Shin tied her up, he was not in a hurry to violate her. Because from the beginning to the end, he still hoped that Yi Kunlun would give him a chance. He would rather Kunlun was willing rather than him forcing her to do it. He sat on the edge of the bed and pulled Yi Kunlun's hand and placed it on his face. Even though it was just physical contact, it made young Master Shin feel trembling and comfortable. He kissed her palm, sucked and kissed each of her fingers, and smelled every inch of her arm. Just like a loyal dog licking its master. Like a clingy cat, rubbing its head against its owner. Yi Kunlun felt extremely disgusted by the touch of this man whom she hated and loathed. She felt that every touch of his was so dirty, the dirty kiss, the dirty saliva, and the way he smelled the skin of her arm, just like the pervert in the TV series. But despite her disgust and resistance, she couldn't resist because her whole body was tied up with tape, making her unable to struggle. She glared at young Master Shin with disgust, hatred, and contempt. Pray that a thunderbolt will strike him to death. After young Master Shin had rubbed and played with her delicate hands over and over again, he slowly closed his eyes. He turned his head and looked at her with a dazed look. Kunlun, you have no choice, will you marry me? As Mr. Shin spoke, he took her hand and slowly rubbed it across his face, neck, and chest. Waves of pleasure hit his body, causing him to tremble again and again. Marry me. He let out a trembling moan. You're dreaming. Yi Kunlun gritted his teeth, his eyes emitting sparks of hatred and resentment. Do you really want to die? Young Master Shin continued to enjoy the pleasure brought by the touch. He had already slid Yi Kunlun's hand into the chest of his shirt. I beg you, young Master Shin, please let me go. Yi Kunlun suddenly burst into tears. She never begged for mercy from anyone, but now she bowed her head and begged young Master Shin to forgive her. She was not afraid of death, she wanted to live. As long as she was alive, there was hope. As long as she was alive, she could continue to wait for Lingfeng. Then will you promise to marry me? Young Master Shin moved closer to her and rubbed her face and neck with his nose, like a prey sniffing the corpse of another animal, as if he would take a bite at any time. Yi Kunlun was nervous. Young Master Shin's approach made her spine numb and her body covered with goosebumps. She said in a trembling voice, Don't touch me. Don't make me look down on you. You already look down on me. Third Master Shin didn't care about that anymore. My image in your heart has long been ruined. It's no longer important. I can't care about that anymore, Kunlun. I just want you. I just want you. As Mr. Shin said this, he had already started kissing her neck and face. You know I will die. Yi Kunlun said painfully. I know you will die, but it's good to have you just once. Besides, if you die, I can still have your body. Shin Sanshao kissed her from the neck downwards. I will preserve your body, I won't let it rot, I will sleep with your body in my arms every day. He is crazy. He is really crazy. Yi Kunlun shed tears of despair. He was a demon who not only wanted to destroy her body, but also her corpse. His greed was so terrible. Lingfeng, I'm sorry, I can't wait for you. Yi Kunlun broke down and cried. Young Master Shin was about to rape her, and she was about to die. Lingfeng, I'm sorry, I can't be with you for the rest of my life, I'm sorry. She shook her head and cried wildly. Bang! At this moment, the door of the room was suddenly kicked open by someone. It was not kicked open, but kicked away. Because the force was too great, the door panel flew up directly. Then, Han Lingfeng appeared at the door like a god, with infinite heroism on his face. Behind him was Shin Ruwashi. Lingfeng, my Lingfeng is back. At that moment, a sense of salvation instantly dissipated the haze that enveloped her heart. A flash of blankness flashed through her mind, and then her whole body softened and she fainted. It was a peaceful sleep. Chapter 99, Raging Fury. Ah! Han Lingfeng roared angrily, picked up young Master Shin who was lying on Yi Kunlun, and threw him out. Kunlun! Kunlun! He hugged the unconscious Yi Kunlun and shouted excitedly a few times. After finding out that Kunlun was not dead but just unconscious, he carefully put her on the bed and stopped disturbing her. Then, he turned around and glared at young Master Shin on the ground with rage, then walked towards him. Young Master Shin was thrown half to death by him just now, and now seeing him walking towards him with murderous intent, young Master Shin felt guilty. He pointed at Han Lingfeng and said tremblingly, You, don't come over here, what do you want to do? Shin Ruwashi also saw the rage and murderous intent in Han Lingfeng's eyes. She had a bad feeling, but she was in a dilemma. She didn't know whether to protect her brother or let Han Lingfeng punish him. You, don't come over, you know my identity. I am the third young Master Shin. I am from the Shin family in Kyoto. The third young Master Shin tried to scare him away with his identity. But he didn't know that Han Lingfeng was now the most powerful man in the world, and the Shin family was like an ant in his eyes. Shin Shen's intimidation had no effect on him. What's more, the fire of anger in his heart cannot be extinguished by verbal threats. He was furious to the extreme. Even more furious than when he faced his enemies on the battlefield. He picked up Shin Chun from the ground, lifted him high, roared, and then threw him out. Bang! Shin Chen was thrown out of the door and fell heavily to the ground. He almost died on the spot. But what made him even more terrified was that Han Lingfeng did not want to stop there. He walked up to him again and stared at him condescendingly with a pair of eyes full of murderous intent. Xinshan looked up at his eyes and shivered with fear. Lingfeng! Lingfeng! At this time, his sister Shen Ruoshi suddenly rushed over and grabbed Han Lingfeng to dissuade him. But Han Lingfeng, whose heart was already burning with anger, would not listen to any dissuasion. He pushed Shen Ruoshi to the ground. Then, he kicked Xinshan hard. Bang! When his foot landed on Xinshan's chest, Xinshan's body slid to one side along the ground, sliding more than 10 meters away. Xinshan felt a very uncomfortable stuffy feeling in his chest, and at the same time, a stream of liquid suddenly rushed up from his chest to his throat, just like a drunk person wanting to vomit, but unable to hold it back, so he had to open his mouth and vomit. As soon as he opened his mouth, a stream of blood spurted out of his mouth and even flowed into his nostrils. He knew that he was seriously injured, with severe internal injuries. Han Lingfeng's kick was really too heavy. This kid has been a soldier for several years, but I didn't expect that he would have such powerful skills. But this kid still had no intention of letting him go. He walked towards him step by step. It looked like he was going to kill him. Yes. This kid loves Yi Kunlun so much, how could he let him go? Xinshan felt that he was going to die at the hands of this kid today. He died without regrets, but he had regrets in his heart. Just a little bit, he would get Yi Kunlun. This kid, why didn't you come a few minutes later? Why didn't God give him a chance? Why? Xinshan shed tears of regret. The devilish pair of boot-clad feet had once again walked in front of him. Just as the boot was raised high and about to step on his face, he could foresee that if it stepped on him, his face would be crushed. But right here, his dear sister suddenly knelt on the ground, hugged Han Lingfeng's feet and cried and begged, "Lingfeng, I beg you, spare his life, spare my third brother's life. I beg you." She is such a good sister, and he really loves her. But Han Lingfeng didn't seem to want to let Xinshan go. He lowered his head and looked at Shen Ruoshi. "You still want to beg for mercy for this kind of person? After all, he is my biological brother." Shen Ruoshi looked up at Han Lingfeng, her face full of tears and her eyes showing deep pleading. Looking down at the woman who was crying bitterly, Han Lingfeng felt mixed emotions. Shen Ruoshi was pretty nice to him, and she begged him with such eyes. Her hands were tightly grasping Han Lingfeng's trouser legs, her body was trembling, and her eyes were always looking at him, begging him to agree. Han Lingfeng really didn't want to agree, but this woman kept looking at him with that look. Okay. Finally, Han Lingfeng made a decision. "I don't have to kill him, but I have a few conditions. 1. Unconditionally return all assets of Tiandi Group and Su Group. 2nd, hold a press conference and publicly apologize to the world, admit what he had done to Kunlun and my mother in the past 7 years, and the crimes he had committed, admit that he was the one who fabricated the false news of Kunlun's death, admit that he had forced Kunlun, my mother and Secretary Chen into a desperate situation and forced them to pick wild vegetables for a living, and invite all of Yi Kunlun's real fans to the scene, kneel down and apologize to them in person, and make financial compensation to the families of the deceased fans. 3. Restore Lei Yaotian's position as Lord Du. 4th, go to jail. The crimes he committed are enough to keep him in prison for life." Okay, I promise you. I will promise you anything as long as you don't kill him." Shen Ruoshi nodded frantically. There was a cunning flash in Xinshan's eyes. He would never fulfill the conditions proposed by Han Lingfeng. Now, in order to save my life, of course I have to agree to any conditions. After he escapes, this guy will die. Isn't he going to hold a press conference? Then on the day of the press conference, in front of everyone in the world, he will be killed. It was just right, and it would also let the world see the overwhelming power of the Shen family. No one could afford to offend the people of the Shen family. But Shen Ruoshi was sincere. 3 days later, I will personally hold a press conference and expose my brother's crimes. I will also invite all the fans. It would naturally be best if Shen Ruoshi were to hold this press conference. Han Lingfeng stopped pursuing the matter for the time being, turned around, and went into the house to accompany Kunlun. Shen Ruoshi also hurried to another room and untied the ropes on Secretary Chen and Mrs. Su. When Mrs. Su and Secretary Chen excitedly rushed to the door of the bedroom, they saw Han Lingfeng holding Yi Kunlun in the bedroom. Mrs. Su and Secretary Chen hurriedly and tactfully withdrew. Chapter 100. Hold on tighter. Han Lingfeng held the sleeping Yi Kunlun in his arms, touching her thin body, kissing her pale face, and holding her calloused fingers. Tears dripped from the corners of Han Lingfeng's eyes. Then look at what she is wearing, a low-quality white shirt and ripped jeans. But even though she is wearing low-quality clothes, it still can't hide her beauty. She loves to wear white and black, of course she will wear other colors, but she almost only wears solid colors, she doesn't like fancy things. It's just that these jeans she never wore them before, and they had holes in them, which didn't meet her aesthetic standards at all. She accepted these things because she was in trouble. Kunlun, my dear, you have suffered. Han Lingfeng hugged her tightly in his arms, tears streaming down his face. He looked up again and took in the room and its furnishings. The surface of the wall of the mud-walled house is decorated with trees. Although it is simple, it is very elegant and full of artistic atmosphere. There are flowers placed on the simple old wooden furniture. The ground is also very clean. He hugged Ji Kunlun again, put his wet face against her forehead, and said with a sob, "My Kunlun, no matter where you go, you can manage your life beautifully, and no matter what situation you face, you can find the beauty of life. How can I not love you like this? How can I not love you?" It was probably his sobbing and kissing that woke Yi Kunlun up. Yi Kunlun slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes, which were exhausted at first, gradually became moving and sparkling. Then she stretched out her trembling hand, touched Han Lingfeng's face, and asked uncertainly, "Is it you?" Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng nodded and closed his eyes. "Yeah. Am I dreaming?" She still wasn't sure. Han Lingfeng shook his head. "You are not dreaming, it's me. I'm back." "Am I really not dreaming?" she asked again. She couldn't believe it, she couldn't believe it was real. "I'm not dreaming, I'm back, your little man is back," Han Lingfeng said, grabbing her hand and kissing it hard on his mouth. It was not until she felt his real touch that she suddenly woke up from a dream and believed that her beloved Lingfeng had returned. She threw herself deeply into Han Lingfeng's arms and shouted in a trembling voice, "Hold me tight." Han Lingfeng immediately hugged her tightly, and she kept trembling in his arms. "Hold tighter," she said. Han Lingfeng hugged her tightly. "Hold tighter," she said, "tighter, tighter." Han Lingfeng used all his strength to hug her tightly, and the two of them hugged each other tightly, trembling together. "Am I old?" she then asked. Han Lingfeng shook his head vigorously, "Not old." "Do you dislike me?" she asked again. Han Lingfeng shook his head vigorously again, "I don't mind." "Then why don't you kiss me?" she said. Han Lingfeng immediately put his mouth on hers and kissed her hard. They kissed each other so hard that it almost suffocated both of them. She moved away and took a deep breath, then said, "Keep kissing me. I want lots and lots of kisses." Then Han Lingfeng continued to kiss her vigorously, using all his kissing skills, until she was about to suffocate again. But she still felt it wasn't enough. She took another deep breath and continued, "I want more, keep kissing me." This time, Han Lingfeng kissed her while pressing her down on the bed. He kissed her while taking off her clothes, until her soul merges with hers. At that moment, they both trembled, and their souls ascended to heaven together. They wanted each other madly, endlessly, infinitely. It wasn't until several hours later that they calmed down. Then, happiness and joy took over their hearts. At this moment, they truly felt that they truly possessed each other and were truly reunited in life. Yi Kunlun threw herself into Han Lingfeng's arms again in ecstasy, caressing his chest and kissing his chest. Then she pressed her face tightly against Han Lingfeng's chest, listening to his heart beating wildly. Han Lingfeng kissed her forehead, eyes, nose, and her still beautiful face over and over again. It was strange, after 7 years, she was still so beautiful. Except for a few fine lines at the corners of her eyes, but this did not affect her beauty in Han Lingfeng's heart at all. They were like two cats, licking each other's fur tenderly and intimately. A lot of time passed again. Then she said, "I want more." Then, they were entangled together like two snakes. They didn't come out of the house until the next morning, when it was bright. Secretary Chen had already prepared breakfast, including some boiled sweet potatoes and a box of wild vegetable soup. Secretary Chen had stolen those sweet potatoes from other people's fields because Han Lingfeng had returned and the food had to be improved. But what Han Lingfeng noticed now was not the box of wild vegetable soup and sweet potatoes on the table, but her mother's legs. He found his mother sitting in a wheelchair. It was more like a wooden frame than a wheelchair, but the wooden frame was equipped with 4 wheels so it could roll, so it could barely be called a wheelchair. But it looked quite comfortable, and there was a cushion made of rotten clothes on it, so it shouldn't hurt you but when you sit on it. This kind of high-tech thing was naturally made by Kunlun. After all, she has always been a genius. But what Han Lingfeng is concerned about now is not the wheelchair, but his mother's legs. Why did it become like this? Mom! Han Lingfeng hurried to Mrs. Su. Mom, what's wrong with your leg? He asked anxiously. As he asked the question, the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Secretary Chan and Yi Kunlun also had strange expressions. Mrs. Su's expression was also very unnatural. She tried her best to hide something and said hurriedly, "Let's eat first." What's going on? Han Lingfeng asked in a raised voice, dissatisfied with their desire to hide it from him. The atmosphere froze again. Han Lingfeng's serious gaze swept back and forth across the faces of the three of them, as if to say, "Don't try to hide this from me." "Oh, let me tell you." Secretary Chen risked his life. It was Han Jiangwo who beat him. "He's your father." "What?" Han Lingfeng was shocked. Han Jiangwo, that was his biological father, and Mrs. Su was her biological mother. His biological father broke his biological mother's legs? What's going on? Han Lingfeng became excited. "Let me tell you why." Mrs. Su regained her original noble temperament. "Because I know that Han Jiangwo and Zhong Shuoqin didn't treat you well when you were a child, so I went to teach them a lesson. You know my temper. I will take revenge if I have any grudges or grievances. So, when I found out that you were abused by them when you were a child, I went to the Han family to confront them. But Han Jiangwo never felt that he had done anything wrong and put all the blame on me. I admit that I was wrong to abandon you, but since the child was with him, he should have taken good care of him. But they actually abused Xiaofeng. So, of course I have to go and ask for justice." At this point, Mrs. Su became angry. Han Jiangwo, that old bastard, not only does he not have a trace of remorse, he also protects his mother everywhere. This mother refers to Zhong Shuoqin. That old bastard only has that bitch Zhong Shuoqin in his heart. For that slutty vixen, she doesn't care about her son at all. There is no such thing as a father in the world. So in my anger, I was so angry that I ordered my bodyguards to break that bitch Zhong Shuoqin's legs. Han Lingfeng was dumbfounded. Secretary Chen quickly replied, "So, after we are defeated, Han Jian, your father will take the opportunity to take revenge on your stepmother in order to vent his anger." At this point, Secretary Chen became indignant. He was really cruel. Mrs. Su only broke one of Zhong Shuoqin's legs, but he returned the favor twice and broke both of Mrs. Su's legs. Mr. Yi went up to stop them, but was slapped a few times by your father. Secretary Chen said, becoming more and more indignant. "Mr. Han, after we are defeated, any dog dares to bully us." We watched helplessly as Mrs. Su's legs were broken. Mr. Yi and I could do nothing but cry our hearts out. The reason why Mrs. Su was not completely paralyzed was because Mr. Yi and I went to the mountains to find herbs to treat her. Otherwise, with that injury, she would have become completely paralyzed. As Mrs. Su's ex-husband, Han Jiangwo is too cruel. After listening to their story, Han Lingfeng was so angry that he trembled all over. Han Jiangwo had always protected his stepmother, so even though he knew that his stepmother abused him, he turned a blind eye. Now it's for that bitch again. Taking one look at his mother's two crippled legs, a surge of rage once again ignited Han Lingfeng's heart. Han Lingfeng decided that after they returned to South City, the first thing he would do was to settle accounts with his great father. Chapter 101. From now on, your surname is no longer Han, but Xia. On that day, Han Lingfeng went back to Longtan Villa with Mrs. Su, Yi Kunlun, and Secretary Chen. Shen Ruoshi naturally returned Longtan Villa to Han Lingfeng. While Han Lingfeng was out buying clothes, daily necessities, and cosmetics for them, he took the time to visit the Han family. "Oh, isn't this Han Lingfeng?" As soon as Han Lingfeng entered the door, he met his most hated stepmother Zhong Shuoqin. Zhong Shuoqin looked Han Lingfeng up and down. Han Lingfeng was wearing an old camouflage uniform and a pair of old boots. Zhong Shuoqin's lips curled up with deep contempt. "I heard that you went to the army and were gone for 7 years. I thought you had died on the battlefield a long time ago, but I didn't expect you to come back alive." "You really don't want me to come back alive, do you?" Han Lingfeng stared at this hateful stepmother with eyes as deep as the abyss. Zhong Shuoqin snorted coldly. Of course. What she feared most was that Han Lingfeng would compete with her two children for the family property in the future, so she wished Han Lingfeng would die sooner. But things don't always go as planned. This little jerk actually came back alive. "What are you doing here? You're out of money, so you come to your dad for money, right? Let me tell you, our family has no money." Business is not good right now, and your dad's company is in a downturn. Zhong Shuoqin valued money more than her life and was afraid that Han Lingfeng would take a penny from here. Ha! Han Lingfeng sneered, I don't even care about the little money the Han family has. I'm not here to ask Han Jiangwo for money. Then what are you here for? Zhong Shuoqin asked. I'm here to seek justice for my mother. Han Lingfeng said as he slapped Zhong Shuoqin in the face. Pa! The sound of the slap was particularly loud in the living room, and Zhong Shuoqin was slapped directly to the ground. Ouch! Zhong Shuoqin screamed and shouted, Jiangwo! Jiangwo! Knock, knock, knock! Han Jiangwo immediately ran downstairs from the study upstairs. Seeing Zhong Shuoqin lying on the ground with Han Lingfeng's foot on her body, Han Jiangwo was surprised at first that Han Lingfeng had come back, and then his face immediately turned pale. You rebellious son! What are you doing? Han Jiangwo roared and ran down the stairs quickly. What? Han Lingfeng looked at his biological father. He looked so distressed for Zhong Shuoqin. Yes, Zhong Shuoqin had always been his sweetheart and was much more important to him than his biological son. What did you say I did? You broke my mother's legs. Han Lingfeng stared at his biological father with deep hatred in his eyes. You did it for this bitch. He pointed at Zhong Shuoqin under his feet. You broke my mother's legs. My mother is your ex-wife. Han Jiangwo. As the saying goes, a husband and wife once married will be bound by 100 days of grace. How can you be so cruel? How can you be so cruel? Han Lingfeng yelled at him. Your mother. She deserves it. Han Jiangwo didn't seem to feel guilty at all. Ah! Han Lingfeng was furious. He raised his leg and kicked Zhong Shuoqin hard. Zhong Shuoqin screamed and called out, Husband, husband! Rebellious son! You! Han Jiangwo gritted his teeth in anger. What? Are you heartbroken? Han Lingfeng grinned at Han Jiangwo. I know you've always felt sorry for her. She's your sweetheart, your darling. Ha, in your heart, she's much more important than me, your biological son, and much more important than the relationship between father and son. As Han Lingfeng spoke, he couldn't help but feel sad. He had longed for fatherly love since he was a child, but this father gave all his love to Zhong Shuoqin and her 2 children. What am I in your heart? Ha? What? Han Lingfeng questioned Han Jiangwo. Han Jiangwo narrowed his gloomy eyes and looked at Han Lingfeng, gritting his teeth and said, You want to know what you mean to me? Well, today I will tell you what you mean to me. You are such an ungrateful person. You are such a rebellious son. I really regret giving birth to you. Because whenever I see you, I will think of your shameless mother. In an instant, Han Lingfeng finally understood why his father disliked him since he was a child. It turned out that it was because Han Jiangwo directed his hatred for Mrs. Su on him. I should have strangled you to death. Han Jiangwo continued to say bitterly, I should have drowned you in a piss bucket after giving birth to you. In an instant, Han Lingfeng felt a pang in his heart, as if someone had stabbed him hard. It turned out that the father from whom he had always longed for fatherly love actually hated him so much. The pain and loss in my heart almost made tears burst out of my eyes. But he tried hard to force back the tears. At this moment, his heart was completely cold. The middle-aged man in front of him was just a stranger to him. Okay, Han Jiangwo. He nodded. From this moment on, the relationship between you and me as father and son is severed. We should have ended our relationship long ago. Han Jiangwo said with one hand behind his back and his head held high. Very good, very good. Han Lingfeng nodded vigorously. From now on, my last name is no longer Han. That would be the best. Han Jiangwo said with clenched fists. From now on, my last name is Xia, and my name is Xia Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng shouted. He wanted to take her mother's last name. Whatever your last name is. It's up to you. Han Jiangwo looked indifferent. Okay. Han Lingfeng looked at his biological father with dismay, then turned and left. But at this moment, Han Jiangwo shouted in a sharp voice, Stop! What do you want, Mr. Han? Xia Lingfeng turned around and looked at Han Jiangwo. You beat my wife like this, and you want to leave like this? Han Jiangwo asked majestically. Then what do you want? Xia Lingfeng asked back. Kneel down and apologize to my wife. Han Jiangwo ordered. You want me to kneel down and apologize to your wife? Xia Lingfeng asked again. That's right, Han Jangwo said fiercely. He broke both of her mother's legs, and now he is being asked to kneel down and apologize to his wife. I'm going to kneel down, you big-headed ghost. Xiao Lingfeng suddenly became furious and kicked Zhong Shuoqin hard. Ah! With a scream, Zhong Shuoqin's body flew out and hit the coffee table heavily. The glass coffee table was smashed. Zhong Shuoqin spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Ah, Shuoqin! Shuoqin! Han Jangwo hurriedly ran towards Zhong Shuoqin. At the same time, his half-brother and half-sister just came in from outside the door. Seeing that their mother was seriously injured, they hurriedly shouted "Mom! Mom!" and ran towards Zhong Shuoqin. Xiao Lingfeng glanced at them and turned to leave. At this moment, his half-brother Han Yong suddenly roared, "Han Lingfeng, stop!" Han Yong is no longer a young man, but has grown into a middle-aged man. He is only 3 years younger than Han Lingfeng and is now 24 years old, which is the prime of his life. Moreover, he has become a real gangster, the kind that hangs around in the underworld. Han Yong was rushing towards Xiao Lingfeng with a ferocious look. Xiao Lingfeng looked at him calmly and corrected him, "My last name is not Han, please call me Xiao Lingfeng." Chapter 102, Cutting Wrists to Return Blood. My last name isn't Han, please call me Xiao Lingfeng. Han Yong was stunned for a moment, nodded, and changed his address. Okay, Xiao Lingfeng, how dare you go wild in our house and hurt my mother, I don't want your life anymore. Han Yong said this and threw a punch at Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng stretched out his hand and grabbed Han Yong's arm. To him, Han Yong's kung fu was so mediocre that he was too lazy to even look at it. But at that moment, he recalled the scene of Han Yong bullying him. Due to Zhong Shuoqin's abuse and disdain for him, and Han Jangwo's indifference in turning a blind eye to him, their 2 children also regarded Lingfeng as a pig and a dog. You're a motherless bastard. Han Yong often scolded him like this. My mother said that you will fight with us for the property in the future, so you should die early. The Han family's property belongs to me and my sister, so don't even think about fighting with us. Why don't you just die? Otherwise, just get out of the Han family and never come back. Go find your dead mother. Your mother's ghost will come back to find you at night, and then take you to the underworld. Beat you to death, you little bastard. All their insults, beatings and scoldings were meant to force him to die, or to force him to get out of the Han family. Thinking of all they had done to him in the past, Xiao Lingfeng was filled with hatred. A cold light suddenly flashed in Xiao Lingfeng's eyes, and then he swept his hands and broke Han Yong's right arm. After a crisp crack sound, Han Yong hugged his right arm and let out a painful howl. Xiao Yong! Xiao Yong! Han Jangwo shouted, not knowing whether to care about Zhong Shuoqin in his arms or Han Yong. One was his beloved wife, the other was his precious son, both of them were his sweethearts. Finally, he looked at Xiao Lingfeng with an extremely complicated gaze. Shocked? Heartbroken? Xiao Lingfeng looked at his former father with a provocative look. He just wanted to make him feel bad. Didn't he love them so much? He just wanted to make him feel bad. Didn't he regret having him? Didn't he say he should have been strangled to death, or drowned in a bucket of urine when he was born? He didn't love him at all, never tolerated him, on the contrary he hated him. In this case, let him hate it to the end. Xiao Lingfeng stepped on Han Yong's broken arm and crushed it hard, causing him to scream even more sharply. He knew that every scream of Han Yong would be like a knife piercing into Han Jangwo's heart. He wanted to make Han Jangwo feel pain. He wanted to make him feel as much pain as Han Jangwo loved them. Devil, you are a devil. Han Jangwo pointed at him and cursed, shaking all over. It seemed that he was in a lot of pain. Yes, I am a devil. Xiao Lingfeng stepped on Han Yong's arm and squeezed it even harder. Don't you regret giving birth to me? Do you regret it even more now? Yes, I regret it so much. I shouldn't have given birth to you, a little beast like you. Han Jangwo roared tremblingly, his eyes revealing a deep hatred for him. It was an extreme hatred. You shouldn't have given birth to me, right? You shouldn't have given birth to me, right? Xiao Lingfeng pressed Han Yong's hand even harder, and the bones kept making crackling sounds that could be heard by the naked ear. Han Yong fainted from the pain. Ah! Ah! Han Jangwo roared crazily. He was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. You cried? Lingfeng laughed. No one could understand the sadness in his heart. You cried for Han Yong? That's right. He is your good son, and I am a little beast. I am a rebellious son, I am an ungrateful person. You are so hypocritical, Han Jangwo. We are both your own flesh and blood, but you are so hypocritical. You are so biased it's outrageous. Why? Why? Han Jangwo, I am also your biological child, why do you hate me so much, but love them so much, why? Just because you hate my mother, right? Just because you hate my mother so much, you hate me too, right? Xia Lingfeng burst into tears. Han Jangwo, do you know how many times I have hoped that you could love me too? Do you know how much I long for fatherly love in my heart? I don't ask you to love me as much as you love them. I would be satisfied if you could give me even a little bit of your love, but you didn't. What on earth was he asking for? Why, even at this point, was he still longing for a little fatherly love? Even though he knew that this person would never love him, he still wanted to get a little fatherly love from him, even just a little bit. He wanted to hear it from him personally, that he loved him. But Han Jangwo pointed at him with a trembling finger and said, neither you nor your mother deserve my love. You are as vicious as your mother. You are the little poisonous snake born by Xia Dongji, the mother poisonous snake. You are just as vicious. Your mother could abandon her husband and children, but you. You can hurt the stepmother who raised you, and you can treat your brother who has the same blood as you like this. You are even more vicious than that poisonous snake Xia Dongji. Shut up. Who is his brother? Xia Lingfeng roared. He hated that he said Han Yong was his brother. He hated that the child born by Zhong Shuaqin, the cruel stepmother, had the same blood as him. He is not my brother. Xia Lingfeng shook his head frantically. You said that I have the same blood as him, so I will return the part of my blood that belongs to you now. As Han Lingfeng spoke, he took out the small knife he carried with him and cut his wrist artery without hesitation. In ancient times, Neza cut out his bones to repay his father, and today, Han Lingfeng cuts his wrists to repay his blood. He endured the pain from his wrist, clenched his arm tightly, and let the blood drip down one by one. Give it back to him. Give him back the half of his blood. Han Jangwo stared at Xia Lingfeng in a daze, his face twisted, pale, purple, and blue. Drops of blood dripped onto the floor, and soon a pool of blood formed on the white marble floor. Xia Lingfeng squeezed the meridians in his body hard. As he squeezed, blood flowed toward the faucet, forming a line of blood flowing on the marble slab. Han Jangwo stared at him intently, unmoved. His heart was as hard as a rock. After losing about half of his blood, Xia Lingfeng tore off a piece of cloth from his shirt and wrapped it around the wound on his wrist. Even after losing half of his blood, he was still able to stand. 7 years of battlefield experience have given him strong physical fitness. But it must be admitted that he was still a little weak at the moment. He barely supported his weak body, raised his head and looked at Han Jangwo without a trace of emotion. I have already paid back the half of your blood. From now on, I have nothing to do with anyone in the Han family. He let go of Han Yong and said, you can't say that this man is my brother now. Okay. Han Jangwo nodded, I will also sever all ties with you. He ripped off the buttons of his coat. As for these clothes and buttons, nothing more to do with them. Then, he glared at Xia Lingfeng with hatred. You hurt my wife and children so much, I will regard you as an enemy, and I will definitely avenge my wife and children. Come on. I'll be waiting. After saying that, Xia Lingfeng turned around and left without looking back. Han Jangwo's fists clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound, his eyes filled with extreme hatred. Xia Dongji. What a good son you gave birth to. After taking a look at Han Yong and Zhong Shuaqin who were unconscious on the ground, Han Jangwo felt that he had to find some time to say goodbye to Xia Dongji. After leaving Han's house, Xia Lingfeng forced himself to go to the mall to buy things for them despite his weak body. He walked to the counter of a brand clothing store and said to the salesperson, send all the most expensive and best women's clothes in your store to Longtan Villa. He walked to the cosmetics counter again and said, send all the best cosmetics you have to Longtan Villa. He walked to the counter of the shoe store again and said, send all the most expensive and best women's shoes you have to Longtan Villa. Then, he went to the daily necessities store. Then he went to the fruit shop. Flower shop. Finally, he called the restaurant and said, make one of each dish in your restaurant and send them all to Longtan Villa. After doing all this, Xia Lingfeng dragged his weak body and walked towards home step by step. Chapter 103 37-year-old woman. Oh my god, did Mr. Han buy all these things? He has brought the entire shopping mall into his home. Secretary Chen screamed as she watched the things being brought into the house. This is too extravagant. Yes, yes. Mr. Han is really too generous. I have never seen anyone buy things like this. The property manager who was watching the fun responded. The security guards and property staff stood aside, pointing and talking. They are all famous brands. How much are they worth? Any one of those things is equivalent to our annual salary. By the way, what does Mr. Han do for a living? Why is he so rich? I heard he served as a soldier in another province for 7 years. Can soldiers be that rich? Maybe they have other sources of income? Mrs. Su and Yi Kunlun were also shocked. And soon someone noticed Yi Kunlun. Hey! Did you notice that the woman standing there looks a lot like the former national goddess Yi Kunlun? Yes, she really looks like Yi Kunlun. But what she wears is a bit old-fashioned. She probably did it on purpose to look like Yi Kunlun. Nowadays, people like to look like celebrities. I've seen a lot of celebrity replicas online, such as Leslie Chung, Chow Yun-fat, Andy Lau, Fan Bingbing, etc. No matter how similar they look, they are still fake. There are also many people who have done it to look like Yi Kunlun. However, no matter how much plastic surgery they do, they can't have Yi Kunlun's temperament or beauty. But the beauty standing there really looks a lot like Yi Kunlun. When talking about Yi Kunlun, everyone became sad. Someone shook his head and sighed, alas, what a pity for Yi Kunlun. She was such a great goddess, why did she die? Alas! Someone answered, yes, how could she die in a car accident out of nowhere? Some people speculated that her cousin Zhang Wanyue killed her in order to compete for the heir to the Yi group. Some people were indignant. Zhang Wanyue, that stinky woman, is highly suspected. She was involved with Yi Kunlun's fiancé at the time. It was because of this incident that Yi Kunlun and his fiancée did not get married. Someone sighed again. Oh, think about when Yi Kunlun died, it was such a big event. Fans from all over the country came here, and the cars in South City were packed for a whole week. I even went to the scene of her car accident and gave her flowers. Someone shook his head sadly. A goddess of her generation has fallen just like that. I wonder when another goddess like her will appear again. A goddess like that only appears once every few hundred years. Let's go, let's not watch anymore, let's go home and look at Yi Kunlun's photos. Everyone dispersed. They didn't know that the woman standing there was the real Yi Kunlun. They didn't know that in 2 days, the news that Yi Kunlun was not dead would explode the entire internet. Mrs. Su, Secretary Chen, and Yi Kunlun began to get ready and dress up. I haven't worn fancy clothes for 3 years, I haven't used cosmetics for 3 years, and I haven't put on lipstick for 3 years. When Yi Kunlun stood in front of the mirror again, it seemed as if the Yi Kunlun of the past had returned. But there was a hint of vicissitudes in her eyes, which was the result of years of torture, and it was difficult to smooth it out in a short time. There are also fine lines at the corners of her eyes. She is already 37 years old, and no matter how she fights aging naturally, she still cannot stop the decline of her appearance brought by the passing of time. She suddenly felt a little worried whether Ling Feng really wouldn't dislike her. Ling Feng is now 27 years old, in the prime of his life. And the fact that he came back alive proves that he has proved that he is already the top person in the world. She suddenly realized that she was not worthy of him. A feeling of inferiority arose in her heart. At this time, Ling Feng came back. Kunlun he walked behind her and hugged her from behind. Yi Kunlun suddenly felt a little flustered. Honey, why don't you say anything? Ling Feng asked softly, putting his face on her vest. Yi Kunlun was even more panicked. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything. What's wrong, baby? Han Lingfeng turned her body around and let her face him. Yi Kunlun looked at him twice with panic eyes, and quickly looked away. She seemed so uneasy. What's wrong, dear? Xiao Lingfeng stared at her face, looking at her curiously. Ling Feng. Yi Kunlun's voice trembled slightly. Xiao Lingfeng continued to stare at her face, waiting for her to speak. Yi Kunlun still didn't dare to look at him. She turned her face away, as if she was afraid that he would stare at her like that. What's wrong? Honey. Xiao Lingfeng moved his face close to hers, rubbed her face gently with his nose, and asked softly. Yi Kunlun stretched out her hand to push his face away, and said with a slight tremor, Ling Feng, What's wrong, baby? Xiao Lingfeng put his arms around her waist and continued to stare at her curiously. Yi Kunlun lowered her head, bit her lips, and said nothing. She had been defeated by inferiority complex. Xiao Lingfeng gently held her in his arms, with a smile on his face. I know what you are worried about. You are afraid that I will dislike you, right? You are not confident anymore, right? Ling Feng was really a worm in her stomach. He knew everything she was thinking. She was relieved and ashamed that he saw through her thoughts. Ling Feng slowly took her hand and placed it on his chest, staring into her eyes, and said jokingly, I didn't expect that the arrogant President Yi would also feel inferior. This is not like President Ye's style. Don't you think you are more attractive now? As Ling Feng spoke, he slowly moved closer and kissed the fine lines at the corners of her eyes and her weathered eyes. Then he put his forehead against hers, his nose touching hers, and said softly, now you are more charming, more mature, and more charming. I heard that women in their 40s are more charming. I hope you can turn 40 soon. She is 37 now, and he said he hopes she will be 40 soon. Who wants their significant other to grow old quickly? Yi Kunlun's worries were instantly dispelled by him. She finally had the courage to look him in the eye and asked, do you really not dislike me? Why should I dislike you? Xiao Lingfeng was very confused and a little unhappy. I was afraid that you would dislike me. Look at how dark my skin has become, and there are many scars on my body. She saw the scar on his body last night, and she knew that it was left when Ling Feng fought with the enemy on the battlefield. Xiao Lingfeng pulled up her clothes, revealing the scars on her waist and stomach, and pouted as she said, I think these scars are so ugly. I want to have plastic surgery to remove them and restore my perfect abdominal muscles. Ling Feng. Yi Kunlun hurriedly pulled him back, don't do it, just leave these scars as they are. She didn't need him to have perfect abdominal muscles, she would rather his scars remain on his body so that they could match the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Don't you dislike me? Xiao Lingfeng stared into her eyes and asked with a smile. I don't mind. Yi Kunlun hurriedly hugged him. Xiao Lingfeng showed a happy smile on his face, and Kunlun's confidence returned. He liked that she would always stand above him, and he would always look up to her. To love her is to make her full of confidence. Chapter 104 We are husband and wife. Sister, will you always love me? Xiao Lingfeng returned to his childish behavior as a little man. What did you call me? Yi Kunlun looked at him in surprise. Sister. Xiao Lingfeng laughed dryly at her. Sister, will you always love me? For the rest of my life, never leave me. Yi Kunlun couldn't help but want to laugh. The little man from the past was back again. She looked at Ling Feng and suddenly felt very warm in her heart, as if those passionate years had returned again. But she still said, don't make trouble, you are so old, you are not a child anymore, you are 27 years old. But in front of you, I will always be a child who never grows up. Ling Feng said, hugging her tightly and leaning in her arms like a child. Yi Kunlun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but for some reason, she felt very warm and caring in her heart. She couldn't help but gently touch Ling Feng's head with her hand, just like an adult touching a child's head. And she herself seemed to have suddenly become younger. The vicissitudes in her eyes seemed to gradually disappear, and her eyes returned to their original peace and confidence, calmness and composure. Sister, close your eyes. Then the little man pulled her to sit on the bed and asked her to close her eyes. What? She asked. Close your eyes, quickly. He acted like a little child and acted coquettishly towards her. Okay, close it. She closed her eyes. Then Ling Feng hung a sign around her neck. She opened her eyes and reached out to pick up the sign around her neck. The sign was golden and had an abstract pattern on it, a pair of lizard claws holding a globe. It was clearly a logo. What is this? She looked up and asked Ling Feng. This is the monarch's order. Whoever holds this order will be obeyed by all the heroes in the world. Xiao Lingfeng said proudly. She knew what this meant, and she hurriedly took the token off and stuffed it back into Xiao Lingfeng's hand like a hot potato. Why did you give this to me? This is not what she should be holding. This thing is too heavy. This is my gift to you. Ling Feng looked at her. This gift is too heavy, I don't want it. She shook her head. Is it heavy? Xiao Lingfeng weighed the sign, maybe 2 taels at most. He was playing dumb, he knew what she meant by heavy. Lingfeng. She looked at Xiao Lingfeng seriously. Xiao Lingfeng calmed down and said, I worked so hard just to give you this gift. Ling Feng. She became more serious. This is the whole world, he can't just give the whole world to her. This is unwise. I've told you before, you're everything to me. Ling Feng also looked at her seriously. If I can't share what I have with you, then what's the point of having it? But. She frowned, still feeling that the gift was too heavy. No buts. The little man said, and quickly put the sign back around her neck, and then added, so cool, this thing suits you very well. Ling Feng. She thought he was joking and tried to take the thing down and return it to him. If you don't accept it, I'll be angry. The little man pretended to be angry, turned his face away, and got angry. If you don't accept my gift, it proves that you don't love me. Yi Kunlun was stunned. What kind of logic is this? Finally, she surrendered. Okay, I'll take it. I'll keep it for you first. Yi Kunlun said, wanting to take it down and keep it in the safe. Don't take it off. The little man pointed at her and ordered. She was stunned. You have to wear it all the time, and when you get old and die, take it into your coffin, he said. Yi Kunlun was shocked. What kind of logic was this? She stared at him blankly for a moment. Gradually, her eyes became red, and she knew that this was the little man's love for her, a heavy love. Don't cry. If you cry, I will kiss you. The little man pointed at her and threatened her again. She suddenly turned the little man's head and kissed him fiercely, because she just wanted to cry. After kissing a few times, she couldn't continue because her tears and saliva were mixed together. Xiao Lingfeng hugged her tightly, took a deep breath, and said in a dull voice, Wife, we are husband and wife, we are one, and everything I have is also yours. Then, he reached out and wiped away the tears on Yi Kunlun's face, looked into her eyes and said, In fact, I am asking you for help. You know, I don't have any ambitions, I am also very lazy, and I am very greedy for pleasure, so I would like to ask you to help me rule the world. I just want to be the man behind you, protected by you, cared for and loved by you. Of course, I will also care for and love you, but I'm really lazy. I just want to be a good husband and father. Don't say that anymore. Yi Kunlun hurriedly hugged him tightly and cried, Lazy man, just do whatever you want in the future. As long as you feel happy. Really? He suddenly became obscene, and his breathing became rapid. I just want the ultimate happiness now. Ah! He immediately threw her down on the bed, begging for mercy again and again. Crazy demands. 30 is like a wolf and 40 is like a tiger. He is 27 and she is 37. At this age, they are as fierce as wolves and tigers. It is extremely ferocious, like a tiger descending from the mountain. She was almost torn apart by him. Who said women are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40? This is a complete misunderstanding of women. She really couldn't stand such madness at her age. But her Ling Feng was still in her prime, and she thought she should exercise more, do some yoga, jog, stretch her legs, etc. Xiao Lingfeng is very fascinated by Kunlun's figure. Her figure is really great. She is 1.75 meters tall and has the figure of a standard model. She is a natural clothes hanger, so she looks good in any clothes. Although she is 37 years old, her figure has not changed at all, probably because she has never given birth to a child. Thinking of the child, Ling Feng thought that after Kunlun's identity was restored and the property was taken back, after the wedding, he would discuss with Kunlun to see if she decided to have a child. If she wanted, they would have the child. If she didn't want it, they wouldn't have it. He would respect her right to have children. But the most important priority at the moment is to restore Kunlun's identity and take back the property that young Master Shin took away. Everyone in the world thought Kunlun was dead. How could this be possible? Young Master Shin is so damn vicious in what he does. Fortunately, his sister Shin Ruoshi had some conscience and agreed to hold a press conference to personally announce the news that Kunlun was not dead and expose the crimes of her third brother. This can be considered as sacrificing one's own family for the sake of justice. In this regard, Xiao Lingfeng still admired Shin Ruoshi. Therefore, if young Master Shin gets into trouble in the future, he will try his best to avoid hurting Shin Ruoshi. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed and the day for Shin Ruoshi to hold a press conference arrived. Ling Feng specially customized a noble dress for Kunlun that suits her style. She will wear it to the press conference to show the world that she, Yi Kunlun, is not dead. She, Yi Kunlun, is back alive. She also wants to meet her fans. Tell them that their idol and goddess is not dead. Instead, she has returned in a more noble and elegant way. Mrs. Su decided not to attend because she had difficulty walking and did not want to appear in a crowded place, as she felt that was the place for young people. But she would watch Koan Lin's glory and young Master Shin's embarrassment in confessing his guilt on TV. Secretary Chen will of course go with him. She will always be Yi Kunlin's secretary, most trusted confidant, and closest friend and bestie. Of course Ling Feng will go, but he will be a spectator, watching everything from the audience. He would watch how his dear Kunlin shocked the world. Chapter 105 Press Conference. The press conference was held at the South City Gymnasium, which can accommodate tens of thousands of people. At this moment, the stadium was full of people, all of whom were Yi Kunlin's fans and media reporters. In fact, the news that Yi Kunlin was not dead had spread across the internet before the press conference began. People all over the world are watching the beginning of the press conference. Young people turned on their mobile phones and old people turned on their televisions, and everyone was watching this touching live broadcast. On the big screen in the gymnasium, old photos and videos of Yi Kunlin were scrolling. At that time, she was still the president of Yi Group. There were pictures of her giving business speeches, doing charity work, conducting business negotiations, and so on. All those well-known past events were turned out and scrolled on the big screen. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the press conference officially began. The scene was completely silent, with only the flashlights flashing and the camera moving slowly. The big star Shen Ruoshi walked from behind the scenes to the front of the stage holding a report document. Her steps seemed steady, but in fact she was already very nervous inside. She walked to the microphone and began to speak, giving a report, reporting to the world what Shen Chen had done to Yi Kunlin, Mrs. Su, and Secretary Chen in the past 7 years. From the beginning of Shen Chen's pursuit of Yi Kunlin, to Shen Chen's turning love into hate, destroying Mrs. Su's financial resources, using his connections and power to shut down the Tiandi Group, and threatening the Yi family to drive Yi Kunlin out of the Yi family and the Yi Group, to Shen Chen forcing them to lose their foothold and finally having to fill their stomachs with wild vegetables, the whole process and details were all reported. The report took more than an hour. People at the scene kept wiping away tears. The TV audience at the airport was also wiping away tears. After finishing the report, Shen Ruoshi bowed deeply to the audience. Yi Kunlin. Someone started shouting. Yi Kunlin. Yi Kunlin. Yi Kunlin. Fans in the audience kept shouting Yi Kunlin's name crazily. Yi Kunlin. Yi Kunlin. Yi Kunlin. Then, Yi Kunlin slowly walked to the front of the stage from behind the scenes, and the spotlight immediately fell on her. The audience instantly screamed and applauded loudly. The entire venue was in a frenzy, with some screaming and some shouting. Everyone stood up, and if it weren't for the security personnel on site maintaining order, they would probably have rushed to the stage. Yi Kunlin is still alive, which is a comfort to everyone. She is the goddess in everyone's mind, the belief in many people's hearts, and the salvation in many people's hearts. Everyone felt lonely because of Yi Kunlin's death, but her rebirth brought light back to life. She was a light in everyone's hearts. At that moment, the audience holding their mobile phones and the audience in front of the TV were all crying and covering their mouths and crying. Yi Kunlin, standing on the stage, looked at everyone below, her face also in tears. At that moment, it was as if the world had stopped turning, and only the people on and off the stage were facing each other, crying. Then Yi Kunlin, with tears in her eyes, smiled at everyone. Her charming smile seemed to make the whole world bloom. The audience was instantly boiling with excitement, everyone started laughing, and everyone was screaming with joy and excitement. The audience in front of their mobile phones and televisions also smiled like aunties on their wet faces. It is exactly in line with the saying, when she cries, it seems as if the whole world is wrong. When she smiles, the whole world is filled with sunshine. Then she walked up to the microphone. Everyone quieted down immediately. Then she asked everyone, "Did you miss me?" Everyone in the audience answered in unison, "Yes. Very much." Yi Kunlin said, "I miss you too." Ah! The audience screamed like crazy. Then she asked everyone, "Do you love me?" Everyone in the audience responded loudly in unison, "Love. Love it very much." Yi Kunlin said, "I love you too." Ah! At the same time, in Kyoto, Shin Mansion. Pa! Shin Chen's father, Shin Beichuan, slapped Shin Chen hard on the face, pointed at the TV and yelled at him, "Rebellious son. Look at what you have done. The good reputation of my Shin family, which has been built up for 100 years, has been destroyed by you in an instant." "Oh, why did you hit him?" Mrs. Shin protected her son. "If you want to blame someone, blame Yi Kunlin. She is so ungrateful. It's her blessing that Shenner likes her." "Shut up." Shin Beichuan pointed at Mrs. Shin and yelled, "You're the one who spoiled her. Who is Yi Kunlin? She's a celebrity. Why did he have to touch her when there are so many other people he could touch?" What's wrong with being a celebrity? Are celebrities not human beings? Why can't our Chun'er be touched? Mrs. Shin didn't think there was anything wrong with her son. It's all because of that Yi Kunlun who doesn't know what's good for her. She's just a nobody from a second-tier city, but she's putting on airs. I think she deserves it. You. Shen Beichuan glared at Mrs. Shin. You are a womanizer. Shen Beichuan, why are you being so arrogant to me? In my woman's opinion, if you, Shen Beichuan, didn't have the power of my mother's family to support you, could you have become the richest man in Kyoto? Mrs. Shin yelled at Shen Beichuan. My second sister is right. A middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a suit walked in from outside the door. He was the youngest brother of Mrs. Shin's family, named Wang Yunxiang. Wang Yunxiang was born later, so he was the same age as Shin Chen. Moreover, he usually did things that were even worse than his nephew Shin Chen. Uncle. Shin Chen greeted Wang Yunxiang. In fact, he didn't like his uncle. And Wang Yunxiang must have come here with bad intentions. Sure enough, Wang Yunxiang raised a teasing smile, stared at Shin Chen and said, Shin Chen, you are really scheming. You actually faked a car accident and said Yi Kunlun was dead. In the end, you secretly hid Yi Kunlun by yourself. Tell your uncle, did you get to eat it? How does it taste? Shin Chen felt a little guilty. The reason why he took the risk was to become the second hungry wolf after Fang Bo to pounce on Yi Kunlun. That's because he really loves Yi Kunlun, and he wants to have Yi Kunlun alone. In order to prevent other hungry wolves from competing with him, he had to create a fake car accident to make people think that Yi Kunlun was dead. In this way, other hungry wolves would no longer stare at Yi Kunlun, and he could enjoy Yi Kunlun alone. But he never expected that Yi Kunlun would refuse to obey, and he never expected that Han Lingfeng would come back and disrupt his plans. Now, the news that Yi Kunlun is not dead has been exposed, and Shin Chen has become the target of everyone's condemnation. More importantly, if Yi Kunlun didn't die, she would once again become the prey of hungry wolves, tigers, and lions. His uncle Wang Yunxiang was one of the many hungry wolves. Shin Chen felt that if his sister Shin Ruoshi revealed the news that Yi Kunlun was not dead, it would only push Yi Kunlun into a more dangerous situation. Of course, this request was made by Han Lingfeng, and Shin Chen hated Han Lingfeng very much now. He felt that Han Lingfeng was stupid and ignorant, and he really didn't know why Yi Kunlun liked him. But now, he no longer had the mind to think about Yi Kunlun or Han Lingfeng. He was now more afraid of his uncle. He had hidden Yi Kunlun alone for 3 years and had not shared her with his uncle. How could his uncle be happy? Well, did you eat it? The uncle grabbed his shoulders tightly. You had a great time these 3 years, didn't you? You ate such a delicious dish all by yourself. It seems that you don't have me, your uncle, in your eyes. As Wang Yunxiang spoke, he grabbed Shin Chen's shoulders and threw him to the ground. Although Shen Beichuan and Mrs. Shin felt sorry for their son, they did not dare to stop Wang Yunxiang because Wang Yunxiang was the little bully of the Wang family. Then, Wang Yunxiang grabbed Shin Chen's collar and asked, Tell your uncle, does Yi Kunlun have a good figure? Is her skin tender? Does it feel like kissing jelly? Does it taste delicious? Chapter 106 announced to the world that I am your woman. Wang Yunxiang grabbed Shin Chen's collar again and asked, Tell your uncle, does Yi Kunlun have a good figure? Is her skin tender? Does it feel like kissing jelly when you kiss her? Does it taste delicious? Shin Chen looked at Wang Yunxiang in silence. He knew that his uncle longed for Yi Kunlun as much as he did. But how should he tell him? He had kissed Yi Kunlun, but he didn't get to eat. Well, tell your uncle. Wang Yunxiang slapped his face with his hand. What does it feel like? Tell your uncle quickly. Shin Chen was silent and couldn't utter a word. You won't say it, right? Wang Yunxiang slapped him hard in the face. You won't say it, right? You won't say it, you won't say it. My uncle is even crazier than him. Wang Yunxiang slapped him so hard that blood flowed from his nose and mouth, and stars appeared in his eyes. Yunxiang, Yunxiang. Mrs. Shin rushed over and pulled Wang Yunxiang. Don't hit Chen anymore. Get out of here. Wang Yunxiang pushed his second sister and threw her onto the sofa. Then he continued to grab Shin Chen's collar viciously. His eyes were bloodshot, his face was distorted, and he laughed strangely. Tell me. Tell me. Is it fun to do it? Ha? Is it fun to do it? Uncle. Shin Chen swallowed the blood in his throat and said painfully and hard, Don't ask me anymore. I don't know. I really don't know. Go ask Han Lingfeng. He is the man Yi Kunlun likes. Wang Yunxiang shuddered violently. Yi Kunlun has a man she likes? Xin Shen swallowed a mouthful of blood and continued, Yi Kunlun would never let me touch her because she loves that man in her heart. He and Yi Kunlun have already been married, you can go ask him. Xin Shen started to cry, you go ask him, I really don't know, little uncle, although I hid her for 3 years, I never had the chance to eat her. As Xin Shen spoke, he covered his face and burst into tears. He was sad, defeated, regretful, and unwilling. He sobbed so hard that his body trembled and his shoulders shook. Ha 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 ha! Wang Yunxiang let go of Xin Shen and laughed wildly, I've hidden her for 3 years, and you've never eaten her, ha ha ha. After laughing for a while, his face gradually became gloomy and scary. Han Lingfeng, the man Yi Kunlun likes? I didn't expect that the cold and arrogant goddess Yi Kunlun would also like someone. Then, he pulled Xin Shen up from the ground, licked his lips and said, you have to accompany me to South City. Go, what are you going to do in Nanchang? Xin Shen had a bad feeling and asked tremblingly. Of course I'll go to the press conference. Wang Yunxiang was full of madness, you are the criminal who hurt Yi Kunlun. Tell me, if I catch you, a criminal, and bring you to the press conference to confess your crime to the world, will I become a hero in the eyes of the world? And that way Wang Yunxiang became more and more crazy, I can still grab Yi Kunlun, this little white rabbit, in the palm of my hand in front of everyone in the world. That little white rabbit belongs to me, Wang Yunxiang, and no one can snatch it from me, ha ha ha. Crazy. I think you are all really crazy. Shen Beichuan roared. Yunxiang! Yunxiang! Mrs. Shen hurriedly grabbed Wang Yunxiang, you want to drag Chen'er to the press conference to confess? He is your nephew. Wang Yunxiang shook off Mrs. Shen's hand and snorted coldly, Shen Ruoshi killed her relatives for the sake of justice, why can't I do the same? He grinned and smiled at Mrs. Shen, second sister, you have nothing to worry about. You have 3 sons and 1 daughter, so what does it matter if he loses 1 son? You beast. You beast. Mrs. Shen slapped Wang Yunxiang excitedly, he is your nephew and grandson. Let my son go. Let my son go. But Wang Yunxiang has no empathy and no humanity. He ignored his second sister who was crying heartbreakingly. Let's go. He grabbed Xin Shen's collar and forced him forward, let's take a private plane and head to South City. Beichuan, you have to think of a solution quickly, you have to think of a solution quickly. Mrs. Shen pulled Shen Beichuan and cried. What can I do? Shen Beichuan roared, pointing at Wang Yunxiang's back, that's someone from your Wang family. Your Wang family has always been like this, without any humanity. Now, for their own greed, they don't even let their own nephew go. Oh my! Mrs. Shen cried a few times and became vicious, Yi Kunlun. If anything happens to my son, I will never let you, a vixen, go. Then she shouted again, go and ask my eldest brother to accompany me to South City. Alas! Shen Beichuan shook his head and sighed deeply, what kind of thing is this? What kind of thing is this? Just because of a woman, he disregarded his reputation, his morality, and the law of the king. Alas! At the same time, the hungry wolves from the other 2 families in Kyoto could not help but move out. In addition, there are many cities and regions such as Tianhai, Zhugang, Zhuzhou, Beicheng, and Dongcheng. Powerful families and financial groups, as long as they covet Yi Kunlun's prey, have all taken special planes to Nanchang. There are tigers and lions behind. No one would have thought that this press conference would turn into a battlefield where greedy people would fight for Yi Kunlun, the pearl. The press conference at South City Stadium is still going on. Yi Kunlun still stood in front of the camera and spoke to the audience. Thank you all for your continued attention and love for me. God has given me many gifts and rewards, but also brought me equal hardships. I've been loved by everyone, but I've also been hurt by people with bad intentions. But no matter what life brings me, I will accept it with pleasure. This is the cause and effect of my destiny. Every event, whether good or bad, is a scene in the script of life, and destiny is made up of these scenes one after another. I won't complain about life, but I will be grateful. I am grateful to everyone sitting here, and to every kind person who is watching me in front of the camera. Also, I want to thank my husband. The audience was speechless. Yi Kunlun's husband? Everyone looked at each other. Lingfeng, come up. Yi Kunlun waved to Han Lingfeng, who was sitting in the first row of the audience. The spotlight was on Han Lingfeng, and all the audience's eyes were fixed on him. Han Lingfeng stood up, calmed himself, and walked towards Yi Kunlun on the stage. Yi Kunlun pulled him in front of the microphone and introduced him to everyone. "This is Mr. Han, my husband." Hearing the word husband, the audience was even more shocked. But at this moment, Yi Kunlun no longer cared about the reaction of the audience. She stretched out her hands, held Han Lingfeng's hands, and looked at him face to face. She was so excited that she was trembling slightly. She looked at him deeply and spoke with great effort. "For a long time, I have been avoiding you, fearing that others would know of your existence, but now, we don't have to be afraid." As Yi Kunlun spoke, she hurriedly took off the sign that Han Lingfeng had given her from her neck and hung it around Han Lingfeng's neck. Then, she said in a trembling voice, "Now announce to the world that I, Yi Kunlun, am your Han Lingfeng's woman." It has been Han Lingfeng's long-cherished wish to reveal their relationship to the whole world. Han Lingfeng pulled Yi Kunlun into his arms, then raised his right hand high and roared, "Yi Kunlun! You are my, Han Lingfeng's woman. My woman! My woman! My woman!" The roar resounded throughout the entire stadium. After a moment's silence, the audience suddenly applauded wildly. Although they were very unfamiliar with Han Lingfeng, no one dared to underestimate him just because of his three powerful shouts just now. Besides, how could the man Yi Kunlun chose be bad? What's more, for those fans, as long as baby Lin Lin is happy, they will bless her no matter who she chooses. Yi Kunlun clung to Han Lingfeng's arms, tears streaming down her face. "From now on, you have to be responsible for me, understand?" Han Lingfeng hugged her tightly with both hands. "I will definitely be responsible for you, to the end, for the rest of my life. You must love me, care for me, and protect me." "Okay, I love you, care about you, and protect you. I want to be a little woman, not a sister." "Okay, you be the little woman and I'll be the big man." Han Lingfeng kissed her on the forehead and held her tightly in his arms. At this moment, a strong desire to protect her rose in his heart. At the same time, through the camera, the golden badge on Han Lingfeng's neck looked very dazzling under the spotlight. At the same time, the members of the Lizard Organization station in Daxia who were watching the live broadcast through the internet media widened their eyes at almost the same time. Sovereign's order. They recognized the sign on Han Lingfeng's neck. They are the king of the country and the governors of the 38 provinces. At that moment, they made a joint decision to rush to South City without stopping to meet the monarch. And at this moment, Wang Yunxiang brought Shen Chen to the venue. Chapter 107 Extreme Madness. Wang Yunxiang escorted Shen Chen into the venue. He looked at Yi Kunlun on the stage and shouted excitedly, "Yi Kunlun! Yi Kunlun! I caught Shen Chen for you, I caught the sinner Shen Chen for you." All the audience turned to look at this uninvited guest. Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng on the stage also looked at Wang Yunxiang and Shen Chen. "Brother, uncle." Shen Ruoxi was shocked. Wang Yunxiang escorted Shen Chen and ran quickly onto the stage under everyone's gaze. The moment he saw Yi Kunlun face to face, he couldn't help but shiver and felt a sense of heat. This woman is so beautiful. Seeing her in person is completely different from seeing her on TV. Wang Yunxiang felt as if tens of thousands of ants were crawling on his heart. It was extremely itchy. He was now like a hungry wolf, staring at his prey, swallowing his saliva continuously, with a strong desire in his eyes. Just as he was staring at Yi Kunlun in fascination, Shen Ruoxi suddenly rushed over. "Uncle, uncle!" Wang Yunxiang shuddered, came back to his senses, and looked at Shen Ruoxi with empty eyes. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Shen Ruoxi looked at Wang Yunxiang anxiously. She couldn't believe that her uncle would personally bring her third brother here. "Go away! Get out of here!" Wang Yunxiang pushed Shen Ruoxi away rudely. He would not let her hinder him from being a hero. He led Shen Chen to face the audience and shouted, "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Yunxiang, from the Wang family in Kyoto." He pointed at Shen Chen and said, "This is my nephew. What this beast did to Missy is simply outrageous to both humans and gods, so I brought him here so that the people of the world can fight against him together." "Good. Good job. You are a man who kills his relatives for the sake of justice. Well done." The audience cheered and everyone sincerely admired Wang Xiao for his willingness to sacrifice his own family for the sake of justice. "Young Master Shen, you are not a human being, you are a beast, beat him to death." Some radical fans roared. After he shouted like that, everyone started throwing things at Shen Chen. Some threw snacks, some threw coke, some threw milk tea, some threw mineral water, some threw bread, some threw cakes, and some threw bags. Those things hit Shen Chen's face and body like raindrops, making his face and body dirty. At this time, someone threw another mobile phone up. Bang! The cell phone hit Shinshan's forehead. Shinshan's forehead was smashed, and blood flowed from his forehead to his face, adding a sense of desolation to his miserable appearance. Shinruwashi, who was standing aside, felt heartbroken watching her third brother suffer this pain, but what could she say or do at this moment? Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun felt inexplicably complicated. Although they hated Shinshan, they also understood the principle of a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. They hoped that Shinshan would come out and apologize, plead guilty, and truly repent from the bottom of his heart. But they really didn't expect that he would be dragged to the stage by his own uncle to be humiliated by the public. Wang Yunxiang was very proud of his behavior, and he carried out the act of killing relatives for the sake of justice to the fullest extent. He grabbed Shinshan's hair and shouted, "You beast, kowtow and confess your sins to us." As he said that, he pressed Shinshan's head and banged it to the ground. It hit him 7 or 8 times in a row. There was more blood on Shinshan's face, and his entire face was covered with blood. At this moment, the audience quieted down, the passion in their hearts disappeared, and everyone inexplicably felt that Shinshan was a little pitiful. In fact, most people have kind hearts. But Wang Yunxiang felt that this was not enough. He kicked Shinshan to the ground again, then took out a knife from his body and shouted, "Now, I will kill him and rid the world of this evil." As he spoke, Wang Yunxiang raised the knife in his hand high, with murderous intent in his eyes. No! Just when he was about to kill Shinshan with a knife, Shinruwashi suddenly pushed him from behind. Shinruwashi pushed very hard, causing Wang Yunxiang to fall forward and fall to the ground, causing the knife in his hand to fall out. At this moment, Shinshan's eyes were filled with tremendous hatred. He never expected that his own uncle would be so cruel to him. The fire of hatred blinded his mind. He immediately picked up the knife that Wang Yunxiang had thrown from the ground and stabbed Wang Yunxiang without hesitation. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Puff! 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 Shinshan stabbed Wang Yunxiang 7 or 8 times in a row. Each stab was intended to kill him. He was determined to stab him to death. Ah! Brother! Until Shinruwashi's scream woke him up. Shinshan shuddered and came to his senses. He looked at the knife in his hand, the blood on it and on his hand, and then at his uncle who was lying in front of him and had already died. Only then did Shinshan realize how terrible he had done. He collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, and the bloody knife in his hand fell to the ground. The whole place was in dead silence, and the audience stared with horror. Someone had died. Han Lingfeng hurriedly walked to the microphone and shouted to the audience, "I'm sorry everyone, due to an unexpected incident on site, the announcement will end here." He then signaled the security personnel to clear the venue. Security personnel rushed forward to clear the area. Soon there were no more spectators. And the people on the stage seemed to be dreaming. "Uncle! Uncle!" Shinruwashi shook Wang Yunxiang's body and shouted a few times, then raised her tearful face and looked at Shinshan. "Brother, you killed my uncle, you killed my uncle, why on earth? Why? Why?" Shinshan looked at his bloody hands and asked himself why. Finally, he slowly raised his head and looked at Yi Kunlun, and said in great sorrow, "Yi Kunlun, everything is because of you, everything is because of you. I love you so much, why don't you listen to me? Why don't you obey me? If you had obeyed me and lived in seclusion with me, none of this would have happened. And you." Shinshan pointed at Han Lingfeng fiercely and said with extreme hatred, "It was you who forced Ruwashi to hold the press conference. It was you who wanted to announce the news that Kunlun was still alive. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are?" Shinshan stood up from the ground and pointed at Han Lingfeng and roared. "Do you know how many people are watching Yi Kunlun? I faked the car accident and told everyone that Yi Kunlun was dead. I admit that I had selfish motives, but I was also protecting her. But it's over now. Yi Kunlun can no longer hide. She will be eaten by tigers and lions. She will become the object of others' lust, she will be unable to live or die." He pointed at Han Lingfeng and roared, "All this is thanks to you. All this is thanks to you." Shinshan couldn't accept the thought that his beloved woman, the extremely pure goddess in his heart, was about to be corrupted and rotted in such inhuman humiliation. "Ah!" He suddenly roared in extreme grief, then slashed his neck with a knife. As the knife was slashed, a few drops of blood splashed onto Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng's faces. They both shuddered at the same time. Chapter 108: Hidden Dragon and Hungry Tiger. "Ah!" Shinshan roared in extreme grief and slashed his neck with a knife. As the knife was slashed, a few drops of blood splashed onto Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng's faces. they both shuddered at the same time. Third brother. With Shin Ruwashi's heart-wrenching scream, Shin Chen's body slowly fell to the ground. Third brother. Third brother. Shin Ruwashi rushed over and hugged Shin Chen, screaming heartbreakingly. Blood kept flowing out from the carotid artery in Shin Chen's neck. Shin Ruwashi reached out to block it, but no matter how hard she tried, blood still kept flowing out of the wound, like a broken faucet. Third brother. Third brother. Shin Ruwashi's voice was hoarse and her whole body was trembling. At this moment, she didn't know what to do. The dying young Master Shin ignored his sister who was crying heartbreakingly, but looked at Yi Kunlun with tearful eyes. Then he stretched out a hand, as if he wanted to touch her face one last time, but she was so far away from him that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't touch her. Finally, he died and his outstretched hand drooped down. Until the last moment, he was unable to fulfill his wish. And so he left this world with deep regret. Third brother. Third brother. Shin Ruwashi cried heartbreakingly while holding the body of Third Master Shin. Han Lingfeng came over, stretched out his hand to cover Shin Chen's eyes, and comforted him. Don't worry. No one can touch Kunlun. I have the ability to protect her. Just go with peace of mind. Shin Chen's soul seemed to be comforted, and his open eyes finally closed. Yi Kunlun stood there in a daze, not knowing whether she felt guilty or regretful. She felt extremely complicated, with thousands of thoughts in her mind that she couldn't figure out. At this time, Mrs. Shin and her eldest brother, Wang Yuanxiang, the head of the Wang family, rushed to the scene. Wang Yuanxiang was an important figure in Kyoto, so he also brought guards. When they rushed to the stage and saw Shin Chen and Wang Yuanxiang who were already dead, the brother and sister simply couldn't believe it. But Shin Chen and Wang Yuanxiang were indeed lying dead in a pool of blood. Chen'er, my Chen'er. Mrs. Shin hugged Shin Chen, her face pale and her whole body trembling. As a mother, she really couldn't accept the fact that her beloved child had died. Wang Yuanxiang also hugged Wang Yuanxiang's body and cried, Yunxiang. Yunxiang. Chen'er. Chen'er. What happened to my Chen'er? Mrs. Shin hugged Shin Chen and shook him excitedly, and she seemed to have become mentally unbalanced. Mom. Shin Ruwashi, who was heartbroken by her brother's death, felt even more heartbroken when she saw her mother like this. Mrs. Shin suddenly glared at Shin Ruwashi with a look of hatred. Then, she slapped Shin Ruwashi hard on the face and yelled, You traitor! Shin Ruwashi collapsed on the ground, feeling extremely guilty and regretful. It was she who wanted to hold this press conference. Mrs. Shin then glared at Yi Kunlun with an extremely hateful look. Yi Kunlun, you killed my son, you vixen, you killed my son. Then, she excitedly shouted to Wang Yuanxiang, Brother, this is all because of Yi Kunlun, this is all because of Yi Kunlun, this vixen. Wang Yuanxiang put down Wang Yuanxiang's body in his arms, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and stood up. He pulled out a pistol from the waist of the guard beside him and pointed it at Yi Kunlun with gritted teeth, You vixen. You killed my brother and nephew. You are a beauty who brings disaster. You should not live in this world. I will kill you now, and bury Yunxiang and Chen'er with you, and get rid of this harm to the people. Wang Yuanxiang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He held the gun handle tightly with one hand, aimed the gun at Yi Kunlun's head, and put his thumb on the trigger. Just as Wang Yuanxiang was about to pull the trigger, a bullet suddenly hit his wrist. Then, a burst of sharp gunfire rang out throughout the stadium. Ding 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 ding. The gunfire ended in just a few seconds. After the short burst of gunfire, it seemed as if the whole world had stopped turning, as if everyone had stopped breathing. Then, everyone saw that Mrs. Shin and Wang Yuanxiang were beaten into a hornet's nest, and all the guards brought by Wang Yuanxiang, without exception, all fell to the ground. Each of them had one or more bullet holes on their bodies, and blood kept oozing out of the bullet holes. Mom! Uncle! Shin Ruwashi screamed in a blank mind. Han Lingfeng, Yi Kunlun, and Secretary Chen all looked towards the door as if they were having a nightmare. I saw a middle-aged man in his 50s wearing a uniform and with a full beard standing at the door. Behind him was a row of soldiers holding AK rifles. Smoke was still coming out of the muzzles of their rifles. It was obvious that they were the ones who fired the shots just now. The middle-aged man calmed himself down and walked towards this side. Each step was steady and powerful, and he was not impatient or anxious. There was no expression on his face. At the same time, a voice sounded, Jinbei King Lei Ting, come and marry Miss Yi. Next came 8 maids, carrying the betrothal gifts, 2 people in a row, forming 4 rows, and walked in from the door with light and steady steps. They walked up to the stage, stood in a row, and stood in front of Yi Kunlun. The trays in their hands were filled with precious items such as jewelry, contract documents, keys to luxury houses and cars, ginseng, deer antlers, and a festive red wedding dress. Such a festive thing seemed extremely out of place with the place covered in blood and corpses. Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun both knew that the real big tiger had appeared. The king of Jinbei has already walked onto the stage, and his eyes, like the abyss, keep scanning Yi Kunlun's face. This woman's beauty is truly stunning. It was worth it that the king of Jinbei came in person to marry her. I wonder if Miss Yi is satisfied with my betrothal gifts. King Jinbei had a blank expression on his face, but his eyes could not hide the greedy desire in his heart. He was like a tiger in the forest, staring at fresh meat. He couldn't wait to taste it. I'm sorry, she's already married. Han Lingfeng stood in front of Yi Kunlun, looking at King Jinbei with the same abyss-like gaze. What does it matter if she's married? King Jinbei sneered disdainfully, even if she's married, I can still marry her. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not take away what others like. She is already married. Does the king of Jinbei want to marry someone else's wife? Han Lingfeng stared at the king of Jinbei with cold eyes. As long as I like her, I don't care whose wife she is. The king of Jinbei has always been so overbearing. I came here today to marry Miss Yi. I just want to ask, Miss Yi, are you going to marry me or not? If you want to marry Miss Yi, it depends on whether I agree or not. At this time, a voice was heard from outside the door. And the king? Another voice. Turning around, I saw two more middle-aged men in uniform walking in from the door, followed by their respective soldiers. These two middle-aged men were the king of Pingxi and the king of Jinan. Why did these two old men come together? Could it be that they also covet Yi Kunlun's body? The king of Jinbei narrowed his eyes and the muscles on his face tightened. Han Lingfeng's lips curled up into a playful smile. The tigers should all be here this time. Unexpectedly, someone outside the door shouted, if you want to marry Yi Kunlun, it depends on whether we agree or not. Looking up, I saw several young men coming in from outside. They were the sons of financial groups from Zhugang, Zhuzhou, Xiqing, Dongcheng, and other places, as well as the sons of powerful families. Han Lingfeng's expression became more amused, and he thought, it seems a group of hungry wolves have also come together. Chapter 109 Fighting for the Pearl. The young man leading the group was Wu Hong, the king's son. This group of young people usually colluded with each other, eating, drinking, gambling, playing with women, and were typical prodigal sons of wealthy families. As soon as the news that Yi Kunlun was not dead spread, this group of prodigal sons rushed to grab and fight for it no matter what. King Jinbei took 2 steps forward, so young Master Wu is also interested in Yi Kunlun? Wu Hong rolled his eyes at King Jinbei and said, look at what you said. Which man doesn't want to have a contemporary beauty like Yi Kunlun? As he spoke, he glanced at the Prince of Pingxi and the Prince of Jinan, and then said, but you three are so old, but you still covet beauty. Aren't you ashamed? King Pingxi sneered, it has nothing to do with age. As long as I am still strong, I can still find beautiful women at the age of 80. Wu Hong clapped his hands and said, great, great. He glanced at everyone and said, but there is only one Yi Kunlun. How about you give in and give her to me? Let her be given to you? King Jinbei snorted coldly, young Master Wu is really good at getting an advantage. Then why don't you give in a little and give her to me? You. Wu Hong pointed at the king of Jinbei and said angrily, how dare you snatch a woman from me? Do you believe that I will ask my father to remove you from your position as king of Jinbei? Really? King Jinbei clenched his fist, the king may not listen to you, right? You. Wu Hong was shaking with anger, but there was nothing he could do. The atmosphere was deadlocked. No one was willing to give up the beautiful Yi Kunlun to someone else. However, since everyone was powerful, no one dared to do anything to anyone else. After thinking for a while, the king of Pingxi said with a smile, why should we hurt our relationship for a woman? Why don't I treat you all to a drink at the most luxurious club in South City, and then let Miss Yi come to play with us? Then we can all have a share, right? Wu Hong usually liked to stir up a big fight, and King Pingxi's proposal was exactly what he wanted. That's a good idea, that's a good idea. Wu Hong shouted excitedly, it's settled, let's go find a place to have some fun now, and ask Yi Kunlun to accompany us, this way it's fair. Everyone had no objection. Although some people wanted to monopolize Yi Kunlun, it was obvious that they could not monopolize her. They could only share her. But no matter what, it was better to share the food than to have nothing to eat. So everyone reached a consensus and now we can't wait to do it. Wu Hong turned to Yi Kunlun and said, "Miss Yi, come with us now. Do you want me to carry you on my back or hold you in my arms?" Everyone laughed happily. Yi Kunlun was neither anxious nor angry. She glanced at Han Lingfeng beside her with loving eyes and replied, "I'm just afraid my husband won't agree." "Of course I won't agree." Han Lingfeng stretched out his hand and hugged Yi Kunlun in his arms. "My wife is such a noble woman, how could she play with beasts? If a low-level animal like that licked my wife's shoes, my wife would find it dirty. How dare you scold us?" Wu Hong pointed at Han Lingfeng in anger. The others were also indignant, and they all wanted to kill Han Lingfeng as soon as possible. "Kill him!" King Jinbei shouted. "Yes! Kill him!" shouted Prince Shinnan. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" Others also shouted. The king of Pingxi drew his pistol from his waist and pointed it at Han Lingfeng. "I will shoot him dead." "Slow down." Wu Hong hurriedly grabbed the gun of King Pingxi. "Yi Kunlun is in his arms, he is going to beat her to death, so we should take Yi Kunlun away first." As he said that, Wu Hong ordered his guards to snatch Yi Kunlun with their bare hands. 2 guards rushed forward one after another, but were kicked away one by Han Lingfeng. They didn't expect that Han Lingfeng was a martial artist, and his skills seemed pretty good. "Send a few more up." Wu Hong waved his hand and ordered. 7 or 8 guards rushed towards Han Lingfeng and the others from all directions. Han Lingfeng protected Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen like an old hen, kicking away anyone who came close to him. He was already skilled, and his 7 years of battlefield experience had trained him to be a fierce and invincible god of war. How could these guards be his opponents? In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 guards fell to the ground, either seriously injured or disabled. The king of Jinbei, the king of Jinnan, and the king of Pingxi were all people who had fought on the battlefield before, so they naturally saw that Han Lingfeng was extraordinary. "Who is this guy? How come he has such skills?" asked King Pingxi with narrowed eyes. "Humph," King Jinbei snorted coldly, "I heard that he served as a soldier for 7 years, and I don't know who he served under. He's just an unknown soldier. Who knows whose subordinate he is?" The king of Jinnan said with a sullen face, "But with this kind of skills, he should be a special forces soldier. I want to see how good he is at fighting." Wu Hong gritted his teeth and ordered, "All of you, come at me and crush that guy into a pulp." The dozens of guards brought by Wu Hong were about to rush forward together. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted from the direction of the gate, "Stop!" Everyone turned their heads to look. The king and his personal guards were seen hurrying towards the gate. Ever since he saw the monarch's order on Han Lingfeng's neck on TV, the king of Dixia, who was a third-level member of the Lizard Organization, naturally rushed to Nanchang to pay homage to the monarch. Dies from another 38 provinces are also on their way. They are level 4 and level 5 members respectively. The Lizard Organization is divided into 5 levels of members, and the subordinates must obey the orders of the subordinates absolutely. As the monarch, Han Lingfeng is naturally the top member of the Lizard Organization, and all the members below him will obey him absolutely. This is the system of the Lizard Organization for hundreds of years, and members must abide by it, otherwise they will be regarded as traitors. And the fate of traitors is usually very tragic. The face of the great Xia King was livid at this moment, and then suddenly turned pale, because he did not expect that there would be so many corrupt elements in the great Xia Kingdom under his charge. Although he stood at the top of the great Xia Kingdom, he was blinded by a single leaf and did not know the full picture. This was his dereliction of duty. What shocked him even more was that his own son turned out to be one of the bad apples. At this moment, he only felt dizzy, and a sense of crisis and fear that a disaster was about to happen came over him, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. At the same time, the arrival of the ruler also made these corrupt elements feel uneasy, because they understood the ruler's character and knew that he was a good ruler who was upright and incorruptible. But I never expected that even he would pay attention to the Yi Kunlun incident. Could it be that the old ruler is also interested in Yi Kunlun, a beautiful woman? The corrupt officials thought so in their hearts. Therefore, they all rushed forward to greet him with a flattering look on their faces. "Dad, you're here?" Wu Hang rushed to the front and looked at the king with a smile. "I was planning to bring Yi Kunlun back to Kyoto and present her to you." But before he could finish his words, he saw his father, the king, look frightened and terrified, and then he slapped him in the face with a big slap. Chapter 110: The Rebellious Son Revolts. Rebellious son. The king pointed at Wu Hong, who fell to the ground and cursed. Wu Hong was confused. Could it be that the king's father didn't come for Yi Kunlun? It seems that I have neglected to discipline you, which is why you have become such a rebellious beast. You even dare to touch Miss Yi. Do you know Miss Yi? The words Miss Yi is the monarch's wife were on the tip of his tongue, but he forced them back. Because the identities of the members of the lizard organization are secret, and they are secrets that cannot be told. Do you know who Miss Yi is? She is a good person who is loved by the people of the world. She is a philanthropist, a social elite, an entrepreneur who contributes to the economy of Daxia, and a boss who provides employment opportunities for the society. How dare you do something bad to such a talented person in society? When he got excited, the king kicked Wu Hong hard several times, making him gasp for breath. Wu Hong was even more confused, because he had seen many entrepreneurs, philanthropists, and social elites who were more influential than Yi Kunlun, and he had never seen his father, the ruler, pay so much attention to him. But why? Why did he pay so much attention to Yi Kunlun? Wu Hong couldn't figure it out for a moment. The king of Jinbei, the king of Pingxi, and the king of Jinan were also confused. The king of Pingxi asked the king of Jinan and the king of Jinbei in a low voice, "What is the meaning of this move by the king?" Humph. King Jinbei seemed to have figured something out and sneered, "They are just acting." Acting? Prince Jinan didn't understand what he meant. I understand. The king of Pingxi seemed to have suddenly realized something. He is trying to snatch Yi Kunlun from us in another way. He deliberately pretends to be a gentleman and exaggerates Yi Kunlun's social contribution. On the surface, it seems that he cherishes talents, but in fact, he is also greedy for Yi Kunlun's beauty. Humph, otherwise, he would not have come all the way from Kyoto. That's right. King Jinbei said with a dark face, he saved Yi Kunlun first, and then possessed her alone. So what should we do now? Prince Shinan asked in a low voice. Let's see first. Prince Shinan said with a dark face. After beating and scolding his son, the king walked up to Han Lingfang and Yi Kunlun, panting. He first glanced at Han Lingfang with a sympathetic look, and then apologized to Yi Kunlun. "Miss Yi, I'm so sorry. My son is so rebellious. I apologize to Mr. Han and Miss Yi on his behalf." Han Lingfang interrupted him, "Apologize on his behalf? I'm afraid you can't afford this sin." The king shuddered and said hurriedly and anxiously, "My son has really committed a serious crime, which is unforgivable." Unforgivable crime. Well said, but what does it mean to be unforgivable crime? Han Lingfang asked. The king made up his mind, I will expel him from the family, so that he will never be a descendant of the Wu family again, and will no longer enjoy the kindness of his ancestors. I will also announce to the world that I have severed the father-son relationship with this rebellious son. Dad! Dad! Wu Hong crawled to the king's feet in panic and grabbed the king's trouser legs tightly. You can't really kick me out of the house. If I don't have the protection of my family, then I will become an ordinary person. I don't want to be kicked out of the house and become a beggar on the street. I don't want to live that kind of poor life. What's more, I have made many enemies. If I become an ordinary person, those enemies will come to seek revenge on me. How could his father, the king, not know the seriousness of the matter? But he had to give an explanation to the monarch today, so he had to give up the son. Get out of here. I don't have a son like you. The king kicked Wu Hong away fiercely. You deserve what happened today. Dad! Dad! You can't do this. Wu Hong rushed over and hugged the king's legs and feet. Haven't you always loved me the most? And I'm the only child in the 3 generations of the Wu family. If you drive me out of the Wu family, won't the Wu family be left without descendants? Who will inherit the Wu family's huge fortune? The king now only wanted to cut off ties with this rebellious son. The more Wu Hong begged him, the more he feared it would arouse the monarch's suspicion. The Wu family doesn't have descendants like you, let me go. He kicked hard on Wu Hong's arm that was tightly holding his leg. Dad! Dad! Wu Hong held onto his arm tightly as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Let go! Let go! I told you to let go! The king kicked Wu Hong's arm again and again. He kicked him several times until Wu Hong's arm, which was holding his leg, was kicked away. At that moment, Wu Hong lost his lifeline, and his despair was replaced by resentment. The 3 people, the king of Jinbei, the king of Jinbei, and the king of Pingxi, who were standing aside and watching the show, had solemn expressions. The king of Pingxi said, "This old ruler is quite cruel. In order to portray himself as a gentleman, he killed his own son. King Jinbei snorted. He wants to have an upright image, but he also wants to possess Yi Kunlun alone. He is a complete hypocrite, being a whore and pretending to be a saint. King Jinan said, he didn't even let his own son go. It looks like we can't escape either. The three of them looked at each other, understood each other's feelings, and made a unified decision in their hearts. Wu Hong stood up from the ground in anger, looking at his father, the king, with dismay. Since you don't want me as your son, I don't recognize you as your father either. Don't think I don't know what you are up to. On the surface, you are protecting talents, but in fact, you want to dominate Yi Kunlun. The king was shocked. How could he think like that? There are many entrepreneurs who are more powerful than Yi Kunlun, but you have never been so protective of her. You even came all the way from Kyoto. Aren't you just trying to snatch Yi Kunlun away from us? You want to snatch her away? Go ahead. Do it openly. You are the king, I can't snatch her away from you. As long as you say you want her, I will personally deliver Yi Kunlun to you. What did you say? The king trembled all over. Wu Hong pointed at him and continued to curse, you are a hypocrite. No matter how bad we are still villains. It is better to be a villain than a hypocrite. You rebellious son. The king roared and slapped Wu Hang. Wu Hang grabbed his father's wrist and said, old man. I am no longer your son. You have no right to hit me. If you want to kick me out of the house, you are forcing me to die. Since you won't let me live a good life, I won't let you live a good life either. Wu Hong said, and let go of his father's wrist. Then he shouted to his accomplices, everyone. Now that things have come to this old guy will never let us go. Why don't you all join me in the rebellion? The accomplices knew that the king would never let them go, so they were all ready to make a move. Wu Hong continued to incite, whoever is willing to rebel with me, after the success, we will divide it equally, and Yi Kunlun will also belong to everyone. Everyone was becoming more and more restless, but this was a capital crime, so no one dared to act rashly. What are you waiting for? Wu Hang shouted, this old guy didn't even let my own son go, do you think he will let you go? We are all going to die anyway. Why don't we fight for our dignity? As long as we work together, we can kill this old guy, seize the world, and seize Yi Kunlun. Good. Rebellion. Someone stood up. Someone took the lead, and everyone followed suit. Wu Hong finally turned his gaze towards the king of Jinbei, the king of Pingxi, and the king of Jinan. Whether the rebellion could succeed depended on these three people. 3 seniors. Please join us in the rebellion. The old ruler will never let you go. Why don't we all rule the world together and share Yi Kunlun? These 3 people had communicated with each other before, and they already had the intention of rebelling in their hearts. Now seeing Wu Hang's call, when would they rebel if not now? Then, all 3 of them stood up. The king was shocked, you. Then he turned around and looked at Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng's mouth curled up into a cold smile, his eyes were like the abyss. It seemed that today, he had to kill the wolf and the tiger. Chapter 111, Exciting Fighting Scene. Seeing that they were about to rebel, the captain of the guards immediately shouted, protect the king. The guards immediately formed a human wall to protect the king. The gunfight started immediately. Han Lingfeng held Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen, one in each hand, and flew to the stage, rolling under the seats, using them as cover. The seats were densely packed. And the corrupt officials were not targeting them, so no one shot at them. A bullet flew over, but was blocked by the densely packed seats. They seemed to be safe for now. Han Lingfeng looked up to find Shen Ruoshi. There were only Mrs. Shen, Wang Yuanxiang, and Wang Yunxiang's bodies on the stage. He didn't even know when Shen Ruoshi left. The fight between the 2 sides was fierce. The team over there was led by the king of Jinbei, the king of Jinan, the king of Pingxi, and Wu Hong, and consisted of private bodyguards, guards, and soldiers. The private bodyguards were naturally brought by the young masters of the consortium, the guards were brought by the young masters of the powerful families, and the soldiers were the subordinates of the 3 kings of the north, south, and west. Wu Heng's side is mainly composed of personal bodyguards and guards. The team is uneven, but they are all well trained and their strength should not be underestimated. The subordinates of the 3 kings of the north, south and west are regular soldiers, so their strength is naturally stronger. On the other hand, the king only had 100 guards around him. Although those guards were well-trained elites, the number of them was too big. Moreover, this was a gunfight, and one more person, one more gun, meant more strength. As the gunfight started, several guards standing at the outermost perimeter were shot and fell, but they were immediately replaced. Despite such a critical situation, they remained orderly. When the front row of people fell, a human wall was immediately set up behind them to replace them. They always guarded the king tightly, leaving no gap, and not allowing a single bullet to pass through the human wall and hit the king. The captain of the Imperial Guards knew that the gap between them and the enemy was too great, and they could not win in a fight. The only way was to protect the king and retreat from the back door. The enemies were all in the direction of the front door, and the back door was empty. "Go to the back door! Go to the back door!" the chief of the guards shouted. The guards fired back while falling down and protecting the king as they retreated towards the back door with difficulty. "Don't let the old king run away, block the back door! Block the back door!" King Jinbei shouted while firing. The Prince of Pingxi and his men immediately encircled the enemy to the left toward the back door, while the Prince of Jinnan encircled the enemy to the right toward the back door. The bodyguards were unable to look forward, right or left in time. "Oh no! We're surrounded!" The chief of the guards was shocked and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Can you hold on for a moment? The governors of 38 provinces are on their way." The king asked anxiously. "Yes. Hold on. As long as we hold on for a while, and wait for the governors of 38 provinces to arrive, we will be saved." The chief of the Imperial Guard suddenly had an idea and made a prompt decision: lie down where you are, use the chairs as cover, and hold on. The less than 30 guards left immediately lay down on the ground, using the chairs as cover, and continued shooting. The chief of the guards also pressed the king under the seat, protecting him while shooting with his gun. Using the seats as cover, it was like having a shield. The seats blocked most of the firepower, and they took the opportunity to shoot wildly outside. The enemy was caught off guard and suffered heavy casualties in an instant. "Let's get down too!" King Jinbei shouted. The enemies also lay down on the spot, using the chairs as cover. The two sides shot at each other across the seats, but because the seats were densely packed together, the chance of hitting people was lower, but there were still people who were shot and killed. After all, the enemies are numerous in number, and they concentrate their firepower on this place. If one is killed in secret and one is killed in public, the king will not be able to hold out for long. "My lord, how long will it take for the masters to arrive?" the chief guard asked the lord anxiously. "I've already made a call. Their helicopter will be here soon. It will take at most 3 minutes, 3 minutes, said the king. "Everyone hold on. Hold on for 3 minutes. The chief guard seemed to be comforting his comrades, but also seemed to be comforting himself. Just as he finished speaking, another comrade was shot and killed. The head of the Imperial Guards was becoming desperate. He might not be able to hold out for 3 minutes. Like an old hen, Han Lingfeng protected Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chun under him, feeling the thrilling scene of bullets hitting the seats. Several times, he was almost hit by bullets, but he always managed to avoid the bullets, or always reached out to catch the flying bullets. 7 years of battlefield experience had already trained him into a talented man with sharp eyes, quick hands, and good hearing. As long as he concentrated, he could distinguish the subtle sound of a flying bullet with his naked ears. He could hear that subtle sound from 3 meters away. It was a very wonderful feeling. Not everyone could have that kind of talent. Therefore, he could always dodge the bullet the moment it flew towards him. The skill of catching bullets with his hands was also honed on the battlefield. At first, he often meditated to resist the severe cold on the battlefield. Because he found that as long as he meditated and used his mind to sense the fire in his heart, his body would become warm. Han Lingfeng didn't know why this was the case. Maybe this was the so-called idealism. Therefore, whenever he felt extremely cold, he would sit in meditation and use his mind to sense the fire in his heart. Over time, this feeling became more and more wonderful and magical. He felt that his body was invisibly absorbing the energy of the earth, making his body full and powerful. This also gave him protection against hunger. On that cruel battlefield, many people died of severe cold and hunger, but he resisted the cold and hunger through this method. Afterwards, he discovered that the earth energy he absorbed could be transformed into a substantial force. When he channeled his energy to a place, that place would become extremely hard. When he transferred the chi to his arms felt like they were made of steel. No matter how hard he hit them, they would not hurt or be injured. When something hit them, it would bounce back like hitting a spring. He knew that it was the chi inside that was working. When he channels his energy into his fingers, they become indestructible and he can use one finger to poke a finger-sized hole in a stone. He thought it was very interesting, so when he had nothing to do, he liked to poke at the rocks or the ground. Over time, this action became faster and faster, causing his hand speed to become extremely fast, and later he could catch bullets. At this moment, Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen saw Han Lingfeng closing his eyes, tilting his head from time to time to avoid bullets, or reaching out to catch bullets from time to time. The two men were stunned, looking at him as if he were a freak. How can Lingfeng be so magical? Yi Kunlun thought to himself. Is he a god? Secretary Chen was also thinking in her heart. At that moment, her heart suddenly felt warm, as if an electric current flashed through her heart. A feeling of pleasure flashed through her heart, making her blush and her heart beat fast. Secretary Chen had never had this feeling towards any man before. She once suspected that she had a problem with her sexual orientation because she had only loved Mr. Yi. She couldn't explain her love for Yi Kunlun. She just wanted to love her, follow her, and make her happy. But now, Han Lingfeng seemed to have struck her heart at once. At that moment, she fell in love with this man. She hugged Yi Kunlun tightly with her hands, but looked deeply at Han Lingfeng with her eyes. Yi Kunlun felt a little weird. What was going on with Secretary Chen? Why did he suddenly hug her so tightly? Her whole face was pressed tightly against Secretary Chen's chest. This made her feel a little weird and a little embarrassed. She thought that Secretary Chen was probably afraid. So she couldn't bear to push her away and let Secretary Chen hold her. At this moment, Han Lingfeng suddenly opened his eyes, because he had just heard the conversation between the king and the chief of the personal guards. They said hold on for 3 minutes. Based on his combat experience, they could not hold on for 3 minutes, so he had to find a way to rescue them. However, as soon as he opened his eyes met Secretary Chen's. Han Lingfeng was stunned for a moment and thought, why does Secretary Chen's eyes look so weird, so awkward? Secretary Chen quickly looked away, his face flushed and his heart beating fast, and his hands slowly released Yi Kunlun from his arms. Yi Kunlun took a deep breath and said, Secretary Chen, I was almost suffocated by your breasts. Can you please not hug me so tightly next time? It will easily lead to misunderstandings. Secretary Chen's face flushed. Han Lingfeng glanced at the two women strangely, then hurriedly looked at Yi Kunlun with gentle eyes and asked softly, Wife, how are you? Are you afraid? Yi Kunlun looked at him, I'm not afraid as long as you are here, but... Yi Kunlun had a puzzled expression on his face. The image of Han Lingfeng closing his eyes to avoid and catch bullets flashed through his mind, and he was just about to ask him. At this moment, Han Lingfeng suddenly reached out his hand to her face and caught another bullet. Yi Kunlun was shocked. What a close call. If Lingfeng had been slower, she would have been shot to death. You? Yi Kunlun wanted to ask him. But Han Lingfeng picked her up. Before she could react, she felt dizzy. The whole stadium scene was moving in front of her eyes, and the sound of wind was in her ears. Chapter 112 Beauty is a Trouble. Han Lingfeng hugged Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen, one in each arm, stepped on the chair, and ran madly towards the stage behind. The king of Jinbei and his subordinates, who were in the middle of a fierce battle, saw a figure suddenly emerge from between the seats. They didn't know whether it was a human or a ghost, so they immediately raised their guns and shot, not caring about the king. After firing several shots at the figure, King Jinbei finally saw clearly that the person running on the chair was Han Lingfeng, and he was holding two women in his arms, one of whom was naturally the beautiful Yi. Fearing that the beautiful Yi would be hurt, the king of Jinbei quickly waved his hand and shouted stop. What shocked him was Han Lingfeng's amazing skills. He could actually run forward by stepping on the corners of the seats while holding two women in his arms, as if he was walking on flat ground, just like an acrobat performing acrobatics. It was precisely because he ran so fast that King Jinbei and his men fired several shots but failed to hit him. Who is he? The adjutant beside King Jinbei asked in amazement. He must be an elite among the special forces. King Jinbei seemed to sigh, and also seemed to be guessing. But he had no time to think more at this moment, because while they were stunned, two trusted soldiers around him were shot and killed while trying to block bullets for them. The king of Jinbei came to his senses at this moment. He had just ignored the firepower from the king. Glancing at the soldier leaning against him, the king of Jinbei's eyes were filled with hatred, and he concentrated his firepower on shooting at the king, determined to kill the old king. Han Lingfeng held Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen and ran behind the stage, where there was a gym. Han Lingfeng carried them both into the gym, only to see Shin Ruoshi squatting on the gym floor, leaning against a treadmill. Her whole body was trembling, her face was pale, and her eyes were full of fear. I was wondering where she had gone. Now she is here. Shenruashi had seen her mother, brother, uncle, and younger uncle die in front of her. She couldn't stand the shock. When the Prince of Pingxi and the Prince of Jinnan came, she was already in a state of confusion and walked aimlessly to the gym. She walked aimlessly in the gym for a while, and finally sat down on the treadmill. Seeing her confused appearance, Han Lingfeng felt very uncomfortable. She let go of Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen in her arms and looked at Shenruashi with complicated eyes. Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen, who were dizzy, quickly came to their senses after Han Lingfeng let them go. When they saw Shenruashi, they were also stunned. Han Lingfeng felt very uncomfortable, but he couldn't care less about that at the moment and decided to ask the king for help first. You two take care of her, I'm going to save the king. Han Lingfeng instructed Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen, then quickly ran out of the gym. Han Lingfeng ran to the stage and saw that the enemy's 4 firepower were frantically attacking one place. That place was where the king and his personal guards were hiding. Han Lingfeng thought, this is terrible. I'm afraid the king and his men will not be able to escape death. He was hesitating whether to go up and rescue. Tada, tada, tada. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter was heard in the sky. Looking up at the sky, I saw dozens of helicopters rushing towards the side. The enemies also stopped firing and looked up at the sky. But as soon as they raised their heads, bullets fell from the sky like a rainstorm, hitting them. Several machine guns mounted on the windows of the first few helicopters in the sky were spitting flames wildly. They hovered in the air, firing wildly at the ground. The enemies fell one after another. Even those lying on the ground were shot. The seats could no longer serve as a shield, because when looking down from the sky, there was no blind spot, and they could accurately identify the target. The gunfire lasted for about a minute. All the enemies were wiped out without exception. Then, one helicopter after another landed on the football field. Then, the governors of the 38 provinces who got off the plane all rushed towards the stage, towards their monarchs. Han Lingfeng stood on the stage, calm and composed, looking straight ahead. Greetings to the monarch. The governors of 38 provinces knelt on one leg and saluted together. Go and check on the king to see if he is dead or not. Han Lingfeng ordered. Yes. Kyoto Tui, who was kneeling in the front row, stood up and walked towards the group of seats full of bullet holes with orderly steps. Before he reached the group of seats, he saw the king standing up precariously from behind his seats, his body covered in blood, not his own blood, but the blood of his comrades. Just now, his personal guards guarded him until the helicopter arrived. They used their flesh and blood to build a protective shield for him. They pressed him down to the bottom, protecting him with their bodies layer by layer. But they themselves were turned into a hornet's nest by the enemy. Including the chief of the personal guards, there were several bullet holes on his body. The king was heartbroken when he saw his comrades on the ground who were willing to become human shields in order to protect themselves. He knelt on the ground, crying out in pain, Why? Why on earth is this happening? Yes. Why? A strong sense of guilt and sin came over Han Lingfeng. He didn't know why things turned out like this. From the beginning to the end, he just wanted to protect Kunlun and protect love. He didn't think he was wrong, but why was he so sad? At this moment, Yi Kunlun walked out from behind the stage, and behind her was Secretary Chen holding the unconscious Shenruashi. Han Lingfeng looked back at Kunlun. He was very worried about her. Yi Kunlun is the most miserable of all, but she doesn't know what she has done wrong. She just wants to live. She just wants to live happily in this world with her loved one. But why? Why did my existence make people so crazy, and let things evolve to such an extent step by step, causing so many people to die and blood to flow like a river? I am a femme fatale, I am guilty, everything is caused by me, I shouldn't live in this world, I shouldn't exist. A strong sense of guilt and shame crushed Yi Kunlun's will to live. Ah! She screamed and turned and ran away. Kunlun! Han Lingfeng wanted to catch up. Your Majesty! Someone suddenly shouted loudly. Han Lingfeng turned around and saw the kneeling Kyoto Lord looking up at him. Kyoto Lord clenched his fists, his body tense, and asked him loudly, Where are you going, Your Majesty? Han Lingfeng's eyes tightened and he looked towards Kyoto Dui. Kyoto stared at him and shouted, You still want to chase that woman, right? At this point, you are only worried about the safety of that woman, right? Do you know who you are talking to? Han Lingfeng stared at Kyoto Dui. He hated people talking to him in such a tone, and that person was a subordinate. Kyoto Tuya simply stood up and yelled at him, "That woman is a femme fatale. Look at those corpses on the ground. All of them died because of her." "Really?" Han Lingfeng narrowed his eyes and looked at Jingdu Dud. "She is a beauty that brings disaster? Just because she is beautiful, just because wolves and tigers are staring at her, is it because she is the cause of disaster, or is it the greed of those with ulterior motives that is the disaster? She is herself. No matter how beautiful she looks, she is just herself. As long as she does not break the law or do anything that violates the law and morality, she has the right to live in this world. No one has the right to deprive her of her right to live. She is just an ordinary person. She is not a demon or a monster. She is just a woman. Why put such a charge on her?" In ancient times, whenever a country was destroyed or a war was lost, people would blame the fault of the tyrant ruler on women. Did Jiang Yuan, Daji, Baosi, Zhouhada, Wan Guifei, and the like overthrow the entire dynasty with their own strength, or even destroy the country and the race? The governor of Kyoto bowed his head and said nothing more. He was not sure if this was the case. The other Dui also lowered their heads and said nothing. Han Lingfeng pointed at everyone and said, "I don't have time to argue with you. I'm going to go find my wife now. If you are dissatisfied and want to come and settle the score with me, I'm always here to accompany you." After Han Lingfeng finished speaking, he turned around and left in a hurry. Secretary Chan took Shinruashi and left as well. The king and all the lords lowered their heads and thought. They didn't know whether what the monarch said was right or wrong. But now that things have come to this, what should we do, whether it is right or wrong? This matter can only be abandoned. On the overpass over the South City River, Yi Kunlun, feeling hopeless, walked towards the overpass step by step. Chapter 113 Original Sin. Yi Kunlun stood on the overpass, feeling hopeless about life. The tragic scenes that happened in the gymnasium kept circling in her mind. The scene of Mr. Shin and his uncle killing each other. The scene of Mrs. Shun and Wan Yuanxian being beaten into a hornet's nest. The scene where Shinruashi becomes unconscious. The scene of the king and his son, the father and son falling out. A scene of the king and his ministers, a quarrel between the king and his ministers. There was also a scene where more than 100 of the king's personal guards were shot to death. They were all innocent. She felt that everything was caused by herself and that she was the source of all the evil. Even though she never intended to harm anyone, so many people died because of her. If I die, it will save the world a lot of trouble. Yi Kunlun has never been afraid of death. She firmly believes that as long as she jumps from here and suffers for a few minutes, all her problems and sins will come to an end. She climbed over the railing and was about to jump down. Suddenly, someone grabbed her from behind and shouted, "Master! Master! Someone come quickly!" Yi Kunlun looked back and saw that the one holding her was a young nun. In the distance, an old nun and several disciples were running towards her. Yi Kunlun was determined to die and didn't want anyone to stop him from committing suicide. She pushed the young nun on the arm and said sharply, "Don't pull me." The young nun's hand slipped away, and Yi Kunlun continued to climb over the railing. The young nun hugged her waist and shouted anxiously, "Master, Master!" At this moment, the old nun and her disciples had already rushed over. "Amatba, benefactor, I see that you are beautiful and a kind person. Why are you so depressed that you want to commit suicide?" asked the old nun. Meanwhile, several of her disciples had already rushed over to help hold Yi Kunlun together. Yi Kunlun looked at the monk and felt extremely complicated for a moment. "If you have any worries, you might as well tell me. I might be able to give you some advice," the old nun said gently. Yi Kunlun's thoughts were like knives piercing her heart, and she was in great pain. She just looked at the old nun in pain without saying a word. The old nun felt pity for her when she saw her painful face and eyes full of torment. "I guess the donor must have experienced unbearable pain. Amatba, the bodhisattva taught that all things are born from causes and conditions. If you have no self-confidence, all the pain will disappear with the disappearance of causes and conditions." After a pause, he continued, "Life is impermanent. Everything in the world is constantly changing, and so is pain. It will come and go. I, others, and all living things are just illusions. Why don't you let go of your obsessions, see through the world, and eliminate all karma?" Perhaps it was the old nun's words that touched Yi Kunlun's heart. Tears slowly flowed from Yi Kunlun's eyes. She finally spoke and confided her true feelings, "Master, I just don't understand. I clearly didn't do anything wrong. I clearly didn't mean to hurt anyone. But why am I so sinful? Why do so many people suffer misfortune because of me? Is it possible that having a pretty face is a kind of original sin? So, I am a femme fatale? Yi Kunlun's eyes were filled with deep doubts. The old nun pondered, you have done nothing wrong, but you feel that you have committed a grave sin. You have no intention of harming anyone, but many people have suffered misfortune because of you. Well, I think I know the source of your pain. I did not kill Bo Ren, but Bo Ren died because of me. Well, you can feel this way, which shows that you are a kind-hearted person, and you are also a self-reflective and self-enlightened person. After thinking for a moment, he added, the donor said that he has a beautiful face. Is it a kind of original sin? The donor feels that he is a beauty who brings disaster. Amitba, the donor is obsessed with appearances. The old nun sighed and shook her head. The reason why people suffer and are troubled is because they dwell on the self, others, and all living things. That is why they have greed, the distinction between beauty and ugliness, and the division of people into different classes. The reason why all living beings suffer is because they have not attained enlightenment. Those who have not attained enlightenment are often driven by greed, anger, and ignorance. As she spoke, she turned her head and looked at Yi Kunlun. The donor is not the original sin, and the donor's appearance is not the original sin. The sins of all people in the world are caused by that person's ignorant heart. If you want to get rid of your troubles, why don't you let go of worldly ties and purify your mind, then you can be liberated. After listening to the old nun's words, Yi Kunlun seemed to have some realization in his heart. I saw the old nun again, she was an enlightened person. He immediately knelt on the ground and said, Master, please accept me as your disciple. The old nun was not one to accept disciples easily, but seeing that she was eager to get rid of the pain, she hesitated for a moment and said, I can invite you to stay in my humble temple for a while. If you can find yourself, pursue your true self, and are determined to convert to Buddhism, then I will accept you as my disciple. If you can't calm down, I can't force you. Yi Kunlun was already confused at the moment, so he had to do as the old nun said and stay there for a while to see if he could clear up the fog in front of him. At that moment, Yi Kunlun followed the nuns to Jing'an Temple, which was not far from the overpass. After Han Lingfeng left the gymnasium, he called Yi Kunlun's cell phone and found that it was turned off. Han Lingfeng, anxious, rushed back to Longtan Villa first. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted to Mrs. Su, Mom, is Kunlun back? Is Kunlun back? Kunlun? Didn't I go to the press conference with you and Secretary Chen? By the way, I saw Shin kill his uncle on TV before. How did it go? The press conference was a mess, right? The audience in the world only knew that Mr. Shin killed his uncle, and no one knew what happened next, because the press conference and live broadcast ended there. Mrs. Su naturally didn't know about the tragic and bloody events that took place in the gymnasium. Mrs. Su's reaction clearly told him that Yi Kunlun had not returned. Han Lingfeng felt a chill down his spine, and he had a bad feeling. Kunlun was kind-hearted, and she would definitely feel that so many people died because of her. She would feel guilty and might die to atone for her sins. Thinking of the word death, Han Lingfeng felt a sharp pain in his heart. He shook his head in disbelief and said, No, I'm overthinking it. She won't do that. She won't do anything stupid. She won't leave me alone. Lingfeng, what happened? What are you talking about? Kunlun left you? Where did she go? Did you have a fight? Mrs. Su asked questions continuously. Mom, I won't talk to you anymore. I'll go find her. Han Lingfeng said, turned around and ran away. At this time, Secretary Chen also came back with the unconscious Shinruoshi. I'll go with you to look for her. Secretary Chen shouted, and hurriedly handed Shinruoshi to Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su, please take care of her. Mr. Han and I will go out to look for Mr. Yi. Mrs. Su looked at the unconscious Shinruoshi, and was completely stunned. Lei Dui, I want you to send people to search the whole city for Kunlun immediately. Han Lingfeng called Lei Outyen and ordered him. Lei Outyen had already resumed his position as Nanchang Dui. And the police, send them out to look for him too. Thus, an urgent operation to find Yi Kunlun began. Chapter 114 Looking for Yi Kunlun. Kunlun, where are you? Where are you? Han Lingfeng drove around the street looking for her. Even though he had sent many people out to look for her, he still wanted to find her himself. After all, one more person meant more strength. He also called the Yi family. The people of the Yi family had already seen on TV the scene of Yi Kunlun's return. the scene of her and Han Lingfeng announcing their relationship in public, and the scene of young Master Shin killing his uncle. Old Madame Yi and Zhang Wanyue had originally felt guilty towards Kunlun. After all, they had driven her out of the Yi family regardless of her life or death. Although they were coerced by Third Master Shin, they had felt bad for the past 7 years. They had originally thought that after the press conference, they would take Kunlun home. But now that they heard that Kunlun was missing, all the people in the Yi family went out to look for Yi Kunlun. For Han Lingfeng, every second at this moment was a torment. He simply couldn't imagine how he would live if Yi Kunlun died. He really couldn't live without her. He thought that if Yi Kunlun died, he would not live either. Yi Kunlun is everything to him, his love, and the light of his life. If she were gone, he wouldn't have to live. Did you find it? Any news about her? Have you found Yi Kunlun? Every 2 minutes Han Lingfeng would call Lei Outyen. Mr. Han, we are checking the surveillance. Mr. Han, we found out that after Miss Yi left the gymnasium, she drove east. However, the roads in the east are complicated and several surveillance cameras were broken, so Miss Yi's car disappeared on the East Ring Road. Han Lingfeng yelled into the phone, "What are the Transportation Bureau and the Road Management Office doing? Remove them from their posts." Yes, yes. Lei Outyen on the other end was sweating profusely. Han Lingfeng was about to collapse, because every second he found her later, she would be at risk of death. He really wished Kunlun was still driving on the road at this moment. Then Lei Do's men would stop her, or the police would stop her. He even fantasized about a miracle that would happen, where he would run into Kunlun's car while driving to find her. Hearing Lei Outyen say that Kunlun went east, he immediately turned the car around and drove east. He even imagined that Kunlun was somewhere, ready to commit suicide, and then at the critical moment, he arrived and saved her. But all this is just fantasy. But the fact is, there is still no news about his Kunlun until now. Even though only a dozen minutes had passed, to Han Lingfeng, it felt like centuries had passed. It appeared. Mr. Han, Miss Ye's car appeared. Half an hour ago, Miss Ye's car appeared at the eastern interchange and she went in the direction of the East 3rd Ring Road. Oh no, Mr. Han, Miss Ye's car disappeared again on the East 3rd Ring Road. That area is close to the suburbs, and there are several sections of the road that have not been equipped with surveillance cameras. As Lei Outyen reported, Han Lingfeng's mood fluctuated. What made him even more uneasy was what Kunlun was doing on the East 3rd Ring Road. He suddenly remembered that there was a river on the other side of the East 3rd Ring Road. If Kunlun wants to commit suicide, then she might choose a place away from crowded places. She would jump into the river. Thinking that Kunlun might have jumped into the river and drowned, Han Lingfeng was in so much pain that he almost couldn't breathe. He called Lei Outyen, "Check the surveillance cameras on the riverside in the city and the South City Bridge." Lei Outyen replied quickly, "Found it. Found it. Found Mr. Ye's car on the South City Bridge." The surveillance video showed that she was trying to commit suicide, but in the end she was taken away by several nuns. Nun. The fact that she left with the nun meant that she would not commit suicide again. Han Lingfeng's tense nerves relaxed a lot. "Then do you know where that nun is from?" Han Lingfeng asked hurriedly. "I don't know, but..." Lei Outyen thought for a few seconds before saying, "Not far from the South City Bridge, there is a Jing'an Temple." "Do you think it could be the Jing'an Temple?" Jing'an Temple. Without waiting for Lei Outyen to finish his words, Han Lingfeng drove madly towards Jing'an Temple. Lei Outyen and his subordinates, and the chief of police, among others, you all rushed to Jing'an Temple. When they arrived outside the temple, Han Lingfeng told everyone, "This is a quiet place for Buddhism. Don't disturb the people who are practicing. Everyone, please move away." Everyone retreated to the woods 2 miles away from the temple and waited. Now only Han Lingfeng was left standing at the temple gate. He calmed himself down, then walked up and knocked on the door. After a while, a young nun opened the door and looked out. Han Lingfeng immediately smiled and politely said to the young nun, "Hello, young master, I heard that my wife came to your temple with you, so I came to look for my wife." The little nun looked him up and down and asked coldly, "I don't know you, who is your wife?" "My wife's name is Yi Kunlun." Afraid that the Buddhists had never heard of his wife's name, Han Lingfeng hastily added, she looks. He couldn't boast about his wife's stunning beauty in front of the monks. "Oh, I know who you are talking about. You are talking about her, right? The one who looks as beautiful as a fairy sister." The little nun looked Han Lingfeng up and down and said, Are you the husband of that beautiful sister? How do you act as a husband? Did you know that your wife was about to jump into the river? Or did I grab her from behind? It turned out that this little nun was the one who had grabbed Ji Kunlun on the overpass and shouted, "Master, master." I happened to be playing nearby and saw her about to jump into the river, so I rushed over to hold her back. My master said that saving a life is better than building 7 levels of Buddha. Han Lingfeng hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, master." "Thank you, master." Humph. The little nun snorted at him and rolled her eyes. She wanted to teach this husband a lesson. "If I hadn't played around there today, would your wife have been dead? You must have been bad to your wife, so she couldn't get over it and wanted to commit suicide." He then made his own conclusion and said, "You must be a scumbag. You cheated on your wife and she caught you red-handed. That's why she was so angry that she wanted to jump into the river and commit suicide." Little Nico said this, looking indignant. Han Lingfeng really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little nun didn't look like a monk at all. She must have converted to Buddhism not long ago, so she still had a strong worldly aura. "Things are not what you think," Han Lingfeng said embarrassedly. "What's that?" the little nun demanded. Han Lingfeng couldn't explain so much to her. He was now extremely anxious and just wanted to see Kunlun as soon as possible. "Young master, can I come in?" Han Lingfeng said as he was about to walk in. "You are not allowed to go in." The little nun hurriedly stopped him. "Not everyone can go in here. It's not easy for you to see your wife. Unless you explain clearly why she jumped into the river, I will not let you see her." Han Lingfeng was both annoyed and helpless. However, since the other party was a monk, he couldn't force his way in, so he had to beg, "Young master, please don't embarrass me, okay? Please be kind and let me in. I love my wife very much, and I'm not treating her badly as you think." "Then why did she jump into the river?" The little nun brought up the question again. Han Lingfeng is going crazy. "Jingyi, who are you talking to?" someone asked from inside. Chapter 115 Waiting. "Jingyi, who are you talking to?" someone asked from inside the door. "Senior Sister Jingxian, Mr. Ye's husband is here to see her." The little nun named Jingyi turned around and said. Then, a nun who was about 30 years old walked out. She was the senior sister Jingxian mentioned by the little nun. Han Lingfeng said hurriedly, "Master, I heard that my wife is in your temple, so I came to take her home." This Master Jingxian was calmer than the little nun. She looked at Han Lingfeng and said, "Let me report to the master." After waiting for a few minutes, Jingxian came back. "My master said that Mr. Yi is not very emotionally stable right now, so it is not suitable for us to meet. Please come back another day." Han Lingfeng felt extremely lost in an instant. But thinking that Kunlun was emotionally unstable and needed time to heal herself, he had no choice but to be patient and wait. "Thank you for your help. Please help her to enlighten her. I will donate 100 million in incense money." He didn't know how to express his gratitude, so he blurted out the matter of donating incense money. "Wow, 100 million. The little nun Jingyi's eyes lit up. 100 million, so much money, then our Gingan temple will become rich. It seems that the husband of Yi Shizhu is a rich man. No wonder he can marry such a beautiful wife like Yi Shizhu." Cough. Senior Sister Jingxian coughed dryly and glared at the little nun, as if to remind her that monks should not be greedy for money, at least not show it so obviously. The little nun Jingyi hurriedly lowered her head in shame, like a student who had done something wrong. Jingxian did not respond to the donation, but replied to Han Lingfeng, "Don't worry, we will try our best to enlighten her and take good care of Donor Yi, so that she can get out of the emotional haze as soon as possible. Donor, please go back and wait patiently. It will take some time to heal the emotions." Master Jingxian's attitude was much more enthusiastic than before. He said a lot in one breath, and his words were full of promises and comfort. "Yes." Han Lingfeng nodded, "Then I'll have to trouble the masters." But he didn't leave. Instead, he stood outside the door, as if he was waiting here. Jingxian glanced at him, then went in with the little nun, and the temple door closed. Han Lingfeng refused to leave. After standing blankly outside the temple gate for a while, he simply found a dry piece of concrete floor and sat down. Lei Outyan and others gathered around. Seeing him sitting on the ground in depression, I understood the monarch's feelings for Miss Yi and knew the pain in his heart. Therefore, he did not persuade them, but ordered his men to bring umbrellas. It was not to block the sun, but because raindrops were falling from the sky. There are dark clouds in the distance and it looks like it's going to rain heavily. Worried about the monarch's health, Lei Outyan carefully advised, "Mr. Han, it's going to rain heavily, how about, you go back first?" Han Lingfeng shook his head woodenly, "You guys go ahead, I'll wait for her here." Lei Outyan raised his head and glanced at the temple gate. "I'm afraid Miss Yi won't be able to come out for a while. Emotional problems always take time to digest. Why don't you come back tomorrow?" Han Lingfeng remained unmoved and continued to sit on the ground in a daze. He wouldn't go anywhere. He would stay wherever Yi Kunlun was. He swore that he would never leave her again in this life. After 7 years of separation, he and Kunlun finally got together, but they didn't have time to spend time together properly. Now, he would never leave her again. Han Lingfeng was sitting on the ground, silent and motionless, while the raindrops were getting heavier and heavier, and a rainstorm was about to come in the blink of an eye. Lei Outyan advised again, "You go back, I will take my men to guard here and make sure Miss Yi will not get lost, is that okay with you?" Han Lingfeng remained silent and motionless. "Then can we go to the nearby police station to take shelter from the rain?" Lei Outyan said again. "You guys go back and don't worry about me," Han Lingfeng said woodenly. Lei Outyan still wanted to persuade him, but he really didn't know how to persuade him. He had no choice but to tell the others, "You all go back, I will stay here with Mr. Han." As soon as Lei Outyan finished speaking, heavy rain came down here. The subordinates withdrew one after another, and only a few leaders remained here. The sky was like a sieve, sifting the rain madly onto the ground. The rain was incredibly heavy. The accumulated water would soon flow to where Han Lingfeng was sitting, but Han Lingfeng still sat there like a wooden man, motionless. "Go and find a chair for Mr. Han," Lei Outyan ordered. Someone went to the car and moved a plastic chair to it. Because some leaders like fishing, there are always fishing rods and a plastic chair in the trunk of the car all year round. A chair was brought over, and Lei Outyan wanted to persuade Han Lingfeng to sit on it. Han Lingfeng suddenly became furious, "Leave me alone, I don't want you to care. Go away. All of you go away." He kicked the chair aside. He continued to sit limply on the ground, in the puddle of water. "Oh." Lei Outyan sighed deeply, shook his head, and thought to himself, "It seems that he can only go to Mrs. Su and Secretary Chen to persuade him." Lei Outyan and several other leaders left. Han Lingfeng also pulled the parasol aside. He stood in the heavy rain, with raindrops pouring down on his head madly. He became like a drowned rat. But he remained unmoved. He just stood there and let the rain wash over him. He knew that Kunlun was suffering, so he suffered with her. If she doesn't come out, he will stay here. If she stayed in there for the rest of her life, then he would stay here for the rest of his life. After all, he said he would be with her forever, and he would not break his promise. Ling Feng. Ling Feng. Mrs. Su and Secretary Chen came. Lei Outyan must have asked them to come. This Lei Outyan, he knew that Mrs. Su's leg was not in good condition, but he still notified her. Mrs. Su sat in a wheelchair holding an umbrella, while Secretary Chen pushed the wheelchair. The two hurried over in the heavy rain, but the umbrellas were no match for the heavy rain, and both of them were soaked. Seeing his disabled mother rushing here in the heavy rain, Han Lingfeng felt very guilty. "Mom! Mom!" He rushed over and scolded, "What are you doing here? If I didn't come, would you have planned to continue like this?" Mrs. Su said. Han Lingfeng didn't dare to look Mrs. Su in the eye, and said sadly and firmly, "I will wait for Kunlun here." Secretary Chen stood there in a daze, staring at him intently without saying a word. Mrs. Su suddenly rushed to the temple gate in her wheelchair and banged on it, "Yi Kunlun! Yi Kunlun! Come out! Come out! Mom! Mom! What are you doing?" Han Lingfeng rushed over, "This is a quiet Buddhist place, don't mess around. I don't care whether he is quiet or not. I only know that my daughter-in-law is staying inside and my son is suffering outside." Mrs. Su continued to bang on the door, "Yi Kunlun! Yi Kunlun, come out! I know you are in there, come out! You are running away, come out here!" Yi Kunlun, who was in the temple hall, seemed to hear someone calling her, and her heart tightened. Chapter 116, Two-Sided Anxiety. The interior hall of the temple. Yi Kunlun, who was sitting on the ground meditating, seemed to hear someone calling her name, and her heart tightened. Was it Ling Feng? She couldn't hear clearly because it was raining heavily outside and the sound of rain was very loud. When the old nun saw that she had opened her eyes, she said, "Meditation requires a calm mind. If you want to get rid of your worries, you must focus on the present, let go of your thoughts, empty your mind, and focus your attention on one thing." At the old nun's reminder, Yi Kunlun closed his eyes again and focused on his breathing. This kind of meditation relieved the pain in her heart. "Mom! Mom!" Han Lingfeng once again grabbed Mrs. Su, who was banging on the door and shouting, "Don't do this. I beg you not to do this. Kunlun is not running away, she is just in too much pain, she needs healing." "Yes, Mrs. Su." Secretary Chen also came over to persuade. Ms. Yi is kind-hearted, loyal and righteous, and a person who values morality and conscience very much. Seeing so many people die because of her, she must be completely desperate. She will feel that she has committed a serious sin, and her conscience will be deeply condemned. Perhaps only by staying in a place like this will she feel better. Secretary Chen is indeed Kunlun's confidant, good friend, and bestie. She understands Kunlun. Alas! Mrs. Su sighed, "You have read so many books and have so many great theories, but to me, they are both tedious and pedantic. It's not her fault, why should she feel miserable and guilty? It's those hungry wolves, tigers, and lions who are wrong. Those people are dead, they all deserve to die." "You can't say that." Han Lingfeng said, "At least the more than 100 guards of the king are all innocent. They all died for their loyalty to the king and their duty. They are all heroes. The king rushed to South City because of me. In fact, they all died because of me." As he spoke, Han Lingfeng's eyes were filled with deep guilt and Shenruoshi. "By the way, where is Shenruoshi? You two are here, where is she?" Mrs. Shen and Secretary Chen then remembered Shenruoshi. After they received the news from Lei Outyen, they rushed here in a hurry. In their panic, they left her alone in Longtan Villa. "She's not mentally stable, is she going to get lost?" Secretary Chen said anxiously. "I'll call the property management and ask them to take a look." Han Lingfeng said, taking out his cell phone and calling the property management. Soon, the property manager called back, "Oh no, Mr. Han, Miss Shin committed suicide, the whole bathroom is covered in blood." The next second, Han Lingfeng, Mrs. Su, and Secretary Chen rushed to the hospital. At the door of the emergency room, I saw the anxious property manager and several property staff who were helping. "How is Shenruoshi?" Han Lingfeng hurried forward to ask. "They are currently giving him emergency treatment in the emergency room," the property manager said in a cold sweat. "Thank you for your hard work." Han Lingfeng patted the property manager's shoulder, then sat down exhaustedly on a chair against the wall. Han Lingfeng wondered if he was lucky. After surviving many dangers to become the monarch, he started to have bad luck. Kunlun hadn't recovered yet, but Shenruoshi committed suicide. Fortunately, the property manager was a smart man. After discovering that Shenruoshi had committed suicide, he immediately sent her to the hospital. "I hope God blesses Shenruoshi and nothing happens to her. Otherwise the sin will be even more serious." Shenruoshi suffered a mental breakdown because of the tragic deaths of her relatives. When she woke up and recalled the deaths of her third brother, mother, eldest uncle, and younger uncle, she lost the motivation to live. She saw with her own eyes her third brother slashing his neck with a knife, and her mother being beaten into a hornet's nest. She felt that she was the one who had killed her closest and dearest relatives in disguise, and she was the one who held the press conference in order to save her third brother, to actively respond to the request made by Han Lingfeng, and to give justice to Yi Kunlun. But he didn't expect that this would result in the death of 4 of his relatives, 2 of whom were his dearest brother and mother. She couldn't live anymore. She had killed all her relatives. How could she live on? So she committed suicide by cutting her wrists in the bathroom of Longtan Villa, using the eyebrow razor that Yi Kunlun had used. Her blood was all over the bathroom floor. When the property manager found her, she was unconscious. Now, doctors in the emergency room are trying to save her. "Director, the only reserve of Bombay blood type in the blood bank has been used up," the assistant reported to the chief physician. "What? It's used up?" The director was shocked, because the big star Shenruoshi had lost too much blood and needed a large amount of blood transfusion, and she happened to have the rare Bombay blood type. "This blood type is too hard to find. There's nothing we can do. Notify the family and let them prepare for the funeral," the director instructed the assistant. Then the assistant pushed open the door of the emergency room. "Have Shenruoshi's family members arrived?" Han Lingfeng hurriedly stood up from his chair. "How is Shenruoshi?" "There's no hope. You should prepare for his funeral," said the assistant. "What are you talking about?" Han Lingfeng grabbed his assistant's wrist and looked at him with completely unbelievable eyes. "You pinched me." The assistant struggled with his arm and cried out in pain. But Han Lingfeng still held the assistant's wrist tightly, staring at her fiercely and asked, "Don't tell me Shin Ruoshi is dead." "Director, director." The assistant thought the family member was going to hit her, and shouted director anxiously. "What's wrong?" The director came out and saw the patient's family tightly holding the assistant's wrist, so he said, "Let her go first, and talk it over." "Tell me." Han Lingfeng shouted, "How is Shin Ruoshi?" His shout was so powerful that it frightened everyone around him. The director trembled. You, don't get excited." He swallowed hard and continued, "Since Miss Shin has Bombay blood type." Afraid that others would not know what blood type this was, he hurriedly explained, "It's the Bombay blood type." "Bombay blood type?" Secretary Chen said solemnly, "This blood type is rare, especially among Han people. It is more common among Caucasians. How could Shin Ruoshi have this blood type?" "So what?" Han Lingfeng stared at the director. The chief physician swallowed hard and spoke incoherently, "Because this blood type is too rare and few people use it, the blood bank has very little spare blood. Because Miss Shin lost too much blood, the spare Bombay blood is not enough, so. Adjust it. Adjust it immediately." Han Lingfeng yelled at the director. The chief physician trembled even more violently. Almost all the medical institutions we have contact with don't have this blood type in reserve. Of course, the medical institutions we contacted are not the most advanced ones. If you can find a way to contact a larger hospital, or maybe they will have backup." "No. But you have to be quick. The patient is in a state of shock at the moment. I will try my best to maintain his vital signs. But you must hurry." "Blood type? Bombay blood type." A person suddenly flashed through Mrs. Su's mind. That person also had Bombay blood type, but that person was not here. She had sent him to Africa a few years ago. While Mrs. Su was in a daze, Han Lingfeng had already made a phone call. "Long Outyan. Immediately notify all hospitals in the city. Anyone with Bombay blood type, send them to Huimin Hospital immediately." Chapter 117, Mrs. Su's Secret. Here it comes. The Bombay blood type is here. Soon, a medical team delivered the blood type. The doctor got Shin Ruoshi's blood type and tried to rescue her again. It was a close call. Not long after, Shin Ruoshi woke up. Han Lingfeng and Secretary Chen rushed to the bed. Mrs. Su also slid into the room in a wheelchair, staring at Shin Ruoshi on the bed, as if thinking about something. "Ruoshi, how do you feel?" Han Lingfeng bent down and lowered his head and asked with concern. "Miss Shin, are you feeling better?" Secretary Chen also asked. Shin Ruoshi stared at the two of them blankly for a while, and as if she had just come to her senses, she suddenly became excited. "Why did you save me? Why didn't you let me die? My brother and my mother are dead, and I killed them. What right do I have to live?" As Shin Ruoshi spoke, she reached out to pull the infusion needle in her hand. "Ruoshi! Ruoshi!" Han Lingfeng quickly grabbed her wrist. "Let me go. Don't stop me, let me die, I want to die." Shin Ruoshi struggled excitedly. "Blame me, it's all my fault." Han Lingfeng grabbed her shoulders and shook her, shouting, "I was the one who requested the press conference. It was not you who killed your mother and third young Master Shin. This is none of your business. It's my fault." Han Lingfeng regretted it in his heart. "If I had just stayed with Kunlun quietly, we could have quietly found a place to live in seclusion, lived a quiet and ordinary life, and didn't hold any press conferences. Then the things that happened later wouldn't have happened, and so many people wouldn't have died because of it. Kunlun wouldn't have fallen into mental pain and stayed in the temple." Seeing how regretful Han Lingfeng was, and hearing that Yi Kunlun had gone to the temple and refused to come out, Shin Ruoshi calmed down. "There are obviously many ways to solve the problem, but I chose the simplest and most brutal one." Han Lingfeng regretted it. If, after finding Kunlun and the others in Xinjia village, they had chosen a beautiful place to live in seclusion, or bought a manor abroad and lived happily in a paradise, wouldn't they be extremely happy? But now. "Mr. Han, don't think too much. Things have already come to this, and you have to face it." Secretary Chen comforted. "Yes. Now that things have come to this, what else can we do except face it?" Han Lingfeng looked down at Shinruoshi. If you feel unhappy, you can beat me, scold me, or even kill me. But I ask you not to commit suicide because of this. I don't want to add more sins. Shinruoshi looked up at Han Lingfeng, tears welling up in her eyes. What else could she say now? To say that it was Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlin's fault was not right. It was her third brother who did the bad thing first, and he deserved to die, but her mother and uncle. Shinruoshi couldn't think about it anymore, because after thinking about it, she didn't know who to blame. Perhaps, she could only blame fate. Mrs. Su kept staring at Shinruoshi. The more she looked, the more she felt that she looked like that person, even her nose and eyes were similar. Back then, in order to fight for the inheritance rights of the Su group, she sent that man to Africa. If Shinruoshi didn't have Bombay blood type and that person also had Bombay blood type, she would never connect these two people together. Looking at Shinruoshi now, the more I look at her, the more I feel that she is somewhat similar to that person. She felt that she should send someone to investigate Shinruoshi's background and that person in Africa. Yes, ever since the fall of the Su group, she had not paid attention to that person anymore. She wondered how that person was doing now. She felt uneasy, so she found an excuse to avoid Han Lingfeng and the others, and slid her wheelchair to the bathroom to make a phone call. She called the number of a Chinese underground boss in Africa who she hadn't contacted for several years. Mr. Li, how is the man I asked you to guard now? Mrs. Su. Her voice was immediately recognized over there. So you're still alive. I heard that your Su group went bankrupt a few years ago, and you disappeared without a trace. I thought you were dead. Mrs. Su smiled awkwardly. Thanks to you, I'm still alive. That's great, said the other side. Mrs. Su paused and asked, that? We have released that person. The voice on the other end suddenly became sharp. What? He was released by you? Mrs. Su screamed. We heard that the Su group went bankrupt, and we couldn't contact you. You also didn't pay us for the subsequent custody fees. So, we have no obligation to keep watching over him. Of course, we have to let him go. Then do you know where that person is now? Mrs. Su asked hurriedly. Who knows? After we released him, we stopped paying attention to him. Who knows where he is now? Maybe if he knows that you are not dead, he will come back to seek revenge on you. Hearing the other party say this, Mrs. Su felt a chill down her spine. That man had always been violent and domineering, and was also insidious. If he really slipped back. Thinking of this, Mrs. Su suddenly felt as if a cold wind was blowing across her back. Thank you, Mr. Li. Mrs. Su quickly hung up the phone and quickly slid her wheelchair back to the ward. Mom, where did you go? Han Lingfeng noticed that Mrs. Su had disappeared for a while. Seeing her coming back in a panic, her face was still a little pale. He asked, What's wrong with you? Did something happen? Mrs. Su didn't want her son to know what she had done in the past, so she had to hide her emotions and said with a forced smile, It's nothing, I just went to the bathroom, and my stomach felt a little uncomfortable. I think I ate something bad. No wonder you look so pale. I'll go ask the doctor to prescribe some medicine for you. Han Lingfeng said as he was about to call the doctor. No need. She hurriedly called Lingfeng. I'm much better now. I'm a little tired. I want to go back and rest first. Then I'll ask Lei Outyan's men to send you back. Han Lingfeng said. Yeah. Mrs. Su nodded. After returning to Longtan Villa, Mrs. Su activated the bodyguard who had been with her. She called the bodyguard and told him, Ahua, Su Wenzhou may have returned to China. I heard from Mr. Li in Africa that they had already released Su Wenzhou. With Su Wenzhou's vengeful personality, if he knew that I was not dead, he would definitely come to seek revenge on me. The person on the other end of the phone pondered, No way? Now that the Su group is gone, he wouldn't do that. I sent him to Africa not to fight for the inheritance of the Su group, but because of Mr. Su's will. Ahua, do you know why Mr. Su was willing to give me the inheritance of the Su group instead of Su Wenzhou? Ahua would like to hear the details. That's because Su Wenzhou is not Mr. Su's biological child. Mr. Su felt that Su Wenzhou didn't look like him at all, so he secretly did a paternity test. The results showed that Su Wenzhou was not his biological child at all. Su Wenzhou has Bombay blood type, and Mr. Su's family has been a single-line family for many generations, but there has never been a Bombay blood type. Su Wenzhou is the bastard conceived by that bitch who had an affair with someone else. Do you know how that bitch died? Ahua held his breath. That bitch didn't die of illness at all. Mr. Su killed her after he found out the truth. Ahua took a breath of cold air. Mrs. Su paused and continued, it was Mr. Su's idea to send Su Wenzhou to Africa. According to my logic, I should have killed him a long time ago, but Mr. Su still cared about the father-son relationship because he had raised him since he was a child, so he couldn't bear to kill him. Mrs. Su sighed helplessly, I didn't expect that it would become a problem now. Ahua hurriedly said, Madam, don't worry. I will do my best to protect your safety. I will immediately send someone to find out Su Wenzhou's whereabouts and kill him as soon as we find him. Yeah. Mrs. Su's tense nerves relaxed a little. She exhaled and ordered, also, send someone to check Shin Ruwashi's birth circumstances. Shin Ruwashi also has Bombay blood type, and I always feel that she and Su Wenzhou look a bit alike in some ways. Ahua thought for a moment and said, after hearing what Madam said, I also think Miss Shin looks a bit like Su Wenzhou. So, I want you to check to see if there is any connection between Shin Ruwashi and Su Wenzhou. Okay, got it ma'am. Chapter 118 Shin Ruwashi is not a descendant of the Shin family. At the hospital, not long after Mrs. Su left the ward, Shin Ruwashi wanted to be discharged forcibly. You have just woken up and are still very weak. How can you be discharged from the hospital? Han Lingfeng advised. Yes, Miss Shin, you are still very weak and it is not suitable for you to be discharged from the hospital. You should stay in the hospital for a few more days. Secretary Chan also advised. No, I have to go see my mother and my brother. Shin Ruwashi struggled to get out of bed and put on her shoes. Mrs. Shin, Mr. Shin, and the bodies of your uncles have been taken back to Kyoto by Kyoto governor. They will send the bodies back to the Shin family and the Wang family. Don't worry. Han Lingfeng said. Then I'll go back to Kyoto. Shin Ruwashi said and was about to leave. Seeing that she was still very weak, Han Lingfeng hurriedly held her back and said, even if you want to leave, you have to wait until you are better. Let me go. Shin Ruwashi pushed Han Lingfeng away, still insisting on leaving. At this time, a man in a suit and carrying a briefcase walked in from the door, followed by several bodyguards. He was one of the lawyers in the Shin family's legal team. Seeing an acquaintance, Shin Ruwashi was stunned. Why were the lawyer and bodyguard here? Were they here to take her back to Kyoto? Without waiting for Shin Ruwashi to ask, the lawyer said to her coldly, Ms. Shin, Mr. Shin asked me to deliver the documents to you. The lawyer said, taking out a document from his briefcase and handing it to Shin Ruwashi, please sign it, Ms. Shin. What is this? Shin Ruwashi took the document with trepidation. This is the property transfer agreement. The lawyer puffed out his chest, from now on, all assets under Ms. Shin's name will be taken back, including 3% of the shares of Shin Group, as well as your luxury house and car in Kyoto. Shin Ruwashi couldn't believe it. You mean, my father wants to take away all my assets? Han Lingfeng and Secretary Chen were also shocked. Why? Is it because I'm holding a press conference? Shin Ruwashi was anxious. The lawyer did not answer Shin Ruwashi's question immediately, but handed another document to Shin Ruwashi, and this, please sign it too, Miss Shin. Shin Ruwashi took it and looked at it, only to see that it was an agreement to sever father-daughter relationship. Shin Ruwashi was shocked. My father wants to sever the father-daughter relationship with me? Han Lingfeng and Secretary Chan also held their breath. Lawyer Tang, why did my father do this? Shin Ruwashi immediately grabbed the lawyer's arm excitedly. If my father is angry with me, he can beat me and scold me, and punish me in any way he wants, but why did he sever the father-daughter relationship with me? Shin Ruwashi couldn't give up this family relationship. Please take a look at this paternity test report, Miss Shin. The lawyer stuffed a paternity test report into Shin Ruwashi's hand. Shin Ruwashi took it and looked at it, her pupils widened. Paternity test report. Lawyer Tang, what does this mean? Why do you want me to see the paternity test report? Shin Ruwashi's lips trembled. Please read the above, Ms. Shin, said the lawyer. Shin Ruwashi was shocked to see the word Shin Ruwashi, Shin Beichuan, and no kinship on the paternity test report. Shin Ruwashi's pupils grew wider and wider, her body trembled more and more violently, and she almost fainted. Han Lingfeng hurriedly reached out to support her, took the appraisal report and looked at it, his pupils widened. Secretary Chen also hurried over to see what was happening and was also stunned. No! I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Shin Ruwashi cried excitedly, I am not my father's biological child, I don't believe it. I am not the blood of the Shin family, I don't believe it. Lawyer Tang, this must be a mistake, this must be a mistake. Shin Ruwashi held the lawyer tightly and asked excitedly, "Is it because my father blamed me for killing my third brother and my mother, so he deliberately made a false appraisal report and wanted to drive me out of the Shin family? Please tell my father that I have no objection to kicking me out of the Shin family and taking back all my property in the Shin family. I don't want anything from the Shin family. But please don't do this to me. How could I not be his child? How could I not be? I'm sorry, Miss Shin." The lawyer lowered his head in shame. In fact, Mr. Shin has known about this matter for a long time, and the paternity test report has been done a long time ago. He has been keeping it secret in order to save face for his wife. But now that his wife is gone, there's no need for him to hide anything anymore. You're not Mr. Shin's biological child, so he has no obligation to be responsible for you. To be honest, Mr. Shin has endured it for many years, and he's had enough. Ah! How could this happen? How could this happen? Shin Ruwashi collapsed and rolled on the ground crying, "Why did this happen? Why did this happen? Then who am I? Who am I?" Shin Ruwashi immediately hugged the lawyer's legs and feet and shouted excitedly, "Then whose child am I, and who is my biological father? Ah, why is it like this, my mother, my mother?" The lawyer raised his lips with a hint of contempt. The wife has always relied on her family's power to act arrogantly and bully Mr. Shin. Only the wife knows what the wife does outside. So even you don't know who my father is, right? Shin Ruwashi raised her tearful face and looked at the lawyer in panic. The lawyer looked down at her, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, "Mr. Shin is not a fool. He naturally sent someone to investigate his wife, and of course he knows who she is having an affair with. So, who is that person?" Shin Ruwashi raised her head and looked at the lawyer eagerly. "That man is a dashing Chinese American with a great reputation in the outside world. But when he was young, he was also a passionate man and flirted with women everywhere," said the lawyer. "A dashing Chinese? A famous man? A man of many amorous feelings?" There are many famous Chinese people, and Shin Ruwashi couldn't figure out who it was for a moment. "But, be merciful everywhere." Shin Ruwashi asked hurriedly, "So, there's more than just me?" The lawyer snorted coldly, "Who knows how many illegitimate children he has? I think he is comparable to Prince Duan in demigods and semi-devils." Shin Ruwashi fainted again. Then who is he? "I can't tell you who it is. I think Miss Shin should figure it out slowly. Now that you know the truth, please sign the document and don't make it difficult for me." The lawyer was impatient and just wanted to complete the task assigned by Mr. Shin as soon as possible. "Okay, I'll sign." Shin Ruwashi got up from the ground. She was not a descendant of the Shin family, nor was she Shin Baichuan's biological daughter. How could she have the face to refuse to sign? She was the bastard born from her mother's affair with someone else. Shin Baichuan was merciful by not strangling her to death. What else could she ask for? Shin Ruwashi picked up the pen with shaking hands and signed the document. After she handed the document to the lawyer, she collapsed to the ground again, and she kept crying. I kept crying. Han Lingfeng and Secretary Chen sighed and now didn't know how to comfort her. Finally, they had to take her back to Longtan Villa. When Mrs. Su saw Shin Ruwashi, her eyes were like an abyss that hid many secrets. Han Lingfeng didn't have much time to care about Shin Ruwashi's emotions now, he was worried about Kunlun. Chapter 119 Old Lady Yi dies. Han Lingfeng was planning to go to Jing'an Temple to find Kunlun. Suddenly I received the news that old Mrs. Yi had died. Han Lingfeng and Secretary Chen rushed to the Yi family without stopping. At the same time, Yi Kunlun in Jing'an Temple also received the news of her grandmother's death, and she rushed to the Yi family without stopping. Old Mrs. Yi has been worried ever since she kicked Yi Kunlun out of the Yi family. Yi Kunlun was the most proud descendant she had ever taught, and she was counting on Yi Kunlun to lead the Yi family to prosperity. But she never expected that the future head of the Yi family, whom she had created, would not bring honor to the family as she had imagined. This was a huge blow to her. She has been depressed for the past few years. Today, I heard that Yi Kunlun went to the temple. Her last hope was shattered and she passed away. When Han Lingfeng and Secretary Chen arrived at the Yi family, Yi Kunlun also happened to arrive. The two met in front of old lady Yi's mourning hall. Our eyes met, and 1,000 thoughts came to mind. But at this moment, they didn't bother to communicate anything. Yi Kunlun immediately rushed to the coffin. She knelt on the ground, lying on the coffin and crying silently. Han Lingfeng looked at her and felt extremely distressed. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Huanyue and Guan Xian went over and pulled her away. She looked at Zhang Huanyue, her heart filled with complicated feelings. Zhang Huanyue's feelings were of course very complicated. Ever since Yi Kunlun was kicked out of the Yi family, she has not seen her relatives again. At this moment, looking at the relatives in front of them one by one, they didn't know whether to cry or laugh, and everyone felt extremely complicated. The second uncle broke the silence first, saying with emotion, "It's good to be back, it's good to be back." Yes, it's good that Kunlun is back. Zhang Huanyue's mother also said. For everyone in the Yi family, except for old lady Yi, Yi Kunlun is the pillar of the Yi family. In the past few years since Kunlun was driven out of the Yi family has also been gradually declining. Without her trump card, the Yi family really cannot do well. The company was handed over to Zhang Huanyue to manage, but Zhang Huanyue was incompetent and could not do anything even if she wanted to. The development of Yi Group was getting worse and worse. For everyone in the Yi family, Yi Kunlun is their support and their savior. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng walked to Yi Kunlun's side. Yi Kunlun turned his head to look at Han Lingfeng, feeling mixed emotions. No one in the Yi family would say anything more about her relationship with Han Lingfeng. They all looked at them in silence. Han Lingfeng knew that Yi Kunlun was very sad at the moment, so he didn't say much and reached out to hold Yi Kunlun in his arms. Yi Kunlun also hugged him tightly and burst into tears. "Don't be afraid, dear, I am here with you. I will always be by your side." Han Lingfeng reached out to wipe the tears from her face and kissed her cheek. Yi Kunlun's suppressed emotions could no longer be contained, and she hugged Han Lingfeng even tighter, crying so hard that her body shook. "I'm sorry, Grandma," she said, crying. Han Lingfeng hugged her lovingly. "If you are sad, just cry." Yi Kunlun hugged him tightly, her body shaking with tears. Han Lingfeng's heart also ached so much that he kept stroking her head and holding her tightly. "Sister Kunlun, Grandma has always missed you." My cousin Guan Xian also started crying. Although she never mentioned your name in front of others, she has often sighed since you left, and she has even secretly looked through your photo album by herself. Hearing Guan Xian say this, Yi Kunlun felt even more pain in her heart and cried even harder. "Yes, Kunlun, the old lady wasn't really so cruel as to kick you out of the house," said Zhang Huanyue's mother. "I know." Yi Kunlun's voice trembled with tears. "Kunlun, now that you're back, don't leave. The Yi family needs you," said the second uncle. "Yes, Sister Kunlun." Zhang Huanyue also said, "Come back, the Yi family needs you, and the Yi group also needs you." Yi Kunlun looked at Zhang Huanyue. Didn't her cousin Huanyue hate her? Zhang Huanyue lowered her head and said awkwardly, "Although I have been in charge of the Yi group in the past few years, I know that the Yi group will always belong to you. Only you are the most suitable to be the head of the Yi family." Huanyue. Yi Kunlun was not good at expressing his feelings, and just stared at Zhang Huanyue blankly. "Okay, don't say anything." Zhang Huanyue reached out and gave her a hug, her eyes red as she said, "The past is the past. From now on, we are a united and friendly family." Yes, a united and friendly family. Uncle Yi shouted happily. Everyone burst into laughter and several relatives hugged each other. Han Lingfeng stood aside and watched them, feeling happy for them. "Han Lingfeng, why are you still standing there? You are a family now, don't you come over and give me a hug?" Zhang Huanyue shouted to Han Lingfeng jokingly. After a few years, Zhang Huanyue's feelings for Han Lingfeng had long faded. Now, he was her brother-in-law. However, she would not call him brother-in-law, because he was several years younger than her. Seeing that Zhang Huanyue had let it go, Han Lingfeng walked over calmly and hugged everyone. "Brother-in-law, when will you hold the wedding with my sister Kunlun?" Guan Xian looked up and asked Han Lingfeng. "Guan Xian, what are you talking about? Your grandmother just passed away." Guan Xian's mother said reproachfully. "No defense, no defense." Uncle Yi said hurriedly, "The old lady must be very happy to see Kunlun holding a wedding." "Let's talk about the wedding after Grandma's funeral is over," said Yi Kunlun. "Okay, let's discuss the funeral arrangements now," Uncle Yi said. Old Mrs. Yi was buried peacefully. Yi Kunlun also returned to the Yi family. Looking at the home I have left for several years, it feels both strange and familiar. I pushed open the door and walked into the bedroom. The bedroom was still furnished as before, without any change, and it was very clean. Miss, although you have not been at home in the past few years, the old lady would order the servants to clean every day, and nothing has been moved, and it still looks the same as before, said the housekeeper. Thinking that her grandmother was always worried about her, Yi Kunlun felt a lump in her throat and tears welled up in her eyes again. Although her grandmother was very strict with her since she was a child, she loved her. She loved her very much. I thought about how I once doubted my grandmother's love for me and felt that I was just a Yi family brand created by my grandmother. Yi Kunlun felt very uncomfortable. Tears also flowed silently. Han Lingfeng slowly hugged her from behind, put his face against the back of her head, and just held her silently without saying a word. Lingfeng, she called out, turned around, and hugged Han Lingfeng. Then the two hugged each other and cried. Don't leave me again, okay? Han Lingfeng kissed her wet cheek and choked up. From now on, we will never leave each other and stay together, okay? Yi Kunlun was speechless. Let the past be the past, okay? We need to live in the present and not dwell on the sadness of the past. Everything in the past has already happened and cannot be changed. We cannot keep living in the past. We must look forward. Yes. We can't live in the past, we must look forward. Just like what Master Gingan Temple said, color is emptiness, emptiness is color, all things are living in emptiness. Everything is a dream. Focus on the present, don't dwell on the past, don't think about the future. Right now, Ling Feng and I love each other, shouldn't we cherish what we have? She held back her tears and explored Han Lingfeng's lips. Lingfeng, kiss me. Han Lingfeng immediately kissed her lips. Then, the two lips pressed tightly together and kissed passionately. Chapter 120 The Mission of Life. The next day, Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun went to Jing'an Temple to visit the old nun. Master, I don't think I can convert to Buddhism. I have my lover, family, and company to take care of. Yi Kunlun looked up at the temple. I don't think I am destined to be in this quiet place. Amitba, Mr. Yi has found himself and knows his mission. I am happy for you. The old nun put her hands together and said, practicing Buddhism does not necessarily have to be done in a quiet place, nor does it necessarily require conversion to Buddhism. Practicing Buddhism in the secular world is also called practicing Buddhism. Yi Kunlun put his palms together and bent over. The old nun looked at Yi Kunlun and said, Donor Yi is a person of wisdom. If you can do more to benefit the people, make more contributions to society, and accumulate more blessings in marriages, and regard this as a more important mission and responsibility, it will be a kind of great love and wisdom, and your merits will be immeasurable. The value and meaning of life will be more extraordinary, and your practice realm will be higher. When your virtue is perfect, you will be enlightened and become a Buddha. Amit Ba. Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng looked at each other, and their minds seemed to become clearer. Yi Kunlun said hurriedly, Thank you for your teachings, Master. Han Lingfeng hurriedly took out a bank card from his pocket and placed it on the tea machine. I'm donating 100 million incense money to your temple. The old nun put her palms together and said, Amitba, Donor Han has a kind heart and generously donated money to spread blessings through my hands. I should also do my best to carry out my mission, do good deeds, and benefit all living beings. Yeah. Han Lingfeng nodded, his eyes full of admiration. After coming out of the temple, Yi Kunlun said to Han Lingfeng, Husband, I want to vigorously develop science and technology. If humans are to move towards a happy life, science and technology are indispensable. We won't go into the reasons for the time being, but I know that science and technology are very important to human development. Han Lingfeng looked at her deeply, and a smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. Kunlun had found her own mission in life. Han Lingfeng reached out and held her in his arms. I will be your strong backer. Helping her become a god is Han Lingfeng's mission. So I'm thinking of going to Country M to attend the World Science and Technology Forum on the 30th of this month, and discuss science and technology and human development as well as related social issues with entrepreneurs and scientists in the world science and technology field, including employment, survival, class conflicts, and the redistribution of social resources. Then I'll go with you. Han Lingfeng said. Do you want to go with me? Yi Kunlun looked up at him with a charming smile on her face and curiosity and desire in her eyes. Han Lingfeng kissed her on the nose. Of course I'm going with you. I will never leave you again in this life. I'm determined to follow you. Wherever you go, I'll go. We're going to be a loving couple who are inseparable. Yi Kunlun's mouth was full of smiles, but she said, You are so corny. Is it corny? Han Lingfeng kept moving his face closer to hers. I have something cornier. Do you want some? No. Yi Kunlun broke free from him and ran away. Want to run away? Han Lingfeng pulled her back and held her in his arms. We haven't spent a good time together since we met again. Do you think we should be romantic and affectionate? Yi Kunlun looked at him. How to be romantic? How to be tender? What do you think? Han Lingfeng looked at her with a dazed look in his eyes, his face getting closer and closer. Just when Han Lingfeng's lips were about to kiss her neck, Yi Kunlun suddenly said, "Why don't we ask Secretary Chen and Mrs. Su to go to the botanical garden for a picnic? The crepe myrtles in the botanical garden should be in bloom." Han Lingfeng originally wanted to stay alone with Yi Kunlun, but when he thought of the beautiful crepe myrtles blooming in the garden and didn't want to miss the beautiful view, he became interested. But when he thought of Shin Ruoshi, Han Lingfeng felt a little embarrassed. After thinking for a while, he said, "How about we ask the relatives from the Yi family to go together, Zhang Ye and Guan Xan, as well as second Uncle Yi, Mother Zhang, etc. Okay, it's rare for the family to go out together, so let's go together," Yi Kunlun said. And Shin Ruoshi, she currently lives in Longtan Villa. Han Lingfeng said a little embarrassedly. Thinking of Shin Ruoshi, Yi Kunlun felt a little uncomfortable, but she immediately thought of the Buddhist teachings of not dwelling on the past, not thinking about the future, and only being in the present, so she changed her mind and said, "Okay, let's go together. Then I'll call them." Han Lingfeng hurriedly got his cell phone. It was a pleasant afternoon. The Yi family and the people from Longtan Villa, represented by Mrs. Su, were all there. We had a picnic in the crepe myrtle garden, drank coffee, had a barbecue, talked and laughed, and were so happy. No one mentioned the past. Only Shin Ruoshi was sitting alone, looking depressed. She has not yet gotten over the mystery of her life. She no longer felt sad about the passing of Mr. Shin and Mrs. Shin, nor was she sad about Shin Baichuan severing his father-daughter relationship with her and taking back all her property in the Shin family. She is depressed because she doesn't even know who her biological father is. She also thinks that her mother had an affair with someone else and gave birth to her, and she feels ashamed of her life. If she had a choice, she would rather not have been born. Yi Kunlun thought she was still sad about the death of her parents and brothers, so he walked over to her with guilt and sat down on the grass beside her. "I'm sorry," Yi Kunlun said. "Ah." Shin Ruoshi came back to her senses, turned her head to look at Yi Kunlun, and was a little slow to react to her sudden apology. "Young Master Shin did this because he loves me, and your mother is innocent," Yi Kunlun said guiltily. Thinking of her mother having an affair and giving birth to her, Shin Ruoshi muttered unconsciously, "She is not innocent." "Huh?" Yi Kunlun looked at Shin Ruoshi in confusion. "Oh, nothing." Shin Ruoshi hurriedly concealed her thoughts and shook her head. Yi Kunlun stared at Shin Ruoshi for a few seconds and said, "Do you like Lingfeng?" "Ah." Shin Ruoshi was stunned. "I saw 7 years ago that you like Lingfeng." Yi Kunlun said calmly, "If you still like him now, we can compete fairly. Anyway, I am not married to him yet." "What are you talking about?" Shin Ruoshi lowered her head unnaturally, her face turning red and white. "I'm serious. If you like him, I don't mind you continuing to like him," said Yi Kunlun. "Aren't you jealous?" Shin Ruoshi looked at Yi Kunlun in surprise. Yi Kunlun smiled bitterly, "I have figured it out. No one belongs to anyone else. Everyone belongs to himself. Lingfeng has the right to be liked by others, and others also have the right to like him." She glanced at Shin Ruoshi and said, "It's better to have love in your heart than to have no love at all." "Yes, it's better to have love in your heart than to have no love at all," Shin Ruoshi said dully, "but now I don't have love in my heart anymore. I don't know who I should love anymore." In the past, she could still love her brother, her mother, and her father. But now, she has no one to love. "Don't you love Lingfeng?" Yi Kunlun looked at her. "I admit that I liked Han Lingfeng a little bit before, but now that I think about it carefully, it can't be called love at all. It was just a temporary affection, because he helped me when my film and television company was in the most difficult time. But when I think about it carefully, he is not the man who makes my heart beat fast. I may have loved someone else." In Shin Ruoshi's mind, a picture of her and Mr. Shin suddenly appeared. She and Mr. Shin had a good relationship since childhood. Many people said that they were very good siblings. She always felt that it was the love between siblings. But when she knew that she did not have the blood of the Shin family and that she and her third brother were not biological siblings, she suddenly found that she missed him so much. It was a heart-wrenching pain and longing. "I want to go back to Kyoto." Shin Ruwashi suddenly stood up from the ground. She wanted to go back to Kyoto to see Shin Shen for the last time and see him off. She wanted to lie on his body and cry, and tell young Master Shin that she loved him. Seeing Shin Ruwashi running away, Yi Kunlun and everyone else stood there in a daze, staring blankly at her quickly leaving figure. When she was on her way to the airport to catch her flight, a man who looked similar to Shin Ruwashi and was about 30 years old passed by her. The man carried a satchel on one shoulder and wore a sun hat with the brim pulled down very low. At the same time, Mrs. Su received a call from her bodyguard Ahua. Madam, according to reliable information, Su Wonjo has come to South City. Please be careful. In addition, Su Wonjo's mother and Shin Ruwashi's mother once had an affair with the same man, so they both have that man's blood flowing in their veins. That man is the founder of one of the world's top technology companies, the famous Chinese-American technology businessman Mr. Luo. Chapter 121 Itinerary. It turns out that Su Wonjo and Shin Ruwashi are both Luo Qian's bloodline. Luo Qian has white ancestry, no wonder Shin Ruwashi and Su Wonjo both have Bombay blood type. Luo Qian, the founder of the world's top technology, is known to everyone in the world. There have been rumors on the internet for a long time that Mr. Luo had affairs with many women, including female celebrities and female executives. Unexpectedly, Shin Ruwashi's mother and Su Wonjo's mother also had affairs with him. Oh, Mr. Luo, I'm afraid he has so many illegitimate children that he has lost count. Mrs. Su curled her lips into a sneer. Immediately, she picked up her phone and ordered Lei Aotian's subordinates, search the entire city for Su Wonjo. When you catch him, don't kill him immediately. Instead, lock him up. I have something to say to him. Han Lingfeng, Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen went to Country M to attend the World Science and Technology Summit Conference. They stayed at the XRD Hotel. Shen Beichuan and his fifth brother-in-law Wang Zhongxiang also stayed in this hotel. The Wang family had shares in the Shin Group. As a domestic advanced technology company, the Shin Group naturally came to participate in this World Science and Technology Forum. They met in the hotel lobby. Mr. Shin, is Shin Ruwashi okay? Han Lingfeng hurried forward to ask. Shin Ruwashi went to Kyoto to attend the funeral of Mr. Shin and her mother, and no one knew how she was doing. Humph. Shin Baichuan glanced at Yi Kunlun and Shin Ruwashi, snorted coldly, and did not answer. Yi Kunlun. Wang Zhongxiang's eyes immediately lit up with hatred. You killed my eldest brother, second sister, and fifth brother. I have not yet come to terms with you. The Wang family blamed Yi Kunlun for the deaths of Wang Yunxiang, Wang Yuanxiang, and Mrs. Shen. Seeing her at this moment, Wang Zhongxiang wanted to eat her immediately. He was about to rush towards Yi Kunlun. Shin Beichuan hurriedly stopped him and said, Zhongxiang, after we finish attending the Science and Technology Conference, we will slowly settle this account. Then he said to Yi Kunlun, my son and my wife died because of you. You owe this blood debt to my Shin family. I, Shin Baichuan, also remember it. Think about how you should repay it. After saying that, he glared at them with a vicious look and went upstairs. How can these people blame all the mistakes on Mr. Yi? Secretary Chen said indignantly. They have to find an outlet to vent their emotions. Han Lingfeng said, Wang Yunxiang was killed by Third Master Shin, who committed suicide. Wang Yuanxiang and Mrs. Shin were shot to death by the king of Jinbei and his subordinates. The king of Jinbei and his subordinates are all dead. They can only seek revenge on Kunlun. The source of the incident was caused by me, so of course they have to take revenge on me, said Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng held Yi Kunlun's hand and comforted her, don't worry, I will protect you. I won't allow anyone to hurt you. Han Lingfeng's eyes flashed with coldness. I don't care about right or wrong. I only know one thing, and that is to protect the one I love. Whoever dares to hurt my love, no matter who he is, I will kill him anyway. Secretary Chan looked at Han Lingfeng with deep eyes. She preferred people like Mr. Han who only cared about their mission and not about right or wrong. Ms. Yi is just too kind and likes to take all the responsibilities and mistakes on herself. But then again, it is precisely because of this that she is loved and admired by others. Ms. Yi has a great love for others. She has always liked to take on responsibilities. After graduation, she has taken on the family responsibilities and managed the company on her own. Everyone in the Yi family depends on her for survival, and tens of thousands of employees in the company also need her to support them. Now she plans to develop technology and assume social responsibilities. This might be the fundamental reason why Secretary Chen wants to follow her all the time. Secretary Chen looked at Yi Kunlun with a deeper gaze, reached out and held Yi Kunlun's other hand, and said, "Boss Yi, you must live well. This society can have fewer evil people, but it must have more talents like Boss Yi who contribute to social development, especially people like Boss Yi who have great love." After hearing what Secretary Chen said, Yi Kunlun seemed to feel much better and his mind became clearer. She murmured, "Only by contributing more to this society can I reduce my sins. Only when my merits are complete and my sins outweigh my faults can my conscience be at peace. Only then can I find a greater value and meaning in life and give myself a satisfactory answer to my life. In this way, when I die in the future, I can close my eyes without any dust and leave with a clean heart. So, before that, I have to live well." Han Lingfeng and Secretary Chen looked at her with passionate eyes at the same time. They both loved her terribly. They both thought in their hearts that Yi Kunlun must be a fairy sent from heaven. "Let's go upstairs," Han Lingfeng said. "Brother-in-law, why don't we just find someone in Country M to kill Yi Kunlun?" After returning to the room, Wang Zhongxiang said to Shen Baichuan indignantly. "There's no rush regarding Yi Kunlun's matter." Shen Baichuan had another thing on his mind. "No hurry? If something as big as a blood feud isn't urgent, then what is urgent?" Wang Zhongxiang shouted excitedly. Thinking of the fact that his second sister and his second husband's sister had always had a bad relationship, Wang Zhongxiang asked with a gloomy face, "Don't you want to avenge Chun'er and my sister?" Shen Baichuan came back to his senses. "What are you talking about? Yi Kunlun killed my son, how could I not take revenge?" As Shen Baichuan spoke, he was still worried. "Then what are you worried about?" Wang Zhongxiang asked. Shen Baichuan glanced at Wang Zhongxiang. "Revenge must be taken. The matter of killing Yi Kunlun will have to wait until the conference is over." As Shen Baichuan spoke, he became lost in thought again. "Why?" Wang Zhongxiang gritted his teeth, waiting impatiently. "Are you stupid?" Shen Baichuan got angry. "Yi Kunlun is very popular. She should appear at a big event like the World Science and Technology Summit. There will definitely be people paying attention to her. Even if no one abroad pays attention to her, the domestic media will definitely pay attention to her. If we kill her in advance and she doesn't show up, won't it arouse suspicion from others?" "That's true." Wang Zhongxiang lowered his head and said nothing more. Shen Baichuan glanced at his fifth brother-in-law with disgust. Shen Baichuan had long been disgusted with the people of the Wang family. The Wang family is like vampires. Relying on the fact that Wang Yuanxiang used to be an official in Kyoto and that Wang Laosan works in the embassy of Country M, the Wang family suddenly owns 20% of the shares in the Shin Group. Especially his wife Wang Yuanhui, who cheated on him and gave birth to Shen Ruoshi, has been a thorn in Shen Baichuan's side for many years. He was not sad at all when his wife died. Even if he sought revenge on Yi Kunlun, it was for his son Shen Chen. But now, he was not worried about revenge, but about meeting Luo Qian at the summit. Luo Qian, the competitor in the technology field whom Shen Baichuan always wanted to surpass but could never do so, the adulterer who cuckolded Shen Baichuan. Shen Baichuan hated Luo Qian to the core, but Luo Qian was more powerful than him and he had no way to bring him down. Thinking about meeting that person again at the technology summit, Shen Baichuan clenched his teeth. Shen Ruoshi has been secretly placed under house arrest by him and the Shen family. This time he had to discuss the terms with Luo Qian. At the same time, Han Lingfeng, Yi Kunlun, and Secretary Chen had already moved into the rooms on the upper floors. Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun lived in the presidential suite, while Secretary Chen lived in a luxurious unit alone. After entering the room, Yi Kunlun went to take a shower. Han Lingfeng picked up the phone and made a call. In order to ensure Yi Kunlun's safety in Country M, Han Lingfeng activated members of the Lizard organization stationed in Country M. He called Mr. Bai, the head of the M country, and said, "Mr. Bai, my wife Yi Kunlun is going to attend the World Science and Technology Summit in M country for a week. I want you to activate the highest level of security system to protect my wife's safety. If my wife loses even a hair, I promise to destroy your palace." "Yes, sir. I will immediately send the 5S Bureau to be responsible for Miss Ye's safety." The person on the other end of the phone replied respectfully. "Remember, don't make it public. You know the rules of the Lizard organization." Han Lingfeng reminded. "I will not make it public. I will only order the 5S Bureau to protect Miss Ye's safety in secret. By the way, my lord, you are also in Country M, right? Where do you live? I will come to see you right away with my wife. We are staying at the XRD Hotel, but I will not visit you again." After attending the Science and Technology Conference, I will bring my wife to your palace for dinner. Then I'll be waiting for you. After finishing the call, Han Lingfeng sat on the sofa waiting for Yi Kunlun. After a while, Yi Kunlun came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. She had a white shirt hanging loosely on her body, her hair was wet, and she looked like a lotus flower emerging from water, with the skin on her neck and legs as white as snow. Han Lingfeng was stunned for a moment. Yi Kunlun came over, sat on his legs, and pushed him down slowly while asking softly, "Tomorrow, are you going to attend the event with me? Or are you going to wait for me in the hotel?" If you want me to go, I will go. If you want me to be in the hotel, I will be in the hotel. I will listen to Mr. Ye's instructions. Han Lingfeng's eyes gradually became blurred. Then just stay in the hotel obediently. Such activities are very boring. Yi Kunlun said and kissed him on the face. Han Lingfeng enjoyed her kiss and murmured, "Then you should go early and come back early. I don't want to be separated from you for too long." Yi Kunlun breathed into his ear, "I won't be separated from you for too long, because I can't bear to be separated from you for too long." The two people were intoxicated in each other's love. Chapter 122 Technology Conference. The next morning, Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen went to attend the event. Han Lingfeng waited for her obediently in the hotel. This event is mainly to discuss the development of scientific and technological innovation and its impact on mankind. It is a conference that integrates the exchange of ideas, sharing of results, and discussion of cooperation. Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen first visited the exhibition hall, where they saw technological exhibits developed by major companies around the world, including a domestically developed robot dog. Secretary Chen was very excited. He had entered the field of science and technology and everything seemed new to him. Although Yi Kunlun didn't show anything on the surface, he was actually very excited inside. She became more determined to go into science and technology. "Mr. Yi, which direction do you think we should go in?" Secretary Chen asked while touring. "Let's first understand the situation, look at the cutting-edge trends and developments in the science and technology field, and then determine the strategic plan," said Yi Kunlun. At this time, an intelligent robot passed by. Secretary Chen pointed at the intelligent robot and said, "That is a product of the world's top technology company. I have to say that Luo Chen is really a talent in the field of technology." Yi Kunlun shook her head, "I don't like him." Secretary Chen was stunned and looked at Yi Kunlun in confusion. Luo Chen was the idol of many people, but President Yi actually didn't like him. "Why?" Secretary Chen asked. "Because I heard that he is a womanizer," Yi Kunlun said. Secretary Chen couldn't help but laugh. It would be strange if a successful man wasn't lustful. Are all successful men necessarily lustful? That has to do with personal character, Yi Kunlun said seriously. Secretary Chen's smile deepened. She liked Mr. Ye's serious look. Secretary Chen lowered his head and smiled as he said, "That's a matter of personal character, but I have to say that Mr. Luo's contribution to science and technology is quite large." "That is the contribution of scientists, not his contribution. He is just a businessman," said Yi Kunlun. The smile on Secretary Chen's face froze for a moment, and it seemed that what Mr. Yi said was true. They buy scientific research results from scientists, then mass-produce and promote them in order to make more money. Therefore, most of the products they produce are designed to cater to consumer tastes, rather than truly benefiting the public. Secretary Chen nodded. It seemed to be the case. If capitalists don't have a higher vision and are only focused on making money, they will definitely do more harm than good to society. Secretary Chen nodded again to show his agreement. So we need to make technological products that are beneficial to this society. Yi Kunlun suddenly had an idea when he said this. "I want to work in medical technology and biotechnology, make robot medical caregivers, make nanny robots, and make robots that can replace high-risk manual operations." At this point, Yi Kunlun fell into sadness. "Do you remember when we lived in Xinjia village, several migrant workers who went to work in other places died in the village?" Secretary Chen remembered what happened at that time and his face became sad. They are still so young, only in their 40s or 50s. To survive, they left their hometowns to work in other places and enter factories. Yi Kunlun seemed to be thinking about something, and continued sadly, "I don't believe that their illness has nothing to do with their work, because it is impossible for several people to have the same disease, and the time from onset to death, and the state of death are roughly the same. Don't you think this is too coincidental? They clearly inhaled the same toxic and harmful gases and substances for a long time, so they got the same fatal disease." As for the highly educated people, Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen both knew what the substances they inhaled were. It is precisely because of this that Yi Kunlun is more compassionate. Secretary Chen lowered his head and remained silent. Yi Kunlun realized that she had gone off topic, so she quickly collected her thoughts and said, "We have to take it step by step, starting with the research and development of artificial intelligence, because this is the most cutting-edge technology product. While we are concerned about the impact on all living beings, we must also consider the company's economic benefits." Secretary Chen nodded, a smile reappearing on his face. "Yeah. Let's go and win over some experts in artificial intelligence first." Yi Kunlun looked at the scientists and experts in the distance, and like a horse trainer seeing a few thousand-mile horses, he rushed over hurriedly. Secretary Chen also hurriedly followed. As a result, before he could reach those talented people, Yi Kunlun was stopped by Chang Yaojin, who suddenly appeared. "Oh my god! What a beautiful woman!" As a result, Yi Kunlun, who was walking quickly, almost bumped into her, but fortunately he stopped in time. Yi Kunlun frowned and looked up, only to see a charming woman with blonde hair and blue eyes standing in front of her. The woman looked as if she had discovered a new continent, with surprise on her face, and looked Yi Kunlun up and down from head to toe. Yi Kunlun was unhappy because she didn't like others looking at her as if she were a product. "Is there something wrong?" Yi Kunlun frowned, showing his usual coldness and arrogance. The woman also became cold and arrogant, not cold and arrogant, but arrogant. The woman raised her chin and pointed her nose to the sky, and said proudly, "Madam, congratulations, you have been chosen by Mr. Luo, and Mr. Luo invites you to come over." "Mr. Luo?" Without waiting for Yi Kunlun to react, the woman turned around and walked away, twisting her enchanting waist and hips. Yi Kunlun immediately understood who the Mr. Luo the woman was referring to was. It was none other than Luo Qian. Yi Kunlun had never liked this name in the first place, and now seeing his secretary being so rude, he felt even more unhappy. "Why does Mr. Luo want to see you?" Secretary Chen and Yi Kunlun looked at each other. "Hey, you two, can't you be faster? Don't keep Mr. Luo waiting for too long." Seeing that they didn't catch up, the blonde woman turned around and shouted at them in dissatisfaction. "Let's go and take a look." Yi Kunlun wanted to see what Mr. Luo's purpose was. "This is an event, we can't just eat them alive. Besides, they are famous, we should at least give them some respect." The blonde woman led them both to an activity discussion area. This event discussion area is attended by many elites from the industry, including entrepreneurs, experts, and powerful people from several related institutions. In short, many of them are powerful people in society who often appear on TV. "Mr. Luo, Miss Yi is here," the blonde woman reported to Luo Qian in a seductive voice. As soon as Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen stepped into the discussion area, they saw that everyone in the discussion area turned their eyes to them. Mainly focused on Yi Kunlun. Just now everyone was discussing enthusiastically, but now the scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes fell on the face of this peerless beauty. Chapter 123: Dung Beetle Carrying Dung Balls. "Hello, Miss Yi." Luo Qian stared at Yi Kunlun with his lustful eyes. Yi Kunlun glanced at him indifferently and just nodded politely. Kunlun was always cold and arrogant to people she didn't like. Even to a tech giant like Luo Qian. Now in her heart, I'm afraid that except Ling Feng, no one else could be worthy of her. "Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Yi Kunlun, the president of the Yi Group of Daxia Country. Mr. Yi." Luo Qian turned around and introduced everyone. He acted as if he knew Yi Kunlun very well. The Yi Group is well known in the country, but few people know about it abroad. Many foreigners shook their heads, saying they had never heard of it or didn't know it. However, Luo Qian singled her out to introduce her, probably because of Miss Yi's beauty. Everyone is discussing topics related to technology. "Please take a seat, Miss Yi." Luo Qian made an invitation gesture and pointed to an empty seat. Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen were not polite and sat down at their seats. Luo Qian sat at the same table with them, along with two other well-known experts in the business and technology fields, and a powerful person. In terms of qualifications and ability, Yi Kunlun was not qualified to sit at the same table with them, but Luo Qian deliberately arranged it this way. Everyone knew that Mr. Luo had other intentions. Some people whispered, some people sneered and laughed. "It's good to be beautiful, it will bring a lot of convenience. All the benefits are gained at the cost of the body. An attractive figure and a pretty face are the best shortcuts to success. People are like this, when it comes to a beautiful woman, once she achieves something, everyone will ignore her talent and think that she got to her position by relying on her beauty. Yi Kunlun was extremely disgusted with Luo Qian's arrangement, which he thought was convenient for her. She already had a bad impression of him, and now she was even more disgusted with him. She felt very uncomfortable about the criticism from others. But she soon stopped caring about it because she thought of the Buddhist ideas such as circumstances are determined by the mind and the appearance of villains and evil people is to save you. Yes, all the bad things are here to help you practice. She suddenly stopped feeling unhappy and felt very happy because she regarded these people as obstacles that helped her practice. They would only help her practice better. With this thought, she felt relieved and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth involuntarily. "Mr. Yi, what are you laughing at?" Secretary Chen asked in a low voice. "Nothing. I'm just a dung beetle carrying a dung ball. The dung ball rolls over and the dung beetle carries it away." There was a playful smile on Yi Kunlun's face. "Ah." Secretary Chen didn't react for a moment, but she soon realized that President Yi treated these people as dung balls. Secretary Chen couldn't help but smile. Even President Ye's scolding of people was philosophical. Luo Qian talked freely, talking about technology, but his eyes were fixed on Yi Kunlun. Look at his lecherous look, he is a real pervert. I am almost drooling. Yi Kunlun hardly ever looked at him, but just listened to everyone's conversation. Secretary Chen took notes while listening. Yi Kunlun took notes carefully. She had a strong memory and could always filter out useless information. In fact, there is not much truly useful information. Most of it is just people praising each other and seeking a sense of existence. The entrepreneurs were all very talkative. But Yi Kunlun's attention was attracted by a few quiet professionals. Then she asked Secretary Chen to go over and ask for business cards. Maybe in the future, she could hire 1 or 2 talents to work in technology research and development at Yi Group. Yi Kunlun tries his best to find available talents and conscientious entrepreneurs to cooperate with in such occasions. As she looked around, she saw Shen Baichuan and Wang Zhongxiang, who were chatting with several other businessmen and experts at another table. She found that Shen Baichuan was staring at Luo Qian with a pair of gloomy eyes. She felt that there must be some grudge between Luo Qian and Shen Baichuan. But Wang Zhongxiang's ferocious eyes looked at her. She didn't dare to look at him. His eyes were too sharp, like a knife. She had to avoid him. Time flies, and it is 6 o'clock in the evening. The first day of the Science and Technology Conference ended. Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen walked out of the meeting room. Luo Qian, his secretary and bodyguards walked behind them. "Ms. Yi." Luo Qian called her. Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen stopped and looked back. Luo Qian walked up to her and looked her straight in the eye. "It's time for dinner now. Can I invite Miss Yi to dinner with me?" Having dinner with Luo Qian must be the dream of many people, but Yi Kunlun had no interest in it. "I'm sorry, Mr. Luo, my husband is still waiting for me in the hotel and I don't want him to wait too long," Yi Kunlun said. A hint of disappointment flashed across Luo Qian's face. It turns out that Miss Yi is already married. There was no wedding and no certificate, but Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng were no different from a married couple. To her, Lingfeng was her husband. Luo Qian was stunned and asked, "May I ask which hotel Miss Yi is staying in?" "Oh, I want to see if we are going the same way." Mr. Luo's tactics in picking up girls are really sophisticated. He knew that she already had a boyfriend, but he still wanted to know where she lived. It seems that Mr. Luo really has no regard for ethics and morals, and he even hooks up with married women. "I live in the XRD hotel." Yi Kunlun was too lazy to hide it, because no matter how she answered, Luo Qian would find her residence. She just wanted to know what would happen to Luo Qian next. "Oh, we have different paths. What a pity. We'll see each other at the conference tomorrow. Goodbye, Miss Yi." After Luo Qian finished speaking, he waved to Yi Kunlun, turned around and walked in the opposite direction with his bodyguards and secretary. Secretary Chen smiled and said, "I thought he would say we were on the same path." Yi Kunlun shook his head speechlessly. "This Mr. Luo is old enough to be my father, but he still has lustful thoughts." Secretary Chen said shamelessly, "That's right, can you still do it?" Yi Kunlun glanced at Secretary Chen speechlessly and shouted, "Go back to the hotel." The two took a taxi back to the XED hotel. Secretary Chen put his arm around Yi Kunlun's shoulders and asked curiously, "How often do you and Mr. Han have sex?" Yi Kunlun blushed and rolled her eyes at Secretary Chen. This woman was becoming more and more disrespectful. "Tell me." Secretary Chen put his arm around her and asked coquettishly. Since you are so curious, why don't you find a boyfriend too? Yi Kunlun said. She really thought Secretary Chen should find a boyfriend. She had been with her for so many years and she had never found a boyfriend, and she was not young anymore. I'll introduce one to you some other day. Yi Kunlun looked at her seriously. She would definitely ask Secretary Chen to introduce a social elite with good character. Unexpectedly, Secretary Chen let go of her arm and said without interest, "No need." I'm serious. Yi Kunlun said. I'm serious too. Secretary Chen replied. Yi Kunlun looked at her blankly. Was she planning to never get married? Secretary Chen leaned forward again and looked at her seriously. In my whole life, I only want to follow you and Mr. Han. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Kunlun continued to stare at her blankly. I'm not talking nonsense. Secretary Chen's voice suddenly became whispering, and his face moved closer, and it seemed that his lips were about to kiss her mouth. Yi Kunlun hurriedly turned her face away, feeling uncomfortable. Secretary Chen might like her, she didn't know, but she only regarded her as someone closer than a friend. Secretary Chen herself was not very natural, and she herself could not explain clearly that she had a special feeling for Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng. She just wanted to follow them both. The two returned to the CRRD hotel and walked into the lobby, only to see someone bringing in a large basket of flowers. The person who brought the flowers was none other than Luo Qian's blonde secretary and two bodyguards. Chapter 124. Mr. Luo, you dare to think about my woman. Ms. Yi, this flower basket was sent by Mr. Luo. The arrogant blonde secretary said to Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun didn't even glance at the flower basket. She looked at the blonde woman coldly, waiting for her next move. Mr. Luo asked me to give this to you. The blonde woman arrogantly stuffed a double-sided card into Yi Kunlun's hand, glared at Yi Kunlun with hostility, then twisted her waist and left with her bodyguards. Yi Kunlun unfolded the card and saw the words written on it. Ms. Ye's beauty really amazes me. I dare say that you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. You must be an angel sent by God to the world. From the first time I saw Miss Yi, I felt that I had lost myself. At this moment, all I can see is Miss Ye's beautiful figure. The first paragraph of this card praises Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun felt that it was neither fresh nor beautiful. So after reading it halfway, I threw the card into the trash can. Boring. Then he glanced at the front desk clerk and said in English, Miss, do you like that flower basket? It's yours, otherwise you can throw it into the trash can, thank you. The receptionist was very surprised. My God, such a beautiful flower basket, if I take it back to the flower shop and sell it, I should be able to get a few $100 bills. Anyway, she has done this kind of thing more than once or twice. Secretary Chen picked up the card from the trash can because she wanted to see what was written on the back. After reading it, Secretary Chen followed Yi Kunlun to the elevator and said, in addition to praising you ruthlessly, Mr. Luo also tempted you with benefits. He said he has a lot of resources in artificial intelligence and invites you to Paul's restaurant at 8 o'clock in the evening to discuss in detail. By the way, I will buy you a cup of coffee. After saying this, Secretary Chen and Yi Kunlun looked at each other and laughed together. Then, they returned to the hotel room, laughing at Mr. Luo all the way. Han Lingfeng was originally meditating on the bed with great concentration. He never gave up his practice. That sense of concentration enabled him to perceive the world. Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen were still in the corridor, and he heard her footsteps and laughter. They were discussing Mr. Luo. This made Han Lingfeng unhappy. As soon as Yi Kunlun pushed the door open, Han Lingfeng immediately pushed her against the door and asked tentatively, How was your time at the technology conference today? Did you have a good time? Did any handsome guys flirt with you? Yi Kunlun was stunned and thought, oh my God, is this a sixth sense? Lingfeng's intuition is too accurate, right? Ha? Why don't you speak? Han Lingfeng pinched her chin. Yi Kunlun put her hands on Han Lingfeng's shoulders and said with a smile, There are no handsome guys, but there is an old pervert? Who? Han Lingfeng asked knowingly. It's that Mr. Luo, Luo Qian, the pervert Luo. Yi Kunlun seemed a little unhappy. Han Lingfeng felt a little happy and asked curiously, Oh? Really? Then what did he do to you? He invited me to Bao Luo restaurant at 8 o'clock and said he would introduce me to some resources. Yi Kunlun looked even more unhappy. Han Lingfeng felt even happier and continued to ask, Are you going? What are you talking about? Why would I go? Yi Kunlun frowned, I don't want to deal with people like that. Yi Kunlin let him go and walked towards the bed. Han Lingfeng followed him, really? But he said he could give you resources. Yi Kunlin lay down on the bed tiredly. Don't even mention him giving me resources. Even if he gave me his company, I wouldn't want it. I'm not the kind of woman who would trade my body for resources. Humph. His tricks can only work on those greedy women, not on me, Yi Kunlin. Just seeing his old face is enough for me. Han Lingfeng's eyes became deep. This Luo guy actually dared to set his sights on my woman. Han Lingfeng decided to go to Paul's restaurant to keep the appointment on behalf of Yi Kunlin later. But before that, he lowered his head to look at Yi Kunlin lying on the bed. Now he just wanted to possess his woman for once. This woman could only be his. He bent down, kissed Yi Kunlin greedily, and then took her hard. Ling Feng. Ling Feng. Yi Kunlin begged for mercy repeatedly. You are mine, you are mine. Han Lingfeng showed his strong possessiveness crazily. Well, I am yours. Yi Kunlin also became enthusiastic. I served Yi Kunlin until she was exhausted and fell asleep. Han Lingfeng kissed her on the face, then jumped off the bed, put on his pants, and turned to leave. The surname Luo, damn. The next second, Han Lingfeng walked into Paul's restaurant. He looked around the restaurant and finally saw a man named Luo sitting at a window seat. He was wearing a suit and tie. There was a rose on the table, and a gentleman's hat next to the rose. There was a cane next to the sofa. Mr. Luo is so old, but still so lustful. Han Lingfeng planned to go over and teach him a lesson. At this moment, a familiar figure suddenly walked past him. Shan Baichuan. Shin Baichuan walked towards Luo Qian with such a determined purpose that he didn't even notice Han Lingfeng. Shen Baichuan, why did he look for Luo Qian? Han Lingfeng wanted to know what they were going to talk about, so he found a seat nearby and sat down. The sofa was large, and there was a 1-meter high partition between the seats, so Han Lingfeng hid in the seat behind them and they couldn't find him at all. Han Lingfeng asked the waiter for a cup of coffee, covered his face with a magazine, and listened carefully to the conversation between Shen Baichuan and Luo Qian. Director Shen. Mr. Luo. Luo Qian and Shen Baichuan greeted each other. How did Mr. Shen know I was here? As long as I want to find out, I will naturally know where Mr. Luo is going. So what do you want from me? Of course I have something to talk to you about. Shen Baichuan said with a gloomy face. What's the matter? Luo Qian narrowed his eyes. I want to discuss a business deal with Mr. Luo. Shen Baichuan said stiffly. Luo Qian continued to narrow his eyes. It seems that Mr. Shen and I don't have any business to discuss. How can there be no business to discuss? We are all in the technology industry, and there are many projects to discuss. Shen Baichuan still said stiffly. Luo Qian leaned back, his eyes deep and his tone arrogant. So what business does Mr. Shen want to discuss with me? Please take a look at this, Shendong. Whose picture is this? This is a picture of your daughter. Luo Qian was stunned for a few seconds. Nonsense. Humph. I'm talking nonsense. Shen Baichuan said angrily, this is the bastard born from your affair with my wife. Han Lingfeng was shocked. It turned out that Shen Baichuan's wife was having an affair with Luo Qian. Then the photo that Shen Baichuan showed Luo Qian just now should be of Shen Ruoshi. So Shen Ruoshi's biological father is Luo Qian? Han Lingfeng was really shocked by this discovery. I'm not Shen Ruoshi's biological father at all. Shen Baichuan slammed a paternity test on the table. Luo Qian glanced at the paternity test on the table and said, just because you are not her father does not mean I am his father. What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm lying to you? Shen Baichuan was furious. Luo Qian's face was full of pride. I didn't say you lied to me. I was just asking, what makes you think I'm the father of this child? Didn't your wife have an affair with anyone else besides me? Shen Baichuan snorted heavily and said, then I can tell you the birth date of this child. She is 29 years old this year and was born on the 23rd of the 12th lunar month. 30 years ago, you lived in our Shen family for 3 months. You were the only man from another family that my wife could come into contact with. She couldn't have an affair with her own brothers. When my wife was young, she didn't like to go out. Her range of activities was the Shen family compound. You were a guest in my house, so she could only have an affair with you. At this point, Shin Baichuan's eyes became more gloomy. I treated you as a brother, but you secretly hooked up with my wife. As the saying goes, a friend's wife should not be bullied. You were so lustful that you disregarded ethics and morality. I trusted you so much at the time. If I hadn't heard my wife calling your name in her dream later, I wouldn't have known that you two were having an affair. Okay. Even if that's the case, so what? Luo Qian said calmly, even if the child is mine, so what? What did you say? Shen Baichuan's face turned green with anger. He was also shocked that Luo Qian could remain so calm after knowing the truth. How shameless. You want to use this child to threaten me, right? Luo Qian stood up with a cold expression. You've made a wrong calculation, brother. I, Luo Qian, only want to be happy. As for whether or not to have a child, I don't care at all. Don't even think about using her to make conditions with me. As Luo Qian spoke, he reached out for the gentleman's hat and put it on his head. Then he glanced at Shin Baichuan with disdain, reached out to pick up the cane and left. Stop. Shin Baichuan went from being shocked to being angry. You want to leave like this? You slept with my wife and made her pregnant with your blood. I have been raising your blood for more than 20 years. Do you think I am a sucker? What's more, Shin Ruoshi is still in my hands. Aren't you afraid that I will make this public and say that you, Luo Qian, are a beast who disregards friendship and morality to seduce a friend's wife and refuses to recognize your own daughter? Luo Qian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. As he walked out the door, he whispered to his bodyguard, if he dares to threaten me, kill him. The bodyguard nodded as he received the order, then turned around, took out a gun from his arms with murderous intent in his eyes, and fired several shots at Shin Baichuan. At that moment, Han Lingfeng suddenly jumped up from the sofa, and while knocking Shin Baichuan to the ground, he bit a flying bullet with his teeth, and the other two bullets hit Han Lingfeng's waist and thigh respectively. Chapter 125 I'm willing to do anything for you. Seeing that he failed to hit Shin Baichuan, Luo Qian's bodyguard wanted to shoot again. At this time, a few people ran over here, and the bodyguard left quickly. On the street outside, Luo Qian asked the bodyguard who had caught up with him, did you succeed? The bodyguard shook his head regretfully. At the critical moment, a man suddenly jumped out from behind the sofa and blocked the bullet for Shin Baichuan. Who? I didn't see it clearly. I was going to shoot again, but when I saw Shin Baichuan's bodyguards coming, I had to leave. I'm not sure whether that person is Shin Baichuan's extra bodyguard. Do you want me to send someone to investigate that person? Forget it, let's talk about this later. Let's leave quickly so as not to be caught up by Shin Baichuan's bodyguards. After saying that, the two of them hurriedly ran towards the car. Then, the luxury car sped away. Young man, young man. Shin Baichuan, shocked and terrified, hugged Han Lingfeng and shouted. Han Lingfeng has fainted. The bodyguard who just went out to chase the bad guys came back empty-handed. Shin Baichuan shouted to them, send him to the hospital immediately. On the hotel bed, Yi Kunlun was awakened by a nightmare. When I opened my eyes, Han Lingfeng was not around. She picked up her cell phone and called Han Lingfeng. After the call was connected, Yi Kunlun heard that Han Lingfeng was in the hospital and got out of bed. She and Secretary Chen hurried to the hospital ward. Han Lingfeng was lying on the bed, with bandages wrapped around his waist and thighs. When he saw her coming, he smiled knowingly. Yi Kunlun immediately rushed over and hugged him. You scared me to death. Don't do this again. If you die, what will I do? I won't be able to live. She held Han Lingfeng's face with her hands and looked at him anxiously. Lingfeng, I can't live without you. Their souls have long since merged into one, and either one cannot survive without the other. If Lingfeng died, she would not want to live either. She hugged Han Lingfeng tightly in her arms, her eyes moistened. Promise me, you won't do this again in the future. Saving people is important, but you can't risk your own life to save them. She didn't realize that Shin Baichuan was right next to her, so she said something she shouldn't have said. Shin Baichuan must have felt very embarrassed. He lowered his head, looking ashamed and embarrassed, and said, Mr. Han was shot in order to save me. Only then did Yi Kunlun realize that Shin Baichuan was standing there. She instantly felt her face burning and didn't know what to say, so she just shut up. I didn't expect Luo Qian to want to kill me. Shin Baichuan's eyes were filled with hatred. It's okay that he has no guilt towards me, but he openly wants to kill me. He is worse than a beast. It was only later that Yi Kunlun learned about the grudge between Luo Qian and Shin Baichuan, and it turned out that Shin Ruoshi was Luo Qian's bloodline. Luo Qian is not only lustful, but also cruel. Yi Kunlun felt ashamed for being favored by such a person. Boss Yi, the grudge between us can be written off now. Shin Baichuan bowed to Yi Kunlun. I originally planned to seek revenge on you. Although you didn't kill my son and wife, their deaths were indeed related to you. But now, Mr. Han has saved my life, and our grudges are over. Yi Kunlun was relieved that Shin Baichuan no longer regarded her as an enemy. She felt that this was all thanks to Ling Feng, and that Ling Feng was helping her eliminate her karmic debt. Ling Feng must have been sent by God to save her. She reached out and hugged Han Lingfeng tightly, feeling infinite gratitude. God had given her a great gift by pushing Lingfeng to her side. You look nervous. Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlun with bright eyes, full of teasing and curiosity. Of course I'm nervous. I'm so afraid of losing you. Yi Kunlun is no longer ashamed to express her emotions. She used to hide her true feelings, but now, she just wants to express her true feelings. This makes her, who is usually shy and reserved, become a bit like an unsatisfied lecher. She put her hand on Han Lingfeng's forehead and said softly, if you are not here, who will hold me to sleep in my arms in the future? Kunlun. Han Lingfeng hugged her in his arms. Didn't we just do this before? Do you want it again? Mr. Ye's desire is really strong. Yi Kunlun's face turned red and she pushed him away. Ling Feng always exposed her inner thoughts so bluntly. She denied it unnaturally. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. Han Lingfeng continued to peek into her heart. Your face is so red, I know you want it at a glance. Yi Kunlun really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but she had to admit that whenever she got close to Ling Feng, her hormones would surge. When you love someone very much, you just want to do it with him. You don't get tired of it even if you do it several times a day. Are we going to do it here? Han Lingfeng suddenly looked at her enthusiastically. Yi Kunlun wanted to die. This is a hospital ward, and you are injured. What's there to be afraid of? This is a VIP ward, there's no one else. Han Lingfeng looked impatient. Besides, my wound is not serious. When the bullet came, I blocked it with luck, so the bullet didn't hit me very deeply. If I hadn't been distracted, the bullet wouldn't have hurt me at all. Yi Kunlun suddenly remembered the scene where he caught and dodged bullets. Oh, by the way, why are you so amazing that you can dodge bullets and catch them? Don't change the subject. Han Lingfeng couldn't wait any longer. Let's do it here, okay? Yi Kunlun turned her head to look at Secretary Chen, who was standing beside her and laughing secretly, and her face turned red to her ears. Enjoy your time. Secretary Chen said with a smile on his face and then turned and walked out, closing the door behind him. There's no one here now, let's start, said Han Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun reached out and poked Han Lingfeng on the head. You. My heart was also itching for him. Okay, honey? Han Lingfeng hugged Yi Kunlun's waist and acted like a child asking for candy. Yi Kunlun said nothing. Her natural reserve as a woman made her hesitant. Okay, wife? Han Lingfeng continued to look at her with longing on his face. Yi Kunlun finally decided, then lie down and I will serve you. Han Lingfeng immediately lay down happily and sweetly. Yi Kunlun lowered his head. The adolescent Yi Kunlun and the young Yi Kunlun would never have imagined that one day she would go to such lengths for a man. Love can not only make people lower their proud heads, but also make them lower their heads even lower. Yi Kunlun felt that she had only been defeated by one person in her life, and that was Han Lingfeng. Lingfeng was really amazing, conquering a person who was unworthy of the whole world. Kunlun just wanted Lingfeng to be happy. As long as Lingfeng was happy, she would do anything. Chapter 126 Hug for another minute. Just when Yi Kunlun was serving Han Lingfeng, Luo Qian sent a message to Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun was too busy to look at his phone. While enjoying Kunlun's service, Han Lingfeng picked up Kunlun's mobile phone and looked at it. Miss Yi, I'm sorry, I may not be able to dine with you. I have something urgent to do. However, in order to make it up to Miss Yi, I decided to hold a banquet tomorrow night and invite friends from the technology industry to attend. Ms. Yi must come. I will try my best to facilitate some business for you and help Ms. Yi gain a foothold in the technology industry. This Luo Qian is really a piece of shit. He shot and injured someone, but he still had the mind to hold a banquet. This shows how heartless he is, and how eager he is to get Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng replied on behalf of Yi Kunlun, okay, I'll bring my husband along then. You are most welcome. Luo Qian didn't object to Kunlun bringing her husband, which showed that he was very confident. Maybe Luo Qian would even think that it would be more exciting to seduce her in front of her husband. When he hooked up with Shen Baichuan's wife, he must have found it very exciting. However, Han Lingfeng is not Shen Baichuan, he will never let any man cheat on him. He put down his phone and looked at the woman who was concentrating on serving him. Han Lingfeng reached out and held Yi Kunlin's head, closed his eyes and continued to enjoy it. Kunlin can only be his, no one can snatch her from him. Wife. I want more, a lot more. He murmured as he pushed Yi Kunlin's head down again just as she was about to raise it. Bring Shen Ruoshi to Country M immediately and tell her that her biological father is here. After returning to the hotel, Shen Baichuan called the bodyguard at home. Luo Qian wanted to kill him, which completely aroused his desire for revenge. He wanted to let Luo Qian's biological daughter take a good look at her beastly father. Humph. Luo Qian, how dare you hurt my son? At the same time, Mrs. Su, who was far away in South City, learned from Secretary Chen that Han Lingfeng had been shot. Whoever dares to hurt my son, I will never let him have an easy time. Mrs. Su would not allow anyone to hurt Lingfeng. Lingfeng was shot twice. With her personality, how could she tolerate it? Then she called her bodyguard and told him, Ahua, get Su Wenzhou out of prison, and then we'll go to Country M together. If Luo Chen dares to hurt my son, I'll bring his son to him and let his son hurt him. Su Wenzhou originally came to Nanchang to kill Mrs. Su, but soon after arriving in Nanchang, he was captured by Lei Aotian's subordinates and then imprisoned. Now Mrs. Su wants to take him to Country M to settle accounts with Luo Qian. What? Miss Ye's husband was shot? Was it Luo Qian who did it? In the palace of Country M, Mr. Bai learned about this from the director of the 5S Bureau. The 5S Bureau was secretly protecting Yi Kunlin, so when Yi Kunlin went to the hospital, they also secretly followed her to the hospital to inquire, only to find out that Miss Ye's husband was shot. They then reported the matter to the director, who in turn reported it to the king. Miss Ye's husband, isn't that the monarch? Luo Qian is so bold to hurt the monarch. Notify the police immediately and have them investigate all evidence of Luo Qian's crimes. Luo Qian has been jumping around too much these years and has forgotten his responsibilities. It's time to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Wife, you won't blame me for agreeing to attend Luo Qian's party without discussing it with you, right? Han Lingfeng asked while hugging Yi Kunlin in his arms on the large hotel bed. Yi Kunlin did not attend the technology conference the next day. She stayed with Han Lingfeng in the hotel for the whole day. Han Lingfeng's injuries were not serious and he was discharged from the hospital yesterday. How could I blame you? Yi Kunlin stretched out her fingers and gently stroked Han Lingfeng's chest. No matter what you do, I won't blame you, because you are me, and the decision you make is my decision. My wife is so nice. Han Lingfeng hugged her tightly, his face full of happiness. Husband. You have to stay with me forever and never leave me. Yi Kunlin is now very afraid of losing me. After attending the Science and Technology Conference and returning to South City, we will get the certificate and hold a wedding, okay? What's wrong? Are you afraid that I will run away? Han Lingfeng teased her deliberately. In fact, she was very happy in her heart. She finally wanted to get the marriage certificate, which meant that the two of them would be tied together for life. This was Han Lingfeng's long-cherished wish, so how could she not be happy? What's wrong? Don't you want to? Yi Kunlin looked at him anxiously, afraid that he would not agree. Marriage is such a big deal, so I have to think about it carefully. Han Lingfeng deliberately said in a reserved manner, hoping to make her anxious. Don't think about it. Yi Kunlin hugged him hastily, looking at him pleadingly, can we get the certificate? Han Lingfeng held back his laughter and deliberately did not respond. Lingfeng. Yi Kunlin looked at him pitifully like a puppy. Han Lingfeng continued to hold back his laughter and still did not respond. Lingfeng. Yi Kunlin was about to cry, do you still love me? Seeing her eyes were red, Han Lingfeng couldn't bear to tease her anymore. He hugged her tightly in his arms, looked into her eyes and said, do you even need to ask? Of course I love you. Do you have to doubt this? I'm just thinking, how can we hold our wedding in a romantic and grand way? Yi Kunlin felt relieved, but she was still not confident, so she asked, do you really want to marry me? Are you willing? Getting married means that we have to stay together for the rest of our lives, and we have to spend every day and night together. We may have small misunderstandings and small disagreements in life. We may quarrel and have conflicts. Also, I have a weird temper and I may go into a cold war. Then I'll have to think about it carefully. Han Lingfeng deliberately picked it up again. What? Are you scared? Yi Kunlun's eyes became panic-stricken again. Han Lingfeng liked to see her getting anxious about this kind of thing. Han Lingfeng deliberately said seriously, I suddenly realized that marriage is so complicated. Otherwise, let's not get married. In an instant, Yi Kunlun's eyes became cloudy, and he looked unacceptable. You don't want to be with me forever? Han Lingfeng felt a pain in his heart. The broken feeling in Yi Kunlun's eyes was just like what he once felt. He suddenly felt so distressed that he thought he shouldn't tease her, so he quickly hugged her tightly and said solemnly, how could it be? Marrying you and being with you for the rest of my life is what I have always wanted. He looked into her eyes and said optimistically, as for the things you just mentioned, they are not a problem at all. First of all, I am not afraid of getting along with you day after day, because you are the only one I have. If I don't get along with you, who else can I get along with? I am not interested in others. Secondly, I will tolerate you. If you are too perfect, I may not dare to approach you. Because apart from liars who package themselves as perfect, there is no perfect person in the world. Even the most outstanding people will have some small shortcomings. However, some small shortcomings and mistakes of outstanding people can add to their personal charm. This is called the error effect. So Mr. Yi, just show me your true self and it's okay to yell at me occasionally. I won't give you the chance to go into a cold war, because if we quarrel for no more than 3 hours, I will surrender to you. Yi Kunlun's eyes gradually lit up. How did you know? Because I love you so much, you are everything to me. I will be a good lover, giving you sunshine and rain, shining on you, nourishing you, and making you become better. Han Lingfeng said from the bottom of his heart. Han Lingfeng's words completely touched Yi Kunlun's heart and dispelled her worries and anxieties. Yi Kunlun hugged Han Lingfeng tightly. Lingfeng is truly her soul mate and her dream lover. Lingfeng's understanding and views on love and marriage are consistent with hers. Yi Kunlun closed her eyes, as if she wanted to rub him into her heart. I will also be a good lover, giving you sunshine and rain, shining on you, nourishing you, and making you better. Only by nourishing each other can we make our lives better, make our love and marriage more lasting, and live happily together for a lifetime. Han Lingfeng also closed his eyes. You are the best fate in my life. Meeting you is my greatest luck in this life. With you in this life, I can close my eyes even when I die. The two of them just hugged each other tightly, letting time pass, and were unwilling to let go for a very long time. Until the clock on the wall struck 6 o'clock, Yi Kunlun opened her eyes first and whispered softly in Han Lingfeng's ear, Dear, it's already 6 o'clock in the evening. We have to get up and get ready, and then go to Luo Xilong's banquet. Han Lingfeng held her tightly and didn't want to let go. He closed his eyes and said happily, Hold me for another minute. Okay, hold me for another minute. Chapter 127 Attending Luo Qian's banquet. 8 o'clock in the evening. Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun came to Luo Qian's banquet. Ms. Yi, welcome, welcome. Luo Qian opened his arms and was about to come over to hug Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng quickly flashed in front of Yi Kunlun and hugged Luo Qian on her behalf. Hello, hello. Who is this? Luo Qian looked up at Han Lingfeng. This is my husband. Yi Kunlun introduced hurriedly. Luo Qian's eyes flashed with displeasure, and then he looked at Han Lingfeng with disdain. He was too lazy to talk to him and said directly to Yi Kunlun, Miss Yi, let's go over there and talk. Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun followed Luo Qian to the table. Luo Qian picked up a glass of red wine from the table and handed it to Yi Kunlun. Miss Yi, let's have a drink. Han Lingfeng hurriedly took the hotel from Luo Qian and said, My wife is pregnant and can't drink. I'll drink for her. Pregnant? Yi Kunlun looked at Han Lingfeng. How could she be pregnant? They had been taking safety measures. However, she immediately understood that Lingfeng said this on purpose in order to block the drinking for her. Protected by him, she felt warm and happy. This guy seems to be deliberately ruining my good deeds. Luo Qian's eyes flashed with gloom, and he wanted to kill Han Lingfeng. Besides, he is so ignorant of etiquette. How could Miss Yi choose such a husband? It's such a waste of talent. Han Lingfeng took a sip from the wine glass and said, Good wine. If you like to drink, then drink more. Luo Qian said stiffly. Then I won't be polite. Han Lingfeng said, and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp provocatively, then took a new glass from the table, and drank it in one gulp in front of Luo Qian. Then he went to get the fruit on the table. While Han Lingfeng was eating fruit, Luo Qian stared at Han Lingfeng with an unhappy look on his face, and at the same time he tried to sow discord between them and Yi Kunlun. Miss Yi's husband doesn't seem to be that good. What's wrong? Yi Kunlun looked at Luo Qian with a cold and arrogant look. Ms. Yi can definitely find a better man. To be honest, your husband is not worthy of you at all. Luo Qian said, looking at Han Lingfeng with sharp eyes. Yi Kunlun looked at Luo Qian with contempt. It's not that my husband is not worthy of me, but that I am not worthy of my husband. Oh? Luo Qian looked at Yi Kunlun in surprise. Could it be that your husband has some outstanding qualities? Yi Kunlun was stunned for a moment and said, there are many outstanding qualities in him, and I can't describe them in just a few words. Luo Qian sneered in his heart, thinking that Miss Yi was probably deliberately trying to save her husband's face. But although she said that, I wonder how disappointed she must be in her heart. Ms. Yi, can I ask you to dance? Luo Qian continued. My wife can't dance. Han Lingfeng suddenly appeared again. Why does this kid always jump out to ruin my good things at the critical moment? Luo Qian stared at Han Lingfeng with a vicious look. He was already very impatient with Han Lingfeng, who kept ruining his close relationship with Yi Kunlun. Seeing Luo Qian glaring at him with dissatisfaction, Han Lingfeng simply said, even if my wife wants to dance, she should dance with young people. Mr. Luo is so old, I'm afraid his legs are not good. If Mr. Luo's legs are sprained, it will be bad. Luo Qian was so angry that his face turned blue. Miss Yi, this gentleman of yours seems to have no idea of etiquette. Yi Kunlun's lips curled up with a hint of amusement. My husband rarely attends such occasions and has never paid much attention to etiquette. He always speaks directly and says whatever is on his mind. Mr. Luo, please don't take it to heart. Luo Qian's eyes flashed with displeasure. Yi Kunlun was always undressing for her husband. It seemed that she doted on her husband very much. Luo Qian controlled his temper and pretended to be generous and said, oh, so that's the case. It doesn't matter. As the saying goes, ignorance is not a crime. Your husband rarely attends such occasions, so it's understandable that he doesn't know some etiquette. Then he pointed to the leisure area and made an invitation. Miss Yi, let's go over there to discuss business. The leisure area is for people in the industry to chat and discuss business. There are screens between seats. Luo Qian invited Yi Kunlun to discuss business, which was both a natural thing to do and made it easier for him and Yi Kunlun to get closer. Yi Kunlun knew that Luo Qian had no good intentions, so she turned her gaze to Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng said, since Mr. Luo has business to discuss with you, then go ahead and discuss it. I'll be waiting for you nearby. Yi Kunlun nodded to Han Lingfeng, and then followed Luo Qian to the leisure area. Han Lingfeng brought a fruit plate and sat down near them. He looked like he was eating leisurely, but in fact his eyes and ears were always paying attention to Luo Qian and Yi Kunlun. Ms. Yi wants to develop artificial intelligence. I can provide some technical assistance to Miss Yi. As long as Miss Yi needs it, Luo Qian, will do my best. Luo Qian stared at Yi Kunlun with his lustful eyes. Then I would like to thank Mr. Luo first. Yi Kunlun said thank you, but she didn't take Luo Qian's words to heart, because she didn't want to get Luo Qian's help. If you don't ask for anything, you won't fall into a trap. However, Luo Qian's company's technology is indeed excellent, and she hopes to learn something from this aspect. So Yi Kunlun asked, I would like to send an employee to Mr. Luo's company to learn and exchange technical knowledge. I wonder if Mr. Luo is willing. Luo Qian was stunned for a moment, and said, of course, no problem. I can even send technical professionals to your Yi group for technical training. As long as we reach a cooperation, there is nothing impossible. Then after the Science and Technology Conference, I will ask someone to make a detailed cooperation agreement, and then we can discuss it slowly. Yi Kunlun said, and was about to stand up. Ms. Yi. Luo Qian suddenly called her and stretched out a hand to Yi Kunlun. I fell in love with Miss Yi at first sight. I wonder if Miss Yi has a good impression of me as well. Just as Luo Qian's hand was about to fall into Yi Kunlun's hand, a grape suddenly hit the back of Luo Qian's hand. See? Luo Qian snorted in pain and raised his eyes full of anger. Who is it? Mr. Luo is so shameless. Han Lingfeng stared at Luo Qian with displeasure and stood up from his seat. You knew she already had a husband, but you still touched her and flirted with her in front of her husband. Do you think her husband is a weakling who can be humiliated by you? As Han Lingfeng spoke, he lifted up a cake on the next table and put it on Luo Qian's face without any hesitation. He then rubbed Luo Qian's face hard several times with his hands, making Luo Qian's face covered with cream cake. Chapter 128 Worse Than Beasts. Oh my goodness! Everyone screamed. It is rare in the world that there are still people who dare to treat Luo Qian like this. Luo Qian's assistant hurried over and took a towel to help Luo Qian wipe the cream cake off his face. Luo Qian's face turned pale. Ms. Yi, your husband is really uneducated. I'm sorry, Mr. Luo, my husband just loves me too much, so he can't stand others having any bad intentions towards me. If Mr. Luo hadn't been rude to me just now, my husband wouldn't have hit you in the face with the cake. Please forgive me, Mr. Luo. Yi Kunlun said. Luo Qian hit a snag this time, as the couple sang the same tune. There was whispering among the people, and some people even sneered. Luo Qian has always been lustful, and he is very blatant about it. In most cases, he would hook up with other people's wives in front of their husbands, and no one dared to say a word. But today, he ran into a tough guy. Ms. Yi. Luo Qian looked at Yi Kunlun with a gloomy face. This was a woman who didn't know what was good for her. It seems that our cooperation can't go on. Really? Yi Kunlun didn't care. I never planned to cooperate with you. So, you are kidding me, right? Luo Qian stood up from his seat angrily. Mr. Luo, that's not right. It's you, Mr. Luo, who is using the resources as a temptation to take advantage of me. Yi Kunlun replied. Luo Qian's face turned pale and ugly. Ms. Yi, I have to remind you that if you want to gain a foothold in the science and technology industry, you must understand the situation in this industry. Luo Qian. Yi Kunlun interrupted him. Are you trying to talk about your status in the technology industry? The entire technology industry is so large, and not everyone has the last name Luo. Could it be that Mr. Luo can still dominate the technology industry? Luo Qian stared in shock. This was because this woman was not threatened by him at all. This was the first time he had encountered such a fool. You want to threaten me? Yi Kunlun continued, don't you think you are qualified? I, Yi Kunlun, was not brought up to be scared. I hate being threatened the most in my life. I have my own things to protect. For the sake of dignity, I don't mind losing some interests. If Mr. Luo thinks that I will be manipulated by you for the sake of interests, then you underestimate me. Han Lingfeng smiled proudly. His wife's personality was sometimes so anti-human. She knew what was most important to her. Threatening and forcing her in certain areas would only backfire. She would not be afraid of your power and would fight you to the end. Luo Qian stared blankly. The tricks he always used on women didn't work on her. In the end, he lost all dignity and became angry. He gritted his teeth and said, you little girl, you have offended me thoroughly. You will not have a good ending. Anyone who does not give me, Luo Qian, face will not have a good ending. My wife has already told me that she hates threats the most. Why are you still threatening her? Han Lingfeng put his arm around Yi Kunlun's shoulders and stared at Luo Qian with sharp eyes. Boy! Luo Qian stared at Han Lingfeng with a pair of sinister eyes. You really don't know who you are if you become an enemy of me, Luo Qian. You will regret it. You will regret it till your intestines turn green. Then I'll wait and see if I will regret it. Han Lingfeng raised his mouth with disdain. Luo Qian stared at Han Lingfeng with a pair of eyes as dark as the abyss, with murderous intent hidden in his eyes. Luo Qian. At this time, Shen Baichuan suddenly appeared at the venue with Shen Ruoshi. Luo Qian shifted his sinister gaze from Han Lingfeng to Shen Baichuan, and narrowed his eyes fiercely. Shen Baichuan. Luo Qian, I brought your daughter here. Shen Baichuan walked over slowly with a playful look on his face. Then, Shen Baichuan shouted to everyone, 30 years ago, Luo Qian seduced his friend's wife and made her pregnant. The girl is now 29 years old, but Luo Qian does not recognize his bloodline. He is a beast who has no regard for morality or friendship. He even disowns his own bloodline. This kind of person is worse than an animal. Everyone was talking and pointing. Luo Qian's face turned so blue that it looked like water was coming out of it. Then, Shen Baichuan turned to Shen Ruoshi and said, Shen Ruoshi, aren't you asking me who your biological father is? Then I'll tell you now. Shen Baichuan pointed at Luo Qian. He is your biological father, Mr. Luo Qian. Go! Go and recognize your biological father. Shen Baichuan said, pushing Shen Ruoshi with his hand. Shen Ruoshi had already lost her mind. Under Shen Baichuan's instigation, she raised her head and looked at Luo Qian. Luo Qian looked at Shen Ruoshi with extremely gloomy eyes. Shin Ruwashi just felt that the look was terrifying, and there was not a bit of the gentle emotion that a biological father would have if he wanted to acknowledge his daughter. She suddenly no longer wanted to know who her biological father was. No, I want to go, I want to leave. Shin Ruwashi turned around and wanted to leave. Shin Baichuan grabbed her and said, "What? You don't dare to recognize him? Or are you afraid that he won't recognize you? If he doesn't dare to acknowledge you as his biological daughter, then he is a beast who doesn't even recognize his own bloodline. If he acknowledges you, it proves that he is a beast who hooks up with his friend's wife and has no regard for morals and wheelchairs. Whether it's a beast or an animal, he has to recognize it as one, right?" Shen Baichuan had finally forced Luo Qian into a corner. Luo Qian looked extremely unhappy. Let me go, let me go." Shin Ruwashi tried her best to get rid of this situation. She kept struggling, trying to break free from Shin Baichuan's hands. However, Shin Baichuan held her tightly and refused to let go. "Don't you want to see whether your father recognizes you or not?" After hearing what Shin Baichuan said, Shin Ruwashi calmed down. She actually also wanted to know whether Luo Qian would recognize her. Ha ha. Unexpectedly, Luo Qian sneered, "Shin Baichuan, if you just pull a girl in front of me and say she is my daughter, if I let you succeed, then countless people will bring girls to blackmail me." Ha ha ha. Shin Baichuan laughed. Luo Qian, you are worse than an animal. You didn't say that at Paul's restaurant. You also acquiesced at that time and admitted that my wife and I had an affair. You lived in our Shin family for 3 months, and because of that, you hooked up with my wife and had sex with her. Shen Baichuan pointed at Shin Ruwashi. Besides, you were afraid that I would make this public, so you asked your bodyguard to shoot me. If you didn't feel guilty, why did you shoot me? You wanted to kill me to silence me, you are so cruel. But I survived the disaster because it was Mr. Han who saved my life. Shen Baichuan pointed at Han Lingfeng. It turned out that the person who saved Shen Baichuan was him. Luo Qian glared at Han Lingfeng with resentful eyes. But he continued to argue, "That's just your one-sided statement. I don't even know your wife, how can I hook up with her, let alone have any blood relationship with her? The girl you brought has nothing to do with me. You, Shin Baichuan, can do anything to blackmail me." Ha ha ha. Shin Baichuan laughed out of anger. Luo Qian, I have lived for most of my life, and I have never seen such a shameless person. He can deny the facts right in front of him. He is so daring. Then do you dare to do a paternity test with Shin Ruwashi? Luo Qian said calmly, "It's not my blood, why should I do a paternity test with her?" "I don't think you dare." Shin Baichuan snorted angrily. "I just don't want to waste that time." Luo Qian remained calm. Shin Baichuan shouted angrily, "Shin Ruwashi, you see. This is your biological father. He doesn't acknowledge that you are his blood. He is even too lazy to do a paternity test because he simply despises his own children. He is a beast who has no concept of blood relationship." Shin Ruwashi looked at Luo Qian with disappointment and pain. She didn't need to recognize him anymore. She just wanted to leave here. She pushed away Shin Baichuan's hand that was holding her arm, turned around and wanted to leave. But when he turned around, he saw Mrs. Su coming with a man and several bodyguards. Mrs. Su's voice also rang out, "Luo Qian, I brought your son to you, why don't you come over and recognize him as your relative?" Chapter 129, Trying to Argue. "Luo Qian, I brought your son to you, why don't you come over and recognize him as your relative?" "Who are you?" Luo Qian stared at Mrs. Su with sharp eyes. "Mom, why are you here?" Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlin hurried to Mrs. Su. It turned out to be his mother, like son, like mother. Luo Qian snorted in his heart. "Lingfeng, I heard from Secretary Chen that you were shot. Mom was worried, so I came here. How are you? Are you okay?" Mrs. Su asked Han Lingfeng with concern, holding his hand. "I'm fine. Look at who your son is. What could happen?" In order not to make his mother worry, Han Lingfeng tried to speak in a light-hearted and cheerful manner. "Well, good boy." Mrs. Su reached out her hand lovingly and touched Han Lingfeng's face, then looked at Yi Kunlin, "What about you? How was your participation in the Science and Technology Conference?" Yi Kunlin said hurriedly, "I learned a lot and found several partners and professionals." "Yes." Mrs. Su nodded with satisfaction, "I know that no matter what you do, you will not disappoint others." Yi Kunlin felt a little embarrassed by the praise. "By the way, Mom, what are you doing? Who is he?" Han Lingfang asked, pointing at Su Wenzhou next to Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su then remembered the purpose of her visit, so she turned to Su Wenzhou and said, Su Wenzhou, that's your biological father. Mrs. Su pointed at Luo Qian. The reason why Mr. Su left the Su group to me and not to you was because you are not Mr. Su's flesh and blood. You are the bastard born from your mother's affair with that man. Mrs. Su pointed at Luo Qian, you are the bastard born from your mother's affair with that man. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you. I will kill you. Su Wenzhou roared at Mrs. Su like an angry beast. If Mrs. Su's bodyguard had not been forcing him to control her, he would have torn Mrs. Su to pieces long ago. Mrs. Su snorted coldly and turned to look at Luo Qian. Mr. Luo, I believe you still remember what happened between you and Mr. Su's first wife in Zhugang more than 30 years ago. Mr. Su from Zhugang, Luo Qian would certainly remember that the first pot of gold he earned was given to him by Mr. Su. In order to get Mr. Su to give him the business, he started with Mr. Su's wife. At first, he just wanted Mrs. Su to speak well of him in front of Mr. Su, so he tried his best to please Mrs. Su. Who would have thought that the always lonely Mrs. Su could not resist the coaxing? In the end, he successfully won the business and slept with Mrs. Su for a while. But Luo Qian would not admit this. Facing Mrs. Su's questioning at this moment, Luo Qian snorted calmly, just now someone came to blackmail me, and now another one comes to blackmail me. What? You all think I'm easy to bully, right? Just pull one or two children in front of me and say they are my blood. Since I became successful, many people want to be my sons. But I can't afford it. I, Luo Qian, am a non-marriagist. I have never been married and I don't need children. If you want to use this method to get benefits from me, I think you are wasting your time. So you don't admit it? Mrs. Su asked. Why should I admit to something I haven't done? Luo Qian said. I knew you would quibble, but, Mr. Luo, there are some things that you can't deny no matter how you quibble. Mrs. Su said, Su Wenzhou and Shen Ruoshi both have the rare Bombay blood type. Mr. Luo's family has the Bombay blood type, right? Mr. Luo has white ancestry. Many years ago, when Zhugang was ruled by whites, the Luo family adopted an abandoned white baby. Later, when the abandoned baby grew up, she married the son of the Luo family, and their descendants have the Bombay blood type. Luo Qian remained calm. I admit that my family all has Bombay blood type, but you can't say that they are my descendants just based on this. Have you noticed? Mrs. Su shouted to everyone, Shen Ruoshi and Su Wenzhou look very similar, especially the eyes and nose. Everyone looked at Shen Ruoshi and Su Wenzhou, comparing the two carefully. Shen Ruoshi and Su Wenzhou looked at each other, both of them had complicated feelings. It really looks like it. The eyes and nose are really similar. The noses are both very straight, and the eye color doesn't seem to be as dark as the common Asians. Careful people even compared them with Luo Qian. Have you noticed that they both look like Luo Qian? Yes, especially the nose, which looks almost exactly like Luo Qian's. Amid the discussions among the crowd, Shen Ruoshi seemed extremely uneasy. However, Su Wenzhou looked at Luo Qian with a gloomy look. Luo Qian remained calm and composed. You guys aren't going to say that they are my bloodline just because of this, right? Until now, he still denies it. Ha ha ha. Shun Baichuan laughed out loud. Luo Qian, I have never seen anyone as shameless as you. If you still want to quibble, then please go and do a paternity test with these two children. First, you can prove your innocence, and second, it can be regarded as an explanation to everyone. The innocent are innocent. I don't need to prove anything. Luo Qian remained calm. As for giving everyone an explanation, why should I give everyone an explanation? No matter how you throw dirty water on me, I don't care. How can a gentleman care about villains? Ha, you call yourself a king, I think you are a hypocrite. Shen Baichuan said coldly. Seeing that Luo Qian refused to admit it, Mrs. Su turned to Su Wenzhou and said, Su Wenzhou, it seems that your biological father doesn't want to recognize you at all. Your mother had an affair with someone else. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. Mr. Su should have strangled you to death a long time ago, but he didn't do that. He just asked me to send you to Africa, not to kill you, because he raised you up. After all, you called him dad for so many years. Why should I believe you? Su Wenzhou blared at Mrs. Su with hatred. Here is the paternity test between you and Mr. Su, and Mr. Su's will. Mrs. Su handed the two documents to Su Wenzhou. Su Wenzhou took the document, opened it, and his expression became uglier the more he looked at it. Until finally, his entire face turned pale. until he went completely crazy. He threw the documents into the air and shouted in disbelief, "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it." But the facts were before him and he had no choice but to believe it. Everyone looked in silence at this man who had gone mad because he could not accept the facts. Then, everyone saw Su Wonjo suddenly glare at Luo Qian with sharp eyes. Then, he rushed towards Luo Qian, grabbed Luo Qian's collar fiercely, and shouted angrily, "Why don't you recognize me? Ha? Why don't you recognize me? You gave birth to me for the sake of temporary happiness, so why don't you acknowledge me now? You beast!" Su Wonjo roared and punched Luo Qian hard in the face. Luo Qian was knocked to the ground and his assistant hurried over to help him up. Several of his bodyguards rushed over and pressed Su Wonjo to the ground. Just at this moment, the police suddenly came. "Luo Qian! Is Luo Qian here?" The police chief shouted. "Mr. Director, you've come at the right time. Someone attacked me." Luo Qian, who had just been helped up by his assistant, panted and pointed at Su Wonjo on the ground, shouting excitedly to the director, "This man attacked me. You must seek justice for me and take him to the police station. Take him to the police station quickly. Luo Qian! Luo Qian! You beast! I am your own son. You beast!" Su Wonjo on the ground shouted excitedly. The director glanced at Su Wonjo lying on the ground, then looked at Luo Qian with a deep gaze. "Luo Qian, you are suspected of tax evasion, misappropriation of company funds, stock manipulation, murder and many other crimes. Please come with us to the police station for investigation." "What did you say?" "No. No way." Luo Qian couldn't believe it. This police chief was his friend. Why did he suddenly attack him? Which big shot did he offend? Take him away. Without waiting for Luo Qian to figure it out, the director waved his hand and ordered his subordinates. Two policemen each held one of Luo Qian's arms and half lifted and half dragged him away. Before everyone could come to their senses from the sighing, Su Wonjo, who was in a state of madness, turned his hateful gaze towards Mrs. Su. While everyone was not paying attention, Su Wonjo grabbed a cutlery knife on the table and rushed towards Mrs. Su in the wheelchair. Chapter 130 Karma. Puff. 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 When everyone's eyes were on the scene of Luo Qian being taken away by the police, Han Lingfeng suddenly heard the sound of a knife being thrust out from behind him. Han Lingfeng turned around suddenly and saw Su Wonjo lying on top of Mrs. Su, stabbing her with a knife, over and over again. "Mom!" Han Lingfeng's mind went blank. Everyone turned around and looked at him when he shouted. Han Lingfeng was stunned for half a second before he came back to his senses, then his heart sank and he pushed Su Wonjo away. Su Wonjo's body was violently shaken away by a powerful force, and his body hit hard on a rhinoceros head art decoration on the wall. The rhinoceros horn pierced his body and pushed out from his chest. Su Wonjo died on the spot. "Mom, Mom!" Han Lingfeng called out while hugging Mrs. Su, who was covered in blood, and felt his body shaking violently. He never thought that his mother would lie in his arms like this. "Xiaofeng!" Mrs. Su opened her lips with difficulty. Her mouth was full of blood. She looked at Han Lingfeng with a dazed look in her eyes. Her expression became abstract because she was trying to endure the pain. "Mom, Mom!" Han Lingfeng called in a hoarse voice, completely unable to accept the reality of the moment. "Don't cry, Xiaofeng." Mrs. Su raised her hand with difficulty to wipe Han Lingfeng's tears. "Mom doesn't feel any pain." "Mom, please bear with it. I'll take you to the hospital right now," Han Lingfeng said to Mrs. Su while crying. She reached out to pick up her mother. But my mother's body was soft and heavy. "No need, Lingfeng." Mrs. Su shook her head. "Mom can't survive." No, Mom, you won't die." Han Lingfeng shook his head frantically. "Don't be sad, Mom has no regrets." Blood kept flowing out of Mrs. Su's mouth. Mrs. Su spoke with difficulty and tried to force a smile. "The only regret is, Mom didn't grow up with you. Mom shouldn't have abandoned you. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Mom, please don't say anymore. Don't talk about the past anymore." Han Lingfeng shook his head frantically, tears rolling down his eyes. "I don't blame you, I don't blame you at all." Mrs. Su forced a bitter smile on her face. "My current fate is the karma I should bear. There is a saying that goes, you will pay for what you have done sooner or later. With my death, all my karmic debts will be paid off, and all the grudges and grievances in the past will be all written off. Then, Mrs. Su turned her head and looked at Yi Kunlun. Mrs. Su. Yi Kunlun hurriedly grabbed Mrs. Su's hand. She was already in tears. You. Mrs. Su looked at Yi Kunlun with a loving look. I will leave my son to you from now on. You are so much older than him, you have to love and cherish him, he is a poor child. Since childhood, his father and mother have not loved him. Mrs. Su said, tears rolling down her eyes, please, take care of him for me. After Mrs. Su said this, her hands drooped and her body sank. I promise you, I promise you. Yi Kunlun hugged Mrs. Su and nodded vigorously while crying, Mom. Mrs. Su closed her eyes peacefully and passed away. Mother. Due to Mrs. Su's passing, they had to give up attending the technology conference in the following days. After Mrs. Su's body was cremated in Country M, it was taken back to South City for burial. Shin Ruoshi and Shin Baichuan both attended the funeral, along with members of the Yi family and executives of the Yi group. Han Lingfeng has no relatives or friends. His only mother also died, and he is now truly an orphan. Han Jiangwo actually came to the funeral for the first time. Standing in front of the newly erected tombstone, Han Jiangwo said with emotion, I have quarreled with you for a lifetime, made trouble for a lifetime, and hated you for a lifetime, but in the end, you left first. But it's better to go. You've suffered a lot in your life, so just live happily over there. Han Lingfeng stared at Han Jiangwo. He should be very happy. He must have been wishing she was dead for a long time. His hypocritical and compassionate look is really disgusting. He wanted to push Han Jiangwo away, but at this moment, Han Yong came with a group of thugs. Han Yong was in a gang in South City, and the people he brought with him were all his brothers in the gang. They were holding shovels and looked like they were digging graves. Seeing that something was wrong, Han Jiangwo hurriedly stopped them and said, Han Yong, what are you doing? Of course we're here to dig graves, said Han Yong. What did you say? Han Jiangwo was shocked and angry. When Xia Dongji was alive, she broke one of my mother's legs. Now that she dies, I will dig up her grave so that she won't have peace in her death, Han Yong shouted. Pa! Han Jiangwo slapped Han Yong in the face and glared at him with furious eyes. Dad! Why did you hit me? Han Yong shouted at Han Jiangwo, Han Lingfeng beat my mom into a vegetable and crippled one of my hands. He is my enemy. I will make him go down to accompany his damn mother today. Pa! Han Jiangwo slapped Han Yong hard on the face again, evil creature. Han Yong was annoyed and glared at Han Jiangwo, what do you mean? What do I mean? Lingfeng is your brother. Han Jiangwo roared. Dad, are you confused? Han Yong said indignantly, have you forgotten that Han Lingfeng cut his wrist to pay back the blood? And on that day, he beat my mom so badly that she became a vegetable. And look at my hands. Han Yong pointed at his half-cut arm and said, I lost one of my arms. I am in this state now because of him. Han Jiangwo sighed and soothed him softly, forget it, Xiaoyang, let the past grudges go. You and Lingfeng are a family. Fuck you. Han Yong angrily pushed Han Jiangwo away. You feel sorry for him now, right? Is he your good son now, and I am the rebellious son? Han Jiangwo lowered his head. Actually, he felt regretful after Han Lingfeng cut his wrist to pay back the blood. Especially after Han Yong became a real gangster, he felt that he had spoiled Han Yong too much and neglected Lingfeng too much. Han Lingfeng looked at Han Jiangwo coldly, his partiality had brought retribution. Now, one of his sons is looking for revenge on his other son. He must feel very bad. This is the karma brought by an unfortunate original family. It's karma. Han Lingfeng. Han Yong pointed a machete at Han Lingfeng arrogantly, do you want to die by yourself, or do you want me to send you to see your mother? Be careful what you say to me. Han Lingfeng glared at Han Yong with a cold look. So what if I say this? Han Yong rushed towards Han Lingfeng with a knife in hand. Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang. Han Jiangwo hurried over and grabbed Han Yong. Get out of here, you old bastard. Han Yong kicked Han Jiangwo to the ground. He turned my mother into a vegetable, and you still want to protect him. He made my hand look like this, and you still want to protect him. You don't love me or my mother at all. Han Yong was so angry that he kicked Han Jiangwo frantically. Han Yong kicked Han Jiangwo almost to death before he stopped. Then he pointed the machete at Han Lingfeng again and rushed towards him, Han Lingfeng. Go and die now. At this moment, Han Jiangwo suddenly got up from the ground, snatched the machete from one of Han Yong's men, and rushed towards Han Yong. Chapter 131 The Chosen One. Puff! Han Jiangwo stabbed Han Yong in the back. Han Yong shuddered and turned to look at Han Jiangwo. Xiao Yong! Xiao Yong! The knife in Han Jiangwo's hand fell to the ground. Following Han Yong's body falling to the ground, he could not believe until his death that his own father would stab him to death. Han Jiangwo held Han Yong's body and cried miserably, Xiao Yong, how can you say that I don't love you and your mother? I just love you and your mother too much, so I spoil you like this. I didn't educate you well, so you went astray. Xiao Yong, Daddy lets you go first, and I'll be here to accompany you later. Everyone at the scene stared at the father and son in amazement, totally unable to believe that a father would stab his son to death with a knife. Han Yong beat up his own father because there was something wrong with his upbringing. Then why did Han Jiangwo stab Han Yong to death with a knife? Ling Feng. Ling Feng. Han Jiangwo raised his tearful face and looked at Han Lingfeng. Dad is sorry for you. Dad has given you too little love. From childhood to adulthood, I have never taken good care of you. You said I was biased. You're right. I was too biased. I gave all my love to them and their son. That's why I spoiled them like this. You asked me if I ever loved you. How could I not love you? You are my child. Dad loves you very much, but his love comes a little late. Please forgive me. Han Lingfeng looked at Han Jiangwo, the father who expressed his feelings to him. Han Lingfeng's eyes also became moist. Why did the fatherly love he had longed for since childhood come so late? Why did he have to let things come to this point before he came to love him? Han Lingfeng looked at Han Jiangwo sadly. Things didn't have to turn out like this, but why did they become like this step by step? Xiao Yong. Han Jiangwo looked down at the dead Han Yong in his arms again. Dad can't let you hurt Lingfeng, because he is your biological brother, he and you both have my blood flowing in your veins, I can't let you two brothers kill each other. I already owe Lingfeng enough, I can't let you hurt him again. But Daddy won't let you go alone, Daddy will come to accompany you. Han Jiangwo said as he put down Han Yong's body. He picked up the knife that stabbed Han Yong to death from the ground, and then slashed it across his neck with force. Han Lingfeng watched his father die in front of him without being able to say a word, and he didn't even reach out to stop him. Only tears kept flowing from his eyes, and he didn't know what he was sad about. Does he still hate Han Jiangwo? He doesn't know. Does he love him? He doesn't know either. At this moment, he only felt something hot and bloody suddenly surge up from his intestines. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his eyes went dark and he fainted. Ling Feng. Yi Kunlin's cry echoed at the funeral. Hospital ward. Doctor, how is he? Yi Kunlin asked the doctor. The Yi family members and Secretary Chen were also watching with concern. Preliminary diagnosis is that the patient is suffering from anger attack. However, it is strange. The doctor looked thoughtful, as if there was some problem he couldn't figure out. What's wrong? Yi Kunlin and Secretary Chen asked at the same time. The doctor shook his head, as if he didn't know how to explain it, and said, this patient's body function may need metaphysics to explain it. Why don't you go find a Chinese doctor to take a look? Metaphysics? Yi Kunlin frowned. Secretary Chen thought deeply and said, do you remember the strange phenomenon that happened to Mr. Han? Secretary Chen was referring to the fact that Han Lingfeng could catch and dodge bullets. This situation is already quite mysterious. Mr. Yi, why don't we go see a Chinese doctor? Yi Kunlin nodded, it seems that this is the only way. Ask Lei Outyan to find out where there are high-level Chinese medicine practitioners in South City. No need to ask, I know almost all the Chinese medicine practitioners in Nanchang. Uncle Yi said hurriedly, when the old lady was alive, I hired Chinese medicine practitioners to treat her. Nowadays, there are not many Chinese medicine practitioners with high skills. Most of them are just trying to fish in troubled waters under the guise of Chinese medicine. Why not ask the old nun from Jing'an Temple to come and take a look? Said Mother Zhang. Yi Kunlin suddenly remembered that the master of Jing'an Temple not only had a deep understanding of Buddhism, but also knew a lot about Chinese medicine. So why not ask the master to take a look? So, he asked someone to invite the old nun from Jing'an Temple. After the old nun felt Yi Kunlin's pulse, she clasped her hands and said, Amitba, Mr. Han is truly a man chosen by heaven. The chosen one? Yi Kunlin and Secretary Chen were confused. He can cultivate on his own, absorb the energy of heaven and earth, and nourish his body and mind. He is self-taught and gifted. He can be said to be the chosen one among the cultivators. Such a chosen person is a great cultivator, and it is rare to find one once in 1,000 years. Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen looked at each other, and it sounded like it was very impressive. However, the old nun sighed, shook her head, and said not very optimistically, every great practitioner has to go through a heavenly tribulation. Master Han's vomiting of blood and anger were just a fuse. His real tribulation was caused by the excessive amount of true energy he took into his body, which caused the meridians to be blocked and damaged. As a result, the true energy in his body could not function normally, which in turn caused the body to develop diseases. The old nun sighed heavily and shook her head when she said this. If Mr. Han can survive this catastrophe safely, he will never be sick again and will be healthy and live a long life. All functions of his body will burst out with powerful power, and he will become an invincible Superman. But if he can't survive this disaster, he won't have much time left to live. What? Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen screamed at the same time. At most, he won't live more than 3 months, said the old nun. Yi Kunlun felt as if struck by lightning, her legs went limp and she almost fainted. Secretary Chen quickly reached out to support her. The old nun hurriedly comforted him, but I believe that Mr. Han is a man of luck and will definitely overcome this difficulty. Master, what should I do? Yi Kunlun hurriedly grabbed the old nun and asked, what should I do to help him survive this catastrophe? The old nun shook her head, no one can help him. Whether he can get through depends on his own luck. She glanced at Yi Kunlun sympathetically, Donor Yi, please try to spend more time with Donor Han. Amit Ba. Yi Kunlun's heart sank. According to the master, he could only leave it to fate. No, master, I can't just leave it to fate. Yi Kunlun grabbed the old nun's arm as if she was grabbing a life-saving straw. I want Ling Feng to live, master, please help him, please think of a way to help him. I kowtow to you. Chapter 132 Living Consciousness in the Body Cage. No, master, I can't just leave it to fate. Yi Kunlun grabbed the old nun's arm as if she was grabbing a life-saving straw. I want Ling Feng to live, master, please help him, please think of a way to help him. I kowtow to you. As Yi Kunlun said this, he immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. The old nun was startled and quickly reached out to touch Yi Kunlun. Donor Yi, please don't do this. How can I bear this? Get up. Get up quickly. No. Yi Kunlun shook his head. If master doesn't agree, I won't get up. Master, I beg you, you must have a way to save Ling Feng, right? Yi Kunlun looked at the old nun as if she were a living Buddha. At this moment, she placed all her hopes on this old nun. The old nun was in a dilemma, because she had no solution for the time being. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing in real life, unless. Alas! The old nun sighed, I'm afraid I can't think of a solution for a while. Donor Yi, please get up first, and I will try my best to think of a solution. Yi Kunlun finally saw a glimmer of hope and stood up quickly. Thank you very much, master. If you need me to do anything, I will do it immediately, no matter how hard it takes. I don't need anything for now. If you need anything, I will ask you. Amitba, I will take my leave now. I'll see you off, master. Yi Kunlun hurriedly stood up to see him off. After sending the old nun away, Yi Kunlun returned to the ward. Looking at Han Lingfeng lying unconscious on the bed, Yi Kunlun's eyes were filled with sadness. Why is God so cruel to her and Ling Feng? Especially Ling Feng, who has experienced hardships since childhood and has not had much happiness. She finally accepted and loved Ling Feng, but things kept changing. Why has it become so difficult to have simple happiness? She sat on the bed, grabbed Han Lingfeng's hand and put it on her face, tears streaming down her face. Lingfeng, I beg you, you can't abandon me. We agreed to be together for the rest of our lives, you can't abandon me, understand? Thinking that Lingfeng might not be able to survive this so-called heavenly tribulation, Yi Kunlun was about to collapse. She decided to marry him and be with him for the rest of her life, but why did things turn out like this? She shook her head frantically. No, it wouldn't happen, she shouldn't think too much, Ling Feng would definitely get through it. She kissed Han Lingfeng's palm. I will wait for you, you have to work hard, I know you will make it. You can survive 9 deaths to become the monarch, you can also survive the heavenly tribulation. My Lingfeng will always be invincible. Ms. Yi, several CEOs and experts from technology companies have come to discuss the artificial intelligence development project. What do you think, should we turn it down? Secretary Chen came over with a mobile phone in hand and reported to her. No. Yi Kunlun shook his head. This is a big deal. Ling Feng definitely doesn't want me to give up my career in science and technology because of him. I'll go meet them right now. After that, Yi Kunlun kissed Han Lingfeng on the lips and whispered softly in his ear, just wait here obediently. I will come to accompany you after I finish my work. Yi Kunlun calmed down, tried to be strong, and then went to the company to handle affairs. Han Lingfeng lying on the hospital bed felt like he was in a cage. He was conscious, but his body was like a prison that trapped him. He just heard Kunlun talking to him, and he really wanted to respond to her, but he couldn't open his mouth. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open his mouth or make a sound. His whole body was weak and he couldn't move at all. He felt like he was in a prison, and when he heard his dear Quinlan saying some sad words outside the prison, he was very anxious because he couldn't comfort her. He really wanted to break out of the cage, hold her in his arms, tell her that he would never abandon her, that he would hold a grand wedding with her, and that he would live with her forever. But no matter how hard he tried, the cage was so strong that he couldn't break through it. In the end, he was tired, exhausted, and extremely desperate. He felt that he might never be able to break out of this cage, and he and Kunlun would be separated forever. It was so sad, his loved one was out there and he couldn't see her. Kunlun, my dear, I miss her so much. I want to hug her, hold her hand, and wipe away the tears on her face. Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand again, and tears fell on the back of his hand. Is it Kunlun? Han Lingfeng's consciousness came alive again. Ling Feng. It was Shen Ruoshi's voice. It turned out to be Shen Ruoshi, not Kunlun. What was Shen Ruoshi going to say to him? His consciousness calmed down. Ling Feng. Shen Ruoshi held Han Lingfeng's hand, tears streaming down her face. We are really alike. Our lives are both so miserable, and all our relatives are dead. But you are better off than me. At least you have Yi Kunlun who loves you, cares about you, worries about you, and misses you. But I have nothing, nothing at all. Han Lingfeng felt sad inside. He wanted to comfort Shen Ruoshi, but he couldn't and didn't know how to comfort her. Perhaps, just listening to her quietly and being her listener is the best spiritual comfort for her. Then, he heard someone come in, and then Shen Baichuan's voice, Ruoshi. Dad. Shen Ruoshi called out, paused, and then changed the subject. Director Shen, do you have something to talk to me about? You should just call me Dad. Shen Baichuan said, I've been calling you that for so many years, I'm used to it. It's hard to get used to it if you suddenly change your way of addressing me. Are you still willing to be my father? Don't you hate me? I know you are not my biological child, so how can I not hate you? But after all, I raised you, and you are my only little cotton-padded jacket. In the end, I just can't bear to throw you away. Shen Baichuan's voice was a little choked. Dad. Come, let Daddy hug you. Shen Baichuan opened his arms. Dad. Shen Ruoshi threw herself into Shen Baichuan's arms and cried. Okay, stop crying, my dear girl. Shen Baichuan wiped Shen Ruoshi's tears. They reconciled as father and daughter, and Shen Ruoshi had a father again. Han Lingfeng was sincerely happy for her. But then, he heard Shen Baichuan say in a heavy tone, Han Lingfeng is unconscious now, which is pitiful enough, but I am worried about your fifth uncle. Dad, what happened to my fifth uncle? Shen Ruoshi asked anxiously. Your fifth uncle has always wanted to avenge your sixth uncle and eldest uncle. When he was in Country M, he wanted to find someone from a killer organization to kill Yi Kunlun. I tried my best to dissuade him, but with your fifth uncle's personality, he would never give up. Now that Han Lingfeng is lying in bed and has become a living dead, I'm afraid your fifth uncle will take the opportunity to attack Yi Kunlun. Dad, you must find a way to save Yi Kunlun. Shen Ruoshi said. What can I do? On one side is your fifth uncle, and on the other side is, forget it. We can only sit back and do nothing about this matter and pretend we know nothing. Let them resolve their grievances on their own. Let God bless Yi Kunlun, and you come back to Kyoto with me. But be obedient and follow me back to Kyoto. Shen Baichuan pulled Shen Ruoshi away. Han Lingfeng was extremely violent. After listening to the conversation between Shen Ruoshi and Shen Baichuan, the consciousness in his body seemed extremely violent. He tried his best to break free of the physical cage that imprisoned him. Chapter 133 Sister, don't be sad. The cooperation project with Yi Kunlun went smoothly. Several CEOs of technology companies decided to jointly invest, with Yi Group as the leader, to carry out the development and production of technological products. The developers hired by Yi Kunlun are also very capable elite talents in the industry. She believes that it won't be long before a powerful artificial intelligence product will be on the market. As soon as she finished her work, Yi Kunlun went to the hospital to accompany Han Lingfeng. Accompanying Lingfeng is the most important thing for her besides work. Now, she has been freed from her sadness and is calmly accompanying Lingfeng. Even if he was lying there, she wanted to make their days warm. She treated the VIP ward of the hospital as her own home. "Honey, I'm back. Are you okay?" Without even putting down the bag in her hand, she quickly walked to the bedside, hugged Han Lingfeng's head, kissed him, and greeted him. Although, she knew he would not respond, but she believed Lingfeng could hear her, so she just assumed that he could hear her. Then, she put down her bag and began to serve him. "Let me wipe your body. You must be feeling uncomfortable lying like this all the time." She patiently wiped Han Lingfeng's body with a hot towel, wiping very carefully, not leaving out any part of the body. After wiping his body, he helped Han Lingfeng turn over. "You are so heavy. I have to push you very hard. You are much stronger than when I first met you. You are no longer a little man. But, to be honest, I actually miss you back then, like a child." At this point, Yi Kunlun's face couldn't help but blush. She missed the feeling of holding the little man in her arms, his enthusiasm like the sun, his brilliant smile, his cheerful personality, his bright eyes, and the heartbreaking feeling of brokenness that appeared from time to time. "We can't go back to the past, can we?" She smiled bitterly. "We have both changed a lot. You are more mature than before, and I am not as proud as before. I don't know whether this change is good or bad, but no matter what, as long as you are by my side." At this point, she suddenly became sad again. Thinking that if Lingfeng couldn't survive the so-called heavenly tribulation, he would only have 3 months. Thinking that Lingfeng would leave her in just 3 short months, she became extremely sad. She hugged Han Lingfeng and started crying. "I don't ask for anything now, I just hope you can survive. As long as you can survive, I am willing to do anything." She has become very humble now, and as long as Lingfeng can survive, she is willing to become even more humble. "Try to survive, okay? Don't abandon me." She pressed her wet face against Han Lingfeng's forehead and begged, "You know I can't survive without you. If you die, I will never live alone, I will die with you. This is not a threat, I mean it. I'm not just saying this, I'm telling you the truth, because I really can't live without you. If we can't live together, then let's die together. I want to be with you even if I die. Kunlun." The consciousness in that body cage became sad. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng really wanted to reach out and hug Yi Kunlun in his arms. What she said made him feel heartbroken. Especially when Kunlun's tears fell on his face, he felt so painful that he could hardly breathe. He really hoped that Kunlun would not be sad. Even if he died, she would not be sad. He didn't want Kunlun to die with him. He wanted Kunlun to live well. "Kunlun, if you can hear my voice, then I want to tell you that you have to be happy. I only want you to be happy. Even if I die, you have to be happy. Your little man is most afraid of seeing you sad, and I am most afraid of seeing my Kunlun cry. I haven't changed. I will always be your little man. I miss my sister's arms so much. Sister, please don't be sad, okay?" It seemed like someone came in. "Mr. Yi, the master from Jing'an Temple is here, and she brought a high monk with her." This was the voice of Secretary Chen. "Please come in." Yi Kunlun quickly wiped away her tears and stood up. The old nun walked in with an old but strong monk. "Master." Yi Kunlun clasped his hands together in greeting. "Donor Yi, I have read many ancient scriptures and some rare books on magic, and found a way that may be able to save Donor Han." Before the old nun could finish, Yi Kunlun hurriedly grabbed the old nun's hand and said, "Really, master? Does this mean Lingfeng can be saved? Don't be impatient, Mr. Yi. I will introduce you to someone first." The old nun turned around and glanced at the old monk behind her. "This is Master Zhu Xing." Yi Kunlun clasped his hands together and said, "Hello, master." The old monk clasped his hands and nodded. The old nun then continued, "Donor Han's meridians are blocked all over his body. We can only use the 8 extraordinary meridians acupuncture to help him clear his meridians. Master Zhu Xing has a high level of attainment in Chinese medicine. In order to ensure that everything goes well, I have specially invited Master Zhu Xing to come and give acupuncture to Donor Han." "Thank you, Master." Yi Kunlun bowed hurriedly. The old monk waved his hand and said, I can only try my best. I may not be able to help Mr. Han break this heavenly tribulation. Seeing that the old monk was not completely sure, Yi Kunlun's eyes, which had just brightened up, dimmed again. Seeing that Yi Kunlun was disappointed, the old nun hurriedly explained, This is the only solution I can think of. I believe that Mr. Yi has no other solution. Why not treat this as a living horse and try to save it? Yi Kunlun has no other options left, and it seems that he can only try his best to save the situation. He bowed respectfully and said, Then I'll have to trouble you, master. The old monk walked to the bedside and sat down, taking out the silver needle set he carried with him. The silver needle set was filled with dozens of silver needles of different lengths. The old monk first took out a long silver needle and inserted it into Han Lingfeng's vital point. His technique was steady and gentle, which showed that he had a deep foundation in acupuncture techniques. Then, he took out another long silver needle and inserted it into the acupoint on the waist. Then I pierced the Yayangwen acupoint, Changxiang acupoint, etc. Next, use a short needle to prick the Baihui point on the top of the head, as well as other acupuncture points on the head, such as the temples and Fengqi points. After 42 needles were inserted, the old monk stood up and said, We are done. Wait half an hour. Then we will remove the needles and see the result. Yi Kunlun hurriedly asked Secretary Chen to make tea for the two masters. Everyone chatted and waited in the ward, and Yi Kunlun took the opportunity to ask the two masters for advice on Buddhism. Chapter 134 He reacts. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, half an hour passed. The old monk stood up and took out the needle for Han Lingfeng. As soon as the needle was taken out, Han Lingfeng sat down suddenly. Awake! The old nun was delighted. Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen rushed to the bedside. Lingfeng! Yi Kunlun hugged Han Lingfeng tightly. Kunlun! Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlun weakly. You finally woke up, you finally woke up. Yi Kunlun hugged Han Lingfeng's head and kissed him excitedly. Secretary Chen, who was standing nearby, also had a look of ecstasy on his face. Amitba, Master Jueshing's medical skills are truly superb. The old nun complimented Master Jueshing. However, as soon as the old nun finished speaking, Han Lingfeng suddenly lost consciousness again. Lingfeng! Lingfeng! Yi Kunlun shouted immediately. Secretary Chen, the old nun, and the old monk all changed their expressions at the same time. Lingfeng! Lingfeng! Yi Kunlun held Han Lingfeng and shook him for a few times. When Han Lingfeng didn't wake up, he turned around and asked the old monk in panic, Master, Lingfeng fainted. What happened? The old monk hurriedly sat over and took Han Lingfeng's pulse again. As soon as he placed his fingers on Han Lingfeng's pulse, he was startled. What's wrong, master? The old nun asked hurriedly. Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen also looked at the old monk nervously. Alas! The old monk sighed. The acupuncture just now did clear the blocked meridians for him, so he woke up, but in the blink of an eye, his meridians were blocked again. How could this happen? Yi Kunlun's body sank. The old monk shook his head. The qi in Han Shizhu's body is too strong. It seems that this acupuncture method is ineffective. What should we do then? Yi Kunlun looked at the old monk in panic. The old monk shook his head helplessly. Old Nai is helpless. Now, he has to rely on himself. If he can break through the blockage and make the 8 extraordinary meridians unblocked, then he will have broken through the heavenly tribulation. But if he can't get through, then he... Sigh. The old monk shook his head regretfully. Yi Kunlun's body softened and she almost collapsed to the ground. She had just seen a glimmer of hope, but now, that hope was destroyed again. Lingfeng. Tears rolled down from Yi Kunlun's beautiful eyes. Are you really going to leave me? Don't be too sad, Mr. Yi. The old nun hurriedly comforted her. Mr. Han may be able to overcome the difficulties on his own. Yes, master is right. Yi Kunlun wiped away her tears hastily. Lingfeng will definitely make it through. He will definitely make it through this difficulty. I should believe in him. Then he looked up and asked the old monk, Master, what else can I do for him? Amitba. The old monk shook his head. Donor Yi doesn't need to do anything. Just wait quietly for 3 months. Whether Donor Han can get through or not, Donor Yi can only let nature take its course. The old monk's words once again shattered Yi Kunlun's confidence. He was powerless and could only wait? Amitba, I'm leaving now. The old monk lowered his head in shame, then turned and left. I am leaving now. The old nun felt ashamed for not being able to help Donor Han and Donor Yi. Yi Kunlun was already in despair. Secretary Chen said hurriedly, I will send the two masters off on behalf of General Manager Yi. Yi Kunlun collapsed and sat back in front of the bed, lying on Han Lingfeng's body, crying. Han Lingfeng just felt that his consciousness had broken through the cage of his body, but in the blink of an eye, he seemed to fall into the cage again. Hearing Yi Kunlun crying so sadly at this moment, Han Lingfeng felt both anxious and distressed. Kunlun, don't cry, don't cry. His consciousness was shouting, I promise you, I will break out of this cage and come out to meet you. Wait for me, I'll come out to see you soon. Han Lingfeng was banging against the cell door. His consciousness was struggling frantically inside his body. It was as if he was banging against the cell door again and again with his body. But this prison door was very strong, and every time he hit it, his body bounced back. I can do it. I can do it. He was firm in his belief and refused to give in. He continued to bang his body against the prison door, over and over again. Yi Kunlun, who was crying on his body, did not notice Han Lingfeng's physical reaction. She didn't notice that one of Han Lingfeng's fingers had moved slightly. After crying for a while, she said in despair, Lingfeng, let's die now. I'll go get the doctor to prescribe some injections. Mix them together and drink them. Then we can die without knowing it and there will be no pain. She was proficient in chemistry, so it was not difficult for her to prepare the poison. What do you say, Lingfeng? If we die together, we can still be husband and wife in hell. What a terrible idea. She soon realized what a terrible and pessimistic idea it was. This thought sent chills down her spine. How could she be so cowardly as to think of death so easily? Isn't there still 3 months left? Maybe Lingfeng is trying to break through the heavenly tribulation. How can I be so pessimistic that I want to take him to die with me? Shouldn't I trust him? He survived many dangers to become the monarch, so why shouldn't I trust that he can get through the calamity? Lingfeng. I'm sorry. She suddenly felt extremely guilty and hugged Han Lingfeng tightly in her arms. I'm sorry, how could I take you to die? How could I have such an idea? I'm so stupid. I should believe you, I should believe you. I love you, Lingfeng, you have to come on, I'm waiting for you. She kissed Han Lingfeng's lips, I'll wait for you, dear. The consciousness in the body cage has now calmed down and relaxed. He just heard Yi Kunlun say that he wanted to die. Han Lingfeng was so anxious that he banged his body against the cell door. He was almost going crazy. Now that she has given up the idea of committing suicide, Han Lingfeng is very relieved and says that Kunlun will not give up easily. Seeing her kissing him again, Han Lingfeng seemed to be able to feel Kunlun's kiss, a very sweet kiss. His whole body seemed to become numb and he felt drunk. Kunlun. His consciousness was blurred and he called out in a whisper. At this time, his fingers moved again. Yi Kunlun seemed to feel Han Lingfeng's fingers moving. She turned her head and stared at Han Lingfeng's fingers, but the fingers seemed not to move. Yi Kunlun thought, maybe if I kiss him, he will feel it? She wanted to give it a try, maybe if she kissed him, he would really feel it. So she pressed her lips against Han Bonfang's lips again, and at the same time, glanced at Han Lingfeng's fingers. She found that Han Lingfeng's fingers were really moving. She was afraid she was hallucinating, so she decided to give it one more try. She simply put her tongue into Han Lingfeng's mouth and kissed him deeply. Han Lingfeng's fingers seemed to move even more vigorously. Chapter 135 He wakes up. Lingfeng's fingers were really moving. Yi Kunlun was ecstatic at this discovery. Lingfeng, Lingfeng. She shouted excitedly a few times, and then hugged Han Lingfeng and shook him a few times. But Han Lingfeng did not wake up. Yi Kunlun immediately lay on Han Lingfeng again and kissed him hard. After sending the two masters back, Secretary Chen saw Yi Kunlun kissing Han Lingfeng passionately. She was embarrassed and thought that Mr. Yi must miss Mr. Han too much. She tactfully withdrew and closed the door. Soon, someone else walked in from the door. But it was not Secretary Chen, but Wang Zhongxiang and several assassins. Yi Kunlun immediately heard footsteps coming in at the door, and there was more than one footsteps. She hurriedly let go of Han Lingfeng, raised her head and looked, and then she saw Wang Zhongxiang's evil face. Wang Zhongxiang, what are you doing here? She had a bad feeling in her heart, knowing that the visitor was up to no good, so while asking, she reached out to the table behind her, grabbed the knife used for peeling fruit, and held the knife tightly in her hand. "Of course I'm here to fuck you," Wang Zhongxiang said evilly. Of course she knew that Wang Zhongxiang came to seek revenge on her, but at this moment she saw the animal desire in Wang Zhongxiang's eyes. She is so beautiful that every man who sees her wants to possess her. But it was clear that Wang Zhongxiang not only wanted to violate her, but also wanted to make her die in a horrible way. "Don't come over here." She used a sharp tone to intimidate Wang Zhongxiang. Although her eyes and aura were quite intimidating, the objective fact was that at this moment, apart from Han Lingfeng who was lying unconscious on the bed, she was the only one in the ward. Wang Zhongxiang would not feel guilty about a weak woman like her. Wang Zhongxiang clearly took advantage of this weak opportunity to show up. Everyone wants to have a taste of Missy, and I, Wang Zhongxiang, am no exception. Wang Zhongxiang licked his lips and walked towards Yi Kunlun step by step. "Miss Yi, you are mine today. Don't come over here, or I'll call for help." Yi Kunlun tried her best to stay calm and tightly grasped the knife in her hand. If Wang Zhongxiang rushed towards her, she would stab him with the knife. Kunlun is in danger. Han Lingfeng's consciousness became frantic in his body. He had to break through this body cage to save Kunlun. He banged his body against the prison door frantically. "Go on, shout. Don't you want to call for help? Why don't you shout?" Wang Zhongxiang continued to walk towards her without any worries. Yi Kunlun wanted to open her mouth and shout, but she couldn't do it. Opening her mouth and shouting help me was totally out of character for her. She was not used to asking for help, and even in the face of such danger, she couldn't open her mouth and shout for help. She has been accustomed to forbearance since she was young, and she swallows and carries any difficulties on her own. Even though she knew in her heart that people should ask for help sometimes, she just couldn't do it. "Just accept your fate, Yi Kunlun." Wang Zhongxiang's voice and face suddenly became fierce. "You killed my sixth brother and my eldest brother. I will make you live a life worse than death. Not only will I rape you, but I will also let them rape you together." Wang Zhongxiang pointed at the killers behind him. The killers were wearing black masks, so she couldn't see their expressions. But from their greedy eyes, Yi Kunlun saw the strong animal desires in their hearts. "Not only will I take your turn, I will also chop you into pieces, let you die in agony, and then throw you into the river to feed the fish." Every word Wang Zhongxiang said made Yi Kunlun feel creepy. Her body was shaking uncontrollably, her legs and feet were getting weaker, and fear was revealed in her eyes. "I'm going to have sex with you right now, in front of your husband." As Wang Zhongxiang said this, he pounced towards Yi Kunlun like a wild beast. At this critical moment, Yi Kunlun's weak hands and feet suddenly became strong. She picked up the knife in her hand and swung it towards Wang Zhongxiang. "Ah!" Wang Zhongxiang covered his face and screamed in horror. Yi Kunlun's knife slashed his left cheek, leaving a deep cut from his eye to his chin, and blood was constantly flowing from the wound. But this also caused Wang Zhongxiang to become extremely angry. "Go over there and hold her down. I'm going to kill her right now," Wang Zhongxiang shouted at the killers. Several killers immediately rushed towards her with ferocious looks. Seeing the killer's terrifying eyes, Yi Kunlun felt terrified. She knew she couldn't resist because she couldn't possibly defeat the killers. She trembled so much that the knife in her hand fell to the ground. The two killers grabbed her shoulders and pressed her down on the bed. At that moment, Yi Kunlun screamed, "Ling Feng, save me!" She was so frightened that she forgot that Ling Feng was already a living dead and there was no way he could save her. But she shouted out instinctively. Perhaps, in her heart, Ling Feng is the only one to whom she is willing to open her heart and ask for help. But when she realized that Ling Feng was a living dead and couldn't save her, she was completely desperate and her heart was over. Han Lingfeng was frantically banging on the cell door in his physical cage. This was an extremely dangerous moment. A beast was trying to bully his beloved Kunlun. Absolutely not allowed. Absolutely not allowed. He wants to go out and save Kunlun. Especially when he heard Kunlun shouting "Lingfeng, save me," Han Lingfeng exerted all his energy and violently slammed into the prison door. Boom! The sturdy prison door was broken. In an instant, Han Lingfeng seemed to break through many prison doors one after another. He was unimpeded in the entire prison passage, and his body was madly rushing towards a white world. Just as Wang Yuanzhong unbuckled his belt and was about to pounce on Yi Kunlun, Han Lingfeng, who was pressed under her, suddenly woke up. She couldn't believe that Ling Feng really woke up and saved her. "Ah! Han Lingfeng roared angrily. The two killers who were holding Yi Kunlun were shocked by his roar and bled from all 7 orifices. They rolled under the bed and died on the spot. Yi Kunlun shuddered and looked up at Han Lingfeng, not understanding why Lingfeng could kill people with just his roar. Could it be that he had broken through the heavenly tribulation and thus became an invincible Superman? Seeing this, the other 3 killers immediately drew their guns and prepared to shoot Han Lingfeng. But before they could fire, the guns in their hands flew out, as if a force had knocked the guns out of their hands through the air. Yi Kunlun turned his head to look at Han Lingfeng again, only to see Lingfeng's hands stretched out in the air, his palms facing the killers, as if some invisible weapon was automatically flowing out from his palms. With a slight wave of his hand, the 3 killers seemed to be grabbed by the neck. Their bodies kept rising and their feet left the ground, like people hanging themselves. Han Lingfeng clenched his palms tightly towards the center. Crack! Yi Kunlun heard 3 sounds of necks breaking at the same time. The 3 killers' necks drooped to one side, and all 3 died at the same time. Han Lingfeng spread out his palms, and the 3 killers fell to the ground at the same time. Lingfeng could really kill people from a distance. Yi Kunlun looked up at Han Lingfeng blankly, as if he was looking at a god, with infinite admiration in his eyes. Oh my god! It's a ghost! Wang Zhongxian yelled and turned around and ran. Chapter 136. I'll tell you a secret. Oh my god! It's a ghost! Wang Zhongxian shouted and turned around and ran. At this moment, Wang Zhongxian probably believed that there were ghosts in this world and that ghosts had infinite power. In his eyes, Han Lingfeng was a ghost at this moment. Want to run? Bully my wife, I will let you go. Han Lingfeng roared and waved his hand. An invisible force pulled Wang Zhongxian back. Master, please don't kill me, please don't kill me. Wang Zhongxian was so scared that he fell to his knees on the ground, kowtowing frantically and begging for mercy. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. Please spare my life, immortal. He really thought Han Lingfeng was a ghost. Seeing his funny look, Yi Kunlun couldn't help but laugh. Let you go? How can it be that easy? You have offended my wife, and you have offended me. Your entire Wang family will suffer. Han Lingfeng deliberately threatened Wang Zhongxian in a ghostly tone. The next 18 generations of your Wang family will be unlucky and fall into poverty. The men will be poor and single. Even if they get married, their families will not be harmonious. Women. Without women, the next 18 generations of your Wang family will give birth to sons, suffer the devastation of high housing prices and high bride prices, and work hard. Yi Kunlun glanced at Han Lingfeng and smiled secretly. Lingfeng was quite cruel when he cursed people. Wang Zhongxian was stunned. Are his descendants going to be so miserable? If you want to resolve the bad luck that has plagued your Wang family for generations, from now on, you must donate all of your Wang family's property to the Yi Group, work for scientific and technological projects, contribute to society, and accumulate blessings for your family. Otherwise, Han Lingfeng's eyes showed a murderous look. Otherwise, not only will your Wang family be doomed for generations, but you, your wife, your children, and your remaining brothers will all suffer a bloody disaster. Wang Zhongxian didn't know whether what Han Lingfeng said was true, but he felt reluctant to give away all his property. Han Lingfeng saw through his thoughts at a glance. Why? Can't bear to let go? Well, I will remove your 3rd brother from his position first. After Han Lingfeng finished speaking, he picked up his phone and called the king, saying, Wang Zhishan, a staff member of the Dasha embassy in Country M, should be dismissed immediately. Soon, Wang Zhongxian received a phone call from home announcing his death. My 3rd brother Wang Zhongxian was fired. He couldn't bear the blow and jumped from the embassy building and died. Wang Zhongxian was shocked and looked up at Han Lingfeng with horror. Han Lingfeng dismissed his 3rd brother from his position and took his 3rd brother's life with just one phone call. Is he a human or a ghost? What do you think? Was what I said true? Han Lingfeng looked at Wang Zhongxian with a playful expression. If you quickly give your property to Mr. Yi, then no more bad luck will happen. Otherwise, the next person to die will be your 2nd brother Wang Feixiang, then your 4th brother, then your wife, and then. Okay, I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. Wang Zhongxian raised his hands in surrender. I will donate all my property to Mr. Yi and work for Mr. Yi's technology projects. That's right. You need to accumulate more blessings so that bad luck won't come knocking on your door. Han Lingfeng said playfully, you need to do more good things in the future and stop doing bad things, otherwise bloody disasters will come knocking on your door at any time. Wang Zhongshan had been completely subdued by him, kneeling on the ground and nodding repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. Within 3 days, cash out all the assets and send them to Yes Group. Yes. Sure enough, within 3 days, Wang Zhongshan converted all of the Wang family's assets into cash and transferred them to the Yi Group's account, including the Wang family's 20% stake in the Xin Group, a total of 520 billion. Looking at the numbers on the bank passbook, Yi Kunlin sighed, I didn't expect the Wang family to be so wealthy. The Wang family is a powerful family. They have made a lot of money over the years. It's only a matter of time before their property is confiscated, said Han Lingfeng. These 520 billion are enough for us to build a scientific and technological laboratory to research and develop more advanced scientific and technological products. At this point, Yi Kunlin raised his head with yearning in his eyes. I want to free mankind from hardship, so that they no longer have to rush for 3 meals a day, no longer have to worry about material life, and humans should enjoy the spiritual world. Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlin with admiration. She was truly a person of great love. Yi Kunlin said excitedly, only when people are free from the difficulties of material life can we truly achieve world peace. Only when science and technology are developed to the highest level, machines can replace human labor and materials can be redistributed. There will be no capitalists in the world, only managers who allocate resources and produce. By then, everyone will be equal, no one will fight over material life anymore, and everyone will pursue spiritual happiness and honor. This is the civilized world that civilized humans should have. Han Lingfeng reached out and hugged Yi Kunlin into his arms. I will use my power to help you realize this dream and realize a beautiful dreamlike world created by Yi Kunlin. Then how are you going to help me? Yi Kunlin looked at Han Lingfeng affectionately with her beautiful and moving eyes. First of all, I want to maintain world peace through my own strength. I am now the invincible Superman, and I have the power to maintain it. Han Lingfeng said, I stand at the top of the world, and my mission is to maintain world peace and protect the tranquility of the entire Earth. What else? Yi Kunlin continued to look at him deeply. Also, I will do whatever President Yi asks me to do. As long as President Yi needs me, I am always at his disposal. Han Lingfeng lowered his head and looked at Yi Kunlin with a smile. I need a lot. Yi Kunlin put her hands on Han Lingfeng's shoulders and looked at him teasingly. First, I want you to build an orphanage and adopt homeless children. Secondly, I want you to build schools and vigorously cultivate scientific and technological talents from a young age. We also need talents in other areas, such as literature, art, music, mathematics, etc. Find their talents, cultivate them from a young age, and bring their talents to the extreme. Life is short, you can't learn everything. It's already great if you can learn one well. Finally, Yi Kunlin pressed her face against Han Lingfeng's, her hot breath hitting Han Lingfeng's face again and again. Promise me that you will never leave me and grow old with me. Han Lingfeng put his arm around her waist and slowly pushed her onto the bed. I'll tell you a secret. What secret do you want to tell me? Yi Kunlin's eyes gradually became blurred. I have already broken through the heavenly tribulation, so I am no different from a god. If you are touched by my rain and dew, you will become healthy and live longer, and your appearance will never age. As he said that, Han Lingfeng kissed her. Really? Yi Kunlin gradually became intoxicated by Han Lingfeng's kiss. Then, Han Lingfeng gave her a gentle rain and dew, and Yi Kunlin became more and more beautiful under the watering of the rain and dew. Chapter 137. Do you want to get a marriage certificate? In the morning, after waking up, Yi Kunlin looked at Han Lingfeng who was sleeping soundly. She acted like a nympho, unable to stop looking at his face, and now she was obsessed with this face. After Han Lingfeng woke up, he opened his eyes and found Yi Kunlin looking at him with eyes full of sweetness and love. Do you think I'm handsome? Han Lingfeng asked in a deliberately conceited tone. I was just wondering if I was dreaming, Yi Kunlin said. Are we really together? From now on, we will be together without being disturbed by anyone and live a simple and happy life. There is still one thing that has not been completed. Han Lingfeng hugged her in his arms. What's up? Let's get a marriage certificate. Only once we get this done can we be truly together. Lingfeng said. If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. Let's get up and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. Yi Kunlin turned over and got out of bed. She seemed a little impatient. Han Lingfeng didn't rush to get out of bed, but continued to lie there, looking at her with a smile on his face. Have you really thought it through? Getting a marriage certificate means we will be tied together for life. Are you really not afraid of life after marriage? Yi Kunlin, who had just put on a white shirt, turned around and looked at him. Didn't we discuss this issue when we were in country M? I just want to ask again to confirm one thing. I'm afraid Mr. Yi will regret it in the future. Yi Kunlun looked at him strangely. Why should I regret it? Who knows? What if Mr. Yi gradually gets tired of me and wants to divorce me after spending time with me day after day? Yi Kunlun frowned. You're already thinking about divorce before we even get married, you. Han Lingfeng interrupted her. I'm just stating the facts. I'm afraid of being dumped by you again. After all, you've dumped me before. Ling Feng. Yi Kunlun's expression turned serious. She thought he was joking. And this joke was not funny at all. After going through so much, how could she dump him again? However, Ling Feng still seemed a little uneasy. After we get married, Mr. Yi won't divorce me, right? Han Lingfeng got off the bed, walked to Yi Kunlun, grabbed Yi Kunlun's shoulders and asked. Yi Kunlun didn't say anything, but just looked at Han Lingfeng in silence. Why don't you say anything? Han Lingfeng's eyes became more and more uneasy. Are you afraid to guarantee it? Ling Feng, what's wrong with you? Yi Kunlun frowned slightly. Why did he still ask such a question until now? After we get married, I will never divorce you. Han Lingfeng's expression became extremely serious. Even if you hate me one day, I will not divorce you. Even if we torture each other, I will not let you go. Yi Kunlun took a deep breath, and the little man's possessiveness flared up again. So you'd better think carefully about whether you want to get a marriage certificate with me or not. Han Lingfeng stared into Yi Kunlun's eyes. Yi Kunlun calmed himself down, crossed his arms and asked, What if you hate me? Do I need to let you go? I will never hate you. Han Lingfeng shouted firmly. How do you know you won't hate me? Yi Kunlun asked. I just know that, because I love you very much and I understand my own heart, I will never hate you. Han Lingfeng said very sincerely. Yi Kunlun also believed in Lingfeng's firm heart. In fact, she was quite similar to Lingfeng. Once she had decided on something, she would not change it easily. But Han Lingfeng didn't seem to believe that she could be as determined as he was. And you? Do you understand your own heart? Han Lingfeng asked, looking into her eyes. Ling Feng. Yi Kunlun also stared into his eyes. Do you think I am a fickle person? He felt that Kunlun was not a fickle person, but he still shook his head uncertainly. I don't know. Even if you are not fickle now, who knows after marriage? Others say that before marriage and after marriage are two different things. Maybe you will change after marriage. Yi Kunlun frowned. What's wrong with you? Aren't you usually very optimistic? Why did you suddenly become so pessimistic? You just keep thinking in the negative direction. I am just afraid that you will change after marriage. Han Lingfeng said. Yi Kunlun took a deep breath and stopped talking. Who can guarantee that she will remain unchanged after marriage? Why are you silent? Han Lingfeng became uneasy again. Why are you sighing? Are you tired of it now? Yi Kunlun looked at Han Lingfeng with tired eyes. Lingfeng, why have you become the same as before? You were still young at that time, so it was understandable, but now you have grown up, you should be more mature. What's wrong? Am I immature? Han Lingfeng frowned. I think you are not firm enough. After Han Lingfeng finished speaking, he turned around and left angrily. Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun called out, but Han Lingfeng did not respond, as if he did not hear her. Yi Kunlun sighed deeply. They started quarreling before they even got married, if they really got married. Yi Kunlun tried his best not to think about the bad things. She and Ling Feng have been through so many things, and now everything is finally calm and they can live a good life. How can she be upset about something that hasn't happened yet? After sorting out what Ling Feng had said, she quickly understood what was in Ling Feng's heart. He was just too afraid of losing. He was worried that they would not have a good marriage and she would divorce him. This fool, the one who should be really afraid is her. After all, she is 10 years older than him, and she will definitely get older than him. Even if he is bored, he should be the first to be bored. She found that she and Ling Feng were surprisingly similar in some ways and were both afraid of losing. When facing the terrifying monster of marriage, they should be braver, more determined in their beliefs, and trust each other more. Marriage is when one person entrusts his or her life to another person. It carries a lot of risks. If the person you entrust your life to is not the right one, or if someone changes their mind, it will be a big blow to the other party. It can even be devastating. Thinking of this, Yi Kunlun couldn't help but shudder. For her, entering into marriage means betting with her own life, because she trusts Ling Feng completely. If her married life is not satisfactory, or if Ling Feng changes his mind one day, the blow to her will be devastating. At this moment, she actually felt like retreating. Is it really necessary to get a marriage certificate? She asked herself. Even if they don't get married, she and Ling Feng might be able to live happily together. Besides, if they can't live together anymore, it would be easier to separate. At least they don't have to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. Besides, there is a 3-month cooling-off period, so it won't be easy to get a divorce. What if you can't live well and can't leave? Then wouldn't that be like living in hell on earth? Thinking of this, she became even more discouraged. She paced back and forth in the room, thinking deeply whether she should get the certificate or not. Chapter 138 Love Negotiation. Han Lingfeng stood under the green tree in the yard in a daze, his face full of melancholy. Kunlun couldn't guarantee that they would not divorce after marriage, but he just wanted to be with her for the rest of his life, which was why he felt it was necessary to get the marriage certificate. Because he was too afraid of losing, he didn't mind falling into clichés, nor was he afraid of falling into the trap of marriage. If this was a trap, he would fall into it willingly. He didn't mind using the marriage certificate to kidnap a woman's life, even if it was kidnapping. He also wanted her to be with him for the rest of her life. Of course, he swore in his heart that he would treat her well after marriage, treat her well for the rest of his life, and he would try his best to be a good lover and make her the happiest woman in the world. He would never let her down. After an unknown amount of time, Kunlun walked out of the house. Ling Feng. She walked up to him and looked at him unnaturally, as if she had something to say to him. Han Lingfeng looked at her, waiting for her to speak to him. Yi Kunlun looked guilty and looked at him with an unnatural look. Just say what you want to say, Han Lingfeng said. Ling Feng, I've thought about it, and I feel. Yi Kunlun seemed a little embarrassed to speak, but she still said what was in her heart. I don't think we have to get a marriage certificate. I think we. Without waiting for her to finish, Han Lingfeng turned around and left in disappointment. Stop. Can't you wait for me to finish speaking? Yi Kunlun shouted in a tough tone. Tell me, what do you want to say? Han Lingfeng turned around and said in a bad tone. Ling Feng. Yi Kunlun reached out and held his hand. As the saying goes, as long as two people love each other, marriage is just a formality. It doesn't matter whether they get a marriage certificate or not. Really? Han Lingfeng looked at her disappointedly. In the final analysis, you just don't want to marry me because you are afraid. You don't dare. You are afraid that one day you can't live anymore and I will hold on to you and won't let you go. You can't leave me. Ling Feng could always see through her heart so easily, which made her seem extremely unnatural. Since you don't want to get married, then don't get married. It's still not too late to do anything before getting the marriage certificate. Han Lingfeng said, then turned and left. Han Lingfeng felt very depressed. He didn't think Kunlun did anything wrong. He understood her fear of marriage and her fear of being stuck in a situation where she couldn't live well but couldn't leave. He understood, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be disappointed. The reason why he was depressed was that he wanted to get married, but Kunlun was afraid of marriage, and there was a conflict between them on the issue of marriage. This was the root of his depression. He felt that he was sick. When you love someone, you want to be with her for the rest of your life, even if it's not going to be a good life. Of course, he didn't believe that he and Kunlun couldn't have a good life, because he would try his best to be a good lover, and he was confident that they could make their marriage happy for the rest of their lives. It happened that Kunlun had no confidence. She was afraid that they would not be able to live well after marriage. And he said, even if they don't live well, I will not let her go. Chen, do you think I should get the marriage certificate with Ling Feng? Yi Kunlun asked Secretary Chen for his opinion. Yes, why not? You have been through so much, shouldn't you get married? Secretary Chen was surprised and didn't understand why President Yi would ask such a question now. But, what if Ling Feng and I don't get along well after we get married? Then leave. But Ling Feng said that even if life doesn't go well, we won't get divorced. He said he will never let me go. Secretary Chen was dumbfounded. How could there be such a person in the world? This was too extreme. But then again, this is because Han Lingfeng loves her too much. Shouldn't she cherish the man who loves her so much? But then again, what if life after marriage is really not going well and you can't get rid of it? Wouldn't that be worse than death? Secretary Chen was at a loss. Marriage was no joke and she couldn't give random advice. Whether they can live well or not depends on themselves. Whether they get married or not also depends on themselves. In the end, Yi Kunlin didn't get the secret from Secretary Chen. In the following days, she was in a state of conflict and pain. The issue of whether to get the marriage certificate or not was torturing her to the point of driving her crazy. Ling Feng hadn't come to see her for several days. She and Ling Feng were at a stalemate because of this incident. She felt that she was too cowardly. She clearly wanted to be with Ling Feng for the rest of her life, but she was afraid that they would not be able to live happily after marriage, yet she couldn't get divorced. She didn't have the confidence to guarantee that she could live happily with Ling Feng forever. After all, marriage is not that simple. She is very confident in running a business, but she really has no confidence in running a marriage. Unless Ling Feng can guarantee to remain passionate about her as always, and love her as much as always. Thinking of this, she felt that she was very selfish. How could she ask others to remain passionate about her for the rest of their lives? Even a god might not be able to do that. But if Ling Feng changed his mind about her, or became cold to her, she would not be able to bear it, and she would definitely divorce him. She would never continue to live with a person who no longer loved her. But Ling Feng clearly said that even if they could not live well, he would not let her go. After deep thinking, Yi Kunlin decided to negotiate with Ling Feng again, or even just communicate. So she came to Longtan Villa and confronted him face to face. Let's try marriage for half a year to get used to each other. If things go well, we'll get the marriage certificate. If not, we'll go back to dating mode. At worst, we can be in love for the rest of our lives. What do you think? She looked at Han Lingfeng seriously. Han Lingfeng was silent for a moment, then a smile gradually appeared on his face. Okay, I will spend half a year to let you know the sweetness of marriage, and you will never leave it without me. Don't be too optimistic. We won't know until we try it, said Yi Kunlin. Okay, then when do we start? Han Lingfeng asked with a smile. Start from tomorrow. You will move to the Yi family tomorrow. Why do we have to move to the Yi family? Can't we stay at Longtan Villa? Longtan Villa is too deserted. There are more people over there. Yi Kunlin was afraid that Ling Feng would be reminded of Mrs. Su and the unhappy things in the past when he was alone in Longtan Villa because he was busy with work. It would be better for him to move to Ye's house and start a new life. Okay, as long as I can be with you, I can live anywhere. Han Lingfeng didn't mind at all. He was alone anyway, Kunlin was his only one, and wherever Kunlin was, that was his home. They broke the deadlock and reconciled. The next day, Han Lingfeng packed his clothes and moved to the Yi family. Chapter 139 My Genius Lover. Uncle Chen, Ling Feng will live here from today on. Yi Kunlin said to the housekeeper. Okay. Uncle Chen nodded quickly. With a new master in the house, the servants naturally have to put in more effort. If you need anything in the future, just tell Uncle Chen. Yi Kunlin turned and said to Han Lingfeng. Yeah. Han Lingfeng nodded. Now, I'll show you the room. Although Han Lingfeng had been to the Yi family several times, he was actually not familiar with the family. Yi Kunlin pushed open the doors of the rooms one by one and let him get to know them. Downstairs are the servants' rooms, and this is the study. Yi Kunlin pushed open the study door. There is a large bookcase in the study, which is filled with all kinds of books, as well as many medals and trophies. There is also a desk with a desktop computer on it. If you want to read books in the future, come here, said Yi Kunlin. Han Lingfeng walked to the bookshelf and looked at the medals and trophies, including first prize in artistic wind art competition, first prize in Wenfeng Cup poetry art, first prize in the 38th World Piano Music Competition, first prize in philosophical theory research paper competition, first prize in economics research paper competition, first prize in entrepreneur innovation strategic thought theory, as well as awards in chemistry, mathematics, science, sociology, and other fields. Han Lingfeng was stunned. All these medals and trophies are yours? This all-round genius is truly worthy of her reputation. No wonder she is an entrepreneur and is more popular than first-line actresses. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very talented. Han Lingfeng walked up to her, put his arms around her waist, and looked at her with admiration. You are really amazing. How do you manage to hold so many things in your head? These things are nothing special. Yi Kunlin said calmly. In her opinion, these things are nothing special. Things that seem complicated to others, she doesn't think are difficult. But things that others think are simple, she thinks are difficult. For example, cooking, dating, and some trivial things in life. In her opinion, Ling Feng is the amazing one, because Ling Feng can not only cook delicious meals, but also has the ability to love. He can make her 1,000-year-old iron tree bloom, which is really amazing. She held Ling Feng's face with her hands, looked at him admiringly, and said, "You are amazing. You actually conquered me. You are the only one in the world who conquered me, so you are the most amazing." Han Lingfeng smiled sweetly, took her hand and said, "Let's go and check out the other rooms." Yi Kunlin took him to see other rooms, including grandma's bedroom, dressing room, bathroom, etc. Finally, she pushed open a door. "This is my bedroom." This is the place that Han Lingfeng is most curious about. What he wants to see most is Kunlin's bedroom. The bedroom is spacious and simple. There is nothing else except a large bed, a bedside table, a sofa, and a coffee table. The room is decorated in pure gray, with other cool colors as a match. Kunlin seems to like cold colors, just like her cold and arrogant personality. "I can't believe that this is a woman's room. Kunlin is really unique." Han Lingfeng turned around and looked at her with a smile on his face. "What's wrong?" Yi Kunlin didn't know what he was laughing at. "You seem to like cool colors very much," Han Lingfeng said. "Really?" Yi Kunlin didn't realize it. She had never realized what color she liked. She only knew that she didn't like fancy things since she was a child. Ling Feng pointed at her white suit and said, "The clothes you wear are also of the same style, all solid colors. And look at your bed sheets and quilt covers, pure white." Ling Feng pointed at the bed, then at the curtains, pure gray. He pointed at the sofa again. "Don't you like it?" Kunlin was a little uneasy. "I don't dislike it." Han Lingfeng smiled and shook his head. "I just don't understand how a woman can like this color." "Is there any problem?" Yi Kunlin asked. Han Lingfeng shook his head. "No problem. If you don't like it, you can change it to something you like," Yi Kunlin said. Han Lingfeng shook his head and hugged her. "As long as Kunlin likes it, I like it. I don't care about these things. What I care about is that as long as I can be with Kunlin, I have the best thing in the world." Yi Kunlin took his hand and looked at him with emotion. "Ling Feng, you will always love me like this, right? You won't stop loving me halfway, right?" Yi Kunlin was greedy for Ling Feng's love, and she was most afraid that Ling Feng would stop loving her halfway. She was often afraid that this was an illusion, afraid that Ling Feng's love for her would disappear one day, and she was afraid that this happiness would be fleeting. Therefore, she often felt uneasy. She suddenly wanted to have a child with him, although the thought was fleeting. But an idea that she had never thought of before, and even disdained, suddenly appeared in her mind. She actually wanted to use a child to trap this man for life. Just like Han Lingfeng wanted to trap Yi Kunlin with the marriage certificate, Yi Kunlin also fell into the cliché at some point and wanted to trap Lingfeng with the child. Before that, she had never thought about being a mother. She even thought it was sad for a woman to use a child to tie her husband down. But at a certain moment, she actually had that sad thought. But she soon came to her senses, because in fact it is impossible to trap a man's love with a child. When he doesn't love you, it doesn't matter how many children you have with him. Besides, the purpose of having children is not to use them as a tool to strengthen the marriage. The purpose of having children is to... Yes, what is the purpose of having children? Is it for the continuation of the human race? To carry on the family line? Because you want to be a mother? So that someone can inherit your property? So that someone can take care of you in your old age? Yi Kunlin was stuck on this question. None of these reasons were enough to motivate her to have a child. Therefore, when the words "Ling Feng, let's have a child," came to her lips, she swallowed them back. "You seem to have something else to say to me." Han Lingfeng seemed to have discovered that she was hiding something in her mind that she had not told him. "No." Kunlin shook his head and looked away. "Dear." Han Lingfeng held her face with his hands and looked into her eyes. "Don't worry, I won't stop loving you halfway. I will love you forever. I said I would love you forever. I said it a long time ago. I haven't changed in all these years, right? So, I won't change for the rest of my life." Yi Kunlin suddenly realized. Yes, his love for her has not changed at all over the years. It can be seen how determined Ling Feng is. She began to have confidence and believed that Ling Feng could love her for the rest of her life. But she still wanted to wait and see whether their 6-month trial marriage period would wear down their faith. Chapter 140 No Need to Try Marriage Again. In the morning, when Ling Feng woke up, Ko and Lin had already gone to work. In order not to wake Ling Feng up, she did not wake him up, but left a note on the bedside table. Ling Feng picked up the note and saw that it said, "Dear, I'm going to the company. When you wake up, ask the nanny to make you food. You stay at home and I will come back to accompany you after I finish my work at the company. Besides, you can do whatever you want at home. You are the master of this home and you have the right to do anything in this home." Looking at the message, Han Lingfeng's mouth corners kept stretching and he smiled brightly. Then he looked at Kunlin's handwriting carefully. Her calligraphy was really amazing. Han Lingfeng decided to collect every word she wrote. Maybe he could sell it for money. Of course, this was a joke. After washing up, Ling Feng went downstairs. "Good morning, Mr. Han." The butler and a group of servants stood at the stairs and bowed to him. "Hello, everyone." Han Lingfeng waved and greeted everyone. "Go quickly and bring the prepared breakfast to Mr. Han." The housekeeper hurriedly instructed the nanny. Han Lingfeng sat down at the dining table and the nanny quickly came over with breakfast. Breakfast is a healthy combination of fruit, bird's nest porridge, Thai seafood steamed egg, milk, Hangzhou steamed dumplings, ham, and pastries. I have to say that the breakfast was quite rich. "Is this what your eldest lady usually eats?" Han Lingfeng looked up and asked the housekeeper. "This is just this morning's. We usually make it in turns." The housekeeper replied hastily, however, the young lady only eats a little of each. She said that eating too much will hinder her thinking. Most of the time, the young lady will drink a cup of coffee and eat some fruit and snacks. It seems that these breakfasts are all prepared for him. From now on, I will eat whatever your eldest lady eats. There is no need to cook separately. Han Lingfeng instructed the housekeeper. "Yes, sir." The butler obeyed. Han Lingfeng glanced at the housekeeper and asked, "What hobbies or quirks does your eldest lady usually have?" The housekeeper and the nannies looked at each other, and then the housekeeper replied, "The eldest lady doesn't have any special preferences or hobbies. She is easygoing and not fussy about details." "Then is there anything that your eldest lady hates? For example, what does she hate the most?" Han Lingfeng asked again. The housekeeper thought for a moment and said, "If you ask what the eldest lady hates the most, it's people with bad behavior and stupidity. The eldest lady hates stupidity extremely." The housekeeper raised his head. "The eldest lady once said that it's okay for a person to be stupid, but she can't stand stupid people. The eldest lady is advanced in thinking and can't stand ignorant people who are backward in thinking and unwilling to learn." No wonder Kunlun attached great importance to education. He suddenly remembered that Kunlun asked him to open a school. Afterwards, he called Lao Tian and instructed him to open an orphanage and a school according to Kunlun's wishes to cultivate future talents for all walks of life. At the same time, Ling Feng felt that he should study hard because he was afraid that his thinking would lag behind Kunlun and one day she would dislike him. If you want your love and marriage to last, you must be of the same mind and make progress together. If one party falls too far behind, they will be rejected. After breakfast, Han Lingfeng went into the study. He asked the nanny to make him a pot of tea, and then he began to read in the study. Reading has always been his favorite, not entirely for the purpose of pursuing the same frequency of thought as Kunlun, but because he himself feels that he should learn more. He can't just sit there doing nothing all day. Life shouldn't be wasted like this. Kunlun certainly wouldn't like a person who does nothing. He first made a study plan, listing the books he needed to read every day and the books that could lead his thinking forward, such as some philosophy books, as well as literature, history, etc. In addition, there are some professional books. He needs to find his own talent, play to his strengths in a certain professional field, and do it to the extreme in that field. At first, he found that his talent was cooking and he wanted to open a restaurant. But soon, he felt that he should do something bigger, something more meaningful to the world. That is preaching. He has a natural talent in practice. He decided to write a book about spiritual practice, writing down everything he had learned about spiritual practice, in order to lay a foundation for the future spiritual world of mankind. Kunlun studies technology so that one day, human beings can get rid of the constraints of material things and pursue the spiritual world. Then, the spiritual world needs something, and he wants to make that thing. The book is named The Spiritual Program of Humankind in the Future World. Yes, the book he wants to write is a spiritual program. In the evening, Kunlun came back from get off work. When passing by the living room, I asked the nanny who was cleaning the house, "What is Mr. Han doing?" "Miss, Mr. Han has been in the study all day." The nanny responded. "What is he doing in the study?" Kunlun wondered. Yi Kunlun pushed open the door of the study and saw Han Lingfeng sitting in front of the computer, typing. "What are you doing?" Kunlun asked. "Writing something." Han Lingfeng replied. "What are you writing?" Kunlun walked over curiously to watch. "Writing what the future world needs," Han Lingfeng said with a smile. "The spiritual program of mankind in the future world." Yi Kunlun read out the title on the computer. She glanced at Han Lingfeng and immediately realized something. She hurried to see what he had written down. Han Lingfeng said hurriedly, "I just started writing, and I've only written a little bit. There's still a lot to write." After reading those lines, a smile gradually appeared on Yi Kunlun's face. She put her hand on Han Lingfeng's shoulder and looked at him with bright eyes. "Tell me, why did you want to do this?" "To assist you in creating the fantasy world you envisioned." Han Lingfeng put his arm around her waist. "That's not a dream world, Lingfeng, it can be achieved, but the process of realization is relatively long." Yi Kunlun looked at him seriously. "I know. Precisely because I know it will come true sooner or later, I'm making some preparations for the future world." Han Lingfeng also looked at her seriously. "Lingfeng." Han Kunlun hurriedly hugged him tightly. "You really surprised me, you are really a genius. My wife is so loving, I can't fall behind." Han Lingfeng said with a smile. Yi Kunlun was both excited and moved. She held Lingfeng's hand and whispered, "I have really found a confidant and the best partner in my life. Not only can we make each other's hearts beat fast, but we can also move forward side by side for the same dream and common cause." She raised her moved eyes and held Han Lingfeng's hand tightly. "I think I have no worries at all." "What?" Han Lingfeng looked at her expectantly. "I don't think we need to try marriage again. I have every confidence that I can live with you forever." "So what?" Han Lingfeng's eyes brightened. "Shall we go get the certificate now?" Yi Kunlun said excitedly. "Now. The Political and Legal Affairs Bureau has all gone off work." Han Lingfeng's eyes brightened. "Yes, you see, I was so happy that I forgot the time. It seems I can only go tomorrow." But now, she couldn't control herself, and threw herself into Lingfeng's arms in excitement and hugged him tightly. "Lingfeng, I love you. What words can I use to express my love for you?" "It can't be expressed in words." "Then just do it to me hard," Han Lingfeng said. As soon as Han Lingfeng finished speaking, Yi Kunlun pinched his chin and kissed him hard on the mouth. They kissed each other passionately, so passionately that the kettle and cup on the desk were knocked over to the ground. Chapter 141 received the certificate. The next day, Lingfeng and Kunlun went to the Civil Affairs Bureau. "Now, we are real husband and wife," Lingfeng said. "Our lives are truly tied together." Holding the marriage certificate, Yi Kunlun felt a bit like he was dreaming. "So Mr. Yi has to spend the rest of my life with me." Han Lingfeng had a sweet smile on his face. "But why do I feel like I'm on a pirate ship?" said Yi Kunlun. "Then just accept your fate. You will be trapped on the pirate ship for the rest of your life," Han Lingfeng said, reaching out to take Kunlun's hand and walking towards the car. After getting in the car, Lingfeng drove forward, while Kunlun held the marriage certificate in a daze. Lingfeng turned his head to look at her from time to time. Now, he felt that Kunlun was more intimate with him. The feeling of being married and being in love was really different. He now truly felt that she belonged to him. Thinking that he would be able to be with his goddess day and night in the future, and that they would be together for the rest of their lives, Lingfeng couldn't stop smiling. "Mr. Yi, are you regretting it right after getting the marriage certificate?" Lingfeng asked with a smile as he looked at Kunlun, who was in a daze. "Who said I regretted it?" Kunlun turned and looked at him. "I saw you were in a daze holding the certificate, as if you were regretting it." Lingfeng still had a bright smile on his face. "I just haven't come back to my senses from the dream yet, and I feel like I need to calm down for a while," said Yi Kunlun. "Why do you want to be quiet?" The smile on Lingfeng's face disappeared and he looked at her puzzledly. "Stop the car, I want to go out for a walk," Kunlun suddenly shouted. Lingfeng slowly parked the car on the side of the road, turned his head and looked at Kunlun anxiously. "Wife, do you really regret it?" "You are in the car, I want to go down and walk alone." After Yi Kunlun finished speaking, he opened the car door and got out. Ling Feng stared blankly at Kunlun's back, a gloomy look creeping up his forehead. Could it be that Kunlun really regretted it? Kunlun walked to the small park beside the road, took out her cell phone and called Secretary Chen. Chen, Lingfeng and I have obtained our marriage certificate. Really? Secretary Chen's voice came from the other end, sounding a little surprised, yet not so surprised. I can't believe it. I got married. I got married just like that. I turned from a woman into a woman in an instant. Her nervous look made Secretary Chen laugh. Boss Yi, you are too nervous. Isn't it destined that you and Mr. Han will get married? I knew it was destined, but I still couldn't believe it. I felt like I was dreaming. The moment I got the marriage certificate, I was stunned. Don't you want to marry Mr. Han? Secretary Chen asked. It's not that I don't want to. How could I not want to marry him? I love him so much. Yi Kunlun took a deep breath, and then said casually, okay, I just wanted to find someone to share my feelings. Now I have calmed down. That's it. Thank you for listening. Bye. Secretary Chen on the other end was definitely dumbfounded, but she knew Mr. Ye's personality too well. When she calmed down, she would return to her original rationality and become serious. After calling Secretary Chen, Yi Kunlun returned to the car with a calm face. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng looked at her with anxiety. What's wrong? Yi Kunlun looked calm, as if nothing had happened. You just now, do you regret marrying me? Lingfeng's eyes were almost red. What are you talking about? How could I regret it? Yi Kunlun looked at Han Lingfeng with a strange expression. Then you just now. I just wanted to go out and calm down. Now that I have calmed down, let's go home. Han Lingfeng didn't say anything more, but he was still frightened. As he drove forward, he secretly glanced at Yi Kunlun out of the corner of his eye. There was no expression on her face. She looked no different from usual. Han Lingfeng was terrified all the way back home. Kunlun pulled him into the study, locked the door, and then walked to the desk. Lingfeng didn't know what she was going to do, but looking at Kunlun's expression, it was obvious that she had something to tell him. Then he saw that when Kunlun walked to the desk, her target was not the desk, but the oil painting on the wall behind the desk. She reached out and took down the oil painting, then reached out and pressed on the wall. Han Lingfeng was surprised to find that the brick shrank back. Click. At the same time, one of the bookcases in the row of bookcases on the side wall opened. The brick was a switch, and that bookcase turned out to be a secret door leading to a secret room. Let's go. Kunlun pulled Lingfeng up and quickly passed the secret door of the bookcase. She took him to the secret room, then hurriedly pressed a switch from inside to close the secret door of the bookcase. Click. Kunlun pressed the switch again, and then the entire secret room was illuminated by light. Lingfeng discovered that there were several cabinets in the room, on which were placed many collectibles, including antiques, famous paintings, and jade artifacts. So this is a collection room? Lingfeng said in surprise, there are quite a lot of collections. Kunlun didn't reply, but pulled him to a safe in the corner. Then, Kunlun pressed his own palm print on the palm print lock of the safe. Click. The lock of the safe opened. Kunlun opened the door of the safe. The safe was divided into several layers. One layer was filled with gold bars, one layer was filled with several bank cards and bank passbooks, another layer was filled with real estate certificates and other property certificates, and another layer was filled with fine jewelry. The total amount of things in this private room cabinet is probably worth a fortune. I didn't expect the Yi family to be so wealthy. Kunlun looked at Lingfeng nervously, as if she had something to say to Lingfeng. Lingfeng glanced at the safe and immediately turned his attention back to Kunlun's face. Kunlun clenched his fists and said to him as if to confess, all my property is here. Why are you telling me this? Han Lingfeng looked at Kunlun seriously. Since we are married, I will not hide anything from you. I will tell you how much property I have. I brought you here just to tell you. Kunlun looked more and more nervous. Han Lingfeng held her slightly trembling hand and said, you know I don't care about these things. Whether you care or not is your business, and whether you say it or not is my business. Anyway, you are my husband, my family, and my lover now, and everything I have is yours. Kunlun. Lingfeng looked at Kunlun with emotion. Why are you so stupid? What if I'm a liar? Aren't you afraid that I will empty all your property? I'm not stupid, Kunlun said, this is my trust in you. What a huge trust this was. She was so devoted to him that she dared to bet her entire fortune on his trust. Han Lingfeng stretched out his hands and held Kunlun in his arms, thinking to himself, in this life and the rest of my life, I, Han Lingfeng, must live up to Yi Kunlun's trust. If I violate this, God will strike me with lightning. Chapter 142. He traded his youth for her youth. Kunlun, what can I do to be worthy of your love for me? What can I do to match your deep love for me? Han Lingfeng kissed Yi Kunlun deeply. At this moment, he could only express his gratitude and deep love to her by kissing her over and over again. She dared to put all her wealth in front of him. What should he do to repay her love? If he could die for her, he would do it now without hesitation. Tell me what you want. Han Lingfeng kissed Kunlun's ear passionately while murmured heavily from his throat. I don't want anything. Kunlun softened into his kiss. You have to have it. Otherwise he couldn't bear it. She could give it to him, so he had to give it to her. He even wanted to give her something more substantial. Only by loving her more than she did would he feel better. Then stay with me forever and don't leave me, Kunlun said. Okay, I will stay with you forever and never leave you. Ling Feng kissed Kunlun's neck crazily and bit her neck gently. He really wanted to eat her. He suddenly remembered something from his spiritual practice. If he could transfer all his energy, spirit and vitality to a woman, he would be able to make that woman healthy, long-lived and forever young, but his own lifespan would be shortened by 20 years. He is now going to do this for Kunlun. He pressed Kunlun to the floor of the collection room and wanted her. Honey, if I suddenly get old, will you still love me? Of course. If I were 10 years older than you, would you love me? Meeting. That's good. When Kunlun woke up, she didn't know what time it was, nor did she know how long they had been in the collection room. She only remembered that she and Ling Feng had been in love for a long time, and Ling Feng had been wanting her for a long time. She felt like she was being electrocuted, over and over again. Until Ling Feng was exhausted and fell asleep, and she fell asleep immediately. She felt completely limp at that time, and she had never been so tired in her life. She didn't know how long they slept. Now, she woke up, and Ling Feng was still lying on her like before. It seemed that he had not moved since he fell asleep. She thought that she couldn't do this anymore and had to be more restrained. Ling Feng, Ling Feng. She gently pushed Ling Feng, because Ling Feng had been pressing on her like this. She felt that his body was so heavy that she was almost suffocating. But Ling Feng was sleeping very soundly, and she pushed him a few more times but he didn't wake up. Honey, are you tired? She kissed Ling Feng on the face. But at this moment, she found that there was something wrong with Ling Feng's face. She wondered if she was too tired and had hallucinations. She stared at Ling Feng's face carefully and found that Ling Feng had really aged. What's going on? Yi Kunlun, who was usually very calm, was now very agitated. Ling Feng, what's wrong with you? What's going on? Why did you suddenly change? Why do you suddenly have wrinkles on your face? Ling Feng. She screamed and shook Ling Feng frantically to wake him up. But Ling Feng still didn't wake up. Yi Kunlun was frightened. Ling Feng wouldn't die, right? She stretched out her trembling fingers, placed them in front of Ling Feng's nose, and tried his nasal breathing. Fortunately, he was still breathing. She breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Feng was probably too tired. But why did it happen? Why did he become like this after sleeping with her? She suddenly remembered what Ling Feng said to her when they were intimate. Honey, if I suddenly get old, will you still love me? Of course. If I were 10 years older than you, would you love me? Meeting. That's good. Why? Why did Ling Feng say such words to her? Does Ling Feng know that he will grow old? But why? Yi Kunlun was going crazy. She really didn't understand why this was happening. At this moment, she suddenly noticed that the skin on her hands seemed to have become smoother and more delicate than before. At the age of 37, the muscles in her hands were somewhat loose, but now, they were clearly a pair of young girl's hands. These hands were white and tender, the skin was so tender that it looked like it was about to ooze water. She felt that they were not her own hands. She realized something and quickly ran to an antique mirror in her collection that was used by Empress Dowager Cixi to look in the mirror. She found that the person in the mirror seemed to have become younger. The fine lines around the corners of her eyes disappeared, and her skin became smoother, firmer, and as tender as a baby's skin. Why? Why on earth is this happening? Why am I getting younger? Is my youthfulness related to Ling Feng's aging? It is clear that these two things are connected, but why? Yi Kunlun felt like he was having an extremely unreal fantasy dream. Then she suddenly remembered what Ling Feng had said to her last time. I'll tell you a secret. What secret? I have now passed the heavenly tribulation and am almost like a god. If you are touched by my rain and dew, you will be healthy and live a long life, and stay young forever. At that time, she thought Ling Feng was joking, so she didn't take it seriously and didn't take it to heart. It turned out that what he said was true. But he didn't tell her that he would grow old. She didn't dislike him for getting old, but she felt that he was exchanging his youth for hers. If she had known he would do this, she wanted nothing. She didn't want to be younger. She would rather have wrinkles and scars on her face than for Ling Feng to exchange his youth for hers. Ling Feng. Yi Kunlun hugged Han Ling Feng and cried, "Why are you so stupid? Why are you so stupid? I don't want you to be like this. I don't want you to be like this. Change it back quickly, change it back quickly. If you can change it." At this time, Ling Feng woke up and looked at Kunlun hugging him and crying. Ling Feng smiled and reached out to touch her face, wiping the tears from her face while touching her rejuvenated face. Ling Feng. Yi Kunlun grabbed Han Ling Feng's hand tightly and placed her face in his palm. Do I look ugly now? Han Ling Feng asked. I am 10 years older than you. Do you dislike my age? No. Yi Kunlun burst into tears and hugged Han Ling Feng tightly in her arms. How could I dislike you? She held Han Ling Feng's face and said excitedly, do you know that you, who are 10 years older than me, are more attractive? Then she kissed Ling Feng hard on the mouth. Now she was not kissing a young man, but an old man. It turned out that the taste of an old man was no worse than that of a young man. As long as it was Ling Feng, the taste was the same. Hubby. Yi Kunlun hugged Han Ling Feng's neck. Now you are really my husband, and I finally don't have to be a sister anymore. Husband, I love you. Yi Kunlun said as he kissed her again. Han Ling Feng used his strong old man's hands to pick up his wife. Holding her in his arms, he walked out of the collection room with steady steps. Chapter 143 The Child Given by God. On the bed in the bedroom. Yi Kunlun held the old man Han Ling Feng's face and asked, tell me, why did you do this? Because I want my Kunlun to be healthy and live a long life, never get sick, and stay beautiful forever, said Han Ling Feng. Hubby. Yi Kunlun leaned against Han Ling Feng's chest, hugged him tightly, and choked up, but you've aged 20 years because of this, reduced your life expectancy by 20 years. Yi Kunlun couldn't stop crying. If she had to exchange Ling Feng's lifespan for her health, longevity, youth and beauty, she would rather not have it. Don't cry, dear. Han Ling Feng kissed Kunlun on the forehead. I think it's good now. I've become a man 10 years older than you. It seems to be more in line with people's concept of husband and wife in this era. People think it's normal for an old man to have a young wife. Otherwise, people will laugh at it. He was as optimistic as ever, holding Kunlun's face. Now I am 47 years old and have a beautiful 37-year-old wife. I think I have got the best deal. Kunlun was so amused by him that she burst into laughter, and she felt even more sorry for Ling Feng. She put her forehead against Ling Feng's face and said, husband, how about we adopt some children? Didn't you ask me to build an orphanage? I have already asked Lei Outyen to do it. When the orphanage is completed, we will go to see the children. Those will be our children. Han Ling Feng said. Yeah. Kunlun hugged Ling Feng tightly. Ling Feng always spoke to her heart. My technology laboratory is also under construction. I asked Secretary Chen to hire a group of scientific researchers. Yes. Ling Feng nodded. We are one step closer to our goal and dream. When we live to be over 100 years old, our dream may come true. Will it? I'm afraid not so soon. Kunlun said. I believe it will, because with you and I working together, we will rapidly promote social development, so we must strive to live to be over 100 years old, and then we will be able to see the beautiful world created by you and me. I can't wait to grow old. A few days later, the orphanage was established. Han Ling Feng and Yi Kunlun went to the orphanage together to visit the children. Those children were collected by Lei Outyen's subordinates from all over the southern province. Most of those children come from rural areas. Some are orphans without parents, some are left behind children in rural areas, some come from families that have lost the ability to support them, and some are sick and cannot receive good medical treatment. Lei Outyan pointed at a 5 or 6-year-old girl and introduced her to them. That girl, her father has disabled legs, and her mother left them. The disabled father couldn't raise the child, so he entrusted the child to us. And that one. Lei Outyan pointed at a boy who was also about 5 or 6 years old. He was a left-behind child with only a grandmother at home. His parents died when they went to work in other places not long ago. They had the same disease. He had worked in many factories before. The weather was hot recently, and he suddenly fell ill and died on the way to the hospital. Yi Kunlun suddenly remembered the villagers who had died in Xinjia village and went to work in other places, and his heart suddenly ached. She thinks that the pace of scientific and technological research and development must be accelerated. People living at the bottom of society should not have to work like that just to survive. This is not what human beings should be like. Lei Outyan pointed at a child lying on a chair unable to move. The child has congenital brain disease. She is already 6 years old and cannot walk. She is still like a baby. She needs to be fed with a bottle and can only call her mother. The young parents tried their best to treat her. They had already emptied their family assets and owed a lot of money. Finally, they couldn't bear it anymore. Last winter, the couple jumped from the upstairs hand in hand and died. The child has been taken care of by relatives until now, but the relatives don't have enough energy to take care of her. Later, when we went there, they entrusted the child to us. It is really not easy to take care of her because we have to hold her all day long, and she already weighs more than 60 kilograms. Perhaps it was the woman's inherent maternal instinct that made Yi Kunlun walk over involuntarily and pick up the child from the chair. The child immediately burst into tears. She was so heavy that Yi Kunlun felt her hands go weak. Yi Kunlun held her with great effort and patted her to comfort her, then kissed her forehead. "Oh, don't cry, child, don't cry, be good." "Mom!" The child suddenly stopped crying. She looked at Yi Kunlun with her innocent eyes and murmured indistinctly. What did she say? Yi Kunlun seemed not to have heard clearly, and turned to ask Lei Outyan and Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng didn't hear Chu either, and looked confused. She said Mom. Lei Outyan explained hurriedly. Mom? Is she calling me? Does she think I'm her mom? Yi Kunlun suddenly felt her heart beating fast. It was a strange feeling. It was the first time someone called her mom. She turned red and white with embarrassment. Mom, Mom. The little girl in her arms shouted twice again. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Kunlun's heart was beating non-stop. She didn't dare to look into the little girl's eyes. Mom, the little girl shouted again, grinning and laughing at her. Yi Kunlun was melted by her smile. She dared to look her in the eyes again. The little girl was still smiling at her. Lei Outyan. Yi Kunlun ordered immediately, offer a reward for the doctor immediately. Whoever can cure this brain disease will be rewarded with 10 million. No, 100 million. Okay, I'll let the media release the news on the internet immediately. Lei Outyan obeyed. Ling Feng reached out and pulled the little girl up, and asked Kunlun softly, "Do you want to be her mother?" Yi Kunlun stuffed the child into Han Lingfeng's arms. When Han Lingfeng took it, his hand sank. Kunlun turned away and said, "I can't be her mother. I can't be tied down by this kind of emotion." Ling Feng knew Kunlun too well, and she was afraid. Just like when he was pursuing her, she was afraid of falling in love. Now, she was afraid of falling into this kind of mother-daughter relationship. Okay. Since you don't want to be her mother, forget it. Han Lingfeng took the child and put him back on the chair. The child immediately started crying. Yi Kunlun turned her head immediately. When the child cried, she felt her heart ached, as if the child was a piece of flesh that had fallen from her body. The child cried very hard and kept shouting Mom unclearly. This was too cruel. Yi Kunlun couldn't stand it. She rushed over and quickly picked up the child from the chair. "Mom is here, Mom is here." As soon as the child was held in Yi Kunlun's arms, he stopped crying. Tears hung on his face, but he giggled at Yi Kunlun. Her sadness and joy were all written on her face, just like Ling Feng in the past. "Lingfeng, I think she looks a lot like you. She is our child. Let's take her home and raise her." Yi Kunlun looked up and said to Han Lingfeng. "But raising her is not an easy task," said Han Lingfeng. "I know, But I feel that this child and I have a special destiny. Is that okay? Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun looked at Han Lingfeng with pleading eyes. What about the other children? You are discriminating against them. Han Lingfeng said. I love other children just as much as I do. Yi Kunlun looked down at the little girl in her arms, but I have a special feeling for her. I want to bring her to my side and raise her. Looking at Kunlun's pleading eyes, Han Lingfeng nodded. Okay, then I'll do as you say. Yi Kunlun immediately pulled the child's hand and pointed to Han Lingfeng. Call daddy, call daddy. The child stared at Han Lingfeng but didn't call out. Call me dad, dad, dad. Yi Kunlun taught her. But the child just looked at Han Lingfeng and didn't call out. Han Lingfeng felt a little disappointed and a little angry. If she doesn't scream, don't force her. I'll go check on the other children. After Han Lingfeng finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. Dad! At this time, the child suddenly shouted. Han Lingfeng's heart seemed to be shocked. He turned around suddenly and looked at the little girl excitedly. Scream again. Chapter 144, Success or End. Dad, Dad. The little girl shouted several times in a row and giggled at Han Lingfeng. Dad is here. Han Lingfeng was so happy that he picked up the child and held him high up. The orphanage was filled with the joyful laughter of a family. 1 year later, the little girl finally stood up. It was a special medicine for treating brain disease developed by Yi Kunlun himself that helped her stand up. At the beginning, Yi Kunlun ordered Lei Outyen to find a doctor, but after searching all the medical talents in the world, no one could cure that brain disease. Kunlun is a genius, especially after she became a mother. Her genius instinct was very prominent. In order to cure the little girl's illness, Yi Kunlun spent most of his time in the laboratory, except for managing the company. She already had a foundation in this area, and with her developed brain, it only took her 1 year to come up with a special medicine for brain diseases that became famous all over the world. After curing the little girl, she ordered the factory to produce this special medicine on a large scale and promoted it to the world. While saving other people's lives, the performance of the Yi Group also increased several times. Yi Kunlun will continue to invest the money she earns in scientific research. Her scientific research team is getting bigger and bigger. Now, it is the largest scientific research team in the world. The scientific research projects involve more than 100 scientific fields such as biological science, artificial intelligence, earth science, metallurgical science, chips, etc. Han Lingfeng continued to focus on the theoretical creation of his program of the human spirit in the future world. This masterpiece might take him his entire life. They worked together to promote social development. At the same time, their passion for each other remains as strong as ever. Although they are often so busy that they can only see each other 2 or 3 times a week, or even only once a week, they are very sweet every time they meet. Lingfeng has become an old man, but he is still as vigorous as ever, and Kuan-Lin is also as passionate as ever. They are affectionate every time they meet, and they can lead each other to the realm of immortality every time. They should be the sweetest, most loving, and most harmonious couple in the world. Another 3 years passed. The technological products developed by Yi Kunlun's company have been gradually introduced to the world, and many high-risk jobs have been replaced by robots. In order to prevent the unemployed from losing their living environment, the Yi Group vigorously promotes other new projects that are beneficial to social development and creates a living environment that is more conducive to human health for the unemployed. Overall, society is developing in a good direction and at a very fast pace. While promoting rapid economic development, it is also promoting balanced spiritual development. The Yi Group has established a number of cultural companies covering fine arts, music, film and television, sculpture, traditional drama, literature, philosophy, etc. When material life is no longer scarce, human beings will pursue spiritual happiness. In order to prevent the public from pursuing low-level spiritual happiness, more emphasis should be placed on healthy aesthetic standards in education. They are doing this step by step. They firmly believe that when they live to be over 100 years old, human beings will basically break free from material constraints and pursue a higher realm in the spiritual realm. Shen Ruoshi has retired from being a first-line actor and become a research expert in film and television, contributing to the spiritual world and leading the film and television industry to develop in a healthy direction. Zhang Wanyue has devoted herself to the education industry. She has cooperated with Lei Outyen to establish several orphanages and schools across the country to cultivate future talents. Guan Xian is now in her 30s. She has been helping Yi Kunlun in the Yi Group. She is already able to take on many important tasks. Like Kunlun, she has great business talent. She is the best successor to the Yi group after Kunlun. Kunlun decided that when she turned 50, she would step down as the head of the Yi group and let Guan Xin take over. She decided to focus on scientific research. Secretary Chen stayed with Kunlun and would always be her secretary. She would accompany Kunlun in whatever she wanted to do. Anyway, she would stay with Yi Kunlun for the rest of her life. Another 10 years passed. The little girl has grown up. She is now a 22-year-old girl, graceful and elegant. Under the cultivation of two genius parents, Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun, the girl named Han Yi grew up to be outstanding. Like her mother, she has expertise in many fields, but her greatest expertise is biology. She studies all kinds of creatures in the world. Therefore, the Yi family compound was almost turned into a zoo by her. In addition to the common chickens, ducks, cats, dogs, rabbits, mice, etc., there are also peacocks, tigers, lions, elephants, etc. that are only found in zoos, as well as some uncommon and rare ely picas, giant salamanders, gobi bears, and red crown cranes. At first, Yi Kunlun was very angry. How could this kid bring these things into the house? The whole Yi family compound was filled with stinking smell. But Han Yi said that this would make it easier for her to observe and study, so she let her do it. She doesn't interact with people every day, but interacts with these animals. One day, when Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun were taking a walk, they saw her chattering with an elephant. The two were curious and ran over to ask her. Han Yi, what are you doing? Yi Kunlun asked. I'm communicating with the elephant, said Han Yi. What's the point of communicating with animals? Said Yi Kunlun. Mom, you don't understand this. Han Yi said proudly, animals are much more interesting than humans. Oh? Han Lingfeng was curious, why? Because human hearts are too complicated, but animals are much simpler, said Han Yi. Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun looked at each other. How could this child have such feelings? Born as a human, but unwilling to interact with humans, how can he survive in this world? Han Lingfeng pointed to the devastated yard and said, animals can't talk, what's so interesting about them? At least people have to clean up their poop and urine. They can't even take care of themselves, and you still say it's interesting. Mr. Han, you are obsessed. Han Yi snorted at Han Lingfeng unconvinced, you are a Taoist practitioner. The Buddha said that all beings are equal, but you have developed a discriminatory mind. Animals also have their own thoughts and interests. Maybe they also think that humans are boring when they look at humans. Han Lingfeng pointed at the elephant and said, so what do you think is interesting about that elephant? Han Ye's eyes lit up immediately, and he began to talk excitedly, I think elephants are very cute. They have extraordinary memory and can remember complex routes and family members. Mother elephants are the most amazing. They can lead the entire group, and they are very united. They do not discriminate between their cubs. No matter who gave birth to the child, they will protect it as if it were their own child. When the elephant group is in danger, they will form a protective circle around the baby elephant to ensure the safety of the cub. At this point, she exclaimed, ah! Female elephants are so great, they are so united and loving. What if they were human beings? A group of women would definitely fight each other. Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun looked at each other, wanting to laugh but unable to. Then she continued, also, elephants are one of the few non-human animals that can express emotions. They can show emotions such as sadness, joy, and compassion, which is very rare in the animal kingdom. When an elephant dies, they will collectively kneel in front of the dead elephant and let out sad wails, and will also kneel down devoutly for it. And what about people? They usually step on their own kind. They hope that they can live better than others. When others live a miserable life, they will gloat over their misfortune. When others are down and out, they will laugh at them, discriminate against them, and look down on them. When others are successful, they will be jealous and secretly curse them to have bad luck soon. So, humans are really complicated creatures, and animals are more interesting. As Han Yi spoke, he reached out and touched the elephant's trunk affectionately, said something to it affectionately, and then led the elephant to play aside. The elephant was also very strange. It would go wherever Han Yi went, and from time to time it would stretch out its long trunk to touch Han Yi's head, nose, vest, and shoulders. Looking at the backs of her daughter and the elephant, Yi Kunlun murmured, hubby, I feel like we've been taught a lesson. Yes. My daughter taught us a lesson. Han Lingfeng also said with emotion. Yi Kunlun showed a relieved smile on her face, our daughter has grown up. She will be the next genius. Han Lingfeng said. There's someone to take over, let's go. Yi Kunlin and Han Lingfeng walked forward hand in hand. Over.